Amidst the warm glow and soft flames, a boy with frightened eyes is born, finding himself in a fantasy world that is new to him. A simple wooden ceiling frame and an antique chandelier with candles instead of light bulbs give the impression of medieval simplicity. In the deep silence of the spacious room, where semi-darkness and the warmth of candles reign, the hero realizes that this world is significantly behind in development, even though he belongs to a wealthy family. The little boy looks at his new reality with an inquisitive gaze, realizing that for an orphan who died of exhaustion, such a reincarnation is a real luxury. His tiny hand touches his mother's soft skin, and the protagonist realizes with delight that his mother is not only rich but also incredibly beautiful. Looking at his mother's gentle smile, the hero concludes with inner satisfaction that with such an appearance, he will certainly not have to worry about love. 3 years have passed, and the child's legs are confidently balancing on a wooden beam, indicating the first steps of independence in a new body. Standing on a stool by the window for the first time, the boy looks outside with curiosity, discovering a new world beyond his cradle. His face lights up with a smile and excitement as sunlight floods the room, and his gaze glides over a world full of promise. Outside the window, a boundless landscape unfolds with roofs and streets that seem endless, even to a child seeing such space for the first time. As soon as the boy plunges into the new world outside the window, the maid calls out to him anxiously, suddenly interrupting his little adventure. Returning to everyday life, the boy learns that he comes from an influential, noble family known throughout the kingdom. Although his adventure was interrupted, he is surprised to realize that he is the son of the Grand Duke of Draconia himself, from the powerful house of Lionheart. At the age of 8, the boy holds a real sword in his hands for the first time, shining in the sun as if it were a sign of the beginning of a great journey. His heart trembles with excitement as he begins to learn fencing as a future knight, hoping to master both the aura and the fighting technique. The boy's mentor is a noble and experienced knight, sent personally from the palace, the Holy Knight Sir Gothic. With a confident gaze and a sincere smile, the knight declares that teaching the boy is the will of the goddess and a real pleasure, causing the hero to doubt whether he is truly a saint. With shining eyes and a smile on his lips, the boy sincerely asks for care and guidance from his new teacher, Sir Gothic. 6 years have passed, and now at 14, he clenches his fists in rage and tears, cursing his harsh mentor for his merciless training. The hero drags a huge stone behind him, gasping with effort, while his mentor calmly orders him to do another lap, despite his fatigue. To become a knight of the kingdom, one must complete numerous quests, gain experience, and earn honor in battles and trials. With clenched teeth and a burning gaze, the young man strikes with his whole body, transforming effort and pain into the decisive sword of a true warrior. As the son of Draconius, he had to master all the intricacies of the majestic science that tempers a ruler and shapes the heir to the Grand Duke. In the arena, where every blow carries a message, he learns never to lose sight of his opponent. The lessons that lead to inheriting the title of Grand Duke are superimposed on the rigorous training worthy of a holy knight. Falling to the ground in the midst of battle, he asks God for salvation with his last ounce of strength, even though he himself never believed in his existence. 16 years have passed, and to the rhythmic patter of rain, the young man, hardened by time, moves forward relentlessly. Lost in the cold downpour, he persistently searches for something important, because over the years he has become accustomed to living while wandering the world. In order for the goddess to recognize him and for him to accept his destiny, the hero looks hopefully at the heavenly light, dreaming of becoming a holy knight. Amidst the fire, orcs in panic, the hero ironically reflects that trying to gain the goddess's recognition through good deeds seems absurd. In the flames and chaos of defense, the warriors, overwhelmed by the number of enemies, cry out in despair about the inevitable end, defending the last lines. Hordes of ferocious orcs advance from the darkness of the fiery night, and the hero realizes with alarm that there are more opportunities to use his sword than he should. The young man shouts furiously at his opponents, outraged that the enemies dared to set foot on the sacred land of the kingdom. Filled with the lightning of anger, the hero rushes into the attack with cold determination, knowing that this kingdom has always had too many enemies. 20 years have passed, and the stunned Leon, immersed in radiance, cannot believe that a goddess has truly appeared before him. Her heavenly gaze, calm majesty, and power leave no doubt that she is a true goddess. just as people have said. Standing before the divine figure in the rays of light, Leon accepts her task with faith in his heart, convinced that she really exists. Kneeling in the rays of light with a sword in his hand, the hero finally earns the title of Holy Knight after many years of grueling trials. Seized by unbridled fighting spirit, he cut down orcs and tore goblins to pieces, turning the battlefields into bloody arenas of revenge. Under the evening sky, amid piles of enemy corpses, the hero, now a military knight, stands over a victory that cost the lives of 700,000 orcs, including women and children. Smiling with relief and calm in his eyes, the knight with a scarred face finally feels the burden of endless war lift from his shoulders. Lying with his sword on his chest among snow-white flowers, the mighty demigod Argon Lionheart found peace after his heroic death in battle with the archdemon. In the glow of the temple, he walks among the monks with his head held high, reflecting on how the demons have spiraled out of control and that only faith in the gods can save humanity. With anger in his eyes, the young man recalls the treacherous mages of the Empire who left chaos in their wake and forced the kingdom to choose a new holy knight to replace the fallen Lionheart. The divine figure descends to the throne room, addressing Leon Draconius with a call to become a symbol of honor, choosing him specifically. Lowering his head in thought, the hero feels weary from the honorable burden, but understands that he cannot betray the trust of the people who have followed him. Receiving the sacred artifact Lionheart from the goddess, the young man in armor solemnly swears to protect the Holy Grail, and the magical power of the blue glow envelops his body as a sign of his new destiny. In the expectant silence, focused and reverent, he places the shining diadem on his head with his own hands, completing the ritual of his ascension. In the majestic hall, illuminated by cold light and falling petals, he appears as a worthy ruler, the Grand Duke of Dragons and King of Lionheart, with a determined gaze and a shining coat of arms on his chest. After 80 years of battle and glory, the king in his burning cloak leads his army forward, raising a storm of steel, fire, and determination. 3 wars have transformed the hunchback goblin into an archdemon who sows terror, hiding unspeakable dark power within his hideous body. Despite fatigue and blood, the knight in black armor bows before his master, speaking with respect, as if before a living god. With icy coldness, the subordinate speaks of dark magicians, and the hero realizes that the northern cult has already cast its shadow over the empire. The order to gather an army sounds like thunder, and the young man, filled with rage, realizes what the right given to the unworthy will lead to. 96 years have passed, but the imperialists have done the irreparable, crossed the line, and will soon beg for forgiveness in agony. Distorted by unbridled rage, the man sacrificed 3 million lives, and now his only goal is to fulfill his last request. Thoughts are tangled in harsh dissonance, because the one who refused death chose it himself and destroyed millions of innocent people along with himself. An ominous shadow trembles in the air. The Lord of Chaos has been summoned to the capital, and now a new struggle against the growing forces awaits him. The hero steps into the hall in a purple glow, raises the sacred sword from the bloody past, and proudly orders the army to march on the empire. It was the 121st year. The world was languishing, everything was falling apart, and even the most desperate attempts could no longer save it. Bright memories still held hope in their hearts that good could sprout, but all efforts were in vain in the face of darkness. Lord Leon stands on his knees among the dead bodies, and although he sees the truth with his own eyes, he still cannot accept it in his heart. Without looking back, he honors his father Aaron, confident that he died a true hero, worthy of eternal glory. The young warrior, with his head held high, remembers his father who died with honor, and feels that he is ready to unite with the gods. Rising from his knees, the commander shouts an order, forcing everyone to face their fears and prepare for death. Behind the leader, a mighty army rises, already sensing the approach of a battle that will bring death and tears to inconsolable mothers. Darkness is approaching, and the evil that has caused so much pain to the innocent will finally meet its just punishment for every cruel crime. Under the stone walls of the castle, warriors stand side by side, ready to avenge those who were lost through no fault of their own, and whose souls cry out for justice. Saddling his horse, the hero is torn between thoughts, for the goddess has given him the honor of fighting for good, and he cannot betray her faith. Leon's eyes burn with vengeance. His voice ignites rage in the hearts of the warriors, and they all swear to remain cruel to their enemies forever. Blinded by triumph, they strayed from the path of light and, abandoning the truth, betrayed their ideals, choosing hatred instead of justice. With clenched spears and burning hearts, they stand firm, for as long as they have honor, no force can break their will. A young warrior raises his sword, enveloped in a magical glow, and only the memory of the goddess can calm the anxiety in his soul. Holding his sword forward, the young man orders his troops to march into battle, guided by his faith in goodness, justice, and the unbreakable power of love. His gaze turns icy, lonely drops of sweat run down his cheeks, and the sacred words escape his lips, that they are fighting for honor, which is more precious than life itself. With faith in the goddess, the young man gives the order to attack, leading the army into the abyss of death without taking his eyes off the darkness before him. But that winter came to an end when the final battle with 1 billion demons covered the earth in darkness, taking away people's last hope for life. The forces were unequal. The monsters, like shields of flesh, marched ahead, and the warriors fell with dignity, unable to withstand the fierce onslaught. The battlefield was covered with dead bodies, like a blanket of sorrow, and each new victim took with them a fragment of light from this world. The magic sword flashed in a lightning dance, the young man slaying demons to the last, overcoming fatigue with the power of faith and despair. Fire and energy tore through the air every second, and the bodies of the archdemons disappeared one after another, dissolving into clouds of ash. Hatred blazed in the warrior's eyes, and with every blow he proved that a true knight cannot betray his principles. The year 217 passed. Winter receded, but the war did not subside, and the whole land became a silent graveyard for those who died in the endless battle. 50 years later, the young man destroyed the last demonic portal, and blue flashes of power burned everything they touched. The thieves had nowhere left to run, and, as if doomed, they stepped toward their deaths before the warrior whose name was known throughout the ages. Rage engulfed the hero's body, fire burned in his eyes, and he realized that he would remain here forever with the servants of darkness. Horror froze on the faces of the monsters as they felt for the first time the full power of the one who had become the judge in the final battle of the worlds. Wielding his sword, the hero realizes that it is not he who is locked up with them, but they with him, and soon each of them will meet their end. The merciless 300th year of battle continues. The giant demon trembles under the blows that will be his final curse. Out of nowhere, a portal appears, from which young men and women emerge, and voices filled with wonder and anxiety echo in the air. One powerful blow falls on the archdemon. His body falls to the blood-stained ground and will never rise again. His inhuman appearance still sends shivers down the spine. But fear no longer has power, for he is dead, finally and irrevocably. Illuminated by a golden glow, the young man calls on the brave to rise up and continue the fight for dignity and unbreakable honor. The girl with fiery hair filled with anxiety asks him to explain who he is and what madness has unfolded around them. Standing before the body of the enemy, the young man proudly proclaims his name. He is the one and only King Lionheart. Turning his head, he adds that he is also the ruler of knights and the chosen one to carry out the will of the ancient temples of the world. Strangers stare in silent amazement at the young man, around whom swirls a vortex of power that belongs to no world. The girl froze, for this was the moment when the hero saw living people from his native earth for the first time in 300 years. The blue notification window announced the final victory, and it became clear that the Night King had returned to end the era. In the very center of Seoul, enemy gates opened, engulfing the surrounding space in an abyss of darkness, and their rank defied classification, causing the townspeople to fear the unknown. At the Hunter's headquarters, a large screen showed an image of the portal, and below it was noted that both the Korean and global organizations had asked the leading guilds to participate in the raid. The red monitor with guild symbols displays the word offline, explaining that the request was rejected due to the unknown level of difficulty of the portal. Frozen in front of the mysterious portal, the hunters, including a girl with pink hair, with anxious faces and sweat on their temples, stare intently into the darkness, not knowing what awaits them on the other side. Before the abyss of the black portal, seething with energy amid the skyscrapers, the government orders the hunters to enter first, as if sending them to certain death. In the crimson twilight mist, among the bloody monsters, A naked man with a piercing gaze appears, silently accepting the threat. A bloodied and exhausted girl, seeing the naked stranger on the battlefield, freezes in amazement, not believing her eyes. Against the backdrop of a hellish sunset, amid the bloodied bodies of monsters and clouds of dust, a group of hunters stands before a portal glowing with a ring of fire. Struck by the exclamation, young manager Han Hari freezes with a scratched face and wide-open eyes appearing on stage for the first time. The reserved Kim Jun-soo hands her a cup of coffee with sympathy in his eyes, as if trying to ease her fatigue after an exhausting day. 3 agents sit in a dark room with monitors, and although everything has already happened, they realize that no one believes what they have seen. The most terrible evil has gathered before the demonic gates of the Black Rank, and only a miracle allowed them to survive without the help of another guild and even clean up everything. In the glow of gold that pierces the darkness, the muscular silhouette of a hero with a sword appears, the very one who keeps this world together. Folding his arms and staring gloomily ahead, the young man silently prepares to answer an important question about his past. The stunned police couple, looking at each other and asking excitedly, realize that they are standing before someone who has returned from another world. With a shadow on his face, the young man admits the truth that he is one of the few who managed to survive in the terrifying world beyond the gate. All the gates that appeared around the world had something in common, a mysterious energy that defied any earthly explanation. Burning skyscrapers and a sky covered in ash indicate that entire worlds were either on the brink of destruction or had already fallen into ruin. From the glow of the portal against the backdrop of city skyscrapers, those who survived the hellish battles of other dimensions solemnly emerged to set foot on Earth once again. The Dark Knight, retaining the powerful strength he gained in the world of demons, silently radiates a menacing aura that overshadows everything around him. In the light of the city lamps, officials smile sincerely, explaining their goal of providing the survivors with everything they need. The handshake between the two worlds symbolizes an agreement that the government is ready to help, but will also closely monitor their every move. In a dim office, a man and a woman discuss a mysterious warrior whom they seek to study at any cost, recognizing his incredible power. With traces of sweat on his face, the man explains with concern that even an A-rank risks his life against a strong demon, and that one killed a great devil with a single blow. The demon with the red eye is frozen in horror, because even the best S-rank hunters fear a monster like the one in front of him. The mighty demon, cut in half by a bright blade, froze in the air at the moment of final destruction. The enemy did not even have time to realize that he was already dead. 3 fighters watch with alarm as the head of the dark creature falls, and the air around them is once again torn apart by a powerful rumble. Against the backdrop of the ruined arena, the hero calmly lowers his sword, and the giant body of his opponent falls back headless, confirming the complete superiority of the victor. A blue-eyed young man with a scratched face watches what is happening with anxious concentration. Dressed in royal robes, the boy admits that cultural differences scare him the most, while the surprised man next to him suspects him of being a monarch. In the silence of the official car, the girl tries to calm everyone down, saying that everything will be fine, but her interlocutor doubts her and asks her to explain why she thinks so. The girl smiles and admits that she can recognize a good person even by their voice, and looks admiringly at the serious blonde man. Blinded by rage, the blonde man shouts with a gleam in his eyes, venting all his anger with words that humiliate his opponent. An explosive wave of energy tears through the office. Employees fall from shock, and in the center stands the blonde man, filled with destructive power. The glass, capable of restraining even a monster, cracks under the explosive scream of the red-haired girl, whose eyes are filled with a mixture of fear and determination. The blonde, enveloped in a bright glow, shouts contemptuously, defending the proud name of Lionheart and filling the space with fury. Surprised witnesses humorously attribute everything to cultural differences, watching as misunderstanding fills the scene amid the debris and fury. 15 minutes before the events, a surveillance camera emotionlessly records everything that happens in the interrogation room. The blonde man sits opposite the investigator, his arms folded and his eyes downcast, while the bald man takes notes in the silence of the tense interrogation. Staring coldly at the wall, the young man thinks about how foreign this place, these people, and even his own thoughts seem to him. Memories flood his mind of how he lay helpless in an empty room, an orphan who died at 20 from exhaustion and loneliness. But that death was only the beginning, because in another world he was reborn, and for over a century was a knight, a ruler, worthy of the honor and respect of the people. His memory revives a gruesome picture of a young man mercilessly exterminating the demons he had been hunting for almost 200 years. 300 years of struggle are behind him, and folding his arms, he mentally thanks fate for at least leaving him with memories of the old world. The bald man opposite him looks at him with an ironic smile, silent as if he wants to say something but doubts whether he should open his mouth. Turning his gaze to the blond man, he cautiously greets him and asks in surprise how to properly address the person standing in front of him. The young man's eyes dim, and he begins to doubt whether it might be better to remain silent about his past, about his simple life without titles and fame. He presses his lips tightly together and repeats to himself that a night king sounds much more majestic than an ordinary orphan with a miserable fate. Leon flashes a glance and clearly states that he should be addressed as Your Majesty, because his essence is not just strength, but perfection. The bald man watches silently, not fully understanding, but accepting the rules of the game, because he realizes that he is not dealing with a boy, but a real ruler. Rubbing the back of his head in surprise, the bald man obediently addresses the boy as if he were royalty, barely suppressing a cheerful smile. Resting his fingers on his chin, Leon thoughtfully looks into the eyes of his interlocutor, weighing whether he is truly sincere or simply seeking advantage. Without taking his eyes off the papers, the man informs him that their world has come into contact with another, and this could cause new disasters. The young man, with a stony expression on his face, shows no interest and dryly confirms that he has destroyed all the monsters, as if it were an everyday occurrence. The man nervously wipes the sweat from his brow when he is suddenly asked how he could have forgotten everything so quickly, and, confused, asks for clarification. Standing up straight with a proud posture, the young man solemnly announces that he has defeated the darkness and now wishes to see his personal assistant. He adds that he will allow him to chronicle his heroism and make him the chief trusted chronicler at the royal court. The bald man suppresses his laughter, blaming it on cultural differences, and quickly writes down the young man's words with professional composure. His hand suddenly freezes when he hears that the guest wants to ask something, and he looks up attentively, waiting for him to continue. Still with cold dignity, Leon asks if they know the rules of etiquette here, hinting that he is hungry, and his interlocutor rushes to order food. With a spark of curiosity in his eyes, Leon asks to hear more about the new world and find out what happened during his absence. Adjusting his glasses, the man calmly promises that he will soon explain everything and answer all questions. Straining, he begins his story and recalls that 30 years ago, a nightmare engulfed the world when portals opened across the land. Scenes of horror come to mind as monsters crawled out of the gates, and since then, humanity has lived in constant fear and despair. Gritting his teeth, he adds that over time, it became clear that each gate had its own characteristics, and without control, new horrors would emerge from them. Pausing, he gets up from the table and calmly announces that dinner's ready, so it's time to enjoy the meal. Thoughtfully, the young man admits that his story is somewhat different from what was expected, and some details do not fit into the picture he is familiar with. He recalls that in his world, demons multiplied after rain, while in the man's story, there was no hint of this. The portals have unique properties and quests that are completely different from those he has encountered in his world. The young man's gaze becomes gloomy, his thoughts thicken in his mind, and he begins to analyze the incomprehensible events again. It occurs to him that perhaps demons do not come to destroy, but to test people in order to make them stronger. At that moment, the door bursts open and someone solemnly addresses him, calling him Your Majesty. A bald man with a smile holds a tray, announcing that dinner is ready, but the young man is lost in thought and does not respond. His eyes slowly descend to the dish, and when he sees it, he freezes, as if a terrible ghost from the past has appeared before him. His eyes flash with anger, and he cannot understand how anyone dared to serve him this dish without warning. On the table, the aroma of solantan, long simmered, seasoned with spices and complemented by spicy kimchi, wafts enticingly. But suddenly a memory bursts into his mind, like in a past life, exhausted and lonely. He hastily ate solantan, his favorite dish. For a person, the most delicious dish is the one that once gave them warmth. But Leon, after taking a spoonful of solantan, felt only the coldness of terrible memories. Without taking his eyes off the plate, the blond man indignantly asks what this dish is, and the man smiles and repeats the name that is painfully familiar to him. His eyes flash with anger as soon as the man adds that this dish is a favorite among Christians, and something breaks inside Leon. Jumping up from his seat, he screams in a frenzy, accusing the man of insulting him because he dared to humiliate him with such a dinner. The angry tirade continues. Leon cries out, "How dare they treat the king from another world this way?" while the man hides behind the tray, trembling. He is the king of another world, the chosen one of the gods, the defender of the sacred order, and everyone must bow before him and pay him due respect. The overturned plate steams on the floor, and shouts ring out in the room to leave immediately and never dare to show up again. Leon is a living legend of 300 years of struggle, a victor who has returned from another world, and now he is not given the respect he deserves here. Clenching his fists, he stands amid the silence and chaos, thinking that this world has fallen into disorder and that the true order has been completely disregarded here. Flames rise behind him, and Leon realizes that this chaos is born of false faith, which he must eradicate for the sake of the god's will. The plate of soup remains lying among the debris, and even in this world he remains the same Night King as before. The knife blade easily cuts through the juicy piece of meat, and the aroma rises into the air, making everyone around him swallow their saliva in temptation. The blond man slowly brings the piece to his lips, and the taste, rich in spices and warmth, spreads in a pleasant wave through his body. While the young man eats calmly, the investigator cannot hide his surprise at how he knows his food, having lived in a world with a different way of life. The tall young man asks the girl to go first to the guest, but she, embarrassed, admits that she does not speak the old language, although she agrees. She remembers how Leon called her brave, but fear still grips her heart, and her gaze betrays her nervousness before this conversation. Opening the door to the dining room, the girl politely apologizes for the inconvenience and cautiously hints that she has some important questions. The young man wipes his mouth with a napkin, looks her over carefully from head to toe, and remembers the face he saw in the crowd a few hours ago. Hearing permission to sit down, the girl smiles sincerely, and a warm light appears in her eyes as if the sun has broken through the clouds. In another room, several men silently watch the scene on a monitor, and the girl gestures that everything is under control for now. Quickly sitting down opposite him, the girl asks with a smile if he enjoyed his dinner, and hears modest praise for the skilled chef. With his hands behind his back, Leon explains that his anger was not caused by the food, but by the condescension he felt in the behavior of those present. He asks if it is customary for them to treat kings with respect, and the girl instantly turns pale, excusing herself for her ignorance of etiquette. Sitting opposite her, he asks her name again, and she quickly replies, "Hanhari," and the boy nods, adding that he already knows a little about this world. Leon's eyes flash coldly, and with a piercing gaze, he asks if demons have really broken into their world. Tense, with her hands on her knees, the girl nods briefly, although in her heart there is only one task: to persuade him to join. Hanhari must convince Leon to join the ranks of the hunters, even if it will be her most difficult test. Her forehead is covered in sweat, but gathering her willpower, she offers to protect Korea for him, and in her heart asks only one thing: that he not go to the others. A strip of blue light cuts across the earth. In the new century, the main thing is to find those who have survived and not hand them over to foreign powers. Promises are worthless if the heroes ultimately become weapons in the hands of others, so the main thing is to keep them for yourself. Leon's gaze sharpens. He tenses up as if about to say something that will change the course of the conversation. Crossing his legs, he calmly says that it is his duty to fight, and he will fulfill it as long as he lives. The girl's eyes light up, and she asks hopefully if that means he will join the hunters. But Leon has his own opinion. His eyes burn with fire, and he explodes, saying that a true king will not be a soldier in someone else's army. He will create his own army of knights. The girl freezes at his unexpected anger, not understanding how he intends to implement such a bold idea. She asks with concern in her voice how the elders, those higher up in the hierarchy who make the decisions, reacted to this. In the next room, her partner replies that the main thing is that he did not become part of someone else's guild, and that is already a great success, while the girl herself still cannot comprehend how they will now have to work under the command of such an unrestrained leader. Flames of anger flare up around the girl. She accuses the big guilds of holding power only because of their wealth, but the young man is preparing to share the story of the Phoenix. Suddenly, the office is flooded with red light. A siren pierces the air, and everyone present, seized by panic, grabs the walls for support. An urgent warning appears on their phone screens about a breach at the gates, which could have catastrophic consequences. The angry man reading the text realizes that if this is a breach near the granaries, food preparation will have to be stopped due to the demonic threat. The girl remembers an S-rank hunter from the Phoenix Guild who is capable of dealing with an orange-level threat and stopping the attack of the monsters. Her thoughts are interrupted by the voice of the man, who clenches his teeth and angrily declares that they are not even thinking of helping, so they must act on their own. Leon frowns, thinking about the strange behavior of the Phoenix Guild warriors, and tries to figure out what to do next. He heard everything the team behind the door said, and now he clearly realizes that the situation is serious and they desperately need help. His hand glows with a golden light, and a warning echoes in his mind that the ground near the gate has become poisonous, deadly to all living things. The golden glow completely envelops his body, and suddenly a voice full of concern sounds in his head, asking if he is all right. Before his eyes appears a majestic castle of marble and columns, shining like a temple of eternity, an image that enchants and inspires awe. In the rays of light, a girl in a green cloak appears, with a gentle smile and eyes full of warmth. It is the goddess Demera, the patroness of life. A whirlpool of red energy rises above the horizon, new gates open, and the presence of an unearthly monster can already be felt. The head of the Phoenix Guild, Li Yongwan, arrives first and, with a slight smile, addresses the stranger, asking if he is from the organization. The boy and girl look intently at everyone, and someone nearby asks in surprise if Chief Kim is also present. One of the men, gritting his teeth, suspects that this bastard is deliberately allowing the gate to open for his own benefit. The guild leader's predatory smile is frightening, and his opponent suddenly realizes that the reason is money and revenge for the rejected request. The Phoenix Guild has long sought exemption from the gate income tax, receiving huge profits from magic crystals and resources. Their goal is to achieve at least a temporary exemption from paying billions in taxes in order to further strengthen their power. The man's eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't believe that for the sake of taxes and profit, they were willing to sacrifice the safety of the whole world. Confused, Gary asks Yongwan to close the gate immediately, but he interrupts her, knowing that he will then lose control of the territory. Standing with feigned confidence, the hunter smiles and says that his warriors are exhausted, while behind him he hears the mocking whispers of his supporters. In an indifferent tone, he adds that he will perhaps deal with it tomorrow, and at that moment Gary snaps, asking if he has even a shred of patriotism left. His eyes flash red, and his lips stretch into a predatory smile. He is fully aware of the consequences, but he is not going to act any differently. Gary wipes the sweat from his forehead and listens as she is scolded for her childishness, reminding her that she heard the same thing last year and should have learned her lesson. But suddenly a new voice emerges from the shadows, calm yet dismissive, calling Yongwan outdated and overly simplistic in his views. They turn around and a figure approaches them, and Gary turns to Leon with anxiety in her voice, sensing that everything is about to change. Tensing up, Leon abruptly interrupts her and orders her not to call him by his name anymore, but to address him as befits a king. The red-haired man angrily exclaims who he is, saying that he doesn't even look like a European, but Leon coldly orders him to shut up. Leon's anger pulsates in the air, permeating every corner, and he cannot understand how this insolent nobody dared to speak to him like that. Hearing the insulting nickname, the man freezes, wondering how some boy dared to call a man of his rank, a world-renowned hunter, such a thing. Humiliated, his hand bursts into flames and a fireball forms in it. In a moment, he is ready to strike back. But suddenly, Yongwan realizes that he is standing before the very survivor, the legendary traveler from another world. He instantly bows, introduces himself as Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild, and sincerely apologizes for his insolence. The red-haired man is surprised to assume that the young man is from the Grey Guild, but Leon cuts him off sharply, emphasizing that the king does not repeat himself twice. The blonde man calmly asks for a description of the situation, as he was not inside and has no idea what is really going on. The two hunters clench their fists in hope that now they have a chance to complete the task because someone has appeared who can help them. Frightened but confident, the girl begins to explain that demons and creatures are coming out of the dungeon and infecting the land with poison. Because of this, crops no longer grow, and if this is not stopped now, famine will become a new threat to the entire Southwest. With her arms outstretched, the girl stands on the contaminated field and explains that the Hanam Plains are a critical zone and that the poison is already destroying all life. Frowning, the blond man thoughtfully asks a question, eager to hear the final decision made by the others. Unable to bear the tension any longer, the girl bursts out and exclaims that the land must be cleaned up immediately and the underground completely cleared. His foot touches the contaminated ground, and he calmly says that he understands that the main threat is the open gate and the poison plain. Without looking back at the girl, who is staring at him in confusion, he sharply orders them to call their army immediately. They stand in front of the giant fiery gates, and Leon solemnly declares that he will enter there personally to lead the battle himself. The girl's eyes light up with hope, and she joyfully asks if he will really go alone. And at that moment, the young man prepares to add something important. His voice becomes firm and confident, saying that the king has no right to start a war on foreign soil without the permission of the ruler of that territory. The girl, though frightened, hastily reassures him that no permission is needed, but he insists that a knight's honor requires compliance with the law. The red-haired man angrily exclaims that a messenger should be sent immediately to the king of the land to obtain official permission. A powerful plane cuts through the sky at breakneck speed, carrying the king's seal and a request for permission to start the war. In a dark hall, a girl clutches a scroll in her hand and quietly reports that she has done everything as the king commanded. Leon silently turns to her, his gaze full of tension and thoughts that give him no peace. Holding a straw doll in her hands, the girl asks with curiosity why the boy is going to use such simple things for such a great cause. Speaking over his shoulder, Leon explains that the land is poisoned and contaminated, and therefore needs to be cleansed through an ancient sacred ritual. Holding the doll to her chest, the girl does not understand how such a thing can help, because it was this very thing that the king first ordered to be brought. Leaning against the wall, the young man points to the women who made the dolls, and behind him, the girl watches the process with interest. The dolls were to be made by women who had already given birth, and Leon asked them to show him each one they made with their own hands. He carefully examines one of the dolls as if evaluating a relic, because a competition has unfolded among the plains to create the best body for the ritual. A dark-haired girl stands before him, and when he looks at her doll, he says with surprise that it is impossible, and she asks him what exactly he means. Leon angrily tears the doll apart and exclaims that it cannot be an eccentric metaphysical body suitable for sacred acts. Seeing the straw cockerel, he throws it to the ground, calling it a complete failure and a disgrace to such a responsible ritual. Rejecting another doll, he angrily asks how a woman who has never given birth could have made it, saying that it insults the essence of the ritual. A pile of failed dolls lies at his feet, none of them having passed the test, and the ritual is in danger of being disrupted. Suddenly, an old woman emerges from the crowd with a doll in her hand, and even the angry Leon stops to look at her, sensing something special. The little doll in a green dress with 2 pigtails seems to glow from within. It is exactly what Leon was looking for. She embodies the ideal. Taking the old woman by the shoulders, he asks how many children she has given birth to. And upon hearing the number 12, he whispers in awe that she is the true mother of the nation. He kisses her hand with respect and says that he usually sends knights with gifts, but today he himself bows his head in deep gratitude. The straw doll hangs quietly in his hand, radiating warmth, kindness, and blessing, like the embodiment of fertility itself. A candle burns on a wooden table in the middle of the field, illuminating the night, and in the center stands the doll as a symbol of the earth's power. The blond man solemnly declares that all preparations are complete and reaches his hand through the shining blue portal of pure energy. From the energy of the portal, he takes out a golden cup decorated with gems that shine like stars against the night sky. Holding the cup with both hands, he begins to recite an ancient spell, summoning the mother of the harvest to these ravaged lands. Everyone stands still, not taking their eyes off him, while Leon solemnly raises the doll upward as a symbol of the rebirth and prosperity of this valley. A golden glow emanates from the cup, flooding everything around with light, and Leon respectfully asks that the doll be accepted as a sacrifice of purification. At that moment, the cup fills with a glowing liquid that shines with a magical glow, as if it has gathered the power of the heavens and the earth itself. The stunned girl puts her hand to her mouth, unable to comprehend how the empty cup filled itself with water from another dimension. Against the backdrop of the iridescent cup, rays of sunlight appear, piercing the sky as if greeting from the heavens. Drops of golden water fall onto the table, and the sky above them glows red, a sign that forces have awakened in the clouds. A fair-haired young man with his eyes closed is completely focused, knowing that this is the beginning of a new life, a new hope for the devastated land. Golden water pours noisily onto the doll, as if striving to breathe life and strength into it and awaken an ancient memory of light. Those present exclaim in amazement, "How is this possible?" Because the doll begins to move, as if awakening from a long sleep. And then a thin, delicate voice addresses Leon as if he were her uncle, and the boy's heart trembles with amazement. Leon leans closer and greets her with respect, calling her Mother Earth, the one who has returned to bless these lands again. And there she is, Demira, the goddess of life, emerging from the light, standing by the bowl, her gaze full of light, warmth, and boundless love. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, the boy folds his hands in prayer, honoring the goddess of life among his attentive companions. With a radiant smile, the goddess girl with a childish face announces the darkness that has overshadowed this seemingly bright land. Looking toward the horizon, the boy, with a shadow of anxiety in his eyes, realizes that there is evil in this world, but there is no one to restrain it. His confused companion, covered in sweat, looks back anxiously at the words about the dirt that distorts the truth, as if feeling his own guilt. With a tender gaze at the evening sky, the goddess reflects that even ignorance and greed are natural traits of mortals, and not always their faults. Sitting opposite the little goddess against the backdrop of the western sky, the boy silently ponders the question that makes his heart beat faster. What to do next? Lowering his gaze, he admits with inner conviction that it is easy to become a swordsman, but a true conqueror bows only before the divine. With light in his eyes and his hand on his chest, he solemnly promises to teach the ignorant and lead them on the righteous path, where faith is equal to service. Shining with a warm light against the backdrop of golden mist, the goddess with a gentle smile prophesies the emergence of a new pantheon on this ravaged land. Hands stretched toward the light touch the answer from above, as the goddess's voice gently asks about desires, emphasizing that she is always ready. In the rays of heavenly light, the winged figure of Demira listens to the prayer of a man who begs for healing and purification of the world from evil. The smiling goddess with a gentle gaze solemnly proclaims that he is the head of the temple and the protector entrusted with a sacred calling. Against the backdrop of soft light, a drop of divine power flows from her hand, for this land has not yet become the body of the goddess herself. When the golden essence falls among the ears of grain, she promises to replace the depleted earth with her own flesh to fill it with power. A bright ray of divine light cuts through the sky and earth, filling the air with thunder and sacred energy that brings purification. Golden reflections sparkle on the stalks as drops of power begin to seep into the ears of corn, reviving the weary earth. Awed and stunned, eyewitnesses watch with trepidation the miracle that has just taken place before their eyes. Illuminated by flame and determination, the young man addresses everyone with a passionate call to learn, so as not to remain in the darkness of ignorance. Above the endless golden field, glistening in the rays of dawn, a solemn proclamation of the goddess's blessing resounds. The ears of ripe grain bow in the rays of light as a voice from above commands them to give birth to new life and prosper in a renewed world. Struck by emotion, the girl listens with wonder to the words about the sacred duty of all living beings, and her face shines with awe and amazement that envelops everyone around her. Standing in the middle of a golden field with a child's doll in the center, the hero solemnly proclaims that this fertile land will be proof of an eternal promise that even time cannot erase. The enemy clutches the ears of wheat in horror, unable to believe in the power of this world, while the entire field around him blazes with light in the embodiment of a new order. Standing before everyone, he loudly urges them not to be deceived, accusing the harvest of being poisonous, but his words only evoke silent amazement and doubt in the eyes of his listeners. The blond man looks over his shoulder with cold determination, indignantly replying that the harvest is blessed by the gods, and only a fool would call it poison. The redhead, his face contorted with anger, calls the doll a stupid straw doll and warns that he will tolerate ignorance only once. With an icy coldness in his eyes, the blond young man warns that ignorance will be forgiven only once, and orders his opponent not to insult the goddess with his foul mouth, forcing him to calm his anger. Enraged and confused, the ruddy-faced leader, realizing the failure of his plan, hisses curses and marvels at the stranger's determination, while his men remain stunned and silent. With a pale face and a damp forehead, the man shudders and gasps under the pressure of a foreign force that seems to squeeze him from within, forcing him to swallow his fear. Confident in his righteousness, the man swears with insane determination in his eyes that he will not allow further lies and will expose them. Gathering all the witnesses, he solemnly declares that verification is inevitable and insists on cooperation for the sake of the safety of others, considering his opponent a fraud. Showing the seriousness of his intentions, the officer officially appoints an evaluator to confirm the truth or expose the lie in front of everyone. After assessing the situation, the man with a serious expression folds his hands and solemnly declares that he is beginning the verification procedure. The pressure of his hand causes a powerful blue wave to rise with a roar, and everyone watches intently as the force bursts out of his body. Seeing the result, the opponent opens his eyes in horror and, unable to believe what he sees, exclaims a single word in fear. A blue sign appears on the screen, confirming that the rice has a rare rank and the gift of the goddess Demira, capable of healing third-level diseases. The man with the glowing ball in his hand exclaims enthusiastically that all this rice has healing properties and even cures cancer, impressing everyone around him. A girl with a wheat ear in her hands asks in surprise if this is true, and a guy with a child behind her proudly confirms that it is a real miracle. The flash of inspiration in the man's eyes turns into determination, and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he loudly orders someone to bring a pot from the cook's house, realizing the importance of what is happening. Amidst the golden ears of corn, against the backdrop of the warm sun, as if by magic, a simple but symbolic cooking structure made of wood appears, ready for the great task. With the first spoonful of fragrant rice, the man freezes in awe. His eyes widen and flashes of data flicker around him, confirming that this is incredible. The system displays a message about the blessed rice, which dramatically increases stamina and mana recovery within 8 hours, turning the dish into a real power booster. Sitting on a bench with a bowl in his hands, the guy asks in surprise how ordinary rice can be equivalent to a $3 million elixir, while behind him a girl runs excitedly with the news. Filled with enthusiasm, the girl with rice in her hands shouts that she can't believe what she's seen, and the manager calmly asks her to chew first and then talk. With a sparkle in her eyes, she asks what will happen if she eats a bug, and he, stammering, asks again in fear, not believing what she said. He exclaims in shock that he has received a buff, and everyone around him looks on warily, trying to understand what has happened. The hero anxiously reflects that the blessing has enveloped everything around him, and perhaps everyone has received a buff for free. The boy looks back at the golden field with an icy gaze, responding to the goddess Demeter with respect and quiet submission. Listening to her inner voice, the goddess realizes that she has fulfilled her mission, and a hint of happiness appears on her face. The young man bows and gratefully bows before the goddess, promising to remember her heavenly love and generosity forever. Under the gentle touch of light, the young man hears the voice of the goddess, who again gently addresses him with her last wise advice. The smiling goddess in a cloak appears before him, reminding him with warm concern that even heroes must not forget to eat. A small doll, a symbol of the past and childhood memories, silently falls onto the table, leaving behind light clouds of dust. The girl asks about God with undisguised doubt, but her uncertain answer betrays her lack of knowledge about her native world. A surprise conversation against the backdrop of the setting sun reveals the truth that all this power is a divine gift. In the burning sky, a gate opens like a fiery eye, ready to swallow the army that has just finished its pre-battle feast. Two warriors in red and white cloaks look ahead with concern, fearing that the slow pace threatens the success of their plan. The red-faced commander shouts furiously about the appearance of this boy, who was thought to be dead. A group of people heads toward the burning portal, among them a blonde man and a red-haired girl, while an ominous voice in their minds wishes death upon one of them. In a flash of bright light, a man with a blue tint to his face turns sharply, sensing something disturbing and unexpected. The dark-haired leader with a smug smile accepts a cunning plan, while his subordinate cautiously asks questions, sensing something is wrong. During a brief report, the two warriors discuss their progress in the dungeon, acknowledging the difficulties but confirming a partial cleanup. With genuine surprise, the young man suddenly exclaims when he notices something shocking right in front of him. Smiling mockingly, the treacherous man with shining eyes mocks the sole survivor, considering him a weak sorcerer incapable of surviving in real combat. His eyes flash red, and an ominous smile accompanies his ruthless declaration that the others don't stand a chance. From behind the gate emerges the gloomy silhouette of a giant in black armor, exuding boundless darkness and an icy cold threat. From the depths of magical darkness emerges the silhouette of a horseman in black armor, enveloped in a storm of shadows and menacing silence. With a terrifying fury on their faces, the vile creatures rush forward, announcing that it is simply impossible to defeat them by ordinary means. A warning about a breakthrough from the dungeon appears on the screen like a sentence, starting a countdown to the death of everyone left inside. In the depths of the icy cave, where silence echoes between the stalactites, a dim light breaks through the darkness, leading to the beginning of an unknown path. Footsteps echo confidently on the frozen stones of the cave, where every movement in the darkness is echoed by the ominous whisper of the wind. An armed group of hunters, focused and ready for battle, resolutely enters the labyrinth of ice, where a deadly test awaits them. A blond man with a piercing gaze explains the essence of the task, standing against the backdrop of rocks and cold, which squeezes the silent emptiness around him. The young man with a spark in his eyes enthusiastically imagines a duel with the boss, without even admitting that such battles are usually fought by a crowd. The team freezes in front of the skeleton, while the blond man thoughtfully realizes that there are many more enemies in this place than it seemed. Looking at the remains of the dead, he admits that someone has already tried to clear the dungeon, but it is this unusual feature that has made it a deadly trap. Sitting in front of the threat scale, the girl explains that the number of enemies does not decrease because skeletons, zombies, and even demons are constantly being reborn. The ominous glow of the skulls and the endless stream of the living dead indicate that as long as the boss is alive, the wave of monsters will not stop. With awareness in his voice and cold logic in his eyes, the blond man realizes that the only way out is to defeat the boss and end the terrible cycle. In the depths of the dungeon, the team concludes that the main condition for purification is the destruction of the boss, who is most likely controlled by a necromancer. Standing in front of the red system panel, the girl realizes with alarm that the situation is critical and the countdown to the breakthrough has already begun. The system sternly announces the beginning of the dungeon's breakthrough, and all living beings have 3 hours to defeat the Knight Commander Dullahan. The team is instantly struck by a magical wave, and all the fighters fall to the ground, writhing from the unexpected paralyzing blow. An outraged fighter with a shield explodes with a cry, accusing the leader of hiding the threat that has now put everyone at risk. A figure emerges from the darkness, a knight in a helmet with burning eyes. Commander Dullahan enters the battlefield, leaving no room for error. At the head of an endless army of skeletons, Commander Dullahan leads the attack, while the red bar counts down the last hours before disaster. With eyes burning with cold blue fire, the skeletons rush forward with a roar, as if darkness itself has risen against the living. Seeing the enemy army, the team panics and shouts about their numbers, while the leader calmly orders them to save their potions for the strongest. Aiming intently, the archer counts the enemies and reports that there are 30 archers and 2 mages among the skeletons. The leader clearly gives orders that those with spinning skills should focus on distant targets, while shield bearers should hold back the enemy's advance. One of the fighters standing before the advancing horde of skeletons defiantly utters a farewell phrase, clutching his shield against the onslaught of darkness. With a bright flash of blue flame, skeletons with burning eyes emerge from the darkness, preparing for a lightning attack. In a fierce clash of shield and sword, sparks fly in all directions, and the warrior holds back the onslaught of his skeletal opponent with a fierce cry. Drenched in sweat and tension, the hero grits his teeth, realizing that these creatures are much stronger than he thought, and the danger level of the gate is increasing. With a sharp jerk, the tank strikes the skeleton with a giant hammer, but the enemy's strength proves to be greater than he expected. Feeling the pressure at the limit of his abilities, the young man tensely admits that even for a B-rank tank, this battle is becoming a real test. Noticing something behind him, The hero looks back sharply with an anxious gasp, his body already filled with powerful energy. Gloomy skeleton mages raise their hands to the sky, activating a complex circle with glowing runes, casting a powerful spell that even living sorcerers cannot wield. A group of defenders rush forward with battle cries, seeking to seize the initiative and draw the skeleton's attention to themselves. One of the skeleton mages holds energy balls with terrifying confidence, forming a deadly attack that threatens to incinerate everything in its path. A powerful magical incision cuts through the night darkness, flying from the skeleton mage's hand, striking the front line and causing panic among the defenders. The guy shackled in blue flames admits with a half-smile that the blow was only like a mosquito bite, hinting at the strength of his equipment. With a roar and a storm of energy, a rider in black armor appears on a hellish steed, and the fighter clenches his hammer, preparing to meet his deadly enemy. The warrior, with a determined look, bound by a wave of magic, tensely prepares for battle, realizing the full power of the enemy before him. From the depths of the ice gate appears the majestic Dullahan, glowing with blue fire and carrying the threat of death to anyone who dares to approach. The hero's shield flashes with a powerful blue glow, awakening an unexpected magical power that causes his enemies to freeze in surprise. The Dark Knight swings his blade with frenzied force, directing an explosion of light straight into the enemy's chest and stripping him of his last ounce of strength. After the brutal blow, the fighter jumps to his feet amid cracks in the ground, breathing heavily and trying to keep his balance next to his broken shield. The girl cries out the wounded man's name in horror, while the blonde man stands silently nearby, hiding his anxiety behind a cold exterior. The pink warrior, clenching her teeth tensely, hears her companion's cry for help and hesitates to call for reinforcements. Against the backdrop of a frenzied battle and the monster's lightning-fast attacks, one of the fighters cries out in horror that help is needed for just such a case, because the enemy's sword is too fast. Even though King Lionheart, the conqueror of the great demon, stands before them, the pink-haired girl anxiously calls out his name. The distraught red-haired girl, stammering with fear and hope, begs the hero for help. After a moment of silence and suppressing his emotions, he looks ahead with cold rationality, thinking about his next move. A blond man with a serious face and a determined look says that it is not fitting for a king to engage in an overly easy battle, causing surprise in his interlocutor. Slightly agitated but trying to maintain her dignity, the girl calls for ways to regain honor. With seriousness and inner protest, the boy adds that this is also an insult to the goddess and admits that he can no longer bear to watch. Confused and shocked, the girl, her eyes wide open, mentally exclaims what he is talking about, while behind her someone asks her what they should do next. With a serious look, the girl says anxiously that there is almost no time left and that they should not expect any help from him. The guy explains with cold concentration that he is only interested in Dullahan and wonders how the undead can move like that. The girl with the sword declares that she will take on the boss herself and orders the others to support the head of the department and their allies in battle. With a piercing sound, the girl with bright hair rushes forward in a whirlwind of lightning attacks, clutching a blade in her hand, ready to sweep away everything in her path. In the darkness of the dungeon, an ominous army of skeletons with burning blue eyes advances, led by a rider shrouded in blue fire that radiates a menacing power. The black boot strikes the lifeless warrior's head with frenzied force, crushing his skull and causing his body to fall to the dust like a dead doll. In a swift lunge, the pink warrior, like lightning, descends from above onto the giant knight in black armor, focusing all the power of her blow in one precise spot. In the darkness of the night, amid a crowd of skeletons, a fiery explosion rises, tearing the sky with a bright stroke of power as the dark warrior raises his weapon, challenging the invasion of the dead. With a surprised cry, she sees the sword strike a vulnerable spot, but even the powerful blow does not bring the expected result, and the knight continues to stand unshakable. Gritting her teeth from the strain, the girl deflects her opponent's blow with her last ounce of strength and realizes with surprise that she has managed to block the attack, even though it seems incredible. Staring intently into the Dark Knight's shining eyes, she thinks tensely that she must pull him away from the others at all costs while they are still safe. But something in his behavior throws her off balance. Her eyes widen in shock as the ruthless armor suddenly shatters into pieces, and she freezes in surprise, completely unexpected by this turn of events. With blue flames blazing from his head, the terrifying knight clenches his fist and lunges forward, even sacrificing his own head to block the view. The pink warrior screams as she brings her sword down from the heavens, and her strike, like lightning, pierces through the skeleton and strikes the huge, hideous enemy, causing him to cry out in surprise. Kneeling on one knee, the girl breathes heavily from the strain, leaning on her sword. Still reeling from the shock, she looks around anxiously, feeling a sudden burst of power piercing the air like lightning. Plucked from the crowd, a horseman in black armor rushes through the flash of magic, and the girl with a scythe in her hand watches him closely, realizing that the enemy has broken away from the others. Switching to a new form of attack, the girl with the battle scythe rushes towards the enemy, boldly declaring that her arsenal of abilities is limitless. In a hellish explosion that tears apart the earth and sky, a lone silhouette stands amid the flames, screaming loudly in agony. As the shadow of the rider emerges from the cloud of energy, the girl clenches her sword and joyfully exclaims that she has finally broken through the enemy's defenses. With a look of determined fury and a burning sword in her hands, she confidently proclaims that this blow is enough to finish him off for good. In a flash of fire and an explosion of power, the huge black knight with blue flames on his head swings his sword with all his might, releasing a devastating wave of energy into the attack. The warrior looks at her opponent in shock, who has blocked her attack with a chain, realizing that she is facing not an ordinary warrior, but someone much stronger. The blow that was supposed to destroy everything in its path suddenly stops. The enemy managed to intercept the attack with the blunt side of his sword. The red-haired girl quickly falls into a fighting stance, and recognition flashes in her eyes because this posture belongs to none other than him, the one she was not supposed to meet here. The horseman in heavy armor, armed with a bright sword, delivers a powerful blow, radiating icy power and ruthless determination. The next moment, she feels a devastating blow from above, clenches her jaws in pain, and squeezes her eyes shut, screaming from the sudden impact. Amidst clouds of smoke, illuminated by sparks and the roar of applause, the figures on the mountain freeze in awe at the spectacular display of power, which some call truly impressive. Clapping his hands in recognition, he remarks enthusiastically that his opponent is so skilled with a sword in one hand that he must have been a noble warrior in the past. Remaining calm and respectful, the young man folds his hands in a gesture of submission and sincerely apologizes for mistaking the noble knight for an ordinary mortal. King Lionheart solemnly grants his unknown opponent the right to challenge him to a duel, while the wounded girl below looks at him with anxiety and surprise. The hero bravely steps forward through the lava of skeletons and, stopping in front of them, declares in a firm voice that there is no point in shedding more blood. With a look of noble determination, he calls on the enemy to stop the senseless slaughter and end the battle with a fair duel between two knights. Hearing the terrible truth, the red-haired girl exclaims in horror that he has challenged the boss to a duel, shocking everyone and even causing the skeleton to flinch. Everyone freezes in silent tension as a terrifying knight with blue flames instead of a face, who seems to be the embodiment of death itself, enters the scene. And now, accompanied by clouds of smoke and the glow of supernatural fire, the night boss accepts the challenge, and the main character rejoices inwardly that it worked. In the dark cave, two skeletons with burning blue eyes walk forward, glancing at each other creakily in anticipation of an order. The knight in black armor with flames on his skull trudges forward when a guy in dark clothes stops him and solemnly addresses him as a valiant knight. Reaching his hand over the magic circle, the boy, with cold determination in his voice, allows the knight to lay down his head, commanding respect even from the dead. The mysterious knight with a burning blue skull on his helmet, holding a two-handed sword in one hand, ominously admits that the fight will be unfair if only one hand is used. The embarrassed boy with a sword in his hands preparing for battle listens to the girl who wants to tell him something. A frightened girl with pink hair, anxiously clutching her sleeve, explains that Dullahan will not die unless his head is destroyed, thus hinting at the danger of inaction. A blond boy with a gleam of determination in his eyes, not particularly impressed by the warning, defiantly asks if it matters at all, demonstrating his disregard for rules and fear. The white girl with wide eyes replies seriously that yes, it does matter, and wonders aloud how he intends to defeat Dullahan without touching his head. The Knight of Death, with blue flames instead of a face, prepares for battle and hands his helmet to the skeleton, while the young man declares with cold confidence that it doesn't matter, as the winner is determined by the knight's honor. In icy tension, the dead commander strides forward majestically with a heavy sword, while the young man in simple clothes stands unshakably, holding his weapon in front of a group of prisoners, ready to accept the challenge. With a determined look, the young man calls himself the best knight of the goddess of light and justice, and his opponent, Prince Draconia and King Lionheart. With ominous dignity, he falls to his knee, pressing his sword to his chest and announcing that he accepts the challenge of the valiant knight, thereby acknowledging the equality and honor of the battle. The Black Knight with a burning blue skull flies forward with a sweeping blow, raising a storm of stones and energy, trying to hover over his opponent with all his weight. The next moment, he leaps from his place, rising into the sky like lightning, and crashes down on his opponent from above, like a punishment from the dark sky, delivering a deadly blow. In the next moment, a fiery wave of light cuts the enemy in half, tearing through the air, the ground, and the darkness along with the monster's body. Focused and silent, the platinum-haired boy prepares for battle, and an aura of power ignites around him, like lightning warning of a storm. Confidently and effortlessly, he stops the giant sword of the Ghost Knight with a burning blue flame instead of a face with one hand, showing no sign of fear. The blonde-haired boy instantly stops his opponent's attack with his sword, the gleam in his eyes and the tension of his movements betraying his absolute concentration. Calmly looking at the knight burning with blue fire, the boy begins his countdown coldly and without emotion. He stands before the giant knight, holding his sword and not looking away, while the flames on his enemy rise higher. The dark knight with a burning blue skull soars upward, swinging his massive sword, while the golden-haired boy calmly watches from below, as if he has no intention of dodging. The sinister horseman with a fiery face prepares for a devastating blow, his body tense as a bowstring, and the blue fire bursting from under his helmet freezes in anticipation of an explosion of power. But as soon as the blow begins, the boy with the impassive face intercepts the sword himself and releases a golden arc of energy that cuts through the air with such force that the earth and stones fly away like light dust. With genuine surprise and fear on her face, the girl exclaims, not believing what she has seen, that he was able to parry such a powerful blow. Assessing his opponent's condition with a cold gaze, the young man with icy eyes remains silent, then sarcastically remarks that he is barely standing. In the next moment, the sky is torn apart by a thunderous flash, and the young warrior, standing in the middle of an explosion of stones and lightning, unexpectedly blocks a devastating blow, causing his opponent to flinch. Impressed by what he has seen, the boy asks with a confused look if anyone else has noticed what has happened, as he was sure that the target had been hit. A smiling girl with a sparkle in her eyes enthusiastically acknowledges the incredibility of what she has seen and asks her friend if she also saw it, not hiding her excitement. Observing the precision of his movements, she realizes with surprise that he shifted his weight and turned his sword at the moment of impact, inflicting a targeted wound. Towering over his opponent, the hero defiantly declares that no one else would dare to try such a thing, as if emphasizing the uniqueness of his action. The blade of the sword pierces the aura of magic on the knight's chest with lightning speed, causing shock and a silent reaction that freezes between light and shadow. With cold determination in his eyes, the hero lowers his sword right into the center of the source of power, coldly uttering the word Ava, while his opponent explodes with a scream of 5 exclamation marks. Serious and focused, the blonde man orders himself to take a fighting stance, acknowledging in his mind that his opponent is so strong that he deserves true respect. Amidst the dull thud of blows and the trembling of the cave, he recalls how long ago he last met a knight who treated him as an equal and challenged him to a fair duel. Both warriors prepare for battle, while the others watch tensely from afar, wondering whether this is a real challenge or a cunning maneuver to avoid defeat. With an angry shout, the Dark Knight emerges from the smoke in blazing blue flashes, bearing a sword that burns with runes, as if his anger itself had been embodied in flames. With calm pride in his eyes and a straight posture, the young man looks ahead, holding his sword behind his back like a seasoned veteran ready for another battle. Smiling with noble determination, he quietly says that he will accept this blow, for in his gaze burns honor and an unbreakable desire for greatness. With determination in his eyes, the young man strikes a swift blow, enveloping the Dark Knight in a flash of energy and breaking through his defense with a lightning-fast breakthrough. With a merciless swing of his sword, the young man cuts through the air and his target at the same time, piercing the monster's armor, which explodes loudly, while the surprised observers freeze in the background. Standing close to his opponent, the young man coldly counts to 3, and the demonic giant freezes in silent tension, not realizing that he is already doomed. With the ideal of a valiant knight in his eyes and a heavy sword in his hand, he calmly but defiantly asks if his opponent has the strength to continue the fight. For before him stands the King of Knights, whom they respect and challenge. Turning his back on his enemy, the young man renounces the necromancer's power because he wants to fight fairly, without magic, forever, like a true warrior. The Dark Knight with flames in his skull leaps forward with a roar, ready to accept the challenge with dignity, according to the code, like a true knight. Lightning-fast sword strikes echo under the dome of the cave, as the warrior with blue flames, instead of a face, attacks the young man, who, holding back the fiery onslaught, shouts a ban on magic. Recalling past battles, the boy remembers how he once competed with famous knights when he was still traveling the world and was full of dignity. Seeing the fiery enemy before him, he realizes that this awakening is a memory of the honor he once lost, and now seeks to regain. In flashes of blinding light, a blade appears, flying rapidly toward the enemy to take his life. In a cave flooded with a dim blue glow, the figure stops near a giant sword, and the young man counts aloud to 10, preparing for the final step. The blond man looks over his shoulder with a cold smile and notices that his opponent's sword skills are improving, then asks suspiciously if memories from his past life have returned to him. The giant Dark Knight with blue flames instead of a head breathes heavily and gets to his feet, emotionally admitting that his opponent has momentarily restored his sense of glory from his past life. The young man with the sword asks directly if the knight will continue the fight, and the knight responds with a muffled growl, no longer possessing the same fierce determination. Turning to his skeleton subordinates, he looks at them as if seeing his old troops for the first time in a long time, and hesitates about what to do next. In the silent darkness of the rain, a skeleton with burning blue eyes appears, embracing a creepy helmet that glows with the same fire, as if awakening something ancient and ominous. Carefully and respectfully, he places his hand on the helmet, and from the touch of the dark metal, a powerful wave of energy bursts forth, as if paving the way for rebirth. In the next moment, the dark figure in armor rises from the abyss of magic, and with an ominous smile on his lips, says how long he has been waiting for this. Against the backdrop of a red sky and a graveyard littered with corpses and bones, the dark figure with flames on his head recalls how long he fought without any honor. The defeated knight in black armor kneels with his last effort, believing that if he can end his cursed existence this way, it will be a worthy finale. Standing before him with cold composure, the blond man takes the enemy's helmet, engulfed in blue flames, and the defeated man says with dull triumph that this will be the greatest pleasure for him. With a slight smile on his lips and a calm gaze, the young man sincerely expresses his joy at restoring his interlocutor's honor. Reaching for the heavy black helmet, he gently whispers a prayer while the confused crowd watches this gesture with excitement. In the glow of magical light, he solemnly says that if there is faith, may God rest the soul, and if not, may the goddess lead it to the garden. With a slight smile on his lips and eyes full of farewell kindness, the young man utters his last words, hoping to meet the great knight again at the banquet of the gods. A whirlwind of light shatters the black armor into thousands of fragments that fly through the air, like the fading shadows of past evil. Standing in the center of the glow, he touches the enemy figure, uttering a sacred formula, and from his hand, as if from a spring, divine light bursts forth, illuminating everything around him. The hand, freed from darkness, freezes in a gentle movement, filled with only calm and unshakable grace. An evil mask covers Leon's face and majestic words echo in the air. May glory, won by fire and blood, come with him. The field is filled with noise and movement. Everyone is busy with their own affairs, and among the crowd, a pair of young figures stride confidently. The red-haired girl says that he kept his word. Everything ended in a duel, as promised, without tricks or escape. She recalls his words about light with surprise, and the boy admits thoughtfully that perhaps it was that divine power. With a smile, she reproaches him, saying he should have done it right away. But the boy raises an eyebrow and confidently says that then everything would have been different. Looking into the distance, he adds that in that case, the knight would have died like an ordinary necromancer, without honor and without a name. The truth is that honor is not given by words, it comes from the will to act. So Dallas got everything he chose and deserved. Turning his back on them, the young man walks forward, silently searching for his reward, and the girl asks in surprise what he means. Without stopping, he looks back over his shoulder and replies that if there was a battle, there must be a reward, because that is what the law of power dictates. A purple magic ball lies on a velvet pillow, emitting a deep purple glow that catches the eye and takes your breath away. All three lean closer, enchanted by its energy, sensing that it contains an extremely powerful reserve of mana. The shimmering light plays on its surface like stars in the sky, and its beauty seems almost divine, beyond comprehension. But suddenly Leon's gaze changes sharply, becoming cold and hard, directed forward. The dark-haired man says mockingly that this ball is just shiny junk, and there are things that can be sold for much more profit. At that moment, the ball on the pillow loses its shine, its glow fades, and a crack echoes in the silence as it splits, losing its magic. All three sigh in despair. A moment ago, it was something magical, and now it is only fragments of what could have changed destinies. Frowning, Leon declares that such a thing can only bring chaos and fear, and never true power or blessing. Suddenly, a blue information sign flashes in the air, displaying a message that the gate has been cleared and the boss has been successfully destroyed. Sunlight pours through the ceiling as she slowly rolls the cart with wine and covered dishes, preparing for a new meeting. A few days after Leon's return, the girl wanders down the corridor with a tired look, as if carrying the shadow of restless thoughts. Filled with fatigue and anxiety, she recalls the turbulent events of the last few days, which came upon her like an unexpected whirlwind after Leon's return. Amidst a ripe field under a blue sky, the young man defiantly stands before the girl, denying the very idea that he has anything to pay anyone. The girl reacts silently to the king's stubbornness, while a wave of new supporters of his power spreads around. The worried grandfather, along with other villagers, seeks advice, not knowing how to fulfill the requirement to pay tithes. With a serious look and determination, the young man announces the merciless tax, 90% of the harvest, as a sacred tribute. The shocked old man, his eyes wide open, cannot believe the cruelty of the conditions that blur the line between faith and survival. With calm confidence, the young man declares that his guild will provide everything necessary, rejecting the very idea of hunger. The smiling girl announces the sky-high price of the blessed rice, throwing the thunderous bill into the silence of the room. The elderly freeze with wide eyes, stunned by the news that every 80 kilograms of rice costs a fortune. Smiling and confident, Leon elicits a new wave of admiration, hinting that tithing will open the way to even greater riches. Entering the modest apartment, he indignantly demands luxury, paintings, and servants, feeling as if he were in the middle of a battlefield. At night, Gary, with the phone in his trembling fingers, searches for a 5-star hotel to satisfy the royal whims of the new guest. Kneeling in front of the bed, Gary tearfully begs for forgiveness for a room without masterpieces of art. With a touch of formality, the girl presents herself at the food cart, preparing to respond to the whims worthy of a real president. In a room with a panoramic view, Leon calmly enjoys the luxury while Gary carefully rolls in breakfast and restrains her inner turmoil. In a fluffy robe and with a glass of wine in his hand, Leon leisurely eats breakfast, wondering why Gary hasn't eaten yet. With his eyes closed, as if reading a moral, he reminds her not to skip meals, leaving the girl in a slight stupor. The luxurious table glitters with dishes, among which appetizing meat and sauce attracts the eye like a work of culinary art. Although the food looks delicious, the girl quietly thinks that she will have a sandwich or something similar later. The guy calmly tells her to sit down next to him, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. With surprise and hope in her eyes, she asks if he really intends to share his breakfast with her. The girl laughs awkwardly with her palms pressed against her chin, as if blessing the food. But the guy cuts the atmosphere short with a cold expression, asking what she is doing. The blonde man with an icy gaze turns to her, pausing, and she, not understanding the situation, asks what he means. The confused girl, with bewildered eyes and her palms pressed together, begs with her eyes, trying to justify herself, saying that she just thought he wanted to share his food with her, but instead she is reproached for wasting time instead of cutting the ribs. The blonde man asks coldly, with a contemptuous look, in which country kings and peasants dine at the same table, and the girl freezes silently, her face full of shock. The car with tinted windows smoothly pulls up to a huge glass skyscraper, reflecting the city in its shiny windows, welcoming the new resident. The car moves slowly down the sunny street, while from inside comes a promise from the Hunters Association to provide the hero with resources and housing, if not a palace, then at least a comfortable place to stay. The sun-kissed blonde man sitting in the back seat thanks them for their kindness, hinting that as a guest he will not ask for too much and will rely on his companion. The red-haired girl timidly asks him about the distribution of the reward, but the young man, with an indifferent expression on his face, orders her to take care of it herself. Nervous, but with a spark of cunning in her eyes, she confesses that she really likes his raincoat and asks him to leave it with her. They stop in front of a modern building, where she smiles and talks about its convenient location near the Hunters Association and boasts about the helipad on the roof, adding enthusiasm to the new location. Walking alongside the red-eyed girl in the center of the metropolis, the young man silently nods at her enthusiastic voice, ignoring her fervor and staring intently at the mysterious white sculpture ahead. Seeing the strange structure made of smooth, shiny stones stacked into a tall tower, he squints in disbelief and wonders what this bizarre creation is. Inside the spacious modern hall with warm lighting and bookshelves, there is silence, as if everything is being prepared for the arrival of someone important and unexpected. Entering the room together, the girl and the blonde man meet a figure who unexpectedly calls her the junior manager of the Hunters Association. And the couple's reaction is one of complete surprise and shock. Summoning her courage and determination, the girl, with a cold gaze and a drop of sweat on her cheek, warns herself that no one should know about this. Park Yeon-chan, with a suspicious smile, puts his hand on his chest and introduces himself as the director of a food company of the future. The shocked girl turns pale at the mention of the Do Young Group, one of the three most powerful corporations, and is surprised by such a high-level meeting. The director's face darkens with a pink shadow of cunning, and his gaze reveals deep self-confidence and hidden intentions. With a sly smile, the director extends his hand and greets Lionheart, recognizing him as the survivor he already knows everything about. He politely states his full name, Leon Draconian Lionheart, while the young man stands silently with a shadowed face, hiding his emotions. Shocked and indignant, Leon looks up and wonders how a simple merchant dared to offer him a handshake. His gaze, directed at the ceiling of the brightly lit room, is accompanied by the restrained sound of footsteps, while a voice informs him that the association is providing this accommodation for a whole year. In the elegant apartment, the girl reads out a list of privileges, assuring him that rent and living expenses are covered, and also reminds him of the availability of maids whose services can be used. Breathing a sigh of relief, the girl admits that the situation is not so dangerous. But deep down, she does not forget that information about the survivors is a strict secret. Seeing the pink-haired man freeze in amazement, the girl sighs with relief because Leon completely ignores him and moves on. She asks in surprise why he wanted to meet them in the first place, to which the young man replies that merchants always want only one thing. Leon, calmly looking out the window, suggests that he was looking for profit, and the girl, her eyes wide open, asks in surprise. The girl, with her eyes wide open and a drop of sweat on her cheek, exclaims about rice, because the reason for everything lies in the blessed harvest of the Hanam Plains, which glows with gold behind her. Under the evening sky, among the trees and bushes, the boy in the jacket has no idea that a suspicious man in dark glasses is secretly watching him, while the plan to keep the information secret begins to fall apart. The angry streamer, with a wild gleam in his eyes and a smug smile, triumphantly holds his smartphone, rejoicing at the recording of the incident, even though the association is already demanding the immediate removal of the video. The girl stares in horror at the phone screen, where the scandalous video, which seemed to have been deleted long ago, has just reappeared. The familiar blessed rice video with Farmer Mr. Park against the backdrop of golden fields reappears on the phone screen, causing disturbing speculation. She looks at the same video in despair, clutching her phone and cursing because the video has returned despite all efforts to remove it. The angry man clutches his phone and curls his lips in anger, shouting an insult that echoes angrily around the room. With a skeptical tone, he questions the real effect of the rice, holding up the screen with the image of the farmer, and the scientist behind him becomes increasingly uncomfortable as he mumbles about the results on rats. The confused researcher, with beads of sweat on his forehead and a frightened look in his eyes, mumbles something barely audible, unable to give a definite answer. The secretary, with a serious look on her face, informs the director that they met with the field owners to gather more information about the rice, but her voice already betrays her doubt. In one of the villages, a dying dog recovered after eating the rice, and residents suffering from inflammation and other ailments suddenly began to recover quickly. With an ominous smile, the director concludes that although no experiments have been conducted on humans yet, the effectiveness of rice has already been proven, so all of this is true. The director clenches his hands angrily, remembering how the insolent man dared to call him a simple businessman, making him boil with humiliation. The secretary insists that they should meet with him again, because the power of this rice is beyond logic, and the director, with clenched teeth, agrees. The explosion of emotions reaches its peak when he furiously slams his fist on the table, unable to believe that anyone could look down on him. Clenching his fists over the keyboard against a backdrop of explosive anger, he considers his opponent arrogant solely because of his features and calls him a savage enemy. Smiling ominously in the shadows, he equates his opponent with other survivors who live under the illusion that their former world was the best. With a haughty expression on his face and a phone in his hand, he declares that he will defeat his opponent with culture shock, calling him a savage with contemptuous delight. Returning to Earth in the glow of divine fire, Leon solemnly stands before the others and proclaims 3 goals, the first of which is to increase the number of believers. Among the multitude of religions and images of gods, Leon states that there is no true deity and explains that people should believe in God and carry his love. To gain access to divine power, Leon decides to spread the new faith and gather more and more followers around him. In the fiery frenzy of battle, the goddess's knights appear, adhering to sacred law and striking terror into the hearts of demons. Leon's second goal is to restore the order of the Knights of the Holy Grail, warriors who possess holy power and are second only to demigods. Against the backdrop of a sky filled with smoke and light, the hero stands with a determined look on his face atop a mountain of fallen demons, like a symbol of purification and retribution. His feet tread confidently on the floor, and in his mind he formulates a plan to spread the faith, train new Knights of the Grail, and not wait for miracles from the aristocracy. Looking confidently out the window with a glass in his hand, the hero tells himself that everything must be done properly no matter what. Someone calls out to him, and the young man with a serious look turns his head in anticipation of news that will change the course of events. A surprised girl with pink hair looks anxiously at her phone and announces an official request for an audience, while the young man listens attentively, staring intently into the distance. The guy raises his eyebrows slightly and decides to listen to the petitioner without changing his calm expression. 3 stern men in black suits confidently enter the bright office, while the girl with pink hair watches them anxiously, while the king himself sits calmly by the window. The representative of the guest, with a cold expression, politely thanks him for the reception, addressing the young man as His Majesty, while the red-eyed girl smiles with barely noticeable satisfaction. The pale-eyed king silently stares at the faces of the newcomers, resting his chin on his fist and assessing the situation with cautious thought. With feigned sincerity on his face and inner contempt in his thoughts, the pink-haired man announces a small gift, convincing himself that for the sake of corporate benefit, he can even bow his head to someone he despises. One of the escorts solemnly brings a heavy metal suitcase into the room, while the others silently wait for the reaction of the man with golden hair, who warily watches the developments. With feigned politeness, the pink-haired representative presents the suitcase as a gift, confident that its contents will cause a real shock to the person to whom he is presenting it. The malicious smile on the pink-haired man's face shines with confidence that such luxury will make the barbarian forget his former life and beg for more. The hero's cold gaze is accompanied by a quiet but firm agreement to accept the gift only out of mercy. The blond man in the suit freezes in amazement, unable to believe what he has heard, when he hears that the gift has indeed been accepted. The merchant, his face tense, tries to hide his embarrassment, convincing those present that they will definitely like the contents of the suitcase he has just opened. The red-haired girl looks in surprise at the stern blonde man, who with a wave of his hand instructs her to open the case, because explaining the rules of etiquette is too tiring for him. With curiosity in her eyes and a slight smile, the girl cautiously reaches for the case, as if anticipating something unexpected inside. The girl with the bright eyes presses the button and activates the mechanism, which begins to open loudly and rapidly. With a hiss and a cloud of steam, the futuristic case opens before her, causing her surprise and slight embarrassment. Stunned by the unexpected contents, the girl freezes, while the observer in the shadows smiles contentedly, enjoying her reaction. A man in a business suit solemnly displays a shiny stand with elite weapons, calling them the pride of the company and offering her to choose anyone. The girl is shocked to recognize the weapons as legendary creations by the masters of the Dullahan group, and the man smugly confirms their high quality. Hearing that she will be acting as a warrior, she is offered a high-quality sword, and she is amazed at how they can so easily give her such a rare weapon. She still can't believe she's seeing weapons that can't be bought for any amount of money, and soon she'll be using them. With a cold and commanding gaze, the blonde man stops the presentation, dismissively calling the weapon low quality and unworthy of his level. The red-haired girl's face pales with shock, and her colleague stammers, unable to believe that such an exceptional weapon could be considered substandard. Against the backdrop of radiance and divine fire, an angel with a spear appears, and the blonde man's cold gaze pierces the silence with the accusation that a weapon deprived of stellar energy and blessing is only suitable for hunting. In a panic, drenched in sweat, the merchant looks at the swords, not understanding the purpose of these prayers and ceremonies withdrawing in the sun, and asks himself what kind of nonsense this guy is talking about. Sitting calmly in his chair, he coldly accuses the merchant of losing his trust, while the latter hastily raises his hands, assuring him that it is all a regrettable misunderstanding. With an ironic smile and a cold stare, the young man forgives the merchant's clumsy attempts to foist dubious goods on him, recognizing that for sellers, any opportunity is a chance. Illuminated by a mystical glow and magical runes, he demonstrates his power by drawing an ancient sword. The shocked merchant steps back, not believing his eyes as a sword with an aura of ancient power appears out of nowhere, causing everyone to freeze in amazement. With an irritated smile on his lips and a dark flame in his eyes, the man with purple hair harbors resentment and thinks bitterly about being humiliated to the very end, but with feigned politeness agrees to see the ancient sword in action. Approaching the girl with the red braid, the man asks if she is the junior manager Han Hari, and when she replies with surprise, he smiles slyly as he enters the hall. Surprised and excited, the girl points to herself and asks again if she is really allowed to choose any sword she likes, and her eyes light up with surprise and joy. Smiling and excited, she returns to the case, preparing to take the desired weapon. In hesitant silence, the girl puts her hand on the panel glowing with a blue light, as if opening the door to a new challenge. With a deep lunge and a flash of light, she grabs the hilt of the sword, as if instinctively feeling that this artifact belongs to her. Looking solemnly at her prize, she says that she has waited 4 whole years, holding the legendary sword that now belongs to her again. Enveloped in a burning glow, she clutches the sword and proclaims with awe that she can feel its power, for it has withstood the 10-day trial of the burning sun of the special gate. Impressed by the power of the sword, which begins to glow in her hands, the girl asks with excitement if she is really allowed to wield it. Her eyes burn with determination, and the blade with a fiery trail is directed at the boy sitting calmly in the chair. The girl with the fiery sword solemnly raises it above her, announcing that she is beginning and unleashing a frenzied stream of fiery power. The red-hot blade flies downward, and the girl concentrates on delivering the first blow, putting all her strength into the decisive attack. The broken weapon explodes into fragments with a crack and a bright flash, intensifying the shock and panic in the enemy's ranks. The stunned girl stares at the cracked blade, which flies through the air right in front of the bewildered enemy. She lowers her sword, stunned by the result, while the young man in the chair calmly watches, as if nothing had happened. In a cold tone and without looking up, the blonde man says with disappointment that he did not even see a spark, acknowledging the experiment a waste of time. Narrowing his eyes intently, he orders the audience to be cut short and demands a brief report on the purpose of the visit in 3 minutes. The frightened man with wide eyes stammers in horror, unable to comprehend how the strongest weapon in their company could have broken. Shocked and with beads of sweat on his forehead, the pink-haired man says in horror that this is impossible, realizing that reality is violating all his ideas. The classic clock on the wall ticks mercilessly, and the voice behind the scenes quietly delays its answer, as if hinting at hesitation or internal struggle. With their heads bowed, a group of men in black suits obediently bowed, meekly declaring their intention to obtain a patent for rice. The frightened and sweaty blonde man feverishly agrees to pay, unable to believe what he has heard from his cold and unyielding opponent. Based on management's calculations, he names a fantastic sum of 180 billion won, but in his mind he admits that rice capable of curing cancer is actually worth much more. The calm and perceptive blonde man looks straight ahead, thinking that this savage has no idea how much money that is, and, barely containing his irony, asks if they really want to buy the rice. The smug red-haired man in a suit triumphantly thinks he has caught his opponent in a trap and joyfully announces a contract that gives his company the exclusive right to sell the rice. The blonde man looks coldly at the merchant, who sarcastically replies that they can still raise the price during the negotiations, and the young man mentally calls the man a dirty haggler. In the next moment, fire bursts around the blonde man. A menacing lion's face appears behind him, and his eyes glow with rage as he explodes with anger at the insult to the goddess. With cold contempt in his eyes, the blonde man asks how an ordinary merchant dared to commit sacrilege, while at the same time crushing his opponent with his gaze. Leading his gang, the villain rushes forward with rage in his eyes, but sudden surprise causes him to stop mid-step as something shakes his confidence. The swindler's face contorts with horror and pain as a powerful force squeezes his chest, forcing a muffled cry from him. A giant fire lion with burning eyes emerges before the stunned enemy, its boundless fury looming over a body frozen in terror and the thought of death. With cold contempt in his voice, the blonde man looks down from above, calls the enemy despicable, and orders him to repent of his sins, leaving him without a shred of hope. Depressed and trembling, the man falls to the floor and, with tears in his eyes, claims that he does not understand anything and sincerely does not understand what his fault is. Sitting with genuine contempt, he calls his interlocutor an ignoramus with a mocking smile, and the latter, exhausted and humiliated, barely restrains a bitter laugh bordering on despair. Against the backdrop of a golden field and clear sky, the blonde solemnly explains that the harvest is a blessing from the earth and a reward from Demera to those who cultivate it with care. Blinded by the sun's rays, the goddess in a dark cloak appears against the backdrop of golden fields, like a prophetess who brings blessings not for money, but for the faith that lives in the hearts of farmers. The blonde man looks on with contempt, accusing the frightened man of greed and deceit, before asking a question that reveals the true nature of trade. His face pale with fear and his fist clenched with anger, the man shudders when he hears the shocking truth that how dare he seek profit from the fruits of a goddess he himself does not believe in. Standing by the night window with a look of doubt, the blonde man hears the question of whether it was right to simply let director Park Yun-chan go. Expressing respect for the influence of an ordinary merchant, the blonde man reassures the girl, assuring her that nothing bad will happen, despite His Majesty's dismissive opinion. The pink-haired girl with a serious expression holds a mysterious package and asks about her schedule, and the blonde man, folding his arms, calmly replies that he has already contacted the association. The red-haired girl with shining eyes enthusiastically announces that His Majesty will take a test this time, saying that it will be easier to assess his abilities that way. Confused and angry, the blonde man frowns and, without hiding his indignation, asks how it is possible to test King Lionheart. Her expression changes to one of surprise and confusion when she realizes the contradiction, wondering why she was asked to make the call in the first place. Folding his arms confidently, the blonde man declares that he will find available warriors he can use, while the girl smiles and reminds him of the need to follow procedure. With an expression of false reconciliation and tears streaming down her cheeks, she bows her head, accepting everything as it is. Against the backdrop of a gleaming modern building bathed in daylight, a surprised voice is heard, noticing the unexpected return of someone familiar this year. Independent D-class hunter Ku De-sun greets his old acquaintance with a smile, emphasizing that he has not seen team leader Kim Do-han in a long time. The gray-haired man waves his hand and smiles kindly, asking Ku if he has come to take the qualifying exam. The spacious lobby with a marble counter and high ceiling is filled with calm as visitors register and the security guard keeps order. With a smile and a hint of pride, the gray-haired man acknowledges Mr. Ku's efforts, and a soft tone of sincere support and friendly humor hangs in the air. Under the light of the hall and with measured steps, the interlocutors leisurely discuss the possibility of a promotion, and the hero looking ahead says with determination that he must try. Holding a cup of coffee and looking down with a sad smile, Kuda-san offers to join his team, while bitterly recalling how he has remained a Class D hunter for 10 years, even though those worse than him have long since moved on. Smiling cheerfully, the gray-haired man convinces him that if he is indeed Mr. Ku, he will definitely be useful and become an ace in a second, although he himself admits that he has been trying for 10 years. Glancing seriously to the side, the young man with pursed lips admits that he will try again because as long as he has a family to support, he cannot give up. The dark-haired guy, with determination in his eyes, thinks that he has to somehow move up to Class C and stop being a carrier, but suddenly stops, alarmed, when he hears someone nearby asking in surprise about the foreigner who has arrived. Noticing him, two men with coffee in their hands begin to wonder where this stranger is from. Perhaps from Europe, maybe even from a poor country. The blond man with a cold gaze walks through the golden light, causing surprise among passers-by because he looks like he is from the royal family itself. The young man slowly turns his head to greet the older man, and his silent turn conveys a sense of wariness and superiority. The gray-haired man asks him how he is doing with a friendly smile, but the young man with the cold gaze silently looks away, as if the words mean nothing to him. In the next moment, he turns sharply and orders with icy fury never to speak to him again, causing those around him to shudder at his incomprehensible power. The bewildered gray-haired interlocutor turns to his companion and asks confusedly if he said something strange, while the latter only mumbles fearfully that perhaps he did. Frozen in tense silence, the blond man casts a scorching glance over his shoulder, causing the dark-haired man to involuntarily shudder with anxiety and incomprehensible fear. Looking back in surprise, the gray-haired man cautiously asks his friend what happened, while in the distance the blonde figure slowly recedes, causing both of them to tremble. Confused and stunned, the dark-haired man does not understand what is happening, and clenching his fists, anxiously asks himself what it really was. In the fiery glow that almost incinerates everything around him, the blond man radiates a menacing grandeur that makes it difficult for him to breathe and creates a feeling of unbearable pressure. A stern-looking employee enters the room, loudly announcing the name of the next candidate, causing tension among everyone present. The embarrassed young man, glancing nervously at the sheet of paper in the employee's hands, hastily responds to the call and moves forward, while the gray-haired man watches his actions warily. The blond man watches the newcomer closely and, noticing something in his posture, mutters thoughtfully to himself, as if something about him has caught his interest. The dark-haired guy apologizes to the employee, trying to recover, while the blond man coldly assesses him from the side, disappointed to find that there are no worthy warriors among all the candidates. With a detached look, he slowly walks past those present, thinking disappointedly that all these people are too boring, and most hunters are just fools who have no idea what trials await them. Leon receives a call to room 9, and unsurprised, confidently moves forward, because he was sure of this outcome from the very beginning. The camera focuses on the door with the number 9, where he will have to go for an interview. He resolutely enters the room with a strange device in the center, instantly attracting the attention of those already waiting inside. A man with a folder of documents greets the young man by name, to which he angrily orders him to address him as king. The confused official, covered in cold sweat, fearfully responds to Leon, acknowledging his greatness so as not to incur his wrath. Leon, without hesitation, reaches for the mechanism, preparing to demonstrate his true power, stunning everyone around him. The blond man with a cold gaze stands in front of the magical device and prepares to place his hand on it, maintaining a dignified restraint. The man in the suit looks closely at the results that have just appeared on the screen after the boy's contact with the device, muttering in surprise under his breath. Seeing the data obtained, the official whispers something about nonsense, unable to comprehend what he has seen. Folding his arms and looking slightly irritated, The blonde man dignifiedly denies the commoner's right to test the knight's honor, causing confusion in the employee with the magical device. Hearing that only gods and royal knights can pass this test, the employee freezes and is internally lost in the meaning of his presence here. The blonde man shakes his head with mocking bitterness, stating that he came for a warrior, but even the employees of this place do not meet his standards. The blonde man's cold gaze makes the three employees nervously silent as he surveys the room and asks about the next test, not hiding his disappointment. Smiling uncertainly, the gray-haired employee tries to justify himself, saying that he will only observe the test without risking participation. After passing through the gate, the characters find themselves in a sun-drenched mountain landscape, where the wind sways the tall grass and the sky shines bright blue. The explanation for the gates reveals that some of them are deliberately left open for benefit, and the gates at Seoul Station are among them. The dark-haired man assesses the familiar space and prepares to show himself in the best light, as he wants to change the previous opinion of himself. A girl with a bow in her hands complains about the heat, while her companion, with a spear and shield on his back, urgently asks her to turn off her phone. In the twilight of his inner thoughts, the boy with a pale face in beads of sweat realizes that two newcomers have appeared next to him, who are likely to complicate the situation. A smiling old man, despite his age, breathes in the fresh air with pleasure, while the hero surmises with surprise that he must be about Class C or D. Noticing something suspicious, the hero looks over his shoulder with tension, and behind him, a figure in a suit disappears. A blonde man in a black suit emerges from the swirling portal, and the hero immediately recognizes him as the mysterious foreigner from the reception area. Watching him anxiously, the young man concludes that this man must be a newcomer, since he came to the qualification test at such an age. Pulling down his glasses, Leon exudes confidence, while the guy in front is still worried about how they will cope with the task. 7 newcomers stand in a circle on an endless field under a clear sky, ready to reveal their abilities, as if preparing for their first test. With a serious expression on his face, Koo Seong shares his experience as a 10-year hunter, emphasizing his combat role as the main damage dealer. Sung Tae-hoon proudly holds a shield and spear, declaring his awakening, while his younger sister, Sung Na-yeon, modestly adds that she wields a dagger and is learning archery. Against the backdrop of a dark inner monologue, the boy with wide eyes and a surprised look cannot believe that next to him are newcomers with no clearly defined roles. The smiling brother and sister proudly demonstrate their skills against a backdrop of pink bunnies, enthusiastically recalling their 3 months of training at the academy. A bald old man with a raised eyebrow tries to address the silent boy, but freezes, surprised by his cold restraint. A grandfather named Ogan Tae, with a slight smile, talks about his 5-year career as a hunter, clutching a combat glove in his hand and recalling his recent dismissal. The boy anxiously imagines the silhouette of the old man in a fighting stance, realizing that despite his age, he has too little experience in short-range tactics. Approaching the group, the blonde man looks intently at the young man, who is involuntarily scratching the back of his head, and at the same time addresses him, noticing that he is a foreigner. The blonde man touches his chin thoughtfully, silently assessing the situation and weighing whether it is worth saying anything. In a cold tone, the blonde man declares that he will not participate in the task, comparing his strength to a sword that cannot be used to catch chickens. The stunned boy looks up with a tense gaze, not understanding what just happened, and is surprised. The team sets off through the sun-drenched forest glade, accepting the challenge of hunting 50 dangerous kobolds. A calm observer smiles and warns of the danger of monsters, promising to intervene only if the situation gets out of control. 2 guys freeze in silence among the trees, listening intently to the forest, as if sensing something disturbing in the air. Staring intently into the thicket, the main character thinks thoughtfully about whether this mission will pass without fatal consequences. Recalling the past, the young man asks in surprise about the stranger's lack of weapons, and the group responds with tense silence and slight shock. Smiling cheerfully, the girl offers to lend the newcomer her brother's bow, asking if he knows how to use it. Holding the bow in his hands, the blonde man asks, with a slight sneer, whether this weapon is truly worthy of a king, to which the girl smiles and allows him to use it for a while. With a steely gaze and deadly determination, he clenches the bow in his hand as if it were an insult to his honor that he cannot forgive. With frenzied rage, the blonde man smashes the bow to pieces, stunning those around him and exclaiming that true knights do not hide behind long-range weapons. And the surprised guy with his mouth open just mumbles, not having time to come to his senses, as the other man already announces that it's time to start. Gritting his teeth intently, the young man thinks anxiously about the failure that looms over them, like a shadow if everything continues in the same vein. Stopping decisively and looking back at his companions, the young man suggests changing course and going hunting together deep in the forest. Amidst the golden forest silence, one of the participants smiles and acknowledges the experience of his elders, while the grandfather and the rest of the team react cautiously, each in their own way. The young man listens attentively to his companion, who, looking back on his memories, recalls a possible camp at the end of the meadow. With a smile that hides caution, the hero explains that their small detachment should not risk an attack, because if they are surrounded, retreat will be almost impossible. Standing in front of the cave, the two warriors devise a plan to burn dry leaves and send smoke inside to drive the kobolds out. After explaining his strategy, the hero looks back at the team in surprise, and the girl claps her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming and praising his plan as brilliantly expected. Smiling with feigned modesty, he downplays his own dignity, thinking that there is nothing special about his past achievements and that he has nothing to be proud of. The young man recalls with a serious look how long he trained in attack, dreaming of reaching the main gate, although he had only been to the Soul Station gate so far. Filled with the fire of determination, the main character, with a burning gaze, firmly decides that it is time to rise higher, because his patience as a D-class player has come to an end. Suddenly, one of his companions, trembling and drenched in sweat, shouts about the danger ahead, and the hero, keeping his cool, looks at him with slight surprise. Massive shadows with burning eyes burst out of the darkness. Armored monsters rush toward the light, threatening anyone who dares to step into their lair. Hearing the threatening roar of the enemies, the young man instantly orders Tahun to get ready and put up his shield, because the distance to the enemies is rapidly decreasing and the battle is about to begin. With a vicious roar, a monster rushes headlong at them, its fangs gleaming in the air like blades, leaving a trail of dust and debris behind it. But the energy shield stops its attack, and the hellish creature recoils with a painful growl, having encountered a cold blue wave of power. With a smile full of defiance, the hero swiftly strikes down his enemies, cutting through monsters and enveloping himself in a glow of power, as if it were a simple walk in the park. Looking back with a gleam in his eyes, he confidently declares that the enemies cannot be stopped if they continue to run boldly and straight ahead. The girl with the bow, tensely aiming, warns of the danger looming right in front of them with a cry, without taking her eyes off the target. Armed with a shield, the young man turns toward the noise and is surprised to see a sinister monster with yellow eyes rushing at him from above. He swings his arm and strikes the monster with a well-aimed blow, causing it to crash into the ground with a cry of pain in the middle of a light-filled forest glade. The frightened boy watches in horror as the monster's face explodes in blood right in front of him, and trembling fear paralyzes his entire body. Without hesitation, the boy lunges at the monster with his sword, urging everyone to be on guard and not to underestimate the enemy, while the giant beast looms over the frightened young man with a bloodthirsty roar. Two dark creatures, unable to react in time, scatter in despair from the explosive attack that completely destroys their assault. The old man strikes the shadow with unwavering determination, releasing energy that throws the enemy back as the archers prepare to strike again. The smiling boy cheerfully shouts that everything is going well and urges them to move on, while his companion breathes heavily and can barely stand on his feet. In the middle of the light-filled forest, the team stands among the fallen enemies and listens with relief to their mentor's words of praise for a job well done. The embarrassed rookie apologizes, clutching his shield, but hears calm and friendly words of support, saying that everyone started with mistakes. Against the backdrop of the soft light of the forest glade lie two huge dogs with pierced chests, cold-bloodedly eliminated by Nguyen, and no one from the team was hurt. Smiling in response to the praise, the young warrior looks at his comrades in arms, who nod approvingly and thinks with confidence that he will definitely succeed. With anxiety in his eyes, he recalls his first steps in this team, when he doubted himself. But now he realizes with surprise that this group is not so bad. Under the flickering glow of the trees, through which warm light seeps, the silhouette of Leon appears, who did not help during the attack. Three tired warriors look suspiciously at the silent observer and express surprise at why he did not intervene during the battle, as if his silence was something unnaturally disturbing. The man with the sign in his hand, smiling serenely, excuses himself, saying that he was only watching because it is not forbidden, and promises to record everything carefully in his report, as if afraid of hurting someone's pride. After a brief discussion, the three hunters, slightly disappointed, prepare to move on, despite the tense gaze of the girl with the bow. In the shady forest, where the sun's rays break through the thick foliage, the group discovers a new trail, and nearby there is a cave that promises another adventure. The team, visibly relieved, sets off on the path to the cave, filled with determination and satisfaction from their previous success. With excitement in his voice, the young man exclaims that this place is simply wonderful, while another suggests lighting a fire, and all three peer with interest into the dark depths of the cave. The three heroes carefully examine the nest of dry hay at the entrance to the cave, while one of them, sword in hand, approaches cautiously as if sensing something suspicious. One of the boys, with his hands in the nest, is already getting ready to set it on fire and carry out his plan. Sitting down on the dry grass, he throws out a defiant response, questioning his interlocutor's right to criticize his decision when he himself has done nothing. The blond man stands with his arms crossed, his gaze cold, sternly demanding an answer and with no intention of repeating the question a third time. The old man stares ahead, listening as the dark-haired warrior argues that the action, which has been repeated 3 times, has worked every time. The blond man with a cold and reproachful gaze questions the value of someone else's experience, calling it superficial and limited, hinting that it is not enough for true confidence. The young man reacts angrily to the accusations, denying the authority of his interlocutor and sarcastically asking what experience his critic could possibly have. In the fiery glow that engulfed the straw in front of the cave, he resolutely warns the team of the approaching threat and orders them to prepare for the kobolds' attack. The three heroes, clenching their fists, shields, and swords, approach the light in the dark passage with tense faces, sensing the inevitability of battle. With frightened eyes and clenched shield, the boy shouts about the approaching danger, his voice filled with panic and determination. With a roar and a rumble, like an avalanche, a huge horde of monsters rushes forward, turning the darkness of the tunnel into a whirlpool of chaos and danger. From the dark underground tunnel, a group of ferocious half-wolves in armor bursts out with a cloud of dust and a roar, rushing forward frantically. The girl, with a determined gleam in her eyes, shouts an order and, pulling the bowstring to its limit, fires an arrow straight at the advancing threat. One of the monsters leaps toward the heroes in a lightning-fast jump, but a stone projectile hits him squarely in the jaw with a dull thud, causing him to choke and roar. The group attacks in a coordinated and rapid manner, breaking through explosions and bright flashes that fly in all directions under the pressure of lightning strikes. With a confident smile on his face, the young man asserts with strength in his voice that he has always been confident in his methods, which are now proving their absolute effectiveness. Armed and focused, the heroes confidently move forward, destroying enemies one by one, while the sounds of victory cries mix with the screams of fallen opponents. The young man, with a smug smile, prepares to attack, rejoicing that the plan to destroy the kobolds is progressing successfully, and even more rejoicing at the thought of a possible catch. A menacing growl echoes in the darkness, causing the alert man to break out in a cold sweat, sensing the approach of something dangerous and completely unknown. A monster with burning red eyes emerges from behind the trees, with a figure in a dark suit sitting on its back, and one of the subordinates recognizes the captain with horror. From the darkness and smoke, the distorted face of the captain, the boss of these gates with red glowing eyes and foam on his fangs, emerges in clouds of energy that crackle and shimmer with S-class or higher power. The powerful monster with burning eyes and heavy footsteps falls to the ground with a menacing roar, crushing stones under his feet and causing a whirlwind of air around him, as if death itself had descended from the sky. One of the boys looks around in panic, his face contorted with horror and despair, because he does not understand why this particular monster has appeared, and a panicky premonition of disaster grows in his heart. The monster raises its head ominously, letting out a frenzied roar into the impenetrable sky, as if calling on death to descend upon the earth and shatter the silence with fear. Hearing the girl's cry as she fearfully calls out the name of Ser de Son, the boy turns around with concern, realizing that he is facing a threat that cannot be ignored. The girl, with a determined expression on her face, announces that she and the Hun will take on the Goblin Captain, while Naya is tasked with stopping the kobolds in the cave, instantly forming a battle order. Realizing the scale of the danger, everyone rushes forward, because without at least one expert on each side, defeating the Gnoll Captain would be suicide. Despite the fact that the Hun is only a novice, one of the observers anxiously hopes that he will be able to withstand at least one blow as the giant black monster with burning eyes looms over him and growls menacingly. The boy's face contorts with shock and pain. Sweat drips down his temples, and before his eyes looms the muzzle of the monster, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Unable to contain its fury, the beast with its gaping maw and bloodied fangs lunges at the boy in a swift dash, raising a cloud of dust and tearing through the air with a wild roar. Stunned, Taehun, drenched in sweat and clutching his shield, tries in horror to utter a word, but only a trembling murmur comes out of his mouth. His companion desperately shouts at him to come to his senses, but watching the scene, he realizes with horror that fear has completely paralyzed Taehun. The huge black monster with burning eyes soars upward, swinging its paw, and strikes with fury, while the boy, paralyzed with fear, does not even have time to activate his basic defense. With a powerful blow of its axe to the ground, the monster knocks the boy down, causing a cry of pain that pierces everything around. Seeing this, the other boy cries out in despair, clenching his fists in rage and cursing his attacker. Meanwhile, the latter, frozen in terror, trembles, barely able to utter his friend's name, as if frozen in fear of his own death. A man in a strict suit stands with documents in his hands, staring blankly ahead, while inside he is seething with tension and anger at the association's inaction. A huge armored monster with burning eyes looms over the frightened boy who has fallen to the ground, screaming in horror as he watches death approach. A powerful kick from a black boot crashes into the ground, raising dust and splashes. Protecting his comrade, the young man with the shield rushes toward the attack, raising a storm of dust and light around his determined figure. The monster with burning eyes raises its weapon above its head with a wild roar, preparing to deliver a devastating blow with all the fury of a beast. The force of a huge explosion throws the monster back, tearing the ground beneath its feet and stopping its frenzied onslaught. The red-eyed monster lunges forward with its sword raised, suddenly stopping as if sensing an unexpected threat. Standing before his opponent, he raises his shield, behind which lies not fear, but an unbreakable determination to protect his comrade at any cost. Gritting his teeth with tension, the boy with the shield rushes into the attack, his eyes burning with determination, striking with lightning speed. The blow of the shield collides with the monster's paw, sparking and leaving a dazzling trail of power and despair on the battlefield. In the darkness that envelops the arena, the monster's red eyes glow with rage, and its breath roars hoarsely in anticipation of a new attack. The enraged beast rushes toward the boy with an uncontrollable roar, raising dust and casting a shadow of menace over his figure. Gritting his teeth, the boy rushes forward with his shield raised, hoping to withstand the blow that could decide everything. Despite all his efforts, doubt is written on his face, because without proper training, Tai Hong is unlikely to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Amidst the tension hanging over the battle, cold sweat drips from his face, but the determination in his gaze remains unbreakable. The Gnoll Captain's blow, delivered with frenzied force, is stopped by a single finger glowing with superhuman energy. The mysterious blonde man stands before the monster with an unflinching gaze, stopping its attack as easily as if it were a game. The boy's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe that the powerful blow was stopped effortlessly with a single touch. The blonde man with an authoritative gaze urges the boy to pick up the shield again, convincing him that if he succeeded once, he can do it again. Stunned, the boy, not believing in his own strength, asks confusedly if the task of stopping the monster really falls on him. Standing between the gnome and the frightened young man, the man orders him not just to defend himself, but to attack in return, leaving no room for doubt. The upset young man exclaims anxiously that no one realizes the seriousness of the situation, because the danger threatens everyone present. Blinded by anger, the blond man explodes with a shout, indignant that someone dared to argue with him, considering it an honor to learn from the king himself. Turning to the young man, Leon solemnly declares that for a simple soldier to be mentored by the king is an honor for generations to come, one that cannot be repaid even in a lifetime. Cowering in fear, the young man clutches his shield with trembling hands, wondering what he has done to deserve such a trial, while his mentor's voice compels him to act. Looking into the gnoll's mouth, he realizes that now is not the time for despair. He must do everything possible to survive despite the horror. The huge monster with red eyes growls in the darkness, releasing clouds of steam from its mouth and preparing to tear its prey to pieces. Blinded by rage, the gnoll lunges forward with its mouth wide open, unaware that this time a devastating response awaits it. The blond man, with confidence and contempt in his eyes, rises into the air like a whirlwind, as if challenging the sky itself. Seeing the determination of his opponent, the beast suddenly shudders and feels a sense of unease that pierces his instincts with fear for the first time. Frozen with fear in his eyes, the young man waits behind his shield as the shadow of the gnoll approaches from the darkness with a menacing growl. The beast's powerful blow collided with the boy's shield with a crash, forcing him to retreat, barely maintaining his balance under the barrage of force. Gritting his teeth, the young man lunges forward with a determined cry, desperately trying to repel the attack and overcome his own fear. The boy's face is contorted with tension and fear as he barely holds his shield after a powerful blow, realizing the enemy's superiority. A sharp voice from the shadows cuts through the air, shattering false confidence and forcing him to realize that the shield alone does not guarantee victory. The blond man, with confidence in his eyes, teaches the young man to think strategically, urging him to strike not at the enemy's strength but at his weakness. In the heat of battle, the young man cries out in despair and raises his shield with all his might against the hideous beast, while the blond man watches him sternly and reminds him not to take his eyes off the enemy. The young man looks over his shoulder with despair and rage, clenching his jaw when he is told to think with his head. But his thoughts are filled with panic and confusion because he does not know what to do next. The boy's eyes are frozen in horror and relief because the thought that without his partner's decisive blow he would be dead pierces him to the bone. The treetops through the golden light remind him of the grandeur and power of nature, and above it, like a voice from above, echoes the call not to waste his talent and to unlock his potential. The blond man, with a determined look and an authoritative posture, his arms crossed, urges the hero to believe in himself because he is convinced that he is capable of much more. The confused boy, sweaty and surprised, recalls how he was worthless in D class for decades without a single skill and cannot believe that he has been called talented. The gloomy beast with burning eyes rushes forward, but the young man standing in front of him with a shield in his hand feels an unusual confidence, thinking that someone believes in him so much. For the first time in his entire existence, the young man hears words addressed to him with respect and cannot believe that there could be talent in this world that he has not yet recognized in himself. And although the forest around him is filled with tension, the boy clutching his shield stubbornly stands up, believing that this time he will be able to withstand the fear and power of the enemy. The black beast-like monster with red eyes flies down rapidly, knocked down by a powerful blow that shatters the ground into pieces. The boy's eyes flash brightly, and he rushes forward with a fierce cry, holding back neither anger nor strength. The hero, shield in hand, stops the enemy's unstoppable blow. Sparks fly into the air, and a storm of black dust rises around him. He was at the very epicenter of the battle, managing to react and, with a tense face, dodging the blow, covering himself with a wooden shield in a cloud of dust and sparks. The next moment, he breaks into a smug smile, and raising his head, laughs loudly, overflowing with joy and confidence in his own strength. Suddenly, a giant fist flies into his face, forcing him to freeze in place and unable to even move. A huge black monster with shields on his shoulders strikes the defender, sending him flying into the air with a crash and falling to the ground in front of the guy in the black cloak. The blond man looks at his defeated opponent with cold condescension, asking in disappointment why he is unable to see the whole picture. The beaten hero, lying on the ground with a smile, hears the cold words that there is still a long way to go, and the harsh result of Class D appears on the screen. The spacious, brightly lit office is silent, broken only by a confident voice asking if everyone understands, which clearly indicates the seriousness of the task at hand. In front of the building's entrance, two guards in black suits stand motionless on guard, and someone says that everything was clear from the very beginning, as if confirming an old suspicion. A blond man with a cold and penetrating gaze says that there was no chance of believing that a warrior of his level would just appear in these parts, thus revealing the essence of a long-planned game. Removing his magical mask, the president of the Hunters Association, Oh Kang-hyuk, admits with a slight smile that even the attempt to hide his appearance was futile. Slightly concerned, he turns to the young man, asking if he has achieved his goal, considering that this time he personally participated in the evaluation. With cold confidence and half-closed eyes, the young man replies that the candidate for the role of leader of his soldiers was quite good. The gray-haired man in a strict suit, looking straight ahead with a serious expression, calmly states that he does not intend to leave the country if it bothers his interlocutor so much, and with these words causes the latter to be genuinely surprised. Lowering his eyes slightly and smiling, the older man admits that he was a little nervous because the power demonstrated to him was truly impressive, worthy of the highest classes. Despite the fact that the monster was considered only a D-class monster, its power and ferocity were quite consistent with a C-class level or higher. And the blond boy calmly puts his finger on its mouth without showing a hint of fear. With his eyes downcast and barely restrained anger, the blond man clenches his fingers, coldly calling his enemy a monster and contemptuously asking how long he dares to stand before him. Without changing his expression, he wipes his opponent from his field of vision with a slight movement of his finger, as if dust from his shoulder, demonstrating his absolute superiority. And the old gray-haired man, with a slight smile on his face, bitterly recalls how that boy was treated like a useless toy. Folding his arms dismissively, the blond man indifferently declares that the boy is useless and not worth the slightest effort, showing complete contempt for his former opponent. Standing in front of the table and talking to the blond man, the older man hints at possible support in creating a guild, adding that His Majesty has probably already suspected something. With a serious and at the same time thoughtful look, the young man admits that in this world nothing is valued more than glory, and that only strength is needed to attract powerful allies. The older man in a business suit anxiously talks about the gate, which, due to the failure in Cheongju, has been classified as red, meaning extremely dangerous. Against the backdrop of an apocalyptic landscape of ashes and bones, a depressing statement is made that no one has been able to clean up this place throughout the entire year. Against the backdrop of the ruined city, a giant robot with red lettering is activated for a mission, receiving orders to find the Pearl of Wisdom or destroy it. In the fiery whirlwind of a magical portal that opens right in the middle of a sports arena, the entry point of the first raid group of the KPP Guild appears, promising the dramatic arrival of new players. A gloomy knight in armor emerges first from the portal, followed silently by the rest of the team, armed and focused, ready for battle, although hope still glimmers on the faces of some. Against a backdrop of swirling dust and tense air, the two brothers stand side by side in full combat readiness, knowing that a clash is inevitable and that the fate of the entire raid depends on this encounter. Against the backdrop of the copper sky, a majestic megalopolis civilization stretches out with thousands of towers and highways, preserving echoes of a bygone era, perhaps even more advanced than Earth. The impressed knight with a stern gaze silently contemplates the landscape, while the girl with sparkling enthusiasm compares it to a gateway to the future, where magic and martial arts have merged into a perfect world. The young man in armor exclaims with excitement that this place is like something out of a cyberpunk world, and the guild leader silently agrees, gazing at the tall buildings with their neon glow. The dark-haired knight seriously explains that in order to fight monsters, it is necessary to change the balance of power, and his companion agrees, noting that their hunting tactics are more suitable for attacks on a small but powerful group of enemies. After considering the other's words, the dark-haired warrior reluctantly agrees, with an expression of restrained doubt on his face. One of the team members suggests using a tall building as a base camp, as its location is ideal for observation and reconnaissance. With a loud creak, the heavy gates gradually slide open, cutting through the semi-darkness with bursts of sparks falling from above, as if warning of something bad. One of the fighters cautiously peeks into the passageway, but reports that there are no NPCs or monsters in this depressing void, which raises an alarming suspicion. Another, looking around the room warily, says that he expected to see bosses, not emptiness, so he cannot understand where the tank destroyer has gone and why there is nothing to be seen around. Staring intently into the empty space, the man in golden armor suspiciously voices the opinion that there are no monsters or people to be seen in this huge city. An armed soldier in armor, looking at the city engulfed in flames, wonders why no one is resisting and accepts the calm before the storm with relief. Through a breach in the wall, a man in combat gear addresses the members of the KPP Guild, who are silently awaiting orders against the backdrop of the majestic city. A girl with a serious expression listens to the order that they will start at the main gate, as there is still no information about the yacht spinner holding her spear with the confidence of a scout. A manly commander in golden armor orders them to check the perimeter and prepare for reconnaissance, giving clear and firm orders amid the tense atmosphere. An explosion breaks through the wall, from which a bright beam bursts out, and one of the heroes, standing among the rubble, talks about drawing up maps, while the others watch in shock from the shadows. The burned and bloodied boy, seeing a familiar figure in the fiery glow, opens his eyes wide, like a ghost from the past who has just returned at the most terrifying moment. The girl looks in the same direction in fear, frozen in shock, while behind her a man screams in despair, realizing that something incredible has happened. A powerful electric discharge cuts through the space around the terrifying red-eyed machine, which begins its attack, forcing everyone to flee and take cover. With a roar and a flash of light, a burst of fire erupts from the rifle on the armored vehicle, cutting through the air with ominous precision. A fiery explosion engulfs everything around, sending black debris into the air as two men rush forward, trying to escape the inferno. Explosions rock the city as rockets hit the facade of the building, sending fireballs flying and leaving cracks in the concrete and asphalt. In panic and screams, the fighter rushes towards a huge opponent whose leg flies towards him at incredible speed, promising a devastating blow. Beaten and stunned, he realizes in despair that even Han Soo-hyun, an A-class tank, was unable to respond to the attack, and asks himself in horror what they are up against. Against a backdrop of fire and debris, the soldiers frantically discuss the enemy's location, while one of them reports that the sand is preventing them from accurately determining the distance. Realizing the critical situation, the armed commander, his face pained, orders a retreat, while the frightened girl looks at him with anxiety in her eyes. The heroes rush through explosions and cracks flying in all directions, leaving the building that has begun to collapse right behind them. In a panic, the girl cries out about the missing body of the leader, and the commander, with a gloomy expression on his face, replies that something is wrong here, and they will figure it out after they escape. The archer rushes forward, having received an order to check the way, and resolutely confirms that she will take the initiative. Jumping quickly into the corridor, the girl with the bow runs with all her might toward the brightly lit exit, shouting that she feels no danger and that the exit looks safe. She lands near the passageway, leaving a shadow and a crack in the concrete behind her, as if preparing for a surprise from within. Covered in scratches and sweat, the girl freezes with wide eyes and shock in her gaze as a sudden sensation causes her to look around warily in the tense silence. Her fingers involuntarily touch her throat, where a sudden itch and a bright beam raise the suspicion that something invisible has touched her skin with dangerous precision. Standing in the middle of the red laser beams, she looks around in confusion, feeling the itch in her throat become a hint of an invisible trap that is closing in with every passing second. Hidden in the semi-darkness, two wounded knights walk through the ruined hall when the older one suddenly stops, sensing something wrong ahead. Horror spreads across the warrior's face as he recognizes something or someone terrible, his eyes wide and his lips trembling in silent amazement. Almost invisible wires shine in the air, stretched crisscross with a menacing, ominous glow, as if a trap is about to spring. The city of the future flashes with alarm signals as bright lines cut through the sky, something awakening a hidden threat from the depths of the metropolis. A warrior in scratched armor leads an attack through chaos and dust with a cry of rage, clutching his sword as if it were his last chance to save himself. His face is contorted with concentration, and mana energy flares in his hands as he orders his team to strike at the enemy's weakness, unable to believe that there could be only one opponent. Amidst the debris and laser beams, the team runs down a narrow corridor, looking up anxiously because someone invisible is watching their every step. Through a digital sight with codes and binary streams, a ruthless machine observes, approaching complete fixation on the target. On the roof of the building, amid the glare of the sunset and laser lines, a menacing tank with red eyes looms, ready to destroy anything that appears to be an enemy. In the evening sky, heated by the sun's rays, the battle tank flies rapidly between buildings, leaving a trail of blue light behind it and firing deadly shots. The sudden flash in the sky catches the eye of an exhausted boy, his face covered in sweat and scratches, his expression of fear indicating that he has noticed something but has not yet had time to understand what it is. In the next moment, the city shudders from a series of explosions, and everything around is engulfed in fire and chaos, while screams echo from all sides and lines of light cut through the attack. The explosion of energy splits the earth, raising dust and cracks, and a cry full of rage and defiance echoes from the depths. Amidst the debris and smoke, a warrior emerges from the ruins, staring silently ahead with calmness, while the world around him still shakes from the recent impact. Distorted by rage and screams, the blood-stained man shouts into the abyss, demanding the enemy to come out and calling them out with their last words. From the clouds of smoke and debris emerges a mechanical creature with a red eye in the center, which ominously clicks its paws, plunging everything around it into tense silence. Stunned, covered in dust and sweat, the boy recognizes with horror the deadly combat robot in front of him, known as a tank destroyer. The metal sphere with numerous glowing sensors slowly approaches, glinting in the light as if assessing its prey. In the semi-darkness of the laboratory, a woman with loose hair solemnly holds a high-tech part in her hands, explaining that in an emergency situation, these parts will allow the battle to continue even without ammunition. The bright red eye of the combat drone flashes aggressively as the machine rushes forward with an angry roar, tearing through the space around it. The bloodied young man, contorted with rage and pain, shouts through clenched teeth at the enemy, accusing him of killing members of the guild and calling him a monster. With a whistle and a flash of blue light, a missile launched from the combat drone heads toward its target, cutting through the air at breakneck speed. Amidst the chaotic glow of lasers crisscrossing the dark sky, the young warrior realizes that it is the tank that protects this city. The terrible news of the death of all the hunters in the first group and the raising of the threat level to red forces them to stop the raid and leave the entrance to the gate of Cheongju under close watch. A huge hammer falls sharply to the ground, raising dust and flashing its menacing blade in the air. Against the backdrop of a gloomy sky, a burly warrior with metal shoulder pads discusses the bad weather with his comrades and urges them not to enter the city, wary of the tank destroyer. A gloomy young man with white hair and a crowd behind him coldly formulates a plan to obtain the Pearl of Wisdom from the Magic Tower and promises a huge reward if it is handed over to the Golden Lion Guild. A huge team of the best players from several factions solemnly steps forward, armed to the teeth and determined, while the camera glides over each of their faces, conveying the scale and importance of the upcoming battle. The Cheongju Sports Complex is home to the country's strongest hunters, such as Guildmaster Huang Gyum-chul, Vice Guildmaster Huang Yona, Gil Tai-sin from the Tower of Magic, and dozens of elite mercenaries, each with a stern gaze and unwavering confidence in victory. Han Hari from the Hunters Association, holding a thermos awkwardly, politely offers His Majesty a drink, demonstrating the contrast between his combat role and everyday life. The blonde man takes a careful sip, praises the taste of the tea, and asks its name again. Sitting among the ruins, the young man continues to enjoy his drink, while the girl holding the thermos says that it is the most delicious barley tea. Suddenly, the system announces another player, and this is likely to change the entire course of events. The endless street stretching through the ruined city cuts through the dusty haze like a shadow of past glory, leading to the very heart of decay. Tension reigns at the base camp near the gates of Cheongju, where the raid participants gather among the boxes and fog, exchanging brief assessments of the threat. In a shady corner of the base, a boy sits pensively on a box while a confused girl stands nearby, her anxious gaze fixed on him. The girl's eyes widen with fear as she tries to find the words to start a conversation. The blonde man looks ahead with cold confidence, listening to the course of events and the opportunity for his master to gain glory amid danger. The red-haired girl looks puzzled at her interlocutor as he calmly explains that the king's absence indicates an insignificant threat. Tilting her head, the girl thinks intently about the question, trying to understand the true meaning of the king's role in his own territory. In a magnificent hall with a throne, bathed in warm light, a man in a cloak kneels before the king, and the young man explains to the girl about the power that anyone could easily wield. With a slight shadow on her face, the girl utters a guess, imagining the king on the front lines like a true knight in the heat of battle. Enveloped in a blue aura, the dark warrior appears at a moment when no one else is able to keep the situation under control. Surprised and alarmed, she suddenly realizes the true meaning of the title, which previously seemed like nothing more than a grandiose decoration. The girl stares wide-eyed at the young man, who solemnly confirms her guesses about the king as the last resort for everyone. The knight kneels before his brother's helmet and bows his head in defeat, acknowledging that when the king himself steps in, the situation is out of control. In the glow of the throne room, the king strides forward with his head held high, because the threat has become so great that he has surpassed even the elite knights. A shadow of anxiety appears in the girl's eyes as she listens to his story with disappointment. The young man, with a weary expression on his face, voices the disappointing conclusion that the king will once again have to act personally due to the weakness of others. Against the backdrop of darkness, images of strong hunters appear, including a warrior, a mage, and a girl, who are to become a reliable support in this raid. The worried girl, with her lips pressed together and a drop of sweat on her cheek, continues to listen to the young man's story. The boy's eyes burn with a cold glow as he speaks of the real war that these so-called heroes have never experienced. A metal tank approaches the ground, while a voiceover reminds us that most of them have never left their safe zones. Narrowing his eyes contemptuously, the young man glances at the hunters, dismissing their schemes as child's play in the face of real danger. Struck to the core, the red-haired girl realizes the whole truth with horror. The tank with the red eye lands hard in the dust, while someone explains that it does not conform to patterns because it is constantly adapting. The ominous gleam in the boy's eyes and the red light of the machine merge into a single premonition, and he calls the monster a true destroyer. A powerful explosion with flames and a frantic gust tears the ground apart, engulfing everything around it in a merciless firestorm. The damaged robot with a dull eye freezes in the light, while someone's voice coldly acknowledges the inevitable end with a hint of sympathy. A weary and battered woman with trembling fingers reaches out to the tank, knowing that its journey has come to an end, and there is no other choice left. The metal tank activates its final command, and the ominous light in its eyes flashes, proclaiming a mission from which there is no turning back. The electronic display flashes the order to destroy all unknown creatures that dare to cross the city limits. In the sky above the city, the iron giant soars upward, leaving behind a trail of fire and panic, like a meteor in reverse flight. Amidst the chaos and fiery explosions, the warriors rush for cover when they realize that they are facing a deadly tank destroyer. The metal monster with crimson eyes descends into the thick of the ruins, activating its combat system in the icy silence before the storm. Security system scanners show the city streets in thermal analysis mode, detecting abnormal movements and energy levels dropping to 25%. Sparkling lightning bolts cut through the air, entangling the huge machine racing down the street as if fury itself had descended to Earth. A powerful shockwave sweeps away everything around it, striking the fighters with lightning force that makes everyone shudder in horror. A storm of blue lightning breaks out over the rooftops of skyscrapers, twisting the city into the heart of a magical storm that engulfs everything around it. The commanders stand in the shadow of the blue glow with confused expressions, realizing that what they have seen is beyond imagination. Amidst the debris of cracked concrete slabs, a hand emerges, barely visible beneath the concrete slabs. A tank with a cannon on its back hisses with electrical discharges, recording enemy losses and preparing for a deadly volley. The energy charge rapidly increases on the system screens, preparing for a critical shot, unleashing the power from the steel bowels of the machine. A mighty warrior with a giant hammer leaps into the air, preparing to destroy the combat vehicle with a powerful blow from above. With fierce determination in his eyes, the warrior flies down rapidly, clutching the hammer in his hands to deliver a devastating blow with his entire body weight. Thundering like thunder, the hammer strikes the machine's hull, crushing the metal and raising an explosion of fire and sparks. The fighter's body cracks under the strain, flashing with electricity around the broken joint, while the system urgently changes its combat priorities. The weapon accurately opens fire on the unknown object, while the muscular stranger resolutely pushes forward, ignoring the deadly threat. With a smile full of defiance, the guy urges Gimsun to act, and she, bathed in golden light, clenches her fists, preparing for the explosion of power that is already igniting in his heart. Burning, the girl flies upward, and ahead of her, the robot tries to dodge the powerful flash that sweeps away everything in its path. In the center of the ruined city, the sky is torn apart by a brilliant beam that falls to the ground with the roar of divine punishment, changing the outlines of buildings into burning ruins. Amidst the debris and sparks, the tank flashes its red eyes anxiously, giving off a final signal of alarm and tension before something inside begins to break it. From the depths of the bright explosion emerges a powerful giant, enveloped in a stream of blue lightning, as if the element itself had come to life and come to deal with all living things. The white-haired boy clenches his hands, summoning a concentrated stream of electrical magic in his palms, preparing to continue the fight. The fighter convulsively shudders from the powerful impulse, while the system reports overload, emergency clearance, and complete radar failure. A permission to use prohibited resources appears on the digital screen, after which the internal RWR equipment is activated, recording the silhouettes of enemies within the coordinates. As a priority level 3 threat, the system records the face of a mysterious man in a coat and orders his immediate elimination. The damaged tank turns sharply and, firing a series of shots, tries to escape deep into the tunnel, leaving a trail of sparks behind. Exhausted but determined, the young man activates the search device and loudly orders his allies to rally under the barrage of fire raining down from the sky. At the epicenter of the burning metropolis, a blinding light flashes, and an explosion of magical power shatters concrete and glass, sending a wave of destructive energy into the sky. Two allies calmly discuss the situation as the deflected bullets fly back, protected by a distorting magic field. Inside the computing core, an alarm flashes. A dangerous deviation is detected, and a maintenance protocol is immediately activated. The electronic system has completed its analysis of the space and has identified points D15, S37, and F11 as the likely locations of the enemies. The dark-haired young man rushes to defend himself, taking the blow, while the white-haired young man, unable to do anything, looks back in horror at the splash of blood that darkens the sky. Shocked by what has happened, the blonde warrior, with fierce surprise on his face, realizes that the enemy calculated the trajectory of the shot in a fraction of a second and managed to react before the attack began. The sudden appearance of deadly fire with an explosion in the center causes panic and shock as the combat drone, engulfed in flames, explodes with such force that it seems as if the world itself has broken in half. Shattering in flashes and explosions, the protective field cannot withstand the frenzied force, while someone inside screams in despair. Blinded by the bright light and in a panic, the fighter with a bloodied face yells at the mage Gil-Tasun to immediately turn off the protective field, as he is unable to predict where the shell will hit. At the epicenter of the magical storm, the girl, engulfed in fiery energy, determined to stop the enemy field, orders her ally to flee as soon as she finishes her dash. Horror and confusion flash in the man's eyes when he hears the countdown and realizes that something irreparable is about to happen. Amidst the chaos and dust, a couple suddenly appears on the scene. A blonde man with orders to stop everyone and a stern woman. Under the gloomy sky of the metropolis, a group of people find themselves in a deadly trap of intersecting beams that cut through space. The group freezes amid the laser grid when a surprised girl realizes that there are far more fighters than they thought. Under the pressure of tension, a combat drone with a red eye emerges from the darkness, and the hero anxiously asks himself when they became so numerous. The metal tentacles of the mechanical monster unfold with a loud click, preparing the complex mechanism for the next stage of activation. In a web of electrical discharges against the backdrop of a ruined city, the robot charges, emitting powerful energy. Pale with shock, the boy with round glasses watches the incredible scene in panic, unable to believe his eyes while the whole team freezes in the face of the lightning threat. Inside the magical barrier, enclosed by a web of light, the group of people suddenly realizes that the trap they themselves created has turned into their doom. A huge mechanism with red sensors and blue code on its body finishes charging, crackling with energy, ready to attack. An electronic voice orders it to open fire, but the mechanical monster suddenly freezes, as if confused or encountering an error. Powerful hooves strike the ground with momentum, raising clouds of dust, as if signaling the sudden appearance of an unbreakable force. Frozen in horror, the exhausted fighters look back at the sound, and in each of their eyes is the alarm that something special is about to happen. A horse rushes through the deserted streets of the dead city, cutting through the air like a harbinger of a storm. With a fierce and wild neigh, a otherworldly horse with burning eyes appears through the dust and light. The trembling touch of a hand barely touching warm skin takes him back to the depths of his memories. A young man in a formal suit gently touches the muzzle of a black steed, standing calmly in the middle of a ruined city. A blond man in a formal suit on a white horse stops in the middle of the city, and a surprised young man with the shaved side of his head looks back with a tense expression. Sitting high on his horse, proud and unyielding, the blond man looks ahead while a group of allies silently lines up behind him and dust rises around them. The hero's face, bathed in light, speaks powerfully to the warrior, praising him for his courage in battle, while a tank with a red eye lurks in the ruins. The blond man, with a determined look, acknowledges the courage of his opponent, who has come out against several enemies, and respectfully acknowledges his dignity. Leon issues a challenge, and the other warriors behind him freeze in anticipation of the battle. The fighter, crawling out from behind the rubble, stops silently, and the red light on its hull flashes like a signal of unknown danger. Deep within the enemy machine, sparks of lightning animate the steel monster, which in combat mode identifies its target as a primitive creature and activates the command to destroy. Clutching a spear in one hand, a young man with light hair rushes through the fiery chaos on his trusty steed, as if making a final breakthrough before disaster strikes. The horse, engulfed in flashes of light and magic, wildly picks up speed, and for a moment it seems that its cry pierces the space louder than gunshots. A powerful beam of light pierces the wall, knocking the creature from the top of the tower in a bright explosion of energy and debris. Enveloped in a golden glow, the enraged blonde with burning eyes screams angrily, refusing to acknowledge the vile attacks from afar. Running at breakneck speed through the split space, he leaves behind a trail of waves and light, directing all his anger into a decisive attack. The explosive burst of power forces the white steed and its rider to soar upward under the pressure of a lightning attack that cuts through the air with the fury of a storm. The figure on the white horse with a giant spear soars into the sky, cutting through the darkness and chaos with supernatural power. The hero's eyes burn with the golden fire of determination as he grits his teeth and unleashes a light capable of destroying everything in its path. At the center of the explosion, which tears through space with a blinding glow, a fireball is born with such power that its energy sweeps away everything. Debris, metal parts, springs, broken wires, and torn limbs hang in the air, a horrific reminder of the moment of complete destruction. The rider, rapidly approaching, cuts through the curtain of the explosion with his sword, while the fragments of the machine fly in all directions amid the roar of destroyed power. In a whirlwind of lightning and debris, the giant war machine freezes for a moment, and the super-powerful tank destroyer suddenly stops working, losing control. The blond man with a piercing gaze looks straight into his opponent's face, admitting in his thoughts that what has happened defies logic and acknowledges his strength. The machine analyzes the threat and determines that the speed of the spear, although rapid, has limited impact force, which depends only on its mass. The menacing metal monster with red eyes instantly analyzes the situation, recognizing zero threat and rationally deciding that the opponent will be destroyed without any chance of resistance. With only seconds left before the impact, the young man with a burning gaze and a cry on his lips breaks the distance, triggering an alarm in the system with an unregistered pattern of force. When the protective sphere envelops the horseman with his shield and sword, the young man calculates that even if the first wave of shots is blocked, the rest of the attacks will inevitably destroy him. A moment before the collision, the two bullets collide in the air with such force that a storm of sparks, dust, and echoes rises around them. At the epicenter of the explosive glow, the horseman with two swords and his horse bounced back, as if the force of the collision threw them into the air with no chance of holding on. There is no direct blow, no blocking, only the shadow of lightning-fast movement and the thunder of hooves cutting through the ground under the weight of a swift lunge. Saddled with a golden glow, the horseman cuts through the space above the city, as if he had appeared from a legend, embodying a force that conquers the very laws of the world. The blow is shattered in the air before the holy warrior, whose unbreakable aura of protection overshadows the fury of the attack. The blond man stands among the debris with an unwavering gaze and calm determination, knowing that no distant attack can breach his absolute defense. A powerful explosion of magical energy cuts through the air, destroying part of the buildings and breaking the night silence with a flurry of light. Amidst the clouds of dust, the rider silently makes his way through the ruins of the city, leaving behind heavy hoofbeats. The mechanical sphere falls into the ruins, sparking with damaged wires, and electrical discharges hiss wildly in the air. Against the backdrop of flames and a swirling aura, the rider on a white horse appeared, and the threat level jumped sharply to 5. When the system ordered it to leave the battlefield, the robot immediately obeyed the command, flashing its red eyes. With a powerful leap, the machine roared through the walls, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and destruction. The blond man stares intently at the ruins, thoughtfully assessing the situation, while the warhorse stands silently behind him. Standing on the edge of the ruined stone floor, he looks into the black abyss, where only the electrical trace of the enemy's escape remains. In the depths of the mysterious room, in front of a purple sphere of energy, a figure in the shadows prepares to defend, listening to the order to protect the city at all costs. One of the robot's metal arms flies off with a loud bang, and information about limited combat capability and temporary disposal appears on the display. A message appears on the screen indicating that there are 657 shells left for the machine gun, while rows of sharpened shells are already laid out in the workshop, ready for manual assembly. In the laboratory, amid the chaos and wires, a robot glitters, engulfed in energy discharges, while the system reports damaged components and critical imbalances. In the middle of the center, a level 5 threat arises as enemies release a new model of mechanical weapon that begins to hum and modulate. Hundreds of volt beams burst from the control panel, rising like lightning into the air and enveloping the metal structures of the building. Through the distorted image, the silhouette of a person appears, thanking you for defending the city, as if emerging from the digital fog. The completion of the strategic modulation marks the start of the next stage, as the enemy's heavy metal legs begin to move with a threatening thud. The charred battle tank reactivates, its red eyes glowing menacingly, and the system confirms the mission's resumption. The panorama of the metropolis reveals the strictly ordered Block B, the central area near the Jeonju complex arena. The warrior with the sword orders the snipers to quietly advance to the building opposite, while the rest of the team remains in place so as not to attract the attention of the deadly enemy. A sudden sound and sharp movement throw the warrior off balance, his eyes filling with horror as he realizes that the enemy is already in action. In a narrow alley like a bolt of lightning, laser beams destroy his comrades, leaving behind only a bloody meat grinder and the suppressed fear in the eyes of the sole survivor. Shock and despair grip his heart as he realizes the full extent of the problem. Swallowing his fear, he cries out, draws his sword, and rushes forward, trying to find the source of this bloody horror. Meanwhile, in a remote laboratory, where electrical discharges play between steel arches, someone is closely watching the process of restoring the fighter. Sparks run through the metal monster's body as it confidently activates and issues a command to resume the mission. The man's half-shadowed face emerges from the darkness, his cold smile hinting at hidden confidence. Leon, dressed in a strict suit, emerges from behind the door through clouds of smoke, asking if it was fun to play with them. In front of a huge shield with a lion emblem glowing with noble radiance, a figure in a red cloak with the same coat of arms stands in rapt reverence, as if praying to the ideals of chivalry. The young man's face, illuminated by a warm glow, is calm and unperturbed, for in his eyes one can see a deep faith in honor, courage, and noble duty. Leon asks with a serious look about the completion of the repairs, but his thoughts are elsewhere. He does not recognize cowardly ambushes and always seeks an honest duel. The robot with red eyes jerks sharply, discovering something unexpected and threatening ahead. An explosion with a loud rumble breaks the silence of the factory, leaving behind fiery flames and alarming tension. Even amid fire and destruction, he does not abandon his honor, moving forward with his head held high in unbreakable determination. His sword, enveloped in radiance, cuts through the darkness and explosions around him, embodying the ideal of knighthood, impervious to pain or fear. His unflappable temperament makes him strong, and that is why he was chosen above all others. Looking down from the top of a ruined building, the mechanical tank with a red eye mocks his opponent, and Leon wonders if he should expect honor from a simple pile of metal, already preparing to attack in a cloud of magical dust. After checking his equipment, the huge 60mm caliber machine gun is aimed at the target, ready to fire its 480 bullets and use 4 clippers in the decisive battle. With the command fire, a loud cannonade floods the battlefield with a barrage of bullets, throwing the enemy back with a blast wave and engulfing everything around in fire and smoke. Golden magic circles swirl around Leon, illuminating his unyielding figure as he calmly summons a sacred protective force capable of repelling any threat. A robot with ominous red lenses detects a system malfunction and records an anomaly that throws it off balance due to an incomprehensible energy. And while the sounds of explosions and clicking mechanisms echo in the air, artificial intelligence issues a command to analyze the curvature of space, and a young man with light hair carefully observes what is invisible to the naked eye. Bright code plates light up around him, and in the center of the arena, the young man silently accepts the challenge under the system's crosshairs. The moment the command to fire activates the system, bullets fly from all sides, but the figure in the center does not move, as if radiating absolute calm. An ominous smile spreads across the blond man's face, his eyes burning with confidence and excitement in the face of an invisible opponent. The young man strikes the ground with his foot with frenzied energy, creating a shockwave that scatters debris throughout the hall. The robot with its alert red eye looks around hesitantly, barely managing to react to the sudden threat. Amidst the smoke and cracks, the mechanical spider with red lights rushes away, trying to escape complete destruction. A flash of fire lights up the night as a giant spear pierces the ground with incredible force, sending dust and debris flying. The combat robot's eyes flash red as it locks onto the threat, and its body freezes with the electrical tension caused by the unexpected attack. Shocked by what it sees, the robot watches the incredible appearance of its opponent, as if unable to believe that such power could exist in this place. With frenzied force, the blonde warrior rushes on horseback to put an end to this merciless struggle. His eyes glow as he grips his weapon, preparing to deliver the final devastating blow. The reconnaissance robot with a red laser in the center attacks with lightning speed, but senses that its end is near. A thunderous barrage of fire erupts in the sky as the enemy drone unleashes a hail of bullets, and the hero covers himself and his horse as he leaps into the explosive chaos of explosions, smoke, and debris all around. Radiating determination, the hero watches the fighter tank fly through the air and explode among the buildings, but his gaze remains unwavering. Smiling with contempt, the boy gently holds the horse by the mane and declares that it is his steed, because the one who is hiding just wants to play hide-and-seek with them. Explosions shake the sky between the skyscrapers, forming fiery streaks in the air, where force beams fly at a frantic pace, destroying everything in their path. In the glow of destruction against the backdrop of collapsed skyscrapers, the silhouette of a horseman with a spear appears, flying headlong downward, enveloped in a storm of light and determination. Powerful rays cut through concrete and glass like lightning in the night sky, leaving behind only clouds of smoke, crackling, and death. The robot is shocked by the supernatural speed of the white-haired warrior, who, like a shadow, rushes forward with such force that the computer system is unable to explain it physically. The tank registers the nightlight and already has an idea of how it can act. In an instant, a flexible metal baton is already digging into the pillar, leaving a deep mark, evidence of superhuman strength and lightning-fast reactions. A dark sphere with bloody lights rushes through the city, destroying everything in its path in an explosive whirlwind. With anger and determination in his eyes, the boy rushes forward, clutching his shield to intercept the attack and lead the counterattack. The hero on horseback bravely rushes towards the deadly machine, directing its explosion back into the maelstrom of chaos with a blow of his shield. The horse, with a furious gleam in its eyes, rears up sharply, charging through the clouds of dust and sparks with a thunderous thud. A fighter emerges ahead, but the horse and rider, leaving a trail of flames behind them, quickly disappear into the distance amid the ruins of the city. The rider holds tight in the saddle, clutching the mane of the frightened horse as it races beneath the dark buildings like a bolt of lightning. Smiling contentedly, the man in the black suit leads the white horse with shining runes into the arena, praising its calm and obedient nature. A metal robot with red eyes silently observes the situation, as if processing the information before its next move. Suddenly, a mechanical cannon opens fire, causing the horse to bolt from its place, the floor cracking under its hooves. Under a hail of fire and explosions, the hero on horseback races through the streets, while a mechanical creature falls from above, causing a devastating attack. Shell casings fly through the air, and shells pierce the metal surface, leaving explosive flashes behind. Despite the frenzied shelling and explosions around him, the horseman with a spear in his hands resolutely breaks through, crushing a wall of flames and debris. A drone with a red lightning eye hovers rapidly in the air between skyscrapers, firing shells that tear through the sky with blinding flashes. As the building explodes in a blaze of fire, the horseman on his black horse rushes forward through the flames and debris, maneuvering under a barrage of rockets. Stone blocks and dust rise upward under the pressure of a powerful explosion, as if the earth itself has shaken from the force of destruction. With eyes burning with unbridled power, the hero lets out a cry, giving the order to attack, and his voice is filled with a determination that changes the course of the battle. Amidst the roar of explosions and blinding flashes of blue energy, the horse and rider overcome aerial obstacles with incredible speed, breaking through the destructive explosions and boulders. From a flash in the sky, like thunder on a clear day, the rider soars through the dust and debris of concrete skyscrapers, heading into battle with a tank destroyer. Exploding out of the shadows on a white horse, the rider leaps over the roof while the drone quickly hides in the gap between buildings. With a cold red eye and 68 rounds remaining, the combat drone receives the command to destroy the enemy, unleashing all the firepower of its deadly weapon. With a roar like a bolt of lightning, the barrel fires bullets, shattering the air and causing the walls to tremble from the powerful impact. The horseman with the sword, like lightning, leaps from the wall of the skyscraper and rushes headlong down toward the enemy, piercing his armor with the explosive force of the blow. The hero plunges into a fiery barrage of lasers, clutching his sword and not looking away. Sparks flying from his body, but he does not stop. The tank shudders from the unexpected onslaught and, in a panic, sounds an alarm, realizing the threat it failed to foresee in time. The hero's eyes flash gold, and his face is contorted with the thrill of battle as he cries out in glory, summoning a force that shatters the silence with an explosion of passion. The hero with a sparkling gaze cuts through space with a blow that erases all obstacles, while a storm of debris and energy swirls around him. A blinding beam falls from the sky, smashing everything around it like a heavenly hammer, sending dust and debris flying into the air. Wounded by electric shocks, the damaged drone breaks out of the cloud of dust and debris, falling down with a crash like a metal body that has lost its last chance of salvation. The program announces fatal damage and exceeding the operating limit, while the crackling of voltage still echoes in the air, tearing apart the body of the helpless drone. In a dark room, a man with a stern gaze looks at the glowing purple sphere and mutters about the prohibition to release what was once sealed in its depths. An alarming digital message flashes on the screen about the activation of a full detonation of all explosive devices, like a signal of an impending disaster. The central core burns with an unbearable light, and the entire system explodes with a deafening roar, flooding everything around it with flames and vengeance. The boy stares straight ahead, with shock and disbelief in his eyes, as if the world has turned upside down in an instant, and everything around him is drowning in the bright, golden light of alarm. The sound wave of the explosion sweeps across the horizon, and a giant mushroom cloud of nuclear flames unfolds over the city, enveloping the sky in an apocalyptic glow. Inside the room, the alarming red lights of the sensors flash, and a combat drone tank awakens, causing panic with its mere appearance. Against the backdrop of a city engulfed in flames, an exhausted man cries out, urging others to act and defend the city, while he himself holds the line despite the chaos around him. A terrifying shadow sweeps through the fiery explosion and tears the man to pieces, leaving him no chance of escape. The lifeless, mutilated body falls face down, leaving a bloody trail on the wall, like a terrible warning to all who are still alive. A giant eye with tentacles oozing blood bursts out of the burning portal, like a creature from the darkest nightmares, awakened by fire and death. The huge eye swells and pulsates as burning bullets strike it rapidly, tearing the shell with fire and fury. Amidst explosions and piercing screams, the creature is blown to pieces, succumbing to its sole purpose. As the sword pierces the ground and the demon burns in flames, a command to begin fire support for allies appears on the screen, and the battle enters its heated phase. Against the backdrop of a fiery sky, tanks advance like lava, and the horned demon clenches his fist, accepting the command to defend the city. The tank drone, under the sakura petals and enthusiastic cheers, becomes a true hero defender. Its story, like the legend of an unmanned tank that saved the city from destruction, fills the hearts of residents who had already lost all hope with sincere joy and pride. Covered in flowers and bathed in the morning light, the drone that was burning in flames yesterday now rises among the skyscrapers as a symbol of hope and a new steel night of humanity. In a hellish blaze of fire where lightning pierces the sky, the combat machine bursts into the arena like the inevitable wrath of the gods themselves, reducing enemies to ashes. Amidst the explosions and chaos, as the city shook from the blows, the silhouettes of the last defenders converged in a deadly battle led by their last commander, with nothing but faith and courage. Amidst a barrage of explosions and lightning, the silhouettes of the defenders hold back the enemy with their last ounce of strength, united by their faith in their last commander. Amidst the chaos of flames, the combat drone plunges into the inferno of battle, completing its final dash. A bloodied scientist, unable to stand, conveys his final request to his creation to protect the city at all costs. A lone combat monster, scarred by time and battle, receives its final order to guard a secret that must never be revealed. All this so that no one will ever gain access to the mysterious sphere that glows in the darkness with the violet light of forgotten power. A huge demon with burning eyes rushes forward, but his chest is torn apart by the blue beam fired by the combat machine, which continues to defend with its last ounce of strength. The red-eyed fighter, emitting blue electrical energy, continues its merciless destruction, stepping between crystals and weapon charges. Against the backdrop of hellish light, wounded soldiers scream in pain as the deadly drone calmly and accurately cuts through the air with its laser, destroying enemies. The damaged robot, sparking and blinking hoarsely, still speaks its main mission to defend, rejoicing that it has fulfilled its duty. Standing in the light of the broken roof, the young man with a serious expression sadly acknowledges his ally's defeat, but respectfully acknowledges his courage until the very end. The boy's gaze becomes wary when he notices a magical purple sphere emitting an eerie glow in an isolated chamber. The blond man with a cold gaze stands in front of a massive structure with a sphere suspended in the air, filled with bizarre energy, as if challenging his very past. Reaching out with his spear toward the blue portal, he calls the artifact a pearl of wisdom, as if recognizing something sacred and untouchable in it. Leon confidently emphasizes that this sphere should not exist, as if it were a sentence that cannot be revoked. Pulling out his sword, the young man asks with sad determination if it has enough strength left to rise up for battle once more, even though he knows the answer. The young man's confused gaze rests on the damaged mechanism, and through the darkness he quietly asks how many years it has defended alone, without retreating a single step. Standing under a shower of golden rays, the young man acknowledges with deep respect that this guardian is a true and loyal knight, to whom all living creatures owe an indescribable debt of gratitude. In the darkness, a giant metal creature with red eyes called Sir Tank watches the young man intently. In a blaze of energy, he solemnly raises his hand to the heavens and proclaims the completion of a great mission, radiating a power that pierces reality itself. Illuminated by divine light, he raises his hand, and every ray behind him speaks of the greatness of the one who appeared in the darkest hour. A huge pillar of heavenly light rips through the earth with a roar, raising a shining storm and tearing space into blinding rings of energy. The blond man with the cold gaze looks back at the light pulsing from the depths, where memories and lost battles smolder in the reflections of the flames. Slowly approaching the split sphere with a roaring vortex at its center, he clenches his weapon and silently accepts the challenge that has changed everything around him. The metal body of the machine lives out its last seconds, evoking a sense of sadness. Inside the dark room, a mechanical creature, pierced by electricity, lies helplessly on the floor amid sparks, debris, and muffled noise. Two men walk down the corridor with a silent understanding of the situation, both having already accepted the fact of destruction and preparing for further decisions. The young man with a cold gaze reacts tensely to the question about the destruction of the pearl, as if checking whether it really causes concern. The older man smiles and acknowledges the king's superiority over the tank destroyer, hinting that it is now up to him to decide the fate of the pearl. The blond man with a serious look admits to his own actions, while his shocked interlocutor does not believe that everything happened exactly that way. A vision appears before his eyes, piercing the evil entity that created the pearl to tempt people, and the young man cold-bloodedly reveals its true nature. Hearing that the pearl is a weapon of demons, the elderly man turns pale with shock, unable to immediately comprehend the scale of this threat. With cold certainty in his eyes, the young man explains that the pearl first grants wishes, but over time begins to demand its dark price. In a crimson-red light, an ominous demon reigns over the hall, feeding on human souls lured by promises of immortality and eternal life. The demon, enveloped in purple flames, unfolds against the backdrop of mania, showing how the artifact gradually destroys human essence and turns it into a monster. Two men discuss the spread of demonic artifacts in different parts of the world, realizing the urgent need to destroy them as soon as possible. Standing in front of a massive airtight door, one of them orders with stern confidence to immediately set about the dangerous task. The guy's worried look shows his anxiety, as he suspects that others have already fallen under the influence of these artifacts' destructive illusion. The spacious, sterile room with scientific equipment is filled with specialists who carefully analyze the data in cold silence and hidden tension. The men calmly walk down the corridor, discussing the location of the buried tank destroyer and assuring each other that everything is under control. In the depths of the laboratory, under a bright spotlight, lie the mangled remains of the tank that once served as protection for the city. Under the light of the laboratory, looking at the wrecked machine, Leon asks what they are going to do next. With gentle respect in his voice, the young man talks about the burial of the knight, who should be given to the earth in prayers in the hall of the divine banquet. Raising his hand, the older man summons a shining sacred cup, saying that it must first be consecrated. Holding the shining cup in his hands, the young man recites a prayer with deep respect, paying tribute to the fallen knight. Golden light streams from the cup, touching the fragments of armor as the young man, with his eyes closed, blesses the faithful warrior with peace. A bright flash of energy spreads through the hall, enveloping everyone present, as the knight's soul soars in the radiance of a higher power. The camera sharply focuses on the remains of a mechanical structure that seemed to have disappeared, but something in its form hints at resurrection. Surprised by his companion's exclamation, he raises his cup and whispers thoughtfully, realizing that the destroyed machine has not disappeared, but has come back to life. The blond man looks closely and sees the mangled armor moving, and a red eye awakening inside. Finally, the old mechanical tentacles rise with a creak, signaling that the machine is coming back to life, imbued with a new mysterious power. Struck by the incredible power that fills the air, he realizes that this energy is not just mechanical, it is sacred, alive, like a blessing from above. Looking tenderly, the boy wonders if it was his prayer that sparked this miracle, even though there is still not enough energy. A ray of light pierces the debris and falls directly on the little robot lying among the scrap metal, as if awakening it to new life. The small, round robot with a red eye blinks and looks around in confusion after its miraculous awakening. In a bright whirlwind of blue light, the boy confidently thrusts his sword into the magic circle, saying intently that now everything depends on whether the goddess recognizes him. Faced with an unexpected threat, the robot instinctively steps back, finding itself under the intense gaze of a young man holding a flaming sword and silently radiating grandeur. The fiery aura grows to its limit, enveloping the young man, and with every movement of his hand, the huge sword emits a glow that overshadows everything around it. The scientists stare in amazement at his image, repeating what is happening one after another, because none of them expected to see such a thing. The small combat drone looks back at its owner in panic, while the young warrior's eyes flash with a golden fire of determination, like an echo of a powerful awakening. The boy clutches the shining weapon tightly in his hand, and his gaze, filled with calm and unbreakable strength, pierces the darkness. Emitting a blinding beam of energy, the boy fires his golden weapon, and the entire hall explodes with light, forcing even the guards to instinctively retreat. The beam of energy pierces the space with a roar and flashes, crashing into the ceiling and walls, as if the very air cannot withstand the force of this shot. The ghostly face of a divine woman, as if made of light itself, appears before the hero, who freezes before her, overcome with indescribable surprise and blessing. The bewildered man in a suit covered in sweat, his eyes full of panic, cannot believe that such a thing is even possible. In the tense silence, everyone around him falls to their knees, paralyzed by fear and awe of the power that has just manifested itself. In the man's eyes, there is a frozen realization that this figure, enveloped in a blinding glow, has nothing to do with human nature. In the glow of holiness, a majestic female figure appears, impossible to confuse with anyone else, her presence literally paralyzing the space. Lionheart utters her name with a slight smile and deep respect, like someone who has found light in the darkness again. The goddess, with a face of calm and strength, her hands folded in a prayerful gesture, gently asks her knight to tell her the truth about what is happening. His eyes glow softly in the radiance of her divine presence, but silence remains his answer, for words are insufficient to describe the grandeur of this moment. 3 men kneel before Sir Tank, recognizing him as a noble example for all knights and asking Ariana to accept his soul. The goddess looks with bright sadness at the fragments of the mechanical body and asks if this knight has fulfilled his last mission. Leon swears with a determined look that the robot will give his fate to the goddess, promising on behalf of honor that he will walk the chosen path with dignity. Smiling softly and sadly, she listens as the young man admits that if not for his existence, this knight would have every right to become the king of Lionheart. Her gentle smile speaks of peace and forgiveness as she realizes that she no longer has any doubts. Extending her hand from the bright glow, she decides to finally clarify something important. With her hand raised high and a glow behind her, she blesses the steel knight from another world, appointing him as her guardian in the kingdom of Lionheart. A soft smile sounds in her voice as she touches on his pure heart, full of honor, like a child just discovering the world. As the knight kneels and his mechanical companion prepares for battle, she finally declares him her knight, a fighter against evil and a champion of justice. The boy bows his head with a tender smile, accepting his new destiny with proud calm in his heart. The little robot shudders from the unexpected blow and, staggering, looks up as if trying to comprehend what has happened. Jumping into the air, the robot, endowed with honor, utters confused sounds against the backdrop of blinding light. Its electronic eye reflects the process of language hacking, and the translation module quickly installs, preparing it for a new level of communication. The goddess's bright face glows in the silence as she hears the defender's approving response. The little robot proclaims its goal to destroy evil, considering it a wonderful idea. Smiling and radiant, the goddess gently closes her eyes, radiating calm and indescribable bliss, as if she has made a decision with her heart. The goddess soars in the rays of light above the tiny combat drone, proclaiming her affection for it and choosing it as an ally in battle. Holding a shining sphere of power in her palms, she smiles and assures him that as long as he is loyal to her first knight, she will always be by his side. A powerful pillar of light pierces the sky and earth, lifting the woman into the air amid an explosion of energy that stuns everyone present. With his eyes closed and a slight smile, the young man rejoices that the new knight of the Holy Grail accepts his fate, vowing to serve light and justice. Amidst the smoke and glare, like a symbol of rebirth, a battle tank appears before everyone. Like a newborn knight of the Holy Grail, the tank destroyer 10,253. Against the backdrop of the night sky in the United States, a magical tower rises above the city, and someone anxiously begs forgiveness from the mighty creature. The dark door of the tower owner's living room opens with tension, and a guilty voice admits the failure of the mission. Bowing submissively before the red orb, the old sorcerer listens to the angry condemnation of his failure, which has destroyed his master's trust. Blinded by surprise and anger, the magician Renald Shellman, with a pained expression on his face, excuses himself for the failure and the unexpected appearance of Leon, the unpredictable survivor who ruined his plans. Irritated by the worthless excuses, the red limping crystal flashes with a threatening light as the magician repeats Leon's name with horror, which does not give him peace. In stunned surprise and rage, the magician grimly utters insults about Leon, while the magic sphere is literally covered with beads of sweat. The old mage rushes in a hurry, hearing the order to turn on the news immediately, and the sphere burns with increasing intensity. Sitting on his knees in the dark hall, the magician resolutely presses the button, illuminating the room with a cold blue glow and turning on the broadcast. A confident young man with an authoritative posture appears on the screen and proclaims to the whole world that he is King Lionheart. When Lionheart solemnly announces his name, the heated sphere explodes with cries of panic, its red flashes radiating shock and anxiety. The old ruler, with a pained expression on his face, cannot contain his wave of fear and confusion because he does not understand why someone who should not be there has appeared. In the dark library, under the tense flickering, the magic ball fearfully admits defeat, unable to withstand the presence of the true leader. The old man picks up the magic ball in horror, and at the sight of it, his face turns pale, his hands tremble, and his voice drowns in the shocked repetition of one terrible name. The sorcerer's frightened eyes, frozen in horror and silent questions, seem to have stopped breathing before the unspeakable revelation. In the middle of the night city, illuminated by the glow of the sorcerer's explosion, the old man cries out in despair with a final scream, clutching the fatal ball in his hands, which will never shine again. The Korean Hunters Association towers over the city like a cold and immovable fortress, hiding within it the fates of the world's most powerful people. In a sterile room resembling a scientific laboratory, officials discuss the new fighter, looking at the unconscious young man as if he were a rare exhibit. One of the leaders, smiling with hidden tension, acknowledges the complexity of the situation, but the young man calmly interrupts the conversation, saying that it is not important at all. With calm and determined steps, Loon walks down a narrow corridor under the watchful gaze of his mechanical companion. The little robot suddenly stops at his feet and anxiously asks what happened. Suddenly, overcome by a sudden internal pain, the boy grabs his mouth, leaving blood on his palm, and the anxiety in the robot's eyes turns into panic. Clutching a blood-stained handkerchief and averting his eyes, the young man confirms through his fatigue that he is all right, although in reality, he is thinking that the knight's mission in an unbelieving country is difficult. The robot assistant anxiously paces nearby, but the young man sighs with a bitter smile and admits that it is not the deity that is to blame, but his own weak faith. With his heart inflamed by the magic of faith, the young man calmly asks not to blame the deity, putting all his devotion into these words. The goddess, watching from above through the glow, tenderly thanks him for his loyalty, but admits that the pain caused by her indifference was undeserved. His gaze, suddenly filled with shock, widens from the sudden internal upheaval that knocks his thoughts off balance and destroys his confidence. The goddess's sudden command echoes in the young man's mind, and his heart bursts into a golden fire of faith, causing him to freeze in amazement. The goddess silently opens her eyes with lowered eyelids, and a strange glow flares up around her, as if in response to her knight's sincere plea. The three allies stare intently ahead, waiting for the goddess's decisive word. Standing in the glow of the temple, the three companions look with awe at the woman in white, who descends upon them like an angel to save their holy knight. In the darkest moment, when only one knight remained, the young man with fire in his heart stood up against the demons, carrying within himself all the sanctity of the world. The golden glow in his eyes flashed even brighter when the gods themselves, overcome with shame, hid in his body, giving him the power of the heavens. For 180 years, the goddess watched as he single-handedly destroyed all the monsters, all by himself. The warrior's eyes burn with determination, and his strength of spirit and endurance surpass anyone in this world. In the shadows of the temple hall, the girl asks about the knight's condition, and the priestess sadly replies that his life hangs by a thread. Shocked by the news, the girl's heart sinks with anxiety, and the priestess sadly admits that her knight acted too recklessly. In a burst of anger, someone bangs his fist on the stone, indignantly exclaiming that the appointment of another holy knight is an unheard-of insult. The weary god of war, Pitos, recalls with irritation the former King Leon, who seems to have lost the brilliance that once inspired even the gods. The majestic goddess, with cold dignity, recalls the greatness of the past hero, who fought battles for the gods for over 200 years and ultimately won. Extremely irritated, Pedos angrily exclaims that this is precisely why it is unacceptable for a child to interfere in the affairs of the gods, emphasizing his seriousness. The girl in the hood listens with pain in her eyes to the story of 180 years of suffering, and the noble woman voices this terrible number with sadness in her voice. Sitting confidently in front of the others, the woman solemnly declares that it is time to break the silence, and her eyes burn with determination. With longing and anger in her heart, the goddess confesses that she can no longer watch her knight's torment, while Pedos silently frowns, grasping the depth of her words. The mighty bearded god declares without hesitation that he has an idea, and the goddess sitting on her throne calmly gives him the floor. Speaking before the gods, Chal, the god of blacksmiths, proposes to demonstrate instant divine blessings to mortals in order to restore faith in all strata of society. With a dark gleam in his eye, the god confirms that they are indeed talking about missionary work, about a new wave of miracles that will make the world believe again. A hooded girl with a gleam of excitement in her eyes shares an observation about the only believers among their group, hinting at this world's connection to something mysterious called the internet. Chal, suddenly enlightened by this information, with a thoughtful and determined expression on his face, suggests using the internet himself. The team wonders why King Leon, who was also from that world, did not think of this, and concludes that it was after his death that the internet began to develop rapidly. The goddess in white robes speaks with cold confidence about mistakes, pointing out that Leon was unable to fully consolidate his doctrine in 20 years. A bearded god sits solemnly in front of a coat of arms with an axe and sternly declares that it is time for a new holy knight to embark on his path of destiny. A dark-haired man looks away from the screens and, holding his phone, looks back at the voice with a serious look. A confused employee with a moldy bald spot points to the screen and is wildly surprised by the content of the YouTube video, while his boss, cup in hand, leans puzzled toward the monitor. Shock and incomprehension are written on the face of the young man with a band-aid on his cheek, because what he has seen casts doubt on reality itself. A file called Hanum Grain Storage and a YouTube channel are open on the computer screen, which causes even more surprise because who would expect to see such a thing in the archives? The hero, with shock on his face, recognizes a familiar symbol on the screen and realizes that this is the very channel he never dared to think about. A huge YouTube channel called Pantheon TV Broadcasting Prayers in a Field raises alarming suspicions in the hero, who has never seen anything like this before. In the video preview, an office worker and a smiling old farmer talk about very strange and at the same time interesting things. A bowl of rice, illuminated by a halo of light, appears as a sacred gift capable of changing one's fate with a single sip. The majestic figure of God, as if descended from the clouds, arouses awe and amazement when he gives an unexpectedly striking answer. Shocked by the comments under the video, the hero realizes that the channel is an explosive mix of clickable madness and impeccable quality. In a dark control room, three men frozen in front of their screens silently stare at the alarming data displayed on the monitors. Surprised and sweaty, the employees discuss whether the mysterious King Leon is behind it all, and one of them mocks the idea that an aristocrat could become a YouTuber. In the office chat, the comical situation reaches a fever pitch. Khan's computer is acting strangely. She sends photos of PC assemblies, and her colleagues mock her technical helplessness. A dark-haired specialist leaning on the table explains that the biggest problem is not even the video, but the fact that it turned out to be real. Confused and sweaty, he quietly mutters about what to do next, but mentally he can no longer bear who this person is and what he does. Suddenly, he gets up, coldly saying that he will leave first, leaving his colleagues surprised and wondering why he is leaving so hastily. In the semi-darkness of the corridor, the man confidently says that he must first meet with Leon, and his voice rings with determination. Night envelops the skyscraper in a flickering glow, and in the penthouse at the very top, Leon calmly waits for events to unfold. Strange yet familiar sounds echo behind the door, as if someone is working very hard on a computer. Metal tentacles click rapidly on the laptop keys, bathing the room in the glow of the blue screen. The robot with the red sensor solemnly announces that the subtitles are ready, as if setting off an irreversible chain of events. Its tentacle presses hard on the key, and the system, obediently complying, begins to load. A girl with a wary expression peeks out from behind the door and asks in surprise if someone has been using her laptop. Standing opposite the robot, the girl looks at him suspiciously and asks what he is doing, but he just stares at her silently. The robot, with a red gleam in its eyes, announces the completion of the first phase of a mysterious operation called rebellious marketing. Enveloped in smoke and an ominous glow in its eyes, the robot announces the transition to the second phase, namely, hacking the network. Frozen with wide eyes and a drop of sweat on her cheek, the girl is speechless, bewildered by what she sees. Instead of fear or anxiety, the girl, her face beaming, exclaims that the robot is playing a game because she knows nothing about computers. On the endless plains of Naju, where golden fields touch the horizon, the morning silence envelops an ancient courtyard with jugs and roofs shaded by trees. The temporary temple of Naju, hidden between green crowns and red bricks, looks like a peaceful refuge, where a white cat dozes on the roof like a guard. But this rural idyll is suddenly shattered by the alarmed cry of a man in a suit, who frantically announces that the video must be deleted immediately. At the sound, a girl looks back in surprise, clutching a thermos in her hand. In a room bathed in soft light, a girl with a red braid hands a glass to a weary manager, and he politely thanks her, trying to collect his thoughts. The manager tilts his head back and gulps down the drink, trying to drown his tension in the bitter sip. Drenched in sweat and holding the glass, he realizes the truth with horror and whispers hoarsely that the video is to blame for everything. The blonde man sits calmly with a cup in his hands while a surprised question echoes from above about who could have uploaded the video, and he calmly replies that it was the tank destroyer. The girl points her finger at the tank in the corner of the room in amazement, and the man realizes with shock that this deadly creature was the author of all the recordings. A small robot with an anxious look frantically clicks its paws on the keyboard, while the man still cannot comprehend how this is possible. Against the backdrop of a golden plain bathed in warm sunshine, they tell the legend of the magical crops of Naju, which can cure diseases simply by being consumed, as if it were a fairy tale. The man passionately predicts that as soon as these crops become widely available, the whole world will rush to them as if they were a saving hope. In a dense forest lit by an ominous fire, the silhouette of a robber makes its way through the trees, and a voiceover warns that soon Naju will be swarming not with ordinary people, but with dangerous thieves. The blonde man with a cup in his hands calmly listens to the fact that after permission from the regulatory authority, the association will fully support cultivation, but now asks his interlocutor to wait for this moment. Looking him respectfully in the eye, he explains that this world has its own laws and rules, so it is better not to panic, but to accept this order. The young man, calmly sipping from his cup, assures the confused man that he has nothing to worry about, causing him to ask again in confusion. With cold confidence in his voice, the blonde man proclaims that no one can touch the sacred fruits of the goddess, as if placing an invisible shield around his possessions. Hearing the blonde man's calm and confident words, the dark-haired man freezes in place, struck by this confidence. Several cars with people in dark clothes drive up to the sown field, ready to carry out the order and wipe everything to the ground. In the darkness of the rice field, the mysterious stranger reads the order from his phone, realizing that the grain is indeed of unusual origin. The blonde man in the hood looks around in surprise and says that he was preparing for a big battle with the guards, but instead he sees only silence and an empty field. Two guards look at the night field under the starry sky and discuss that it is enough to take the seeds from the warehouse, and the rest can be burned later. The leader with the scar coldly orders them to prepare gasoline, reminding them that they have already been paid, and all that remains is to complete the task for the merchant. The ninjas make their way through the tall grass under the night sky, carefully looking around and not realizing that someone may already be waiting for them. A dozen figures silently move through the wheat field, like shadows among the waves, carrying cans of gasoline and grim intentions. One of them suddenly stops, shouting a command to halt, sensing something disturbing ahead, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Flashing with tension, the ninja draws his sword and casts a sharp glance at the dark silhouette approaching with the wind and ghostly silence. One of the fighters stops anxiously in the middle of the field when a shadow of a mysterious figure in a hat appears in the distance, which is instantly mistaken for a person. But as the mysterious silhouette approaches, it turns out to be just a creepy, motionless scarecrow. The scarecrow, wrapped in a dark cloak and illuminated by moonlight, stands motionless. One ninja scratches his head in surprise, looking at the scarecrow, while the other mutters irritably that it was just the wind that made it sway. One of them, staring intently into the darkness, begins to sweat when he notices that the scarecrow is looking directly at him with a strange, eerie energy. The ninja, looking around anxiously, points into the distance, while the other stops suspiciously, not yet realizing the threat. The frightening, triumphant march of the scarecrows in the fog makes eerie sounds, and each of them seems to come to life in the darkness. A special scarecrow with a pitchfork in its neck rises from the middle of the field, its silhouette becoming more and more ominous with each passing moment. One of the fighters looks around in panic and asks if there are too many of them, but receives a rude shout from his partner, who has not yet realized how serious the threat is. A dark ninja with a cold gaze gives the order to set the field on fire, calculating the direction of the wind to cover as much area as possible with fire. A shiny liquid spreads with a hiss in the tall grass, the first drops of fuel setting the stage for a hellish blaze. Canisters of liquid fly through the air, spraying their contents among the tall grass, while someone irritably asks if everything has been spilled. In the foggy field, several ninjas work intently, checking the tanks, while their leader orders Jinti and two others to move to the granary. In the silence of the night, the leader's eyes flash with tension as he turns sharply toward an unexpected light that pierces the darkness. The bewildered guard looks sharply into the darkness, feeling anxiety grip his heart as the two comrades he was supposed to accompany have disappeared without a trace. Against the backdrop of night fog and scattered blue glow among the fields, the confused figures search for their missing partner, trying to understand what happened to Dusan. Shocked and frightened, the man with wide eyes feels a chill run down his spine. One of the ninjas stares into the darkness in horror, realizing that the creepy scarecrows around them are not quite what they seem. Meanwhile, dozens of enemy puppet-like creatures begin to rapidly approach them from the dark field, closing in on them. Behind him, a terrifying scarecrow with spiked maces appears with a fierce swing, as if awakened from an ancient curse. Hearing a strange hissing sound behind him, the ninja looks back in horror, feeling something cold and evil seeping through the darkness. Right in front of him, with an unnaturally sweet wooden smile, hangs a scarecrow with living eyes pulsing with a poisonous green glow. His pupils, dilated with fear, betray his panic as he realizes that this horror is not just a fairy tale, it has already begun. In a flash of blinding light, his partner smashes the scarecrow to pieces, while another ninja shouts his leader's name in horror. Shocked, the warrior shouts into the night storm that these creatures are moving and have nothing to do with innocent scarecrows. And then, three sinister figures emerge from the darkness, enveloped in a flickering green glow, like ghosts from the worst nightmare. Enveloped in green light, the scarecrow with a smiling face clutches a scythe and looks eerily alive, as if mocking human fear. The two frightened warriors, clutching their weapons, glance helplessly at their leader, whose shadow soul whispers that they are indeed monsters. Anxiety grows out of the impenetrable darkness between the tall figures of otherworldly creatures, and the ninjas stare in confusion at the faces of their enemy horrors. One of the fighters, crawling through the darkness, asks the leader in horror what these creatures are, because he has never seen anything like them before. Bursting out with a cry, he admits that he himself does not understand anything, curses the situation, and bitterly acknowledges that he had to abandon his people. The leader, clutching a phone with an order to burn the fields, suddenly realizes that this task was a trap from the start. One of the fighters points ahead with a confused look, while behind him the leader, his eyes wide, frantically asks what is going on, because the situation is completely out of control. The ninja asks if the granary was their target, pointing to a large building in the distance. His eyes light up with greed when he finally finds the rice and smiles predatorily, confident that this find will bring a fortune if it is real. With a predatory smile, he orders the rice to be dragged to the car, reassuring the team that the scarecrows are only in the field and not in the granary. Glancing back, he sharply orders them to speed up and carry out the order immediately, without any delay. His foot steps onto the field with unwavering confidence, heading toward his goal, unaware of any danger ahead. A powerful explosion breaks the silence, lighting up everything around, and one of the ninjas watches the burning space in horror. The charred body of his comrade lies on the hot ground, and everyone realizes with horror that everything around them is mined. Frozen in the middle of the field, they are afraid to move, suspecting that even the granary could be a deadly trap. One of the fighters' eyes fill with panic and confusion as the world around them suddenly changes. The team nervously looks around, catching alarming sounds that indicate that someone is already here, and that person is definitely a stranger. The soldier is horrified, unable to understand how the boss of the Cheonju Gate appeared here, in this trap of death and explosions. In a red flash, the fighter looms like a terrible prophecy, preparing to wipe out everything in its path. Under a dilapidated hut, bound fighters sit in a heap, the morning sun cutting through their helpless shadows with its rays. One of the ninjas pulls out his bandaged leg, while the others lean over the body in tears, unable to contain their pain. His bandaged leg hangs limply against the backdrop of the harvest, as if mocking the tranquility of the rural day. At the very bottom of the page, cold letters spell out the inevitable inscription that thieves always perish. After their arrest, the exhausted mercenaries with wounded hands silently line up under the supervision of agents, accepting the inevitability of defeat. Thanks to the awakening of the algorithm itself, the price of Pantheon, shares, and blessed rice skyrockets. Leon appears before the public, shakes hands with an official, and handing out rice symbolically declares his influence and return to the world. A scandal erupted at the banquet after Leon looked contemptuously at a reporter, not considering him worthy of sitting next to the king. In an instant, Leon's name rose to the top of the trends, and the entire internet buzzed around the Pantheon, turning it into a symbol of a new era. Settling into a soft armchair, Leon smiles and reflects that even the gods are better adapted to the modern world than he is. Leon accepts the compliment with an indifferent expression, as if greatness not only suits him, but has long been his rightful due. The girl exclaims in shock at the amount on the certificate, while Leon remains completely indifferent, as if 230 million is pocket change to him. Reflecting on the price, Leon calmly states that rice should be cheaper, while the girl is confused and tries to understand why this is a problem. Concerned, Leon reflects on the injustice of the market, which has raised the price so high that the poor cannot even afford rice. With sincere surprise, the girl echoes his opinion, believing that divine grace should be accessible to everyone, regardless of wealth. Recalling his conversation with the president, Leon explains the complexity of the influence of faith on politics, while the girl naively tries to find logic in price neutrality. After a recent incident, the number of believers has grown so much that Leon confidently declares that he has enough power for his own army. The concerned girl cautiously inquires about safety, and Leon, with a serious look, clarifies whether she is referring to the mysterious yellow class gate. And although the purchase of the portal was successful, the prospect of entering it with the recruits and returning alive seems almost impossible. Leon smiles, preparing to give an answer that will surely make everyone think about his true intentions. Against the backdrop of a gleaming skyscraper, a confident warning sounds, hinting that the game is just beginning and everything is still ahead. In the hall, one of the men exclaims in surprise, recognizing a familiar figure, and at that moment, the tension in the air changes to anticipation of action. A smiling elderly man confidently approaches the crowd, raising his hand in greeting and calling out to a familiar hunter named Mr. Kim. After a brief exchange, the two hunters discuss the message that summoned the low-level fighters, causing alarming speculation. One of them, frowning and concerned, mutters his agreement, sensing that there is something far from coincidental behind this meeting. Observing the crowd, the young man wonders with surprise if all these hunters are no higher than D, or at most C class. A red-haired girl, surrounded by bodyguards who scored a record number of points last year, confidently enters the hall. Hearing about the arrival of His Majesty Leon Lionheart, the young man shuddered in confusion, not believing that this name sounded so loud and official. The blond man with a cold smile strides confidently, accompanied by bodyguards, arousing surprise and admiration. Seeing how the young man controls a terrifying creature with burning eyes, the hero finally realizes that this world is much more dangerous than it seemed. Standing on the podium in front of the lion emblem, Leon radiates calm strength, and the crowd in the hall freezes in anticipation of his words. Making sure that everyone is present, Leon prepares to explain the main reason for this meeting, drawing the full attention of the hall. With a serious look, he solemnly announces the creation of the Pantheon Guild and invites everyone to join his cause. In the noisy hall, the young men listen attentively to the speech, understanding that admission to the guild is only possible after rigorous training. Anxiety is written on the young man's face because the requirements resemble not a guild, but a real military draft. Next to the serious Leon, an instructor in dark glasses prepares to reveal the details of the upcoming practical test. When the presenter explains that the task is to clear the yellow gates at Samjong Station, the silence in the hall is broken by stunned whispers and anxious glances. In the indignant cries of the young fighters, which break into despair, the idea that such a task is a direct sentence and inevitable death is clearly heard. Everyone present expressed outrage that this test was more like voluntary suicide. Ominous silhouettes emerge from the pink portal, and amid the chaos, a figure with black wings stands out. It is precisely these gates of the highest black class that spawn the most terrifying creatures. A robot with a red eye in the center crawls out of the red class gate, mercilessly scanning the space in search of a victim. The orange class gate opens under the feet of a ghostly horseman who leads a crowd of glowing-eyed skeletons in the darkness. And below them are the yellow, green, and blue gates, less dangerous but no less important. In a dark forest, a Class D hunter encounters a predatory monster in the blue gate, which means certain death for the weaker ones. In a crowded hall, the crowd explodes with anger at the proposal to clear the yellow level on their own, and the bald coordinator tries in vain to calm the chaos. An irritated young man shouting his contempt angrily leaves the hall, considering the time spent on this meeting a complete waste. One by one, the hunters leave the hall, some with irritation, some with indifference, and some with disappointment, because they do not want to risk their lives in the yellow gates. The spacious hall quickly empties, leaving a sparse group of daredevils on the wooden floor, ready to test their fate. A blond man with a serious look silently observes the dwindling crowd, as if assessing each of those who remain in the game. With a stern expression on his face, he points sharply from the podium, causing surprise and slight anxiety among the crowd as everyone tries to figure out who he has chosen. The guy with the afro, pointing at himself in confusion, nervously asks if he is really the one, to which he receives a scathing response about his appearance. The appearance, as if he had been electrocuted. The blond man looks seriously ahead, addressing the chosen one with a simple but piercing question. Why did he stay? The character with curly hair tries to wriggle out of the situation, absurdly searching for a deeper meaning in his own presence, while the blond guy behind him keeps a straight face. Putting his hand to his chin, the blond prepares to make an important statement, and in his shadow, the tension of the next step is already brewing. Suddenly pointing his finger at another student, the blond asks a direct question, forcing the upset guy with a sweat-drenched face to freeze under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. The boy remains silent, his face tense, but his mind is burning with determination, because the guild created by the high-ranking S seems to him to be the only safe place in this world. Against the backdrop of the shocked audience, the boy shouts his decision to take the chance to destroy his weak past self. The blond man with a penetrating gaze smiles slightly, recognizing the strength of spirit of the young man who dared to stay despite his fear and doubts. Decisively stepping off the stage, he repeats that he did not come here to make speeches, but to gather resources and soldiers, as if igniting a fire of readiness and obedience in the hall. The characters, their faces frozen, hear the harsh truth about obedience as the highest virtue of a soldier, and this phrase makes their hearts sink in anticipation of orders that will change everything. The blond leader speaks with calm confidence about his belief in the honor and strength of a knight, and these words pierce the atmosphere, turning a simple speech into an oath of allegiance. The dark-haired fighter, holding his breath, listens to the only requirement, the one that will become an unbreakable duty for each of them in this new chain of command. The blond man's ominous smile attests to his power, and with barely perceptible irony, he concludes his speech with an order that is not subject to question: complete obedience. With a sudden gesture, reminiscent of the boundary between words and actions, the knight orders everyone to stand up, gather their belongings, and prepare for the beginning of a journey from which there is no return. In the underground passage of Samjong Station, a giant black portal opens, flashing yellow like the eyes of a monster waiting for new victims. A straight column of heavily armed soldiers stops in front of a girl with bright hair, who stands calmly opposite them, as if she were the one in charge of this military order. The stranger, with his eyes closed, checks his new gloves, squeezing his fingers with careful force, and although they are a little heavy, they look surprisingly reliable. Two men in heavy armor stand nearby, one of them looking respectfully at the elite fighters and quietly admitting that each of them is worth millions, and people like them can only dream of such things. A surprised expression freezes on the face of the gray-haired warrior when he looks back and suddenly senses the approach of something unusual, causing him to freeze with an unspoken word. A reserved and calm blond man, with his hands in his pockets, assesses the situation in front of the entrance, while the man notes with slight irony that the one they call the king is dressed too boldly for such a title. Seeing the red-haired girl Hanhari, he greets her confusedly, and she, unexpectedly delighted, asks about his affairs with sincere interest in her eyes. The girl smiles confusedly, and the guy, trying to understand how one can do without protection, asks in surprise about his majesty without armor. The embarrassed fighter listens to the explanation that the king himself does not wear armor because his skin is stronger than metal, and asks again in astonishment. The confused look on the boy's face is full of doubt, because despite rumors of extraordinary strength, the blonde seems too calm and unremarkable. With a frenzied roar that cuts through the air, the goblin's head flies off in a bloody whirlwind of shards and teeth, leaving behind only fear and a dead body. The shocked knights in metal helmets freeze with their eyes wide open, not understanding what just happened. Standing over the fallen monster in bloody silence, the boy coldly and calmly demands that they be louder and more vicious. With a fierce look and a voice that awakens horror in their hearts, the boy proclaims that today they are not noble warriors, but avengers who must destroy all enemies like insects. Exploding with righteous anger, he embodies unbreakable justice in every blow, with a gleam in his eyes and a sword in his hands. A squad of armored warriors quietly makes its way through the forest under the blue haze of dawn, and a mysterious woman with red hair, striding confidently ahead, suddenly stops warily, sensing something invisible among the shadows of the trees. Soldiers in white armor with faceless helmets discuss the situation in awe, realizing that under their leader's command, intervention may not be necessary. A system message appears in front of the mercenaries, instructing them to choose one of the enemy tribes on the plain and lead it to victory. One of the warriors, studying the blue holographic screen in front of him, begins to understand the essence of the task and is surprised that they have been assigned the role of auxiliary forces. In the center of the gathering, one of the warriors, with a look of concern on his face, suggests that they are facing a factional mission, while another, having already weighed everything, confidently replies that they should choose one of the tribes and lead it to victory. The armored fighter, studying the holographic panel with slight surprise, realizes that their task is similar to simple support, and his doubt breaks through in his voice. The concern grows when the fighter points his outstretched hand in a dangerous direction and anxiously exclaims whether monsters are waiting for them there. The hoofbeat raised a cloud of dust and an explosion of energy as the orc army crashed into the gorge between the mountains like a menacing wave, tearing the earth in half. A huge green warrior with a burning gaze on a frenzied boar led the swift attack, cutting through everything around him like a storm and igniting the battlefield with fury. The beastly roar and the glint of the battle hammer in the leader's hands exploded with unbridled fury, about to descend on the enemy like thunder from a clear sky. Making an unstoppable breakthrough, the orc leader on a ferocious boar rushes into the attack, tearing the ground beneath his hooves and charging his battle axe with fury. A wave of noise shatters the silence of the valley as a squadron of monsters breaks through the horizon, raising dust and filling the sky with roars. With a fierce grin and burning eyes, the leader raises his weapon and roars, announcing the invasion of strangers on the sacred land of battle axes. In the oppressive silence after the orc's loud words, two knights in heavy armor exchange tense glances, finding neither words nor confidence in their next actions. The young man clenches his jaw and contorts his face in a struggle between anger and the understanding that the role requires restraint. The blond man with his arms crossed over his chest tries to restrain his emotions, while the girl suggests sticking to the plan, to which the young man allows her to act at her own discretion. She smiles awkwardly with a robot on her head, nervously clutching her hair, trying to look serious. Plucking up her courage, she steps forward resolutely with her head held high, while behind her, the soldiers watch the unusual scene unfold like intrigued witnesses. With eyes full of courage, she explains her mission, hinting at the reward that awaits those who help the tribe, and convincingly plays the role of a mercenary in front of her enemies. A rough orc with tusks and spiked armor looks suspiciously at the newcomers, recognizing them as the strangers his leader warned him about. The girl, with a forced smile, looks around nervously, feeling the pressure of the situation, while her companion in the shadows shows obvious irritation. In the center of the night settlement, an army gathers, warily watching the orc who has just arrived at the gate. Chief Karak stands with his arms crossed, sternly assessing the new mercenaries, noting that they are even uglier than he had imagined, but acknowledging that this is probably normal. Against the backdrop of the wooden fortress, the orc raises his hands to the sky, calling the tribe of battle axes to war, emphasizing that the more grandiose the clash, the more noble the death will be. The young man's eyes flash with determination as he grits his teeth and loudly proclaims his challenge, filled with the excitement of victory and taking everything. The orc, with a confused look on his face, freezes under the burning gaze of the masked stranger, whom he does not recognize among the night camp. The hero's foot descends to the ground with a light of power flowing around him, while his thoughts seethe with contempt for words of honor and glory. Illuminated by the flames of anger, the man in dark clothing stares straight ahead with contempt, filled with indignation toward the one who has encroached upon what is sacred. The orc, enraged and outraged by the attack, lunges forward with a whirlwind of aggression, exploding with a cry that mixes anger and despair. With the force of lightning, the hero leaps into the air and pierces the enemy with his sword, tearing through the night silence with the light of fury and impeccable precision. The bloodied knight in armor stands frozen, his gaze speaking more than 1,000 words. He has seen death up close and survived. Leon's face, smeared with dirt and blood, burns with indignation as he despises his enemies, branding them as warriors doomed to die in vain waiting. Standing in the center of the dark forest, the hero proclaims with a proud cry the only truth that shatters all the illusions of his enemies. His eyes, full of fiery power, pierce the darkness as he looks ahead with anger and determination, preparing to end the battle. Two orcs stop and anxiously announce the death of their boss, unable to believe that he has truly perished in the midst of battle. The orcs, enraged with fury, raise their weapons above their heads and rush into the attack, shouting that these people are enemies and calling for them to be destroyed without mercy. The knights look back at the crowd in panic, and one of them exclaims in horror that they are being attacked by orcs, as the sudden attack takes everyone by surprise. The blond man with burning eyes loudly gives the order to raise their shields and form a perimeter, and his cry, like a thunderclap, makes the space around them tremble with fighting spirit. One of the knights grits his teeth in rage and, clutching his shield, quietly curses the situation they find themselves in, his face full of tension and fear of the orc attack. The chain of shield bearers panics, trying to stop the desperate attack of the enemy. Someone shouts from behind to stop, and despair rushes through their minds as they wonder how they, ordinary D-class hunters, can defeat these ferocious orcs. The orc with burning eyes raises his axe above his head and cries out for death, while the defenders can only manage to exhale fearfully through clenched teeth. His fury reaches its peak as he brings the axe down on his enemies with a beastly roar. In the next moment, his weapon collides with a shield with a dull, loud flash, sending sparks and fear into the hearts of those who are still standing. The knight who has just parried the deadly blow looks up in astonishment, his voice full of surprise, unable to believe that he was able to stop the attack and remain unharmed. Sweaty and shocked, the knight looks at the enhancement window with a new awareness, the power that just saved his life activated just in time. A blue holographic window appears in front of him with a list of enhancements that confirm that his body and will have suddenly become much stronger. In panic and confusion, the knight stares at the screen in front of him, cold sweat pouring from his face. The next moment, a new message appears on the holographic panel with brutal effects against orcs, and everything around him freezes as he reads what can cause panic, death, and rage in them. Surprised to the extreme, the armored warrior clutches his sword and shield, while transparent holograms hover in the air around him, emitting strange system signals, causing him to mentally exclaim, "What is happening?" The system reports a series of powerful hero titles, including Demon Slayer, Guardian of the Grail, and Strongest Attacker. But most of the enhancements do not work due to the low level of the Legion. The orcs rush into the attack but fall into a trap of skills, and the entire battlefield shudders from a sharp explosion and an unexpected counterattack. A blond man with a sword and lightning in his eyes shouts an order to raise shields and strike at the weakened area, taking control of the battle into his own hands. One of the orcs falls with a wild cry from a powerful blow, torn apart by a lightning attack that pierces his body through and through. Amidst a flurry of swords and splashes of black blood, the defender at the front cuts through the crowd of orcs with a precise strike, leaving no chance for the enraged monsters. The yellow-eyed orc howls in pain as the enemy knight's blade pierces his chest, tearing through flesh and spilling bloody rage into the night. The boy's eyes flash with divine light as he, bloodied and stunned by the carnage behind him, hears with surprise that he has been called the god of war. Burned by the flames of battle and with eyes burning with rage, he cannot comprehend how these evil creatures dared to even mention the name of God. Raising his hand to the sky, he screams frantically for revenge, promising to cut out tongues, smash skulls, and despise their false god. At the rider's call, the sky is torn apart by blinding lightning, and the orcs, frozen in fear, watch in horror as divine power appears. Two orcs, scorched by the wind after the magical explosion, look around in confusion, trying to understand what just happened. But the answer comes in the form of a devastating blow to the face, which throws the leader back with a bone-crunching crack, leaving him gasping in pain. Obeying a magical command, the white horse strikes the orc's chest with its hoof with all its might, while the rider, his eyes glowing gold, prepares for another lightning strike. Jumping swiftly into the saddle, the hero raises a storm of light that blinds the orcs and causes them to freeze in anxious surprise. Wearing a mysterious mask, Leon pulls out two sharpened knives which will soon end many lives. An explosion of light and power cuts through the crowd of orcs as the young man on a white horse rushes forward, slashing his enemies with two burning swords. With a gaze burning with gold and ruthlessness, the hero pronounces the final sentence on his enemies, forcing them to feel the true horror of death. One of the orcs crashed to the ground, sending blood and dust flying, his body contorted in a death spasm under the force of the impact. Above the nighttime training ground, covered in shadows and the bodies of fallen enemies, a cold silence reigns, squeezing the heart with a sense of impending victory. The sword rises to the sky in the glow of blue magic, a symbol of strength, hope, and swift retribution that cuts through the darkness. With a smile radiant with joy, the hero shouts to the sky, calling for the celebration of a hard-won victory achieved through sweat, blood, and fire. In the middle of the moonlit camp, where the blood on the snow has not yet dried, armed warriors jump for joy, celebrating their bloody victory over their enemies. A red-haired girl, full of hesitation and anxiety, cautiously approaches a young man, standing motionless with a sword in his hands. Against the backdrop of the destroyed camp and dead bodies, the girl, with pain in her heart and confusion in her voice, asks why all this happened, looking at the cold and silent face of the boy. The young man, with a scratched face and a dazed look of shock, admits that he had no reason for the massacre, causing the girl to ask fearfully about the task. Consumed by rage, the boy with burning eyes fiercely rejects the idea of helping the orcs, preferring to die rather than join forces with them. A rough man with clenched jaws and contempt in his voice refuses to help the green-skinned creatures, calling them beasts unworthy of respect. The hero, scarred by battle, speaks with burning eyes about the nobility of the night, which stands above the savage fury of the orcs, while the girl whispers in shock the thought that flashes through her mind. The girl, with a spark of hope in her voice, says that there must be at least one good orc in the world, and in her imagination, a peaceful green sage appears, gently holding a rabbit in his arms. The hero, his face covered with battle scars, looks straight ahead with determination, bequeathing to the future the only truth that a good orc is a dead orc. Against the backdrop of flames and darkness, a wild orc face emerges, pierced with anger and strength, like a harbinger of war from another world. With calm grandeur, the orc steps through the portal into the human world, and armed fighters meet him with looks full of tension and alertness. A smiling man with a sign welcomes the newcomers, trying to convey the sincerity of the human world and its desire to accept even the most unexpected guests. Frozen in horror, the man's eyes widen, filled with a mixture of surprise, fear, and belated realization of the catastrophe. But in an instant, This hospitality shatters into pieces when an enraged orc, roaring like a beast, raises his axe to attack. The welcome sign lies in a pool of blood, and the outstretched hand silently testifies to the tragedy of shattered hopes. Amidst the howling wind and ominous shadows, the trees tremble as an unknown presence becomes a real headache for humanity. A drone hovers over the forest lake, scanning the area and reporting that it has arrived at its destination. The tank hovers over the ravine, coldly considering the plan of destruction that seems to him to be the most effective solution. In the dark forest, two heroes in bright hats with rabbits camouflage themselves, hiding their hair and studying the situation with utmost caution. With a dim light around its mechanical legs, the tank begins to overload its core, preparing for its mission. Inside the hull, the core flashes, almost reaching its limit, and the system displays a load of 99.9%, preparing for the final impulse. The drone flashes with powerful rings of light, signaling the completion of preparations. Against the backdrop of cooling and core fusion, the heroes watch the events in their rabbit hats, while the girl stands in shock with her mouth open. The small drone accurately drops the capsule into the water, leaving a blue glow behind. The girl comically says that the object in the water looks like excrement, to which the boy asks her not to say it out loud. The characters anxiously discuss the drone's actions, and the girl, looking ahead in surprise, asks if all this is really normal. The girl asks with sincere concern whether poisoning the river is contrary to the principles of chivalry, and the boy freezes, struck by her words. A faint smile appears on the boy's face, flashing slyly in the orange light. Standing next to the girl, he turns to Gary and Mr. Tank, as if preparing the team for action. The girl listens with irritation to the condescending speeches about how orcs are just prey, to which honor or mercy should not be applied. The guy's sinister smile against the backdrop of the red glow confirms his belief that good orcs are only dead orcs. The orc lunges forward with a battle cry, and the sword mercilessly cuts his comrade's body in half, leaving a bloody trail in the air. Amid loud laughter and cries of delight, the orcs celebrate as Groktar stands triumphantly among the bodies of his enemies, holding his bloodied axe. The orc with the stern gaze bows his head before his comrade's body, honoring his death as a valiant sacrifice in the name of battle. In the camp, surrounded by his brothers, Groktar walks over to a mug and prepares to drink to victory in the memory of the fallen. With a fiery gaze, Groktar clenches his mug as if he is about to propose a toast to honor and strength. With a sudden movement, he scoops up water and quickly quenches his thirst. Standing on the rocky shore, he raises the bucket to his face to drink. Tilting his head back greedily, the orc swallows the water pouring into his mouth with such fervor as if he hadn't drunk in days. Frowning and wiping his chin, he grimaces, muttering that the water tastes too sharp today. His pupils narrow, and a quiet but disturbing anxiety slips from under his tense eyebrows, hinting at suspicion. Leaving the barrel by the water, the orc calmly walks back to the camp, guessing that the taste in the water is the result of blood. A cry of pain rises above the camp, and at the entrance to the tent, the orc writhes in agony, not understanding what is happening to him. His body jerks and twists in convulsions. His pupils are dilated, and saliva drips from his mouth, which means that the poison is beginning to take effect. The orc's face is covered in sweat, and his eyes are filled with horror and supplication as he convulsively cries out the shaman's name in a last hope. With dilated pupils and beads of sweat on his forehead, he does not understand what is happening. The orcs, overcome with terror and mortal weakness, crawl on the ground, gasping for breath and begging the shaman for salvation. But the shadow of doom already burns in their eyes. The shaman's fallen staff with a skull clatters to the ground as he desperately admits that he does not know what is happening and has never seen anything like it. Sitting among the bodies of his brothers, the shaman bitterly realizes that what is destroying them is not magic, but a curse, and it is stronger than any of his powers. With a furrowed brow and a cry of glory for Lionheart, the shaman tries to hide his panic, but his pupils betray his true horror. The golden-haired young man, clenching his jaw, rushes into the attack, and behind him a deadly whirlwind rises, and the enemy flies into the air, breaking the silence with a wild scream. His eyes burn with hatred, his fist clenched white, and he orders in a fierce voice to mercilessly destroy everyone, leaving the enemies no chance. In response to the order, a crowd of armored warriors rushes forward with a roar, relying on their activated resistance to corruption, because every kill is free experience. From above, a terrifying picture unfolds, where an entire army of dark soldiers rapidly breaks through the fortifications of an abandoned settlement. An orc with a pained expression clutches his stomach and retreats under the pressure of an invisible enemy, while another alarmed warrior appears behind him. Armed knights in helmets rush through wooden structures at breakneck speed, getting closer to a collision with every step. The eyes of one of the orcs, filled with horror and bloody rage, reflect the relentless silhouette of the enemy with his weapon raised. The knight's brilliant blow cuts down the last opponent, and the system coldly records that the White Axe tribe has been completely destroyed. The knight in black armor receives a message that he is now the enemy of all orcs, and this news shocks not only him, but also the girl next to him. The system issues a new hidden task to destroy all the orcs in the camp, and the team, staring at the bright screens, anxiously realizes the scale of the impending carnage. The red-haired girl anxiously informs the king of the change in mission, realizing that now everything will take a completely different turn. The blonde man reacts enthusiastically to the new conditions, considering the order to be ideal and finally worthy of his true strength. The warriors, clad in armor, freeze amid the camp's fortifications, listening to the announcement of a new mission to establish justice and light. With a wild roar and a contorted face, the orc mage explodes with magical fury, reacting to the unexpected threat. A green wizard's glow envelops the space as the protagonist sinks into concentration, preparing for battle. The ragged orc, his eyes filled with hatred, accuses the hero, claiming that he is the one who cast a curse on the river. The monster's face is contorted with hatred, and accusations of cowardice echo from his gaping mouth, directed at the people he considers ungodly. Pale with rage, the young man with shining eyes looks sharply over his shoulder, hearing reproaches about whether they consider themselves true warriors. Amidst the corpses and ruins, immersed in sarcasm and arrogance, the sorcerer contemptuously proclaims that honor is absurd for cattle. With a burning gaze through the blood in his own eyes, he accuses the enemy of a crime that will not be forgiven even by death. The orc, with a mad fire in his eyes, spews hatred, while the young man calls the curse a gift that was supposed to free the orcs from their shameful deeds. Shrouded in green darkness, the sorcerer rises into the air, angrily shouting that he will not forgive the insult inflicted upon him. With fire in his eyes, the young man grabs an axe, not allowing the mage to complete the spell. With an explosive movement, he attacks forward, directing a golden blow straight at the enemy with all his fury and strength. A pillar of golden light crashes into the ground, tearing through the darkness and pushing the enemy back with a barrage of unstoppable force. Blood flows from the wounded orc's mouth, but his toothy grin is distorted not by pain, but by an ominous confidence in the coming retribution. At the very center of the darkening, death-breathing sorcerer's circle, the orc proclaims the end for the enemy with ominous power. Enveloped in green energy, the orc raises his sword and roars madly, filled with rage and fighting spirit. Bound by dark vines, the huge orc falls to the ground, and a voice from the darkness announces that the curse of Gokrok has begun. A black sphere bursts out of the ominous vortex, releasing long, dark tentacles that stretch toward the sky and engulf everything around them. The stunned girl asks the king what it is, and he explains that the wild orcs have not yet emerged from their primitive state and are capable only of sacrifice. A green paw bursts out of the dark abyss with a crack, powerful, clawed, and charged with black energy. With a battle cry, the hand strikes the ground with its huge palm, announcing its arrival with thunder and fury. The monster's eye flashes and the task takes on the status of a hidden quest, promising an epic confrontation. A giant green figure emerges from the black fog with a burning eye and an outstretched hand, looming menacingly over the hero. The system suddenly issues a task to destroy a divine orc wizard named Gokrok, opening up a new level of danger. A giant hand with an eye in its palm looms in the sky, gazing down at the warrior standing in the fog. In the darkness, a magical eye flashes, clamped between clawed fingers that emit a green light and pretend danger. In the gap between the monster's fingers, the hero's face appears, locked in an ominous gaze that seeks to wipe him from this world. Light explodes from the magical eye in the center of the palm, filling the space with the energy of inevitable doom. The fingers clench into a fist, and an explosive stream of power bursts forth, tearing through the darkness and striking with devastating determination. A powerful beam bursts from the heavens, tearing the earth apart with a green glow and leaving a trail of explosive energy in its wake. In the darkness, an eye flashes, recognizing the hero's power as equal to its own, and suddenly stops the attack. The hero stands in the flames of his own power, looking thoughtfully ahead as he realizes the words about his equality with the enemy. Illuminated by a protective glow, the young man calmly meets the gaze of the enemy, who begins to understand his true nature. Distorted by anger, the enemy screams furiously at the one who equates his greatness among monsters, unable to accept that someone dared to equate himself with the gods. Blinded by arrogance, he launches a furious attack, pouring out his strength to prove that only he belongs at the top. Shining with golden waves, the hero swiftly cuts through space on horseback, slicing the air with a blow filled with divine power. With a frenzied cry and a clenched fist, Leon explodes with rage, unwilling to accept the very existence of his opponent. The hand with the eye clenches for a new attack, and an ominous voice from the darkness speaks contempt for the mortal who dared to rise so high. Seeing the rider's swift attack, the monster freezes and prepares for a merciless battle. Mounting his white horse, the hero rushes through the darkness with a sword in his hand, determined to destroy that which despises his presence. Clenching his fist and lowering his gaze, the hero prepares to deliver the decisive blow that will put an end to divine tyranny. The hero's blow pierces the enemy's defense, causing the giant hand to tremble under the pressure of the incinerating force. The sturdy arm cracks, green light bursts from within, and the monster's shock reveals its defeat. The force breaks through to the very heart of darkness, and the monster screams in pain, unable to believe that a mortal has caused him such suffering. Its huge eye widens in surprise as pain pierces its body, even though the blow was only dealt to the avatar. The orc looks around in panic because the breaking of the invincible is becoming obvious even to him. In horror, the widened eye suddenly realizes that the sword that struck it is sacred, and that it is he who has broken the law of bodily division. Through the clouds of smoke and light, a young man rides out on a white horse, shining like lightning amid the ruins, his approach striking terror into all living things. With a sword in his hand and a gaze that despises demons, a legend appears, the Butcher of Orcs, a knight long forgotten in this nightmarish world. The large round eye widens in fear, and the silence that hangs after the knight's confession speaks louder than any words. A flash of light pierces the dark sky. The enemy begins to retreat, casting a last glance at the horseman, while another orc anxiously shouts his name. The green-skinned orc, drenched in sweat, rages through his fear as he listens to his boss vow to return for revenge later. The hero sighs dismissively, calmly looking at the shocked orc, finally realizing that he was standing before the one who called himself the god of these creatures. The young man warns with a serious look that this is the end, and the orc, with anger and rage in his voice, shouts curses at him, losing his composure. Choking with rage, the orc demands an explanation for the magic he has seen, but immediately declares that he will take revenge for his people, clenching his weapon with determination. The hero, enveloped in supernatural darkness, strikes with lightning speed, forcing the orc to fall under the force of an inexorable punishing attack. The hero finishes off his opponent with cold determination, whose blood splatters black against the backdrop of the icy towers like the final point in the battle. Looking at his enemies with contempt, the hero dismisses their efforts, yet predicts their fate of crawling in the mud, no matter how hard they fought. The system triumphantly announces the completion of hidden quests, awarding all participants the titles of Orc Hunter and Knight of War, as if sealing their victory in the game code. New stats appear on the screen, and now everyone deals more damage to orcs and gets protection alongside the Knight of War. The soldier in armor looks at the panel with suspicion, realizing that now even tanks don't have enhanced physical protection. The knights excitedly examine their new abilities, rejoicing in the 30% bonus against orcs and the unexpected protection that makes them nearly invulnerable. With his mouth wide open and filled with a thirst for power, he echoes across the battlefield with a cry, ordering his men to gather every last piece of booty. When the order was given, the fighters rushed forward with a fiery gleam in their eyes, and the one who led the attack boldly reminded them that the right of the victor is the spoils. The blond man with the cold gaze orders the bodies to be sorted by rank, commanding the destruction of the mage's belongings, while the corpses of orcs lie scattered around. A red-haired girl looks questioningly at the fallen figure, trying to figure out what to do with it, while the commander stands silently beside her, deep in thought. Before them lies a giant green hand, the remains of the one they called the God of Orcs, a silent reminder of the battle that has just ended. The robot jumps onto the girl's head, and she looks up in shock as the boy turns to Sir Spinner. A small mechanism flashes brightly and solemnly announces a message. A projection of a figure appears in a beam of light directed from the robot at Lionheart, while the message warns of the powerful energy emanating from the monster's hand. The stern, bearded god commands him to absorb the power through the Grail in order to defeat the monster and become stronger. The hero, with a serious look on his face, holds the shining Holy Grail in his palms, which radiates blue magical energy, dispelling the darkness around him. A giant green paw with monstrous power looms over him, threatening to crush him as he stands below with the cup in his hand, with no room for error. Touching the Holy Grail, the boy activates its power, and a magical light envelops his body, radiating against the backdrop of the night sky. Streams of divine energy pierce everything around him like lightning, causing the fallen giant to tremble under the pressure of the new power. His green hand gradually glows, dissolving in the radiance, until the incinerating power wipes it off the face of the earth. Looking at the glowing artifact in his hands, the hero realizes its full power with unexpected surprise. Feeling the sacred energy, the boy suspects that the monsters worship this god and concludes that its source is connected to them. He confidently declares that creatures that do not recognize the true gods have no right to exist, for they are the embodiment of absolute evil. Closing his eyes and holding the magic cup, the boy hears the voice of the goddess, who gently addresses him as her knight. The shocked young man does not understand how he heard the voice without a ritual, but the goddess reassures him, saying that everything became possible thanks to the absorption of the monster's power. In a blaze of energy, the goddess herself appears, explaining that she has turned to him for his choice, because only he can revive the power of the sacred object. The god of war feverishly whispers to Lionheart to choose the sword, but the goddess imperiously asks him to be silent, promising to respect only one choice of her knight. Absorbed in thought amid the clouds of golden light, the knight silently lowers his eyes, hesitating before the decisive choice. Sacred artifacts, a spear, a sword, the Grail, and Leon's heart shine before Lionheart, and he closes his eyes, preparing to make a decision. The young man realizes that he is not yet capable of wielding the immense power of the Holy Sword, so he stands pensively, focused on his own choice. His eyes are filled with determination, because he knows that this is why he must do something other than what everyone expects. Calmly holding the Holy Grail, he announces its restoration, and the words above express gratitude for a choice worthy of a true knight. His hand reaches out to the Grail, which glows with a golden light, as if responding to the call of its new chosen one. Against the backdrop of ruins and the night sky, the hero raises the cup to the sky, and the sacred light that bursts from the Grail envelops everything around it in magical fire. The Holy Grail glitters with pure gold and sapphire light, filled with power capable of changing the course of events. Reaching out to the sky, the young man intently guides the flight of the Holy Cup, which spins in a bright spiral of magical energy. Looking at the shining trophy with a slight smile, he happily admits that this year's harvest has been generous. But as soon as someone addresses him, the young man's expression instantly changes, and he turns around with a wary look. The boy with the portal in front of him calmly asks what the commotion is about, and the frightened girl replies that he is probably coming now. The frightened girl, clutching her heart, tries to explain something when she hears the question about Sir Spinner, and the image of the absent mechanical beast appears in her mind. The blonde man looks ahead in slight surprise as someone cries out for help, calling their companion a piece of metal. The knight screams in despair, angrily calling for help, while his body is gripped by fear and rage at the mechanism. Wrapped in bright energy threads, he stares in horror at the little robot and shouts curses at the mechanical attacker. The robot's eyes flash red as it looks at the new threat. The captive knight writhes in chains of magical light, while figures in heavy armor stand silently around him, filled with anxiety and wonder. Lying in a tangle of magical lines, the knight clenches his teeth and tries to break free while the drone mercilessly scans his condition. Among the surprised knights against the backdrop of mountains and sky, someone's foot appears, causing a wave of surprise among the guards. A calm blonde man with a cold gaze and a stunned girl next to him appear against the backdrop of the buildings. The knight, caught in magical threads, angrily complains about the drone, but the stranger's stern order instantly silences him. The blonde man, looking him straight in the eye, threatens to cut out his tongue if he doesn't stop his insolent tone, causing his opponent to ask fearfully. The stunned knight explodes in anger, unable to believe his ears, wondering how he dared to speak to him so arrogantly and condescendingly. The blonde man calmly asks about the situation. The drone briefly calls the captive a thief, and the knight himself bursts out in a cry of indignation and shock. The knight panics, justifying himself to the drones and people, but the blonde man declares with cold seriousness that everything will become clear after the search. Against the backdrop of the silent guards, the girl, looking confused, receives an order to search the prisoner, and although she hesitates, she agrees. The girl slowly raises her hands while the knight, in a panic, asks her to stop, unable to bear the tension. The armed knights watch as the warrior cries out in alarm, not believing the drone's words, but his fear of the truth forces him to beg for it to stop immediately. Kneeling and bound by magic, the knight looks stunned at the bundle that has just been pulled from his belongings. The shocked girl pulls the heart of an orc warrior out of the bag, the most valuable prize in these gates. With a weary face, the knight, under pressure from the accusations, tries to justify himself, calling it all a misunderstanding, even though he knows he has committed a crime. His face flushed with emotion, he shouts that he did not steal the heart, trying to prove his innocence to the assembled knights. Without changing his cold expression, the blonde man suddenly activates the portal and pulls out a sword, causing the girl to scream in shock. The bound knight turns around in alarm as his arm flies off to the side with one swift movement. Amidst the screams and panic, one of the knights looks in horror at his severed arm, which is already lying in a pool of blood on the stone ground. Emphasizing his superiority, the hero calmly declares the immutability of Lionheart's law, keeping the captive under magical control. Pointing out the duty to obey foreign laws, he makes his enemies tremble before King Leon's military code. With an authoritative voice, he proclaims the only rule of this world, challenging those who dare to disagree with him. Above the fairy tale castle, illuminated by the morning light, a stern order appears stating that a thief's hand must be cut off, such is the law in the kingdom of Lionheart. Against the backdrop of dark smoke, one of the warriors admits that it is difficult for them to accept local laws and discipline, because for an ordinary earthling, it all seems too cruel. Soldiers in iron helmets listen with alarm to the frenzied buffs around them and the shocking realization that with such powers, they are no longer D-class, but at least C-class or higher. The soldiers in full armor justify the cruel punishment, saying that the reward is too sweet to refuse and that the thief got what he deserved because lawlessness always reigns at the gates. So isn't it better to have strict discipline? One of the soldiers shrugs his shoulders in confusion when he sees a tall blonde man with an authoritative posture standing in front of them, and behind him a girl with pink hair and a captive who has fallen to his knees. The blonde man with a stern gaze orders him to identify himself, and after a short pause, the warrior bows his head and replies that he is just a soldier. The soldier, named Ku de Sun, steps forward anxiously, holding his helmet tightly in his hands. When asked why he came forward, Ku de Sun looks at his wounded comrade with fear and doubt and begins to answer hesitantly. Seeing his comrade's severed arm, he asks if it is possible to bring it back, filled with despair and faint hope. The blonde man anxiously asks if the hero really wants to help the guilty man, and the latter, lowering his gaze and gritting his teeth, admits to his decision despite his fear and doubts. The blonde man sternly warns that if he does so, the punishment will lose its meaning and be overshadowed by his intervention, while the bound fighter on the ground trembles, realizing that his fate hangs in the balance. The hero bows his head, understanding the truth in his opponent's words, but inside he cannot come to terms with it, preparing to go against the system. Stepping forward decisively, the armed warrior with a cold gaze declares the laws that govern his squad and is ready to take action that will turn the situation around. Under a clear sky, with a serious yet confident gaze, the blonde man listens as the young man asks for a chance for the one who was just on the verge of punishment. Leon nods approvingly, agreeing with the logic of what has been said, while the girl next to him looks admiringly at the warrior who has bowed his head apologetically. The bound dark-haired man flinches from the energy shock, clenching his teeth as lightning flashes through his body and someone's shadow looms over him. The blonde man stares intently at the magical artifact, from which a glow and powerful energy emanate, saying with cold certainty that there is someone among his comrades to whom he should be grateful. An explosion of golden light bursts from his hand as he activates the cup, releasing an unknown force that flashes throughout the space. A bright glow pours down from the cup, radiating a golden aura. The bewildered man in white armor, bathed in a stream of magical light, freezes in a half-tremble, realizing that something majestic and incomprehensible is descending upon him. His eyes widen with shock and recognition as he whispers in confusion that he sees as if a revelation has opened before him. He shouts in amazement that his arm has been restored, while the other warriors look at the flashing light in panic. The hero realizes with fear that even S-class healers would not be able to restore his hand, because its regeneration is beyond all limits. In a golden glow holding a cup, a blond man with an indifferent face appears, and the thought arises, can such power really belong to a human being? With an unyielding tone, the blond man orders his enemy to be grateful and leave immediately, showing utter contempt for his actions. Depressed and bound by light, the culprit kneels and asks for forgiveness in a trembling voice. Speaking before the entire army, the hero solemnly declares that everyone can stay on condition that they accept his laws, or share the spoils and leave, and his posture leaves no doubt that he is now in charge. With a determined look, the helmeted warriors clench their fists, thinking that this is their chance to prove themselves and that they must give it their all. The blond man says with a satisfied smile that since everyone has stayed, training will begin soon, and he expresses confidence that they will succeed. Against the backdrop of a bright sky and ruined fortifications, commands to return and orders to carry the loot can be heard. The redhead turns to the blonde with a worried look, asking about the content of the upcoming training session, while behind them the fighters enthusiastically warm up before the challenge. The blonde man looks into the distance with a gentle smile, as if confident that today will be a new chapter for everyone. Under a cloudless sky, the golden field glistens in the sun, promising space for future trials. A crowd has already gathered in front of the building, and someone notices Mr. Ku. One of the boys stops at the gate, looks at his companion in surprise, and asks awkwardly about his scratched face. Two guys in tracksuits slowly enter the academy grounds, chatting casually about night raids, one of them honestly admitting that his whole body itches. The guy, still feeling the effects of the raid, laughs through his fatigue, while his friend jokingly warns him not to neglect his rest. A girl with bright hair solemnly steps out into the crowd with a lofty look, enjoying the moment of triumph. Shouting energetically from the balcony, she introduces the distinguished guest with loud pathos, announcing the arrival of the mighty Leon Dragonheart and Knight of the Holy Grail. The lined-up participants freeze in anticipation as someone's majestic gait approaches them. The blond man in a strict suit and his red-eyed companion solemnly greet the crowd with the first test passed, as if it were only a prelude to the real test of spirit. A group of young men digest what they have heard with surprise and doubt, not believing that the cruel gate with orcs was just a simple test. The blond man's serious gaze is accompanied by harsh words, for while watching the battle, he has discovered many weaknesses. He emphasizes that the most important thing for a soldier is his own body, causing surprised and somewhat confused reactions among the recruits. Finishing his speech, he announces that due to all the shortcomings identified, they will immediately begin training. Against the backdrop of golden light, the man solemnly announces that from now on, they will begin rigorous training according to the army manual of the Kingdom of Lionheart. The students watch in fear as a burly fighter groans while pulling a log, wondering if they have fallen into medieval muscle torture under the guise of army training. Against a red background, the muscular warrior lifts a heavy log, and Leon explains that real training is the limit of endurance, when muscles grow through overload. With a mysterious smile, the young man talks about the author of the training manual, a ruthless giant killer who believed that the more blows you can withstand, the stronger you become. Under the menacing gaze of the muscular warrior, enveloped in a fiery glow, he only confirms that this is true and that strength is born in suffering. The boys' eyes show naive surprise as they ask with childlike trust what they will have to do now, not yet knowing what awaits them. With fiery passion in his voice, he proclaims the importance of the difference between a professional soldier and a simple peasant, stirring up the atmosphere to the extreme. Forced to silently swallow their excitement, the boys listen intently to his speech, which increasingly resembles a ruthless plan of torture disguised as training. With a crazy smile and a gleam in his blue eyes, he describes the ideal method of tearing the body apart, beating it senseless, and then putting it back together again so that the body becomes even stronger. Two guys panic and shout words of indignation, not believing what they have heard. A group of cadets look around in horror as the king points his finger at them, as if choosing victims for future punishment. Against the fiery backdrop, the blond man smiles ominously and, pointing his finger confidently, orders them to start beating each other without mercy. With force and authority, he raises his finger, proclaiming the beginning of the trials. With predatory delight, he orders them to fight until exhaustion, until their bodies are torn apart and blood covers the ground beneath their feet. Timid whispers and sweat on the faces of the students accompany the frenzied command from above, which promises only pain instead of learning. Despite the fear and warnings about possible consequences, he stands with an indifferent look and sincerely wonders why it should be dangerous. His hand raises the Holy Grail, around which magical energy swirls, as if it hides an ancient and inexorable power. With a proud expression on his face, he raises the Grail, declaring himself its guardian and hinting that those present are incredibly lucky. Surprised and nervous, the older man tries to say something, pointing to the young man, who silently catches his anxious gaze. Impressed by how the scratches disappear, the young man touches his face and watches in disbelief as his body heals itself. With a triumphant smile and a wave of his hand, he explains that in the presence of the Holy Grail, wounds heal and the body regenerates itself down to the bones. Drenched in cold sweat, the participants freeze at the announcement of the cruel rules, which state that they have 5 hours to beat everything that moves. The young man ponders the leader's words that there are no allies, only enemies who must be destroyed with all their might. With a burning gaze and a crazy smile, he warns that he will personally punish anyone who avoids the bloodshed. Against the backdrop of the Holy Grail's glow, an invitation to speak is heard, while someone in the crowd questions the cruelty of the method. Confused and nervous, the participants silently clench their fists, not daring to utter a word. Smiling awkwardly and covered in sweat, they let out a tense laugh, trying to hide their anxiety about the upcoming brutal struggle. A nervous smile appears on the girl's face when the device suddenly detects a violation and activates an alarming glow. Blinding flashes pierce the arena, and the frightened participants panic and scatter, trying to avoid the first blow. Suryak above her head orders the fight to begin, warning everyone that disobedience will be severely punished. Amid the tense silence of the crowd, bodies tremble with fear, and eyes hide a mixture of anger and doom. With a cry of rage and despair in his eyes, one of the participants rushes forward, prompting the rest to fight. The arena turns into a bloody mess, where everyone fights with fury, crying out for life amid blows and pain. Amidst the chaos, one of them turns around furiously and without hesitation punches his opponent in the face, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. In a burst of anger, one of the guys shouts that this is complete madness, accusing his opponents of completely losing their minds. However, in less than a moment, a powerful and merciless blow strikes his jaw. At 9 a.m., the gratis-style iron skin training begins, where instead of learning, the young men are forced to endure a real battle that evokes fear and anger. At 12 o'clock, exhausted and beaten, the training participants can barely stand on their feet, as if after a real war, not training. In front of them is a white table with a cooler, where a girl with pink hair is politely bowing, and the surprised hero asks himself if all this cruelty is rewarded with only water. When asked about the contents of the cooler, Gary just smiles awkwardly, trying to wriggle out of the question. The blond man with a stony face informs them that this is their lunch, water with salt and sugar. Dehydrated and exhausted, the boys are in despair, unable to comprehend who would put salt and sugar in water and call it lunch. Against the backdrop of a ruthless army manual that allows soldiers to be fed only enough to keep them from dying, the absurdity of a system that turns survival into a privilege becomes apparent. The commander gives the order to form 5 groups to stop the king's cavalry assault, and the soldiers below freeze in tension, not believing their ears. And then the formidable attack begins. The horsemen rush forward at breakneck speed, and one of them screams in horror as he sees the mighty axe approaching. Exhausted to the limit, they fall into their beds and pass out immediately after the hellish training that has drained them of all their strength. Exhausted and sweaty, The hero shudders in his sleep because his body still remembers every step of that devilish training. Thanks to Gary's care, who brought a late snack, the boys were able to hold on, feeling warmth and support amid the cruelty. Although it was all part of Leon's cunning plan, the boys burst into tears, eating the hot food with gratitude, as if it were a message from above. Against the backdrop of the morning sky, a short and decisive shout rang out, signaling the beginning of a new, grueling day. Dressed in combat armor, a cadet with a shield and sword stands in a fighting stance, honing each movement with stern determination amid the shouts of training. The young man lunges forward again, his eyes burning with determination, his body moving with graceful fury. Out of breath, he lowers his head and leans on his sword, trying not to fall, even though fatigue weighs heavily on his shoulders. In a moment of silence, he realizes with surprise that the shield is much heavier than it seemed, and therefore each swing of the sword requires much more effort. He finally realizes that the shield form limits his position too much, and the only thing left for him is an awkward stabbing strike that looks more like a dull poke than a martial art. Even when he repeats the command shout, the tablet screen filming his fight shows clumsy movements, as if he is fighting not with the enemy, but with his own armor. The next moment, he looks up in surprise, noticing someone in the distance. At that moment, a blond man in a snow-white shirt appears, scanning the space around him and coldly ordering him to continue what he started. Suddenly caught mid-strike, the young man in armor obediently nods, feeling a force that compels him to get back on his feet and try again. Clenching his jaws tightly, he stands firmly in a stance, flashing his sword and shield as if trying to prove his loyalty and determination. Watching the attempt, the king crosses his arms without comment, but his eyes carefully study every movement. His movements become precise and focused, his defense strengthened, and his attack refined, like that of an experienced knight. Suddenly jumping up, he directs his sword at the target, as if putting all his strength and faith in his own abilities into it. Suddenly, with a look of confusion on his face, the warrior begins to realize that something has gone wrong with his attack, and sweat rolls down his cheek. With a calm but commanding tone, the blond man says that everything has been done wrong, causing the young man to stagger in surprise. Leaning closer, he silently points his finger at the confused boy's shield, who only widens his eyes in tension, not understanding what is wrong. The warrior listens attentively as the blond man with a serious look points out his habit of lowering his shield while aiming, which is a mistake that endangers the shoulder of his comrade next to him. The stunned knight in armor trembles at the unexpected meaning of the words, and staring with sweat on his temples, asks in surprise why he cannot lower his shield even when he cannot see anything. Against the backdrop of terrifying creatures with red eyes and skulls in the shadows, the blond man explains that such carelessness creates a gap, and gaps are cracks through which death comes. Realizing His Majesty's plan, the squad led by the determined blonde prepares to hold back the enemy until the horsemen counterattack. But upon seeing the giant monster, the young man's face turns pale as he realizes that the usual strategy will not work here. The blond man watches his comrade's fear with a thoughtful, silent gaze, thinking about his next move. He asks coldly if anyone really wants to teach the king how to fight such creatures, and the dark-haired knight laughs nervously and immediately denies it. The king raises his eyebrows slightly and mutters thoughtfully with a slight smile, clearly comparing these words with his own experience. The ruler admits that there were many such monsters in his world, but those at the gate actually seem cute in comparison. Talking about giants, trolls, and spiders, he recalls battles with hideous creatures that had endless regeneration, poison, and multiple heads. Against the backdrop of the sunny courtyard, he explains how, due to the invasion of monsters, they had to master a variety of hunting techniques and learn to adapt quickly. With confidence on his face, the hero concludes that all these skills can only be acquired through experience gained in fierce training. Against the backdrop of a stormy sky, the warrior in a cape challenges the experience of others, and the young warrior wonders if they gain their strength in battles with monsters and training from the gods themselves, holding a sword and spear as symbols of glory. Ashamed to the core, the young man in armor hides his eyes, washed away by a wave of silent realization that he is still far from such heights. The blond man looks calm and confident, recognizing that his path is not for everyone, because only a true knight needs almighty power. The boy in armor looks down gloomily, realizing that his daily training is not for glory, but for the chance to survive another day. Clenching his fist, he finally gathers his thoughts to express his desire. And with seriousness in his eyes, he confesses that he strives to rise to a power that even the gods respect. The surprised young man in knight's armor flinches at the direct question of whether he really wants to become a knight, as if this goal seems too lofty for him. The blond man calmly explains that knighthood is not the exclusive prerogative of aristocrats, urging him not to judge his kingdom by the standards of the ordinary world. Hearing that noble birth is not a prerequisite for knighthood, the young man gasps in confusion and asks again in surprise. Standing against the backdrop of the night sky, with dark hair, a scar on his cheek, and a heavy sword behind his back, the warrior with his head bowed proudly accepts his fate, the thorny path of pain for the sake of a higher goal and loyalty to the goddess. Under the pink sky, where the morning sun floods the earth with light, the truth resounds that everyone who enters into a sacred covenant becomes a knight, regardless of their origin. Pensive and confused, the boy with the sword realizes that the path of a knight is not only an oath, but also a real test of courage and skill, and these words make his heart beat faster. Looking away and admitting his own mistakes, the blond man respectfully acknowledges the dignity of the other, realizing that he was too prejudiced. In the glow of the evening sun, the warrior stands in his armor with his head held high, determined to become a knight worthy of his calling. Clenching his fist and burning with faith in his heart, he smiles with the firm intention of fulfilling his dream and becoming a true knight. The towering magical tower of the USA rises into the night sky, while someone thinks with irritation that even a pause will not relieve him of his duties. The magician with tears in his eyes is overwhelmed with happiness and thanks the magic sphere for returning. In a gloomy room next to the shining sphere, he falls sharply to his knees, frightened by a shout ordering him to be quiet. Kneeling and staring gloomily down, he listens as the shining ball promises to reveal the truth, but demands sacrifice and obedience. The sphere orders him to weave a spell of transportation into a precious stone, and if necessary, launch it into space. But the magician freezes, unable to finish his sentence. Flaring up like a flash of thunder, the orb exclaims angrily that it will never climb into the abyss without a guarantee of salvation. Flickering with a cold violet light, the orb says disgustedly that it will never set foot on the land where this scoundrel lives. Stunned, the magician looks up in fear, anxiously waiting for his powerful mistress's next command. The orb, burning with rage, whispers about the future murder of the young man, and the mage tremblingly catches every word saturated with hatred. Hearing these words, the gray-haired old man bows deeply, realizing that the young man and the sphere, no matter how you look at it, have entered the same door. Lying on the velvet, the sphere glows more and more intensely, and a terrifying, almost lifelike rumbling erupts from its depths. The image of Leon torturing the monster appears in her memory, and then the sphere realizes that now she will definitely kill him. In the center of the complex, the portal glowed with a blinding yellow-orange light, luring the interns into the unknown with a tense silence all around. Pointing to the portal with concern, the girl explains why she decided to stay away, while her funny robot supports the decision with a playful beep. The boy with heavy equipment in his hands sighs at the task ahead, while the girl cheerfully wishes him luck. Amidst the sound of footsteps and tense silence in the hall, 3 commanders step in front of the formation, commending those gathered for their endurance and diligence in training. The blond man with a serious expression briefly announces the start of the test, urging the warriors to show the fruits of their training. The ranks of heavily armed fighters stand motionless, preparing to attack the gate under the watchful gaze of those who once did not even consider them worthy of attention. A stern voice proclaims the truth that only here will they learn what it means to be a soldier under the banner of the mighty King Leon. With passion in his voice and a gleam in his eye, he points forward, promising that it is here that they will find the faith they are meant to serve. Standing above the ranks, the commander raises his hands and loudly summons the Pantheon, ordering them to set off immediately. In the sky above the structure, the magical energy of the portal swirls, through which 49 B-class hunters, a guild representative, and Leon Draconius must pass. The red-haired girl watches the start of the operation, standing above the soldiers who are frozen in anticipation of the next order. With a smile on her face, she tries to dispel their anxiety, assuring them that with His Majesty's presence, everything will go smoothly. A robot with an alarming red eye rapidly signals a detected problem, activating immediate response mode to the threat. Counting the participants, the girl confidently names 49 soldiers, an observer, and the king, unaware of the error in her count. Seeing the message about 52 people entering, she freezes with wide eyes and cold sweat on her forehead. Through the surveillance interface, a mysterious figure in an orange cloak, who does not belong to any of the groups, can be seen entering the portal. The mysterious hooded figure, illuminated by the surveillance system's cameras, raises disturbing questions about their identity. In a panic, the girl watches as the robot instantly flies up with a bright beam. Rushing forward, Pete crosses the portal after the stranger, while someone behind him calls out, hoping to catch up. The sharp sound of the gate flowing is accompanied by a flash of fire and energy. The red-haired girl rushes to the portal, shouting that she also wants to follow Sir Yacht, while the guards tremble helplessly on the sidelines. In the next moment, she bravely dives in after him, but her trajectory is suddenly interrupted by a violent blow that cuts through the air and hits her right in the face. Her body falls helplessly in front of the portal, and the guards cannot understand what just happened. Holding her bruised face, the girl gets up in confusion, trying to understand how everything could have changed so suddenly. Realization comes along with the fear that what she has seen overturns her perception, and she cannot believe that this is really happening. One of the agents leans closer to the portal and exclaims with alarm that the gate is shaking, which means that a level change is taking place. Following him, flashes of red energy burst out from inside the portal, gradually replacing the former yellow glow and coloring everything in bloody tones. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the vortex, which is now completely filled with red light, and someone exclaims in panic why the yellow gate has suddenly turned red. A shocked girl with pink hair looks at the changed gate, barely containing the anxiety that grows in her eyes with every passing second. Realizing the nature of the phenomenon, she whispers tensely about the changing gate, which signifies a rare and extremely dangerous phenomenon that could change the fate of the entire team. Meanwhile, in another world, demonic creatures watch in horror as rays from the sky strike the castle, as if someone had decided to wipe it off the face of the earth. A soldier with a shield uses his last ounce of strength to pierce the demon's chest with his sword, but the black substance that bursts out of its body threatens everyone around, and his comrades scream in panic that they will not survive. Seeing a golden glow in the sky, the demons retreat in alarm as an army of horsemen bursts out of the giant gates and cries of horror pierce the battlefield. In panic and anxiety, the soldiers in massive helmets recognize the approaching threat and, with horror, call the newcomers true demons. Amidst the dust and battle cries of the demon army rushing towards the palace, one of the soldiers realizes with horror that they are facing the real gates of demons, from which a hellish invasion is bursting forth. A blond man with an icy gaze watches the chaos around him, his eyes burning with an inner fire, and magical power thickening in the air around him as he silently prepares for the decisive step. With his hand raised and a clear command, he leads his fighters into formation, reminding them of their training, urging them to raise their shields and take their positions, because every moment could be the last in this battle. Amidst the chaos and noise, one of the warriors orders the boy to raise his shield, but the boy, confused and frightened, cannot believe that he has really been thrown into the hell of battle. With a heavy rumble, the shields come together in a single defensive line, trembling in unison with the hearts of those preparing for the most brutal blow. The army, in full battle formation, like a living shield, stands in the famous Lionheart formation, where every movement is precise and the ranks are like a wall. The blond man with burning eyes and a cry of "Forward!" throws himself into battle like a storm that sweeps away an entire army. The young man with a shield, standing among the troops, does not believe that the king is asking them to go forward, and would prefer to simply step aside and watch calmly. The knight in armor freezes before the onslaught because, looking at the enemy, he realizes with horror that these creatures are not afraid of death at all. With a fierce gaze and steam rising from under his helmet, the fighter tensely clenches his shield and prepares for a merciless breakthrough, illuminated by flashes of power. The surprised young man, still covered in sweat from battle, does not have time to say anything when a glowing, holographic message from the system appears before him, literally floating in the air. The screen shows an incredible list of buffs, from armor and courage to vision and magic resistance, and the hero realizes with excitement that this increase in power surpasses even that of the commander. Exploding with rage, the monsters clash in a brutal confrontation, where one of them only has time to cry out in surprise before everything is covered in blood and iron. Seeing a solid wall of shields advancing confidently, the enemies rush forward. A desperate cry of attack forces the fighters to instantly raise their shields, preparing to meet the fierce horde rushing at them with a frantic roar. A huge monster with an ominous grin and a bright gaze rushes into battle, leaving behind a blood-red trail of tension and fury. Roaring, the beast rushes into the attack, raising dust and debris around it, while a desperate order to stop it at any cost echoes. The warrior watches in panic as the monsters break through the defenses, realizing that these creatures are too strong even for Class B hunters, yet wondering how they manage to hold them back. The blonde man with the cold gaze rushes into battle, leaving a shadow of speed behind him, while the order not to stop for a moment echoes from behind. A heavy iron boot crashes into the ground with a dull thud, signaling the start of the counterattack. A squad of shield bearers blocks the monster's path, knocking them back with blows and giving them no chance to get close. A shadow knight, like a ghost in armor, commands them to open up, rising above the body of the defeated monster lying in the dust. A sword with a fierce glint pierces the monster's head, splattering blood and turning its last cry into a meaningless rattle. One of the knights commands them to take aim, and in that moment, the dark creatures rush into battle, clashing with shields and blades flashing in the twilight. All the knights' forces quickly close ranks with their shields, breaking through the enemy army with a determined cry to destroy everyone who is still breathing. The young man in the orange suit shouts a warning in fear and surprise, noticing something terrible right in front of him, while behind him the armed knights freeze. A hideous horde of monsters bursts out of the clubs of demonic mist, led by a terrifying troll with a club, bringing death and panic. Steaming from his nostrils and glowing with red eyes, the troll advances with renewed strength, causing everyone to freeze in fear. The giant troll roars devilishly and throws himself into the ranks of warriors who, with cries and flashing swords, try to hold back his onslaught. The troll's giant fist flies through the air, signaling the start of an attack that is almost as powerful as a Class A attack and makes even experienced fighters flinch. A knight in a white helmet recoils in horror, clutching his spear, as a wave of deadly force rises before him, knocking down everything in its path. The captain of the third group, Kuda Sung, steps forward with a cold gaze, clutching his weapon and preparing for the decisive blow. The demonic troll roars and strikes the ground with his bat, raising a wave of power that sweeps away the fighters' shields like dry leaves. One of the knights, striking with his flaming staff, remarks dismissively on his opponent's lightness, not even feeling any resistance. The troll's mighty fist crashes into the shields with a thunderous roar, causing the soldiers to stagger, while he rejoices with barely contained rage at having stopped their advance. The beast's roar bursts forth, breaking the silence of battle, and his eyes burn with rage, as if in response to the humiliation. Sir Yak Dak, with his sharpened nostrils, suddenly activates, responding to the appearance of a medium-level threat enemy. On command, bullets fly at the monster, but they only ricochet off its body, causing shock and alarm among the soldiers. Against the backdrop of the red sunset, a horseman with a sword in his hand rushes by, wondering what a robot is doing here. Smiling contentedly, he clenches his sword with a gleam in his eyes, indicating that the real battle is just beginning. With a swift strike that cuts through the air, he releases a blue wave of power that destroys everything in its path and makes the earth tremble. Surrounded by the shadows of his defeated enemies, he stands alone amid the dust and powder, radiating light and confidence. The blond man's face is covered in the black blood of his enemies, but he remains calm, barely glancing to the side. Shocked monsters with pale purple eyes scream in panic about the death of the troll, not believing that he is really dead. The hero clutches his burning sword, while the enemy voices discuss the unbelievable in confusion. The troll did not have time to regenerate and died instantly, which causes real fear. The frightened demons retreat in panic, looking back with horror in their eyes like wild beasts that have broken free from their chains. Against the backdrop of the majestic castle, the shocked knights stand amid the traces of battle, realizing that the demons have just fled, leaving the battlefield. A burst of joy erupts into the cries of the victors. The warriors raise their fists to the sky, tears streaming down their faces because the battle is finally won. A warrior with light hair, like a shadow in the dawn wind, slowly leaves the battlefield, receiving thanks that echo in the silence after the battle. A knight with a respectful look bows before the hero, thanking him for saving the kingdom of Sparrow, while other warriors gaze at him with respect. The system solemnly announces a new threat. Demons have attacked the kingdom of Sparrow, and now there is only a week left to repel the Demon King's attack. The knights look at the screens in panic, where the invasion of the strongest demons is written, not believing that this could be true. One of the guards turns to the blonde man, who, with alarm in his eyes, turns around to find out what has happened. The fighter cries out in despair that the exit from the gate has disappeared, and pointing to the bright light, realizes that they are all stuck in this world. Surrounded by knights, he calmly walks across the bloody battlefield and orders them not to rush, while the others retreat in fear. His figure slowly recedes into the distance amid the anxious silence of the knights, who only watch him silently. A small robot peeks out from behind him, while the blonde man himself, staring intently ahead, ponders the possible reason for the disappearance of the gate. The blonde man looks back at the guards with cold confidence, asking what is going on, and receives an answer from one of the soldiers. The soldier, with a serious expression on his face, holds his helmet and informs them that they are facing a changing gate, preparing to briefly explain the situation. Visualizing the changes, we see a whirlwind of bright magic, symbolizing the increased complexity of the dungeon and an anomaly that prevents them from leaving until the gate is cleared. Looking into the darkness, he thoughtfully reflects that the events are too perfect to be just a coincidence, sensing a hidden pattern in everything. The knight looks anxiously at the boy, who calmly walks forward, pretending that nothing has happened, while everyone around him is afraid to mention the demon lord. Raising his head defiantly, the boy with an icy gaze calls himself the king who destroyed more than 30 great demons, radiating self-confidence and formidable power. With a confident look and a slight calmness on his face, he stands in front of the soldiers, who look back at him with admiration, while in his mind he recalls a world where his power was unquestionable. A crack of determination appears in his gaze, and although he appears unshakable on the outside, his inner voice admits that this time he is not sure of victory over the demon lord. Alone in the desert, he understands that a knight must radiate confidence in order to inspire hope in others, even when he himself is left alone with the shadow of doubt. In the bloody glare of the magic ball, the figure of the blonde man appears before the eyes of the evil sorcerer, who laughs, satisfied with what he sees. Freezing with a tense look, the old man realizes with surprise that his enemy has weakened, because no matter how strong he seems, he is still human. But as soon as he utters the words to begin the Ascension ritual, a sudden movement inside the orb causes him to cry out in horror. In the embrace of the fierce glow of the spherical artifact, a calm but eerie conversation unfolds about the horror that demons of lust have been nurturing for centuries. Amidst the purple mist, the demon queen sits calmly in the glow of the throne, while the warrior stands before her, knowing that her awakening will destroy everything. Purple eyes pierce the darkness, watching through the gloom, promising an inevitable end to those who dare to challenge her. Above the giant city, glistening in the sun's rays, black leaves slowly swirl in the air, heralding a new alarm. This is the kingdom of Spare. In a fiery frenzy, the walls of the capital are destroyed one by one, turning the once majestic city into charred ruins. In the glow of magical light, the last castle rises above the city as humanity's only hope, holding out against the destruction of the entire world. A young knight stares intently ahead, while his companions wait tensely for new orders amid the anxious silence of the hall. Knights gather in the great hall around rough wooden tables, listening intently to explanations that reveal a new danger. A blond man with a pensive face ponders the origin of the gates, realizing that each of them carries a separate story. One of the knights energetically explains that the gates have significant differences, including time limits that change the rules of the game. Terrible creatures burst out of the dark gates, and the hero explains that if they are not destroyed in time, a catastrophic breakthrough will occur. The space around the portal is ablaze with light as he explains that the gate may disappear, even if monsters remain inside. Focusing, the young man realizes the new logic of how the gate works and prepares to move on to the next stage of the conversation. The young man coldly calls out the boy's name, and he hastily confirms his identity, filled with anxious surprise. The blond man explains that the participation of outsiders was not planned, but due to extraordinary circumstances, the situation requires a flexible approach to assessment. One of the knights steals a glance at the king, trying to remain calm despite the awkward silence and tense atmosphere. Sitting confidently at the table, The dark-haired warrior explains that he has the authority to act on behalf of the president, eliciting joyful admiration from the team. Pointing his finger with a gleam in his eye, he hints at another important detail that causes surprise and concern among his listeners. The blonde man mysteriously mentions a hidden mission, demanding explanations and challenging those who know more than they let on. Both guys jump to their feet in confusion, trying to understand what crazy idea their leader has come up with. With icy calm in his voice, he declares his intention to destroy the Demon Lord, causing everyone to hold their breath. A gloomy atmosphere envelops the silent courtyard, where it turns out that the demon's magic is weaker than expected. Sitting in the silence of the night with a glass in his hand, he calmly considers that he can now briefly establish contact with the Pantheon. Placing his hand on his heart, he completes the sacred ritual, and the cup with its magical echo descends onto the table in front of him. The golden glow of divine power envelops him as he turns to Ariana, hoping he has not disturbed her peace. The goddess asks if he feels anything, and Leon, tilting his head slightly, confirms that he did not realize it at first, but the feeling became clearer with each passing moment. He feels a strange power emanating from the gate, and in response hears the gentle voice of Ariana, who is surprised by his sensitivity because with a body like his, it would not be easy to perceive. In the glow of purple rays, a grandiose fortress appears before him, and the goddess's voice gently explains that this energy is natural because it has merged with the world itself. In the center of the magic circle, the silhouette of a terrifying creature appears, whose power is so great that he feels the echo of its presence even in his own state, albeit with a delay, so he reasons that it is either the Lord of Demons or a monarch in terms of power. He thoughtfully holds his chin, listening to the words of the goddess, that the feeling is close, but if it were really such a powerful creature, the energy would have to be much stronger. Ariana addresses him as a knight and informs him that the deities of the temple have a message for him, to which he respectfully replies that he is listening. The beautiful priestess with a penetrating gaze pauses, because Flora, sensing something supernatural, is determined to explore this world. The mysterious woman in black smiles and says Flora's name, and, understanding her intentions, admits that she will need a tremendous amount of energy to ascend. Sitting at a table in the glow of divine light, the knight confirms that he does not need the goddess's guidance because he already knows everything. The enchanted cup, enveloped in radiance, becomes a symbol of decision as Leon promises to find a safe way to make the descent. Under the cover of night, a carriage with a horseman approaches the majestic gates that await new arrivals to this harsh and mysterious world. The open doors greet them with a creak, and the guide's calm and relaxed voice announces that they have finally arrived. The participants' gaze falls on the figure of a blonde man who has stepped forward. Emerging from behind the massive doors, the senior butler, Parco, bows to greet the guests, immediately announcing his position. Maintaining his dignified composure, Parco announces the audience and invites the new arrivals to follow him. Passing by magnificent chandeliers and tall columns, the knight looks back in surprise as the group silently follows the butler through the ceremonial hall. The blonde man jokingly remarks on the good taste of the castle's mistress as he looks at a painting, and the butler acknowledges his observation with a restrained laugh. Parco begins his story, recounting the ancient history of the castle of the Kingdom of Spare, which dates back to the majestic Queen Fiora, whose portrait hangs above them. Against the backdrop of the current Queen Beatrix, the old man recounts his service to numerous rulers, his voice resonating with respect in the experience of his long life. Discussing what they have seen, the knights conclude that all the rulers were women, making an unexpected discovery about the matriarchal structure of this country. The young men quickly fall silent when they notice that the king himself is looking in their direction, and the butler hastily muffles his words. In a burst of anger, the boy scolds the knights for their insolent mention of royal descent, and they immediately rush to apologize, pale and frightened. Leon takes the blame and awkwardly explains that he brought ill-mannered people who do not know etiquette because the situation was urgent and tense. The butler smiles good-naturedly, easing the tension, and indulgently notes that such mistakes are forgivable for outsiders. With the young man's confident stride, the throne room opens before him, and the butler solemnly announces his arrival. In front of the massive doors behind which royal silence reigns, the golden-haired boy orders the detachment to move forward, forcing the guards to step aside. Two guards, spears at their sides, silently open the massive doors of the throne room, announcing that the queen is already waiting for the new arrivals. The blond man with a cold gaze stops in the center of the passageway, his forehead glowing with determination that pierces the darkness. The space is flooded with light from the throne room, where guards stand on both sides, and the queen sits on a raised platform in deep shadow while Lionheart's arrival is announced. The eyes of the three servants standing to the side are focused and alert, for they too understand the importance of this moment and the significance of the new arrivals. The gazes of two influential men meet in a silent duel of glances, and the tension between them is palpable even through the walls. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of spectators, the young knight stands alone in the middle of the hall, while a dignified voice recounts his heroism in the battle at the gates. Duke Ackham, smiling smugly, introduces himself as the Prime Minister and, acknowledging Lionheart's merits, hands him the title of knight with feigned generosity. Approaching with a scroll, he announces that, with the Queen's permission, he will now solemnly read the official text, pausing with ostentatious importance. In response, the young man merely glances silently from under his brow, his eyes burning with silent alertness and hidden contempt. Ignoring formalities, he resolutely steps forward, announcing his intention to first pay homage to the Queen herself, which causes surprise and confusion in the Duke. But suddenly the Duke stops Lionheart, causing him to narrow his eyes in suspicious surprise. As soon as he takes a few steps, a powerful knight with gray hair and an authoritative gaze orders him to stop, calling him by name and causing everyone around to tense up. The Duke steps forward and, while acknowledging his merits, reproaches him for how an ordinary person, even a successful one, can so unceremoniously approach the Queen, violating all the rules of etiquette. The trio of silent knights stands frozen, tensely awaiting the next decisions and what this moment will bring. Looking into the eyes of anger, Leon coldly thinks that even the Prime Minister will not stop him, for he is here for a single purpose. Everyone suddenly looks around, and a female figure silently emerges from the shadows of the wings, as if night itself had entered the hall. Lowering his head, the young man clenches his fists, and anger boils in his eyes. He can no longer bear it. Straightening his shoulders, the young man resolutely declares to the Queen that he is the king, the ruler of the land named Leonhart. The servant shouts at the young man for daring to behave so insolently, but the young man, recognizing his boundless wrongdoing, replies that he must. The Duke furiously orders them to be thrown out, and Leon gives him a look that makes even the air tremble. With lightning speed, Leon grabs the man by the face, so suddenly and forcefully that he doesn't even have time to cry out. A blue flame burns in the young man's eyes, and he squeezes his opponent's head with increasing force until he gasps for breath in fear. Three warriors panic and call out to their king, begging him to stop and not to act so violently in front of everyone. Twisting the Duke's head forcefully, Leon pushes him away, while a young warrior nearby turns pale with fear at the sight of this cruel scene. Clenching his jaw, Leon mutters to himself, wondering why he is overcome with such intense, uncontrollable rage right now. The hero, with a cold gaze, squeezes his opponent, sending out a wave of icy power and fury. A figure with bright eyes appears in the darkness, and his appearance fills the space with a silent threat and an imperious aura. The knights freeze around him as the hero stands over the defeated, and the nobleman in the cloak grips the hilt of his sword, feeling anger and surprise. His gaze is calm, but it reveals a contemptuous assessment of the situation, as if he is deciding who is worthy of the next blow. Amidst the shock and screams, one of the warriors shouts to his king as a majestic figure emerges from behind the throne. The knights' faces flare with anger as they hurl insults at him, but he stands silently, ignoring their cries with royal pride. The hero calmly exposes the old man's lies, throwing the contemptuous truth about his futile attempt to pretend to be someone else in his face. With anger and foam on his lips, he acknowledges his nature, responding with words about demons that burst from the depths of his being. In response to the accusations, the old man's eyes flash red, tearing off the mask of fear and revealing his true demonic essence. The knights retreat in horror as a demonic shadow bursts from under the cloak, and cries of surprise break the silence of the hall. In a purple glow, the true form of the Prime Minister appears, a giant creature with an insect-like face, challenging the entire hall. In a panic, the people in the hall look around as another demonic silhouette emerges from the crowd, confirming that the threat is spreading. With an explosion of purple energy, horned monsters burst onto the floor, causing everyone around to scream in shock and horror. The demons sow chaos in the hall, surrounding the people and knights, and cries about the terrible creature echo in panic. The hero, his eyes glowing with rage, encourages those present with a shout, urging them not to break down in the face of the hideous invasion. Standing before the onslaught of monsters, the hero raises his hand and calls on everyone to join forces and fight, while the shadow of evil looms behind him. The demon raises his swords in the air, preparing to strike, and the hero, without looking away, shouts his last words of hope. His finger shoots forward like lightning and strikes the enemy's blade with mighty force. The hero boldly approaches the demon, as if deliberately challenging him, and his footsteps echo hollowly in the silent hall. With a cold expression on his face, he stands confidently, even as the enemy tries to envelop him in darkness and swallow him whole. With an explosion of power, the hero cuts through space, slashing the monster in an instant, as if a simple movement had destroyed the very essence of the threat. The formidable warrior in a red cloak silently decapitates the monster with a single blow, enveloped in dark energy. With fury in his eyes, he looks reproachfully into the distance, remembering that the enemy dared to approach the very heart of the palace. Meanwhile, in the depths of the hall, frightened servants scatter as demons chase after them with gaping mouths. A calm and detached blond man stands in the midst of the chaos, not looking back, while a mysterious warrior in armor slashes the enemy behind him with his sword. The hero with shining eyes cuts down the monsters with his sword with heavenly power, swiftly engaging in battle against the onslaught of beasts. In the center of the great hall, a knight in a red cloak raises his sword and dispels the darkness, cutting down the monsters that have invaded the castle. In anger and despair, the gray-haired leader orders to exterminate everyone to the last, holding back neither his cries nor his hatred. Demonic creatures with red eyes surround the warriors, preparing to attack as fear and tension hang in the air before the bloody battle. The blond man raises his hand and creates a portal from which he pulls out a sword, while a merciless battle rages around him. The hero looks ahead with a serious expression, but in the next moment, his gaze jumps to a mysterious woman with a crown of shadows who watches silently from the darkness. In the tense silence, the gray-haired knight, placing his sword against the hero's chest, orders an end to the conflict, and the blond man responds with a quiet nod, silently accepting the new conditions. Gritting his teeth and barely holding back his emotions, he acknowledges his interlocutor's loyalty, but indignantly demands an explanation as to why he disregarded the safety of the royal family at the decisive moment. The gray-haired warrior, with determination in his eyes, challenges who he is to judge his loyalty, since only his queen has that right. The surprised knights around them cannot believe the conflict between allies, and someone quietly admits that perhaps the opponent is right. But the blond man does not give up, and with pain in his eyes, he holds the blade with his fingers and begins to speak, knowing that he will have the last word. A moment later, a lightning strike forces the shadow enemy to jump back as a sword of light bursts forth from the glow. The young king calmly but authoritatively emphasizes that he has the right to question and decide, but punishment is the queen's prerogative, and orders him to remember his place. In response, the old man, clenching his fist, insists that the queen is upset and unable to think clearly, and therefore he, as the next in line after the prime minister's death, is taking power upon himself. The gazes of the two powerful men meet in oppressive silence, while the older man, restraining his emotions, mutters to himself. The gloomy sky above the capital seems infected with dark energy, and in the shadows where witchcraft stirs the air, creatures with burning eyes appear, and now immediate intervention is needed. A surprised voice escapes the lips of the gray-haired knight as he asks if his opponent is sure, and the blonde replies that the king knight never lies. Staring intently ahead, the older warrior asks for the help he needs, and the blond man asks to be given command of the soldiers. In the darkness of the throne room, a mysterious woman declares that she gives him not only power, but also permission to destroy all who carry evil within themselves. Standing before the shining throne, the young man accepts blame for past mistakes, promising that the king will repair everything that has been destroyed. In the central square of Spare Castle, a large crowd gathers around a burning fire, awaiting a big announcement. With anxiety on their faces, the townspeople listen as a voice from the podium announces that he has received absolute power in the kingdom of Spare, and Leon, with a serious expression, solemnly proclaims himself king. That is, Leon Dragon Lionheart. He announced that there were demons among those present and hinted that their goal was to sow chaos and facilitate foreign invasion. However, reassuring the people, the king assured them that he had a way to recognize the impure among them, even though the crowd was filled with surprise. When asked about the method of identifying the impure, Leon replied that he would not say a word more, but would show everything in practice. A couple of villagers, trembling with fear, stood before him as he approached them, as if he were about to reveal the truth right there and then. Suddenly, one of the spectators points his finger and shouts that he sees an unclean person and an ordinary person, thus confirming that the test has already begun. The gleam of his blue eye pierces the silence, and he sternly orders the man to prove his purity. The two stand before the flames that burst into the sky and look confused as they are ordered to prove their innocence by throwing themselves into the fire. Smiling ominously, the king raises his hands like a harbinger of doom, and the frightened captives, engulfed in flames, cry out in mortal terror. Cries of horror echo from the crowd, and a pale woman with long hair covers her mouth, realizing that he is not proving their purity, but simply wants to kill them all. A burned man writhes in the flames, screaming for help with his last ounce of strength as the fire consumes his mind and body. Two witnesses, frozen against the backdrop of the flames, cannot take their eyes off the living torch that was a human being just a minute ago. With a sudden gesture that baffles everyone, the girl steps through the fire, as if forgetting her pain and fear. The girl in white, unharmed in the very epicenter of the fire, stands with wide eyes and trembling hands, causing everyone to pause and reflect. One of the witnesses, trembling with horror, points to the woman and exclaims that they are looking at the body of a soldier, causing everyone to freeze in amazement. Leon, standing calmly in the midst of hell, orders everyone to watch closely as a creature with bulging eyes and a frenzied scream emerges from the flames. The blond man with a serious look declares that this is a holy flame, capable of burning only true evil, and therefore the innocent have nothing to fear. The simple inhabitants, with confused and frightened faces, freeze in silent amazement, not knowing whether they can step forward. He orders the people, in the name of the god of war and the flames of Pitos, to shout his name and walk through the fire to prove their purity. With his sword raised and his eyes wild, the hero shouts menacingly at the crowd, ordering them to enter the flames or face the power of his blade. In panic and horror, one of the peasants, covering his head with his hands, rushes forward through the burning flames, not wanting to die by the sword. Against the backdrop of the majestic cathedral, the hero calmly watches the demonic creatures approach, silently assessing the new danger. Covering his nose from the unbearable stench, the blond man says with contempt that all these creatures will pay for him having to look at them. One of the enraged demons, with a purple glow in his palm, declares that the man understands nothing. In a flash of rage, with a contorted face and a scream in his throat, he calls the demons pigs and orders them to run away as far as possible. With fear distorting their faces, the demons scream and run away as soon as they meet the gaze of the one who burns them with a single word. Blinded by the fire of rage, the hero, with a gleam in his eyes, clenches his teeth and throws his hatred into the darkness at those he considers to be nothing but trash. Raising his hand to the sky, he angrily calls the demons a pitiful caricature of humans and reduces them to dust. Burning with indignation, the hero asks in astonishment how these creatures dared to imitate humans, even pretending to be soldiers. Leon loudly threatens to cause agony and suffering, promising to destroy everyone in a flood of pain and despair. One of the demons, drenched in sweat, whispers sheepishly that they are just moving around, and the king silently admits that he may have gone too far. The old magician looks anxiously into the crystal ball, realizing that the method of merging the impure has failed, and sees the one he relied on engulfed in anger and fire. Explosively shouting orders to scream even louder, the magic sphere itself plunges into a frenzied mania, because only the agony of enemies, in its opinion, can please the king. Looking at the echoes of cruel torture, the sphere mutters that this bastard is still a sadist to the core. In front of the kingdom's inhabitants, Leon solemnly shows the defeated demon, urging them not to be afraid, because now they have real protection. Standing with a cold gaze, the young man reminds everyone that evil cannot harm him. In the crowd of anxious people, the demon devours fear with a hoarse laugh, feeding on dirty emotions. Filled with sinister energy, the demon explodes with a frenzied aura, cursing everyone around and promising an end in the burning rays of darkness. His agony is interrupted by a sharp blow to the jaw, his contorted face distorted even more by pain and punishment. The young man points his raised hand at the bound demon, proclaiming that it is creatures like this that sow temptation and fear and destroy human will. The stunned villagers listen as the truth is revealed to them. These creatures are to blame for their illnesses, hunger, and daily hardships. The young man angrily shouts out all of humanity's sins, while the demon, bewildered by the unexpected list, just blinks and does not understand what is happening. The demon panics and chokes on his screams as a strong hand squeezes his head, stopping every attempt to resist. The confused crowd begins to wonder if this monster is really the cause of their misfortunes, illnesses, and pain that have long oppressed their lives. With a powerful blow to the face, the bound monster loses control again, and its mouth closes under the pressure of a merciless fist. The beaten demon cowered in fear when the determined silhouette of the young man appeared before him. Consumed by fiery rage, the young man directs his burning sword at the demon, expressing primordial anger in every movement. The monster's burning head blazes with pain and hatred, and its distorted face contorts in hysteria. With his fist clenched, the boy stands amid the red glow, listening to the demon's threats, cursing them all to suffering. An explosive blow cuts through the air as the boy sends the demon flying into the sky with force, silencing him. In a dark prison behind bars sits the next prisoner, the demon Baltas, with a crazy smile and a gleam of impatience in his eyes. Confessing his sins, he recalls the years when he tormented people and realizes for the first time that his end will be miserable and inglorious. The robot suddenly appears at the bars, and the demon realizes with fear that this silence is only the beginning. The demon tenses up sharply, freezing with an expression of anxiety and confusion on his face. The prisoner recoils in horror, not believing his eyes and wondering what the robot is doing in this dungeon. In a cold, mechanical voice, the robot approaches the bars and demands information, emitting a red light from its eyes. The demon laughs wildly, dismissively rejecting the order and shouting that he belongs to no one and will obey no one. The robot records the refusal to cooperate on the part of prisoner number 14, who looks out from behind the bars in panic, clinging to the metal bars. Accompanied by light and energy, armed guards in armor march confidently into the cell. The prisoner falls to his knees in horror, realizing that the approach of these knights brings punishment for his audacious disobedience. A proud confession of readiness to die for God echoes from the prison cell, while the demon's eyes burn with determination. But in an instant, his proud posture is replaced by cold sweat and nervous tremors, as silence becomes the answer to his challenge. Looking back, he sees a knight with a metal face carrying a huge bucket with unknown contents, filling the air with an uneasy premonition. The knight solemnly announces that the barrel contains water with a 15% content of holy water, which glows with a soft light. As soon as the crystal-clear vapor rises, the goblin's body shudders in pain, and his eyes radiate horror. Seeing it, the monster freezes, and the robot hints that the conclusions are obvious. Sir solemnly proclaims that holy water will reveal the truth, and the bucket begins to glow with a fiery light, heightening the tension. A scream of horror escapes from the creature's gaping mouth as the sacred light suddenly envelops its throat and tightens like a noose. The demon lunges forward with a fierce cry, trying to destroy the bucket that threatens to expose it. Looking up from below, the demon screams, realizing that he is trapped with no chance of escape. His face contorted with horror and pain. The demon screams in shame and humiliation as the water finally destroys his demonic dignity. Drenched in water and overcome with shame, the red demon rages with all his might, proclaiming himself to be a demon of pleasure named Baltas. The tank splashes the demon with holy water, but instead of cooperating, he explodes with indignation and screams. The machine's eyes light up red, causing panic all around. The knights look at each other in confusion, listening to the pleas for help and the words that the target is not cooperating. The frightened prisoner confesses that he knows nothing, but the robot states that he refuses to cooperate. Sir Tank announces that more than 30,000 pieces of information have been extracted from prisoner number 14, and the demon himself turns pale, gasping for breath. The robot compares the data obtained with the norm, hinting at something hidden, and the prisoner sweats nervously upon hearing this above the cauldron. The creature, with wide-open eyes, turns around in panic, mentally indignant that his interrogator is a real psychopath, and screams in despair, not understanding why he should know what others said. Barely holding back a nervous breakdown, the captive listens in horror as the soulless voice of the machine talks about the lack of information and problems with retention, causing him real shock and panic. Clenching his fists, the monster stands silently before those present, confused and frightened, with an expression of complete incomprehension and anxiety in his eyes. He glows with hope, beads of sweat on his face, asking what the robot meant, as if he heard a hint of salvation. Sir Tank reports that the information text is complete and all 32 parts have been compiled, with a match of about 89%. With a restrained smile, he notes that this can be considered a reasonable truth, and Leon praises Sir Spinner for his work. Relaxedly sipping wine, the young man quietly enjoys its taste, smiling slightly with pleasure. When asked what he did with the demons after receiving the information, Spinner calmly replies that he eliminated them in 14 seconds with an average sound level of 127 decibels. Raising his glass, he squints with pleasure and whispers to himself that the aroma and taste are truly exquisite. With poetry in his voice, the young man calls the symphony of justice always sweet. The blond man is silent, hiding his eyes in the darkness of the shadows, and his expression becomes inscrutable. His eyes widen in horror, and his heart pounds in his chest as he realizes something new to himself. Unable to withstand the tension, he violently jumps up and smashes the wine glass with all his might, splashing a bloody trail of anger on the floor. The small robot reports with an alarming tone about alarming symptoms, rapid heartbeat, dizziness, chest pain, and difficulty breathing, while the blond man listens attentively, trying to remain calm. The hero clenches his fist, barely holding back the inner rage that seems about to burst out along with his heart. Leaping up with a roar, Leon looms menacingly over the table, and the tiny mechanical assistant trembles when he hears the young man addressing him. Realizing that evil creatures still live on this earth, breathing the same air, the blond man is maddened with disgust and trembles in a fierce internal conflict. When asked how to proceed, the robot states without hesitation that the cause must be eliminated as soon as possible, hinting at a decisive and ruthless plan. Smiling maliciously, the blond man cracks his knuckles and exclaims with enthusiasm that it is a brilliant idea, then orders his robot to eliminate the cause of the problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon and his faithful mechanical partner break the glass and leap out of the building, demonstrating their superhuman endurance. In the air against the backdrop of the starry sky, the robot flies after its master because, like King Leon, the creature knows no fatigue and is always ready for action. Landing with a burst of energy, Leon punches the ground with such force that stones fly in all directions. As if thunder had struck from the sky, his boots tear up pieces of asphalt, and his every movement is the embodiment of determination and strength on the eve of a great battle. With a fierce look and a battle cry, he rushes forward, and the robot follows him with a glow as Leon announces the start of a night raid on the city. In the middle of a dead field, a sorcerer with a ball approaches the demons, who anxiously recognize him as an ordinary human. The old magician, drenched in sweat, realizes with surprise that his appearance causes confusion even in the most terrifying creatures. Other powerful creatures approach the sorcerer, and the magic sphere warns the mage not to look at the demons for too long, lest he succumb to their influence. Behind the sorcerer, two demons appear, a slimy monster with a single eye and a horned giant whose roar causes anxiety even in the bravest. The mage, with a ball in his hands, freezes in the shadow of a huge figure looming from the heavens, while other creatures stand around, holding their breath. The formidable ruler with 6 arms and a crown, his eyes flashing, angrily protests the intrusion into his forbidden place. The archdemon in the crown responds to the mage's challenge with frenzied laughter, losing control in flashes of purple madness. The sweaty sorcerer feels the dark power emanating from the crown with horror and quickly looks away so as not to fall under its influence. The magical sphere recognizes the true essence of its opponent, the androgynous archdemon of debauchery who mocks his weakness. With an ominous smile, the horned sorcerer looms over the sphere, revealing himself to be a vile goblin. The purple sphere solemnly addresses the androgen, preparing to make a proposal that will change everything. The interested archdemon repeats what he has heard with a maniacal smile, considering the benefits of the unexpected deal. Choking with laughter, the archdemon with the crown mocks the magician, defiantly raising his fists and humiliating him in front of the crowd. With a flash of rage, the monster throws down the gauntlet, reminding him that after the fall of the mighty demons, he is no longer equal to ordinary evil. Hiding his emotions, the sorcerer gazes thoughtfully at the purple ball, silently assessing the strength of his opponent. Gritting his teeth in rage, the archdemon with the crown stares at the sphere, which considers the audacity of the latter to be the result of the fall of other demons. The truth emerges from the darkness, the sphere reminding him that 180 years ago, not only the rulers were destroyed, but also the Lord of Delights himself. The magic sphere calmly confirms that it knows about the tragedy that changed the demonic world. 180 years ago, 5 terrible creatures joined forces to take over the world in a single demonic rush for power. Against the backdrop of fiery ruins, 3 Lord-level demons are destroyed in the whirlwind of battle. The frightened monsters flee in panic from the invisible horror, their cries merging with the roar of the infernal hell around them. The demons, frozen in place, cannot utter a word, only staring in alarm at the hero whose power is changing the tide of battle. The golden-haired warrior, naked and bloodied, enveloped in lightning and determination, slowly rises with a sword in his hand, filled with unyielding strength. The monsters scream in horror, struck by the appearance of the mighty warrior who has destroyed one of their strongest leaders. His eyes, burning with the light of omnipotence, tear the darkness in half, and he clenches his jaws like someone who is no longer going to hold back. An explosion of light engulfs the battlefield, and over 10 million demons are blown to dust as if they had never existed. The old mage stares at the magic sphere with fear and respect, realizing that she is the only one who survived the apocalypse. The demon with the crown and wild laughter slaps his chest and shouts, asking if he knows what happened there, as if mocking him and at the same time going mad with memories. The old magician, clutching the spherical orb with the image of the demonic beast, smiles ominously and listens to what was his irresistible offer to become a creature driven by instincts and desires. Gnashing his teeth and widening his eyes, he wants to reveal the truth, because he is androgynous, and plunge the whole world into a bottomless abyss of sin and debauchery. Continuing to watch cautiously through the magic sphere, the magic ball slyly hints that it has heard that he is carrying out the orders of the great demon. The giant smiles ominously, confidently assuring that the end is near, and even the most resilient mortal will not survive. Lying in the darkness, the white-haired woman, exhausted and pale, seems to hear the verdict that the end is near, and the light within her fades. The mysterious sorcerer with the purple ball listens to the question of whether this ritual is enough and receives the answer that it is the most powerful move they are capable of in this world. Staring into the glow of the magic ball, the sorcerer hoarsely announces that the odds of victory are 7-3, 7 for the androgen, and only 3 for this freak. The old magician, fearfully clutching the sphere to himself, tries to cheer himself up with the thought that if she is an S-rank magician, the great creature and the demon will join forces, and they will surely win. Biting his lip and sweating with anger, the mage shouts that he had no intention of going to that place, and inside he curses the fool who dragged him into this. Finding himself in the thick of the forest, he asks where they should go now, but is instructed to go to the corpse collectors near the castle to strengthen his forces. Gazing gloomily into the thicket, the mage with the purple sphere in his hands agrees, knowing that those collectors have enough power for a powerful attack. The armored warrior asks the mage in surprise if he meant these creatures, not believing his own eyes. The mage recognizes one of the corpse collectors, who steps out of the shadows with an ominous smile, ready for action. A creature emerges from the darkness with bulging eyes and horror on its face, screaming in surprise or fear. The old mage, clutching the orb, hears the command to hide, sensing that the next moment could decide the fate of their entire endeavor. Suddenly, the monster flies upward, and the old mage clutches the magic sphere in horror, sensing imminent doom. The creature crashes into the ground like a shell, raising a cloud of debris, while the white-haired mage watches in fear. Wrapped in panic, the demon stretches out his hand with a cry of despair, begging to stop the inevitable retribution that is approaching him like a ghost. The creature's face, broken and contorted with horror, rushes into the thicket, crying for help and unwilling to become the next victim of this nightmare. Paralyzed with fear, the old man presses the magic ball to his chest, listening to the screams, and freezes in silent horror, staring ahead. The old man, with frightened eyes and sticky sweat on his forehead, freezes at the voice from the darkness, asking about the completion of the cleanup. In the middle of the forest, pierced by lasers, barefoot Leon calmly walks past the bound enemies, silently noting that there are survivors left in the group. The blond man's cold gaze pierces the night as he concludes that the captive was looking at someone before he died, so there are still those who need to be destroyed. Trembling with fear, the old man with a glowing orb in his hands looks at the bare foot that suddenly appeared in front of him and decides to activate his invisibility. The gray-haired sorcerer, nervously clutching the orb, asks what to do next, wondering why they didn't hear anything suspicious on the way here. The orb explains that thanks to the sacred power of the Knight of the Holy Grail, his movements were inaudible, even to those who could hear the hooves of horses. The knight thinks coldly, because something about this seems too strange to him, and the magic sphere guesses that the young man has destroyed all the demons in the forest and does not hide his suspicion. When Leon suddenly senses the presence of an outside energy, the magician is overcome with panic, and his gaze instantly sharpens. The young man rapidly approaches the sorcerer, almost touching his face, and in complete silence conveys his threat without words. Bending down, the knight looks closely and quietly says that he senses something very close, causing the mage to break out in a cold sweat. At Kirik's exclamation, the young man turns sharply, and the frightened magician behind him breathes heavily. The robot reports the coordinates for the sweep, and the young man confidently concludes that the hunt is not over yet. Looking around, Leon silently surveys everything once more and decides it's time to move on. The old mage watches with concern as the young man silently disappears into the darkness, leaving only tension behind. Breathing a sigh of relief, the sorcerer sits down on the ground, admitting to himself that he was sure of his own death. Moonlight glides across the facade of the house, behind whose windows silence reigns, as if the world has held its breath after a stormy night. In a warm room filled with steam, there is a wooden barrel with clean water and a towel hanging softly over the edge. Standing naked to the waist in front of the window, the hero gazes at the starry sky, holding the towel over his shoulder, as if searching for answers after a difficult battle. The anxious young man, observing the lights in the evening darkness, realizes that he is facing demons of debauchery and pleasure, creatures that feed on terrible lust. His wary gaze and brief silence betray his inner anxiety, for this concentration of demonic lust seems extremely strange to him. Recalling the giant gates from which a dark, cursed city rises, he wonders why so many demons of lust have gathered here. Seeing the invasion of high-level demons, the hero clenches his fist and pierces the darkness with his gaze, realizing that such a concentration of evil is only possible in the presence of an archdemon. Lost in his own thoughts, the hero bows his head and, as if sensing something invisible, clutches his clothes in his hand, wondering what is the cause of all this horror. Standing by the window, barefoot and half-naked, he inhales the piercing smell of blood rushing in from the night, and his eyes widen with a sense of foreboding. The blond man looks around anxiously, realizing that he did not sense the approach of the guest, who, with a gentle smile and her fingers near his neck, whispers that he must be tired. The mysterious woman with a crown and white hair gently reproaches him for not resting at all, and the young man silently lowers his gaze, immersed in his own thoughts. Her barely noticeable smile with a purple gleam in her eyes speaks louder than words. The room, bathed in purple light, welcomes the mysterious woman with a crown, who calmly addresses the young man. Hearing an unexpected assumption, the young man stares intently into the distance in the rays of dawn, realizing that his real name is no longer a secret. Closing his eyes, he delves into the depths of his own thoughts, where silence cuts through a single realization, and that is beauty. Picking up his clothes, he thinks about the woman whose presence attracts and divides, like a temptation that breeds chaos. Standing before her intense silence, he warns of her danger, for her charm leads to an abyss from which there is no return. Beautiful and confident, she gracefully introduces herself as Beatrice Alighieri Sparrow, Queen of the Small Kingdom, smiling seductively. Touching her hand, he respectfully gives his name as Leon Draconius Lionheart, acknowledging himself as the heir to a great name. Squinting in surprise, he realizes that this woman was the first to see his true essence, which even those closest to him had failed to notice. Smiling playfully and placing her hand on her heart, Beatrice asks him not to be too cautious, as if wanting to dispel the tension. She jokingly explains that she just wanted to say hello to the kingdom's benefactor, forcing Leon to silently assess her motives. Looking at her with cold restraint, Leon states bluntly that this is not the best time for a lady to visit his room. With a gentle smile and a gaze full of shadows and silence, Beatrice puts her hand to her chest, hiding the truth behind a veil of mystery. Crossing her arms over her chest and bowing her head slightly, Beatrice anxiously admits that she is being watched. Hearing her words, Leon suspiciously exclaims whether it is another queen, but she only silently averts her gaze, as if avoiding an answer. Against the backdrop of the formidable general and his knights, Beatrice confesses that she is under guard, like a captive in her own kingdom. Leon looks around in surprise, unable to believe that the general he knew is capable of such betrayal and harsh disobedience. Grabbing Leon's hand, she says anxiously that she has very little time and must convey an important request from His Majesty. With a tense silence in his eyes, Leon bows his head and assures her that he will listen to everything she has to say. In a calm but determined voice, she asks him to destroy the general and all his knights. Looking him straight in the eye, Beatrice promises to give him the entire kingdom if he carries out her order to the end. As they stand together in a spellbound circle of silence and sparkling magic, the boy remains silent, stunned by her words. Moving closer, she whispers in his ear a request to explore the dungeons of the royal castle, hinting at something hidden. Touching his chest and looking into his eyes, the queen admits that the general is hiding something, and that is where the truth awaits to be revealed. Without wasting any time, the general runs forward with determination, his red cloak fluttering behind him, his face full of unbreakable stubbornness and anger. The young man freezes when he hears a sudden address to him, and the girl instantly becomes alert. At that moment, a gray-haired military commander appears in front of the massive door with his guards and apologizes for disturbing them in the middle of the night, but firmly states that they will open the gate. Seeing the young man, the old commander stops, and shock and anxiety cut across his wrinkled face. The blond man stands calmly in the center of the room, bare to the waist as if his very presence fills the space with cold and power that makes the air tremble. As their eyes meet, the young man sharply accuses the guests of disrespect, and the old man admits his rudeness, explaining that the nighttime intrusion is due to a threatening emergency. The hero stands confidently before the gray-haired man, without saying a word, while the elder, overcome with shock, barely utters a surprised sigh. Looking calm and serious, the gray-haired man says that he has already met with Her Majesty the Queen, to which his interlocutor immediately reacts with surprise and caution. The blond man notes that no one was surprised by the Queen's nighttime stroll, which raises the question of who he really is. Calmly, but with bitter irony, the young man remarks that at a time when demons are roaming the country, the guards allow themselves to disturb the peace of the royal family. When the old man assures him that demons do not attack at night, the young man, with a cold gaze, unhesitatingly calls it a lie, instantly piercing through the falsehood. Returning to thoughts of the night attack, the old man asks doubtfully why demons invade at night, admitting that he is not so foolish as to not notice this. Reflecting on the old man's strange confidence, the young man sarcastically remarks that such a fool would never have become a general unless he had been persuaded to do so. In silent tension, illuminated by moonlight, the two men stand facing each other in the shadowy hall, and the silence between them speaks louder than any words. Apologizing slightly for his nighttime intrusion, the young man in the unbuttoned shirt coldly watches the general, who, maintaining visible restraint, orders him to return. The young man, barely containing his emotions, quietly utters the Queen's name, as if seeking an explanation for the unfolding events in this memory. He states outright that the Queen herself told him about her imprisonment, causing the general to freeze in tense silence before the guards. The general, instantly focusing, abruptly cuts off the conversation, stating that this is not a topic for outsiders, trying to hide the truth behind a mask of authority. The door slams shut in front of him, as if someone is silently trying to hide a secret. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man looks suspiciously into the void and thinks that the general is behaving too strangely, as if trying to hide something. Remembering the blonde girl's alarming words, he realizes that the answer lies deeper, and he firmly decides to explore the basement to find out the truth. The little knight bursts through the window when he hears his name being called. The hero instructs the robot to conduct an urgent inspection, and the robot, though puzzled, accepts the task. Darkness gathers over the royal castle, from which dozens of terrifying creatures, flying demons, skeletons, and warriors emerge, bringing chaos and danger. With screams and howls, the frenzied creatures shout orders to chop off heads and play with the bodies of their enemies, fueling the general madness before the assault. One of the demons, with a wild expression on his face, shouts that everyone must be corrupted and begins to laugh maniacally, inciting the others to perverse chaos. Turning to the crowd, he shouts that the androgyne has promised 100 slaves to the first to break through the walls. The crowd of freaks goes wild in excited ecstasy, shouting disgusting slogans about debauchery and staring greedily in anticipation of violence. One of them has just begun to shout his vile retort when a flaming spear flies toward him like lightning. A powerful explosion of light and flame instantly transforms the arena into a field of destruction, scattering body parts and turning cries of lust into screams of horror. Looking at the shining weapon flying through the air, one of the demons falls silent mid-sentence, his eyes full of horror and surprise. The explosion of light and power tears the ground apart, scattering the demonic horde in all directions, causing them to scream in surprise and pain. Stunned by the sudden blow, the demons, still not believing what they see, stare at the giant golden sword that has crashed into the ground, turning the field into a hellish arena. Blue, translucent ghosts of demons with wide-open mouths slowly break free from the bodies of the fallen, and one of the still living realizes in horror that these are their souls. Like the cries of the damned, the souls soar rapidly into the sky and roar toward the majestic castle, as if something invisible is calling them and pulling them inside. Above the mysterious cup, which someone is holding tightly, a fiery sphere shines like a pulsating sun, absorbing the arriving souls into the abyss of sacred flames. Against the backdrop of the towers of the majestic palace, a young man stands with a glowing artifact in his hand, around which a stream of souls swirls, spiraling toward him. Holding the sparkling bowl in front of him, the boy stares intently ahead as the energy around him hums and swirls. The blond man solemnly utters words condemning creatures that know no death and wander false paths. The monsters, distorted by lust and malice, listen to words about how they consider themselves superior beings who live only by primitive instincts. The boy, with icy fury in his eyes, challenges the animals before him, contemptuously calling them disgusting bugs, and prepares to strike. Gripping his sword angrily, he proclaims himself King of Lionheart and representative of the Pantheon, charging his speech with determination and the light of power. Illuminated by a storm of golden flames, the hero raises his bright sword and furiously pronounces judgment on all the creatures before him. With an ominous smile, the hero promises to teach them how to appreciate a life well lived, burning everything around him with a decisive flame. The demons are covered in sweat and tremble when they hear the challenge, glaring at him with nervous looks. In the blazing light, a giant lion rises behind the young man, embodying the fear of his enemies, whom he leads straight into the heart of battle. General Ricardo appears in the stone hall with a serious look, and his majestic appearance evokes awe and respect in his subordinates. When asked why he left the battlefield, the general calmly replies that another worthy force has been found to deal with the danger. With a hint of concern, the general admits that the reason for the delay is the seal, which should be working properly but is clearly malfunctioning. A huge machine hovers next to the general while he confirms his presence, but notes that it is still not there. A trio in combat gear appears in the dark passageway, and the general reassures them with confidence, assuring them that they only have to wait a little longer. Looking at the curtain behind which the queen is probably resting, the gray-haired general solemnly declares that centuries of hard work are about to come to an end. In complete silence, he concentrates on pulling back the curtain and looks inside with cold determination in his eyes, while the air around him freezes. In response, the machine, with a red light and as yet incomprehensible silence, emits an alarming cry, causing everyone to freeze in anticipation of the next step. A bloody sunset envelops the field of death, where a dead silence reigns among broken swords and burned bodies after a devastating battle. Exhausted demons with bound hands stagger through the desert, meekly accepting their fate amid dust, ropes, and despair. A cry from the chain of prisoners suddenly pierces the air, causing the knight to turn around with alarm and a muffled curse. Leaning over the invisible body, the knight froze in surprise and said that they needed to be more careful. His eyes widen in shock as the thought flashes through his mind that all this is still going on. The chain girl with pale hair raises her tearful gaze and begs the hunter for liberation with hope. Her lips curve into a sly smile, and her voice fills with temptation as she promises to offer something unusually pleasant. The young man's face flashes with panic when he suddenly feels a powerful wave of foreign magic piercing the space around him. The demoness's smile freezes as the hunter's fingers reach out to her with cold determination. A blue system window flashes in the air, activating protection against corruption and saving the hunter from the spell's influence. The one-eyed monster blushes and blinks in surprise, watching in disappointment as the spell of seduction loses its power. With a cry of indignation, the knight lunges forward and swings his sword at the demoness's face, unleashing all his anger upon her. Her huge eye widens in shock, and her cheek instantly reddens from the painful and unexpected blow. Stunned by defeat, the demon girl, with mocking despair, cannot believe that a mortal has managed to resist her temptation. The knight wipes the sweat from his forehead, realizing that he has just barely escaped the influence of a treacherous demonic spell. The demoness looks away in shock, and the knight turns toward the sounds ahead. In a menacing silence against the backdrop of a bloody sky, a rider on a white horse appears, causing everyone to freeze in tense surprise. The blond man with a cold gaze clenches his fist, boiling with rage at the insolent contempt directed at him. The knight and the one-eyed creature remain silent, confused, under the gaze of one whose fury does not bode well. In despair, the knight points sharply at the culprit, shouting accusations, while the captured demon trembles with fear. The blond man, trembling with anger and shock, clenches his fists and quietly asks how this degenerate dared to do such a thing. His voice grows stronger as he contemptuously accuses the creature of trying to seduce his soldier with her disgusting body, while the frightened captive only whispers apologies. But the apology comes too late, and the crack of the blow rings louder than any words, drowned out only by the victim's scream as he flies into the air in pain. In a burst of rage, the horseman Reigns blows down on the prisoner, shouting that he has no right to even speak and threatening that this is only the beginning. The pale prisoners tremble with fear when one of them, clenching his fists in despair, whispers that this knight is more terrifying than the king of demons himself. In the evening light, under the gaze of the crowd, a majestic procession led by the horsemen leads the demons in chains through the city, as if in a triumphal march. Next to the horseman walks his companion, who asks in surprise about the strangeness of this triumphal procession. Among the row of bound captive demons, a phrase about a great victory is heard, which finds no response in the indifferent faces of the crowd. The focused and alert, dark-haired companion shares his opinion that even weak demons have the power to corrupt people and lead them astray from the righteous path. Against the backdrop of the gloomy city walls with the captive in the foreground, the bitter truth about the endless war with monsters is heard, which leaves most people indifferent and inspires only a few of the elite. Leon explains that the essence of this struggle lies in the war against the Demon King himself, trying to give at least a drop of meaning to this horror. The blond man with a cold gaze orders the demons to be executed so that the townspeople can feel the satisfaction of destroying these disgusting creatures. The frightened boy timidly agrees, realizing the threat he did not expect. Returning to the majestic palace under the dark sky, the hero solemnly acknowledges that at least they have won a great victory, even if it came at a great cost. The blond man with a barely noticeable smile recalls that no one came to see him off, neither friends nor relatives, only silence and a gloomy figure behind him. Above the castle, a ray of light shines through the window from inside, like a symbol of victory, while a voice confidently proclaims victory. Two guards stand at the gates of the cold fortress, immersed in a strange silence that makes them listen warily to every breath of air. One of the guards, suddenly alerted by a strange echo, looks back with a tense cry, not understanding what has disturbed the peaceful walls. With a rumbling echo, three young men confidently head for the gate, but someone calls out to them to stop. One of the guards, gathering the last of his courage, blocks their path and anxiously explains that they cannot enter. But the blond man breaks down all barriers with one powerful kick, scattering the guards amid explosions and debris. Pausing only for a moment, he casts a piercing glance over his shoulder, and his blue eyes flash with an energy that deters any resistance. Clenching his fists, one of his companions asks for permission, and when he hears a short "yes," he continues on, while the fallen guards lie scattered around him. In the dark dungeon, the three allies enter the chamber to carry out their plan. One of the men is confused and doubts the advisability of the attack, to which the gray-haired knight replies, with a barely noticeable smile, that sometimes it is better to just accept it. Hearing the alarming news, the surprised warrior shouts in order to leave immediately and check it out, baffling the rest of his companions. A creepy murmur makes everyone freeze, and the blond man silently stares into the darkness, where something unknown is brewing. Impressive in its depth, the dungeon reveals a hidden hall to the heroes, where a mysterious shining structure appears in the fog. Coming closer, the heroes see a luxurious bed in the middle of the cave, and surprised by its appearance, one of them asks if it is really just a bed. The blond man, with a serious expression on his face, suspects that this place is the secret the queen mentioned, while the other concludes that someone is clearly hiding something. The blond man, unable to restrain his inner impulse, rushes forward decisively, saying that he must find out the truth, while the servants try to stop him in surprise. Pulling back the curtain, he stares at the body with silver hair, sleeping or unconscious on the bed. Seeing the king's determination, his companions freeze in shock and gasp in confusion, unable to comprehend what is happening. The bed glows with purple lights. The silver-haired girl lies motionless, and the air around her seems to have frozen. One of the men, as if spellbound, stares at the figure of unearthly beauty. Experienced warriors freeze in admiration, unable to take their eyes off the girl, whose beauty is as striking as a spell. The blond man stands in front of the bed, and his warriors can no longer think clearly due to the spell. Calling for resistance, the golden-haired boy, enveloped in radiance, loudly orders them not to succumb to the evil energy, trying to save everyone. The black-haired young man's eyes shine with admiration for the beauty he sees, while the others watch silently, frozen in amazement. Surrounded by 5 companions who can barely stand on their feet due to the spell, Leon is surprised that even after receiving a share of his aura, they remain pitiful. One of the warriors, his face contorted, suddenly screams in shock, as if someone has strongly affected him with magic. With lightning precision, the blond man raises his hand, and both warriors fall, and the king admits that perhaps it was too difficult. The knights fall one after another, and the blond man calmly watches as their powers easily broken. With a light, almost careless movement, he strikes the boy with such a speed that he doesn't even have time to understand. Turning with a predatory smile, the blond man slyly glances at his comrades. The knight, clutching his dagger, looks up with surprise and pain, realizing that he must wound himself in order to break free from the illusion. The blond man holds the bowl from which golden flames burst forth and calmly orders the knight to take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Through the blinding field of energy, Leon says that the warrior must clear his mind. The old lord watches the events unfold with surprise, struck by the power and unexpected turn of what has just happened. A group of armed knights appears at the entrance with a roar, and their gray-haired leader speaks of the queen's betrayal, which he never believed. Holding the holy chalice, the blond man looks into the eyes of the knight standing opposite him and asks if the queen is really capable of such betrayal. Smiling in the dark glow of the night, the hero calmly says that he was not enchanted by the queen. The knights, as if hypnotized, raise their weapons at the command of the gray-haired lord, and swords flash. In response, the old commander feverishly justifies himself, saying that he acted this way because he was used to it, but the young man immediately refutes his words. The queen sits in a magical frame in a purple glow, while the young man's voice explains that her magic is not a natural gift, but a curse that is impossible to get used to, and that he has already seen such power. In front of the young man, who coldly holds a glass and looks into the distance, a demoness with horns and a fiery body hovers in the air, and his voice calmly pronounces the name of the one behind this dark power. Lying in a half-sleep, the queen seems to be the embodiment of demonic temptation, driving all living creatures mad, turning desire into debauchery. Looking at the queen, he realizes with surprise that he does not feel from her the same depraved energy that his master, the Lord of Pleasure, so despises. The gloomy old man stares silently ahead, pondering what he has seen and preparing to express an important thought. Holding a glowing bowl, the man asks about his health with a serious look, while carefully releasing the power hidden inside. The petal falls into the bowl, raising golden waves of light, as if initiating a ritual of power. Surrounded by a storm of purple energy, a young man with a cup in his hand invokes the majestic deity of dreams and death, immersing the space in magic. With his eyes closed, as if in prayer, he bows his head before the creature, awaiting its will with dignity and unwavering determination. A girl with white hair, enveloped in shining streams of energy, admits with a sly smile that she likes this dark power. The knight with scars and gray hair on his face, seeing the goddess, freezes in shock. For before him stands the ruler of the lion's heart, the patroness of Ariana. The majestic figure of the goddess in purple waves appears at the call, holding a magic staff and looking down at her lord. Enveloped in purple lightning, the divine figure with a lantern in her hand majestically descends before the knight, radiating the power of sleep and death. Standing with his hand on his chest, the young man bows his head intently and greets Phil, the deity of dreams and death. Smiling with slight satisfaction, she recognizes the knight as worthy, calling him through the darkness the lord of a fierce and unyielding lion's heart. Summoning the spirit in the glow of purple mist, the young man stands before the goddess who came at his call. The old warrior listens with anxious concentration as the demons of debauchery conjure up bizarre manipulations that distort reality. In an endless dream that returns again and again, the goddess sees a city shrouded in purple mist, where demons perform a ritual of debauchery. The goddess soars in the sky above the knights, speaking the truth about the dream as a trap from which it is time to escape. With a sparkle in her eyes and a decisive gesture, the goddess demands the truth, directing her magic lantern. The lantern, illuminated by purple lightning, releases a powerful pulse of light capable of breaking the spell. A crack appears on the young man's face as the goddess's light breaks the spell, releasing the truth. Darkness descends upon the city as evil awakens in the depths of the towers under the veil of night magic. The warrior watches with wide eyes as the fragile shell of the world shatters around him and the truth breaks through the fragments. An ominous eye, red hot, burns in the darkness of the skull, releasing a gaze that pierces with fear. From the depths of the blue flame emerges a warrior clad in ancient armor, with a magical crystal burning on his chest that preserves his power. Burning with bones and eyes, the Knight of Death is resurrected in the fire, and behind him emerges a skeleton with a weapon in its hand. Surrounded by magical flames, the goddess stands before everyone. And Leon finally understands why he did not feel a real threat from the very beginning. With a glint of realization in his eyes, the young man looks ahead, understanding that this energy is capable of creating a new reality and transforming everything around him. In the glow, the knight's heavy footsteps echo across the stone ground, and farewell words are spoken to the queen. Choking with anxiety, the warriors plead to protect the queen and the seal, while a deadly knight with blue flames in his bones emerges from the fog. Leon confidently rejects the accusations, declaring that he is not a spawn of evil, even as the enemy tries to make him so. Holding the seal in his hand, the young man calmly admits that even doubt and sleep are just parts of a game that he has finally begun to understand. Standing above the goddess, the young man admits that she was the source of the magic, and the flames of truth begin to burn away all remnants of illusion. The boy calmly reflects that if the seal is destroyed, the illusory world around him will fall apart. Consumed by hatred, the Knight of Death rushes into battle with a roar, and the young man meets him with confidence, without looking away. The Knight in Black abruptly lifts his enemy up, splitting the ground beneath his feet with a blow that bursts into an explosion of power. With a lightning smile and a sharp gaze, the hero parries the attack with his sword, sparks flying in all directions, enveloping him in flames. The majestic warrior emerges from the dark vortex right in front of the hero, preparing to strike with fury burning in his eyes. The blond man's face is tense as he struggles to hold back the blow of a huge axe that breaks his sword and makes his teeth clench with rage and pain. The Dark Knight's red cloak billows in the air as he swings his shining sword down, piercing the ground and knocking his enemies back with a powerful burst of force. The unbreakable blonde steps forward with a clenched fist and declares that this battle is a fair one-on-one duel, demanding that the rules be followed. Clenching his fist resolutely, the blonde challenges his enemy with words of honor, forcing him to choose between nobility and disgrace. The skeletal knight, with an icy smile, voices his contempt for his former ideals, referring to honor as a forgotten memory. Surrounded by an army of undead, the Dark Knight breaks the knight's silence with a confession that he long ago betrayed his knightly principles and launches an attack. Shouting with rage, the young man challenges the combined attack of his enemies, confident that his strength can stop any attack. His figure flashes amid the explosion of fire as his enemies fly into the air from the blow, while he himself remains standing in the epicenter of chaos. Clutching his weapon in his hands, he lunges forward with a battle cry, cutting through the air with a powerful swing of his sword. A burst of flames erupts right in front of the armored skeleton's face as the young man delivers a swift attack from below. The hero's sword strikes the center of the group attack with lightning speed, forcing two opponents to retreat with shock in their eyes. The force of the blow sends the enemies flying through the air, and the ground beneath their feet explodes in a bright flash and stone dust. With determination, the hero grabs the skull-like knight by the head, directing all his strength into a blow capable of destroying even death. The dark figure, like a shadow of lightning, soars upward, leaving behind shining lines of magical energy and a gaze full of absolute confidence. The warrior's explosive blow takes out several skeletal opponents in one move, while an astonished admission of his incredible power echoes from the shadows. Realizing the paradox that after transforming into undead, his power should have weakened, the hero tensely accepts the enemy's frenzied onslaught in a lightning-fast duel. Blinded by anger and determination, the young man rushes forward with a cry, clenching his sword in his hands as if all his willpower were concentrated in a single blow. A beam of power cuts through the air, and with the brilliance of righteous condemnation, he challenges his enemy, accusing him of false honor that cannot protect anyone. A flash of hellfire floods the battlefield, where the fiery element devours everything around it. The enemy's eyes are filled with horror as he, barely able to speak, turns to the queen in terror, realizing his doom. An explosive wave rises, sweeping away everything in its path, and the hero, gritting his teeth, rushes straight into the flames without stopping for a moment. The bony general shudders at the sudden breakthrough as his smile fades from his face, along with the illusion. He realizes with horror that a single blow has wiped out his entire guard, leaving only powerlessness in its wake. And now the blade glitters at his temple, frozen in the air like an inescapable sentence. The blond man with the cold gaze slowly places his sword on the knight's shoulder, calling himself King Lionheart. He looks his opponent straight in the eye and orders him to wake up from his sleep, forcing him to come to his senses and whisper fearfully about losing himself. Raising his hand, the young man coldly declares that if he is unable to wake up, then let him continue to live in a vain illusion, because he is simply a foolish knight. Raising his sword to strike, the young man freezes in silence as if something has stopped him at the decisive moment. The surprised expression on his face is accompanied by the thought that although this knight's loyalty is problematic, he is definitely not an apostle. The memory of a tender, tremulous moment with the queen overshadows everything, because the only question burning in his mind is why she ordered them to be killed. Staring intently into the darkened corner of the bed, the young man presses his lips together and whispers to himself with suspicion in his eyes, wondering if it is really true. Seeing the blonde girl sleeping peacefully, wrapped in her own radiance, he realizes that she cannot be a thief. Standing silently over the captive, he gives a short order to speak, and the man shudders and raises his head, holding his breath in confusion. With eyes full of anger and anxiety, the young man makes accusations, demanding explanations for what happened to the queen. An ominous figure with a skull for a face tumbles onto the stage, proclaiming that he has made a deal with the devil himself. His smile widens in the darkness as he announces that the deal with hell has already been made, and now everything is just beginning. Tired and wounded, the queen lowers her head, accepting her downfall and, perhaps, the terms of a dark deal that will change everything. The bloodied queen with a cut face barely stands on her feet and silently looks into the eyes of her enemy, as if weighing her choice for the last time. A mysterious figure in black stands among the corpses and tempts the queen to make a deal. The queen fearfully asks about the deal, and the figure insists that she accept the demons of lust and repeat the fall of a century ago. Grabbing the magic ball, the creature whispers with a frenzied smile that lust is her salvation, otherwise she and her entire kingdom will perish. The exhausted queen realizes that she has no choice, and that accepting the deal is her last chance to save the kingdom. Her hand trembles as it touches the orb, and that moment turns into a trap that reeks of devilish deception. In a world ruled by pleasure, people have turned into monsters who feed on debauchery and mockery of the weak. On the throne, the queen gives cruel orders, because bloody demons roam the streets during the day, and debauchery reigns at night. Staring at her own hands, she regrets choosing evil, but the battle with the archdemon left no room for regret. It is impossible to renounce this agreement because the suicides who fled became ghosts, doomed to eternal heavenly wanderings. And only when the contract ends will those souls become servants of lust, and the queen punishes herself again and again for that choice. She sees the kingdom fading away, and the demons of temptation slowly but surely closing in on her in a deadly embrace. The loyal knight, succumbing to desire, broke all his vows when he found himself in his mistress's chambers. General Ricardo Burns watched silently, but in his heart he no longer had the strength to bear this curse. The general gathered his men and declared that resistance was futile, so it was time to choose a wiser way out. Their path was death by their own choice, so as not to fall into the hands of evil and avoid an even more terrible fate. They swore to defend the queen, even at the cost of their own lives, without succumbing to temptation. The leader's gaze was firm, but deep in his eyes there was a tremor, and this choice tore at his soul. Looking at the fallen, he says that even if they become ghosts or servants of debauchery, they will serve good. They would be loyal to their queen, even in death, even in hell, even when there was nothing left but loyalty. In the haze of the gloomy cave, the fallen knight reveals the terrible truth about those who willingly became servants and admits that the queen's spells were powerless. With the creaking of bones and an empty gaze, he recalls how they themselves destroyed the queen's will, locking her forever in a seal. In the glow of purple light, the sleeping woman remains wrapped in a simple seal that has remained unchanged for over 80 years. Watching silently from a distance, the boy contemplates the power of the undead's loyalty and recalls how the queen entrusted their fate to him. Amidst magical waves and a sense of foreboding, the girl with a serious look confirms that she also felt the awakening of power. Crowned with a dark glow, the young man with a tense look confirms that he has felt the same ominous energy breaking through the shadows. The street is engulfed in a whirlwind of purple flames as an invisible stream of magic rushes through the closed gates. Demonic creatures rise from the depths of hellish energy, and among them stands a smiling giant, ready to destroy everything in his path. With a flash of realization, the boy recognizes with horror the appearance of demons who have awakened the darkness. In a bright flash of magic, the girl rises into the air, and the young man calls on Lionheart's army to wake up and return to battle. Surprised cries and frightened faces turn into chaos when a threat suddenly looms over the squad. Leon proclaims his will to fight while the goddess reigns in the air. With a slight smile on her lips and a purple glow in her eyes, she hints that it is time to return to the old conversation. The city walls tremble as the knights panic at the appearance of enemies who have finally emerged from beyond the horizon. Anxiety sharpens in the hall when a guard informs the ruler of the demons' attack on the city walls. Shock and panic are reflected in the eyes of the young man, who recognizes the familiar evil that has returned from the darkness. An ominous horde of monsters rapidly advances on the city, leaving only rage and despair among the defenders. Thoughtful and calm, the young man assesses the situation, watching the preparations for defense under the pressure of the looming threat. The young warrior strides resolutely forward through the ranks of soldiers ready for battle, not hiding his fear, but not allowing it to control him. The commander gives the order, and the knights raise their shields in a flash, preparing to meet the first blow of the dark invasion. The shields rise simultaneously like a mirrored wall, and off-screen, whispers of His Majesty's will can be heard. Demonic creatures with burning eyes roar in response to the stern order not to move and to stop the enemy at all costs. Enveloped in a fiery glow, the king advances with a sword in his hand, while the squad behind him remains in position, holding out to the last. Confidence flashes in his determined gaze, while beside him, a sur-tank with a glow prepares for battle. The army, in tight formation, scorched by flames, rushes forward at the command of its leader. The monster's eyes burn with rage, its jaws grind with hatred, and this enemy has no intention of surrendering without a fight. The muscular lord of demons demands that his subordinates work in rage, turning pain into pleasure, and around him the demons go mad with insanity. One of the demons, intoxicated by suffering, bursts into hysterical laughter, proclaiming that unbearable pain is replaced by pleasure. Hearing the order, the army of demons breaks out of the crowd with cries of "kill," rushing into battle against the fiery legion. In response, the robot activates without any weapons, and the blond man with a cold gaze calmly says that they should come closer. Gathering all his determination into a shout, the young man throws his arm forward and commands his horse to begin a counterattack amid the chaos of battle. A bewildering attack descends from the sky with a flash and a roar, creating a powerful purple barrier and striking the crowd of enemies with relentless precision. A group of enraged monsters rushes forward with a battle cry, breaking through the defenses and trampling everything in their path in a bloody mess. One of the soldiers, coming face to face with the enemy, shouts in response to the frenzied attack, but realizes with horror that it is too difficult to withstand. Even if they manage to stop the invasion, the main thing that comes to his mind is that their king will be in danger, and that is what scares him the most. The knight freezes with a frightened look, momentarily speechless from shock and surprise at something unexpected. His eyes, wide with anxiety, glide over the explosive whirlwind that destroys everything in its path, and the thought of the king suddenly pops into his head. And now, as dark shadows loom over him with ominous cries, he realizes that the end has come. A radiant flash of light strikes the very heart of the demonic crowd, sweeping away everything around it with a loud explosion. The knight with the fiery gaze screams frantically, awakening the power that rages around his body. His body radiates light, his sword rises, and the screams of horror echo around him as the demons scatter from the energy of his heroic blow. Frowning and watching the battlefield, the boy with the burning gaze notes that the power of the demons of lust lies not in their strength, but in their insane numbers. Seeing his wounded horse, he lowers his gaze and painfully admits that although these demons are weak, their reinforcement is extremely annoying. Refining his conclusions, he admits that this trick is characteristic only of the strongest demons of pleasure, but it is not enough to break through this situation. Standing before the dark horde pulsing with purple light, he doubts himself, wondering if he can do it right now. However, with every moment of doubt, the determination in his eyes fades, and barely opening his lips, he quietly tells himself that he cannot do it. But suddenly, gathering all his willpower and summoning his inner light, he breaks forward with a cry, shouting that he must do it. Turning to his comrades, he orders them to attack, and he himself rushes forward, leading everyone behind him with fire in his heart. A flicker of anxiety flashes across the knight's armor as he realizes that this battle will be decisive for everyone. In response, dark forces rush at them, raising a storm of dark aura, led by an ominous horseman in a crimson cloak. The knightly army breaks through in tight battle formation, and around them, ghostly horsemen burst out of the blue haze, closing the circle of attack. The knight on horseback raises his weapon and leads the attack directly at the horde of demons, who have already scattered in a chaotic run. One of the horsemen swiftly strikes the enemy in the head with his spear, piercing the skull with a purple flash of death. The lightning-fast horsemen of the Shadow Army swiftly pierce the ranks of demons, leaving behind clouds of smoke and debris. A warrior in shining armor stands before King Lionheart, and between them, without words, there is a deep respect and anticipation of a great battle. The blond man greets the awakened general with a slight smile, looking into his eyes. The smiling blonde acknowledges the old general's loyalty to the queen, while demonstrating complete confidence in his new warrior. Turning his head, the skull-faced general calls the new ruler the king of a foreign country and recalls the bitter experience of defeat, which no longer frightens him. The bony general in a red cloak slowly walks away, accompanied by his soldiers. With a slight smile on his lips, the blond man hints that fate has not yet been decided, and his interlocutor's silence only confirms his power over the situation. The skull-like commander loudly announces his intention to break through the pressure, full of determination and dark power. In full battle formation, the skeletal army prepares to advance behind their commander, who stands before the young man, seemingly acknowledging his strength, albeit reluctantly. The hero smiles confidently, as if anticipating his victory, and demonstrates calm determination before taking the decisive step. With his back to the crowd and a sword in his hand, he solemnly promises to show what he is truly capable of and to live up to every expectation. Enveloped in the glow of golden flames, he stands silently in the darkness of the night, becoming the embodiment of inspiring faith. His foot, enveloped in fire, steps decisively and imperiously, and in the flames resounds the proclamation that the god of war and fire is entering the game. Even when the world was ravaged by demons and the gods lost hope, they found refuge in his unbroken, burning heart. In flames rising to the sky, he strides forward with his sword, leaving fallen enemies behind and asserting his absolute power. The blond man in the flames calls out to the queen's hunters and knights, hoping that the last defenders will rise in response to his call. A pillar of fire pierces the sky and falls on the city, frightening the demons with the majesty of divine power. The Scorched Knight looks up in despair, realizing that despite everything, they are still defeated. Smiling with bitter calm, the hero rises into the air amid the fiery whirlwind, saying that the flames will die out without him at any moment. He proclaims that he will remain with them forever, as he always has, to support them until their moment of glory arrives. The blond man resolutely declares that he will stand until the day they can rise on their own to overcome all adversities and set off for the stars. With a cold gaze and flames raging around him, he stands unmoved, as if death itself had descended in human form. The face of the Lord of the Flames is filled with indescribable determination as he prepares to strike a blow that will shatter barriers and make enemies tremble. The masked demon freezes in convulsive fear, unable to move before the lightning-fast onslaught of red fire and invisible pressure of will. The burning sword crashes into the ground with a roar, raising waves of fire that tear through the surrounding darkness. In a fiery whirlwind of anger and determination, Lionheart proclaims himself the first standard-bearer of Pados, the greatest god of war and flame, striking terror into the hearts of his enemies. Seeing the symbols of war and flame, the armored warrior exclaims their names in surprise, realizing who stands before him. The standard-bearer's fervent call to the divine forces causes a powerful explosion of energy that envelops his armor and raises flames around him. The young man with burning eyes raises his hand to his forehead in a solemn salute, calling on the flames of war to appear right now and punish evil. In the glow of the vertical pillar of fire, silhouettes of demons appear in the darkness, frozen in place, staring at the one who called upon the punishment of the gods. A demon with horns and a mask freezes in shocked horror, realizing that an unstoppable force is approaching. A fiery bull with eyes full of rage tears up the ground beneath him, rushing forward with a roar, carrying punishment and glory. All the troops, led by fiery chariots, merge into a single force that swiftly brings justice through the demonic ranks. A blond young man with a cold gaze confidently jumps off the chariot and unleashes a red flame of power that explodes around him in a wave of anger. Watching the horse's body dissolve in the glow, he smiles gratefully, bidding farewell to it as a temporary but important companion. Clutching his weapon, the young man lunges forward with determination in his eyes and fires a bright projectile at the enemy without hesitation. The blond man with a determined look grips his sword and challenges the enemy, declaring that now it is his turn to take part in the decisive battle. A war chariot drawn by two fiery bulls rushes at the head of the army through the city gates, accompanied by cries of triumph and the rhythmic rumble of drums piercing the night. The roar of the fiery bull tears through the air, heralding the beginning of a frenzied attack, as if the elements themselves had broken free. A knight in a horned helmet suddenly shudders in horror, for before him, a fiery chariot rushes at breakneck speed, scorching everything in its path. A single rider on a shining chariot with fiery beasts rushes into the very heart of the army, causing panic and cries of fear among his opponents. The golden chariot breaks through the ranks of the enemy army like a whirlwind, leaving behind a trail of burning wind and scattering soldiers in all directions. A crazed demon with horns and a black bandage screams fiercely and calls on his brothers to destroy the enemy, attacking in a general frenzy. A white-haired young man with eyes wide with shock stares intently into the distance, as if anticipating something unexpected and extremely threatening. An angry guy in a suit, burning with indignation, clenches his fist and shouts at the top of his lungs, accusing the monsters opposite him of disrespecting the real cavalry. Leon, with a flame of determination in his eyes, orders the attack, raising his sword and spear in the rays of battle light. The rumbling of hooves and the screeching of wheels tear up the ground as the golden chariot with the bull's head rushes forward, leading the army in a frenzied attack. One of the demons is struck by a devastating blow, and rage freezes in his eyes as the weapon pierces his head with blinding force. The system mercilessly activates the strongest attacker mode, as if pronouncing a sentence on all who dared to challenge it. Flying demons with purple swords rush from the sky, trying to reach the rider who is covered by raging bulls. Seeing the frenzied attack, the demon in the crown first tenses in shock, then opens his mouth in a wild scream, unable to believe his eyes. The blond man with a burning gaze clenches his fist, filling with strength and fury, while red flames of determination flare up around him. A powerful explosion of red light sweeps an entire army of enemies into the air, tearing through space with a shockwave of destruction. The stunned demon leader gasps in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. The six-armed demon screams hysterically, shocked by how the enemy rapidly broke through the defenses without stopping for a moment. Amidst the crowd of panicked demons, the commander orders the magical cannon to be fired, and several warriors raise their weapons with fierce determination. One of the cannons glows with a bright purple light as a three-eyed demon charges it with magic, preparing to fire with all his fury. Powerful bursts of magical energy from the sky destroy the ranks of demons, scattering their bodies while below stands the unyielding figure of the king with his sword. Illuminated by the flames of anger, the white-haired hero challenges his enemies, mocking the cowardice of their long-range attack. A message appears in the sky announcing the activation of a divine law that grants the Death Knight the ability to neutralize arrows, strengthening him against ranged combat. A magical artillery strike hits the target with explosive force. Purple flashes tear through the night and envelop the city in a blinding glow of destruction. In a swift dash, a chariot drawn by fiery bulls carries him through the smoke and storm. The hero raises his sword with a cry of glory and rushes forward, invoking the greatness of Lionheart and burning with determination to win. The system activates super powerful buffs, resistance increases, demons weaken, and allies gain a fiery advantage as they prepare for a total assault. In the thick of bloody chaos, rays explode, demons fall under the blows, and one of them, overcome with fear, screams as he flees from the fiery attack. A blond boy with a burning gaze peeks out of the darkness and recognizes someone in shock. A huge, dark-skinned demon in a frenzy throws himself at the enemy from above, enveloped in a dark aura. But a white-haired knight with a giant weapon is already waiting for the blow, frozen in a decisive position. A powerful vertical slash through the air, and earth lifts debris, demons, and carts into the air, scattering enemies in all directions with the force of a single devastating blow that cuts through everything in its path. The bulls rush through the streets, bellowing uncontrollably. The giant with the crown stands before the bulls, but they quickly strike him in the stomach, causing him to grimace and cry out in anger. Sweaty and confused, he realizes with horror that he no longer senses the presence of his main enemy and searches in vain for King Lionheart. Suddenly from above, like thunder, a horseman with a spear flies through the air. The young man swiftly cuts through the air with a lightning-fast attack, delivering a powerful blow that knocks his opponent off his feet. The enraged giant shouts at his men, not understanding why his attacks are not reaching their target, and orders them to kill the enemy immediately, feeling fear creeping up inside him. And Leon is already standing on the scorched earth, calmly breathing after the battle and clutching his sword. Bathed in red light, the unyielding king steps forward and challenges the army to try to hold out for at least 1 minute. Gritting his teeth in rage, the demon in the crown tries in vain to explain to himself how a single person could cause such an imbalance in power. Confusion and fear spread among the demons as the horsemen destroy their ranks with such savage force that they only have time to shout questions about the origin of these knights' power. Seeing the young man, the demon whispers his name in fear, sensing the danger emanating from Lionheart's figure, illuminated by a fiery glow. Crying out in rage and horror, the demon recognizes in the young man the one who single-handedly destroyed the mighty Dothodon, causing his heart to sink in anxious realization. Lionheart calmly repeats the unfamiliar name, as if recalling something completely insignificant, with a slight sneer at its importance to his enemy. With a predatory smile on his lips, Lionheart recalls the very same man with the swollen piece of fat, mockingly confirming the identity of the enemy just mentioned. Leon, his face contorted with rage, boasts that he tore Dothodon, a pathetic pervert, to pieces and promises to do the same to him. Lionheart raises his sword with a war cry, preparing for a vicious attack, and ironically notes that he will have to tear off too many limbs. With a fierce roar that bursts from his broken patience, the androgen is filled with purple rage, and his face, contorted with hatred, flashes with madness. Illuminated by lightning and rage, he swears that he will personally kill his opponent, loudly proclaiming his name, Androgen. Soaring into the air in a frenzied attack, he lunges at his enemy with open palms and blades. The blond man with a burning gaze and a red glow around him charges his weapon, angrily rebuking his opponent for his blind faith in magical power. With a cry full of contempt and determination, He swings his sword with all his might, declaring that the enemy's weakness has sealed his fate. The hero rushes through the burning pink glow like a released arrow. The beam of deadly light cuts through the wall and engulfs the entire hall, causing panic and chaos among the demonic soldiers. The mighty demon in the crown stopped the blow in horror, which shattered even his armor, leaving him in a stupor. Realizing that even his weapons and hands could not withstand the enemy's strength, the demon cringed in pain and shock, struck by the incredible power. The blond man threatens with cold confidence, reminding him of his promise to tear off all his opponent's limbs, while the latter rushes forward with a desperate roar. In a blinding flash of energy, the boy's body flies into the air as if thrown by an invisible explosive force, while the Hulk below freezes in silent triumph. Clenched jaws and a devilish smile against the backdrop of purple light reveal that the enemy has tasted victory and is enjoying the moment before the final blow. Lionheart rushes into battle with fervor and strikes the enemy's leg with a powerful blow from above, while the Raven activates the Crown of Passionate Desire technique, which subjugates any living creature. The knights cry out his name in alarm, noticing the danger of the technique, which covers the battlefield with a purple glow and drives them mad. Lionheart himself widens his eyes in horror when something suddenly strikes him at close range. A blade glowing with red light pierces the demonic lord through and through, leaving behind only a cry of pain and helplessness. With despair on his face, the demon exclaims his surprise, not understanding how his opponent managed to escape from the captivity of passionate illusions. The king, with fire in his eyes, moves forward while the defeated demon falls to his knees, realizing the futility of even the temptation of pleasure. Engulfed in flames, the hero strides forward with determination, dismissively declaring that a worthless creature like a demon could never deceive a true king. The shocked demon rejects this idea with horror, trying to convince himself that such a thing is simply impossible. The hero's piercing gaze reveals a deep awareness that something is wrong, because as long as life exists, the fire of passion burns in everyone. The enraged demon realizes that he has no chance, so with panic in his eyes, he decides to flee. But the Red Warrior only smiles predatorily in response to this intention. Before he can take a step, the giant receives a devastating blow to the face from the Golden Bull, which throws him into the air with a loud roar. The body of the many-armed enemy falls with a dull thud onto the stone ground, and the beast and the swordsman calmly turn back. With fear in his wide-open eyes, the giant tries hoarsely to stop his opponent, feeling the pressure of his foot on his chest. The blond man with the sword stands on the chest of the fallen enemy and rebukes him for cowardice, reminding everyone of the knight's duty to act justly. The hero, with a serious look, acknowledges that a real battle must be fair and that the intervention of third parties would be unworthy of the knightly title. The ruler in a crown, drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, tries to speak, but his words are lost in his anxious gaze. With a burning gaze and clenched fist, he acknowledges that honor is meaningless in the face of evil, for he leaves only merciless justice for monsters. In a stream of crimson light, the hero, with a malicious expression on his face, raises his sword above his head, proclaiming that this is not a duel, but the extermination of parasites. The ruler, with madness in his eyes and a cry of despair, raises his voice against cruel injustice, believing that his punishment is damnable discrimination. A burning pillar of light pierces the sky above the city, exploding in a fiery whirlwind that marks the fall of the great demon of pleasure and debauchery named Androgen. Following her belief in eternity, the queen walks through the ruins of memories, not even realizing that everyone around her has long since lost that hope. Anxiety flickers in the deep purple of her eyes, for it is from these thoughts that the story of the invasion of the dark demons begins. Standing on the edge of the devastated land, the queen gazes at the sky, which glows with a bloody light, heralding the beginning of the invasion. Her hand, enveloped in the glow of magic, silently responds to the threat, for she has already realized the scale of this terrible madness. A giant magic circle filled with ancient symbols flares up in front of the throne. With a determined look, the queen raises her hand to the sky, activating a spell that will envelop every corner of the state with a magical wave. An explosion of blue light tears through the air, and her heart remembers how hope was born through a series of flawless victories. A bitter calm appears on her weary face, for the hope that had nourished her heart for so long has faded sooner than she expected. Looking at the lifeless body of her enemy, she realizes the terrible truth that had grown in her heart with each battle. Amidst the bloody battlefield, the queen stops, finally realizing that these creatures do not die, no matter how hard she fights them. With suppressed sadness in her eyes, she admits that this war was a hopeless struggle against the impossible from the very beginning. Amidst the mangled bodies and swords, she realizes the futility of her efforts, that no matter how many demons fall, they always return. Gazing into the void, the queen realizes with horror and despair in her soul that all this is too absurd to remain real. Against the backdrop of the burning sky, the royal castle stands in silent anticipation of its inevitable final destruction. Wounded and exhausted, she can barely stand, sensing the approach of something terrible that will change everything forever. Amidst the ruins of the throne room, shrouded in purple flames, the silhouette of the devil approaches the queen with an offer of a deal. The dark prophet's smile flashes with an ominous promise that if she accepts the creatures of debauchery and survives for centuries, the invasion will be stopped. His predatory smile echoes with false hope, for he promises to restore everything without saying what price will have to be paid. With weary eyes, the queen looks into the past, as if trying to return everything to the way it was before the world fell into darkness. Reaching her hand through the shimmering blue fabric, the heroine does not even have time to realize that she is unable to even voice her doubts. The girl places her hand on the spherical sphere, and the demon, with a triumphant smile, accepts the deal, getting what he wants. With one last glance at the world crumbling into glitter, she disappears into the streams of magic, leaving no chance of return. Filled with determination and fire in her eyes, she reaches out her hand, realizing that this is her only chance to protect what is most precious to her. From the glow of prosperity, the city gradually divides into two halves, one of which sinks into debauchery, decay, and darkness that has already begun to engulf everything. Faced with this division, she remembers the loyal knights and insightful subjects who were once the strength and pride of her kingdom. With a proud smile, the queen appears in a magical glow, holding a scepter as a symbol of her determination to defend her kingdom. Evil, gradually turning outward, distorts human nature, plunging the once intelligent warrior into the abyss of madness. Those who once betrayed humanity and sided with demons lost their chance to return to the light forever. Exhausted, the wounded swordsman lies on a bed of blood, unable to overcome the thirst that led him to his doom. At the darkest moment of his fall, he finds himself in the queen's bedchamber, where a lonely woman looks fearfully at the consequences of sin. Torn between duty and pain, the general sadly asks for forgiveness for his betrayal and condemns the proud queen to eternal imprisonment underground. Surrounded by ghosts in a cold cave, the fallen general, deprived of honor and forgiveness, voluntarily took his own life, turning into a ghost. In a dimly lit room, the queen, clutching a blanket to her chest, shudders with pain and regret, blaming herself for the tragedy that has tormented her for the last 10 years. With tears in her eyes, she acknowledges the inevitability of the disaster that resulted from her choice and tearfully admits that she is the one who made them that way. A gloomy sky hangs over the majestic palace where the queen begs for her nightmare to finally come to an end. A gloomy crowd gathered around the chest on which the magical artifact stood. An ominous glow emanates from the purple flames that engulf the crown and the heavy demonic blade, as if proving the dark power that has defiled the queen's body and will. The blonde man watches intently as the robot examines the demonic weapon, noting its strength and potential usefulness, despite the palpable danger in its energy. Although he understands that the artifact is imbued with evil and threatens the soul, the young man calmly voices his conclusion. When the robot picks up the cursed items, he assures it that it will cope and calmly transfers responsibility, silently acknowledging the importance of the task. The blonde man with a worried expression examines the dark crown from which purple flames rise. When the word Lionheart echoes in the air, the figure of the goddess emerges from the magical glow behind the hero, and he turns around in surprise, struck by her sudden appearance. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the enchanting goddess asks Leon to show her the crown he won after defeating evil. The boy is worried that the defiled power of the crown will offend the goddess, but she calmly assures him that everything is fine. The goddess touches the crown with a tense expression, as if something forgotten is stirring in her soul. She looks closely at the crown, recognizing it, though she does not remember where it came from, and her voice already hints at the truth. The boy's gaze becomes confused as the goddess's voice tells him that this crown belonged to all the great demons of debauchery that he once executed. In the rupture of the hellish illusions of demons of rage and lust, which deceive people with temptations, the crown rises, retaining within itself the true power to distort reality. The woman with the lantern notes that she might be able to get something out of the crown, but the young man admits that it is a special artifact that is destined to disappear from this world. Leon offers to return the mysterious item to the queen, but she refuses and praises the hero for successfully completing the task. Touched, the young man modestly accepts the Pantheon's gratitude with his hand on his heart, considering his action a duty to honor. The hero stares intently as he listens to the order to say goodbye to the god of war, but he does not consider this meeting to be final. The god of war, with his scars and burning gaze, assesses the hero, who stands silently before him, waiting for the next word. The embarrassed god with pink hair tries to praise him, but immediately reproaches him, sensing insincerity in the boy's gratitude. The hero respectfully addresses the gods of dreams and war, bowing his head low, and announces that he has an important request for them. The god of war, with a sly gleam in his eyes, reacts jokingly to the sudden request, but ultimately approves, while the goddess of dreams watches silently with cold concentration. The young man, with a serious and slightly sad look, asks the divine beings to grant him one single request that deeply troubles him. An army of fallen warriors in shining armor appears before the gods, and the young man asks them to accept their souls. Flying over the dead field, the god of war and the goddess with indifferent faces glance at the young man, whose sincere request hangs between them. The frowning god, with a contemptuous grimace, wonders if they are really asking him to take the disgraced bodies to paradise, since these creatures have lost even the right to die. The goddess's cold gaze calms her ally's ardor, reminding him that only she controls the cycle of life and death, and no deity will defend the twisted ones who have defied nature itself. The embarrassed god of war, lowering his gaze and folding his arms, admits that his approach was somewhat questionable, and the goddess of dreams, with a lantern in her hands, silently hints that he should rethink what he said. Leon Lionheart bows respectfully to the goddess, inviting her to speak as if acknowledging her power over this place. The goddess, maintaining her composure, sternly proclaims that beings who dared to defy death must be punished for stepping outside the order she established. The queen slowly approaches, her gait quiet and solemn, and the request that escapes her lips is pierced with pain and supplication. Placing her hand on her heart, she whispers an apology to the wounded warrior, who, barely rising, anxiously exclaims her title. With her hands folded imploringly and a soft tremor in her voice, the queen, who has lost everything, turns to them as her last hope, putting aside her pride for the sake of salvation. Watching this, the goddess with the lantern thoughtfully touches her chin, gazing at the loyalty with which these knights stand by their queen without hesitation. Hearing the doomed verdict that their souls will not be able to enter the Pantheon, the knight and the queen stand silently side by side. The queen, her face troubled, lowers her hand to her chest when a note of hope suddenly rings out in the goddess's voice. The smiling goddess, bathed in starlight, announces that the loyalty and devotion of these souls are so strong that their merits outweigh their sins, and even the gods themselves are proud of them. Finally, with a gentle smile and a bright look, she reveals that King Lionheart himself has interceded on their behalf, personally asking that their fate be taken care of. Standing next to the knight and the queen, the goddess promises to purify their captured souls and give them a chance at a new birth, causing surprise and anxiety in the white-haired woman. Her foot touches the ground with ease, as if a ritual is beginning, and magical energy envelops the space around her. She solemnly voices her proposal to the queen of a foreign land, explaining that this is the only way to appease the souls of the fallen knights. She calls on her to become a priestess of the goddess and spread her faith in the name of the rebirth of the kingdom of Lionheart. Her face is filled with the light of determination as her words about the fallen knights intertwine with words about the chance for their rebirth. With just a slight movement of her lips and a soft voice, she makes a silent promise to fulfill the request without looking away. Shining in the cold morning light, the giant castle rises above the city like the majestic heart of the empire. Holding hands in front of the grand gates, they stand as new allies, ready to open the way to the unknown and change the fate of the world. The young man freezes with anxiety in his eyes, not looking away from what is in front of him. He leads the girl in a black dress past rows of armed knights standing opposite them in combat readiness under the cold sky. The warrior respectfully addresses Leon, who, holding his companion by the hand, calmly orders a report on the losses. The warrior reports on the condition of the wounded with sadness in his eyes, barely hiding his excitement because most of them are already recovering, although their emotional wounds are still fresh. Against a dark background, 6 bodies lie, over which their comrades lean with tears in their eyes. Grief bursts from their chests in sobs as the fighters cannot hold back their tears, realizing the depth of their loss and the cruel truth of what has happened. The fallen soldiers lie in a row before the squad in heavy silence, and amid the silence, thoughts arise of the endless waves of evil that engulf humanity. Calmly and coldly observing the losses, the blonde man concludes that the squad is skilled in combat and, pulling out a magical artifact, whispers that he will pray for them. Kneeling among his grieving comrades, he presses his forehead against the hilt of his sword with a serious expression, honoring the fallen with a silent prayer. Holding the sword hilt intently, the young man addresses the god of war and fire, putting strength and reverence into his words. The knight with gray hair and eyes full of tears listens to the hero's blessing, proclaiming the honorable death of the fallen warriors. Amidst the flames, the hero asks the gods to accept the souls of the fallen and wash away their sins with the glory of their military exploits. The surprised knight looks up in awe at the flames that engulf him, like a divine sign of power. The blonde man calmly orders the names of the fallen heroes to be collected, promising that the pantheon will never forget their courage and sacrifice. In the square, amid the crimson glow, the living warriors kneel before the rows of fallen bodies, and the blonde man's black sword completes the ceremony of glory and mourning. After the ceremony, the hero resolutely orders a return. Finally, the heavens respond with consent, and the gates of divine paradise open wide, welcoming the souls. The heavenly system rejects souls one by one. They lack dignity, faith, and honor, so entry into paradise is strictly forbidden. But when the blessing of King Lionheart intervenes, the dead gain the right to enter the heavenly sanctuary. In response to the unprecedented threat, the Hunting Association rallies all available fighters at the unstable gates that breathe danger. Hearing the loud announcement of the hunter's return, the workers breathe a sigh of relief, having waited a whole week in anxiety and tension. Leon finally emerges from the gate with his allies, and the stunned observers greet him as the sole survivor who cleared the dungeon. In the gray office, President Kang Hyuk calmly discusses the situation with Leon, while registering Beatrice among the survivors. Bowing his head in grief, the president bitterly recalls the fallen hunters, realizing the weight of their sacrifice. In the silence of the office, formal words of condolence are spoken, to which Leon responds with restraint, almost emotionlessly. At the technical center, Leon and the president analyze the mission video, where a large demon emerged from the shifting red gate, and are amazed that the losses were minimal. Leon, his arms folded intently, takes in what he hears calmly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Leon's gaze becomes cold and piercing as he silently contemplates something much deeper than mere words. The president listens with seriousness in his eyes to the young man's intention to personally meet with the families of the deceased, seeking to support them in their grief. With calm confidence, Leon explains that the slain hunters were his soldiers, so meeting with their loved ones is his personal duty, regardless of the possible consequences. Leon, looking intently ahead, emphasizes that he is not so callous as to not understand the pain of loss and believes that his story will give hope. After a short pause, the president, suppressing his anxiety, decides to listen to the young man's speech, which is about to begin. With a steely gaze and confident tone, Leon orders the video to be published, anticipating the inevitable invasion of demons into the human world. The president, realizing the seriousness of the situation, confirms the need to assemble a new army of hunters and knights for the coming war. Against the backdrop of a bright morning, the Pantheon headquarters stands quietly among the plains of Naju, preparing for a new challenge. Leon sits by the window, gazing into the endless expanse, where the calm of the sky hides a sense of uneasy silence before the storm. Sensing the strange activity of the demons, he realizes the urgent need for allies and prepares to act without delay. Finding himself in a brilliant stream, he realizes that he can no longer delay and must begin the search for an ally himself. Closing his eyes, Leon plunges into powerful inner concentration, preparing to enter into a spiritual connection with higher powers. His body rises in a glow of energy, and light rises around him, as if he is opening a gateway to another dimension. In the light of the forest, he stands calmly and confidently, touching his heart intently, as if seeking a guide to a new power. A calm determination flashes in his blue eyes, and words of greeting to the heights are spoken with cold respect. Near the majestic temple, the knights and the girl bowed, greeting the chosen one, who had come as a representative of the gods themselves. Kneeling in the rays of light, the knights bow before the guardian of the Grail as he walks through the entrance like a harbinger of hope or retribution. Before them stands a shining temple with towers reaching to the heavens, illuminated by light and silent grandeur. Alongside the girl, he solemnly walks among the nobility and clergy, asking how she is in paradise. The smiling girl, the great Saint Anjak Pratesia, thanks His Majesty for his protection. The hero solemnly addresses the knights by name, Hildas and Antok, and proclaims that they have all been blessed. One of the warriors laughs, saying that if he had known what a good place this was, he would have arrived earlier. And the hero smiles and asks him not to joke like that. Hearing himself called king, the young man freezes in surprise, and his interlocutor hastily corrects himself, remembering the deceased king. With a slight smile and a warm voice, Lionheart's ancestor, Archon Majesty, greets him, noting how long it has been since he last visited these places. With his hand on his heart, the young man apologizes for his appearance, and the man gently stops him, reminding him that they share the same surname. Hearing that new souls have appeared, the young man asks the king if he knows anything about it, and the king calmly admits that he is referring to them. And although the appearance of new souls for the first time in 180 years is a real miracle, their appearance turns out to be too explosive, because the guards begin to fall one after another right out of the sky. Looking into the eyes of his descendant, the Archon confidently declares that such a rapid appearance could not have been accidental, and demands to know the truth. The blond man says with a slight smile that he would first like to greet the gods of the Pantheon and settle everything. Changing his tone to a serious one, he puts his hand on his chest and admits that the situation is critical, and he urgently needs the wisdom of his ancestors. Clasping his hands calmly, the young man advises going to the forest and offers the help of his friend Petlun. Mighty wings tear through the sky, cutting through the clouds with their shining feathers, and the sun glitters with every movement. Leon rushes headlong on his winged horse through the shimmering air, as if the wind itself is leading him to a mysterious place of power. Leaving the world behind, the hero looks back with a determined gaze, shining with confidence in his mission and the wisdom of his ancestors. Huge wings flap powerfully, stirring up gusts of wind, and the king soars rapidly into the sky, leaving behind only the rustling of branches. Pointing the way, he addresses Sir Petelion, and even the horse agrees, letting out a neigh. The young man on a pink-winged Pegasus flies between the trees, his gaze filled with the desire to fly even higher above the green expanses of the valley. The boy stops in front of a dark forest drawn by an invisible call, and it seems as if the trees themselves have held their breath. With a serious expression, he surveys the surroundings, finally saying that they have arrived where their premonition led them. And from the depths of the shimmering forest, a mysterious voice echoes, quietly pronouncing his name, Lionheart. Lionheart hears the voice proclaiming him the Grand Duke of Draconia and Keeper of the Shrines, and turns to the sages of the forest with his head held high. Apologizing for descending from the heavens to a foreign land, he waits attentively for the forest's response, where his name echoes softly. The tree-like sage's fierce face is contorted with anger, and he declares that all living creatures are indebted to nature. Amidst the whispering of the forest and the crackling of trees, the young man with the horse stands before the living trunks, which bitterly declare that even the gods are in debt. One of the tree elders respectfully proclaims that the forest always welcomes his presence, and the young man responds with a soft smile and a modest refusal of praise. The sage recognizes him as the descendant of the famous dragon slayer and heir to King Lionheart, but asks suspiciously why he has come to the dead's paradise. The blond man respectfully tells Gunlard that he wishes to meet the youngest sage in person. The forest, as if coming to life, responds to Gunlard's name, and the trees gently part before the one who was once called the youngest of the wise. Seeing a familiar glow in the air, the hero smiles gently, calling him his old friend and acknowledging the deep connection between them. The huge wise tree looks down gloomily and asks the young man why he has come to look for him in the depths of the forest. With hope in his voice, the hero addresses his old friend by the name of Gunlar, and asks him for sacred seedlings. The old tree sage laughs in a deep, hoarse voice, and the young man realizes that he has found paradise, but has been unable to plant new life there. The tree asks in surprise about the urgency of the request, trying to understand why he has to act immediately. The young man, placing his hand on his heart, speaks of his native world, destroyed by demons, and of the new knowledge he gained in his last military campaign. Against the backdrop of a planet engulfed in darkness, an ominous creature manipulates the world with a smile, and the hero realizes that demons have most likely already infiltrated Earth. The old man, with a worried look, recognizes the signs of internal decay, recalling the terrible events that unfolded in the Empire. As the hero stands silently on the lawn, a giant tree with deep thought acknowledges that only he is capable of bringing things from the underworld. With light piercing through its crown, the tree begins to convey something important, and its branches, woven with golden radiance, pulsate with the energy of life. The tree intently bends its magical branch toward the hero, giving it to him as a trusted inheritance. Against the backdrop of a clear sky, the hero thanks it, and the tree acknowledges with relief that it is glad to meet an old friend after a long separation. The blond man accepts the branch with a slight smile, not yet realizing that it will tie his fate to the depths of ancient mysteries. The tree blesses the hero as he leaves, instructing him not to return too soon, for the journey is not yet complete. Hearing his name, Leon turns around with a sense of foreboding, holding the branch that has now become part of his destiny. A trio stands before the gate, happily welcoming the hero who has returned so quickly. After a short pause, the young man stretches out his hands in surprise, while his friend smiles and says that he wants to give him something that will definitely come in handy. With a slight smile, the young man hands the king a long leather leash, and the boy asks in surprise what it is, as if not believing his eyes. Holding the old leash with the shadows of a unicorn and a dragon behind him, he listens to the voice of his brother, who calls himself a master trainer and passes on his legacy as a sign of farewell. The giant, with a good-natured smile, confidently declares that now it is his turn, handing the hero a thick book that exudes power and history. The young man holds the heavy tome, decorated with leaves and a seal, in his hands with surprise, as if he were holding not a book, but nature itself, bound in leather and paper. Realizing the value of the gift, the hero asks himself in confusion whether he is really holding the legendary book about how to conquer the giant with the help of the peasants. The heroes laugh at the fact that the legendary book really worked, albeit at a price. Only about half of the 500 survived. The girl with a radiant smile addresses him as a king and solemnly says that she wants to give him something important, which surprises him. A chain with a silver cross gently falls into his palm, and the hero is frozen in surprise, unable to utter a word. The young man holding the relic and the book to his chest hesitates in confusion, because the holy power, which is passed on only to the chosen ones, seems unattainable to him. The girl, with a gentle smile and a prayer on her lips, blesses him, assuring him that this power will protect him until the return of the sacred sword. With a tremor in his chest, the hero accepts the gifts, clutching them with gratitude in his eyes, as if finally acknowledging his responsibility and new role. Through the glow of the golden portal, the boy carefully accepts the sacred gifts, promising to keep them with gratitude and respect. A quiet night envelops the modern mansion under the starry sky. Standing in front of the door under the light of the evening corridor, the young man solemnly announces that it is King Lionheart. The king asks with a serious look for permission to enter, and a woman with a glass of wine turns her head warily, sensing his presence. The door opens softly and he steps over the threshold, internally tense, ready for conversation. Lowering his gaze, he pauses briefly in silent reflection, as if weighing every word he is about to say. Responding with his eyes downcast, he explains restrainedly that he did not enter only because she had not yet allowed him to. Her lips, trembling slightly in a smile, utter a compliment that masks her assessment of his directness and integrity. Smiling lightly and tilting her head slightly, she invites him in, hiding her true intentions behind her charm and soft voice. In the nightlight shining through the glass, Beatrice stands with the dignity of a queen, hiding the pain of loss behind a calm face. The man with a serious look opens the door, embarrassed by the simplicity of the place where he has brought the woman who once ruled an entire kingdom. She smiles politely, acknowledging the excessive respect for a ruler who no longer has a throne, and tries not to appear moved. With a smile that hides his inner tension, he reassures his interlocutor, although he himself feels the energy boiling uncontrollably inside him. Bathed in blue light, the man explains that the divine energy within her restrains the dark essence that has not yet been completely destroyed. Beatrice looks at the glow on her palm, realizing that the balance of power has been disrupted and needs time to correct itself. In the silence under the starry sky, the two sit at a table with glasses, honoring the fallen knights with a farewell drink of remembrance. Beatrice looks out the window with melancholy, holding her wine and accepting that she did everything she could in circumstances that left her no choice. Raising his glass, he asks with interest about adaptation, and she sadly admits that she is not yet ready for the new world. With a glass in her hand and a shadow of sadness in her eyes, Beatrice admits that this world is too foreign and far from her usual order. Her gaze focuses on her interlocutor when he coldly asserts that there is no need to change, and this causes her surprise. Crossing his arms with proud calm, he explains that in this world, the laws obey not the people, but the king himself, wherever he may be. With an icy gaze, he speaks of the king's path, which everyone must follow, and Beatrice thoughtfully calls it the thinking of a conqueror. His smile takes on a mysterious tone when he asserts that this is not subjugation, but a completely different essence of power. In the bloody glow, a figure with an ominous smile appears, embodying the sick ambitions of one who does evil for his own lust. With determination, he speaks of a path that benefits people, calling it the enlightenment of King Lionheart. Beatrice, with a restrained smile, realizes that only at this level can she resist demons for centuries without fatigue or fear. She lowers her gaze, acknowledging that her path is not only a struggle against darkness, but also the fulfillment of a sacred mission bestowed upon her by the gods. He solemnly calls her the enchantress queen of the kingdom of Sparrow, justifying his invitation to an alliance. In a serious tone and with a decisive gesture, he expresses his hope that she will join him on his great journey. Beatrice looks at him silently with a slight smile, which conveys both skepticism and undisguised interest. With poignant seriousness in her voice, the queen acknowledges her debt to him, and as a ruler, promises to repay him for the sake of her people. Hearing the name of the great demon of debauchery, Kay, her eyes flash with determination, and the threat of a terrible truth hangs in the air. Filled with the fire of vengeance and magical power, she raises her hands in a vow and asks to be taught the art of destroying evil. The blond man with a predatory smile crosses his arms and joyfully exclaims that he is capable of anything to destroy the filthy parasites. Against the backdrop of fire and the cries of victims, Leon admires with delight how the souls of demons are destroyed by a sacred method, savoring their torment as the highest symphony of suffering. Amidst the burning cauldron in which the creatures are boiling, a woman explains with bitter determination that even if the demon returns, she can at least cause him pain, because otherwise the kingdom will never find peace. With a frenzied gleam in his eyes, a boy laughing against the backdrop of flames asks with curiosity if anyone has ever stuck an awl under a demon's nails, because that's when they scream the loudest. Smiling mysteriously and covering her lips with her palm, the charming blonde gently recalls how she once skinned a demon and rolled him across a field strewn with iron nails. 2 glasses of wine clink loudly against the backdrop of the full moon, and ominous giggles and exclamations about the creativity of torture become the final toast at this sinister dinner. Walking along the path under the night sky, Gary confidently carries a backpack on her shoulder, her shadow gliding behind her as the fresh air fills her lungs. With her eyes wide open and a blush on her cheeks, she notices something unexpected. Stopping in front of an elegant couple sitting quietly on a bench in the cool night air, she bows low, greets them loudly, and hears a brief request to come closer. Serving tea with enthusiasm and excitement, she nervously invites them to drink, while risking spilling boiling water on everyone. Enthusiastically offering a choice between barley and green tea, she hears that the most important thing is that the drink is simply warm. Receiving a simple paper cup and calmly sipping his tea, the king closes his eyes. The young man calmly expresses his opinion that in order to serve Queen Beatrice, Gary must have the appropriate clothing. The girl puffs out her cheeks and blushes, while Leon insists that serving the royal family is a matter of honor, so servants must be worthy. With a slight smile, the queen asks if the girl is Miss Gary, and she blurts out that she is, suddenly finding herself the center of attention. Beatrice feels the powerful energy of fire coming from the red-haired girl and politely asks permission to look into her power. The blonde man with a slight smile gives a short order to show her sword skills and adds that the girl is already helping him and will probably be useful to Her Majesty. Before she can say anything, the girl flinches at the sudden movement. The sword is already in the young man's hands, and her gaze is filled with surprise and confusion. Gari is shocked to catch the sword that appeared like lightning, and the king sternly orders her to show her skills. Feeling the weight of the real weapon, the girl slowly steps forward with a serious expression on her face, and the two observers watch her every move closely. Her eyes flash with determination, and a magical fire appears around her, as if in response to the awakened power within. Finally, gathering all her willpower, she leaps upward, piercing the air with a flaming sword strike that shines like lightning against the night sky. Gathering herself, she grips the hilt with both hands, shouting a command to herself that this time there will be no mistakes, with a clear goal in her eyes. Fire envelops her body, and every movement becomes a blaze that explodes with a powerful swing, raising a storm of energy on the field. The boy on the bench, covered in smoke after her attack, admits in surprise that the swing was too big, and the girl shrugs her shoulders shyly. They continue their conversation about technique, and the girl confirms that her style is based on ability. The guy demonstrates an example of precise movement. His strike is powerful but extremely short, focused, and controlled. His eyes flash with a blue glow of determination as he cuts through the air with a short, lightning-fast strike that demonstrates absolute control. A powerful explosion of icy energy tears through the space in front of the hero, while the others watch in shock and awe. The boy reassuringly explains that the path to power is not so simple, but persistence is the key, so he advises to make at least one attempt every day, while the girl in red, with a frightened look, can only utter his name in surprise. Beatrice, with a gentle smile, admits her weakness, sitting calmly on a bench and casually explaining that she does not possess fire. Composed and serious, Beatrice reminds us that fire is a force that easily fades if not properly protected. With calm elegance, she demonstrates how to direct mana into a sword so that it becomes a real flame, rather than a futile attempt at a swing. Beatrice, enveloped in the heat of the flames, places her hand on the blade and teaches the shocked girl to compress the fire and allow it to flow through the sword. The compressed fire blazes around the blade, and a step forward emphasizes that such power is no longer subject to a simple blow. Moving as if in a dance, she swings her sword with elegance and determination, leaving a bright trail of fire. Turning around, she releases concentrated energy, signaling the arrival of a special technique. A whirlwind of red light cuts through the air as the queen releases a fireball with such force that the ground beneath her feet is obscured by the shockwave. In the next moment, before Gary's eyes, a fiery beam cuts through the sky, leaving behind bizarre magical symbols that burn out in the air. Smiling with cold charm, Her Majesty, sword in hand, casually explains the principle of the spell, while the girl, trembling with tension, realizes that repeating this is like trying to tame lightning. Sitting in front of her laptop until nightfall, the girl leaned on the table with a groan, because there was too much work to do. In despair, she lists in her head the endless assignments, reports to management, purchases for interns, and finding a blacksmith to sharpen her weapons. Clutching her head, she realized with horror that on top of everything else, there were also tax problems, which the Academy had not mentioned. But a second later, she turns her head back in horror when Yapi hovers in the air and angrily asks why she can't even handle the accounting. Frowning and still surprised, the girl notes that she was a little scared, and the robot seriously recommends dividing responsibilities for better efficiency. The girl recalls with a sparkle in her eyes that Yapi is a real supercomputer, capable of solving any problem in an instant. Activating a special law with access to big data, Yippee quickly completed the registration of the equipment, even taking into account the cost of food for the hunters. Hearing the complex stream of tax breaks and agricultural nuances, the girl turned pale with shock, while Yapi calmly continued to explain the benefits of dividing the business. Smiling from ear to ear, she gratefully thanked him for his help, although in her mind she admitted that she didn't understand anything, and Yapi kindly offered to help her again. Thinking about how to choose the right clothes for her servant, she confidently suggests a classic maid's uniform, considering it the best option. The robot concludes that in a kingdom similar to medieval Europe, the chosen uniform is entirely appropriate, and the girl beams with joy that she is not considered a cosplayer. He is surprised to hear the order for a maid's uniform based on big data, and the girl is already politely thanking him for the purchase in her imagination. The large database that Yapi referred to turned out to be a simple search query for a maid uniform from an online store. As a result of analyzing the most popular product, the robot ordered the maid costume with the highest rating, the one that buyers liked the most. The bus roars out of the depot against the backdrop of a quiet morning city, where the roofs of traditional houses still slumber in the soft light of dawn. Stepping off the bus, the young man confidently faces the new day, as if he has long been ready for events that are still unknown to everyone else. With a slight smile and a gleam of determination in his eyes, he introduces himself as Han Soo-ho, the best student in Class A at the Hunter Academy. Behind him stands a boy with blonde hair, Kim Jae-hyuk, who, without hiding his curiosity, cautiously hints at his friend's unusual attention to someone special. Smiling easily, Han Soo-ho assures everyone that what happened is no longer surprising to anyone, because they all saw it with their own eyes. Against the backdrop of the bright sky stands the majestic building of the Hunters Academy, where Leon unexpectedly arrived a few days ago. Sitting with a serious expression on his face, Leon announces that he has come not as a fighter, but as a mentor to train a new generation of true knights. The students look around the auditorium in shock, hearing that they will be taught fencing, horse riding, spear throwing, and even theology, which is not at all what they expected. One of the students indignantly objects to the new rules, emphasizing his specialization, but the teacher ruthlessly rejects any exceptions. In response to Leon's harsh tone and unyielding attitude, the cadets sigh in surprise, unable to hide their irritation and dissatisfaction with his arrogant manner. The students listen with surprise to the study of theology, not understanding how it could relate to combat training, but their curiosity is piqued by the promise of techniques. Without saying a word, Leon raises his hand, and it bursts into a brilliant light, revealing to them the power behind knowledge. As the magic bursts forth, the audience is enveloped in a wave of energy, and everyone present falls under the invisible influence of his magic. As Leon concentrates on creating magic between his palms, the stunned students acknowledge with fear and awe that this man breaks all notions of power. As soon as the excitement of the lesson subsides, the boys discuss with surprise how an ordinary discipline allowed everyone to feel like a master of magic. A mysterious girl appears before the boys, coldly stating that what they saw has nothing to do with magic. With seriousness in her voice, she explains that one cannot judge power without considering the process of its formation, and introduces herself as a student in Class A, Jeon So-yeon. Embarrassed by the stares, the girl angrily hides her shame, while the others hint that her appearance is not only out of curiosity, but also for personal reasons. Seeing the video on someone else's phone, the guys lean in closer in shock, because it's about Pantheon TV and the big news. The popular Pantheon TV channel is showing a video about divine laws, which gives new hope for survival in the oscillating gate. The two guys look at the phone in surprise when one of them suddenly remembers that his older sister Gary is on the screen. The photo on the phone shows a battle in which a girl with pink hair is swinging a sword, and someone in the background asks about such a bad gadget, to which the answer is that the profits go to orphanages. One of the guys excitedly mentions that Gary now works at Pantheon, and he confirms that they are working hard together. It seems she was supposed to do something grand, but instead she stands silently in an awkward outfit, looking around sheepishly. The sudden silence and the shadow that falls on her face only intensify the shock and embarrassment that has paralyzed her. Blushing to her ears, she clutches the hem of her dress and indignantly exclaims that everything is too short, while the robot, without batting an eye, assures her that this is dictated by the large data. One of the boys, hearing her voice, suddenly stops and, not believing in coincidence, hears only noise behind the wall. With a gleam in his eyes, he recognizes his older sister and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically decides to impress her. Gary, with crazy eyes and a cry of despair, clings to the robot and anxiously turns to her name. The robot belatedly reminds her of the guest's arrival and orders the guest to go out to meet them, while she tries in vain to protest. With a whistle that cuts through the air, Yapi flies down the hallway, and the girl shouts for him to come back. A smiling boy in a suit calmly appears in the doorway and asks his sister to wait for him a little longer. The girl who was just shouting and fighting with the robot stands before him, red with embarrassment and confusion, while her brother looks at her silently. Impressing everyone with her bright gaze and excessive enthusiasm, Gary, dressed in a maid's costume, cheerfully greets the group, while the boy's jaw almost drops in surprise. Seeing the reaction of her surprised friends, especially her brother, who shouts her name in shock, the girl rushes to hide and frantically explains that this outfit is not her idea at all. The hero, all sweaty, listens to the dialogue about logic and data, and the cries demanding that he stop pulling on her skirt. Looking awkward, the girl clutches Yappy in her hands while the king demands an explanation for her appearance. Leon blushes with rage, and his face reflects such a grimace of indignation that the background behind him is ablaze with flames. The angry boy accuses the girl of indecency and orders her to change her clothes, while she, blushing and shyly hugging the robot, feels guilty but a little confused and happy. Under the watchful gaze of the stern blonde, her eyes fill with tears, and her expression screams disappointment and shame. The robot suddenly announces lunchtime for intern number 2 and automatically starts supplying salt water. After all this, the robot rapidly flies up and everyone present stares at it in shock, unable to say anything. Leon mercilessly pulls Gary by the hair, while the surprised boy realizes that he has finally met the sister he once admired. The picturesque landscape of Jeju Island, with a volcanic mountain on the horizon, captivates with its beauty and charm. In the very center of the street, a blood-red gate opens with a bang, releasing powerful energy into the space. With a decisive step, the hero appears on the crosswalk, breathing a sigh of relief that he has finally reached his destination. In front of the bus, in the morning crowd, stands a burly man complaining to his sister about wastefulness and admitting that the situation in the guild is rapidly deteriorating. Turning away, the man with pigtails admits with pain that he has been expelled from the gates of Cheongju, hiding the bitterness of defeat in his voice. The dark-haired fighter thinks that he must somehow compensate for this, while behind him a group from the Golden Lion Guild emerges, including 40 fighters and Hwang Kim-chol himself. A girl and a man appear in front of the bus, and the dark-skinned young man greets Hwang Kim-chol, who responds only silently. Smiling boldly, he reminds his interlocutor of the difficulties after the government's high-profile blackmail and asks with feigned interest whether he managed to win the tender for passage through the Red Gate. With pursed lips and a dark aura around him, Lee Yongwan acknowledges his presence, trying to restrain his emotions. Clenching his jaw, he sarcastically remarks that thanks to his persistence, the guild did not have to lose another innocent fighter, causing his opponent to grit his teeth in anger. The two men stand facing each other with smug smiles, and it seems that neither of them is going to back down. With determination in his eyes, one of them clenches his teeth and reminds the other that the score between them is even, and now is the time to decide who will win. His opponent snorts contemptuously in response, calling it delusional, because anyone can see that his younger brother's guild is now in trouble. The sinister smile of the dark-haired man indicates that only they are still able to help the hunters, calling the enemy a traitor hunter, forcing the redhead to respond angrily so that he does not dare to cross the line. The argument suddenly changes tone when they unexpectedly move on to counting, no more than 6-4, and although the redhead asks him, as the elder, to treat him to food, he only rudely refuses. With a dismissive sigh, the woman with shaved temples calls the others pathetic, believing that adults should not behave like little children and quarrel for no reason. Suddenly, words of agreement are heard from behind, and the frightened girl jumps back with a scream of surprise. Dark-haired Ha Yuri smiles slightly as her sister scolds her, advising her to speak louder. Taking a step forward, the girl in the brown suit reminds them that no matter what happens in the dungeon, they are working together. In front of the blood-red portal, the commanders count the fighters, 3 S-class hunters and 3 semi-S-class hunters, considering the minimum strategy for attacking the gate, which is slightly lower than black. Smiling ominously against the dark glow, the girl says that with this number, they will be enough, hinting at their inevitable advantage. A red-haired man, shocked and with beads of sweat on his face, silently watches the cruel mockery in the fallen. The field is covered with dead bodies and armor, scattered in pools of blood, testifying to the merciless slaughter that has already taken place. Against a backdrop of dust clouds and debris, a grim group of fighters led by the same red-haired leader approaches with unwavering determination. The helmeted warrior mutters ominous words as if summoning his enemies into a deadly trap. 2 warriors with heavy hammers listen to the betrayal before the name of Geobrig, who does not understand why his opponents are trying to save scum who are not worthy of mercy. Covered in a glowing green light, the knight solemnly calls himself Geobrig, loyal servant of the glorious King Lionheart, as if his voice itself were thunder in the air. Looking out from under his weapon, Geobrig enters the battlefield, surrounded by terrifying magic, and the system issues an order to save those who will be killed. His eyes flash with anger as he raises his hammer and promises with a resounding verdict to bring heavenly punishment upon his enemies in the name of justice. The system abruptly announces the quest's goal. The only path to salvation is through victory over the mighty Geobrig, who is himself the living embodiment of the storm. The young man with pigtails looks around, sweating, while the crowd behind him eagerly awaits his next move. In the glow of a magical halo, the Iron Knight spots the newcomers and, frowning ominously, declares them strangers who have invaded this world. Against the backdrop of fallen bodies, the knight with a shield confidently steps forward and sharply demands an explanation for the attack on the kingdom's army. The angry girl menacingly pulls on her gloves, while the enemy warns them that his battle hammer can decide everything for them. With a sly smile, the red-haired young man tries to defuse the situation, hinting that it is all a simple misunderstanding. Calmly and confidently, he explains that the knights attack first, while behind him, the warrior is surprised and does not believe the words of his modest ally. A huge hammer sinks into the ground with a rumble, raising a wave of debris, while a voice reminds them that impatience could ruin the whole plan. Restraining his anger, the knight indignantly reproaches his subordinate for his reckless initiative in battle, while the culprit tries to justify himself before the stern gaze. Bowing slightly in an apologetic gesture, the red-haired man addresses the strangers on behalf of Dullahan, trying to resolve the conflict. A sly smile flashes in the darkness, and the trickster's thoughts reveal that despite his simple words, the plan must go flawlessly. The knight with the battle hammer takes a menacing step forward, and the young man freezes in surprise, sensing a change in the tone of the conversation. In the green flames, the knight's helmet burns with punishment, and he pronounces a sentence for the murder of 6 soldiers that seems too harsh. The mercenary squad quickly prepares for battle when the knight's words confirm that the 6 dead are only the beginning. With an ominous blow of his axe, the knight carries out his punishment, proclaiming that 60 people will be executed without mercy. Amidst the calm morning light stands a modern house, contrasting sharply with the previous gloom. A cheerful girl with a smile leads a group of students to their destination, while the others, slightly confused, do not understand where they have ended up. A red-haired boy, frozen in panic, looks anxiously at the wild scene, which is not at all like a normal excursion. A bewildered guy in a black suit looks around and notices with concern how a group of strangers silently drink only water in the shade of the hall. A girl with a sincere smile says that they have already arrived, while the young man in front of her opens his mouth in shock. With wide eyes, the shocked girl asks what is going on, and her companion only whispers confusedly that it is training. Right behind the fence, a real fight breaks out, with cadets beating each other up and shouting as if it were their last day on the battlefield. One of the cadets, with a burning gaze, chokes his opponent with such ferocity as if his life or honor depended on it. The girl with fiery hair glows with crazy enthusiasm, seeing in the harsh trial the deep wisdom and sacred will of royal training. A smiling girl eagerly announces the outcome for the group, while a boy realizes with horror that he has found himself in the midst of real madness. A blond man with a stern gaze fixes his eyes on those present, and the frightened boy, sensing his presence behind him, almost falls from surprise. In front of the gate, the whole group gathers and cheerfully welcomes the newcomer, whose figure commands respect and slight tension among the newcomers. The blond man solemnly announces that the cadets who wish to join the service are gathered before him, ordering the training to stop immediately. A red-haired girl spreads a cushion with excessive politeness for the king to sit on, while the surprised cadets watch his silent gestures. The teacher orders Gary to join the cadets, hinting that she needs to rise higher. The surprised girl cries out with happiness, clearly not expecting this. Gathering everyone around, the young man closes his eyes with a serious expression on his face and solemnly begins the ceremony, while the girl hurriedly steps back into the background. Lining up the cadets, he announces that only a select few will become his personal students and receive the right to direct mentorship from the king. The flustered girl taps the boy energetically on the shoulder, trying to say something important. She whispers softly, telling him not to interfere with His Majesty's affairs, while the others notice her excessive anxiety. The boy freezes in confusion, a drop of sweat on his cheek, trying to understand the situation. With an ominous gleam in his eyes, he announces the start of the skills test, radiating a threatening aura that weighs down the air around him. Everyone is ordered to take up swords, and the surprised newcomers look around in confusion, while the girl with pink hair trembles with tension. The briefing ends with a shocking rule: fight to the last, because the Holy Grail is enough to not worry about injuries. Calm and unyielding, he appears in the midst of an explosion of power, while everyone around him prepares for the inevitable clash. Smiling defiantly, he assesses the strength of the 40 participants, hinting that even a blow in his direction would be an achievement for them. With horror on her face, the girl shouts a warning, but he, with a frenzied fire in his eyes, meets the battle cry with only a predatory smile. The first to dare to say anything freezes with a frightened look on his face, not even managing to finish his question. With a flash of blue power on his fist and a gleam in his eyes, he chooses his first victim. A powerful blow raises a storm of air, throwing the young men back in horror and screams. One of the young men lies on the ground with a huge bump on his head, muttering in shock that he didn't even see the blow, while his comrades scream in panic to get their weapons. The blonde man, with a smug smile and a slight challenge, provokes his opponents to attack again. The beaten and disoriented boy with a swollen bump on his forehead barely moves on the ground, trying to say something through the pain. The frightened boy looks around the battlefield, where others lie with their eyes rolled back, knocked out by a single blow. The blonde man looks thoughtfully into the distance, realizing that the road ahead is still long, as most of them have not lived up to his expectations of knightly maturity. One of the beaten boys, getting up, asks hopefully if they at least did not hesitate, and receives the answer that although it was uncomfortable, he fought sincerely from the heart. Gari, exhausted and with smoke above his head, acknowledges his opponent's strength and compares this fight to a real raid on the boss. At breakneck speed, the dark-haired guy with the knife flies towards the blonde guy, who stands calmly with his back to him, while the other opponent also rushes in to attack from behind. The blonde man smiles confidently, without even looking back, while the guy with the sword is almost there, but it seems that this blow will be futile. The two opponents attack simultaneously from different directions, but their efforts seem futile in the face of their target's calm demeanor. The blonde man with burning eyes lunges forward, leaving behind explosions of power that throw his enemies to the ground. The girl with the fiery sword soars into the air and attacks Leon with determination, who calmly awaits her blow in a dark aura. Gritting her teeth, she charges her sword with flames, unleashing all her power in a fierce, lightning-fast battle. A bright burst of fire explodes in the center of the battlefield, pushing out a wave of flames and throwing enemies into the air along with their screams. The king, with a predatory smile, lunges at the girl with his sword, trying to stop her blow with a direct blade in close combat. The girl screams, but at the same time jumps up with lightning speed. The black-haired girl soars above the enemy with a sword in her hand, ready to deliver the decisive blow from the sky. The blonde man looks back with a predatory smile and an ominous look, whispering that it's all not bad. Leon, in a strict suit, declares that it seems the students have come to their senses and begins a new explanation about the simple training of soldiers. While the students sit on the ground in shock, the teacher says that for ordinary soldiers, the main thing is not to overload the body, but knights are a different story. Against the backdrop of the majestic palace, he recalls the first group that persevered to the end and advises the others to grow slowly, step by step, without looking back. A dark-haired student confidently raises her hand, addressing the king with respect for his title, while the rest of the group watches the conversation intently. The blonde solemnly explains that in this kingdom, knights are divided into 5 levels, starting with those who are just gaining experience. In the darkness, the image of a majestic knight in shining armor appears, who has passed the initiation and leads the others as a true knight of war. The young man asks in surprise when he hears about the next level of a wandering knight who sets out into the world on his own path of trials. In the pouring rain, the boy with a bloodied mouth crawls forward, because for the sake of the task given by the gods, he has to give up everything and wander the world for decades. Recalling his own path, the blonde man smiles as he recounts how he passed the trials of Ariana, goddess of light and justice, and became a knight of the Holy Grail. When the young man on the ground asks with his hand raised whether the Knight of the Holy Grail is the last level, The king nods calmly and adds that it seems he will have to explain. Squinting and smiling slightly, he solemnly announces his true title, Guardian of the Holy Grail. Sitting in a luxurious throne room in a royal robe, the hero explains that this is the title of the one and only knight who took the place of King Lionheart. With fire in his eyes and his hand on his chest, he proclaims that to earn this title, one must challenge the king himself. With icy calm, he warns that challengers are mercilessly destroyed, and everyone should know this rule. With an ominous smile, he adds that the only chance to challenge the throne is right now, because the current king is weaker than the previous one. When he admits that he is already equal to the Knight of the Holy Grail, the stunned listeners wonder what it was like before, if this is a weakened state. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the blond man tries to assess the strength of the mysterious Knight of the Holy Grail, while the surprised young man asks him questions with a hint of anxiety. Against the backdrop of a devastated land, the majestic figure of the knight, enveloped in green light, stands among the dead and wounded, radiating devastating power and ruthlessness. One of the defeated, lying on the ground, raises his head with his last ounce of strength, trying to understand the force that has struck them all. The frightened man, silently awaiting death, hears a calm and cold explanation that such power is beyond his comprehension. The girl's eyes suddenly widen in alarm, as if her body has remembered something terrible before her mind. Waking up on prickly hay in an unfamiliar bed, she gets up with pain, feeling every part of her exhausted body. Feeling a throbbing pain in her temples, she bites her lip and tries to remember why she lost consciousness. Hearing an unexpected voice, she looks around anxiously and sees a stranger entering the room. In the soft light of the tent, a woman with a symbol on her forehead appears, calling herself a shaman of the Udslan tribe. Hearing herself addressed as a heroine, the girl looks stunned, as if she is hearing this word about herself for the first time. The shamaness smiles and reminds her of her feat, saying that she herself decided to defend the tribe from the royal army. A cheerful young man with flaming hair bursts into the tent with a joyful cry that the girl is alive, and she reacts to his words with surprise and indignation. After addressing the warrior Juan, the shaman sighs with relief, saying that the persecution is now over, but the heroine cannot remember what it was all about. The guy asks in a serious tone how far back she remembers the events, and the girl falls silent, realizing that she cannot say a word. Flashes of memory show a destroyed world, dead comrades in panic, and she wonders how they managed to escape. Folding his arms and sighing, the guy wonders how a whole day of memories could have disappeared and what could have happened during that time. Memories of their escape after a failed spell come to mind, when their enemies were unable to catch up with them due to a lack of soldiers. But even amid this commotion, a vision of a powerful monster appears, radiating supernatural power and frightening with its mere appearance. The silhouette of the terrifying warrior did not lag behind, but it was thanks to the Udslan tribe that they managed to escape certain death. In her memories, a scene from the battle flashed by, where she was struck on the head and lost consciousness with a crash. She is told that it was the shaman who saved her life after 2 days of wandering unconscious, and the girl, shocked, wonders about the disappearance of the healers. The boy, with a worried expression on his face, informs her that the healers were unable to help her for some unknown reason. The shaman calmly explains that the wounds did not heal because of the curse of the Knight of the Holy Grail, which only intensifies the pain when attempting to treat them. Barely touching her shoulder, the shaman causes the girl to feel surprise and an uneasy premonition that this power is something more than just magic. Seeing a bright mark on her shoulder, the heroine tries to understand what it is, and the seer explains that it is a magical sign for the heroine's recovery, thanks to which she was saved from death. The luminous image of human bodies with marks reveals the unique power of the local tribe, which changes the effect depending on the pattern. Under the bright sky near the tent, the girl is reminded that it is rude to just leave, and at the same time asked if she has enough strength to get up. The girl, with a bandage on her head, gathering her thoughts, suggests calling a meeting, realizing that the time for action has come. In the round hall, community members stand tensely around the tribal chief, who is intently awaiting the start of the conversation. The chief of the Udslan tribe, sitting menacingly on his throne, accuses the royal army of looting, murder, and injustice, calling it a sacred wrath for desecration. They angrily declare that the invaders skinned prisoners and carried out brutal executions. With pain in his voice, the chief admits that they could no longer tolerate the humiliation and rose up in rebellion. A hellish picture flashes before his eyes where 3 tribes, engulfed in fire, were wiped off the face of the earth to the last hut. In despair, the tribe raises their hands to the heavens, begging for help, and a heavenly figure answers their prayer with light and power. The leader declares that heroes have come to this world to save them from destruction. Recalling the terrible battle, he fearfully tells of an extremely strong young man who destroyed a group of 150 soldiers and 5th-class hunters. A red-haired girl anxiously tells of Geobrick, a mighty knight capable of withstanding devastating blows and even restoring his charred body. As long as Geobrick is alive, his entire army continues to receive the same blessing, making it almost invulnerable. The red-haired warrior recalls that the only effective weapon was the younger girl's handcuffs, as they are capable of breaking through even the strongest defenses. Hearing this, the dark-haired woman tensely suggests that more anti-defense items should be obtained, and the girl with the mark on her forehead asks with slight surprise about their nature. The girl from the tribal clan realizes with surprise that the mark on her forehead has the ability to ignore protection, which resembles the effect of certain combat artifacts. A message flashes in the system window about Mazer's molar mark, which gives plus 35% to armor penetration and plus 20% to strength and endurance. The hero looks at his hand with the symbol with admiration, feeling his body fill with new strength capable of challenging even the most terrifying monster. The brutal warrior with a stern gaze closes his eyes, saying that the preparation is complete, as if anticipating the beginning of a great battle. In deep silence and anxiety, all those gathered beg the warriors for salvation, placing their last hope in their strength in the face of danger. A powerful man with a serious gaze and a scar on his forehead solemnly promises to do everything possible if his strength can help in any way. In the middle of the clear sky, a real horse appears, whose appearance causes sincere surprise in some, as if it were a miracle from another world. After a short test and training of the Academy cadets, Leon takes everyone to a picturesque ranch on Jeju Island, where horses graze on green meadows, and the surprised cadets see these animals with their own eyes for the first time. One of the cadets, his mouth wide open, exclaims that he has never seen a horse before, and the whole group standing by the fence looks in amazement at the approaching animal. The blond man looks back when he hears someone behind him respectfully greeting his presence. The king smiles slightly, praises the horses, and politely thanks them for their hospitality during his unexpected visit. Leon explains that he is looking for a war horse, and the farmer enthusiastically tells him about the fame of their ranch, which is known for its thoroughbreds. Smiling, the blond man agrees that the breed is indeed important, and the owner promises to show him every detail with the utmost care. The young man imperiously orders the boys to listen to him, and they, confused and taken by surprise, only manage to exchange fearful glances. Against the backdrop of a green hill, the horses stand under the blue sky, while a voice reminds us that for a knight, a horse is not just an animal, but a friend for life, with whom one must become one. The smiling boy looks down from above, radiating confidence in his words. The teacher announces that they can choose a horse, talk to it, and try riding it, causing joy among the surprised students. With a cheer, the students rush to the horses as if in a race, filled with excitement and anticipation of adventure. Leon urges the teacher to be diligent, and he enthusiastically agrees while someone approaches them with excitement from behind. Under her umbrella, the queen marvels at the number of horses around her, while her maid anxiously clutches her handle due to the heat and excitement. The young man kisses the queen's hand, thanking her for coming, to which she responds with dignity that she could not ignore his gesture. Smiling, she agrees to walk alongside him, while behind them the maid looks on in surprise, speechless at the sudden gallantry. The confused maid silently shifts her gaze from her employers to the scene around her, not knowing what surprises her more, the situation or these two. In the center of the ranch, among the green hills and carefree horses, silence and idle reign. The trio watches the peaceful scene of the shepherds, and the young man appreciates the scale of what he sees with satisfaction. Smiling and joking, Leon invites her for a ride, and Beatrice happily agrees and asks for advice on choosing a horse. He suggests a black stallion that stands proudly against the clear sky, and her surprise is betrayed by her high-pitched voice. Gary approaches with an umbrella and hears the boy's advice that she should also choose a horse. She pretends to think, looking suspiciously at the shiny white horse, as if weighing its merits as a contender. Hearing about the muscular and noble yellow mare, She looks back with embarrassment and disappointment, not sharing the enthusiasm for the choice. Looking suspiciously, the girl nevertheless admits that she is cute, and the blonde man frowns warily, waiting for her final decision. Seeing something shocking, the guy freezes with wide eyes, silently trying to comprehend something. His commanding voice makes the girl jump out of the way, causing her to puff out her cheeks comically. Reaching out his hand in the golden glow, he waits for her to accept it. With shock and tears in his eyes, Gary watches as the blonde takes his hand, her heart screaming that this is too much. The blonde beauty sits solemnly on the horse, while the boy leads her with a proud and calm expression. Suddenly, at a sharp cry, both turn quickly, and the boy's eyes flash with surprise and tension. The loud noise alarms the queen on the black horse, and the frightened animal further intensifies the anxiety. An emergency call from an older man with a serious expression flashes on the smartphone screen. The man with the phone explains that it is a call from the president of the association, to which Leon asks to take it. Seeing that the call is about Kang Hyuk, the king picks up the phone with a tense look, waiting warily for an explanation. On the big screen, the king asks what happened, and the employee asks for help, hoping for his intervention in a critical situation. Holding back his anxiety, the older man reports that a breakthrough in the dungeon is about to happen, and it could turn into a disaster. The stern voice of the young man on the screen indignantly explains that he is not a servant to everyone and is not obliged to help, although he listens attentively to the president. Hearing that the mysterious night is being discussed, the king suddenly tenses up, as this mention clearly affects him more deeply than expected. The goddess of life and prosperity appears in a green glow, and she is the field boss of these gates. The pink sky spreads over the desert plains, where the wind swirls leaves and dust. A troop of horsemen slowly advances, while the ominous red gate behind them inspires fear. The girl's eyes widen in shock as her gaze meets the unimaginable sight unfolding before her. Tension hangs in the air, and dark silhouettes of birds circle overhead as the horsemen approach the settlement. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, crows tear at the body of a hanged man left to rot, like a gruesome message to the new arrivals. The horsemen ride silently into the settlement, where the stench of death hangs in the air, and one of them cannot bear it and stops in horror. The boy's gaze is cold and tense, his eyes burning with anger that grows with every new detail of the horrific scene. After confirming his identity, all eyes are focused on him, the only survivor of the tragedy behind the closed gates. Silence reigns in the ward as they gaze at the young man lying under the ivy, exhausted and bandaged after his ordeal. Without waiting for his friend to wake up, the blonde man closes his eyes and sinks into his thoughts. With a slight smile and her eyes closed, the queen offers her help to the victim. Her palm, bearing magical symbols, hovers over the young man's body, and a purple light begins to penetrate his clouded consciousness. Leon calmly announces that he will create a new dimension within the dream, and his voice sounds confident. Clothed in radiance and symbols of the moon, the sorceress recognizes the truth about the boy who created his own world in the very heart of the gate. An explosion of magical power bursts from the room as her body dissolves into purple light, entering the depths of someone else's subconscious. Left in the darkness between worlds, she silently bows her head, pondering what is about to be revealed in the heart of someone else's dream. The shocked expression on the boy's face reveals that what he has heard has exceeded all expectations. A knight with a hammer under the protection of the goddess of life and prosperity. While Beatrice works with memories, a request is heard nearby to find out the name of the one behind it all. Catching the thread of truth, she closes her eyes and names Geobrick. The name Geobrick the Great emerges from the depths of memory, and his dark silhouette evokes the power that once shook this world. The blonde man calmly surveys the destroyed village, while the girl examines the bodies which do not resemble victims of a normal attack. The view from above confirms the worst. A strategy of total annihilation was used, leaving neither life nor hope. The blonde man, his eyes closed, calmly recalls his own strategy against the orcs, while the girl watches him warily from her horse. Amidst the shadows, the riders enter the burned village, where a silent tension hangs between those who remember this land. Gary anxiously takes in every detail around him, hoping that the clues will lead them to the truth in these ruins. Under a threatening sky, the horsemen burst into the city, and someone from the escort turns to the queen, awaiting her decision. The blonde man asks about the situation, and the queen recalls with slight irony that he rushed in without waiting for reinforcements. Realizing his mistake, he admits his carelessness and wonders if there is something more behind these events. The three horsemen race along the city ruins, kicking up dust in the pink light of the sunset, while Leon warns of the danger to the weak. The girl with the cold gaze recalls Sir Jobrick, and behind her, like a ghost from the past, stands the Knight of the Holy Grail, glowing with green energy. Amidst the shining green glow stands a majestic knight with a shield and sword, whom legends call the Chosen One of Demera and the hero of 3 generations. The blond man with a serious gaze recalls the events of 800 years ago, when Geobrick led a campaign against the barbarians and disappeared from this world. The image of the knight rising into the sky with his arms raised shocks the girl, while the boy calmly interprets it as his death. Against the backdrop of the majestic temple, the shocking truth is revealed that even the soul of the holy knight, blessed by God himself, was not accepted into paradise. The shocked girl listens as the young man confesses that, despite feeling the energy of the Holy Grail, he found neither Geobrick nor his army. With a tense look, the young man voices 3 possible versions, the first of which is that Sir Geobrick is actually still alive. Against the backdrop of the pink sky, he continues his explanation, suggesting that Geobrick's soul may be stuck between the world of the living and the dead. In the darkness, with a tense voice, the boy voices his last hypothesis, which instantly causes the girl to feel a sense of foreboding. In the flames of magic, the figure appears as a shadow of betrayal, the back of the hero who once embodied faith, now burning with the fire of doubt. The boy coldly sums up this story as a tragic legend of a knight who received divine power and became a threat that people cannot overcome. Clenching his fists resolutely, the boy declares that clearing the gate may give them a chance to learn the truth about the events of the past. Before sunset, the team encounters a horrific scene of crucified bodies, which seems to have been created as a demonstration. Gloomy and tense, he silently watches the bloody spectacle, while the girl behind him remains anxiously silent. The young man's glazed eyes and clenched teeth burn with indignation, as he cannot accept the cruelty of what he has seen. A stern voice cuts through the air, and the girls freeze in surprise as they hear the harsh verdict for the genocide of the clans. Smiling with admiration, she admires how justly His Majesty has responded to this tragedy. At the call to join, Gary and the rest of the students willingly come closer, ready to listen to orders and act together. The blonde solemnly addresses the cadets, ordering them to follow only him under any circumstances, because their own eyes and thoughts can betray them. Impressed by the king's words, the cadets enthusiastically declare their loyalty, and the red-haired girl passionately swears to follow only His Majesty. Determination flashes in the blond man's eyes as he grits his teeth and orders immediate action, realizing that battle is inevitable. The burning sky and cries of shock envelop the battlefield, where panicked warriors face sudden attacks. The frenzied attacker, crying out for total annihilation, is consumed by excitement and bloody delight in killing. Seeing the area engulfed in flames, 2 horsemen stop in amazement before the burning horizon. With fear in her voice, the girl informs the king that this is a village and that its inhabitants are being brutally exterminated right now. Shock, fear, and anger flash in the boy's eyes at once, as what he sees turns his soul into a storm of rage. A bloodied fighter crawls on the ground, muttering words in confusion, trying to understand something. The enraged young man shouts in the fiery glow that before him is only dirty and worthless trash that does not deserve to live. Hearing a cry of danger, the young man rushes forward, leaving burning tracks behind him, while the horseman behind him anxiously calls out to His Majesty. Gary realizes how angry he is because he cannot accept the death of innocent people. The hero rushes forward with a cry, leaving his friends far behind, for his rage is uncontrollable and his speed is lightning fast. His gaze burns with anger, just as it did during his encounter with the orc, when rage turned him into a hero who destroys all evil. The girl's eyes widen in shock when she suddenly realizes that she is standing before none other than a real orc. Reflections of magical energy blaze around the sword as the rider rushes toward the enemy, gripping the hilt. A lightning-fast breakthrough at full gallop kicks up dust, and in the whirlwind of flames, the hero's figure merges with the glint of his sword. Amidst the chaos, the barbarians boldly rush at the well-armed knights, their swords clanging in the dust-filled air. The old warrior rushes into the attack with a cry of rage, but something suddenly makes him stop in amazement, as if he senses someone approaching. A horseman descends from the sky in a blaze of fire, and horror appears in the old man's eyes as he realizes who is standing before him. The king, beside himself with rage, loudly proclaims his title, striking fear and despair into his enemies. An explosion of power pierces the air, and a stream of scorching fire cuts through the earth, leaving only debris and dust behind. Blinded by rage and engulfed in flames, Leon screams with a wild roar and a beastly glare that he will kill everyone, clutching his weapon in his hand. A pillar of burning light pierces the sky and the earth, tearing everything around it apart with an explosion and leaving only clouds of ash and debris behind. Gari looks up at the sky with a cry, shocked by the sudden flash of power that she recognizes and cannot believe her eyes. The dark sword strikes the enemy, piercing him through as he is torn between pain and fear. The blonde man emerges from the flames, looking down contemptuously on his enemies, whom he considers noisy trash, unworthy of even his attention. Leon drives his sword into the enemy from behind, leaving behind a bloody cloud in the victim's scream. Smiling madly, he announces his next target and furiously commands his horse to charge forward. The queen, looking ahead resolutely, silently watches the madness while others around her cry out in shock. The girl's heart pounds in her chest with tension as she tries to understand how things could have gone so far. Smiling madly, he gleefully shouts accusations at those who have allegedly sided with the enemy, mercilessly cutting down his foes. Summoning her willpower, she resolutely takes up arms to put an end to it all, but suddenly something throws her off balance. With a gentle smile and a slight flicker of magic, the queen urges her not to rush things, as if everything has already been decided. She quietly persuades them to trust His Majesty, claiming that even the most cruel actions have a deeper meaning. With a maniacal smile and shining eyes, he sits on his horse, shouting ominous insults and enjoying every moment of the mockery. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the king proclaims a new record for murders, while the girls watching from afar freeze in shock. Confused and struck by the depth of hatred, Gary looks at the queen, who with a gentle smile suggests that he is just too emotional. Sitting astride her horse, the dark-haired girl admits that even if they had intervened, they would not have been able to stop the enraged king. Filled with inner pain, the girl anxiously admits that even in the face of terrible injustice, the others did not speak out because of indifference. With gloomy faces, they stand motionless, and the voice explains that these creatures are not people, but artificial likenesses, born of the fragments of the past. With rare exceptions, all these beings are merely echoes of real events that once actually happened, but now only imitate life inside the gates. Blinded by madness and flashes of power, the blonde man with a hoarse laugh strikes the ground, spilling his anger. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, the boy looks ahead with anxiety, and a voice confesses that death is meaningless to these creatures. Engulfed in flames, the boy orders the destruction of all living things, wanting his enemies to die in agony. The dying village smokes amid the ashes and ruins, and the bodies of enemies lie on the scorched earth. The heavy footsteps of armed warriors approach the heroes after a difficult battle. Against the backdrop of a burning sky, a group of allies silently watches as someone slowly approaches from the shadows. One of the fighters takes off his helmet and watches the events intently, albeit tensely, preparing for the next order. Amidst the ruins, the majestic figure of the king stands like a true ruler, accepting the bows of his knights. Leon looks sternly ahead and, leaving no room for weakness, orders them to stand up, reminding them that the war is still going on. The warrior proudly introduces himself as Lord Bendelic's brother and a member of the Knights of the Early Dawn, reinforcing his words with a measured tone and upright posture. The blond man with his eyes closed concludes that they are in a trading town near Renqual and does not hide his surprise when he learns that the young man's younger brother is a lord. The knight explains that he was the only one recognized for his talent and accepted, but in response receives a calm but pointed remark that he seems to have not yet completed his training, and the other adds that he wanted to make this conquest his last task. The blond man coldly admits that the name Tosca Bendelica means nothing to him. In front of the magnificent palace, he reflects that if Tosca had become a knight of the Holy Grail, they would have met in paradise, but since he was not there, it means that he either failed his training or died in the attempt. Lost in thought, he gazes at the ranks of knights and admits that he does not remember any of their faces, because these distinguished warriors left no trace in history. A voice proclaims the name of the king, Leon Draconius Lionheart, heir to the goddess of light in the Duchy of Draconia. A bright glow flares from his chest, as if a lion's heart is awakening to new life, striking everyone around him. One of the warriors suddenly freezes, feeling a tremor inside, because before him stands the one who carries the true light. The knight demands an answer, asking if this is a joke, because only the chosen one can bear the name of King Lionheart. The girl catches the moment of betrayal of her usual ideas with horror, that the one who is to be king should be completely different. But instead of an argument, there is sincere faith, and the soldier bows, accepting his truth despite his doubts. The blonde man walking confidently between the knights declares that if they call themselves knights, then they are most likely just a punitive detachment sent to subdue the barbarians. One of the knights confirms with dignity that this is indeed the case. Impressed and a little gloomy, he quietly repeats to himself the words about the knights of the punitive army, as if trying to comprehend who they really have become. The blonde man with a piercing gleam in his eyes recalls the glorious title of the Holy Grail and addresses the enemy as Sir Geobrick. The knight of the punitive army frowns, surprised by the unexpected confession, and nervously clarifies what his opponent meant. The main character solemnly declares that he must meet this mysterious figure immediately, without delay. Under the red sky, Leon asks where he is, while explaining to himself that this is a separate detachment hunting down the remnants of the enemy. Amidst the ravaged ruins and shadows, the thought of skin being torn off prompts a chilling realization of the true cruelty of what is happening here. The king stares intently at the young man as he begins his explanation about Sir Geobrick. One of the warriors eagerly reports on the successful clash with the main forces of the enemy, anticipating the complete destruction of the barbarians. Calmly closing his eyes and lowering his head, Leon simply replies that he understands everything. A mysterious shadow hangs over the Knight of the Holy Grail, Geobrick, who, according to rumors, was involved in a fatal incident during this war. A huge military camp, covered with tents and surrounded by several levels of defense, is bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun. One of the guards stands with a spear on a wooden post, watching as something unknown rapidly approaches the camp. A well-coordinated group of warriors, each radiating menace, arrives with serious intentions, ready to confront the enemy group. In a dimly lit frame, a man with a gold chain around his neck smiles smugly, his eyes shining with anticipation of battle, for the enemy is already here. Against the backdrop of a burning sky, a horseman on a Pegasus rapidly approaches the camp, solemnly declaring that he has found the enemy with his own hands. Rows of heavily armed warriors with spears and shields line up like a wall, reflecting the crimson light of the evening and preparing for the inevitable clash. A dark-haired woman asks doubtfully if this is really the Red Gate, hearing that the difficulty level is black, while another, looking calmly ahead, suggests trying whatever it is. A mighty warrior stares intently ahead. In this merciless struggle, all the local tribes have united, and now they are much stronger. A girl with short black hair looks anxiously at the shining symbol on her chest as a sudden premonition grips her heart. The system reports on the engraved seals of the tribes that have enhanced the hero's attributes, namely strength, endurance, speed, and special abilities. This gift, obtained through serving the shamanic spirits and animal gods of the tribes, is reflected in a bright mark on the hero's palm. Knowing that they are sufficiently prepared, the trio stands confidently side by side, their marks burning with power. The armored warriors scan the battlefield, recognizing among those present the mercenaries who had miraculously survived the previous trials. Speaking through his helmet, the knight with an icy gaze reminded them that, despite their weakness, it was he who had given them a chance at life. So why were they here again? The young man with the flaming arrow is about to destroy the enemy, because only Gorgurk's death will allow the gate to be closed. With calm severity, the knight declares that he is giving them another chance because of their blind ignorance, and orders them to lay down their weapons and leave. With a fierce smile, he mocks the claim of sinfulness, not believing that he has any right to say such a thing. Pointing to the horrors committed by this righteous man, he recalls the executions, skinning, and murders of the defenseless. Throwing the truth in his face, his figure rises majestically against the sky, and the shining hammer in the rays of light becomes a symbol of inevitable punitive power as he menacingly declares his name, Geobrick. The knight raises his hand to the heavens and proudly proclaims his unwavering righteousness, confident in the purity of his every action. Enveloped in a green glow of fury, the knight raises his weapon, from which a storm of energy emanates, and swears to punish everyone in the name of God for crossing the line. The girl cries out in alarm, and the warrior at her side begs her to activate her defensive technique, warning her that this technique cannot be used often. His eyes are filled with excitement because at this decisive moment, the lives of the entire team are at stake. Seeing a heavenly whirlwind with a magical core in the center, he freezes in amazement and fear. A green light rises above the spear, and in the silence an oath is made to defend the kingdom and those who have entrusted their fate to the gods, as if the heavens themselves were listening to this oath. The powerful faith concentrated in one heart manifests itself through three warriors with raised spears, enveloped in a shining energy that shocks and amazes those who watch. In a battle cry, the knights furiously raise their weapons to the sky, shouting that as faithful servants of the kingdom and the Holy Grail, they will use the power they have received to destroy evil to the last drop. Blinded by the explosion of divine energy, the winged figure flies forward desperately, screaming with tension. In a green glow, a dark figure with shining eyes commands everyone to bow before the glory of the true gods, as if passing judgment in their name. From the force that tears apart the heavens and the earth, everything around explodes in a hurricane, and the earth, unable to withstand the pressure, collapses with a roar, obeying a higher will. The majestic figure of the Holy Knight flies on a winged steed, carrying the will of the gods and shining with his chosen status amid emerald flashes. Enveloped in the goddess's radiance, the knight in armor rises to holiness, pierced by divine power that bursts into flames. Divine punishment falls from the heavens, tearing apart the landscape and leaving behind an abyss pierced by a green aura. Realizing that one knight has used the faith of an entire order, the young man tries in horror to comprehend the scale of divine power. In the shadow of the chasm that split the earth, the warrior sits in shock, remembering that the Knight of the Grail possessed the power to destroy the world. The stunned girls, looking anxiously at the sky, cannot believe that something so terrible and incomprehensible is unfolding before them. With a frozen gaze, the warrior contemplates the catastrophe that wiped out more than 3,000 people from the face of the earth with a single blow. A group of fighters look into the abyss in horror, realizing that only chance saved them from instant destruction. Looking at the flying horseman, the fighters whisper in despair, doubting whether he is even human, and admit that they cannot defeat him. Bowing in prayer, the knight speaks to the goddess, holding a battle axe as a sacred symbol. Enveloped in a green glow, he begs to strengthen the ground beneath his brother's feet. The focused priestess listens to the call to purify cultists and punish those who have strayed from the truth. Her green gaze, piercing through the slit in her helmet, burns with the determination of divine judgment and unshakable confidence in righteousness. The knight in the helmet pronounces the sentence, flashing with holy wrath and preparing to destroy the heretics. The red-haired commander shouts with tension and anxiety, sensing that the attack is approaching the point of inevitable battle. The orcs rush into battle with a battle cry, launching an attack from the flanks, hoping for numerical superiority. And the knight on horseback rushes straight into the thick of the enemy, causing shock and panic with his mere appearance. The horseman bursts into the enemy ranks at full speed, and the impact of his hooves raises dust and alarm among the defenders. An explosion of energy bursts from the enemy, and a powerful blow from a sword with light tears through the air. The knight manages to raise his shield in response to the lightning strike that is aimed directly at him. The knight's eyes flash with surprise when a simple mercenary reveals unusual strength, easily holding back his attack. Noticing the magical marks on the enemy's body, the knight clenches his sword with fury and rushes into the attack, realizing that he is dealing with cultists. The enemy's powerful blow unexpectedly breaks through the defense, causing the mercenary to flinch from the force of the blow. The majestic silhouette of a warrior with a sword on his back walks through the pink light of dawn. They perform feats while traveling across the continent. To the sound of clanking armor, the masked knight solemnly declares that in battle with the likes of them, recklessness comes at too high a price. Knight Aurelian shouts an order, urging the warriors to dismount and form a square for defense. They have been practicing sword fighting for years, and some of them have mastered the blade so perfectly that they have trained for centuries, becoming true warriors of the ages. Facing the crowd of cultists rushing into the attack, the knights quickly line up in battle formation, as each of them has repelled such invasions many times before. The blond man with a cold gaze raises his spear again, preparing to meet the enemies that humanity has hunted for centuries for their terrifying physical strength. One of the cultists fanatically roars in praise of the true gods, while the red-haired mage utters curses with panic and rage. With tension in his voice, the dark-skinned warrior warns of another wave of enemies, and his brother admits through gritted teeth that even he understands that the chances of victory in a head-on battle are slim. The boy shouts in fear and despair that this is their only chance to escape, but his companion looks at him with disbelief and anger, not understanding what nonsense he is talking at such a moment. Against the backdrop of the ominous figure of the knight emerging from the darkness, the fighter makes a despairing confession. They cannot even defeat this warrior, let alone the gate boss, because they simply lack the strength. Reflecting in silence, the man admits that even in a hopeless situation, a chance will only appear when they unite with the 10 best guilds. In the burning sea of chaos where the knight raised his shield against the flames, an alarming thought echoes that a breakthrough of the gate may be inevitable. With determination, the giant with the hammer hints that there is a way to settle everything without a fight, and his allies react cautiously, trying to understand what he means. Under the light of the golden aura, the warriors think of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Demira, the patroness of life and prosperity, calling upon their mercy. The red-haired man waves his hand awkwardly, explaining that he is not interested in religion at all, while the dark-haired warrior with a mace listens silently, unable to hide his slight surprise. Hearing the name Lionheart and the mention of a YouTube video, the hero recalls the figure with delight and shock. The man with pigtails recalls that the blonde man resembles someone from the world of these gates, and remembers how he initially doubted him because of the divine knight and everything else. Seeing the connection between the King of Knights and Leon, the man realizes that it is better to retreat because this power is too great. When he looks back to announce his decision, Miss Hildir appears, and her appearance causes tension. A sad Hildebrand looks hopefully at the redhead, begging him not to leave them alone, but he sighs and explains that they need to bring reinforcements. Gazing into the distance, the warrior assures them that they will return quickly, although in his heart he considers it futile to argue with characters who do not understand the whole picture. Hildir lowers her head in the darkness, and the warrior orders all members of the guild to prepare for retreat, admitting defeat and leaving the gate. The girl, clasping her fingers in prayer, whispers through the darkness of doubt with a heavy heart, wondering if they will really lose again this time. Struck by her despair, the young man looks at her with concern, unable to believe that even Hildir has lost hope of defeating the monsters. With tears about to spill, she bitterly admits that they have never defeated these monsters in all this time. The girl's eyes burn with lightning anger as she contemptuously calls people disgusting, clenching her fingers in a fit of rage. With sadness in her eyes and resignation in her voice, she walks past, bowing her head at sunset, admitting that she is once again forced to resort to trickery because there is simply no other choice for salvation. An explosion of red light illuminates the sky as she, grimacing with inner contempt, warns that he may not like it, and harshly adds that it is only their fault that they are so worthless. A slight wave of her fingers ignites a magical spark, and a force appears that is about to be unleashed. The girl rises above the ground in a halo of red lightning, radiating such fury and power that those around her can only stare up in awe. The blonde man freezes in panic, sensing the approach of a powerful blow that breaks the boundaries of the familiar. He cries out in horror that they are using magic, while his companion's body, enveloped in a purple glow, lies exhausted on the blood-stained ground. The unfortunate man's face is distorted as black magic tears him apart from within, robbing him of his last breath. The victim's eyes redden and widen with terrible pain, and a wild scream escapes his lips. The bald warrior cries out joyfully with tears in his eyes, and the old man with the white beard clenches his fists in excitement, for the blessing of the great beast god has just descended upon them. In the dark, bloody glow around the ritual fire, beast-headed fanatics go wild, which means that this same divine grace will soon descend upon them as well. A red-haired boy, gnashing his teeth and with despair in his eyes, cries out about what she has done. The girl in the torn dress calmly steps between the fallen bodies, dismissively declaring the futility of resistance and noticing that the magical engravings on the victims are still fresh. Smiling ominously, she leans toward the young man and whispers about time putting everything in its place. Clasping her hands together, she gently addresses the others, as if inviting them to a new game. In a burst of anger, she orders the destruction of the Grail Knight and his squad, because otherwise everything will have to start from scratch. With heated laughter and a predatory gaze, the girl mocks the defeat of her subordinates, indignantly wondering at their inability to kill even one enemy. Armed enemies rush forward, but the knight in shining armor destroys them with a lightning strike of his sword. The knight in the helmet with a gleaming eye turns his head sharply, stunned by the unexpected threat approaching from his blind spot. The explosion of power and fury of the attack collide in a clash where the knight with the shield pierces the attacker and scatters the enemies in all directions. The knight with shining green eyes clenches his shield, holding back the blow, and speaks in surprise, noticing something dangerous in the enemy's arsenal. Shouting about the engraving of the beast god's seal, he cringes from the force bursting from within. Raging with a sword in his hand, he cries out with burning eyes, ordering to tear off the skin along with the seals, for therein lies the enemy's weakness. His strike from the heavens shatters the earth like thunder, raising clouds of debris and sweeping away everything in its path. Two fighters with fire in their eyes rush at the armored enemy with incredible determination, swinging their blades and fists to strike. A powerful jumping strike hits the defender with explosive force, slamming him to the floor with a crash. The knight in the massive helmet bursts into flames from his chest as if responding to the attack with an explosion of rage. A red-haired mage with a malicious look conjures a fiery flame, raising his hand in a decisive incantation. With a heavy thud, an armored giant descends onto the scorched earth and whispers an ominous taunt, preparing for the next blow. A knight in heavy armor, with a glint in the cracks of his helmet, grumbles about the arrogance of his enemies, realizing that the battle is rapidly spiraling out of control. In despair, the hero rushes forward accompanied by ominous flames, ready to sacrifice his body to save the survivors. Power awakens in the knight, enveloped in a green glow, whose fury drives him forward through a flurry of magic and battle. In response to the call, the warriors simultaneously launch an attack, directing their blows at the defender with the shield. The warrior with a clenched fist shouts a battle cry to the glory of Lionheart, igniting the hearts of his comrades before the decisive clash. A powerful explosion tears up the ground around them, sending dust and debris flying, causing the enemies to look around in panic. Clad in armor, the knight slowly rises from the ground, unharmed and formidable, like a symbol of unyielding will. The figure in the explosive glow thrusts his sword into the ground with a flourish, leaving a deep crack. Slowly turning his head, he calls himself the King of the Lion's Heart, smiling defiantly. And finally, enveloped in a golden flame of power, he announces his name as Leon Draconia Lionheart, standing with dignity like a true master of battle. The queen fearlessly jumps on the Pegasus, holding tightly to the bridle that carries the power to awaken ancient blood. The system window reveals the secret of the artifact, the bridle that subdues even the wildest creatures and awakens Lionheart's majestic heritage. Standing on the cracked ground after an unprecedented jump, the boy listens with barely contained surprise to the question of whether he should be addressed as a true king. The smiling queen gratefully clutches the bridle in her hands, gently addressing the steed as if it were an old friend who had accepted her once again. The blond man with burning eyes and clenched teeth restrains his anger, squeezing out his contempt for the treacherous enemies whom he compares to rats. The horsemen race across the field against the backdrop of the setting sun, while a voice warns that even by destroying the enemy, you will never stop them completely. Pale with indignation, the young man speaks of atrocities that neither the kingdom nor its knights could have committed, even in the most brutal of times. The surprised girl listens to the explanation that the reason for the brutal murders was a strange mark carved on the body like a curse or a sign. With clenched lips and a piercing gaze, the young man calls the mark a vow of animal faith, hinting at the terrible consequences of its abuse. Huddled in horror, the girl looks at the demonic vision, realizing that the power of the mark destroys the soul and borders on evil worthy of the demon himself. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, the gloomy young man silently issues a stern warning, engraving these words in her mind. Confused and embarrassed, the girl clenches her fists when she learns that her kindness and humanity are useless tools in this ruthless struggle. With a look of determination in his eyes, he declares that, above all else, this is the truth for him, backed up by uncompromising and absolute justice. Against the backdrop of the burning sky, the queen clenches the reins and silently acknowledges that she is equally ready to follow the path that her honor and calling impose on her. Soaring through a noisy flock of dark birds, she accepts her role with a fiery gaze and moves forward to fulfill her duty. With a flash of power, she reaches out her hand, summoning a magical impulse that fills the space with an ominous silence before the blow. The sky flashes with the glow of spells as the girl soars upward on her Pegasus. With a gleam in her eye, she lowers her hand, uttering a sentence that shatters the heavens and forces her enemies to bow in awe before the fall. Shuddering and looking up, the knight recognizes that before him stands the Lionheart King himself. Leon's gaze is filled with anxiety, because even the attacks of the Holy Knight are unable to stop the enemy's mark, which continues to act despite everything. The twilight skies ablaze as the young man stands in the middle of the battlefield in front of the fallen knight and realizes that something has gone wrong with Geobric's own laws. Panic grips the Iron Knight when he hears that this problem must be overcome, although he himself does not know how, acknowledging his helplessness. And then the boy calmly turns around, starting a conversation to solve the problem. With a fierce fire in his eyes, the madman leads the crowd of warriors while Leon ponders, preparing to sever the ties between the enemies. The king, with a serious look, proclaims that he is Lionheart, and with dignity extends his hand with a halo to take the soul to paradise. Seeing the miracle, the green-eyed knight in the helmet widens his eyes and freezes in shock, exclaiming in amazement that this cannot be true. With a stern face and a light of power in his eyes, the young man raises the Golden Grail, surprising everyone around him with the fact that this sacred artifact is here at all. The figure in the center of the arena raises a mighty sword in a blaze of energy, proclaiming the great sacred law before his enemies. The hero's eyes flash with an unearthly light, and his entire figure is pierced by a bright glow that converges at a single point of power. A powerful explosion of light cuts through space, forcing enemies to retreat under the pressure of heavenly energy exploding from the center. The knight in the helmet looks with awe at the unbearable glow and speaks with horror in his voice. In the explosive flash of magic, the silhouette of a young man with a sword stands proudly against the backdrop of the split horizon, enveloping the space around him with sacred wrath. One of the soldiers is shocked to discover that his severed arm has grown back, and his friends cannot believe the miracle that has just happened before their eyes. One of the enemies screams in pain as a burning force tears his body apart from within, leaving him no chance of escape. Amidst the burning bodies, a dark-haired girl writhes in pain as the fire relentlessly engulfs everything around her. The hero stands with his back turned, sword in hand, while one of his opponents realizes with horror what he had previously refused to acknowledge. In the glow of golden light, the knight in heavy armor remembers that true power is hidden not in the sword, but in the sincerity of the heart and loyalty to duty. The voice of heaven speaks through oblivion, bringing back memories of love and loss, and he utters in amazement the name of his long-lost patroness. Demera gently leans over the fallen warrior, blessing him on his new mission to rise, walk, and support the king in the decisive battle. Clad in armor, the knight clutches his spear and declares with determination that from now on there is no room for doubt or hesitation in his heart. Imbued with the radiance of magic, the renewed knight solemnly swears to serve the orders, leaving all doubts behind. Against the backdrop of a red sky, a young man with a sword looks ahead, and a majestic warrior stands beside him. Smiling warmly, the boy says he is glad to fight alongside the knight, addressing him respectfully as Sir Geobric. Standing side by side, Leon and Sir Geobric unite, calling on each other to carry out their plan together. The young man only grunts briefly in response, turning his head slightly toward his companion as a sign of silent acceptance and trust. Fear grips the girl as the shadow of a demonic monster. The embodiment of disaster, born of a crowd of dead beasts, rises from among the mountain of corpses. Rage and disappointment flare up in the red-eyed demoness as she utters a curse, surprised by the appearance of a new powerful enemy, even more terrifying than the knight with a bound soul. The hideous creature with a mouthful of fangs roars to the sky as the girl summons the great Cholan and offers him her slaves as a gift, enveloping everything around her in a red aura of madness and bloody turmoil. The fiery monster emerges from the abyss to the cries of glory from Lionheart, as if the earth itself is calling for the awakening of the cursed power. Hordes of ferocious beasts rush at the army, preparing to tear them to pieces and devour them without mercy. Beatrice promises to lead the way, with a smile that suggests they will succeed. Sitting astride a winged horse, she soars into the sky, leaving only clouds behind her. Leon, with a mysterious smile, casts a magical spell that opens a shining gate through reality. In the glow of a purple whirlwind, the system prophetically announces the great prophecy as the portal between worlds finally opens. The girl releases deadly energy from her hand, and the symbolic eye of the dead appears above her. A powerful beam of light pierces the earth, raising clouds of smoke, and a painful scream merges with an explosive attack. The demon with fangs and burning eyes grabs his head, struck by magic, and whispers Lionheart's name in despair. A figure of fire rises from the heart of the hellish flames, and the cursed beast cries out about a new encounter with the enemy that haunts him. Against the backdrop of the sky, a figure in stern footwear takes a decisive step forward, calling all brothers and sisters to attention. Touching the Mega and opening the portal, the young man addresses the glorious knights and brave warriors as if before a battle that will change everything. Consumed by fire and determination, he smiles ominously, heralding the end of the heretics who dared to challenge him. Blood boils with rage in the eyes of the red-haired girl, who rushes into battle with curses, clenching her fists. Her gaze is filled with unbearable pain and anger, and her hands tremble with tension as she screams about the Holy Grail, as if it were a symbol of the curse that consumed her. The warrior in black launches an attack with two swords, shouting curses, and the girl raises her head in horror, seeing death looming over her. Her movement is interrupted when a familiar, cold voice asks where she is rushing to, forcing her to look back. Standing amid the purple glow, she suddenly shudders as something unknown bursts out in a powerful wave of energy. The girl with the purple stone in her hand explains intently that this artifact can be obtained after the gate is closed, and that it absorbs concentrated magic. The queen looks at the stone seriously and notes that the gate from which it came behaved very unusually. The red-haired witch angrily emphasizes that hunting monsters to obtain such stones is a common practice, no matter what is behind them. The woman with the crown gazes thoughtfully at the purple stone and suggests that these gates repeat themselves constantly, as if someone is deliberately tempting and testing souls. The queen assumes that she is facing a demon, but at the same time is horrified by the identical effect that has already begun to repeat itself. The two girls, enveloped in light in the dark forest, meet each other's gaze, while one of them admits that she has many questions, and the other, holding her breath, realizes that her true nature has been exposed. The ruler leans over the girl with a smile, pouring her power into her, causing her heart to beat against her will. In the red glow, the girl realizes that this is not just magic, but a real spell of enchantment that causes anxiety. Confused and hypnotized, the girl utters the word mistress, completely submitting to the ruler's power, who smugly confirms her submission. Everything around is pierced by a blazing light when a verdict of another disappointment echoes from above, causing both women to cower in tension and fear. From the dark flames emerges the silhouette of a divine being hovering over the pink-haired girl, causing her to tremble and whisper about the gods. Hugging the frightened victim to herself, the blonde girl with a sly smile proclaims that from now on, the slaves of another master have become her property. Hugging her opponent with a feigned smile, the white-haired woman slyly asks what she will do next, causing her rival to tremble and prepare for something terrible. Dark demons of debauchery rise in a flash, accompanied by wild screams, promising to devour the hidden rotten seed that has become the source of their power. Giant cracks appear above the arena, the sky tears apart, and the red-haired girl screams in horror when, together with her mistress, she sees the inevitable breakthrough of darkness. The girl panics and shouts that the gods have descended from heaven, while her companion coldly explains that this is the domain of the god of beasts himself, to whom everything belonged in the beginning. Amidst the stormy sky, creatures approach, personifying the rest of the gods of beasts, and the gates themselves tremble under the pressure of this force. The queen looks around anxiously, pressing her lips together, and predicts the danger that is rapidly approaching along with the alarming rumbling of the earth. Against the backdrop of the burning sky, a group of fighters rest by the fire, and a girl leans curiously toward a boy with a sly look. In the rays of the setting sun, a warrior in a cloak talks to Leon, who hints at ancient ties with the legendary 11th king and his knights. Hearing about the king's death in the paradise of the gods, the steel warrior shudders, and pain and incomprehension show in his eyes through his helmet. The girl anxiously asks about memories, but the knight indifferently says that they came only to subdue the barbarians. The blonde man with his eyes closed calmly orders the truth to be revealed, while the shocked girl freezes, realizing the meaning of his words. Clenching her fist and lowering her gaze, the girl silently struggles with fear, hesitating whether to tell the others the difficult truth. Gori tells the knights directly that they are only creatures of this world, and that Geobrick and his warriors cannot go beyond the gates. The knight stares into the darkness of the gate and listens to the explanation that only victory over Geobrick can stop the disaster. The stunned girl looks in horror at Geobrick, who is breathing heavily as if something is breaking inside his being. In the darkness, pierced by a green glow, the knight is distorted by frenzied laughter, overcome by magic and madness. A mighty sword sinks into the ground with a thunderous explosion, releasing electric waves that scatter across the arena. The knight clenches his fist proudly, remembering the past years and realizing that he has not suffered a single defeat in all that time. With a slight smile on his lips, the blonde man confirms the truth, hinting that the knight's victories were the key to meeting the king. An enraged enemy emerges from a flash of fire, promising revenge while Lionheart's team prepares for the clash. A terrifying creature with a burning silhouette bursts out of the cracks in space, heralding the beginning of the invasion of the beast gods. A blonde man with a cold gaze asks how to stop the catastrophe as the sky is torn apart by purple waves. Captive in purple magic, a black-haired captive smiles and announces that the gate is doomed, for the gods have already begun to destroy this place. The blonde man accepts the challenge without hesitation, deciding to enter the battle himself, leaving the knights behind as a last line of defense. Following the blonde's warning about the futility of direct resistance, he admits that there is no other way because a breakthrough will open the way for enemies into the real world. The knight with a stern look silently gazes at the horizon, while the girl next to him searches his silence for an answer she is afraid to hear. However, rising from the dust, he slowly looks back and confidently says that he has a plan. The warrior folds his arms across his chest, activating the energy of a bright green glow that runs across his armor like lightning. Suddenly, a red enemy swoops down from the sky, causing his body to crash into the ground with a crash. Feeling an alarming pain, Geobrick barely stays on his feet, while his shocked comrades shout his name, trying to understand what happened to him. He calmly picks up the magic crystal, announcing that the condition for closing the gate is victory over him. Turning to his companions, Geobrick asks them to stay away and survive at all costs, while questioning whether this struggle is futile if the gate will disappear anyway. Geobrick, with a green glow in his chest, addresses his brothers, standing between two knights and solemnly beginning his farewell speech before the decisive battle. The knight with the purple crystal in his hand announces that the final battle is inevitable, and solemnly recalls King Lionheart, who embodied the glory of the gods in this place. The blonde man with blue eyes listens through tears as he declares his willingness to die for the future of the living and resolutely declares his readiness to give his life. Calling everyone to battle with a loud cry, the red-haired warrior challenges fate, and his team freezes against the backdrop of the burning sky. The blonde man, his eyes wide and fear in his heart, feels something terrible engulfing him from within, and the shadow of a dark force seems to devour his mind. Standing under the night sky with clenched lips and a stony gaze, Leon silently looks ahead. Seeing the knight with the purple crystal raise his hand, the boy stops and silently stares at his decisive gesture. Touching his heart, he bows his head respectfully, acknowledging his devotion and accepting the legacy left to him as his responsibility. The warrior asks him to stay, and covering his eyes, the boy reluctantly agrees. His eyes narrow with relief, as if the storm inside him has finally subsided. Surrounded by the green flames of faith, the warrior raises his weapon and prays to the goddess Demera, begging her to fill him with the wind of strength before the decisive battle. The mighty axe, illuminated by green colors, glitters high above as a symbol of unbridled power and destiny. The knight, proclaiming his loyalty to the king and the goddess Demera, declares with dignity that through this hammer he inherits the power of the great Geobrick. Under the cries of magical symbols around him, a green element rises, flowing to the hammer, as if the very air recognizes him as the new bearer of power. His hand firmly grips the shining crystal, through which magic flows into the armor, immersing it in energy similar to the blessing of the gods. The hammer, enveloped in magical light, seems to awaken from a centuries-long slumber, pulsing with sacred energy and preparing to pass on to its heir. As the king gazes at the relic, green energy flares up around him, and his eyes fill with wonder and anticipation of the power that is about to burst forth. Clad in armor, the knight solemnly raises the hammer to the young man and addresses him, entrusting this artifact to the one who can hold it. The mighty warrior stands silently as the young man holds the heavy hammer with extraordinary ease, which no one else has ever been able to lift. The boy's hand touches the handle with determination and inner strength, which instantly forces the knight to give up his weapon. With sincere respect in his voice, the knight admits defeat and thanks him for the joint battle, and the young man promises to remember his victorious path. The knight, with a green gleam in his eyes, turns back, watching the figure in black who carries the hammer with dignity in the light of the setting sun. Under the red sky, the armored horsemen freeze in anticipation, receiving the last order from their commander, full of determination. Gritting his teeth and glancing at his comrades in arms, the young man with the hammer listens to the knight's order to defend him to the last breath. With her arms pressed to her chest, the girl watches the retreating army, while the young man, with a serious look on his face, gives a short order to retreat. The knight silently watches as the king and his companions retreat into the city, leaving him on guard. His gaze is directed forward, like a symbol of loyalty that will not waver even in the face of danger. The knight forces his army to stop in tense silence, where even the wind holds its breath. Against the backdrop of a pink sky and blinding light, he raises his sword, calling himself Geobrick, as if by his mere declaration he seeks to disperse his enemies. The sword rises in the glow of the flames, and the knight in black armor proclaims his victories and military might. Amidst the battle crowd, Geobrick gives a speech about protecting the goddess Demera, loyalty to Ariane, and the desire to bring joy to Pados himself. In a flash of bloody energy, the silhouette of a knight appears, proclaiming himself Geobrick, the glorious warrior of Montreal and knight of the holy grail of the goddess of life and abundance. In the rays of the setting sun, Geobrick raises his sword and shouts to his brothers to move forward and die for justice on this day. The monster lands rapidly at the epicenter of the explosion, splitting the earth in half, while the crowd of warriors below cries out in panic for the protection of the gods. Armed knights take up battle positions with shields and swords, preparing for the clash, their silhouettes glowing in the light of the setting sun. The eyes in the helmet burn fiercely through the green flames and exalt the glory of Lionheart. The blond man with a penetrating gaze slowly looks over his shoulder when someone calls him from behind. Against the backdrop of the portal, he looks reproachfully at the team that disobeyed his order and remained outside the gate. Filled with determination and tense calm, Gary looks ahead with her chin raised and says that she will follow his path to the very end. Agreeing with her decision, he lowers his gaze and silently accepts her presence beside him. Together, they stand before the explosions on the horizon, silently watching as the world is struck, their fists clenched. To the sounds of battle, he clenches his ancient weapon resolutely, standing side by side with her, as if fate had brought them together again before the final step. With barely contained anxiety, the blond man says it is too early when the girl addresses him. Covered in dust and blood, the warrior with burning eyes rises from the ruins, clutching his sword, his torn cloak fluttering in the wind. Blinded by the green flames of rage, he cries out and launches an attack, not yet ready to give up and striving to prove his strength to the very end. The warrior, engulfed in green lightning, screams frantically, as if a force beyond his control is breaking out of him. In the silence of the sunset, the young man looks back, shocking the girl who is silently watching his reaction. The silhouette of the Black Knight emerges against the backdrop of the burning sky, and his cry pierces the air, raising the surprise question of whether it is really pain that makes him scream. Gari turns to the king with concern, watching as a blue glow envelops the sword in his hand, while the boy remains silent. With a shadowed gaze, he clenches the bloody sword and silently bows his head as smoke releases from his hands. His face is contorted with pain and rage as he holds back a scream and seethes with emotions, ready to burst forth. In flashes of rage, he swears an oath of vengeance, his gleaming eyes and clenched fists heralding a bloody end for the servants of the cruel beasts. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, with a heavy weapon in his hand and a shadow of determination, he silently passes by his allies, ordering them to retreat. Holding his weapon with dignity, the hero walks toward the portal, While his companions listen to the last words of the great guardian of the Holy Grail, the hero's illuminated face glows with determination, and his gaze speaks volumes that today will be a day to remember for everyone. A group of knights led by their leader strides forward in the rays of the setting sun, radiating the unwavering strength and majesty of the King of Knights. A mighty slash cuts through the air, leaving behind a shining arc like a wave. Focused and silent, he grips his sword tightly, and a blinding glow of power bursts from his hands, piercing the darkness around him. Swinging his weapon with lightning speed, he cuts through the space in front of him, his eyes flashing with determination and fury. Like a frozen picture, the young man holds his fallen comrade in his arms amid the debris and rain, while thunder tears through the sky. Under the downpour and lightning, the boy leans forward with a sob, gritting his teeth against the pain that tears his soul to pieces. He lowers his sword as if hiding his anger, and silence spreads around him. He exhales with relief, standing amid clouds of dust, feeling the tension of battle gradually dissolve into silence. Touching his forehead, he admits to himself that he feels a fatigue he has never felt before, even in the midst of the bloodiest battles. Memories of fierce battles with demons flash through his mind, making him wonder why everything feels different now. Looking at his friends and allies, he silently realizes that these people have become his new reason not to give up. Clutching his head with his hands, he suddenly smiles, because he finally admits that what he had been avoiding has indeed changed. Armed with determination, he once again stands up to defend the world, knowing that he now has a future that must be protected at all costs. Filled with fear, he grits his teeth as he acknowledges for the first time that he now has something to lose, and that is what scares him the most. With his eyes downcast and a heavy sword in his hands, he resolves not to place this burden on the shoulders of others. Surprised and tense, he turns sharply at the sound of a voice, realizing that his presence has not gone unnoticed. Peeking out cheerfully from behind the wall, she is surprised that he is still there at the most tense moment. He looks back with irony, noticing that while everyone else is working, she seems to be relaxing, as if watching a TV series in the midst of chaos. Smiling shyly, the girl tries to come up with something to do, so as not to appear completely idle. She declares that she wants to train more, but apologizes awkwardly so as not to seem too abrupt in her intentions. She cheerfully comes up with something, but his calm gaze silently asks what strange idea has come into her head again. Slightly tired, he admits that everyone has gone through a difficult ordeal that has left its mark on everyone. Seeing her readiness, the guy asks her to show him how she holds a sword, and when his body bursts into an aura, the girl cries out in panic from surprise. She folds her hands and begs him to accept her sincerity, while Leon mentally dreams wearily that she would stop talking like in pseudo-historical dramas. The heroes stand opposite each other in the combat hall with swords in their hands, and he calmly commands her to take a stance. Trembling, the girl grips the sword with both hands and, screaming with tension, prepares with all her might to parry the blow. Turning sideways, the guy slowly raises his sword and calmly orders the girl to try to block the blow, to which she instantly responds with readiness. But suddenly, instead of attacking, the boy emits such a powerful burst of energy that the air in front of him explodes, and she freezes in shock before the magical wave. In the next moment, her eyes freeze in shock because the king is already behind her, moving with unprecedented speed. The lightning-fast blow knocked her off balance, and she barely managed to raise her sword, crying out in surprise and pain. Gritting her teeth and tensing her whole body, the girl desperately fends off the attack, realizing with every passing second how incredibly strong her opponent is. Now catching every movement, she defends herself with new concentration, while the boy comments on her technique, pointing out that her hands should be above her navel and that she is 0.2 seconds late with each strike. The girl's eyes flash with determination as she realizes her mistake and exclaims it with a tense expression. Freezing with his sword above his head, the guy prepares for the decisive blow, while the girl looks up from below with surprise and anxiety, preparing to accept a new challenge. A powerful vertical blow tears through the space between them, forcing the girl to block it with all her strength at the last moment. Sweaty but focused, she confidently continues her attack, knowing that defense depends not only on the hand wielding the sword. Taking a step back, she controls her balance so as not to yield to the weight of the sword and maintain a stable defense. The blonde man counterattacks swiftly, his sword striking the girl's defense with a blinding flash. causing her to freeze. They clash in close combat, and the girl exclaims in amazement, unable to react to his incredible speed. The girl stops her opponent's arm and exclaims with relief, convinced that she has finally managed to block the attack, unaware that this is not the end. She then freezes with an irritated expression and a red mark on her forehead, while the guy coldly comments that her stance is correct but not confident enough. Without changing his tone, he reminds her once again to strike faster, saying that looking for weaknesses in the enemy is pointless if the attack itself is slow. His opponent tries to justify herself, explaining that she wanted to use her abilities, but the guy just sighs with a tired look and says that he has heard this before. The hero looks serious and says that victory is not just about knowing how to use your powers, because that does not guarantee survival. His words about death strike the girl right in the heart, causing shock and realization. She quickly tries to hide her emotions and, with a crazy expression, justifies herself to the surprised guy, saying that she didn't say anything special. Seeing her strange smile and shining eyes, the guy only manages to say something, not knowing how to react. Surprised by his response, the girl freezes for a moment, standing in front of him. And although she expected to hear about duty or honor, the guy says something completely different, emphasizing that the value of the struggle is not measured by glory. Completely unexpected, the girl gets hit on the head with a wooden sword and hears his mockery, so she blushes in front of him. Thinking about the past and looking at the image of the great knight, the guy asks if she has someone to whom she could devote her honor and glory, because what is the point of emulating heroes if there is no goal? Surprised by these words and thinking deeply for the first time, the girl whispers and freezes with wide eyes, in which a thought is born. Walking away, he smiles slightly, knowing that his words about purpose and dedication have made a strong impression on the girl. Turning his back, the guy finishes his workout, telling her to take a break, and she, overwhelmed with emotions, only mumbles quietly in response. But suddenly, under the oppressive rumbling of thoughts and unexpected realization, he stops abruptly, sensing something important. The girl, clutching her sword tightly, looks back with surprise and slight alarm, not understanding what has happened. In the silence of the night in front of the White House, a message echoes that His Majesty has been losing strength lately, and this phrase evokes an echo of anxiety. In a room with floral wallpaper, a robot explains in a scientific tone that His Majesty is experiencing a biological reaction to external stimuli, while a girl listens in confusion. The girl, her face tense, leans forward slightly and looks at the robot, who suspects that their king is in a state of stress. She asks anxiously and hopefully whether he is mistaken in his diagnosis of stress, and at the same time inquires what His Majesty loves, as if looking for the key to solving all problems. The little robot freezes in silence, as if he does not know the answer or is afraid to voice it. The robot hangs pensively in front of the girl, processing information about living organisms and entertainment, as if reading a matrix of emotions through a stream of green numbers. When it finally concludes that entertainment is the perfect stress reliever, the girl looks at it with disbelief, unable to imagine how something like that could interest the gloomy king. Hanging again in a silent pause, the robot looks helplessly at the girl, having no idea how to please a monarch who seems to have never had fun. The robot hangs in the air, puzzled, reporting that it has not found a single article explaining how entertainment increases dopamine levels, causing shock and surprise. The disappointed girl, with a tired look, ironically asks why this intelligent mechanism does not simply admit that it knows nothing, expressing slight anger and fatigue. But suddenly her face lights up with a smile and joy, and she exclaims that she has finally figured out what His Majesty might like. Calming down and turning back to the girl, the robot admits that her plan makes sense, although there are still notes of doubt. The lady, smiling slyly and closing her eyes in self-satisfaction, defiantly responds to the machine, not taking its technical remarks seriously. The offended robot, bathed in red light, ominously announces that there is one mocking nuance. Under the night sky, the girl joyfully announces her victory, even as the analytical voice considers her behavior irrational. In the glow of golden rays, the statue of the goddess of justice rises majestically, embodying the unshakable balance between law and faith. A lone knight reverently approaches the giant figures of the gods who, despite their admiration for his devotion, admit that his spirit itself causes them concern. She smiles mysteriously, acknowledging that this century is full of entertainment, but doubts that anything in this world can please her knight. The goddess blesses the knight with a gentle smile, saying that it is time to enjoy entertainment, even though he has not heard that word in a long time. The blonde man with a serious look ponders the nature of entertainment, which in his opinion should be beyond time and space, but instead is faced with an unexpected question that makes him anxious. The goddess says with a slight smile that the best entertainment for him is to embrace a woman, and at the same time keeps his image in the spotlight, which makes the guy embarrassed and blush, calmly remarking that, in the opinion of the four gods, he and the queen are a good couple, and that there is also a red-haired girl. The goddess looks on with a mysterious smile, while the young man, embarrassed and sweating, barely restrains himself. The red-haired girl runs with determination in her eyes, while the young man's objection that she is too young for such conversations hangs in the air. The goddess insists that she is of age and therefore quite capable of bringing pleasure through her embrace. Smiling and dreamy, the girl looks ahead with excitement, while the goddess urges Leon to revive the royal family as soon as possible. The goddess talks about how people can get pleasure from physical intimacy, looking at the guy, who is reflected in her warm glow. He kneels in the ceremonial hall, swearing with all his heart to glorify the name of the lion's heart and revive the royal dynasty. His face is covered in sweat as the meaning of what he has heard gradually sinks in, and an uneasy premonition grows in his chest. At someone's panicked scream echoing through the hall, the young man slowly raises his head with a serious look, surprised by the insistence. Opening the door with an anxious expression, the girl shouts a warning, trying to stop His Majesty's rash actions. Looking back at the noise, he sees the girl fall with a thud in the middle of the aisle, interrupting her own sentence and causing a wave of surprise. Calmly observing from above, he reproachfully notes that her behavior is more childish, despite her superhuman abilities. Red with rage, the girl struggles to get up, suppressing the pain and indignation after the fall. She collects her thoughts and awkwardly admits that she has prepared something for him, and he asks in surprise if it is really meant for him. Hearing that she received help from Sir Yappy, he blushes sharply, unable to comprehend what actually happened. In a fit of rage, the boy threatens the girl that if she ever shows up like this again, he will make her run naked in front of everyone as punishment for her audacity. Red with shame and indignation, she raises her fists in the air, desperately shouting that she has been misunderstood and that this is all a terrible misunderstanding. In a high-tech hall in front of a massive energy portal, a group of people gather, preparing for something extremely important. Two operators near the portal notice the newcomer with surprise and immediately address him with respect, recognizing his royal status. The blonde man approaches with Gary and a security guard, explaining that he has come because of her words, and the girl smiles and asks permission to explain everything in detail. One of the participants explains that the event was organized by Han Gary's assistant coach, and the members of the alliance have gathered to support her initiative. Puzzled by her confidence, he looks at Gary with slight surprise, wondering if she really thought it all through in advance. Smiling enthusiastically, Hari suggests that he first walk through the gate, confident that what he sees will make an unforgettable impression on him. The young man silently assesses the situation with a serious look, weighing Gary's unexpected activity and the fact that everything around him is clearly not a coincidence. Seeing his reaction, Gary smiles contentedly and nods, receiving approval to continue with his planned presentation. Passing through the portal, the group finds themselves in a forest area where soft light penetrates the treetops, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The blonde man looks at her in confusion as she walks forward with a smile, a sign of energy and enthusiasm seemingly sticking out of her head. The boy, with an incomprehensible look of confusion, hears the girl preparing to open a new gate for him. Pointing her index finger upward, the girl explains that this gate is a flood-damaged area inhabited by strange animals and monsters. The energetic girl with shining eyes pulls a card with a scoring table toward him and exclaims that he, like His Majesty, should pay attention to the scoring of the prey. The man smiles and shows him the table, where 1 point is awarded for small animals, 3 for medium-sized ones, and 10 for orcs. The hero is silent, thinking, his lips slightly pressed together, considering something. The young man admits with a slight smile that the essence of the idea is a real hunting game, and the girl with a sparkle in her eyes confirms this, proudly addressing him. She enthusiastically explains that this abandoned place seemed ideal to her, and she thought that hunting could become popular here. The guy asks if they have prepared a comfortable observation spot for him and praises it as a great idea, while the girl giggles happily with the team, proud of their success. Focusing on hunting, the hero admits that so much time has passed that he himself is not sure if he can explain what it is. The arrow whistles loudly and hits the green monster right in the eye, changing its gaze to one of horror. With a wild smile and a sparkle in his eyes, he draws his bow, exclaiming enthusiastically that hunting has its own charm, no less exciting than combat. The little orc watches in horror as his companion falls with arrows in his body, and his huge brother shouts angrily, asking who dared to kill a member of their tribe. With frenzied rage, he rushes into the attack, shooting everyone around him, saying that these vile creatures are just baring their teeth, while the girl watches silently, not knowing what to think. The blonde man watches the chaos with a barely noticeable smile of satisfaction, and the girl, sighing with relief, wonders why he seems to be enjoying this so much. Quietly examining the dead body of the enemy with an arrow in his head, the guy just mutters, noting the accuracy of the shot as something mundane. Walking calmly among the fallen bodies, the boy says that after the hunt is over, they must not forget to take the badge, as if it were a normal part of the plan. A red-haired girl, turning to the boy a little embarrassed, timidly asks if he really is skilled at shooting a bow, standing among the bodies of the defeated orcs. The boy, with a serious expression, refutes her doubts, explaining that the status of a knight does not preclude the use of ranged weapons, although the girl is still surprised by his choice. Leon explains that hunting is a noble pastime, especially for traveling knights who have to hunt for food themselves in distant lands. Impressed by the young man's skill, the girl admits that constant training inevitably makes knights masters of hunting, which is why he shoots so accurately. He proudly announces that this king is known as the greatest champion of all time, and at the same time the second best hunter of his time. The confused girl looks at the young man and asks if he was second, and if that means that another knight of the Holy Grail was first. The boy replies that it would be inaccurate to call that person a knight of the Holy Grail, because although he received a blessing, he was actually more of a hunter than a knight. The king slowly pulls the arrow out of the ground, as if in a ritual gesture before remembering the greatness. Against the backdrop of the moon, the silhouette of a mysterious hooded priestess appears, and the blonde solemnly calls her the holy servant of the moon in hunting. Imagining arrows flying like meteors and piercing mountains, she looks ahead in surprise, thinking that such a thing is only possible in His Highness's world. Under the midday sun, he casually recounts his experience hunting orcs, while the girl listens in amazement, and the exhausted orc lying in front of them evokes only pity. She silently catches his words about the great hunt and victory in the tournament, confusedly realizing that for him, orcs are just prey that deserves a precise shot. But when he suddenly senses the presence of a magical force emanating from a mysterious object, they both freeze in alarm. In the light of the magical glow, the hero holds a green totem in his hand, recognizing that such a rare item does not appear often. The girl panics and grabs the dagger, receiving the unexpected responsibility of selling the magical item for 100 million, which shocks her. Meanwhile, the other participants in the training lie exhausted on the ground, and the observer cheerfully comments that this is a reward for those who had to train these losers. The blonde man with the bow firmly orders the girl to follow him, as he has noticed traces of orcs fleeing, and she responds fearfully, not believing that she will have to hunt again. His eyes shine with cold fanaticism as he declares with an ominous smile that orcs are poison to the forest, and even fakes deserve death. Setting off along the paths into the depths of the forest, he promises to teach the girl how to shoot a bow himself, and she squeals with excitement and runs after him into a new adventure. The young man looks away with a serious expression, wanting to say something, but stops, as if something inside him has changed. She smiles joyfully against the backdrop of golden light, sincerely glad that he is feeling better, and seems to blossom from her own kindness. A close-up of his eye filled with surprise and confusion, which widens with every second. He calmly looks into the distance, without a trace of desire or passion, realizing how much time has passed since he last trusted someone sincerely. They walk side by side along a forest path, and he smiles as he entrusts her with the mission of defeating 3 orcs using the techniques he has taught her. The bright sky shines above the forest, and the girl shyly exclaims that she has only shot a bow a few times, trying not to disappoint His Majesty. Sunlight plays on the glass facade of the majestic building of the Pentagon Guild's training facility, where future heroes are trained. Barely able to stand, she pushes a heavy cart full of wooden swords in front of her, quietly exhaling from exhaustion. Smiling cheerfully with her eyes closed, the girl is genuinely happy that His Majesty's mood has finally improved. The surprised boy recognizes Coach Han, who is pushing boxes of weapons, and asks why she suddenly appeared at the training center. The man explains that the tractor has broken down and is stuck in the warehouse. And since the planes are polluted, the equipment has not been used for a long time, so the girl suggests they go together. Together, they approach the massive doors of the Pantheon Guild warehouse, behind which something more than just broken equipment is likely waiting for them. With a sly smile, the girl confirms that this is where Sir Geobric's hammer is kept, while the guy looks at her warily, not understanding her mood. She dramatically folds her hands in prayer, wishing for the weapon to become Buddha, which causes the man to be surprised and whisper about the strange Buddhist-Christian religious mix. He asks if she really kept the hammer in this place, and receives a calm answer that no one is capable of using it now. The girl confidently pushes the cart with the weapon into a huge storage room, while the guy walks alongside reading the recording, all against the backdrop of a gloomy technical hangar where something dangerous seems to be awakening. Inside a shiny capsule, the outline of a giant hammer appears in a beam of light, suspended in the air as if waiting for someone capable of lifting it. Her eyes pop out of their sockets in shock. Her cheeks are covered in sweat, and her mouth opens involuntarily because what she has just seen is clearly beyond reason. A luxurious black car stops abruptly at the crosswalk, kicking up dust in front of the astonished family. Smiling cheerfully, the young man leads his friend to the place where, according to him, Korea's first epic artifact is kept. Frightened and angry, the young men instantly jump away from the robot, which doesn't even have time to react to their appearance. Seeing the robot with a red eye in front of him, the boy realizes with horror that he is dealing with a fighter from the Pantheon Guild. Seeing his little mechanical friend, the boy listens warily to see if he is really a contender for the mighty hammer. The robot cheerfully jumps forward and greets him, causing the hero to respond confusedly with a hint of surprise. After a strange encounter with the mini-robot, the boy silently moves on, and his companion admits that he expected much worse. The mini-robot's eyes suddenly flash red, and an alarming energy tension grows around it. Frightened by the flash of light, the boys jump aside with a scream, trying to avoid the unexpected threat. One of them, overcome with panic, hugs his friend and screams in despair, not understanding why this machine attacked them. The little robot reappears in front of the building and officially announces that an entrance fee must be paid. His eyes flash menacingly as he repeats the entry requirement, creating tension among the surprised visitors. A shocking fee of 5 million won for hunters appears on the sign, causing justified outrage. The hero indignantly demands an explanation as to why hunters pay 10 times more than ordinary citizens. The shocked young man discovers that the fee was inflated due to an extra zero, but acknowledges the value of the artifacts inside. Sighing in defeat, the guy asks about online payment, and the machine immediately confirms the possibility of a transfer. Exhausted, the hunters can barely stand on their feet when a girl in a beast costume appears in front of them. The bewildered boys open their eyes wide when they hear the official invitation to proceed. The girl with a serious face and a funny outfit introduces herself as an employee of the Hunters Alliance, which completely stuns the guests. Their surprise grows even more when one of them recognizes her as this year's newcomer. And then the disturbing thought arises that all this has been going on for a week since Hammer disappeared. A blond man with a serious look stares at the trail, realizing that someone was just here, but disappeared without a trace. In front of the crowd, an angry guy tries with all his might to lift the hammer stuck in the ground, but it doesn't even budge. Against the backdrop of the school building, a crowd of students has surrounded the arena since early morning, their eyes fixed on the legendary weapon that has become the center of attention. The blond man and the queen calmly approach the majestic hammer, glistening in the sun, and the crowd holds its breath. Harry watches in amazement as the hand easily reaches for the mysterious hammer, which has never yielded to anyone before. The blond man swiftly swings the giant artifact right in front of the boy's face, while the girl below, her eyes wide open, cannot hide her admiration and amazement. The blond man's calm gaze is accompanied by tension as he asks a direct and awkward question, which the two guys in front nervously swallow. The weapon rises into the air, emitting a magical light that envelops the guy in the white t-shirt and fills his heart with a sense of foreboding. And in the next moment, the hammer crashes into the ground with an explosion of energy, causing the crowd to recoil. Surprised, the boy examines the artifact and recognizes its extraordinary power of self-expression, while Beatrice, standing next to him, notices that the artifact seems to be striving for something. Harry exclaims in amazement whether a hammer can have desires, and the blond man calmly explains that sometimes it is possible if they are indeed dealing with a sacred object. Standing before the shrine, the young man thoughtfully explains that the longer the object remains with the Holy Knight, the stronger his will becomes, to the point that it is difficult to control. However, despite all the legends and predictions, he sincerely admits that when he picked up the hammer, he felt no will, as if he were holding only an empty tool in his hands. A scene from the past appears before the protagonist's eyes, where the Holy Knight with a lion's heart, blessed by Demera, raises a shining hammer, and the boy tremblingly realizes that thanks to this artifact, he inherits the power of Sir Geobrick himself. Leon confidently confirms his opinion, and a smile appears on his face, hiding his determination. The hammer, enveloped in a golden glow, stands solemnly on the ground, while someone asks in surprise if a new owner needs to be found for it. Against the backdrop of a clear sky, the boy smiles and suggests that the girl tell the Alliance, but she asks in surprise what exactly she should say. In a calm but confident tone, the boy announces that he will give the hammer to whoever can lift it, no matter who that person is. Impressed and nervous, the girl looks at the phone screen, clutching it with trembling fingers, and asks herself if this is really happening. Standing with a sword in his hand, the boy listens intently as the girl reads the news that, first of all, an appraiser will be sent to them to examine the artifact. A cry of fear escapes the appraiser's lips when he sees the shocking truth on the panel in front of him, and the girl anxiously asks what is happening. Trembling with shock, he points his finger at the hammer and exclaims that he is looking at an item of epic quality, and everyone around him repeats his words in bewilderment. Enthusiastically, almost choking on his words, the appraiser confirms that this item is indeed of epic level, and the blond man coldly agrees with this as if it were a trifle. A special weapon with a supernatural glow, designed to fight monsters, emerges in the starry space, emphasizing the urgent need to classify the strength of hunters by class. 4 helmets, like arena trophies, clearly divide the equipment into levels from ordinary to legendary, symbolizing the progress to greatness. In a workshop engulfed in flames, a burly blacksmith with years of experience forges weapons that are destined to be unique and unlike any other. In a sterile laboratory, scientists, having expended countless resources and energy, have managed to create equipment that has earned the resounding title of legendary. Amidst the flames and magical light, it is said that in 30 years of existence, things have appeared that surpassed all legends and earned the title of epic. Among the mysterious mountains appears a sword of incredible power, the breaking blade of the heavenly demon, created by the Lord of the continent of 100,000 mountains. The Buddha's staff is the legendary staff of a great sorcerer, which, according to eyewitnesses, is capable of changing the very laws of nature, causing divine shifts in the sky and on earth, as if personifying the will of world harmony. The heart of the Ice Queen conceals magic that still protects the snow-covered northern fields, maintaining peace in icy silence and inspiring awe even in those who do not believe in legends. The sword of the wandering demon, which left ashes behind after the incident with the Black Gate in London, now travels through worlds, bringing chaos and glory to its master, who knows no boundaries and values, only power. An enthusiastic young man in a suit, seeing the legendary weapon, asks in surprise if it is really possible to take it if you can just lift it, and the red-haired girl reluctantly confirms that yes, that's how it works. When he carefully picks up the axe, trying to move it, the hero's gaze follows his every move, and figures gather around, holding their breath. The blond man with a serious face solemnly declares that anyone who can lift this hammer will automatically become its rightful owner. The frightened man, holding a piece of paper, frantically explains to the owner that the value of this artifact is simply immeasurable and asks him to look at its characteristics. A screen appears before his eyes with a description of the epic hammer of Geodvric, a divine object that grants not only unmatched strength and endurance, but also divine blessings from Demera herself. The girl unconsciously touches the shining object, her face contorted with shock, while the blond man calmly watches. The blond man stares intently into the distance as the event unfolds exactly as he predicted. The employee reports in a panic, and the blond man decisively orders the news to be passed on, leaving his will unchanged and therefore the king's choice final. The frightened man holding the note asks if he can step away to make a call, while the blonde man looks at him with indifference. An incoming call from evaluator Li Shansu appears on the phone screen, signaling a decisive moment of contact. The president of the association listens intently to the caller, holding the phone to his ear, and immediately clarifies that the call is about the evaluation of the artifact. Upon hearing the news from Li Shansu, the president is speechless and stares blankly into space. His shock explodes in a vocal outburst as he exclaims whether this is an item of epic level, his face showing panic and anxiety. A newspaper article confirms the sensation. For the first time in the country and the third time in Asia, an epic item appears, instantly attracting the attention of all hunters to the Pantheon Guild. A smiling girl in an animal costume cheerfully exclaims, amusing everyone around her. The hero excitedly asks where the legendary hammer of Geobrick is, eagerly waiting to see it with his own eyes. The indignant girl sternly corrects the hero, emphasizing that he should not be called simply Geobrick, but Sir Geobrick, shocking the young man. Threatening with a menacing tone, the girl in the lion costume lectures the boys that the names of important people should be pronounced with respect, while he mumbles in confusion that it is just an object. One of the boys loudly declares that he is challenging Sir Geobrick's hammer, and she, barely holding back her laughter, shows them the direction to go. Leading the group forward, the girl stops in front of a huge shining hammer, solemnly announcing that this is where their test awaits them. The hero freezes with a confused look on his face as golden energy envelops his body, causing everyone around him to feel a magical tremor in the air. Staring intently at the hammer, the boy and his companion discuss in awe the power that flows from the artifact, even when it is simply standing still. With a nervous smile and determination in his eyes, the hero approaches the hammer and solemnly declares that he will be the first to accept this challenge. Grabbing the lightning hammer, the boy grits his teeth in pain as a stream of blue electric echoes explodes around him. He is thrown to the ground by the shockwave, leaving the hammer untouched, surrounded only by the shocked figures of his friends. Everyone looks at the fallen man in amazement, not understanding how the hammer could have created such force and why it happened to him. The girl in the lion costume awkwardly explains that disqualification only applies to those who have grounds for it, and immediately becomes indignant that such conditions were not announced in advance. Two guys listen with surprise and anxiety that the conditions are determined by the hammer itself, and no one knows how it all works. A small drone suddenly flies into the room, causing panic and tension, and one of the boys, with cold sweat on his forehead, whispers in confusion why it has come. The little robot approaches the men and asks about offerings, prompting one of them to ask in surprise what that means. One of the men thinks indignantly why he has to make an offering when he has already paid a contribution, while another recalls the goddess's relic in bewilderment. The man with curly hair suddenly exclaims enthusiastically that this is exactly what is needed, while the others watch his reaction in bewilderment. A small robot with an interesting look accepts a shiny smartphone as an offering, which brightly illuminates the scene from above. The guy kneels down and shouts out an exorbitant amount, shocking everyone around him. After accepting the bet of 10 million won, the robot confirms the transaction and the guy confidently turns around. Shouting joyfully, the man grips the handle of a giant weapon, incredibly surprised that he was able to grab it. But the next moment, his face contorts with horror and pain as powerful energy shakes him like divine punishment. Pale but focused, he pulls the sword out of the ground with all his might, unable to believe that the power obeys him. Seeing how firmly the boy holds the weapon, the three spectators freeze in complete shock, remembering that he couldn't even touch it before. The magic axe stands on the platform again, and the little robot watches it closely, recording changes in energy. With a smile, the robot solemnly announces the receipt of donations for the construction of the Pantheon Temple. A girl in a lion costume, along with two men, watches the situation in confusion, while the robot silently waits for their reaction. People enthusiastically raise money in phones, shouting about their desire to make donations too, as if competing for generosity. The angry girl listens to the cries of everyone around her, competing for a larger contribution. A concerned Gary watches as the crowd fanatically worships the hammer, turning the spectacle into an almost ritualistic frenzy. The robot confidently dispels the doubts of the girl in the costume, reminding her of the plan and refusing to allow any spontaneous changes. Confused, she stands aside, clutching the sign while the rest move forward. Against the backdrop of red frenzy, a crowd of men in a frenzy raise their axes, chanting about insufficient power, while the girl in the suit shudders in horror. A small robot beeps while the girl stands, cowering and confusedly watching events that clearly exceed her expectations. A fiery glow envelops the robot, who realizes the sinful nature of this barbaric ritual. The hammer brings money. Under a bright sky, a spacious mansion silently greets the new day. Running out with a surprised look on her face, the girl emotionally announces that Starbuck himself has approached them with an unexpected request. The confused girl listens to the assistant's voice asking her to make a donation, hinting at the growing popularity of the Pantheon Guild. Participants who challenge the hammer experience miraculous healing, with even old ailments disappearing just from being near it. Dressed in a bear costume, she attracts the attention of passers-by, because now everyone wants to see the legendary hammer with their own eyes. Thanks to the Yapi system, all funds and goods were kept safe, which strengthened trust in Pantheon and enhanced its reputation. Under the blue sky, above the technological fortress, the fame spreads that everyone wants to be here at this very moment. The impressed girl finds herself in a brightly lit room where Yapi presents a new generation of ultra-strong blacksmith workshop. Inside the workshop, an energy field lights up, in which a pink crystalline form flickers, filling the space with electric current. The surprised girl enters the center of the room and sees a mysterious crystal, the basis of primitive blacksmithing, appear in the glow. Although the machine defines this workshop as the lowest level of metallurgy, in her eyes it still seems incredible and impressive. After a remark about her organic brain, the girl cries out in indignation and despair that this is beyond all limits. Surprised, she approaches the panel and asks again if Yapi is really the Knight of the Grail of the God of Blacksmiths, to which she receives a brief confirmation. Standing in front of the shining crystal, the girl asks hopefully if he can make a knife for her, putting all her trust in this request. Hearing a categorical refusal, the girl sadly lowers her eyes, trying to maintain her dignity and remind herself that she is not just anyone. Yapi explains that it is not about her personality, but about the fact that the blacksmith's workshop is not yet complete and not ready for production. With a smile of hope, the girl asks how to solve the problem, and Yapi replies that special tools are needed to polish adamantite. With determination in his eyes, the robot decides to go earn money, leaving the girl in a state of shock. Looking back at the fussy Yapi, the girl watches suspiciously as he hurries away without explanation. The robot enters a narrow opening and activates the protocol, announcing the start of the operation with the initial capital to launch the system. In a room with holographic monitors, the robot approaches the stock charts, preparing to intervene in the market. He looks up resolutely, proclaiming his promise to be a fair thief and embody his own concept of order. The city's skyscrapers are covered with cracks, the skies ablaze, and a message explains that the global stock market is on the brink of disaster. In an office full of monitors, one employee yells furiously at another, accusing him of being unable to control the information field about the mysterious figure of the Herald of God. The shocked employee, holding the phone and looking at the financial screens, exclaims in panic, not understanding what this creature, who has invaded the world of stock exchanges, is doing. Following the chaos in the market, a mysterious man in a long cloak and hat walks down a quiet alley, as if balancing between two worlds. In a dark room filled with the blue light of screens, little Yapi intently watches the data that confirms that he is indeed that mysterious creature. Against the backdrop of a world map ablaze with red flashes of activity, Yapi analyzes the data and focuses his attention on the food sector as a key investment target. Amidst the global data and alarming visualizations, it is clear that the food situation in the 21st century has never been stable due to the catastrophic contamination of agricultural land with wastewater. In the early stages, developed Western countries in East Asia were relatively prepared for the crisis, but poor regions, particularly Eastern Europe and the Middle East, were left defenseless. The emergence of an underground fault disrupted the established order, forcing politicians and the military to act in emergency mode. It is these disadvantaged and polluted lands that Yapi buys up immediately after the breakup, seeing their hidden potential. His first target was the fertile land of the Heilongjiang People's Republic, which glowed red on the map as a warning. This country had already suffered during the Shanghai incident, and now the level of pollution there had reached a critical point. After acquiring part of the granary, Yapi used his faith in the goddess Demera to cleanse this devastated land. Despite Leon's limited power, which prevented him from immediately launching full-scale food production, this land was transformed into a veritable treasure trove of crops, blessed with rice, corn, barley, and other crops. A small robot with a loud voice announces that Pantheon is in the lead in the global food race, dominating all others. But suddenly, an alarming red signal lights up on its face, and it stops, uttering the alarming word problem. A map with pulsating red zones and arrows appears on the screen, and the system detects a possible invasion. After analyzing the situation, the robot concludes that a national war is a waste of resources, as it only increases the risk of gates appearing around the world. Finally, it argues that no sensible leader would have any reason to resort to force if they wanted stability. The words "breaking news" appear on the big news screen, and the voice of the anchor announces that a coup has just taken place in the Republic of Jilin. In the cafeteria, a guy with a tray stops in amazement upon hearing the shocking news of a possible war, and a girl at the table freezes with a spoon in the air. A small drone sounds an alarm, flashing red, as if confirming that the situation is indeed extraordinary. Yappy turns to the girl intently, emphasizing that he is only willing to talk to Gary, which surprises her. Sitting on a bench with a glass in her hands, the girl listens to the robot's explanation about an investment fund that is actively growing and managing assets. The confused girl looks puzzled when she learns that the new division will be exclusively engaged in managing her assets and is asked to register today. Gary reacts with shock to the remark about his poor financial situation, which requires the intervention of an asset management professional. Hearing that her savings are only 1/5 of the average for a Class A hunter, she freezes in tension and confusion. The small robot with a serious expression informs her that almost all of her modest salary and bonuses go to charity, exposing her complete financial recklessness. Holding her hands together conscientiously, the girl confesses that she donates to the orphanage where she grew up, and the robot concludes that finances need to be expanded for the sake of charity. Hanhari's face, distorted by self-satisfaction, shows her complete misunderstanding of the seriousness of the situation, even though she tries to appear convincing. Before she has a chance to justify herself, the girl receives a punishing blow, and the robot sternly reminds her that neglecting financial knowledge is a rejection of life itself. The embarrassed girl names the sum of 2 million, trying to wriggle out of the harsh financial interrogation of the mentor machine. Hearing the real figure of 20 million won, plus the cost of rent in Seoul, she almost faints, staggering back in shock. Panic flashes in the girl's eyes, but she convinces herself that if Sir Yapi himself has given the order, then everything will definitely be fine. The robot lights up rapidly and confirms that Hanhari now has silver participant status. The shocked girl asks incredulously, and the robot explains that she is now higher than bronze and has more guarantees. With enthusiasm and shining eyes, Hari hears about the 200% profit and instantly agrees to raise her level. The robot sparkles with enthusiasm as it talks about the possibility of upgrading, which sounds like a sweet treat in a golden wrapper. Lightning splits the sky behind Gary, while her gaze freezes in complete shock. With shining eyes and clenched fists, she happily agrees, as if fate has finally given her a chance. The problem was that no one doubted her good intentions, as she dialed the number with a smile and greeted Suho. A moment later, upon hearing the unexpected proposal, she asked in surprise what exactly she was supposed to do. But without hesitation, she immediately replied that it was a wonderful idea, writing down the names on a piece of paper. As her enthusiasm skyrocketed, Yapi's multi-level business seemed to come alive and began to grow rapidly in an instant. The sun is shining over the city, and a black car stops abruptly in front of a modern building, raising a cloud of dust. A man in a suit with a stern expression gets out of the car, adjusting his collar, followed by silent bodyguards. Their footsteps echo loudly in the spacious hall, cutting through the silence before the storm. 3 men in formal suits decisively enter the room, introducing themselves as employees of the district court and stunning those present with their official tone. One of them holds documents in his hands and coldly announces a warning about the seizure of assets, casting a shadow of anxiety on the faces of his listeners. The blond man, surprised and confused, nervously asks what this means, while the robot next to him trembles with surprise. Standing in the corner, the robot trembles in confusion, its sensors reddened, realizing the seriousness of the situation at hand. The official with a serious face prepares to announce the official document, while little Yappy trembles with tension and fear. In a panic, the robot rushes to flee, leaving behind a whirlwind of sparks and noise. In the office, with tense silence, the manager sits with a focused look, holding the silent robot in front of him, and a group stands in front of him, waiting for the speech. With his hands folded and his eyes burning, Leon demands an explanation for the failure, and the tension hangs in the air like an explosion about to happen. A small robot with an alarm signal carefully lays out a red document, as if sensing the approaching storm. Against the backdrop of a rain of banknotes, an agent in a dark suit with a gleam in his glasses reads out the charges, revealing the Pantheon Guild's debt for unpaid loans. The deceived employees of the Pantheon, mired in debt, furiously demand the return of their lost funds from the one to whom they entrusted their last. The hero, with an icy gaze and clenched fists, realizes that he has witnessed the complete collapse of the investment fund. A distraught girl, choking back tears, cries out about her $87 million investment and recalls the collateral she also gave away without hesitation. With despair in their voices, the men beg for their money back, sacrificing their wives' savings and years of money saved for medical treatment. Hearing how even the land was taken away due to the collapse, the hero freezes in silence, realizing the depth of human despair. At the table, Spinner prepares to announce the extent of the losses, while the king stands anxiously nearby. The little robot anxiously reports the staggering amount of losses, over 870 billion won. When the figure of 72% losses is announced, panic spreads through the crowd, and faces are filled with shock and despair. Hearing the report of the disaster, the blond man desperately orders everything to be taken out of the room, barely containing his anger. Armed and enraged, the investors rush to loot the warehouse, even targeting the frightened robot. The robot flees in panic while the angry crowd shouts about their property and tries to catch it. The girl watches the escape in tears, losing her last hope of saving her money. Her companion panics, not knowing what to do, while the robot advises her to put her things down and quickly pull out the hidden pole. The hero, with a tense look, feels disturbing changes inside himself, as if something unfamiliar is awakening. The young man's eyes flash with rage as he recalls how pitifully these people are behaving, pushing Ms. Han to the brink. In anger, exploding like a fiery lion behind him, the hero orders everyone to stop panicking and frightens them all with his strength. In the smoke-filled hall, confused people try to hold the robot back while Gary trembles in the arms of strangers. The young man turns to Spinner, clearly preparing to tell him something. With a determined gleam in his eyes, he assures him that with such intelligence, the robot is capable of solving any crisis. One of the men holds the distraught Yappy tightly, demanding an answer as to how long it will take to solve the problem. The robot confidently declares that he will have it done by tomorrow, forcing everyone around him to trust him with the situation. Naming himself after King Lionheart, he promises payment and orders everyone to return to their business. The guy in the white shirt with a drop of sweat on his forehead agrees respectfully, wondering in his mind if it's possible to do it in a day. A small mechanical robot with a red light runs nimbly through an underground corridor, surrounded by steam and energy. A few moments later, its body begins to tremble in flashes of red and yellow light, as if it is about to turn into a deadly weapon. A red warning flashes in the sky above the building, and the system announces the activation of the MK-1 External Combat Defense Protocol. An armored giant emerges from inside the vault, bathed in red light, a war machine with a ruthless gleam on every line of its body. With a flash of command code and a red beam in the center of its helmet, the combat cyborg carries out its mission to recover the stolen funds. Amid the ruins and destroyed skyscrapers of the Heilongjiang People's Government in the northernmost corner of East Asia, silence reigns after the disaster. In the comfort of another location, the orc corporal of the Jingling Republic, Lo, yawns relaxed, not yet suspecting what storm the red guest will bring. He asks in surprise about the enemies, not understanding why there is no resistance in the battle, and snorts a little disappointedly. Two orcs look contemptuously at the deserted city, mocking human weakness and proudly flexing their muscles. The orc commander scratches his nose with laziness and arrogance, considering the food supplies sufficient to rest first and then move on. Smiling with satisfaction, one of the orcs dreams of human stew, which he has not tasted in a long time. A thunderous laugh rises, and the orcs enthusiastically prepare for the looting, treating it as a fun game. Slumped in his chair with a smug smile, the chief savors his victory and already imagines his next banquet victim. An orc cautiously raises his head, sensing something is wrong, but not yet realizing the scale of the threat. With a bright hiss, a shining arrow pierces the sky, as if the gods themselves have responded to the cruel intentions of the invaders. The fiery arrow rapidly enters the atmosphere, bringing with it inevitable punishment for those who were laughing and mocking just a minute ago. A look of fear froze the orc's face when he finally realized that the deadly object was not just a meteorite. Destruction instantly engulfed the city as the heavenly weapon unleashed a fiery storm, sweeping away everything in its path. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, overcome with panic, realizes with horror that the top-secret weapon called the Staff of God is no longer under their control. At the command center, stunned officials try to figure out who activated the weapon, the code for which was known to only 3 people. One of the technical specialists confirms the hack with astonishment, noting that even with a changing minute-by-minute encryption code, it seems impossible. He adds that even a supercomputer would need at least 13 years of calculations to go through hundreds of millions of options. The stunned commander, silently trying to comprehend the impossible, asks if not them, then who could have done it? He shouts to stop the launch, but the operator helplessly admits that the password has been strengthened and it is now impossible to stop the process. The data on the screen is flooded with streams of code, and the distraught man exclaims that the number of options now exceeds 10 billion, and it is simply beyond comprehension. Another operator panics and informs the minister that all Russian Grizzly complexes have been activated and the lens has begun to move. In space, the countdown begins, and satellites prepare for simultaneous launch with Grizzly. The scientist realizes that the target of the activation is the Republic of Jilin. The minister indignantly asks why the attack is again directed there, while another employee shows him new alarming data. The minister, phone in hand, reacts indignantly to another message, learning that now there is talk of a press conference that unexpectedly changes the course of events. Against the backdrop of the U.S. Department of Defense emblem and a Russian general, statements are made that the U.S. is accused of threatening peace, while Russia promises not to tolerate provocations and is ready to act in exchange for a coup. Seeing a compromising video with his participation, the minister recognizes himself with horror, and his colleague confirms that it is a fake video. Angry and dismayed, the minister calls it a deepfake, realizing that he has fallen into the trap of a fake video created with realistic AI technology. In the tense silence of the command center, the officers freeze in front of their screens, watching as the data on the monitors begins to change in a chaotic rhythm, as if an unknown force is interfering with their system. A bright message appears on the screen in 6 languages, a mysterious declaration of the end of the war, striking in its decisiveness and shocking everyone present. One of the officers looks at the screen with concern, while another clutches his phone, asking confusedly what is happening, realizing that events are spiraling out of control. Left alone, the orc sighs heavily, staring into the void in front of him, filled with despair and fatigue. Linchin, covering his face with his hand, cannot understand why everything happened this way, and sadly lowers his gaze. Returning to his companions, he shares the situation he has discovered, but with bitterness in his voice, he admits that only endless war awaits them. 2 orcs panic and ask their boss what to do, realizing that the situation is completely out of control. The gang leader admits with fatigue and despair that the only real plan is to take the rest of the money and run away as quickly as possible. One of his subordinates jokingly suggests running away to a meadow, having children, and starting all over again, which makes his companion laugh. Hearing that all they have left to do is hunt human women, the orc says this with such fanaticism that the atmosphere is instantly filled with menace. But before the words have time to linger in the air, the sky seems to split open, and the hero's gleaming sword strikes the ground like lightning, stunning the attacker. Surprise and horror appear in the orc's eyes as he barely has time to realize from under the debris and dust that they have been attacked by someone invincible. One of the orcs cries out in horror at the sight of the mysterious warrior in armor, standing before them amid clouds of energy and smoke. The armored stranger coldly scans the battlefield, preparing for a new strike, while the light of his armor pulsates with a blue glow. Crouching over a fallen enemy, he confirms that this is an inhuman form of orc, as if on a mission of destruction. In a blinding flash of lightning, the robot lunges forward, ready for a devastating attack that promises to be ruthless and precise. The robot, in a combat stance with two cannons on its shoulders, looms over the figure with long blonde hair, demonstrating its unyielding will. The robot's eyes burn with red anger as it demands the money. Smoke billows from a hole in the roof left by a powerful blow that has turned the surface into complete ruin in the darkness of night. The orc sits calmly amid the debris, watching the armed soldiers preparing to fire, unaware of who they are actually dealing with. Fearless determination flashes in the leader's eyes, and his smile distorts into a battle frenzy before the inevitable clash. One of the orcs rushes into close combat and strikes the mechanized enemy's hull, unleashing a frenzied rage. Leaping from their positions, the orcs simultaneously rush into the attack as the armored fighter opens fire first through the shattered table. The robot's eyes flash red as its system switches to destruction mode and prepares for a merciless assault. Bullets blind the eyes and cut through the air as the orcs, choking on their screams, rush into the furious barrage of fire. An orc grabs his shield amid the shots with a cry of rage, trying to stop the onslaught of the deadly machine. With a battle cry, the monster rushes forward with an axe and a wooden shield, trying to break through the mechanical fighter's defenses. The robot deflects the attack with a twisting motion, and the orc's shield shatters under the powerful blow of the steel arm. A bloody flash cuts through the air as the robot counterattacks, sending the enemy's body flying to the side with terrifying force. The robot reloads its cannon while the orcs retreat in panic, sensing their impending doom. Its eyes burn red, and its body hums with power as it activates its super-heavy weaponry, capable of piercing any defense. With all its fury, the combat machine lunges forward, unleashing its deadly arsenal with every movement. The orcs prepare for the decisive battle as the security system removes all restrictions, allowing the use of real combat weapons. The robot activates total destruction mode, and a bloody beam of death bursts from its core. A barrage of fire pierces the room, shattering glass and walls, while battle cries echo in the explosive wave of gunfire. The combat robot fires a continuous barrage of shots, showering its enemies with fire and filling the air with flashes and shell casings. The orc screams in pain as bullets pierce his body, tearing his strength to pieces under the onslaught of deadly metal. Shell casings litter the floor, leaving a trail of fire, blood, and destruction spreading across the room. The robot, with a burning red eye, rushes forward through the smoke and lightning, radiating an inexorable threat. When the shooting is over, only the dead bodies of orcs and clouds of steam rising from the cold floor remain. One of the surviving orcs stares in horror at the figure slowly emerging from the fog. In the glow of the blue sky, a patterned battle axe spins, covered in heat and faint smoke after the blow. The huge red-eyed orc solemnly lowers the axe, declaring the death of the army's generals. The robot resumes its destruction mode, targeting the enemy, while the enraged orc challenges him, shouting about the real murder. A flash of light erupts, and the Iron Warrior's fist collides with the attack flying from below, emitting a blinding glow. The fearsome orc raises his axe with a battle cry, preparing to bring down all his fury on his opponent. The force of the blow cuts through space, destroying everything in its path, and the orc's face is filled with triumphant rage. And as the blade flies toward the armored opponent, his eyes widen in horror at the inevitable blow. He proudly raises his axe, which glows with power, while his opponent below realizes that this weapon is made of pure adamantite. The orc's face lights up with proud triumph, for even the legendary Drake could not withstand the power of this axe. The orc unleashes a series of blows with frenzied speed, tearing the enemy to pieces in a lightning-fast red whirlwind. Analyzing the situation, the armored robot system identifies the enemy as an S-level threat, but notes a critical lack of firepower. Defending itself against the next blow, the combat vehicle tries in vain to stop the blade, which glows red as it prepares for the final strike. The armored fighter with burning eyes releases a powerful wave of energy, directing it straight at the face of the enemy standing in front of him. The orc flies backward under the frenzied force of the blow, and a bright beam tears through the air, leaving an explosive wave behind. With a mark on his cheek and fangs gleaming in a frenzied grin, the green giant roars in response, acknowledging his opponent's strength. With a battle cry, the orc punches his opponent's helmet, forcing his body to recoil from the powerful blow. Smiling defiantly, the orc flaunts the protection of the warrior god Helkin and is confident that he will easily defeat this metal opponent. Waving his arms above his head, the enraged orc lunges from above with a double strike, trying to crush his armored enemy. The mechanical warrior splits in half under a blinding beam that bursts from his body like a last flash before defeat. A look of bewildered surprise appears on the orc's face as a voice announces the failure of the experimental model due to lack of time and budget. In the next moment, magical rays envelop him, paralyzing his body at the moment of impact, as he realizes with horror that something has gone wrong. The robot with a red core on its chest abruptly raises its arm, blocking the axe blow, and a wave of force explodes, cutting through the space around it. The orc panics and glances at the mechanism that attacked him, while it calmly reports the successful collection of combat data. With rage on his face, the orc yells at the drone, sweating profusely, unable to understand the meaning of its words. In the light of the fiery aura, the combat drone burns with power, activating the tactical law and launching an unknown phase of its algorithm. Streams of energy close in around the orc as the fire drone deploys a powerful attack field, forcing the enemy to defend himself with tension. An expression of surprise, fear, and realization spreads across the orc's face as he finds himself at the center of a trap of energy lines. In a burst of flame, the robot sinks its teeth into the enemy's body, turning it into bloody fragments under the pressure of a devastating blow. After the attack, the robot turns with cold precision, demonstrating the ruthless efficiency of the mission accomplished. A small drone scans the battle axe, whose shine indicates an ultra-strong adamantine alloy in high-class prey. The robot receives an order to eliminate all witnesses, coldly confirming the completion of the bloody purge. The news screen reports that the coup in Jilin is over and the new government has begun peace talks. The girl smiles with relief upon learning of the blessed grain harvest and the well-being of Sir Yapi. The girl with the phone joyfully announces the complete end of the war, and her robot assistant signals confirmation. The shocked girl looks in horror at the screen showing the fund's 200% return, while the blonde man reacts calmly to her surprise. The blonde man with a cup of coffee carefully reads the report on combat skills, immersed in plans for a new reality without war. A report with diagrams and photos of the guy appears on the screen, and the conclusion about the need to combine him with the gods sounds in his mind. Looking closely at the papers, he raises the cup to his lips, realizing that the young priest has almost no time left to prove his faith. The blonde man flips through the documents with determination, thinking about how much the gods will help speed up the process. A photo of the girl with a stern look reveals a personal file with graphs and statistics showing the seriousness of her training. The name Chon Soen appears alongside characteristics of class, weaponry, and origin, indicating her status as the heir to a great swordsman. A blonde man with a piercing gaze silently stares at the dossier, in which something has clearly alarmed him or made him think. Inside, a harsh verdict on greed sounds, which seems to have been the real motive behind the choice of the influential heiress. The past appears before his eyes in flashes of fire, where the king in a red cloak, overcome with anger, seems to repeat the path of the child from the prophetic vision. The blonde man stops instantly, sensing an invisible rustle behind him, which makes him look back anxiously. Entering the room with a focused gaze, the boy notices the hammer has been moved, suspecting that something is wrong and that someone has already interfered. The guy abruptly leaves, leaving behind the surprise on the faces of those present, including the girl with red hair. The embarrassed girl looks around with her mouth open and her eyes wide, trying to understand what is happening. The shining figure of the battle hammer descends sharply in front of the boy, who stands calmly against the backdrop of the bright blue sky. The blonde looks on with surprise and delight, assessing the unexpected ability of an ordinary boy to lift the legendary weapon. One of the workers carefully picks up the powerful weapon, feeling its weight and strength flowing through his muscles. Under a blue sky, enveloped in wind and silence, an endless expanse unfolds near the Namju Valley. A horse calmly chews someone's braid in the silence, while nothing around yet foreshadows a new beginning. Cadets stand in front of the stable with anxious looks, while a girl in red silently observes the unusual gathering. A blonde man with a serious face announces the arrival of newcomers, and this news causes surprise and tension among those present. The surprised cadets discuss the unexpected opportunity to join the guild, along with other academy students. The blonde man solemnly announces that a new participant will join the training, who will one day become a contender for the title of knight. Harry freezes in surprise, his eyes wide, while everyone turns to the figure appearing from the side. The boy nervously reassures himself, trying to believe in the gentleness of the horse, although his excitement breaks through his smile. He solemnly enters the arena, causing surprise among those present, while the coach watches his appearance closely. With determination in his voice, the young man introduces himself to everyone, declaring his status and asking for support on his new path. A glass skyscraper in the center of the metropolis glitters in the sun, concealing the power of the association's president. Standing in front of monitors in a dimly lit room, a gray-haired man receives confirmation of a joint inspection of 3 fleets. With a worried gleam in his eyes, the president utters the name of the Dragon Palace, acknowledging the importance of what seemed impossible. In the middle of the crimson sky, the sea gate opens, a terrifying portal known as the Dragon Palace. Under a stormy sky, a frightened sailor clutches a rope, remembering a time when no one even suspected the threat from the depths. A huge creature emerges from the darkness as a breach in Tokyo Bay poisons the sea and turns life into a nightmare. After the tragedy in Tokyo Bay, leaders of neighboring countries shake hands, recognizing the need to join forces. The Analysis Center reports an unexpected change in the typhoon's course, which is now moving towards Ulendo. The president, agitated and concerned, realizes that the most powerful typhoon of the year is approaching at the worst possible moment. Against the backdrop of a raging storm, a reporter reports with a tremor in his voice that the wind has reached record speeds and that the residents of Ulendo are facing a major disaster. A sudden sound causes him to turn abruptly, looking for confirmation of the threatening news. With a face full of determination, the chief orders to immediately contact His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild to enlist his help. 30 minutes later, a red-haired guest enters the control center and, after looking around the room, asks if the other participants have arrived. The gray-haired man with an ironic smile recognizes the guild leader, Li Yongwan, wondering how much he has changed since their last meeting. The young man sheepishly recalls that he would have ignored the summons in the past, but now, as a priority target, he cannot do so, despite the other prominent guilds. The old man responds with a sly smile, reminding him of the unmatched power of the Phoenix Guild and the consequences of the incident on Jeju Island, which are still being felt today. Surprised by the old man's audacity, Li Yongwang wonders about his words, realizing that he is deliberately provoking and testing his resolve. However, suspecting a trap, he confidently assumes that the association is unlikely to send only their guild, and that the president probably has a trump card up his sleeve. The red-haired young man frowns and presses his lips together as he listens, realizing that the person in front of him is clearly not someone he can consider his equal. Outraged by his failure, he turns away sharply, while the dark-haired girl, sitting with a smile, casually hints that it is his own fault. With unbridled irritation, he reappears before her, burning with anger, while she just shrugs her shoulders. The commander snorts in confusion, not knowing how to react. Beaten but unbroken, the knight with a wound on his chest solemnly declares that even without magic, he will faithfully serve the king. With a clenched fist and a serious look, he repeats about a dignified life, which is now under the protection of the gods. Standing with his back to the darkness, he clenches his teeth, feeling the familiar burning flame reignite inside him, like an echo of the past. Inside, 2 employees inform him of the arrival of an important guest, and he nods restrainedly, hiding his concern. Sensing something is wrong, the red-haired man looks back sharply, staring warily into the void behind him. The president, seeing the new arrivals, nervously adjusts his tie and tries to remain calm, although his eyes betray his surprise and uncertainty. The elderly man speaks loudly into the radio, while the young man behind him stares in shock, not understanding what is happening. In a cloud of light smoke, 3 figures solemnly enter the hall, causing tension in the air. The official bows deeply and thanks them for their visit, while the king, with a stern look, silently accepts the salute, causing surprise among those around him. The blond man smiles, hinting that the king's appearance is no small matter, and the official agrees, remaining polite. Smiling and gesturing for them to come forward, the gray-haired diplomat leads the king on, promising to explain the situation in detail. Sitting calmly in his chair, the king listens attentively, folding his arms and preparing for conversation. The director clearly explains the situation with the sea gate and the approaching typhoon, to which the king briefly responds. He presses a button on the remote control, turning on the projector and beginning an important presentation. A storm rises over the waters, ships from Japan and the United States rush to the gates, and other guilds prepare for the critical situation according to the agreed strategy. Leaning touchingly over the podium, the senior speaker asks on behalf of everyone to become a hero and raise the honor of the Lionheart. In the silence of the hall, those present listen attentively as the gray-haired man with the microphone bows deeply to the trio, awaiting their response. Impressed by his interlocutor's response, he smiles, acknowledges his eloquence, and accepts the proposal. Smiling, the blond man talks about the complexity of his journey and hints that it requires a corresponding sacrifice. His smile becomes thinner, more refined and sly, like a last word that hides his true intentions. Turning to the team, the hero smiles and says that kings do not count their treasures and entrusts the discussion of details to Sir Spinner, leaving those present in amazement. The older man nods obediently, acknowledging the young man's authority, but sighs inwardly, realizing that he has left them with nothing but a blank check. Returning to the exit, the hero once again takes the initiative, ordering someone to bring the list, while the others just watch him silently. Leaving the building, he strides confidently forward with the girl. The blue-eyed guy confidently announces who he will choose to carry out the task, holding a tablet in his hands, and the girl next to him reacts joyfully to his words. His gaze becomes serious when he first names Sir Spinner, and then lists the names of the cadets he plans to recruit for the mission. She carefully writes the names of the soldiers on the list, trying to keep up with the rhythm of the orders. Hearing an unexpected name, she freezes with wide eyes and a dark background behind her, not believing what she has just heard. Looking up in confusion, she cautiously asks the king to repeat what is troubling her. Realizing that there are no women on the list of soldiers, she freezes with her notebook in her hands, her eyes darting around in alarm. Hearing this, the blond man narrows his eyes in surprise, trying to understand if he heard correctly. And although she doubts herself for a moment, she still admits that she probably belongs to those whom the commander considers simply women, not real fighters. They walk through the city together, the guy holding the documents and the girl still digesting what she has heard, looking confused. The blond man with a malicious expression on his face says that women on a ship are a disaster, dashing Gary's hopes. Stunned by his words, she stops with frightened eyes, clutching her notebook and unable to believe what she has just heard. A chain of military helicopters flies over the sea, and in one of them, the pilot, who has received orders to escort the delegation, prepares to land. The helicopter descends rapidly to the deck of the Republic of Korea fleet, where an important guest arrives, causing anxiety among the soldiers. The helicopter hovers over the landing pad, and amid the noise of the propellers, a figure appears, eagerly awaited on the ground. Naval officers stand in formation with tense faces, not understanding who exactly has been brought in and why such alarm has been caused. A blond man in black clothes and glasses steps out of the helicopter with a confident gait, and a girl raises her hand in greeting, preparing for action. Accompanied by guards and allies, the blond man strides confidently toward the military command, causing everyone around him to freeze in silence. The blond man asks coldly about the base's command, to which the officer proudly replies that he is Vice Admiral Cho Ji-song, commander of the First Fleet. The Vice Admiral, acknowledging the royal presence before him, respectfully recounts how his daughter miraculously recovered after tasting the harvest gifted by the goddess Demera, and asks permission to thank her personally. Smiling with his eyes closed, the blond man takes off his glasses and warmly declares that if the admiral wishes to thank the goddess, then from now on he is his brother. The commander, smiling somewhat awkwardly, respectfully acknowledges the honor of being named a brother and invites the royal delegation to proceed. Before the briefing begins, the vice admiral addresses the king, offering to introduce the allies who will participate in the upcoming joint battle. Behind a high fence under a dark sky, a modern building with brightly lit windows can be seen, where the delegation is already heading for a secret meeting. A blond man with dark glasses enters the room with a confident gait, and his companion notices something strange among those present, causing slight tension. In the hall with a wooden stage, where several military personnel in civilian clothes have gathered, someone asks in surprise about the presence of the American raid group that has just been delivered by plane. The vice admiral and his ally enter the hall, exchanging distrustful glances about the reputation of lazy American raid squads, and suddenly recognize someone among those present. One of the guests excitedly exclaims the name of old Reynald Shellman, and everyone is shocked to realize that they are in the presence of the head of the American Magic Tower himself. In a gloomy corner of the hall, a gray-haired man with an authoritative gaze looks warily at the newcomers. With a suspicious look, Shellman grumbles that even Korea has sent representatives of this well-known but dubious corps. Standing in front of the hunters with a magic sphere in his hands, Shellman officially greets them and announces that he has been invited to the raid as the head of the Magic Tower. Seeing something, the mage's eyes widen in surprise. Something in front of him has greatly surprised him. A blond man enters the tension-filled hall with his entourage, causing the old man with the crystal to shudder at the sudden realization of the true power of the newcomer. Shellman's pupils dilate in horror. Thunder rips through the air, and his cry of despair mixes with panic. Struck to the depths of his soul, the old man is unable to contain his trembling and calls the king a great creature standing right in front of him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the blond man takes off his glasses and silently looks at the gray-haired magician, whom he has not yet recognized, while the latter panics mentally, remembering the king's past cruelty. Hiding in the crowd, the magician holds a magic sphere and places his hope in a magic ring, believing that it will hide the sphere from the gaze of his powerful enemy. Confident in the power of his artifact, the old demonic sorcerer reassures himself that thanks to the ring, he will be able to hide the traces of the curse and remain undetected. The sorcerer clenches his hand with the magic ring, which glows with a purple light. But something goes wrong, and surprise appears on his face. With horror and trembling in his eyes, the old man screams, trying to contain his hysteria, when he realizes that the king's sacred energy is literally erasing the artifact's effect. Enveloped in the glow of divine power, the blond man calmly looks around, unaware that his presence is exhausting the magicians and causing them to flee in panic. The mage with the magic sphere looks anxiously at the blond man, trying to behave naturally so as not to arouse suspicion, but already hears an offensive exclamation from the crowd. Drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, he forces a smile and showers the king with flattery, trying to hide his panic behind a mask of admiration. The frightened old man hastily withdraws his hand, refusing to shake hands because he understands that any contact could reveal his true nature. The young man smiles ominously with the corner of his lips, while behind him a guard watches the situation with concern. Standing coolly behind the sorcerer, the young man in dark glasses confidently declares that the old man is familiar with everything that is happening, causing him instant shock. Feeling a growing sense of anxiety, the sorcerer with the crystal ball gasps for air, trying to understand what exactly has caused such a strange fascination with his person. With a changed expression and trembling fingers, the wizard feverishly presses the crystal ball, assuring him that he cannot refuse, because the matter is of extreme importance. Watching the sphere, the old magician convulsively swallows air, because there is no other way but to enter the gate, and the thought of the sleeping demon's intervention fills his heart with fear. Against the backdrop of a pale sky, Gary strides confidently in a black cloak with documents in his hands, as if carrying something important. The girl, energetically waving the papers, relays the king's order, which strictly forbids women from boarding the ship. Her face suddenly takes on a surprised expression when she sees something unusual ahead. Meanwhile, near the hangar, several men are actively carrying boxes to a military truck, and one of them mentions the name of the hunter, Ku Dasan. The red-haired girl holding the documents exclaims in surprise the name of the hunter, who is wiping sweat from his brow after working with the cargo boxes. A soda can falls with a dull thud into the vending machine window, flashing a red glint. With a smile and a can in his hand, the hunter explains to the surprised assistant that he takes on even the smallest jobs. Near the vending machine, a red-haired girl respectfully reminds the hunter that he has already become a cadet knight and no longer has to perform small tasks. Wiping the sweat from his brow and holding the can, the hunter smiles awkwardly and says that he does not deserve such a promotion just because he lifted the hammer a little. The girl vehemently disagrees with him, indignantly admitting that she herself could not move the hammer even a millimeter. Confused and bewildered, the boy listens in surprise as the girl solemnly proclaims that he, among thousands of contenders, was chosen by the goddess herself as worthy. Her face flushed with surprise, her eyes sparkling with indignation as she tried to contain her embarrassment and surprise. Flushed with pride, the girl confidently justifies the king's choice, impressing the stunned boy with her unshakable faith in the ruler's authority. The girl, with indignation on her face, yells at the boy standing in the shadow of the blonde man, accusing him of arrogance and excessive reflection. Waving her finger, she orders him to bring coffee, excusing herself by saying that she spent the night training, while the boy himself retreats in confusion. The guy's face is covered in cold sweat and fear, and his lips tremble with confusion as he tries to say something, looking at Khan. Near the vending machine, the characters freeze in silence, while an awkward silence and tension hang between them. The shocked boy casts a suspicious glance, and the girl looks fearfully at the blonde man, whose posture only reinforces her suspicions. Suddenly, she is grabbed by her hair, and her eyes widen in shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. In a flash of rage, he grabs her by the pigtail, accusing her of arbitrarily imitating royal decisions, and she, bursting into tears, begs for forgiveness and asks him to take her life. The blonde man with a gloomy expression looks reproachfully at the girl, who is crying with shame and helplessness under his gaze, unable to hold back her tears. Turning away, he wonders aloud how such a person can receive a blessing, and the girl asks fearfully. The blonde man in dark glasses solemnly pronounces the name of the deity who personifies the power of the sea and the waves, as if summoning an ancient element. Surprised by the strange news of her sacred role, the girl looks confusedly at the guy, who has not yet realized what has happened. The blonde man puts his hand on the confused girl's shoulder and confidently invites her to join the expedition, leaving her even more stunned. The red-haired girl looks anxiously at Leon's face, not understanding why he looks so strange. In despair, she cries out and struggles in panic, because instead of the holiness she dreamed of, she has been mercilessly tied up, and she no longer understands what is happening. The man with the red beard rushes to her with a cry, shocked by how brazenly they treated the one they were supposed to honor as a saint. Seeing a group of guards carrying Gary, tightly tied to a log with wild cries for help, the young man on the deck stares down. The young man in black glasses, with a barely noticeable smile on his lips, solemnly declares that a woman on a ship is a bad sign because she will inevitably bring misfortune. Hearing the mysterious phrase that disaster can be averted by bringing a woman onto the ship, the redhead turns to the king with concern. The blonde man in black glasses confidently explains the situation, calling the girl a decoy against the backdrop of the ship's figurehead, while the red-haired girl screams hysterically. Among a group of young men carrying a barrel, Suko apologizes fearfully to his sister, and in response hears a cry of indignant betrayal that causes him to fight in panic. The four young hunters enthusiastically rush forward with the tied-up girl, ignoring her cries for help. The girl, with a disappointed look on her face, leans against the barrel, as if listening to the desperate cries from inside, while ignoring them at the same time. The barrel lands with a thud on the platform, while screams erupt from inside. In the evening sky filled with the cawing of crows, Gary emerges in horror from behind the pole to which she is tied, noticing something frightening on the deck. Her eyes widen with fear, and a scream escapes her lips as she realizes that danger is close and there is almost no chance of escape. The wind howls over the cold sea, and she, wrapped in ropes, peeks out from behind the pole with a sweaty face, trying to see what is coming out of the waves. The large ship rises up, seemingly indifferent to her fate, while nearby, the shadows of people watch without showing any sympathy. A desperate cry pierces the night as her face contorts with horror, and her rope-bound hands are powerless in the face of the impending tragedy. The captain and his crew stare anxiously at the calm sea, feeling a strange emptiness instead of the expected divine power. A giant creature moves slowly in the transparent blue between the ships, and it becomes clear that these seas know neither sails nor God. The blonde man with a serious look acknowledges his powerlessness before the sea, which has not yet accepted his strength and remains alien to him. The bright shark laughs maliciously, announcing that grace comes only through fear and respect, not through empty pleas. After reflecting on the words about faith and grace, the blonde man makes a difficult decision that could change the course of events at sea. The frightened girl, her eyes wide open, hears an unexpected proposal to make her a priestess, which fills her with horror and surprise. The mighty spirit of the sea acknowledges the success of the agreement, looking at the girl with respect, because he felt true value in her heart. He voices the revelation that the girl was born to serve the gods, and she, stunned, does not even have time to comprehend the meaning. The blonde man with a glow around his palm calmly accepts the power, impressing even the spirit himself, for he is capable of containing all divinity without limitation. The spirit admits that he felt something special in the girl, but only now does he understand that her blessing is real and perhaps not accidental at all. The frightened girl does not understand why she was called misfortune, while the god jokingly hints that his lighthouse will deal with people like her. The bright spirit bends deeply over the ship, calling the girl's name with a special intonation, as if proclaiming the choice of the gods. Hearing that she is now a new priestess, the girl looks up in surprise, trying to comprehend the unexpected change in her fate. The huge sea spirit blesses the girl, giving her power over the waves and commanding her to spread his ideals among the people. Blinded by unexpected honor, she asks to be untied with a joyful gleam in her eyes, hoping for freedom. However, the spirit sternly proclaims the condition that until the priestess is sacrificed, the ship will remain untouched by the water element. Lightning cuts through the sky above the stormy sea, and a menacing storm is already creeping up on the ship, which is swaying under the pressure of the elements. The girl asks fearfully about the end, while alarming reports of an approaching typhoon and 10-meter-high waves sound all around. In the downpour, the crew flees in panic to their cabins, hearing cries of resistance to the elements that are about to engulf the ship. Watching lightning split the sky, the girl freezes in horror as a giant wave rises above the ship. In a panic, she screams and begs for help as the water covers the ship, threatening to engulf everything around it. Leon suddenly appears and, assessing the situation, notes that her heart still lacks faith. The boy speaks calmly, assuring her that even doubt can be forgiven if she listens to the faith in her heart. Smiling through the rain, he leans toward the girl, tied to the mast, and gently advises her to surrender to the will of the sea. The storm breaks out, lightning splits the sky, and the boy with his arms outstretched proclaims her union with nature, while she hysterically begs for her life. The girl looks back in surprise at the boy, whose smile behind his dark glasses hints at something disturbing and exciting at the same time. Standing in the middle of a raging storm, he casually remarks that not a single wave has touched him, despite the fury of the typhoon. The stunned girl realizes that she has not felt the swaying of the sea for a long time, and this discovery causes her to tremble unconsciously. As the ship rapidly approaches the epicenter of the storm, the sea suddenly calms down, as if nature itself recognizes its power. Thanks to the presence of the priestess at the bow, Thomas's ship crashes into the storm with magical calm, cutting through the waves like a knife. The blonde man explains with a smile that the god needs a priestess as a conduit, and the shocked girl suddenly realizes that she was not chosen because of her gender. Feeling something weakening her body, the girl notices that the tight ropes are falling off. Tied to a pole in the rain, she struggles with all her might while the king silently watches her attempts. The ropes suddenly weaken, and the girl flies into the air with a frightened cry, not understanding what is happening. Thunder rips through the sky, and the ship rises wildly on the waves, her scream echoing in the desperate roar of the storm. The girl, clinging to a wooden beam, screams with determination, preferring to be tied up than to be thrown into the sky by the storm again. Amidst lightning and a raging storm, the ship cuts through the waves until the girl is tied to the stern mast again with Leon's help. After weathering the storm, an Arleigh Burke-class American warship appears through the rain, calmly cutting through the waves of the night. The old man, clutching the magic ball, admits with relief that the ship miraculously stayed afloat, following the mysterious guide. The power of the god of the seas and waves awakens in the crystal sphere, giving the ship protection and the promise of a generous catch even in the heart of the storm. Horror grips the old man as he holds his breath and recognizes the scale of the disaster, which is as powerful as a demon attack. Enchanted by the sphere, the old man stands in the rain and anxiously reports that an Arleigh Burke-class ship has appeared. The Japanese destroyer Murasame, stranded during the storm, is now being rescued, although its magical power has already been reduced by a third. The old man clutches the purple sphere with trembling hands, trying to concentrate his magic on the gate as the voice from the sphere instructs him. Against the backdrop of thunder, the ship receives orders from Quangetto, and the glare of the attacking module cuts through the storm, beginning the assault. A squad of heavily armed soldiers rapidly cuts through the waves in a rubber boat, heading for the enemy ship with determination in their eyes. Lightning flashes in the sky, and a giant portal opens ahead of the ships, engulfing the storm in the light. The boats rapidly approach the vortex of the burning portal, preparing to make a decisive leap into the unknown. The confident blonde leads the team straight into the heart of the storm, announcing the start of a dangerous operation. Against the backdrop of rain and stormy flashes, the guy anxiously announces the entry of the Pantheon Guild, while the girl stands silently tied to the mast, her head bowed. Under the rain and lightning, Gary looks into the distance, tears rolling silently from her eyes, sadness and anxiety clouding her gaze. A blazing red glow engulfs the silhouette of the boat as it races decisively into the unknown through the portal, leaving the stormy sea behind. Her eyes wide with surprise, she watches as the waves rise around her, and her mechanical companion also seems to be frozen in amazement. Tied to a pole, the girl watches in horror as a huge water tornado lifts her enemies into the air. With ropes around her body and her eyes rolled back, the girl, along with the rest, flies up into the epicenter of the raging tornado, screaming in panic in the wild whirlwind. After the storm, the girl is carried ashore to a sunny island, where she lies unconscious among the palm trees. Waking up with sand in her mouth, she mutters regretfully about Kim Chichigi, remembering that she warned about such an outcome. Tasting the seawater, she suddenly comes to her senses with wide eyes, indignantly realizing how salty everything is. Choking on seawater, the girl hastily crawls out of the surf, coughing and indignantly complaining about the excessive saltiness. After catching her breath, she realizes with confusion that she must have been swept away by the wind and tries to figure out where everyone has gone. Turning around, she notices her companions scattered on the sand, lying unconscious under the pink sky after the storm. In the middle of the beach, the girl loudly calls for her companions to come to their senses, while they begin to stir in the sand with painful groans. One of them, holding his head, is surprised by her appearance, and despite the sand in his mouth, tries to understand what happened to them. After listening to his guess about the whirlpool, the girl thinks carefully about whether everyone who was supposed to be here has already woken up. Among the tired figures scattered on the shore, she anxiously searches for King Leon and the other hunters, who are nowhere to be seen. Her anxiety is suddenly interrupted by a mysterious voice that envelops her consciousness with a promise of safety for all, causing her to be shocked. Surprised, she leans closer to her companion to understand where the voice is coming from, and her gaze slides down. Seeing a cute little turtle on the sand, the girl asks incredulously if this is really the creature she has just been communicating with. Suddenly, the voice affirms that this tiny creature is the embodiment sent personally to save her. Puzzled by its size, the girl looks at the turtle with doubt, not suspecting that she is facing a divine being. Against the backdrop of memories of a terrifying figure with a burning eye, the girl sighs thoughtfully, suspecting that the real danger is yet to come. She tries to find out from the mysterious creature where its confidence and safety comes from, and whether it even knows what happened. The voice explains that a powerful force of will scattered them to safe places, although it was unable to gather everyone together. The turtle admits that it is difficult for him to move and asks to be placed on her shoulder for convenience. The girl obediently complies and asks herself, confused, what she should do now with this strange divine companion. Suddenly, sensing something strange in the air, she becomes alert and looks around sharply, sensing danger nearby. With a cry of alarm, one of the knights calls on everyone to prepare for battle, as the monster is rapidly approaching their camp. With a noise that breaks the silence, a flock of giant crabs jumps out of the forest, forcing the fighters to instantly take up defensive positions. Their red shells glisten in the setting sun as the crabs rush forward, threateningly waving their claws. With a red-hot blade in her hands, she rushes forward with her comrade, realizing that the enemy has already broken through to the center of the island. Fire magic swirls around her as she steps to the front line, the main fighting force against the crab invasion. But suddenly, her fiery onslaught meets unexpected resistance, a jet of water extinguishing the heat on her sword, causing her surprise. Hearing the reproach that the priestess of the seas is causing the flames, the girl freezes with wide eyes, unable to believe her own incompatibility with the element. In a panic, she screams that she does not want to serve the god of the sea and angrily throws the turtle away. And when she realizes that she has gone too far, she freezes in awkward amazement, looking at the god hanging silently on her hand. Only the smoky traces of battle remain, burnt grass, shadows from trees, and the silent bodies of defeated monsters. Amidst the ruins of broken armor and smoldering smoke, the sorcerer surveys the battlefield, holding a sphere in his hands. The dark sphere orders the remaining Americans to set up a base and then head into the forest. Walking through the tall grass, he approaches the dead body of a crab, aiming at it with a bow. With lightning in his eyes and purple magic in his palm, he utters a spell, demanding that the body be reborn for new service. Purple streams of magic envelop the crab's body as the sorcerer completes the ritual and waits for the creature to rise from the dead. The monster rises, obediently walking alongside him, while the mage clutches the sphere, confident in his complete control over his new servant. With burning eyes, he gives the command, demanding to be taken immediately to the stone statue that has become the goal of his dark journey. The mage, purple orb in hand, approaches the strange altar, nervously recognizing it as the statue needed for the ritual. Standing before the ancient obelisk with a burning red eye, he realizes that several more such statues must be found to complete his plan. Raising his hand with the magic sphere, he activates the spell, emitting a powerful red glow that cuts through the darkness of the forest. The mage stops the spell, raising his hand in front of the altar, when someone appears behind him. Liang Wang and his companions approach through the evening gloom, looking suspiciously at the one who dared to activate the ancient mechanism. The gray-haired mage acknowledges the authority of the newcomers, names them, and realizes that he has gotten himself into an awkward situation, thinking about the threat of the undefeated monsters. The mage suspiciously questions the commander about the quest and the destroyed statues, and the commander calmly replies that he has checked everything thoroughly. The quest screen clearly states the request to explore the island and destroy the 3 statues of Racho the Great, confirming the real task. Frowning slightly, the red-haired hunter recalls a previous incident at the gates of Jeju, which makes him doubt the old man's sincerity. He recalls the Red Gate, where the real goal was not to defeat the mighty Sir Gabrick, but something else entirely, to preserve his existence. The hero realizes that this quest contains something hidden that they have not taken into account, and his eyes flash with determination amid the neon lights of the portal. In a forest glade, a group of hunters looks at the old man with a magic ball, and after mentioning the trap, the atmosphere becomes tense, as if something invisible is already waiting for its moment. The red-haired commander leans forward, his serious expression emphasizing that, first of all, they need to gather information about the mysterious Rakshar. The old wizard, holding a dark ball in his wrinkled hands, agrees with what has been said and orders a retreat, because it will be too difficult to defeat everyone on their own. With a sly smile and a twinkle in his eye, he praises the insight of the Korean hunters, causing those present to look at each other in surprise. The sorcerer suggests heading to the beach, as there are people from the Mavericks Guild there. Gary lowers his sword with relief and announces the end of the battle, standing in front of his defeated enemies and comrades. She is worried about the safety of the group, but her brother with the shield smiles and assures her that everyone is unharmed. Seeing a familiar knight, the girl exclaims his name in surprise, and the others turn to her with curiosity and amazement. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, she runs up to the man in armor, anxiously asking about his condition, but he cheerfully replies that he is fine. Embarrassed and confused, she stammers, not knowing how to continue, her expression frozen between surprise and doubt. Hearing the alarming news of His Majesty's aura disappearing, the knight, with a confused look on his face, tries to explain the situation to the surprised girl, who does not have time to realize the danger. The girl panics, realizing that without His Majesty's reinforcements, they will have a hard time, but the knight seriously says that this is not the problem at all, hinting at something much deeper. He recalls a previous experiment in which he tried to determine the limits of His Majesty's aura, and now realizes that these limits are the main cause of their anxiety. The warrior explains that the reinforcement works within a radius of 30 kilometers, and it is most effective against demons covering the largest area. The knight says with bitterness in his voice that none of them have received the enhancement, and his words are met with tension in the air. But suddenly, the red-haired girl calmly approaches them, and the knight announces that she is not affected by the buff, causing everyone around to freeze. The confused girl tries to comprehend what she has seen, noting that the island is too small to hide anything large. The sun sets over the island's bays, and against the backdrop of the golden horizon, the thought arises that His Majesty is probably not here. The girl looks on with fear in her eyes, struck by the appearance of a familiar image, while realizing that the spirit's connection has completely disappeared. The boy in armor anxiously talks about the failure of the search, and the girl listens to him with concern as the sunset fills the sky. Standing by the shore, the girl stares at the rolling waves, as if waiting for an answer from the ocean, immersed in anxious thoughts. In the depths of the sea, among the rocks and corals, a ball of energy shines brightly, pulsing between the remains of ancient stairs, releasing a mysterious power. A young man in dark glasses calmly raises his head in the rays of magical light, while a voice says that it is time to end the long sleep that has lasted for centuries. The ominous shadow of a demon with burning eyes rises above the temple, voicing the boredom and hunger that have tormented him for 500 years of monotonous meals. The fiery maw of the monster opens wide before the blonde youth, who confidently walks toward the monster, while in the darkness, curiosity about the taste of the divine night can be heard. After numerous failed attempts to boot up, the system finally activates a strange machine in which human and inhuman components are intertwined. In the center of the cave, like an ancient priest on a throne, the robot commands a gathering of giant brethren, preparing them to awaken their power. Inspired and joyful, the crabs raise their claws and shout signals, welcoming the appearance of a new significant authority. The confused robot, just awakened to life, looks around in surprise, trying to understand who is responding to it so emotionally. The crabs repeat the cheerful signals in unison, as if recognizing the mechanical creature as their long-awaited ally. The small drone, confused by the crab's loud reaction, freezes on the pedestal, not understanding what it has done to deserve such adoration. Surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd, the drone tries to respond, but looks increasingly confused amid the waves of noisy greetings. Agitated and sweaty, it chirps confusedly, not understanding whether it has fallen into a trap or become the new leader of a strange tribe. After reviewing the group's lineup, one of the participants anxiously notes the absence of several key people, including Manager Kim. Filled with suspicion, the dark-haired girl mentions possible deserters among the soldiers, but the guy immediately assures her that everyone is safe. Gary smiles and thanks his allies, confidently explaining that thanks to them, the monster was easily defeated. The smiling man from the Mavericks Guild introduces himself to the hunters from Korea as Mistral, while the girl introduces herself with surprise as Han Gary. Hearing the call sign, she pauses, trying to remember where she has heard that name before, and her imagination conjures up a multitude of images. The girl suddenly recognizes him as the famous S-rank hunter Alan Taylor, and he himself jokingly questions the meaning of the call signs. One of the participants awkwardly apologizes for the mistake in the name, while the others whisper excitedly, recognizing the famous S-rank hunter from YouTube. The girl admits with surprise that she did not know about Mistral's participation in the raid, and he calmly explains that they left in a hurry without exchanging information. Looking at the situation, Mistral concludes that the guildmaster is missing and asks if there is any chance of finding the people who were swept away by the wave. The girl reassures him with relief that everything is fine. With a slight smile, Hari declares that she has received protection from the god of the sea, and that the search for their majesty should only begin with a divine sign. Confused and perplexed, he tries to comprehend the connection between the god of the sea, Pegasus, and the logic of this strange conversation. A warning about the start of the first wave appears in the sky, and the team, frozen in place, stares anxiously at the screen above their heads. The surprised girl tries to understand what this wave means, and asks if it is about repelling monster attacks. A giant dark figure emerges from the water, and the timer in the blue window rapidly counts down the time until the invasion begins. Monsters rapidly emerge from the water, preparing to attack, while behind them a giant squid or octopus emerges. The huge monster rushes forward with its mouth wide open, raising a column of water and launching a swift attack. A giant tentacle breaks out of the water and rushes towards a group of fighters who are throwing themselves in all directions in panic. The girl turns sharply, horror in her eyes, as a boy emerges from behind her, desperately calling for her to stop the danger. The warrior shouts for shields, demanding immediate defense, while the girl and the boy rush forward through the line of knights. The monster's powerful blow hits the soldier's shield with a crash, throwing him back with the explosion. The distraught soldier cries out that without reinforcement from His Majesty, their strength is gone, and in a panic, he rushes into battle. The giant tail breaks the ranks of the warriors, scattering them in the air, and one of them cries out in horror the name of the wounded hunter. The girl with fire in her eyes shouts to her wounded comrades, receiving the answer that they still have the strength to withstand the wave. Gritting her teeth, she curses her own powerlessness and anger at not being able to use her main fiery gift. Taking up a defensive stance, she leaps forward with her spear, cutting through the crowd of monsters attacking from all sides. With an angry gleam in her eyes, she takes to the air, slicing through the monsters' bodies with a lightning strike that leaves a cloud of ash in its wake. Running along the shore through the crowd of shadow creatures, she desperately calls out to Poma, hoping to awaken at least some superpowers. Her face flashes with shock when the spirit mockingly compares her to a cartoon heroine, causing her to scream. Unleashing a burst of magical power, the girl cuts down her enemies with lightning-fast sword movements, her eyes burning with determination. She stands proudly among the hunters with her weapon in hand, while one of the men reminds her to be cautious of the Korean opponents. Her gaze suddenly fills with anxiety and surprise as she realizes something important that had escaped her notice. Against the backdrop of a blood-stained battlefield, two hunters casually report that their opponents were too weak for their rank. The surprised young men look at the outcome of the battle in awe, recognizing the extraordinary power of the guild, considered the best in America. Smiling boldly, the blond man urges them to finish off the remaining opponents as quickly as possible, while his companion prepares for the next attack. After a fierce battle, the water calmly washes over the dead enemies, and an inscription announces that the third wave is over. 36 hours after the rescue, a mechanical robot cheerfully clicks its claws against the backdrop of a cloudless sky. Yappy, together with the submissive crabs, holds back the waves rolling onto the island, as if creating a protective barrier. He calmly reports on the 12-hour wave refresh interval, emphasizing that crab-like monsters are characterized by extremely rapid growth and reproduction. Observing the crab, Yappy explains that ordinary creatures need time to accumulate resources and form a skeleton, but these monsters ignore all natural limitations. Amidst shouts from afar, someone runs towards Yappy, joyfully calling his name. Kim Jae-hyuk informs the puzzled robot that the system has just been updated, while it listens attentively. With a determined look in his eyes, the young man proudly raises his finger and loudly announces his achievement, while the system confirms that he is indeed saved on the first day. Kim carefully studies the blue screen, asking in surprise about the system window, and the robot calmly explains that exchanging information with the system is critical in case of data loss. The hero, carefully considering the situation, comes to the logical conclusion that since the monsters are attacking, their real goal is to destroy the statues. Standing amid the crystal waters above the Dead Sea monsters, the hero wonders if a mysterious force is trying to destroy the sacred statues, which gives him a strange feeling. After analyzing the quest and the monsters' behavior, the hero realizes that they are waging an ancient war against an enemy force connected to the stone statues. The hero stands among the fallen crab-like monsters, gazing gloomily at the horizon, while an uneasy silence reigns around him and the awareness of the imminent threat of the fifth wave grows. Turning over his shoulder, the boy with the yappy on his head asks in surprise whether even his brother is subject to this order, since the requirement to have cold weapons for combat has become mandatory. The hero looks seriously at the crab, triumphantly holding a knife in its claws, and involuntarily wonders how safe this is. Smiling with inspiration and his hands folded, the boy with the creature on his head joyfully announces his discovery. Standing in front of a waterfall amid lush greenery, he gazes spellbound at the noisy stream, behind which something unknown is hidden. Looking behind the waterfall, he discovers a hidden cave where darkness and rocks create an atmosphere of mystery. Walking into the darkness of the cave with a flashlight, he heads deep into the mysterious tunnel, where every step echoes with mystery. The boy looks out from behind a rock with shining eyes and excitedly calls out to his friend, noticing something unexpected. Amidst the abandoned skyscrapers, the boy stands with his arms wide open, admiring the grandeur of the city, realizing that once upon a time, a highly developed civilization lived here. In the depths of the sea, among the debris of rocks and barely visible ruins, fish with bloodthirsty mouths circle menacingly. A blond man in a dark jacket slowly takes off his glasses, as if realizing that he has gotten himself into a situation that does not fit his plans at all. Staring intently ahead, he realizes that this is not just the seabed, but a place where the remnants of civilization silently keep their secrets. Surrounded by light, the hero enters a ruined world, where a majestic building silently watches his steps amid the silence and ruins. Turning around in the glow of the portal, The blonde man analyzes the disappearance of an alien force, sensing that someone's power has weakened in this foreign territory. In the burning darkness, like a creature from a nightmare, a demon appears with a divine aura, combining the power of hell with the rights of heaven. Enveloped in radiance, the young man summons evil into the light, demonstrating his confidence and fighting spirit, which burns in every gesture. An ominous laugh bursts from the dark distance, and a gleam appears in the boy's eyes, heralding the beginning of a game without mercy. The name Lionheart echoes through the space, where magical symbols surround him like clouds, and a voice proclaims the heir to the dragon slayers with a lion's heart. In the glow of divine light piercing the darkness, the figure of the hero stands before a giant gate, while red eyes watch him ominously from the abyss behind him. Emerging from the darkness, the tentacles of a giant creature envelop the stage, while from its deep shadows shine the eyes of a being known as the King of Kings. The mighty guardian of the Forgotten Kingdom rises from the depths, stirring up a storm of power around him to meet the hero whose army and glory are now a thing of the past. The blonde man, enveloped in the glow of self-confidence, proudly recalls his majestic name, which echoes among the demons like thunder in the silence. A terrifying monster with twisted tentacles emerges from the darkness, acknowledging that even in the demonic world, this name is known as the name of a hero. Amidst the brilliant light of the magical portal, he stands unshakable, surrounded by the memory of countless heroes who came here, but did not have the strength to overcome the ancient evil. The demon ominously asks how the hero is different from the others, but he only looks contemptuously at the shadow and calls it a dirty anchovy, muttering nonsense before his majesty. The creature spreads its tentacles and laughs maniacally, while the main character, enveloped in an aura, confidently approaches it through space and distorted air. The stone arena is plunged into shadow as the demonic tentacles surround the light-filled Leon, who stands in the middle of the magic circle, preparing for battle. The entity, bound by magical seals full of rage and dark gleam in its eyes, turns to Lionheart with words of gratitude for his involuntary liberation. Thanks to the victory over malice, a new horror emerges from the depths of darkness, and Lionheart looks with alarm at the otherworldly figure shrouded in dark energy. A huge demonic creature with burning eyes and chains binding it stands menacingly before the hero, proclaiming the end of its 500-year imprisonment. Under the scorching sun of the tropical coast, the heroine emerges from the sea, knowing that the time of the fourth wave has come and the battle is just around the corner. In a heavy wetsuit, with a gloomy face and a shell on her head, she angrily trudges through the waves, dissatisfied with the unexpected challenge. The shell on her head sighs silently, implying that he does not see even a hint of seriousness in the girl's actions. Bursting with emotion, she tries to explain that she is actually trying her best, even though it looks like she is just happily splashing in the waves. Her eyes flash with indignation when she hears that standing in the water will not help awaken her strength, because the waves do not recognize weak determination. Standing knee-deep in the sea, she takes a deep breath, trying to calm down and focus on her inner state. Her thoughts turn to the strict teachings of the goddess Ariana, who rewards righteousness and glory, even though it sounds a little outdated. Amidst the golden fields, there are echoes of the goddess of the earth and the fighting spirit of Petos, who give people strength and determination in their daily work. Pointing to the god of the seas, she sincerely suggests that her splashing in the waves may have a deeper meaning, although doubts remain. From a decisive poke at the shell, the realization dawns that their goal truly lies in the depths of the sea, not on land. Clenching her fists, she decides not to delay for a moment, because the fate of Leon's majesty depends on her awakening. She leans toward the shell with an irritated look, demanding explanations on how to do everything correctly, but still cannot comprehend what he has in mind. The tiny animal sighs silently as it is held in her palms, as if the weight of deciding whether to awaken the waves rests on it. Hearing the solemn address to her as a saint, she freezes in surprise as the shell proclaims with inspiration that embodying faith in the sea is easy and honorable. In vivid memories of the sea, the source of life, she hears the instruction that faith can be strengthened not by actions, but by sincere gratitude. Standing on the shore with the shell in her hands, she listens to the voice from the depths, which calls her its priestess, but at the same time emphasizes that the path of a priest is not the same as that of a believer. Opening her eyes in surprise, she reflects on how confidently She believed that the awakening of a warrior was no different from that of a knight. Clutching the shell to her chest, she promises to try even harder, not noticing her brother running towards her with an anxious cry. The breathless boy finally finds her on the shore, and she, looking up from the water in surprise, does not understand what could have happened that was so urgent. Hearing the mysterious words about the statue of Rakshara, she freezes with her eyes wide open, not understanding what new madness awaits her ahead. One of the hunters, with a smug smile, announces that the Mavericks Guild has finally found a stone statue that could change their fate. In the tall grass in front of the mysterious monument with a red core, 4 men freeze in tense anticipation of a strange ritual. The mage silently stares into his magic orb, realizing that the discovery is no accident, but a harbinger of great upheaval. The magician looks at the statue with cold assessment and mutters that it is still protected, that it is more difficult than it seemed, and at the same time angrily wonders why these idiots are doing something that no one asked them to do. A red-haired guy with a serious face contemplates the statue, pondering its danger, while a black-haired girl smiles slightly ironically as he decides internally that he definitely does not trust this quest. Smiling ominously in the dark glow of the magic ball, the old magician thoughtfully suggests destroying the statue secretly at night, but reassures his interlocutor that there is no need to doubt. Something will happen soon anyway. Expressing dissatisfaction with the inaction, the man turns to the Koreans with a proposal to destroy the stone statue, because 3 days have already passed and caution is beginning to seem futile. Minuteman from the Maverick Guild, pointing to the only visible statue nearby, suggests that it is this statue of Rakshara that should be destroyed, thus pushing the situation towards a radical solution. After an awkward silence, the hunter looks around nervously, while the girl next to him watches him, as if hinting that hasty conclusions could lead to problems. Thinking aloud, the girl admits that there is no other way but to destroy the statue, and the commander, sighing with resignation, silently agrees, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. The red-haired warrior takes responsibility and offers to destroy the cursed statue, and folding his arms with relief, the hero in yellow enthusiastically supports this proposal. Gathering all his strength in his fist, the Srank Hunter Minuteman rushes forward and delivers a powerful blow to the statue of Rakshara, creating a flash of light and energy. Focused and confident, the hero with a gleam in his mask clenches his fist, filled with energy, preparing to deliver the decisive blow to the ill-fated statue. After the powerful blow, the ground shakes and the fragments of the magical monument fly into the air, scattering in an explosion that marks its end. A bright notification on the screen records the result. The great Rakshara statue has been destroyed, confirming the final victory over the ancient artifact. Against the backdrop of the message about the destruction of the first statue of Rakshara, a huge stone ball falls to the ground, scattering into fragments with a crash. The hero in the suit, with a smug smile, admits that he knew the right decision from the very beginning, posing in front of the destroyed statue, which has now turned into a pile of rubble. The red-haired guy sighs with relief as he reads the system message, and finally seems to realize that they have chosen the right path. The worried guy doubts the correctness of their actions, but the girl in black calmly replies that she sees no other way out. The boy explains that the main thing now is for Yen Wang to start preparing, because the wave is already approaching and everything has taken longer than they expected. From behind the trees, they watch the group intently as they discuss the alarming question of whether Yenvan will appear and whether he is a real hunter at all, while a mysterious shadow approaches silently, ominously bending the grass. The old man with a dark sphere in his hands confidently declares that destroying the statue was the right decision because the wave never came, to which the young man sighs with relief, hiding his anxiety. Smiling and enigmatic, the magician raises his finger and calls everyone to gather together to summarize the situation, as if preparing the stage for something much bigger than just a report. The gray-haired man in the center of the group explains that a stone statue is hidden on each of the 3 islands. So while some of the people search for the others, the rest must destroy the remaining statues as quickly as possible. After a brief silent pause, the leader nods in agreement, accepting the proposal without objection and ordering everyone to act according to plan. Drawing a diagram of the 3 islands on the ground with a stick, he explains that there are 2 statues left to destroy, so they need to split up and head to the islands from both sides at the same time. A gray-bearded man with a thoughtful look holds a purple ball, explaining that the first group to destroy the statue will be able to support the other, and boats washed ashore will help them cross. The hero in a mask and armor, full of energy and determination, with a sparkle in his eyes, joyfully exclaims that everything is wonderful, clenching his fists in impatient anticipation of action. The team splits into groups. One of the heroes calls for the two remaining statues to be destroyed, and the red-eyed boy and dark-haired girl confirm that they are leaving immediately. Against the backdrop of the shining surf, several boats gently touch the shore, preparing to take passengers to their destination. The boy leans anxiously over the side while the other looks around in bewilderment, trying to understand what has happened. Shocked and agitated, he opens his eyes, realizing the disturbing truth that has just been revealed to him. Jumping out of the boats onto the shore, the soldiers disperse along the shoreline, not yet knowing that something unusual and dangerous awaits them ahead. Their gaze falls on a metal cannon, half buried in the sand, as if it were the trace of a powerful blow that had occurred earlier. The confused young man stares at the beach, which resembles a battlefield littered with debris and the remains of equipment. The commander, with a serious expression on his face, orders a retreat because something is clearly wrong with this island and everyone should be on alert. The frightened soldier nervously watches an unknown signal that begins to emit a threatening beeping sound. In the next moment, a burst of flames erupts from the thicket, and the archer with his bow drawn reacts instantly, protecting his comrade from the mysterious attack. The unexpected approach of the giant causes one of the warriors to open his eyes wide in horror, for this enemy is unlike anything they have ever seen before. A black multi-legged machine with flashing red sensors and a mechanical squeak emerges from behind the hill, and as it steps onto the ground, other similar giants slowly emerge from behind it. Seeing firearms on the enemies, the commander, with a burning blade in his hand, exclaims in shock that only on this island is there such a different level of civilization, as if the entire logic of their world is collapsing before their eyes. Gritting his teeth, he tries to calm down, remembering that until recently, this island was inhabited only by primitive creatures with claws. The robot suddenly activates and opens fire, confirming that its comical appearance was only a disguise. The archer, with burning eyes, having just drawn his bow, freezes in confusion when a powerful explosion breaks through the trees. Suddenly, a massive column of water bursts out right in front of him, and the hero, with a bow in his hands, freezes in shock, completely baffled by the sudden appearance of yet another force. With anger and panic on his face, the boy exclaims, "Is this real?" when he sees a charred but still functional crab-like mechanism with smoke rising from its shell emerge from the grass. In response, an entire army of identical robots emerges from behind the trees, moving forward together with a clanging of claws, forcing the hero to freeze in place. The angry archer, with clenched teeth and a burning gaze, realizes that it is impossible to evacuate without a fight because there are too many enemies. Hearing an unexpected voice, the heroes look back and see a familiar boy who solemnly proclaims that they are yappy monsters, calling on everyone to bow down. Against a backdrop of dramatic light and petals, the boy solemnly points to the robot, proudly shouting for everyone to bow down before Brother Yap. A small round robot sitting among the flowers on the crab's shell solemnly jumps up and orders the leather creatures to surrender immediately. Bright lights, smoke, and a column of combat vehicles led by the crab create an insurmountable front, before which even the bravest lower their weapons. A group of warriors, staring ahead in confusion, cannot believe their eyes when they recognize the famous Spinner and the boy from Pantheon among the enemies. The Phoenix Guild on Yap Island and Maverick and Renaud on Hari Island are each preparing to head to the central island where the main target is located. Clenching his fist and holding the magic sphere, the old wizard reports that only 2 stone statues remain, and his gaze burns with determination. Against the backdrop of the mysterious sphere amid the ruins, the girl in black feels a strange energy that is already beginning to irritate her. Gari, with a determined look, stands in defense of the stone statue, convinced of the danger revealed by her vision of the future. The blonde man seriously assesses the situation, explaining to his companions that because of the girl's prediction, the statue cannot be destroyed at random. With surprise and anxiety, she looks around, trying to understand why others are unable to see what she has seen. A terrifying entity with multiple eyes bursts out of the red ball, forcing the girl to realize with horror the true danger of the artifact. A hand filled with purple power directs a magical blow downward, sweeping away everyone around in a flash of destructive energy. With surprise and horror in her eyes, the girl realizes that the statue has been destroyed, despite her warnings and fear of the consequences. The old sorcerer, with an ominous smile, concentrates dark energy in his palm, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. He explains that the task is to destroy the statues in order to close the gate, although some doubt the advisability of this. Seeing a sudden burst of energy, the girl flinches, sensing that the consequences could be much more dire than they appear. All the eyes of the ominous entity flare with anger, and the girl realizes that breaking the seal has unleashed an extremely dangerous force. The characters scatter as dark energy bursts from the remains of the statue, and panic instantly engulfs everyone around them. The heroes stop in anxious amazement, feeling the air around them tighten with an ominous and oppressive presence. Sweating with fear, the masked hero freezes, sensing the presence of an unknown force creeping out of the darkness. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, a figure in a cloak emerges from the rift in space, looming over the forest like a harbinger of doom. The ominous silhouette with giant hands breaks through the curtain of light, preparing to attack with unprecedented cruelty. A massive shadow with burning eyes rises above the ground, demanding obedience from those who dare to disturb it. A dark voice envelops everyone, calling itself the embodiment of despair and a destructive cry that extinguishes even the smallest spark of hope. From the hellish vortex emerges Rakshar, the demonic prince of chaos whose appearance makes the earth tremble and hearts shrink in terror. Three men, trembling with fear, cannot even utter a word, for their minds are gripped by unfathomable terror. A huge frightened eye filled with tears is frozen in a gaze at something that defies logic or perception, causing trembling and tears. Insane panic grips the crowd, their mouths contorted in inhuman screams as an aura of chaos permeates every thought, burning the mind and body. From the hellish fire rises the silhouette of a creature, a dark and menacing figure casting a shadow over everyone around, causing people to shudder in helplessness, and the girl with the pigtail freezes. The monster with burning eyes and bared fangs inhales the air, sensing the smell of fear, while the girl, frozen in terror, silently swallows her saliva and doesn't even have time to look away. Soldiers peer out from behind the shield, focused and ready for battle, but the terrifying creature considers them mere dessert, especially those who dared to imprison her here, and now she seeks revenge. A demon with bulging eyes and a gaping maw bursts from the waves, ominously announcing to its enemies that they have only a moment's respite before the end. Suddenly, a stream of dark power bursts into the air from sharp tentacles that carry with them a power that makes the earth itself tremble. A hurricane of energy rises to the sky, tearing through the clouds and raising waves with a red glow, and a voice in space proclaims that chaos now reigns in this area. One of the men cries out in despair, while another begs for death in tears, realizing that life in this nightmare is worse than death. An explosion of fear causes people to rush at each other, crying out for a quick death. Gary, stunned, witnesses the horrific scene. She screams in confusion, trying to bring back to their senses those who are losing their minds in the frenzy that has engulfed everyone without exception. But in the next moment, a young man with burning eyes rushes at her from behind, and she, not yet having time to get up, clutches her weapon, realizing that she must resist. Mr. Mistral, having lost control, attacks with frenzied force, while the girl tries to defend herself and urges him to stop. Meanwhile, another warrior, watching the chaos, shouts the name of Kanhari, realizing that the situation is getting out of control and that it has indeed happened. Gritting his teeth grimly, the possessed man resolutely accepts his fate, calling upon the power of the demon who bestows upon him the bloody blessing of Rakshara. He bursts out of his place, raising a storm of dark energy around him, and with a cry rushes into the attack, while the girl only has time to shout his name. The swords clash again in a flash of sparks. She defends herself desperately while he cuts through the air with mighty force, leaving her no time to think. The red-haired girl desperately tries to stop her mad companion, appealing to his conscience, while he screams about death with a demon in his voice. The hero, his eyes filled with rage and demonic power, receives a powerful blow to the jaw just as he screams, as a frenzied whirlwind of energy and emotion bursts through him. In the next moment, another fighter rushes at the madman, punching him in the jaw with such force that the air around him bursts, and the seemingly inevitable tragedy is stopped. Without hesitation, he rushes forward and, with a blow like a meteor, pushes the enemy to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in the girl's desperate cry. Gari, unable to recover, breathes with a mixture of fear and amazement as dark flames blaze around her protector's shoulders, and his silence weighs heavier than any words. The masked hero turns his head sharply, sensing something threatening, and his red eyes pierce the darkness like a warning before a storm. The girl throws herself into the warrior's arms, hugging him with all her might to stop the unstoppable attack and save at least someone from the blow. With wide eyes, clenched teeth, and a tear in the corner of her eye, the girl realizes in despair that it is too late to change anything. Their figures disappear in a bright flash of light that cuts through the forest, leaving behind a trail of destructive force and a blinding breakthrough. The girl falls rapidly through the cracks in the ground, like a shining meteor, unable to stop her fall. Her body crashes into the water with a roar, sending a column of waves into the sky. Powerless and unconscious, she slowly sinks into the depths of the dark water, where even a scream is drowned out by the silence. In the cold embrace of the water, the girl with pink hair, losing consciousness, thinks with despair and surprise whether her life will really end so senselessly. Tearful and in pain, she clutches the collar of her jacket, struggling to hold back her tears, as she finally decides to bring up the subject of her parents. In the silence of the office, the man tries to comfort the girl, saying that her parents were true heroes who saved the world, and isn't that something to be proud of? He gently places his hand on the girl's head, looking into her sad eyes, and hopefully asks her to promise something important, not to lose the light in her heart. In the silence of the office, under the soft light of the lamp, the man addresses the girl with warm words, urging her to grow up to be a worthy person who will not be ashamed of her path. In the depths of the water, gritting her teeth, Gary recalls these words as the last ray of strength and hope that ignites her thirst for life. Clenching her fist and looking through the water with determination and anger, she berates herself with questions about faith, righteousness, and greatness, convincing herself that she is still too weak to even reach the shadow of a true hero. With tears and despair in her voice, the girl reaches out her hand, admitting that she is unable to repeat Sir Geobric's deed in his last moment when he burned like fire. Falling into the depths, she suddenly notices a glow, a small shell floating nearby, stopping her fall. Hanhari looks confusedly at the creature that addresses her by name, as if pointing out her importance in this moment of enlightenment. The wise creature floats in the bright depths, explaining that one should not seek to control the sea, because even in the palm of one's hand, it is only a drop of infinity. With her eyes wide open, the girl looks ahead, struck and moved by the voice in her mind urging her to fill her heart with faith and trust. The shell floats next to the girl, urging her to recognize the greatness of her heart, but she exclaims in confusion that she does not understand its words at all. The girl hovers in the depths of the ocean as the voice of the sea asks her to trust the boundless calm that surrounds everything. The camera dives deeper, where currents rush through the coral, whispering ancient stories of the ocean itself. Gari is frozen in the depths of the sea, as if enchanted by the calmness of the water, which sings the majestic song of the deep. A shell gently touches her forehead, and inside the truth resounds that a person must acknowledge their own mortality in order to truly live. A symbol flashes in her eye, as if the sea itself is looking into her soul and warning her that to gain the power of immortality, one must not try to grasp the ocean with one's hand. And now, under the pressure of the depths, her gaze widens in wonder, for she feels the boundlessness embracing her on all sides. A bright flash in the depths of the water envelops her in universal radiance, while words speak that she is now in infinity itself. The girl's eyes open with icy clarity, reflecting the calm and power of awakening. With her hair loose and her gaze relaxed, she hovers in the water, like a part of the ocean, ready to become something greater. Realizing the truth amid the endless depths, the girl with bright eyes penetrates the very essence of her power. Her figure is frozen, like a newborn goddess of the underwater world, looking up through the silvery glow. The girl cuts through the water with a sharp movement, sensing the presence of someone familiar nearby. Her gaze is full of concentration as she rapidly rises through the walls of water, breaking forward with unbreakable determination. And now, as if summoned by an ancient force, the water parts before her in giant walls, opening a path created by the great law of the parting of the sea. A powerful wall of water rises above the ancient columns of the city, frozen in incredible tension, as if nature has held its breath before an incomprehensible force. Enveloped in radiance, the boy stands unshakably before the parted sea, his figure radiating determination and calm before taking the next step into the unknown. The majestic watery abyss parts before him, forming a direct path to the very heart of the sacred city, as if all the elements have bowed to his will. Pressed against Pegasus, the girl barely holds on after what she has experienced, but her gaze is filled with unbreakable fire. A sudden realization makes her eyes widen, and her soul is filled with surprise mixed with the warmth of unexpected praise. Seeing Leon in front of her, she realizes with horror that he was the one who witnessed her shameful moment. Embarrassed by her fall, she imagines how ridiculous the situation would have been if the goddess of water had actually drowned in the lake. Pale with excitement, she rushes to him with a cry, and he, remaining calm, orders her not to panic and to stay where she is. With an anxious voice, she tells him about the return of the Grand Duke of Demons and the chaos that has engulfed the people, and he calmly replies that he is already aware of this. Gazing intently into the distance, the young man sinks into thought, realizing the scale of the approaching darkness. In the bloody chaos of a frenzied battle, the demonic knight smiles as he faces those who are still trying to keep their sanity in the hellish madness. With confidence in his voice, he points to the majestic Pegasus, silencing everyone around him in amazement. Descending majestically through the glow of the evening sky, he appears before the confused people on his winged steed, carrying a wounded girl in his arms. His gaze full of determination, he raises a magical cup to his lips, from which light streams as if in response to the will of the heavens themselves. Raising the cup to the sky, the hero invokes the aura of the lion's heart, which instantly envelops the battlefield with a powerful glow and royal authority. Enchanted and stunned, the warriors emerge from the dark influence, looking around in surprise and not understanding what they had just wanted to do. The horseman with the girl appears before the warriors, and they, relieved to see him, happily report that he is no longer in danger. The knight anxiously reports that the soldiers and cadets have disappeared without a trace, although there are rumors that they were saved by the mysterious palm. The king confidently says that he senses their whereabouts, which causes surprise and respect among those around him, while the girl next to him smiles happily. Looking seriously ahead, he calmly but firmly orders everyone to leave the gates, taking the initiative into his own hands. Sitting on a Pegasus, the young man explains that thanks to the holy blessing, anyone who has faith will be able to walk on water to the gates. Confused and wary, the allies ask what he and the girl are going to do, not understanding their next steps. With determination, he orders everyone to save the survivors, because he and the saint are going to take a different path. From the depths of the sea, a terrifying multi-limbed creature rises, bathed in the glowing purple light of magic, gazing ominously at the shore. The ominous monster emerges against the backdrop of a stormy sky, and the armed team prepares for confrontation. Opening its mouth in a malicious smile, the sea monster announces that it has been waiting for this moment at the bottom of the ocean and orders the people to bow down before it. A powerful explosion hits the demon right in the chest, but it stands unmoved on the water, clenches its teeth, and does not fall. His eyes light up with recognition, and he feels a familiar power, an energy that awakens unease in him. A powerful robot fighter emerges from the ranks of robots, and the monster exclaims in surprise, wondering how most of them died, and this one appeared right here. The command for the third explosion is given, and a device is activated, signaling the start of fierce artillery fire. The robot's cannons fire into the air, filling the sky with fire and a shower of deadly rays. A pillar of flame covers the figure of the knight, who stands unshakably under a hail of shots, tearing through the space between them. With shock and barely concealed surprise, the demon realizes that he has indeed been struck by a cannonball, transformed into a sacred artifact. But ominously wrapped in purple light, the demon rises menacingly, baring its tentacles, and proclaims that his opponent is nothing but dust. Despite the storm, the demon flies forward with fury and slams his giant fist into the ground, sending an explosion of blue flames into the sky. A giant wave of energy destroys the coastal forest, rolling across the land like a divine tsunami, wiping out everything in its path. Under the crimson sky, The monster rises above a powerful stream of magic, and the three observers watch helplessly as the end approaches. The distraught boy shouts to his companion named Yapi, anxiously realizing that it is already impossible to avoid harm. A powerful attack with the force of water crashes into the demon, exploding with violent energy. The demon, engulfed by the blows of water, does not have time to understand how the element itself has risen against him. In the center of the raging water flow, the demon is trapped in a circle of power and realizes that this is a true divine wave. The monster's eyes burn with fierce rage as its body is bound by heavenly energy, and the tension around it grows with each passing moment, cutting through space with a lightning-fast blue wave. The red-haired girl looks ahead with concern as the monster's voice recognizes Lionheart, the guardian of the Holy Grail. Trapped in a giant water sphere, the demon tries to break free, but the power of the Grail has already twisted its flow into an unbreakable prison that spins like a planet. Filled with energy and anger, the voice echoes through the whirlwinds of power as Lionheart stands calmly before the impressive portal and gives the order to close the gate immediately. The robot analyzes the situation, confirming a powerful blow to the enemy and the possibility of retreat, while Leon and the girl watch him, silently assessing the situation. With confidence in his voice, Lionheart rejects any retreat, ordering the destruction of the remaining statues and the final closure of the portal. Locked in a water ball, the demon howls with rage, but even he understands that without the return of the Holy Sword, it is almost impossible to defeat a creature of the Grand Duke's level, and in the midst of disaster, saving as many people as possible becomes the most important thing. The robot solemnly advises even the island's native inhabitants to flee, causing surprise on the face of the blonde man, who silently assesses the situation. Looking at an ancient image of creatures resembling demons and crabs, the robot informs them that the clan that once sealed the demon is not just a simple NPC, hinting at their special nature. The guy with a serious look warns the girl that there is little time left before the demon is released, and the drone claims that it is still possible. Standing in front of the combat mechanism, the boy says he will use the tribe's last bastion, and the robot confirms its readiness for action with a short signal. The girl steps onto the surface of the water in surprise, activating the blessing of the Sea Priestess, which allows her to walk freely on the waves. The frightened boy and the rest of the team flee across the water, with soldiers chasing them, and she shouts that they must escape before the great Demon Duke awakens. Focused and unyielding, Leon tightens the reins of his heavenly steed, surrounded by purple signs of power and will. Astride his winged horse, Leon races over the glowing magical sphere as a voice in the darkness declares him an enemy of the demons. In the twilight glow of lightning, the demonic form glows with empty eyes, but its awakening lacks only one final, decisive step. A creature with burning eyes and dozens of terrifying tentacles, breaking through space, roars of inevitable pursuit, filling the world with chaos and fury. The light of the golden storm snatches a horseman with a spear, who resolutely summons his burning horse for the decisive battle. The wing of the Pegasus cuts through the sky against the backdrop of a pink sunset, and in the glow of a victorious flight, he leaves the demon far behind. The Pegasus, with its fiery rider, plunges from the heavens onto the tentacled demon, cutting through the air with a fiery sword and a lightning-fast lunge. The demon's eyes flash with rage and a deadly purple glow, and he shouts a menacing command to kill, charging himself with even more dark energy. With a fierce cry, the enemy commands death, releasing a lightning-fast stream of pink energy from its mouth that tears through the sky and echoes with horror. The hero soars upward through the scorching rays of death, his Pegasus cutting through the purple clouds, and the sword in his hand burning with determination. With incredible courage, the hero strikes downward, cutting through the streams of light, and rushes toward the monster's body through the swirling tentacles. The young man's gaze is full of determination, and his hand grips the sword, which emits heat as if it itself were the embodiment of flame. He rapidly descends, cutting through the air, following an explosion of force that splits the darkness and illuminates the battlefield. And although the enemy laughs hysterically, throwing its tentacles in all directions, the hero runs across its body with lightning speed, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. A powerful explosion of energy, pierced by a purple glow, tears the monster apart from within, causing its body to tremble in death throes. Bright lines of magical bonds envelop the demon's giant tentacles, as if shackling its power before the inevitable blow. The hero soars upward with his spear, and the torn remains of the monster fly in all directions, confirming the final victory of his lightning strike. In a whirlwind of debris and light, the main character rushes forward with lightning determination, spear in hand. Shining nodes of energy entwine the red body of the monster before bursting into a sharp impulse of attack. In the next moment, the sky is torn apart by a blinding explosion of purple light that pierces the monster, shattering the ground around it. The giant beast descends into the water, its tentacles wrapping around the horizon, and lightning flashes across the purple sky, heralding a fierce battle. The boy with the cold face grits his teeth, preparing for the final push. He knows that now everything depends only on him. Saddling a majestic winged horse, he rises into the sky with a sword that shines with determination and strength, ready to destroy the monster that dared to threaten the world. The demon whispers ominously about the little flies around him, but the young man with the cold gaze doesn't even blink, as if it doesn't concern him at all. Glowing with righteous anger, the young man with the sword solemnly pronounces his verdict to punish the evil that stands before him. Both observers, stunned and overwhelmed, their silence speaks louder than words, for what they see is beyond their comprehension. A huge fireball flashes in the sky, and the monster on the ground, unable to get up, looks anxiously at the incomprehensible, blinding phenomenon. A fiery spear cuts through space with frenzied force, leaving a trail of fire behind it, as if the punishment of the gods themselves had fallen from the heavens. The hero, filled with determination and burning with fire, strikes a blow that once burned the Lord of Chaos alive, spilling pure destructive rage. The roaring monster, enveloped in purple lightning, with frenzied eyes and a snarl, shouts its rage, recalling the cry of an ancient enemy that still echoes in its memory. The huge creature raises its head to the sky, looking at the bright flash of energy that tears through the horizon like a sign of inevitable retribution. With deep surprise, the crab floats to the surface, not believing his eyes. His companions are still alive, and hope returns with the dawn. Mad with rage, the demonic crab lunges into attack, screaming hatred at the enemies that stand before him once more. In its hand, a giant sword forged from the holy fire of battle blazes, like a sign of impending retribution. The hero, with a determined look in his eyes, proclaims the power awakening within him, accepting the blessing of the legendary King Lionheart. A bright light splits the sky, and the winged warrior descends from the heavens with the glint of a spear, while chaos rises in the sea, and the tentacles of a monster engulf the shore. Consumed by the fire of anger, he raises his weapon to personally punish a threat that even the gods deem unforgivable. His gaze burned with faith in justice, and with a fist filled with divine flame, he set out to finish what he had started without mercy. Responding to the call of the heavens, he soars toward the enemy, determined to prove that the wrath of the deity is only the beginning. The monster's roar is filled with pain and rage, for it has recognized the name that brings it suffering. Lionheart has returned. In response to the call that shook the very earth, a pillar of divine wrath descended from the heavens, shattering the darkness around it. Confused and stunned, the soldier watches as an incomprehensible force unfolds before his eyes, breaking all boundaries of the imagination. The stunned fighters froze before the pillar of light, unable to believe that such divine power could belong to an ordinary man. From the heavenly glow emerges a horseman on a winged horse, the figure of a legendary defender known as the Knight of the Holy Grail. With a serious look and commanding confidence, he reminds them that time is limited and orders them to leave the gate without delay. In the center of the radiance, Lionheart inquires about the status of the evacuation, closely monitoring the course of events that will determine the fate of the entire detachment. The robot reports that supplies are complete and only minor items are missing, assuring that the defense will hold until the very end. Looking back at the storm of fire and darkness, Lionheart confidently notes that the enemy seems to be prepared to fight to the last. The robot reports that for the sake of this battle, the enemies have slept for half a millennium, accumulating strength and patience through centuries of waiting. The enemy army raises a cry, and analysis reveals that they are all fighting for the prosperity of Kshatriya, sparing no effort. Lionheart pronounces the name Kshatriya with respect, recognizing that he is facing a people with a proud and noble name. Seeing the gates begin to close, he gives the order to retreat, knowing that the battle is not yet over and time is limited. The enemy's words sound like a reproach, but Lionheart silently moves forward, knowing that retreat is sometimes part of a greater strategy. Hearing a strange signal, Lionheart cautiously asks what it was, sensing that something important is changing the course of events again. The fiery creature, engulfed in flames and distorted by rage, roars that retreat is not a virtue and urges them to fight to the end, condemning flight as cowardice. After a brief pause, the little robot repeats its calm signal, and a faint but defiant smile appears on Lionheart's face. With a contemptuous look and an icy sneer, he says that fulfilling one's knightly duty to such nobodies is humiliating, because demonic creatures and green monsters deserve neither respect nor honor. The monster emerges from the darkness with a bloody gleam in its eyes, and its deafening roar and terrifying shadow cause its opponent to gasp in horror. Burning with rage, the demon screams that he will surely kill Lionheart, and the hero, with clenched jaw and determination in his eyes, rushes across the surface of the water, as if piercing the world with his own momentum. After an explosion of energy, the cold inscription, "Gate Closed," appears on a blue background, finally ending the deadly duel. The image of Earth against the backdrop of dark space is accompanied by the alarming statement that the world has become restless, as if the planet itself has frozen in anticipation of disaster, and the exclamation from below conveys the deep shock and fear that has pierced all of humanity. Against the backdrop of a sky ablaze with flames, the terrifying figure of the great demon of lust, who has just been revealed, appears, and the story of how he has caused devastating damage to humanity resounds like thunder in a clear sky. People, immersed in their own affairs, react with shock to the news that there are beings so powerful, distorted by mental pollution, that even the legendary S-Class masters cannot overcome them. A video of the Pantheon Guild's devastating raid, where the hero cuts through waves and demons, causes a sensation on YouTube, garnering thousands of comments of excitement and amazement. A handshake against the backdrop of the glow seals an important deal, symbolizing a new alliance with powerful undertones. Against the backdrop of the peaceful sea, the blonde man thanks President An for saving time, and the latter responds with respect, addressing him as Your Majesty. Against the backdrop of a sunny coastline with surfboards, the president shares his surprise at the number of people saved, and the hero solemnly explains that these beings have fought demons with honor for a long time. Although the smile on his face seems sincere, the sweat on his forehead and his polite address to His Majesty betray his anxiety before the authorities and what he is about to say. The president points with surprise at a giant stone statue, trying to understand its purpose, while the blonde man with a serious expression reflects on the territorial markers of the races, nodding silently. The statue in the center of the water depicts a hero who sacrificed himself in battle with the demon prince, and in its heart shines the figure of Pomu, the god of the sea and waves. A smiling gray-haired man notes that among the monuments there are also images of the king himself and Sir Spinner, a representative of their tribe. The devout President An, with an awkward smile, thinks that it all looks like idolatry because he is a Protestant. Against the backdrop of the rocks among the statues, the hero notices an awkward figure with his own features, and his companion, instead of explaining, humorously notes his good eyesight. The blonde man with a smug smile asserts that President An deserves this recognition as a benefactor, while in himself tries desperately to deny his new divine status. The president imagines the residents bowing gratefully before his statue, thanking him for their new homes, while he himself cries out in despair, unable to accept such honor. Shocked and frightened, he begs in panic for the generous award to be revoked, but the king laughs and refuses, advising him to just enjoy it since they are from the same country. Smiling, the blonde man walks forward with a light step, assuring President An of further cooperation, while the latter agrees with a trembling voice. President An wipes the sweat from his forehead, sighs heavily, and mentally complains that the stress has shortened his life by at least a decade. The president, trying to look calm, buttons his jacket and explains, slightly embarrassed, that there has been a slight deviation from the plan. An agent wearing dark glasses and a serious expression holds a dossier and reports that urgent information has been received from national intelligence that is not related to the current security agenda. Standing on the waterfront against the backdrop of a lighthouse, he hands the dossier to President An and informs him that the matter concerns North Korea, to which the president remarks with bitter irony that things have been too quiet lately. The concerned gray-haired man looks through the documents, questioning the situation in North Korea, while the agent silently hides his face behind his hand. Stunned by what he reads, he learns that all communication channels with North Korea were suddenly cut off at midnight. His gaze becomes even more severe when an eerie black circle appears in the background, and the report confirms that even satellite surveillance over the DPRK has been suspended. The ruins of old Pyongyang are scattered in the rain, and the silence of the devastated city is broken only by the howling wind and the rumbling of stones. In the middle of the downpour, next to the body of the deceased, a gray-haired man with a cold voice says that 30 years have passed, and around him stand gloomy figures in dark cloaks. The smiling old man looks through the rain, talking about the appearance of a spatial hole, and admitting that until then, they could only rely on the strength of South Korean degenerates. A kick breaks the silence of the rainy night as a boot mercilessly strikes the bloodied face of the victim lying in the mud. On a hill under the spotlight, a gray-haired man silently gazes at a sea of corpses, among which a still-living man breathes heavily, surrounded by gloomy figures in hoods. Smiling ominously in the rain, the red-eyed man proclaims that the greatness of a powerful nation will be built through service to the devil. Hearing the signal, the leader looks coldly at the radio as someone reports that the magician Yang is in front of them. Introducing himself as Reynolds Shellman, he informs Chairman Kim that all preparations are complete and everything is going according to plan. Under a powerful spotlight, amid the downpour and gloomy sky, Reynolds gives the command to summon, while an ominous circle of bones glows dimly at his feet. All the figures in dark cloaks simultaneously stretch their arms forward, beginning a ritual that fills the rainy air with an ominous, magical hum. One of the magicians, his face contorted, whispers a terrifying incantation in an unknown language, while a crimson light of demonic power flares up around him. The sharp light of the magic circle pierces the night darkness, illuminating a human sacrifice moaning in agony on a bloody carpet of corpses. A huge burning rune appears in the sky, like an engraved symbol of the apocalypse, opening a portal between worlds. An otherworldly entity bursts out of the magic circle, twisted in a whirlwind of dark energy, as if a demon had been torn from the very core of hell. Under a stormy sky, 5 dark figures in cloaks freeze in horror as purple flames fall rapidly from the sky, threatening their very existence. The blond man's face is contorted with shock and incomprehension, his eyes wide, sweat running down his face, his mouth open in a gasp of surprise. A huge demon with a body covered in scars and distorted armor emerges from the darkness in front of the blond man, whose figure is frozen under the weight of the threat. The anxious man in the hood asks if they really summoned the creature, while the commander, with nervous sweat on his temples, watches silently, unable to answer. The giant demon, still bloodied and menacing, turns its head toward them, inwardly acknowledging that its wounds are deeper than they appeared, while everyone around it freezes in alarm. The demon, with burning eyes and a mouthful of fangs, realizes that he must first restore his body, as the other great demons still need time to gather themselves. The monster with burning eyes and a hungry smile silently emerges from the darkness, while the officer recoils in horror, feeling that he has become prey. A blinding beam of red light flashes in the night sky, like divine punishment, piercing the earth with an explosive roar. The stone hall with high arches and cages, flooded with cold light, prepares to meet the new horror that is about to burst in. Chained to a chair, a girl with pink hair, in dirty clothes and bound by magical chains, bowed her head helplessly, as if she had lost her strength after a long captivity. Looking up and smiling through her scratches, she dismissively declares that she has already told everything, without losing her dignity. A dark woman with a crown calmly approaches the captive, who is breathing heavily, admitting that she has nothing left to hide. With a sly smile and a cold gleam in her eyes, the ruler of the throne enthusiastically repeats the testimony, reflecting on the freedom of demons to move through any gate. Smiling ominously, the woman touches the captive's chin, who, despite her fatigue and dirt, looks into her eyes excitedly. Leaning closer, she grabs the girl by the head and says with a creepy smile that now they too can use these gates at their own discretion. Under the blinding sun, the coastal town seems peaceful, but the calm waters treacherously conceal a supernatural threat. At Sir Yappy's call, crabs begin to crawl out of every crevice, as if ready to carry out their orders. Gazing into the distance, she wonders if it is possible to build a house at the bottom of the ocean, while the crab silently gives a short signal. The robot confidently explains that the creatures will be able to survive on their own if they have a nest and hunting grounds to reproduce. Thinking with the cat on her lap, she silently weighs what she has heard, hesitating in her own conclusions. Watching the bustling crabs, the heroine realizes that even food preparation is an important task in cooperation with coastal cities. Hearing about the Pantheon's security service, the girl realizes with surprise that these creatures are already adapting to human civilization. In an office with a lion emblem, a friendly official smiles, explaining that in addition to administrative matters, the institution offers many additional services. The girl stares in confusion when she hears that she has long been registered and is officially receiving assistance. Surprised and wary, she involuntarily squeezes Yappy, and the cat quickly runs away, sensing the strange atmosphere. Staring at her friend in confusion, she learns that only a tenth of her earnings will remain. Confused and unable to comprehend everything, she shakes the robot, not understanding where the voice is coming from. Bowing deeply, the girl panics and utters the title, and the king calmly announces his immediate return to the guild due to urgent matters. Without taking his eyes off her, he briefly orders her to get up and join him, causing her to gasp in surprise. Seeing the king on a winged horse, the girl recalls with shock that only the queen and Sir Yappy had the right to ride this steed. The blonde man silently looks away, trying to find the right words, but it is clear from his face that it is not easy to explain this logically. Surprised and confused, she meets his outstretched hand, not knowing whether to touch it as a normal gesture of help or as an invitation to something more. Reaching out his hand with confidence, he orders her to sit down, causing the girl to freeze in shocked surprise. She, in a panic, exclaims that he is scaring her, while he only sighs with irritation, not hiding his determination. Calmly holding the envelope, he hands her the document and dryly explains that it is a property, a form of ownership that he is now transferring to her. With his back to the girl, his hands behind his back, the guy calmly says that the profits from the estate are now hers, and she, clutching the documents in confusion, cannot believe that she is now responsible for the entire land. With a slight smile on his lips, he reminds her that she is not just a girl, but a priestess and a knight, chosen by the gods themselves, so the gift of land is only a natural part of her path. Realizing the enormity of the gift, she speaks with surprise about the king's mercy, and he, already habitually restrained, gently reproaches her for her strange manner of speech. Embarrassed and touched, the girl listens with a blush on her cheeks as the boy assures her that she does not need to pretend to be a noble lady, but at the same time, she should not devalue herself. Slightly tired but calm, the young man's gaze accompanies her thanks with an official title, and he responds with a brief nod, without requiring unnecessary formalities. The stunned, flushed girl with comically wide eyes clutches the envelope and immediately responds to the order to sit down. With a majestic glow in the sky, the young man on a winged horse rapidly approaches, causing surprise among passers-by and maintaining the posture of a true monarch. The flushed girl, her eyes shining, exclaims whether she is now an aristocrat, but receives only a silent, steady gaze in response. The boy calmly explains that she is now among the queen and Sir Spinner, stunning her to the point of trembling and wide-eyed. The camera focuses on the robot, who freezes in shock, while ominous female laughter echoes in the background, promising an unpredictable continuation. The girl, with a gleam in her eyes, solemnly declares that she is now also a noblewoman, and hiding behind her status, proudly demands to be treated with respect, while the boy behind her does not hide his dissatisfaction. The robot, not particularly impressed by her statement, silently looks at her, restraining a storm of emotions. The robot, with a stern gleam in its eyes, shoots a beam of light at the girl, insulting her as an organic being, to which she reacts with an unexpected cry of indignation. The blonde man looks with a stony expression at the girl, who has just been humiliated, and dryly remarks that monkeys with low intelligence do not deserve respect, forcing her to awkwardly remind him of her noble status. In the calm atmosphere of Beatrice's workshop, the protagonist and an elegant woman silently examine the shining magical artifacts lying on the shelves. A mysterious artifact emits magical symbols, and the man asks a key question about the results of the research. A black and purple glow rises from the mysterious artifact as the two stand beside it, and the woman confirms that the suspicions about demons using the gate have been confirmed. The pensive hero, standing in front of the portal to the human world, realizes that his assumptions about demons, which originated in the gates of Jeju, were correct. A gloomy knight with a fatal hole in his chest stands amid green flames, while a voiceover reveals a barbaric conspiracy with demons to destroy the hero of the Holy Grail. A terrifying horned demon ominously embraces the naked man, imposing upon him a bright blue panel symbolizing systems and quests with dark intentions. The blonde man sadly admits that modern Earth has become accustomed to an excess of magical resources, which has changed the very essence of the world. Walking with the girl, he shares his thoughts about strange quests that people will not abandon even if they understand their absurdity, because greed and fear cloud common sense. The queen, with a sad smile, puts her hand on her chest and gently asks the king to share the whole truth. Leon, with a serious look, tells about the culmination of the demonic conspiracy, radiating a magical sign in his hand, similar to a key to portals. Smiling mysteriously, the girl with the crown talks about the boundaries of virtual space and demonic gates, hinting that without precise coordinates, it is impossible to enter the world of the living or demons. The blonde man intently holds the glowing artifact, asking if it really serves as a tool for entering coordinates, and hears the answer that it will transport the owner to a place associated with demons. With a slight smile and a twinkle in her eyes, the girl offers His Majesty to try something else, making the guy tilt his head with interest. Squinting her eyes and smiling mysteriously, she utters a phrase that foreshadows a cunning plan or an unexpected proposal. A shining image of His Majesty's holy relics appears before the young man's eyes, and hearing this unexpected idea, he asks in surprise. Putting her hand to her chest and smiling gently, she hears agreement after a short pause that perhaps it is worth taking a risk in trying. The blonde man with a serious look asks about the king, and the girl with a purple glow in her palm calmly explains that he is only fuel for summoning the gate. Enveloped in the glow of magic, she clenches her fist intently and says that this ritual will require a huge amount of magic stones. The guy with a thoughtful look on his face wonders where to get so many resources, but the girl smiles and easily replies that there are many places in the world where they can be obtained. With a determined smile on his face, he announces that the plan of action has been finalized. Turning to the queen, the hero instructs her to inform the others, while he himself sets off to write an official address to the people about the start of conscription. Surrounded by a fiery glow, he declares that from now on, all gates in Korea will be attacked mercilessly and without exception. Against the backdrop of surprised passers-by, a young man with a phone in his hand, covered in sweat from anxiety, watches as Pantheon Guild troops begin to appear throughout Korea. Armed horsemen in heavy armor fill the streets under the shocked gaze of the townspeople, proclaiming the arrival of the mighty Pantheon. Outside the window of the house, as if in a broadcast from the battlefield, an army of knight-class warriors marches, and it becomes clear that instead of the expected breakthrough from the gates, organized power has arrived. The Pantheon squad marches down the street under the watchful eyes of the residents, and only 2,000 warriors were selected from among the surviving Yapi to participate in the operation. Multicolored portals flare up on the map of Korea, and shouts about the arrival of the queen, king, and Yapi tribe echo around, as if a large-scale emergency operation has begun. The Pantheon divides its 3,000-strong army into 20 combat units, and at the same time, under the leadership of charismatic leaders, portals begin to be cleared in different parts of the country. Watching the rapid breakthrough, the girl exclaims enthusiastically about the extraordinary speed and instantly orders to take aim and open fire. At the command fire, the sky explodes with a barrage of shells, and the battlefield is flooded with flames, proving once again that Pantheon's pace is unmatched among ordinary guilds. In just 4 days, Pantheon has closed more than 20 gates, and the leader cuts through monsters with a frenzied onslaught, radiating determination and unbridled power. The orcs throw themselves at the hero in despair, crying out for the elder's betrayal and death, while he stands silently with his back to them, sword in hand, like a judge between worlds. Leon looks mockingly at the enraged orc, mocking their clan structure and calling them pathetic creatures who copy human customs. The hero's smile turns colder as he declares that this orc will be the next to die, explaining that only one guild in Korea controls all the gates. Seeing the unexpected amount, the man gasps in confusion, unable to believe that this insane amount is real. At the very center of the glare, 13 unique pieces of armor sparkle, so valuable that each one evokes both amazement and envy. Everyone stares in amazement at the mountain of treasures, where 89 rare items and over 500 other valuable pieces of equipment lie amid the glare. The robot calculates the total, and the girl with pink hair looks up in amazement when she hears the incredible sum of billions of won. The smiling blonde confidently voices his prediction, noting that even after the gates are opened, the situation will not change. Against the backdrop of shining treasures, the queen smiles and asks if there are enough resources, and the young man calmly confirms that there is more than enough. The young man decisively stops the preparations and orders everyone to listen carefully, preparing those present for important words. Standing in front of a mountain of trophies, the blonde man solemnly proclaims that the new strategy will only be revealed to the chosen few among the elite. In heavy armor, two fighters listen attentively to the warning that strategic information must remain secret from the whole world. The blonde man warns Gary and Jin-soo that they should also refrain from contacting the association, testing their loyalty. The embarrassed girl and the stern man are at a loss for words at the unexpected assignment, silently exchanging glances. With a restrained smile, the guy confirms that all his actions are safe for the state, even if it sounds too cocky. With trust in her eyes and a smile on her lips, the girl assures him that she believes him, and the boy calmly accepts her words, as if he had expected this. When the moment of action arrived, he solemnly looked at the team, preparing them for the beginning of something important and inevitable. The magic circle glowed brightly on the floor when he gave the command to begin, and everyone present froze in tension before the start. The blonde man activates the magic circle in the center of the room, raising his sword, while the others watch his actions intently with anxiety and anticipation. Holding the sword, he prepares to enter the coordinates, while the girl folds her hands in prayer, staring intently at the glow. Streams of purple energy burst from the circle as the three participants in the ritual disappear in a flash of teleportation, leaving the room behind. Beatrice stands in the center of the magical vortex with her eyes closed and her hands folded, intently reciting the spell. The shocked eyes of the two observers reveal panic, as what they have seen surpasses all their ideas about magical possibilities. A huge, shining gate opens before the participants, and one of them realizes with astonishment that it was created artificially. Hearing that all the coincidences were actually planned, the girl with the blue streak froze with a confused look, and her companions stared at her with wide eyes, not understanding what to believe now. In the glow of the portal pulsing with energy, Beatrice happily lowers her hands after performing the ritual, and the king smiles and praises her efforts. After decisively gathering his troops, Leon gives the signal to begin the mission, while the rest of the fighters, shocked and wary, silently prepare to follow. Amidst the battle, he stands unmoved, causing alarm in the night, who does not understand what is happening and what His Majesty has in mind. The soldier panics and turns to the king, trying to understand where to find a way out, but the king silently moves forward, as if he knows the way. Assessing the chaos around him, the young man assumes that the gates have failed, as fighting has broken out in all directions at once. Two young knights look around in fear as a battle cry pierces the air, making their hearts sink with fear. An orc, red-hot with rage, rushes forward with an axe, while the boy grapples with his wounded comrade, hoping to escape the trap. Suddenly, an unknown fighter in armor crashes into the orc, protecting the boys from certain death with an explosion of force. Exploding with rage, the red-eyed orc growls in pain, unable to comprehend how his deadly attack has turned into defeat in an instant. Like a dark avenger from the heavens, the armored warrior swoops down on the orc, crushing his body with incomprehensible force. Stunned and bewildered, the boys freeze in shock, unable to believe their eyes after the lightning strike. The blood-soaked blade hovers over the orc's body as he groans hoarsely, and the two young men stare in horror at the bloody scene. The Dark Knight, turning away from the dead orc, responds to the reproachful words without regret. For him, it is not cruelty, but simply war. The shocked boys call him Your Majesty and ask how he ended up here, but he only mumbles briefly, ignoring their surprise. The knight falls to his knees, calling himself Commander Bizor of the elite Baltaric Corps, known as the Orc Crushers. The king looks sternly ahead and orders him to get up, reminding him that the war is not over yet, and there is no room for weakness here. The knight pauses for a moment, wondering if he even understands where they are, but quickly dismisses the thought. The soldier reports that they are in the center of the Liam Valley, where Lord Zeri's relics were to be delivered. The blond man thinks intently, realizing that Lord Zeri's last mission ended in defeat. The body of the gray-haired warrior, pierced by arrows and swords, lies in the darkness among the debris and the dead. The king strides forward with cold determination, acknowledging his mistake and regretting that he did not gather information in advance. Closing his eyes slightly, he realizes the futility of regret and focuses on the main thing, understanding what is happening right now. The knight points in the direction of Zera, and his majesty silently stares ahead, preparing for what lies ahead. With a cry of murder, Lord Zera rushes forward, raising his sword, which is ablaze with purple flames, above his head, while his guards watch his advance in horror. At the very epicenter of the explosive magic, Zera grimly orders his men to stay back as his sword saturates with deadly energy and forms a combat zone. His gaze becomes sharp and focused as a blade-shaped flame cleaves the space before him, signaling that he is ready for a merciless strike. The old swordsman stands in the center of the purple flames, clutching the hilt of his sword to his chest, while the orcs watch his impassive stance with suspicion. The dark-haired warrior with red eyes looks ahead in confusion, while the hulking orc behind him barely contains his surprise, for something has gone terribly wrong. When the barrier dissipates, the knight steps forward decisively, leaving the guards behind, and the monsters freeze, sensing a threatening silence in the air. The senior commander with gray hair and an authoritative gaze calmly but firmly gives the order to retreat and regroup, as if he knows for sure that someone much stronger is about to appear. Observing the orcs, he thoughtfully notes their unusual determination, but at that moment he is alarmed by someone's appearance behind him, causing him to be mildly surprised. Seeing the fair-haired boy in a suit, the commander loses his composure and turns to him in shock, not believing his own eyes and asking how he ended up here. Seeing the king, the knights and the commander bow respectfully, recognizing him as the first knight of Ariana, the representative of the gods. The blond man with a serious look gently orders them to stand up and mentally recalls the name that seems familiar to him, Zera. Leon, standing naked in the fiery glow, raises a cup of holy water, for it is this ritual that awakens the Knights of the Holy Grail, restoring their strength. The old knight bows in respect, realizing that before him stands not an ordinary warrior, but a young ruler in his absolute power. Zera, the eternal companion and oldest knight of the Grail, once again bows his knee before the one he considers worthy. The blond man with a quiet smile orders him to stand up, accepting the favor he has long considered natural. He imperiously instructs the old knight to explain the situation on his behalf, hinting that all the answers are yet to come, and the gray-haired warrior respectfully agrees, addressing him as Your Majesty. Serious and focused, Zera explains that the sacred object has been returned according to plan, adding that it happened near the border of the Empire. The knights walk among the ruins of battle, and the young man solemnly notes that the alliance between the orcs and the cultists of the beast god is extremely disturbing and unusual. The old advisor explains the plan. The infantry will remain to hold back the enemies, while the sacred relic will be transported along 5 routes. The blond man utters a phrase with a hidden hint, preparing to ask a key question. He abruptly asks where the convoy with the real relic is, and the old man meets his gaze with a frown. The gray-haired man with his eyes closed thinks silently, feeling that only he has the answer, but it is harder than it seems. The knight in cracked armor, his eyes frightened, points to the 5th convoy in the southwest as a sword flashes before him, like a premonition of doom. Composed and determined, he raises his sword and acknowledges that it is his past that leads the 5th convoy, and therefore it all matters. Silent cliffs rise above the bottomless fog, hiding in their crevices the path to an ancient and forbidden place of power. A bloodied bear lies on the ground, breathing heavily, having just survived a deadly encounter with an enemy. Waking up after losing consciousness, the boy hears the mockery in the stranger's voice and tries to understand what happened. The old man with a stern face reproaches the boy for his recklessness, and the boy, seeing the bear, looks around in surprise and fear. Seeing that the boy has regained consciousness, the deputy anxiously asks about his condition, but he, confused, does not believe that she is really in front of him. After a fruitless attempt, the bear and the knights return to camp, where they admit that even the new tactic has failed again. The old man laughs cheerfully and wonders how anyone else with madness in their heart could have reached these lands except himself. A message appears before his eyes. He must help the Knight of the Grail deliver a sacred relic to the borders of Lionheart. Hearing about the shrine, the young man asks confusedly, and the gray-haired warrior confirms that they are escorting relics obtained in the lands of the barbarians. The column of knights and carts slowly moves forward, and one of the guards explains that the news may not have reached the wandering seekers of glory. Rejecting excessive enthusiasm for titles, the young man tries to speak politely, but his uncertainty is met with silence. The old knight solemnly puts his hand to his chest and explains with dignity that the honor of bearing the relic is a future path that he has yet to achieve. The surprised young man reacts confusedly to what he has heard, not understanding what his mysterious companion means. The name Zere Bertum has not appeared on the list of the Chosen Ones for a long time, because he has been traveling the world for 15 years without any sign from above. For 10 years, he served the kingdom as a knight and then traveled the world for another half-century in search of his heavenly calling. Although he was a skilled warrior, he could not change the course of the war on his own, so he sought a divine task to leave his mark on history. His fierce stubbornness not to give up until the end moved everyone, from reverence to ridicule, and then to bitter pity. In a deep sleep, the goddess of sleep appeared before him, majestic and silent, with eyes that had seen too much human suffering. With his gaze lowered in the shadows, he hears the voice of the goddess asking why he continues to wander in torment when the pantheon itself recognizes his sincerity. With a look of determination, he accepted the order to return and remain loyal to the kingdom. Kneeling before the goddess, Zoreya asked her not to reject his path to glory, acknowledging his mistakes but not renouncing his dream. And although the shadows of the past still lay before him, Zoreya, wounded but not defeated, continued to challenge fate. He walked through the swamp that noble knights would have avoided with disgust, even as wandering bards composed songs about his disgrace. Passing through a field covered with bodies and swords, he walked with his head held high, for he never renounced his path to glory, even when the world was against him. And yet, at the age of 100, he achieved his goal and became a Knight of the Holy Grail, the latest awakened hero in the history of the Order. Against the backdrop of a stone canyon that enclosed the space on both sides, the enemy army advanced in a cloud of dust, while the commanders on horseback watched silently from above. Knights in black armor simultaneously raised their shields, and at the commander's shout, formed an unbreakable wall of defense against the rapid onslaught. An orc with a huge axe rages at the front of the crowd, shouting loudly to stop the attack as the battle is about to erupt on the front line. A red-eyed monster, roaring like a wild beast, leads a frenzied attack, while the man next to him, with wild fury in his eyes, shouts to kill everyone, throwing himself into battle without fear. One of the orcs, fighting in despair, shouts with all his might to stop the attack, but it is too late, and the blow of a shield throws him back, sweeping him off the road like a storm. The knights in metal helmets, hearing the cry for axes, look up anxiously, instantly preparing to meet the unstoppable force of the enemy. Hearing the order and the frenzied battle cry, the axe-wielding fighters rush into a frenzied attack, raising dust and blood, while cries of fear mingle with the roar of the attack. The commander shouts to retreat, and at his command, the axemen hastily drop their bodies and weapons, retreating back to the shield front under the pressure of an invincible force. With a vicious cry, a warrior in a black helmet plunges his sword into the jaw of an orc, and blood flies into the air as the enemy gasps and falls, contorted in pain. Hearing the order to strike, a heavily armored knight rushes forward, swinging his warhammer in a lightning strike that the orcs are unable to react to. With the burning blade of his sword cutting through the darkness, the knight in the steel helmet relentlessly slashes through his enemies, as if all the fury and power of the front line were concentrated in him. Cries of pain and panic fill the battlefield, and a group of observers in shining armor freeze in shock. A dark-haired boy looks back over his shoulder in confusion, realizing that the real problem lies not in the number of enemies, but in the difference in strength. A blond man in a suit with his arms crossed watches the battle and coldly assesses that this group's level far exceeds that of earthly hunters, even on the same power scale. Glancing to the side, the old man addresses the young king, who responds, A stone troll appears on the battlefield with a roar, followed by armed monsters in skulls, creating an atmosphere of threat and impending assault. With a smile and a penetrating gaze, he turns to Han Suk-ho and Kim Jae-hyuk, urging them to watch closely, hinting that what they are about to see will change their perception of true power. The blonde man speaks to everyone with seriousness, emphasizing that the power they are about to see is the goal they must achieve. And behind him, knights line up, ready to show their true level of power. The stern-faced young man raises his hand and gives a signal to attack, while the old horseman behind him leaps forward in a decisive burst of speed. With a deafening cry, the knights rush through the narrow canyon, raising clouds of dust and preparing for a bloody battle. The armored warriors look back in horror, realizing that in the narrow passage, the attack could turn into a disaster. One of the warriors screams in horror at the inevitable collision as the horsemen rush headlong into their own ranks in the narrow canyon. An old knight flies into the attack with a battle cry, holding his spear firmly in his hands and gritting his teeth with tension. His horse gallops forward, and the shields of the defenders below flash into view, while the soldiers below shout back in surprise and fear. The horsemen in red cloaks rush along the walls of the gorge with a thunderous rush, leaving behind them bloody chaos and fallen enemies on the ground. The defenders look up in amazement and horror, unable to believe that horses are literally running up vertical walls, while the orc shouts about the madness of humans. One of the horsemen, rising into the air with his steed, flies over the heads of his opponents in a blinding flash. The bearded warrior, his eyes wide with rage, shouts a spell, raising his hands, and behind him, a heavenly bonfire of sacred flames bursts forth, engulfing the horizon. Fiery rays cut through the air like punishment from the sky, causing the orcs to scatter in panic, while the horseman flies forward against the backdrop of red flames. The young men in armor watch the battle with excitement, and the cold-blooded blonde reminds them that the enemy has not yet shown all its power and that they should not lose their vigilance. The red-haired boy jokingly asks if His Majesty will go with them, and the king, with a serious expression, silently ponders, listening to the explanation that the task is only to escort the relic. A system message appears before the young man's eyes about a quest to escort the holy artifact to the borders of Lionheart and an additional mission to protect the knight's forces to the very end. Staring intently ahead, he silently assesses the situation, admitting to himself that his horse could catch up with the detachment, but something is holding him back from making an immediate decision. With a serious expression, Leon decides to stay and help Lord Zaria, promising this time to see the task through to the end and protect the noble knight of the Grail. The commander asks if Han Sugo and Kim Jae-hyuk have carried out his orders, and they reply that they have thoroughly searched the orcs' bodies as instructed. The companion looks at the large shining crystal with confusion, lamenting that they have not found a single magic stone. Amidst images of powerful creatures and sinister mechanisms, he concludes that this quest is unbiased for the first time, as there is no sense of influence or manipulation here. The young man thoughtfully folds his fingers to his chin, pondering the mechanisms of the gate, which, although neutral, allow the content of the quest to be changed, as if a grand plan began to form in his head. Having obtained the key information on his first attempt, he calmly gives the order to check if any cadets have been left behind. With a lightning-fast movement, Leon instantly catches the spear in midair, as if he had anticipated the attack before it became a reality. With a swing of his weapon, he destroys the air around him with a single gesture, causing shock and amazement among his guards, who panic and ask about his condition. Meanwhile, the orc, watching the scene from above, smiles ominously, acknowledging defeat but hinting that this was only the first test. Clenching his jaw and smiling crookedly, he quietly prepares for a devastating response, full of contempt and power. The explosion of flames is reflected in the eyes of the blonde man, who clenches his fist and destroys the arrows, enraged by the treacherous attack from a distance. The system activates its anti-archer enhancement, as if confirming his unwavering determination to punish the archer's treachery. With a slight smile on his lips, the blonde effortlessly breaks the sword in half with his bare hand, while the knights behind him freeze in shocked horror. Anger burns in his eyes, for he cannot tolerate the audacity of a creature who dared to disrespect the king. He looks at his opponent with contempt, as if he were a worthless worm crawling to match his greatness. The king orders the Knight of the Grail to behead the insolent creature who dared to humiliate their pride. With a gleam in his eyes and cold confidence, the old knight accepts the order, ready to carry it out with honor. With a solemn bow and a fiery glow around him, the knight swears to deliver the enemy's head to his lord. The insolent orc mocks the human's efforts, while a deadly shadow already flies towards his back. A sword filled with divine fury pierces the orc from above, leaving a mark of merciless justice on his forehead. From the sky, like heavenly punishment, the knight flies down rapidly, leaving behind a dazzling trail of strength and determination. Choking with pain and rage, the orc rises from the ruins, clenching his fists as if vowing revenge for the humiliation. Stunned by the blow, the orc looks around in amazement, and the knight calmly meets his gaze. With burning eyes and imperious fury, the old knight proclaims that only the king is worthy of heaven, and the rest must crawl in the dust. Filled with hatred, the orc shouts about the Knights of the Grail, curses their strength, and promises that this day will be their last. Grinning maliciously, he boasts of his army and promises to make the enemy regret coming without support. The knight calmly acknowledges the orc's rare ability to gather so many pathetic creatures, but his voice is filled with irony. The orc mockingly warns that the strength of one is useless against a crowd, hinting at the doom of his opponent. Observing the number of enemies, the knight quietly admits that there are indeed too many of them for a single battle. With contempt in his voice, the knight calls the enemy army a pile of trash, and the orc freezes in amazement, not understanding the extent of the contempt. Flying purple spirals envelop his figure as the surrounding orcs sense the approach of the goddess who brings dreams and death. In the center of the magic circle, glowing with a pink light, the man majestically utters the name of Lady Death, causing the air around him to tense up as if before a storm. The green-skinned orc cries out in horror to his companions to flee, pointing back with his hand, for fear of the new enemy paralyzes even the bravest. From the face of the silver-haired knight, cut by the glow of pink flames, a solemn report of the completed task is heard in the name of the goddess, Varan. Lady Death, majestic and cold, extends her hand with a magical sphere, pouring her power into the knight, who with unwavering solemnity raises his sword in the glow of purple flames. Horror freezes in the orc's eyes as he whispers of a nightmare that cannot be stopped, looking at the figure who has become the embodiment of death on this battlefield. The knight strides forward through the crowd, enveloped in an aura of doom, and the darkness seems to part before him, forcing his enemies to clench their weapons in silence. The young man shudders in surprise when someone's hand suddenly falls on his head, awakening his alertness and confusion. Crouching in the bushes, the old man sternly warns of the danger of demonic beasts, and the boy apologizes awkwardly, glancing fearfully into the darkness. The old warrior, with a gentle smile, jokingly explains to the boy that he is still too young to understand such things, leaving him in surprise. The heroes gather in a circle around the cargo, discussing the dangers around them and deciding that they should make their way to the nearest cave while there is still time. The surprised girl notices how the old knight, sighing, lifts a heavy chest despite his advanced age and her offer to do everything herself. With a beaming smile on his face, Zaraya states with dignity that he is only a wandering knight and asked to be addressed as he sees fit. The girl tries to remain calm, but her embarrassment and the old knight's unexpected response make everyone wary. The old man smiles and urges them to leave immediately, warning them of the danger, and his faith in the team compels the young companions to gather silently. In the misty silence, the dark mouth of a cave emerges from behind the trees, as if the night itself had opened the door to the unknown. A shining green curtain of magical plants grows out of the darkness, like a living barrier designed to protect their path. The captivated knight exclaims in amazement that even this is possible thanks to the sacred law, and the old wizard says intently that this should be enough. With a smile and embarrassed warmth, the old man admits that it is just an old man's trick, and does not know how to react when young people praise him. In front of a cave covered by a magical veil, the commander urges the group to hide inside and prepare, warning them that the night will be long. A horse, calmly chewing something in the darkness of the cave, adds a cozy, homely warmth to the scene amid the austere stone shelter. The soldiers gather around the fire, sheltered from the dangers of the night, sharing the silence, the flames, and calm thoughts before the coming day. Restraining her emotions, Stella holds the relic intently in her hands and turns to Sir Zire with a request that is difficult to utter. Exhausted, Zire, with his hand on his chest, coldly replies that she should not impose her will on him, causing Stella to become disheartened. With a look of disappointment, she reminds him that in times of war, it is the royal knights who give orders, not the wandering ones. With a twinge in her voice, Stella reminds him that he is a knight of the Holy Grail, chosen by the goddess of dreams and death, and that he is responsible for the relic. The gray-haired man admits with a slight smile that he will not be able to surpass his achievements in the future because she is only a contender, not a hero who has completed the quest. While the girl is embarrassed by the compliments and the knight in armor squints intently, even the horse seems confused by the strange atmosphere. The confused knight, hearing strange titles in the past and future, asks indignantly while the girl next to him stares silently, processing a new dose of absurdity. The knight in the red cloak watches silently as her companion explains that traveling knights may not have known about such nuances. The old man lowers his eyes, acknowledging that the goddess has done him too great a service, which he believes he does not deserve. The gloomy silhouette in the darkness with his head held high is Zaraya, the Knight of the Holy Grail, who embodies dreams and death, a figure from legend who has returned to the world. After endless trials, when he became a Knight of the Grail, the goddess endowed him with a special power as a gift for his magnificent journey. In a hopeless dream that must still lead to victory, the goddess took part of his past path and materialized his alter ego into reality. The old knight solemnly declares that he is 85 and it is time to receive a quest from the gods, causing shock and surprise on the faces of his younger companions. Cheerfully flexing his muscles, he explains that his current body is a recreation of the past, and although it is new, its strength remains the same as in those glorious days. Smiling, he replies to the girl that he was far from omnipotent, because in those days he was only a wandering knight, and his strength was nothing compared to what it is now. The old knight admits with a smile that his strength is nothing compared to that of the Knight of the Holy Grail, so he asks them not to expect anything supernatural, just as a strange sound begins to ring out around them. A loud, ominous crack interrupts their conversation, and the whole group looks anxiously at the source of the sound, realizing that something unexpected has happened. With a serious expression on his face, Knight Zaraya calls for silence, realizing that the enemy already knows where they are. Two young fighters, gripping their weapons and frowning, rush forward, ready to face the danger head-on. Turning at the alarming sound, the gray-haired warrior stares intently into the darkness, sensing a rapidly approaching threat. Above, through the debris of the rock, the giant mouth of a monster with crimson eyes breaks through, and the man below shouts for everyone to run. A powerful explosion sends clouds of dust and debris into the air, and frightened cries ring out over the precipice where Zaraya disappeared. Amidst the smoke and debris, the wounded companions rise from the ground, trying to understand what just happened. The old knight forcefully thrusts his weapon into the monster's mouth, holding the beast back in a final decisive attack. As the sword shoots straight into the mouth of the poison-breathing monster, purple poison flares up on the knight's chest, and the girl behind him rushes to him with a cry. Despite the excruciating pain and burning poison, Zaraya shouts with cold determination that they are facing a servant of demons and warns of his deadly poison. Exploding with a desperate cry, the senior knight rushes forward with his weapon raised, forcing the girl to flee in fear. She cries out, begging the hunter to get up, her body tense with rage and despair. With tears of anxiety in her eyes, the pink-haired girl whispers Kudasan's name, unable to believe what she has seen. Kudasan lies on the ground, his face contorted with pain and a burning poison wound from which his last breath slowly slips away. Breathing a sigh of relief after her mistake, the girl apologizes to her deputy, and he, sitting wounded among the debris, calmly assures her that everything is fine. Racking her brains over her mistake, the girl panics and tries to stop the poison, realizing that she should have stopped the enemy earlier. Turning away in silence, she does not respond to the pleas of her wounded ally, who is confusedly trying to stop her. Without hesitation, the girl rushes straight at the giant beast, while the older hunter delivers a powerful blow to its forehead. The alarmed gray-haired warrior desperately shouts at her not to approach, realizing that what she is doing is too dangerous. She concentrates on activating the power of the flame, responding to an inner call, and confidently stepping forward through the clouds of magical fire. The young man suspects that she has been chosen by the god of war and flame himself, but she shyly admits that she does not understand this gift. He explains that the divine flame is like a wave that can be directed like a current, obedient to the will. The girl concentrates and summons the flame, which mixes with the water flow, leaving behind a bright arc of power and in order to remember this moment. The blow of heavenly law cuts the monster in half, leaving a dazzling line of light through its ominous darkness. Her sword, engulfed in fire, pierces the enemy with rule-breaking force, causing the monster to writhe in agony. The gray-haired warrior holds his breath as he watches the explosion of power that surpasses anything he has ever witnessed. The old man explains that the poison of the slain creature is a rare neurotoxin from sea corals, and the girl is surprised by its presence in the inner lands. Examining the creature's remains, he explains that it is a black mage's chimera and confidently adds that he can make an antidote. Lowering her gaze, she quietly says that all this is only a fragment of something much bigger. The saddened girl repents for destroying the poison, but the old man reassures her with a calm smile, emphasizing that anything can happen in battle. The wounded warrior, having just seen someone's figure, gets up in surprise. The old man smiles as he hands over the vial and asks the young knight to take it, assuring him that it will help. Holding the antidote in his palms, the young man hesitates, but the old man convinces him that youth is a chance for great achievements, which he himself no longer has. Slightly discouraged, the young man thanks Sir Ziri for his help, realizing the depth of his sacrifice. The old man watches with relief as the young man takes the medicine and quietly confirms that this is how it should be. Bowing before the entrance to the cave, Sir Ziri orders the passage to be hidden even better, because the enemies can smell their trail with their extraordinary sense of smell. Exhausted, Sir Ziri holds his breath and confidently assures them that it will not be so easy for their pursuers to find them. In a moment of weakness, Ziri loses his balance and falls to his knees, causing panic among his companions, who ask in horror what they should do now. Despite the pain and fatigue, Ziri tries to calm everyone down, assuring them that even if this body dies, his past will not leave them alone. The young man, his voice trembling, clenches his fist and asks with both defiance and hope in his voice whether this weary knight is truly alone, for there are those nearby who will not retreat. The old warrior, with moist eyes and beads of sweat on his face, lowers his gaze, feeling a strange power slowly awakening within him. Sitting among the ruins, the elder announces the blessing of the goddess of death, who patronizes his alter ego, adding that this divine mercy is granted to both of his entities. The old knight, realizing his doom, utters his last words with dignity, assuring that his death will be peaceful, as if passing on his will to the young. With pain in his voice, he explains that someone is hunting for a sacred relic, and in order to pass this item on to the true Lionheart King, one must be prepared to make sacrifices, even if it means destroying oneself. The shocked knights look at him with sadness and respect, and one of them quietly utters his name, Sir Zarea, unable to contain her emotions. With a faint smile and a barely alive gaze, the old knight leans toward the young man with his last effort, as if passing on to him not only words, but also the burden of the holy mission. The goddess of death appears in the glow of purple flames with a mysterious smile, and her unexpected appearance causes the warriors to freeze in shock, unable to believe that she has come for a mere mortal. His gaze pierces the darkness, and in a barely audible but unmistakable voice, he utters a single name, Lionheart, blurring the line between life and eternity. Bowing before the dying old man, the young man accepts his last words with pain in his heart. Honor, which sound like both a farewell and a blessing. Quietly raising his sword enveloped in a purple glow, Zarea hears his brilliant strategy being praised, and someone freezes in surprise and admiration. Amidst the shadows of dead enemies, the elegant gray-haired knight bows his head, dedicating the victory to the goddess of death and the Lionheart, while others watch silently and wonder if it was intended to lure the leaders. With a slightly disappointed tone, the young warrior admits that he tried to do so, but the green monsters proved to be patient and did not take the bait. Looking closely at the enemy's behavior, the young man concludes that if the orcs did not respond to the provocation, then there must be a charismatic leader among them, capable of keeping them in check. The warrior thoughtfully suggests that if this is the case, then perhaps the leader himself will appear soon, to which the young man responds with restrained doubt, without giving any certainty. Observing the brilliant coordination of the enemies in battle, the young man begins to suspect that among the orcs, there may be not just a leader, but a true champion. From the crowd of gloomy orcs emerges a chosen warrior with burning eyes, carrying the karma of a leader capable of uniting tribes and starting a war. Looking at the figure rising above the battlefield, He wonders if it is too early to call someone an exceptional leader, because the true essence may still be revealed. The blond man with a serious look turns to Cersei, announcing a conversation that cannot be delayed and could change the course of events. Amidst the gloomy mountains and a camp of white tents, the young man asks if there is a place to talk alone, seeking silence for an important conversation. In a tent at a wooden table, a gray-haired knight, trembling with emotion, asks if he has died and gone to heaven, while the blond man with his eyes closed listens silently. A fist clenched in anger strikes the table as the knight painfully recounts 200 years of fighting dark creatures and 200 years of endless war. Barely containing his emotions, the knight clenches his fists on the table and with a broken voice asks to be punished for his betrayal, unable to accept his defeat after 200 years of battle. Leon, with his eyes closed and a barely noticeable smile, whispers words of support, assuring him that remorse does not diminish strength and that there is no need to worry now. The older man with gray hair and a serious gaze suggests that his death at the hands of an orc means the threat of the appearance of an orc leader, and his interlocutor coldly confirms this disturbing guess. The blond man recalls a war in which a champion chosen by the god of orcs appeared and admits that he has never seen anything like it in subsequent battles. The old man anxiously asks about the target at the gate, and the king calmly replies that it was only an experiment and that the task itself is secondary. Surprised and tense, the old man asks for clarification when he hears that another unexpected task appeared after entering the gate. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, he quietly announces his new decision that this time everything will be different. Smiling sincerely and confidently, he says that he wants to stay with his friend until the very end, without retreating a single step. The night camp, surrounded by rocks and bonfires, burns quietly in the mountain silence, preparing for a new day of trials. On the ground among the dry grass, the orcs lie with satisfied smiles after the battles, because their life is simple: just fight, survive, and sleep. The green-skinned orcs, who live according to their usual schedule, fighting after breakfast and lunch, and sleeping sweetly after dinner, illustrate the simple but frankly harsh rhythm of their lives. Smiling ominously with a magical sparkle at the corners of his mouth, the hero sums up the orcs' philosophy that the strongest survive, and that is their entire reason for existence. Explosions light up the night camp when a sudden attack engulfs the orcs' fortifications in flames, taking advantage of their habit of sleeping after dinner. At the top of the cliff, a panicked voice cries out about a fire in the food warehouse, while others shout at each other, trying to figure out where the guards have gone. In the shadow of the crimson burning sky, the silhouette of a young man with an ominous smile accuses the creatures that stink of animals of arson, mockingly calling people fools. A blond man in a suit sitting with slight satisfaction on a rock says that the smell of burning animals is a delight, and an old man respectfully confirms his words, addressing him as if he were royalty. With determination in his eyes, the gray-haired knight swears to gather as much information as possible for his lord, while thinking that with his appearance, even his own death has become different. A fiery abyss burns behind the two men, and the old man with the sword, staring into the flames, realizes that the kingdom of Lionheart from the past has been accurately recreated here. A formidable figure in armor and a red cloak appears before the huge Gothic gates, whose gate heralds the arrival of the dangerous and powerful one himself. In the rainy mist under the dark sky, the eye of a knight in an iron mask shines, and along with whispers about his heart, equal to that of the Lion King, the title of the strongest knight of the Holy Grail appears. The goddess announces a sacred mission, promising a gift to those who fulfill the will of the gods and accept the holy water. In the blaze of flames, the knight clutches his sword tightly, receiving the power of the gods for the faith that burns in his heart. In the glow of divine energy, the knight, drawing strength directly from the gods, surpasses ordinary miracle workers in his destiny. Gathering believers around him and enlisting the power of the heavens, the knight stands as a living temple of faith, uniting the prayers of the people. Driven mad, the man cannot withstand the pressure of the holy obsession that hangs over him and screams in helplessness. Panic reigns in the camp of orcs and cultists, as the enemy has been attacking relentlessly for the third day in a row, causing genuine surprise. One of the exhausted men reports more than 300 attacks, falling to his knees before the leader, who cannot believe his own ears. With wild eyes and a broken voice, he screams about tens of thousands of enemies. Unable to comprehend the scale of the attack, amidst the explosions, two warriors rush through the camp, challenging the garrison of tens of thousands, and they are only two people. While one of the pursuers cries out in despair, wondering why no one can catch them, the other just shrugs, saying that they are knights of the Holy Grail. The leader, unable to believe what he has heard, grabs his head, torn between shock and helplessness in the face of what seems impossible. A swift blow tears through the air and hits the floor in front of the throne, causing the leader to jump down in panic and scream in horror. With fear and amazement in his eyes, the commander recognizes a power he thought was unattainable, realizing that this changes everything. Among the clouds of blood lies the torn body of Cholan, the strongest of the guardians of the god of beasts, killed in an instant. After the shock of the guardian's death, the leader looks around anxiously, trying to figure out who dared to carry out such a brutal massacre. A powerful orc with red eyes and a bone belt emerges from the shadows, coldly assessing the situation as mere weakness. Paralyzed with fear, the leader whispers the name of the one before him, realizing that things will only get worse. The orc with burning eyes and fangs clenching his jaw hears his name, Champion Helkin, echoing from the leader. The orc champion lifts his opponent into the air with an iron grip, forcing him to gasp and writhe from lack of air. Barely containing his anger, Helkin whispers menacingly that he personally ordered an end to this cruelty, and with each word his breath grows colder. In an explosion of dark aura with burning eyes piercing the darkness, he reminds them that until yesterday everything was different, but now everything has changed. Struck to the core, the old warrior clenches his fist, remembering how in his youth he even competed with the Knight of the Holy Grail, and cannot believe that he is powerless against this monster. For the first time in many years, panic appears in his eyes because he realizes that the enemy may be even stronger than the legendary Knight of the Holy Grail. The orc raises his axe and orders preparations for a full-scale attack the next day, commanding his troops to gather, for the time to act has come. His voice trembles when he notices that there is not one Knight of the Holy Grail on the enemy side, but two, and he realizes that things are bad. The orc, with a cold gleam in his red eyes, solemnly proclaims that he is extending his hand as the Grand Master, and with unwavering confidence orders the troops to prepare for tomorrow's battle. The surprised leader realizes with alarm that he is facing not just a fighter, but the legendary champion of the orc god, known only from books. Everyone around stares in awe at the giant standing with his battle axe, as if the god himself had descended to earth for the decisive battle. The leader, his eyes bulging with rage, shouts at the whole camp, outraged by the madness of the two knights who have ruined all his plans. Running out of the tent half naked, he furiously orders the fugitives to be caught immediately, not noticing that the situation has already spiraled out of control. The arrow strikes the ground, leaving cracks and a shocked silence in the midst of the ruins. Everyone stares in amazement at the message that has arrived in place of the knights. The orc stares at the letter with a bloody gaze and watches as the older man confusedly reads its contents, which begin with a formal address to the kingdom of Lionheart. A heavy silence hangs in the air, and both stand silently, digesting what they have read and trying to figure out how to respond to this strange message. Bursting with indignation, the man exclaims that these insolent creatures, taking advantage of the unfavorable situation, have proposed a one-on-one duel. The old man, rubbing his hands, advises the orc champion to accept tomorrow's duel, because he senses a certain probability of victory for him. In response, a predatory laugh echoes, and a beastly smile appears under his fangs, demonstrating confidence in a bloody victory. His red pupils flare with fierce heat as he imagines the cold body of the Grail Knight thrown at the feet of the victor. The team of knights gathers around the queen among the smoking bodies of the defeated monsters, and a cart with cargo slowly approaches the camp. One of the defeated monsters, still smoldering from defeat, hears cries of gratitude and someone acknowledging the queen's power. A young knight with tears in her eyes embraces the queen, confessing her fear, and the queen, calm and majestic, assures her that the main thing is that everyone is alive. The dark-haired warrior, wiping sweat from her forehead, thanks her for the rescue, admitting with relief that it was only by a miracle that they avoided great trouble, and the queen smiles with satisfaction. The queen listens a little awkwardly, asking if she has seen Suko and Jeheka, sincerely concerned about their fate. Embarrassed but determined, the dark-haired girl blushes and mumbles that she is not worried, although, of course, she is. The blonde woman teases the dark-haired knight with a flirtatious smile about her concern for her companions, and the girl blushes and cannot hide her embarrassment. The camera focuses on the warm smile of the woman, who looks with ironic tenderness at the girl who is so diligently hiding her feelings. Among the knights, she gently reminds them of their mission to protect the army in Cersei, hinting that the king may be elsewhere, thereby arousing the curiosity of those present. The golden-haired girl suggests that her friends may be in another group, reassuring her companions and urging them not to worry. The blonde with a sparkle in her eyes tells how she cast a spell of surveillance on everyone, causing surprise and admiration. She says with warmth and confidence that everyone will meet soon and urges them to do everything possible to make it happen. The convoy sets off on its journey through the forest and mountains, with Beatrice in front and armed guards protecting the cart with its cargo. With a serious expression, the woman recalls that Jek and Suko seem to be with His Majesty. Feeling the energy, the sorceress determines that the problem lies with the three who remain, and two of them, Mr. Deason and Mrs. Harry, are indeed in another convoy. Opening her magic energy map, she realizes with alarm that Spinner is beyond her detection, and although she was confident that she controlled every corner of the gorge, this situation is unexpected. She looks around anxiously, slowly approaching the warrior, silently asking herself where he could be. When thoughts of Sir Spinner suddenly pierce her mind, the canyon landscape seems to shudder with the approaching tension. In the silence of space, the satellite above Earth comes to life with a short signal, announcing the start of observation from orbit. An orbital stop begins aboard the mechanized satellite, and the system reports that the calculation of gravitational effects has gone smoothly and everything is clear. An automated voice confirms that the observation of the reconstruction of the World Gate has been successfully completed, while the satellite slowly drifts over the planet in the darkness of the cosmic night. The satellite transmits a report on the successful penetration inside the gate, along with a limitation on the amount of information collected and the start of calculations of the anomalous physical phenomenon. The satellite's camera captures an abstract surface resembling a planetary landscape, the boundaries of which are clearly visible, but observation is limited and it is impossible to see the canyon and the imperial border through the dense pattern of energies. Its sensors are suddenly activated by a red warning, triggering a search for high-energy objects, image scaling, and battlefield analysis. With a cross-shaped glow and a digital flash in the air, the warrior teleports to the square in front of the Gothic cathedral, and a circle of soldiers instantly begins to form around him. The energy scanner detects a powerful target that has appeared in front of the guards, identifying it as a knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. The eyes in the knight's mask flash with a bloody glow as he raises his head and startles the observer with his unexpected presence. The robot stares at the screen in shock, realizing that he has been spotted, which seems impossible to him, while the other figure instantly responds with a lightning-fast attack. In golden armor and with a battle hammer in his hand, the knight is determined and focused, preparing for a swift strike that will sweep away everything in its path. The enraged man with a bloodshot gaze and clenched teeth orders him to disappear, pouring out all his inner fury and unyielding will. From behind a curtain of dust on the horizon, the silhouette of a rapidly advancing enemy army emerges, while rows of soldiers with red banners prepare to engage in battle. The orcs roar menacingly in advance, as if demanding an explanation for the intrusion into their territory. The knight looks anxiously at the enemy formation, realizing that they are watching his every move and ready to strike at the slightest mistake. Leon turns the situation to his advantage, understanding the history of the orcs and directing their forces where it is beneficial to his allies. After mentioning the failed convoy, the knights cautiously ask whether they should intervene, feeling a growing sense of unease. The blonde man confidently mentions Lord Spinner and Queen Beatrice, believing that they are capable of resolving the situation even without the king's involvement. With a calm expression on his face, the man responds to the question without showing any emotion. The king announces his readiness, and the gray-haired advisor resolutely takes responsibility, taking the initiative into his own hands. To the sound of battle fanfare, the knight confidently leads the squad, while the king and warriors silently follow in the direction of the inevitable clash. The earth shakes from the blow of an angry orc's weapon as he rushes into the attack with a frenzied cry, filled with savage rage. The fierce orcs shout about the presence of their boss, Helkin, and prepare to crush their opponents with all their barbaric cruelty. The irritated knight utters a dismissive remark about the orcs, while the advisor and the king watch with indifference. The giant warrior slowly steps onto the field, calling his opponent strong, and for the first time acknowledges their power with barely noticeable respect. The orc in white fur defiantly announces a harsh rule of combat, where only the one who remains alive is considered the winner. Calling himself the champion of Helkan, Balbaya proudly declares his invincibility, radiating confidence. The orc challenges everyone present, demanding a worthy opponent, and the people's eyes focus on choosing who will step forward. With a barely noticeable smile on his lips, the king repeats the challenge to fight with honor, accepting it coldly and confidently. The enraged king orders Xarius to step forward, demanding that he finish off the proud enemy and bring proof of his defeat. The knight solemnly draws his sword, charging it with magical energy, and prepares to enter into a duel, which he considers a true privilege. Under the evening sky, the old man steps forward cautiously, his gaze fixed on the orc, who stands frozen in anticipation. With a purple glow around his sword, the gray-haired warrior decisively declares himself the opponent, pointing to himself as the main threat. When asked to give his name, the man contemptuously refuses, demonstrating his superiority and unwillingness to recognize his opponent as an equal. Full of determination, the gray-haired swordsman points his blade straight ahead, pronouncing a death sentence with a burning gaze. The orc accepts the challenge with a mocking smile, considering the old man's words meaningless and suggesting that he take them back. Swinging his arm, the orc drives his axe into the ground with a laugh, considering his opponent to be cheerful but frivolous. The monster, with a challenge in his eyes and fangs gleaming in a defiant smile, accepts his opponent's gaze, demanding to prove his strength with actions. His foot smashes the stone ground with a crack, covering everything around with debris in a burst of uncontrolled force. Exploding with rage, the orc rushes forward, kicking up dust under his feet and swinging his heavy blade. The gray-haired warrior rushes into the attack, clutching his sword with a determination that even time has not broken. Smiling ominously, the orc shouts furiously about the inevitability of defeat, reveling in his enemy's despair. In flashes of bloody energy, the dark silhouette cuts through space, leaving a trail of magic behind. The old man's pale face, covered in blood, freezes in a look of horror as reality turns into a merciless nightmare. With an explosion of earth and a roar of rage, the huge orc rushes into the attack, tearing everything in its path with its barbaric onslaught. Triumphantly raising his axe to the sky, the victor roars among the crowd, basking in the glory of his newfound power. Two fighters in golden armor react with horror to the incomprehensible situation, stunned by what is happening right before their eyes. In a panic, the young knight cries out in confusion, not understanding why the enemy has suddenly frozen, breaking the expectation of an attack. Against the backdrop of the crimson sky, the orc stands motionless with a battle axe in his hand, as if testing his enemies with the very fact of his calmness. The orc whispers about victory with a trembling gaze, but in his eyes there is already a growing understanding that the war is not over yet. The old man, enveloped in a dark purple aura, steps forward with animalistic confidence, and the orc realizes that he is facing a true predator. The gray-haired mage watches the outcome with a sly smile, pleased that his plan has had the desired effect. The dark-haired young man realizes with horror that they are facing the Knight of the Holy Grail, the goddess of dreams and death, while his companion asks in surprise. The white-haired knight in a dark cloak shows the orc an illusion through sacred law, bringing him into a dream world shrouded in purple light. The gray-haired knight's eyes flash with a violet glow, and his face is filled with determination and dark power. Exploding with an aura of anger and power, he lunges forward with his sword, uttering a deadly wish, as if lulling his enemy to eternal sleep. Sacred law. The aura of punishment is unleashed with a frenzied attack aimed directly at the chest of the stunned giant. The old swordsman, with burning eyes and a purple glow around him, grips the hilt of his blade, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The dark energy raging in the giant's chest bursts out along with an ominous prophecy of death, which with every passing second squeezes his body tighter and tighter from within. The ominous monster, with burning eyes and a fist filled with black magic, looms over the old man and coldly proclaims the words of the sacred law. Confidence disappears from the old man's wrinkled face as he realizes with horror that his protective spell has failed and he is facing true terror. The red-eyed orc, overcome with rage and despair, roars at the top of his lungs like a beast cornered and deprived of all hope. Summoning his last strength, he slashes the space in front of him with a cry, forcing the orc to retreat in a stream of light. Under a bloody burst of magic, the gray-haired knight writhes in pain as a dark blade tears through his chest. Two young warriors cry out in horror to Zeri as they watch their commander fall to his knees under the weight of his wound. Blood spurts from the gray-haired warrior's damaged body as he stands before the orc, dismissing his injuries, but each step becomes more difficult. The orc with burning red eyes laughs maliciously, calling the blow pathetic, and the old knight with blood on his palm realizes that he is facing the true power of Helkon. Amidst the bloody glow, the orc raises his axe and proclaims himself Helkon's great hand, named Balbaya, declaring that he has been given the power to destroy everything in his path. The orc lunges forward with a ferocious roar, clenching his fists and dismissively declaring that the knight's armor is of no consequence to him. The elderly swordsman with gray hair leaps into the air, swinging his sword for a powerful strike, while the orc below rises ominously from the rubble. Seeing his formidable opponent, the old man's face tenses as he realizes that this battle will be a difficult one, and magical energy explodes around him. With a whistle of wind and a lightning-fast movement, the old warrior soars upward, leaving behind a trail of destruction, while the orc with a battle axe waits for the blow. Laughing with excitement at the battle, the orc proudly raises his weapon and calls his opponent closer, ready to destroy everything in his path. Sparks blind the air as swords and axes clash in a frenzied whirlwind of attacks, where every blow could be the last. The old man recoils from the unexpected blow as the orc's powerful fist crashes into his chest, knocking the wind and determination out of him. The orc laughs mockingly and asks if his opponent is tired from a single blow, while his body is already glowing red with power. The old man's face is contorted with pain and rage as the enemy's green paw squeezes him with merciless force. With a mocking roar, the orc flies from above and slams his opponent into the ground, as if confirming that the years do not forgive. Powerless and bloodied, the old man lies among the debris, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky as if unable to believe his defeat. Roaring ferociously, the orc raises his axe and strikes with all his might at the spot where his opponent has just fallen, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The young man screams Zeri's name in horror as he sees the enemy rise from the dust, still full of strength. The orc looks straight into the young men's faces with icy calm and coldly says that he is sorry. The silhouette of the tall warrior emerges from the smoke and ruins, like a shadow of vengeance that stubbornly refuses to fade even after a devastating blow. Bloodied and burned, Zeri rises from the ground, breathing heavily and condemning what has happened as a low and shameful act. His eyes burn with anger and dignity, because even victory is not enough if it is achieved at the cost of humiliation and blood. Spitting blood and drawing his sword, Zeri speaks with disgust of the beast's strength, which seems so repulsive to him that it is not even worthy of contempt. Grabbing his sword, he spreads his legs in a fighting stance, looking through the veil of dust at the enemy, ready for the final rush. With a cry full of despair and determination, he throws himself into the attack, drawing on his last reserves of strength, as if throwing off the chains of shame. In the darkness that hangs over the battlefield, the demonic beast bares its fangs, anticipating a bloody clash with a worthy, albeit exhausted, opponent. The warrior's sword cuts through the darkness and flesh, leaving behind a flash of light and a bloody trail, while the orc's face is contorted with rage. The blonde fighter screams in agony, drenched in his own blood, his eyes burning with despair and hopelessness. In silver armor and red cloaks, Leon stands before his comrades, preparing for the decisive battle against the orc tribe. Leon, with a serious expression, addresses the mysterious man in the cloak, demanding that he reveal his name to everyone. The gray-haired warrior with wounded hands bows his head and calls himself Zoreya, son of the Baron and former knight of Leona. His blue eyes narrow in distrust as he carefully examines the stranger's face. Hearing about his achievements half a century ago, Zoreya modestly bows his head, confused by the unexpected respect shown by the young knight. A shadow of memory appears in the gray-haired veteran's eyes when he is addressed with respect he has not heard in a long time. Leon explains that conquering the orcs is not a battle of strength, but of will, and hints that such a mission may prove too dangerous for the old warrior. Touching his chest, Zaraya proudly calls himself an honorary knight of the Grail of Light and Justice, surprising everyone present. Zaraya firmly requests the lowest position in the squad, even willing to carry a spear among the commoners in order to fight for justice again. Leon, not expecting such a confession, raises his eyebrows in surprise, momentarily losing his usual composure. Standing before the knights, Zaraya listens to Leon's doubts as he asks whether the war is worth returning to the battlefield. Zaraya freezes with his eyes downcast, holding back his emotions, as if the heavy words settle on his heart like a shadow of old memories. Smiling through his wrinkles, he speaks of true values that are more important than glory: loyalty, honor, and the desire to serve. Covered in blood, broken in body but unbroken in spirit, Zaraya stands before the enemy's spear, remaining true to his ideals. All his strength leaves him in an instant as the enemy's blade mercilessly pierces his chest, filling the space with blood and pain. The sinister figure of the orc in the blazing light proclaims victory, addressing the knight who watches the hero's fall. Stained with blood, Zaraya bitterly admits that the rumors about the enemy were too embellished and untrustworthy. Leon admiringly acknowledges that he is standing before a true hero who never betrayed himself and wishes him glory. Burnt and exhausted, Zaraya rises again, filled with dark energy, preparing for the final blow in the name of light and honor. Bloodied and illuminated by a purple glow, Zaraya looks up, as if addressing the one who watches over the end of all things. With his last ounce of strength, the hero pierces his enemy with his sword, receiving the blessing of the goddess who honors his steadfastness in the face of death. The stunned orc looks at the wound in panic, unable to comprehend how the wounded old man managed to strike a blow without even having the strength to move. Enveloped in purple flames, Zaraya activates a sacred law that grants him complete immunity to death for a short time. Staggering from his wounds, he challenges the orc, standing over him with a battle axe, like the shadow of inevitable punishment. His bloodied hand raises a magical sword into the air, awakening divine power for the decisive blow. The sword rises into the sky above the orc's body lying on the ground, and the soldiers cheer in delight, celebrating the victory over a powerful enemy. The stunned knights cannot believe what they see, whispering with admiration and amazement that victory has been achieved against all odds. The orcs look down on the defeated Balbaz with contempt, considering him a weakling, even though a moment ago he was standing on his feet and shouting. The body of the fallen orc lies in a pool of blood, and the bloodied warrior meets the condemning whispers of the army with a cold stare. Manga, standing against a backdrop of green flames, declares his loyalty to the god of sorcery, clutching a skull as a symbol of power. Sighing over the body of his opponent, the warrior offers to light the last flame, while blood flows mercilessly from the orc's body. The old warrior with a bloodied face calmly realizes that as soon as his temporary protection wears off, true, final death awaits him. The orc, with fury in his eyes, prepares for one last lunge, while the knight swears before his death to take at least one enemy with him for the honor of his king. But just as fate seems to have been decided, someone's hand grabs him by the shoulder, stopping his inevitable fall into darkness. Calm and focused, the king supports the bloodied Xerius by the shoulder, acknowledging his valor and strength of spirit before the entire battlefield. Soldiers support the wounded hero, while the king, his eyes shaded, moves forward, ordering the knight to rest. Alone and determined, the king fearlessly strides straight into the advancing orcs, meeting the onslaught as if it were a casual stroll. An orc with a predatory smile steps forward, looking straight into the eyes of his enemy and getting one last chance to win through combat. In a burst of holy fire, the king clenches his swords with both hands, his eyes burning with determination to destroy his enemies. A golden chalice hovers above his bowed head, shining with heavenly light, as if accepting the warrior's prayer before the decisive blow. The silhouette of the king, under the gaze of the fiery lion and the cup of light, symbolizes his readiness to destroy all who stand in the way of justice. A spaceship hovers over the planet, its silence broken only by a signal announcing an alarm in the endless void. The ship's automatic report records activity on the Imperial border and announces the Empire's alliance with the Kingdom of Lionheart. Observations record the movement of a convoy carrying relics, where 2 convoys have already been destroyed, but the guild members remain unharmed. An alarm flashes on the electronic map, indicating that the population of orcs and occultists is rapidly growing. engulfing territories. The robot with the red sensor reacts with surprise to the unexpected signal that echoes in the tense silence of the command center. The robot races through endless space like an urgent message from fate. In the flashes of the explosion, the metal body flies apart, and the drone escapes the attack, realizing with horror the scale of the danger. The sacred chalice hangs in the air in the glow of the flames, and the young man with a cold gaze strides through the fire, holding his sword as if it were a sentence for the world. The wounded and angry old man, leaning on the young knight, looks ahead in horror, while their companion freezes in a half-cry, overcome with panic. Enveloped in divine flames, the golden-haired warrior stands amid the ruined land and dead bodies, holding a cup and a sword, while a burning chasm opens up before him. Still enveloped in radiance, the young man looks back over his shoulder with a calm gaze, and the fire that surrounds him burns like a true seal of power. Deeply moved, the wounded knight with gray eyes promises to stay until the end of the world, having heard that the Grail has already been found. In the gaze of the wounded man with violet eyes looking down from above, there is a glint of tears and respect. The old man turns to the knights, asking them not to waste time on the past and thanking them for the pride they have given him. The weakened and wounded Zarea coughs, and the young man with black hair leans toward him with an excited cry, trying to support him. Despite the old warrior's condition, the blonde solemnly announces that he will conduct the Ascension ceremony himself, holding his sword over his heart, while the defeated knight begs him to save his strength. The blonde man coldly announces the retreat of the orcs and occultists, while the gray-haired knight, covered in wounds and sweat, responds only with heavy breathing. With a golden glow and an exquisite gesture of oath, the knight with his eyes closed carefully places his hand on his chest, wondering if this is all just a recreated memory. He dignifiedly calls the gray-haired man the second son of Zordic Verdum, the first knight of Leona, and the faithful servant of the goddess of sleep and death. From the heavens, in a flash of purple light, the goddess appears with a lantern in her hand, and at her feet, the knight bows his head in reverent prayer, compelling everyone to do the same. Kneeling and folding his hands in prayer, he looks up with a mixture of pain, relief, and readiness to accept the end. The smiling goddess, surrounded by a purple glow, speaks with gentle majesty about how she is the guide of souls from the lowlands and the guide to the end of existence. The battered and ash-covered old knight looks into the distance with a shadow of humility in his eyes, speaking of the completion of his long journey as a faithful servant. Kneeling in the glow of magical light, the old knight, with his hands folded in prayer, asks the goddess to bless the soul of one who avoided vanity all his life, hated luxury, cared for his people, and sacrificed himself for others. Exhausted and bloodied, with his hands clasped in prayer, he whispers to the goddess of dreams and death with his last hope for peace for his soul. Placing his hand gently on the old man's shoulder, the young man bids him farewell, calling him the first knight to embark on his final journey and promising that the living will remember his honor and glory. Deeply moved, he wishes that the knight would raise a glass of wine in the goddess's hall and that his name would live forever. The two men remain kneeling at the center of the magic circle as the young knight, on behalf of all the gods, and as the 15th great king Lionheart, promises to accompany the fallen hero to the very banquet hall of the gods. And at the last moment, touching foreheads, they say goodbye without words, conveying to each other peace, gratitude, and eternal respect. Under the golden glow of the heavens, the two old friends shake hands in farewell, sheltered by a ray of light piercing the sky. The exhausted, bloodied face of the gray-haired warrior disappears in the sparks of light that slowly dissolve his body into shining dust. A bright pillar of light rises from the abyss into the heavens, amid burning feathers, in a piercing silence in which the name Lionheart echoes like eternal glory. Amidst the misty rocks, in the sacred hall before the map of the battlefields, the chieftain raises his hand with sorcerous fire, and around him the silhouettes of the orcs freeze in tension. Sitting on his throne in the silent hall, the orc leader contemptuously calls his enemies mere insects, while the old shaman beside him cautiously asks whether this decision is truly wise. The shaman sadly admits that he lacks disciples for the ritual and cautiously advises retreat, because this struggle is not worth the losses. The orc on the throne utters the name of King Lionheart with a thoughtful look, and his eyes burn with curiosity. In the next moment, the camera zooms in on his predatory smile, and his bloodshot eyes shine with an ominous gleam before the action begins. And then behind him, the figures of his ancestors emerge, wrapped in green flames, and he, sensing their presence, prophesies a new encounter, as if this were only the beginning. In the silence of the night, amid the dense forest and flickering fireflies, a path is laid that leads to a hidden truth in the approach of a great threat. The group moves cautiously through the dark forest, and the old man assures them that monsters rarely walk this path, judging by the tracks. Hanhari calls out to the old man, and he looks back with a serious expression, guessing that something important is troubling her. The girl asks about his past, and the man cautiously recalls memories of another version of himself who was once nearby. Touching her chest, Zaraya admits that she only has memories of her original body, but this new one is no longer able to recognize her companions. The old knight smiles as he recalls that at the age of 87, he saw the greatness of the king who once bore the title of Knight of the Holy Grail and Warrior of the God of War. The girls eagerly ask if he remembers the young king and eagerly await stories about his past. With a slight smile, the old knight admits that his memories of those times are still vivid and exciting. Zaraya recalls how the young monarch became the youngest knight of the Holy Grail, gaining recognition through his travels. He proudly recounts that His Majesty began his training at 16, demonstrating fierce zeal on the battlefield. Zaraya recounts that His Majesty began as a knight of the kingdom and heir to the duchy, displaying traits worthy of royal blood. In battle, he conquered an orc village, invaded the minds of cultists, and destroyed them, leaving behind legends of honor and glory. At the age of 20, the goddess of light chose him for a great quest, and at 27, he became the youngest knight of war in the Grail. Recalling the young king, Zaraya admits that he was dazzlingly bright and combined incomparable talent with courage. When Zaraya turns to Kanhari, her admiration turns to embarrassment, but she immediately responds with a tense smile. The old knight emphasizes that such an outstanding gift must be learned, for not everyone can achieve what His Majesty has achieved. Full of determination, Kanhari swears with a sparkle in her eyes to study hard, while the knight silently looks at her with slight surprise. Thinking about what he has heard, the young man lowers his gaze to his palm, as if weighing his own strength and desire to achieve more. Under the soft light of the campfire, the whole group falls asleep in the forest, when suddenly something unknown in the darkness disturbs their night's peace. Holding his sword intently, the young man practices his strike in the dark forest, putting strength and determination into every movement. Inspired by what he hears, the boy swings again with a gleam in his eyes and strikes with double the determination, sparing no effort. Suddenly, an observer appears from behind the trees and comments on his technique with interest, causing the young man to feel surprised and confused. The young man apologizes awkwardly to the older man, thinking that he has disturbed his sleep, but the older man just smiles, assuring him that this is normal at his age. Explaining the purpose of his visit, the young man admits that instead of guarding, he has taken up training and respectfully allows his sword to be examined. In the middle of a night forest where fireflies flicker, two generations of warriors intently cross blades, preparing for a training duel. Smiling defiantly, the old man asks him to block a serious move, and the student concentrates, ready for the next stage of the fight. Seeing the swift counterattack, the young man freezes with wide eyes, sensing his opponent's dangerous advantage. The young fighter shouts and swings his sword from above, while the gray-haired master deftly parries the blow from below, demonstrating exquisite technique. The gray-haired master, with a steely gaze, gives his student advice in the heat of battle, explaining that hands are not just for weapons, but the fastest shield, and the sword must always be ready to parry a blow. Against the backdrop of the flickering forest, swords clash with a loud explosion of sparks as the young man tensely restrains the attack of his older opponent, and the night darkness flashes with the lines of blows. Realizing his opponent's skill, the student realizes with horror that he is fighting against mechanical fencing, lightning fast, accurate, and merciless. Under a barrage of lightning attacks, the young warrior loses control and barely holds his sword, feeling his strength melt away with each blow. Unable to withstand the pressure, the sword slips from his hands and flies into the night sky, leaving behind a silvery arc in the moonlight. Unarmed and stunned, the young man stands before his opponent, whose determination pierces the air along with his heavy sword. Smiling with wise ease, the gray-haired master acknowledges his victory, but emphasizes that in a training fight, it is not the result that matters, but the experience. Sitting down on a log, the old man praises the young man for his fundamental skills and diligence, while the latter, clutching his sword, admits his own dissatisfaction with himself. Focused and anxious, the boy asks about the comparison with another student. And this surprise makes the old man raise his eyebrows in surprise. Up close, you can see the surprise in the mentor's eyes, in which a remembered image flashes, piercing his memories. Hearing the harsh verdict about the huge difference between him and Hari, the young man lowers his eyes with bitter disappointment and silently swallows his resentment. In the fiery glow of memories, Gary appears, full of passion and strength, with a sword in her hands because, even in the eyes of this old man, she is chosen by God and supremely gifted. In the night silence of the forest, two warriors sit silently on a log, and the younger of them admits that he also understands everything, although it is difficult for him to admit it to himself. Clenching his fists, the boy leaned on his sword and said with anguish that no matter how hard he tried, the impossible would not become possible, as if squeezing despair itself in his fingers. The older man, wrinkled and gray-haired, looks at his companion with a soft longing in his eyes, as if understanding the pain that no sword can heal. The gray-haired man admits with a laugh that the young man really does resemble him, and the surprised young man asks if he is really talking about him. They sit side by side in the evening forest, and the gray-haired man says, with a hint of hope, that even though everyone refused, Lord Zaraya still became a Knight of the Grail, the same as he himself would become in the future. Although now it sounds incredible to him. The elder, with a sad smile, says that he has heard this many times from his relatives, colleagues, and even from the goddess of sleep herself, who advised him to give up. Confused but stubborn, the young man looks at the old man, remembering how he never gave up, and hoping that his words will give him the strength not to give up even now. Against the backdrop of majestic mountains and the twinkling of fireflies, a simple truth resounds, that accepting a challenge is a personal matter that does not require the judgment of others, only the determination of the heart. In the silence of the night forest, sitting on a log with swords, the old sage speaks of the impossible as a challenge worth trying, and the young man listens with open eyes, absorbing every word. The old warrior, with a mixture of wisdom and sadness in his voice, calls the young man a young knight and asks if he understands what a core is, forcing him to confusedly assume that it is about courage. The silence of the night and the twinkling of fireflies envelop the philosophical idea that the core can be not only courage, but also love or hope, like invisible forces that guide through the darkness. Against the backdrop of the sun's rays, the knight in shining armor holds his sword with dignity, while the teacher's words reveal the truth that a true knight is one who has an inner core, and the pinnacle of this path is the Knight of the Holy Grail, the embodiment of the ideal. The young man, a little confused, asks about the core of the Knight of the Holy Grail, as if trying to confirm the obvious, although he himself does not fully believe in his answer. The old man, with a gray beard, like a prophet of truth, says with gentle but unwavering confidence that no one is born with a core, because it is impossible to simply have or obtain it. It must be earned. His hand rests on the young man's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts, and he turns abruptly with a surprised exclamation, sensing that something important is about to be said. The gray-haired warrior explains with determination that the true core is not hidden inside, but manifests itself outwardly. The young man, with a tense expression on his face, silently realizes how staggering the difference in strength is. While the young man sits tiredly on a log, the old mentor turns to him and says that prayers for strength always conceal a desire to become someone greater. The gray-haired mentor asks the young man a pointed question. Does he think that the gods simply grant strength, or are they waiting for him to prove that he is worthy of it himself? A majestic fortress with red roofs emerges from behind the rocks, like a guard over the abyss, menacingly guarding the passage through the gorge. A red-haired girl joyfully announces their arrival at the Imperial Guard Post, pointing to the majestic gates already visible behind the travelers. The old man points the way through the gorge, assuring them that this passage leads directly to the border of the kingdom, and the young man immediately realizes that Lionheart borders the Empire. Despite completing the main task of escorting the knight with the relic to the border, the mission is not over, causing surprise and anxiety in the hero. The hero looks around suspiciously, wondering why the convoy quest is not yet complete, when suddenly they are stopped by an Imperial guard who loudly demands their names. Standing in front of the fortress gates, a girl in a red cloak loudly proclaims that they are a convoy of sacred relics from the kingdom of Lionheart and that the guards should remember their past arrivals. The united foursome looks anxiously at the impregnable fortress where silence reigns behind the stern walls, and the answer is slow in coming. When the guard finally addresses them, his greeting sounds wary, and the gray-haired knight, drenched in sweat, suddenly bursts out in angry protest. Three of the most influential imperial figures appear in the triumphal passage. The leader of light magic, the commander of the guard, Wolfhard, and the venerable observer, Statort, each radiating their own aura of power, experience, and authority. Smiling with barely concealed malice, the gray-haired mage asks how it happened that three chosen princes of the Empire found themselves here at once, and also mentions Lord Zeray of the Knights of Twilight, as if weighing all the pieces on the board of a great game. At the moment when the silence seems to thicken, the same mage leans closer, closes his eyes, and with tense contempt rejects the prediction, his smile turning into a dangerous grimace. The girl looks up in horror, where against the backdrop of the burning sky, silhouettes of dark creatures with red eyes appear, as if darkness itself is descending upon the earth with swords at the ready. At the gates of the fortress, someone shouts anxiously that the enemies are nearby, and below, a small group, including the girl, already notices the attack and prepares for the inevitable clash. An old man with white hair, in despair and shock, recognizes something terrible, his face contorted with fear and surprise, as if he cannot believe his own eyes. In the heat of battle, when a red beam pierces the enemy, a warrior in armor freezes with shock in his eyes, not even having time to realize the attack. Fear burns in the knight's eyes, and he hears an ominous greeting to the strangers who have set foot on Imperial soil. A demonic figure emerges from the shadows with a maniacal smile and a ball of magical energy in his hand, maliciously uttering his last and final words. In the next moment, a lightning strike emerges from the darkness, piercing the knight through and through, tearing his face apart with a bright beam of power. The distraught knight rushes to the wounded Zerea, while the girl holds his head, her face showing anxious hope. The old mage, with a condescending smile, assures them that the threat does not concern anyone but the Knights of the Holy Grail, and with a sly look tests their resolve. The enraged girl, gritting her teeth, flashes her eyes, not hesitating to accept the challenge, and show that she will not allow herself to be humiliated. In response to the insolence, she summons a flame that bursts from her hand, like an explosion of her determination to fight. Rising into the air, the girl unleashes the magic of fire, forming a fiery sphere around herself that explodes below like a burning sun. Focused and cold-blooded, he activates a complex spell, allowing himself a barely noticeable smile. Seeing the scale of the explosion, the old mage recognizes with surprise the rare technique of decomposing higher elements, protecting his allies with a magical barrier. The shocked girl accuses the mage of breaking a sacred law, and he admits with a smug smile that he has been studying it for a long time. The mage calmly explains that a simple priest or knight of the Holy Grail is not capable of operating the laws of transformation. Outraged by his brazen frivolity, she calls his actions blasphemous, and in response hears a contemptuous insult about the fanaticism of her faith. In a fit of anger, he accuses his opponents of holding back progress with their faith, and that it is because of them that humanity is moving forward so slowly. The shocked girl learns that the Empire has been collaborating with the orcs from the beginning in order to seize the sacred relic. The old mage indignantly declares that the attackers are encroaching on the gift of the gods, laughing and adding that victory is only possible through understanding the enemy. The old mage, inflamed by a fanatical idea, exclaims that the sacred relic will be the key to understanding the gods and a symbol of the Empire's progress. The three fighters look up in horror at the sky, where a new threat looms in the dark clouds. Smiling with victorious confidence, the mage allows his ally to show the power that humans are capable of achieving without the help of the gods. Great magic Ramanta's lightning strike tears through the air with a storm of light, covering the arena with heavenly fury. A powerful flash of lightning cuts through the heavens, striking right in the center of the group of heroes, forcing them to react instantly. The faces of the knight and the girl flash with tension and determination as they grip their weapons, preparing to meet the deadly blow. The mysterious blonde utters the word Tsushima with dignity, releasing energy that absorbs the magical storm. Her power neutralizes the most powerful element, transforming the thunderous onslaught into a flash of light that disappears, leaving the heroes unharmed. The stunned mages scream in horror, not understanding who stopped the great magic that was supposed to strike their enemies with a bolt of lightning. Beatrice explains that she rushed to help when she sensed danger, and calmly admits that this is entirely in line with her expectations. A blonde woman with a seal above her head appears above the dark gorge, and below her is a whole cavalry of horsemen ready to crush everything in their path. In the rays of pink light, a majestic sorceress with a crown appears, greeting the heroes with a playful address. The majestic girl, bathed in the glow of holy power, flies on a giant eagle over the army of knights rapidly advancing under a red banner. The bewildered mage and knight notice her presence with alarm, struck by the fact that her magic is imbued with a sacred aura. In an explosion of emotion, the old magician cries out in shock, unable to believe that someone with such incomprehensible powers stands before him. The mages activate powerful spells to protect their consciousness, as the sorceress deliberately spreads a temptation that clouds the mind. The old mage bitterly remarks that such a display of magic is audacious and utterly unworthy of a true sorcerer. Smiling with sly charm, the sorceress admits that her attractiveness is a natural power she was simply born with. One of the senior wizards vehemently rejects the girl's explanation, believing that such a destructive power cannot be a natural gift. The senior magicians are stunned to admit that the sorceress's power is not only demonic, but also reaches the level of a divine ruler. The warriors realize with confusion that instead of a knight, the kingdom has hidden a true holy maiden who destroys all expectations. The mage, radiating calm and confidence, unleashes his magical energy, preparing to meet the enemy with an elegant but deadly handshake. Leaping into the air, he activates a combination of lightning and flame, demonstrating that the open attack was their deliberate trap. The girl is ironically surprised by his magic ball, but he, gritting his teeth with excitement, hints that this is only a prelude to the real battle. Infusing the crystal with magic, the mage increases his speed and transforms the spell to pierce the enemy's defenses with a brilliant ray of truth. A powerful beam of magic soars into the sky, catching up with the enemy on the griffin, flashing with anger and an unyielding command to destroy. The beam arrow strikes the chest of the girl with the crown with a thunderous roar, who does not even have time to close her eyes from the sudden flash. The powerful beam strikes the hexagonal shield, inside which the girl concentrates on defense, holding back the devastating attack. Beatrice stares intently ahead, despite the cracks in the air around her, knowing that the next moment will be decisive. A giant bolt of lightning tears through the sky as Lementar's ancient magic rains down on the enemy with heavenly fury. Two old mages laugh ominously, launching a simultaneous attack and mocking the enemy, because it is impossible to block two spells at once. A bright flash of magic tears through the sky, and the girl stares at the explosion in awe, exclaiming excitedly. The queen says with an authoritative look that first you have to get rid of everything unworthy, and releases a powerful spell from her palm, the great magic of mana circulation. Deeply shocked, the elders repeat the name of the spell they have heard in panic, considering it to be magic that should not exist in this world. Raising her hand to the sky, the blonde shouts the name of the forbidden spell, summoning a giant magic circle that glows pink. When the red eye of death appears over the city engulfed in flames, the girl on the giant bird casts a spell that causes a devastating wave of explosions amid horror and screams. Witnesses in armor, pale with shock, watch the magical storm engulfing the space and, barely able to stand, exclaim that this is madness, because none of them have ever seen anything like it. The old magician with the crown realizes with shock that it has absorbed even the last traces of mana from the atmosphere to create the shield of pure essence, which shines with incredible power. The woman extends her hand, focusing the pink divine concept of protection, which shines with a power that is second only to the sacred law of His Majesty. Tilting her head slightly and touching her lips with her finger, she calmly asks if magic is called sorcery in this world, because in her opinion, it is no different from the magic of her own world. Smiling and winking, the white-haired sorceress boldly declares that she does not understand how magic can be used so vulgarly, causing anger and shock in the two scientists, who are frozen by her bold confidence. Everything around her is filled with purple energy as she closes her eyes and, with a smug smile, stretches her arms forward, forming a shining sphere of power between her palms that pulsates with light and darkness at the same time. High in the sky, against the backdrop of an explosion of magical energy, a girl riding a giant eagle accuses her opponent of blindly pursuing magic because he is no longer able to understand its true essence. Stunned and confused, the old wizard realizes with horror that someone is sucking out his magic and exclaims in shock. Raising her hand to the sky, the girl pronounces the name of her terrifying technique, Being Blossoming, and an ominous sphere of black energy begins to bloom in the air. From the flash of magic that pierces the darkness, she raises her hands to the sky and summons a powerful lightning strike, filled with determination and fury. Zeri's eyes widen and his pupils narrow in panic as he suddenly feels a dark aura awakening within him, along with the memory of something terrible. The red-haired girl rushes to Zeria, asking if he is okay, while the others look around anxiously, and he, barely regaining consciousness, whispers that this is an Imperial guard post. With a smile that conveys both bitterness and ominous understanding, the gray-haired man says that he woke up here and already suspects that the Empire has betrayed them. Standing in front of the broken entrance to the castle, the white priestess with a crown whispers confirmation that the Empire's betrayal has indeed happened, and she turns to Cerzere, acknowledging his suspicions. The girl panics and grabs her head, screaming about the voice in her thoughts, while the redhead and the knight behind her look at her with surprise and tension. Beatrice orders reinforcements to be called immediately, while the surprised girl next to her asks in horror if they are not winning. The queen watches the sorcerers, warning that everything depends only on time and that she senses some strange power in the enemies. The mage with a green aura and a tense face tries to resist the force, and the queen admits that she will not be able to hold back the enemies alone if the battle drags on. An explosion from the sky tears the earth to pieces, raising clouds of dust and ash in complete silence. The robot's mangled body lies in a deep crater amid cracks and fire, surrounded by the ominous hum of magic. With its damaged hull, it frantically reports a critical system error and the need for immediate repair. Amidst the smoke and fiery glow, a damaged mechanism lies among the debris, while someone's armored foot calmly steps alongside, voicing a response to the emergency protocol. A darkened hand picks up a damaged sphere with a red light in the center from the ground, which quietly emits a questioning sound, as if trying to understand what is happening. Against the backdrop of the burning battlefield, a commander in red and gold armor holds the crumpled body of the machine in his hand and asks suspiciously why this device feels like a sacred power. Hearing the order to immediately leave the canyon and call for reinforcements, the warriors rush forward, raising dust in the ominous echo of the stone walls. The gray-haired horseman urges his group to flee, knowing that the wrath of the Imperial army is already breathing down their necks. Burning with fear, the young man flees through the canyon with all his might, while the frightened rider tries not to fall behind, urging her horse on amid the rumbling of alarm. Looking back at the pursuer's cry, the warrior grits his teeth, realizing that every second decides who will survive. The rider, trembling with fear, rushes ahead, and behind her, through the clouds of dust, the Imperial army is rapidly approaching. The leader's face is contorted with rage as he roars in pursuit, consumed by a thirst for revenge. The armed pursuer raises his sword, ordering them to stop, but the fleeing horsemen do not even look back. With eyes full of determination, the girl clenches her burning sword, preparing to challenge her enemies with fire and courage. An explosion of fire engulfs the space before her, and even the enemy involuntarily stops, struck by her desperate impulse. Her blade cuts through the flames, and her face glows with excitement as the enemy's attack unexpectedly changes the course of the battle. The dark attacker stares coldly at his opponent, but she grips her sword and meets his gaze with fire in her heart. Colliding in a frenzied rush, she strikes the enemy with her sword from below, causing a burst of power and a lightning-fast counterattack. When she is knocked down by an enemy blow, the girl's body flies across the sand, and her surprised allies rush to her with fear in their voices. With anger burning in her eyes, the warrior curses the enemies who have once again violated the borders between the Empire and the Kingdom. A magical storm erupts around the figure in the darkness, promising death to all who dare to oppose him. In the glow of a purple flash, a demonic creature enters the arena, a harbinger of doom that makes the very air tremble. In the center of the magical storm, a demonic warrior rises, brandishing a sword that blazes with the lightning of merciless power. His eyes glow with hatred, and his body is enveloped in a dark energy that blurs the line between reality and horror. Bursting with laughter, the demon lunges forward, while the defender's gaze is filled with horror and tension before the inevitable clash. The demonic horseman breaks forward, cutting through the ground with a purple explosion and forcing enemies to flee from his path. Hearing the warning, Stella looks back in fear, sensing danger approaching from behind. Warriors on horseback, weapons in hand, rush forward, determined to stop the demon invasion and save the sacred relics. The knight at full gallop carries out the order and with a loud cry rushes into battle, raising a cloud of dust in the glint of steel blades. With battle cries, the horsemen rush towards the enemy, and a demonic figure with a sword meets them with a flash of power and contempt. The demon, overcome with frenzied joy, rushes forward, scattering purple lightning and infecting the earth with dark energy. The frenzied demon roars as it cuts through space with an explosion of dark power, forcing enemies to flee. With despair in his eyes, he calls for help from his soldiers, hoping for one last chance to survive. In the glow of divine light, the girl soars into the sky, preparing a deadly blow with the spell of the heavenly sword. The powerful blow cuts through the air with a flash of lightning, throwing the enemy far away in a burning whirlwind. With a look of determination in her eyes, the girl realizes that this power is capable of destroying even the strongest demon. But suddenly she is overcome with shock when the enemy's cold hand grabs her head, stopping the attack for a moment. The Blackhorn demon, filled with rage and hatred, clenches his sword and threatens revenge, bursting into flames of hostile power. Stunned with surprise, the old knight with a gray beard realizes that even a holy sword is unable to pierce the skin of this monster. In a bright flash of light, the hero rushes forward, cutting through the air with an attack that throws his opponent off balance. The enemy, enveloped in an ominous purple aura, steps forward with his sword raised and accuses Xerius of a meaningless past, dismissively doubting that he can stop him. With a mocking smile, the demon says that it will take a true Knight of the Grail to kill him, and the old man replies that the Empire has become too arrogant. An ominous shadow slowly creeps across the gray-haired knight's face as he asks menacingly when his opponent gained the right to judge the Knights of the Holy Grail, while the other just hisses angrily in response. The man's wide-open eyes burn with panic as he realizes he has only 1 minute left. The old knight looks mockingly at his angry enemy, jokingly blaming his age for his forgetfulness regarding the shrine. The horned man, upon seeing his familiar enemies, freezes in shock, unable to believe what has happened. Cutting through the dust and wind, the horseman rushes forward with the unconscious girl on his shoulder, while the demon behind him rages at his own powerlessness. A man with gray hair and a sly smile looks at the silent girl standing next to him with a frozen expression. Against the backdrop of a golden sunset, Stella Vermilion and the senior knight call on Lionheart's warriors to prepare their swords, announcing their command over the battle. United by their fighting spirit, the warriors with steely gazes stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to carry out orders even under the threat of death. The darkness around the demon thickens as he clenches his fist in rage and curses the recklessness of mortals. The demon explodes with frenzied rage, unable to believe that mortals are so possessed by faith that they do not even fear death. Burning with a crimson glow, the warrior lunges into the attack, and the knights holding their swords prepare to meet the powerful blow. The knight trembles under the pressure of the demonic force, losing his balance every second before the explosion of magical fury. The demon, consumed by contempt, rushes into the crowd with blind fury, condemning everyone for their obedience to mindless orders. The white knight cuts through the air with his sword with frenzied force, releasing a deadly wave that makes the earth tremble and enemies retreat. With a focused gaze and clenched fist, he lunges forward, preparing a magical move that could change the course of the entire battle. Seeing the power of the blow, the old wizard panics and shouts that even this is too much, trying to keep the situation under control. After Sir Zeri's sword pierces the enemy's defense, he lets out a cry, covered in blood. But despite the pain, he desperately orders them not to worry about him. With eyes full of determination, he summons a burst of energy, clenching his weapon, but his sudden cry indicates that something has gone wrong. The enraged warrior in golden armor rushes down with a cry, smashing the ground beneath the wounded knight's body, and angrily rebukes them for their stupidity and misunderstanding of the difference in strength. The demon, his face contorted with rage, lunges forward with a cry, accusing his opponents of weakness, and strikes the hooded girl's sword with such force that she barely has time to react. A powerful wave of energy explodes from the point of impact and throws the girl back, while the demon, without stopping, continues his relentless attack, leaving a spiral of destruction in the space between them. But suddenly another swordsman appears before him in a flash of lightning, and his decisive preemptive strike cuts through the air, stopping the demon with a burst of light. Staring intently at the streams of dark energy, he clenches his sword with a fierce realization, understanding that the speed of his enemy's regeneration has increased and that this is probably the work of the treacherous empire. The two figures freeze in tense silence before the veil of distorted space, through which an ominous purple silhouette breaks through. Glancing at the red-haired knight, he addresses her with formal respect, asking how much time is left, and hears only a heavy silence in response. With a determined look, the hero raises his sword and swears to fight only in this reality until it ends. Against the backdrop of a ruined battlefield and a fading sky, a dark warrior in armor, shrouded in purple evil, prepares for the final battle, while a figure with an aura of power coldly watches from above. The horned demon, rubbing his hands and grinning triumphantly, ominously declares that only one remains, as if anticipating the imminent demise of all his enemies. A young swordsman stands in the middle of a dusty plain, enveloped in a mysterious aura, and declares with cold confidence that even this body will not stand in the way of his victory, striking the enemy with his maturity and calmness. Clenching his fist, he looks at his strength with a slight smile, not hiding his surprise at his own growth, and wonders why the goddess chose a knight who lacks so much. The frowning bearded man defiantly shouts that despite the changes, nothing will change, and with a contemptuous smile asks the boy what he is capable of right now. Walking slowly, leaving a whirlwind of dust behind him, he recalls the Knights of the Holy Grail, those who sacrificed all their strength to fulfill the divine quest. Looking at the ravaged battlefield, the young man with a sword in his hand enthusiastically recounts that the lives of these heroes were like flowers that bloomed in countless battles, and that this glory had always been his dream. But now he faces an enemy in black armor, like a shadow among the fallen army, and this encounter takes on a completely different meaning. With his face split in half by a sword, the young man announces his destiny to be the one who leads souls from the darkest depths, subject to the will of the goddess, the mysterious ruler of all that exists. When he finally utters the name of the goddess of all that exists, his aura flashes with a purple glow, and the sword seems to merge with his spirit, even though everyone said it was impossible. The horned demon recoils in panic, not believing his own eyes, for he sees before him the impossible, a knight who has dared to challenge the very impossible. The young man, enveloped in radiance, could find no reason why the impossible could not become reality, for the old knight before him already held a sword capable of rewriting the laws of death. The goddess of death watched with satisfaction as a blinding ray broke through the heavens, cutting through the darkness and fixing the figure of the hero at the epicenter of the divine judgment. His eyes burned with the promised protection, and his voice, full of tenderness, called the little knight to an impossible battle. His figure, enveloped in the radiance of an otherworldly power, stands firm beyond the boundaries of time and space, where a force is born that can challenge even eternity. With a look that mixed fear and determination, the girl hears through the debris that he is not immortal, but fights, deceiving death itself. Near the mysterious figure in the glow of magic, a boy with light hair holds a sword and speaks of overcoming mortality, as if prophesying inevitable victory. The knight flees the battlefield with a powerful leap, leaving behind the broken bodies of his comrades, discarded swords, and cracks in the ground that eloquently testify to a crushing defeat. Cursing everything around him, he rushes forward frantically, stumbling over a magical storm that rises with each step, as if trying to engulf the fugitive himself. Bloodied and enraged, the Horn Commander shouts curses at the fanatics, and his chest is torn apart by a magical blow as black blood drips onto his armor. The blonde hero raises his sword with determination in his eyes, and under a storm of lightning, he recalls how he almost died from the blow of the demonized knight if he himself had not crossed the line. From the dust of battle, the young knight turns hopefully to the dark figure, saying that it is not too late, hinting at a chance to save the soul that stands before him in silence and shadows. The blond man in shining armor anxiously informs him that even if they leave immediately, it will take at least half a day to reach the border with Lionheart, and there is still plenty of time to pursue them. The enraged Horn Commander, with a menacing grin, orders the fugitives to be found, for the shrine must be returned, and his eyes burn with fanatical determination. The bloodied soldier, with his last breath, raises the signal to his lips, ignoring the order to stop in order to convey the alarming message before he falls. The horned warrior with a twisted face looks at her mockingly, surprised that she is still alive, as if waiting for the moment when he can finish the job. Covered in blood and scratches, Stella Vermilion stands among the rubble with a trembling hand on her chest, gritting her teeth and preparing to fight her last battle. The warrior in silver draws his sword and, with a cold expression on his face, orders the destruction of everyone without exception, leaving no living soul behind. The girl's shaky figure with a bloody sword challenges even the numerical superiority of the enemy, and her gaze burns with the last spark of unbreakable will. Drenched in sweat and blood, she clenched her teeth and defiantly declared that Lionheart had an honor that would not allow him to retreat even in the face of death. But suddenly her bold speech is interrupted by surprise when the knights opposite her suddenly flinch, as if they have seen something terrible behind her. A bright trail of fire cuts through the sky, and when everyone looks up, it becomes clear that something is flying towards them that is capable of wiping out an entire army, and the surprised whispers only emphasize the approaching disaster. Everyone freezes, watching as a blinding fire blooms in the bloody sky, and the falling meteorite casts its last warning before impact with its glow. The knight's face is contorted with horror and surprise when he suddenly sees something terrible in the sky and does not even have time to finish his sentence before his heart stops in anticipation of disaster. A blinding beam shoots up into the sky, instantly exploding with a fiery roar, causing the red-haired girl to freeze. The warrior's face is frozen in silent confusion, while the horned demon stares with ominous vigilance. In panic and trembling, the soldiers utter the word murderer with horror, realizing how ruthless their opponent has turned out to be. Heavy footsteps on the scorching ground are accompanied by a calm recitation of former titles. Cunning Knight, Witch Hunter, Knight of Doom, echoing like a sentence to all who dare to stand against him. Crowned with a burning cloak and filled with heavenly wrath, the messenger of divine punishment rises from the lava crater before a frightened girl who gazes imploringly at this hellish wonder. Amidst the roar of flames and the crackling of lava, a loud and proud revelation echoes that he is Vulcan himself, the embodiment of the burning wrath of the earth. In a fiery whirlwind of rage and magma, an armored giant with a flaming mane appears, loudly proclaiming himself Vulcan and flooding the battlefield with unbridled heat. The huge titan with a flaming sword steps forward menacingly, and the frightened warriors before him freeze amid the cracked stones and scorched earth. The commander with horns on his forehead, agitated and shocked by the sudden appearance of the monster, demands an explanation with tension on his face. The dark giant with burning eyes pronounces an ominous verdict, preparing to burn the very essence of his enemy's soul in the name of a merciful death. A defiant smile appears on his lips, hinting at inner confidence and hidden superiority despite the tension and danger. The hero throws accusations with frenzied fury, reproaching his enemy for the pride that led to disaster, and prepares for the decisive blow. The Knight in Black, the embodiment of the Empire's power, coldly and menacingly proclaims his superiority, forcing his enemy to tremble before his inexorable authority. With a flash of red light, the Dark Knight with burning eyes mercilessly strikes his opponent, causing him to cry out in pain. The gloomy warrior, explaining why their state has the right to call itself an empire, demonstrates with a single swing a power that overwhelms even the most hardened soldier. With thunder and a flash of power, two warriors clash at the epicenter of the battle, where one of them angrily shouts that he can only tolerate the very existence of his opponent. Clad in demonic armor, the warrior strikes contemptuously with his sword, rebuking his opponent for his arrogance and cries of independence. Red with rage, the bearded man with a burning gaze growls through his teeth, reminding his enemy that he expanded his domain without any need. With one powerful blow, the hero turns the battlefield into a hellish storm, and everything around explodes with fire and light, engulfing his opponents. Accusing his opponents of excessive leniency, The armored warrior with a flaming sword mercilessly cuts down the enemy, tearing up the ground and leaving behind a scream. Enraged and stunned, the horned demon cries out in shock, realizing that the enemy's strength, agility, and magic have long surpassed human capabilities. The warrior's majestic figure in a flowing cloak rises into the air, enveloped in red light and thunderous power that shatters the sky and earth. Beaten and humiliated, the horned warrior crawls through the debris, unable to believe his defeat, while the ominous figure in black armor looms over him with a pulsating sword in his hands. Pierced with despair, the horned demon raises his hands to the sky, crying out to a being named Na, ready to give everything to gain power, even if it costs him his own soul. Exploding with fiery mania, the demon laughs hysterically, asking if anyone has ever seen such a blasphemous and insane warrior. Filled with newfound power, the demon ecstatically proclaims his omnipotence, mocking those who get what they want only through prayer. The demon's third eye opens with fiery rage, and with a devilish gaze, he urges fear of the Knight of the Holy Grail. The hero raises a giant flaming sword to the sky, summoning a storm of burning energy that even the demon in the foreground finds threatening. The sword cuts through the earth with a thunderous roar, exploding in a powerful flash that destroys the enemy and everything around him. In the blinding light, as if before the face of a deity, the demon's silhouette freezes, struck by the grandeur of inevitable doom. The beam of power rapidly crashes into a magical shield that suddenly appears above the shattered ground. Beatrice stands inside the magic circle, raising her hand to the barrier of blue light, her gaze full of surprise, as if whispering that she did not expect this. The two sorcerers, ecstatically invoking runes and seals, laugh maliciously, convinced that it is only a matter of time before they capture the girl. The demonic mage is thrilled with the power of his sorcery, choking with excitement, calling her an endless inspiration that fills his dark soul. The blonde man presses his lips together with determination, thinking about the final attack, in which he seeks to punish the insolent attackers and find out if the Empire is behind this bloody incident. Seeing Leon, the mage cries out in shock and retreats in amazement, while the queen, with calmness and a slight gesture of her hand, silently turns her gaze to the sudden appearance. The king appears on time with a noble smile, inspiring respect and slight surprise, and his calm voice hints that the help did not come by chance, because he entrusted the matter to an old ally. With calm dignity and sincerity in her voice, the girl refuses to dominate, emphasizing that her goal is not glory, but a just alliance. His smile turns serious when he declares the need to talk, and the charming girl's response, assuring him that she is not a knight, diffuses the tension with light irony. The old magician, his face contorted with rage, clenches a glowing sphere of dark energy, exclaiming that nothing has changed and condemning everyone to death in a frenzied burst of despair. His gaze suddenly stops. Surprise appears in his eyes and his face freezes in tension as something incomprehensible catches his attention and silences him. The fiery core of the heavenly flame cuts through the sky, rapidly approaching the earth, and a frightened cry in the air asks who dared to summon the meteorite. The queen asks in surprise if it is the same man, and the blonde man with a sly smile hints that they should not interfere yet. In a blinding flash and explosions of flame, Vulcan attacks with two red-hot swords with unstoppable force, like heavenly punishment itself. The two magicians look ahead in horror, recognizing Vulcan, the Knight of the Holy Grail, whose appearance destroys all their plans. The red beam of heavenly justice cuts through the sky and crashes to the ground in the form of the holy law of the flames of war. Both magicians, with frenzied expressions on their faces, look up in horror as the light of divine punishment rapidly approaches them. After the explosion, amid clouds of dust and silence, the armored warrior kneels before the girl and her companion, who calmly observe the aftermath of the battle. Twisting in the clouds of dust, the knight in broken armor kneels and proclaims the name of the almighty Lord Lionheart, calling for an immediate visit of revenge. The blonde man smiles and recognizes the familiar knight, who in a frenzy shouts greetings, blessing his majesty and begging for long life. The blue-eyed king, slightly surprised by the address, silently raises his gaze, not understanding what caused the knight to react so emotionally. The girl in the crown, looking back at Leon, says that everyone must be gathered as quickly as possible before the gates close, and the young man with a serious look agrees with her without objection. Kneeling before the warrior, the king declares passionately that, despite the urgency, he does not demand explanations, but only asks to be shown the way and given a task so that he can act immediately. The blond man asks him to give him an item that symbolizes himself, as if preparing for some important mission. A ritual flame rises around the warrior's hand, glowing crimson and ready to transfer the artifact. Clutching the magical blade in his armored palms, the man resolutely declares that he will do so if it is truly necessary. The blond man accepts the gift with a slight smile, and a red flame plays in his hands like a sign of a magical agreement. In the spirit of farewell, the knight in armor sincerely bids farewell to the blond man and his companion, promising to meet again while they walk away with confidence. Smiling through the light of warm memories, the blond man quietly promises himself that their paths will surely cross again. Amidst the burning ruins and scorched earth, Vulcan stands unyielding, anger in his eyes and the thought that his enemy is still alive. Standing with a serious expression at the magical gate, she watches as the knights disappear into the bright light of the portal. The girl with the fiery gaze joyfully greets the arriving warriors as they prepare to follow the army. A winged horse gently descends to the ground, carrying a noble couple whose appearance immediately attracts the attention of the entire detachment. The silver-haired girl listens with a slight smile as the boy confidently confirms their arrival, full of calm and grandeur. The embarrassed girl clenches her fist and responds with intonation, barely hiding her excitement in front of the high-ranking person. The knight solemnly presents the chest to the young man, addressing his majesty, while the others watch with awe and wonder. With solemnity, the warrior acknowledges the importance of the find, calling it a sacred relic and holding it with respect. The young ruler accepts the chest, and his companion approvingly notes the preservation of the relic, praising the diligence of all those involved. The chest bursts with light, enveloping everyone around it and causing the knights to retreat in a wave of astonishment. Gazing into the glow, the young man holds his breath, and before his eyes appears something much greater than just a relic. With sincere admiration, he examines the bright contents of the chest, calling it a lost holy treasure that had long been lost. Inside the chest, engulfed in magical flames, lies a sword that is recognized as a true sacred relic. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Pantheon Guild in the Namju Plains, where a new series of events begins that will shake the world. A woman gets out of the car with noticeable irritation, recalling the unexpected appearance of the association's president himself in the morning. After receiving an urgent message, manager Park Soo-jin stops in surprise by the car, realizing the importance of the call to the guild. Walking down the street, she notes with irony that the place has become a real tourist attraction, which the guild has turned into because of fame seekers. Listening to rumors about the legendary item, she thinks with irritation how anyone could tolerate such injustice. Seeing the scene from afar, the woman stops with an awkward exclamation, realizing that something strange is happening there. The robot emits a squeak and a message about accepting donations through the payment system, leaving the boy confused. Manager Park Soo-jin politely approaches the strange object with hope, asking if it is really the famous yak spinner. Smiling with relief, Park Soo-jin is surprised that she has been recognized, as soon as the system confirms her identity as the manager of the Hunters Association. The artificial intelligence reports full access to the database, causing her to wonder if this is confidential information. The accompanying voice offers a connection to His Majesty, and Park Soo-jin, not missing the opportunity, asks for permission to see the legendary hammer. Seeing the shocking amount of 5 million won, Park Soo-jin looks confusedly at the sign, shocked by the excessive cost of the trial. Hearing about a discount due to her status, she rejoices with relief at the sum of 500,000, opening her mouth in surprise and not hiding her sincere delight. But in the next moment, her gaze darkens rapidly, and her face freezes in fear as a sudden realization paralyzes her thoughts. Against the backdrop of city shop windows, the girl asks how they know about her assets, and in response hears a simple and unexpected word: snapshot. Under the weight of the persistent question, her trembling betrays her fear, and lowering her gaze, she admits that she is definitely not ready today. She leaves the building with a tense expression, hiding her anxiety behind a confident stride. Seeing Han's assistant, Park Soo-jin smiles happily, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected meeting after a long separation. Suddenly, a girl jumps out of a lion costume with a wild cry, shocking the manager with her unexpected and comical appearance. Embarrassed but cheerful, Park Soo-jin tries to keep the conversation going while the priestess proudly announces her new position. Responding that she has come for an evaluation, she smiles and accepts the offer of an escort, walking confidently alongside the building employee. The girl in the lion costume puts a badge with her photo on her chest to officially introduce herself to those around her on this important day. The smiles of her friends in the elevator accompany her courage, and her own laughter shows that she has accepted the challenge of being herself, even in a lion costume. Her face glows with happiness when she realizes that she is truly welcome in this place, and the curator's smile only adds to the warmth of the moment. Seeing a familiar face inside, the girl in the lion costume is genuinely happy to see her and immediately enters the hall, full of expectations. However, the next moment brings confusion, and both girls freeze when they encounter someone whose appearance causes uncertainty and silence. On the terrace, under the rays of the sun, the two sit drinking coffee in silent harmony, as if united by a habit of grandeur and effortless elegance. With his eyes slightly closed, Leon enjoys his drink, as if the world around him has frozen in silence. A look of respect and a slight smile appear in the queen's eyes when she realizes that she is sitting in front of a true representative of royal blood. The man slowly raises the cup of tea to his lips, observing the guests and unerringly determining their affiliation with the association. Both girls bow hastily, one of them nervously calling out the name of her companion in an attempt to ease the tension. With a slight smile and a calm tone, the man gives the order to bring a mysterious object that will clarify the purpose of their meeting. After a while, the girl in the lion costume cheerfully rolls the cart towards the weapons room, as if preparing a surprise. The woman in a business suit looks ahead in horror, not believing her eyes after the unexpected sight. Amidst the shining artifacts and battle relics, the two stand in awe, one with pride and the other with mixed surprise and confusion. Two relics sparkle before their eyes, the massive axe of the orc champion and the shining hoop of the concept of purity, evoking admiration and wonder. The manager looks confusedly at the dagger, burning with divine fire, struck by its legendary origin and the inability to activate skills due to traces of war. The girl in the lion costume exclaims as she holds out the last exhibit, and the manager, intrigued by her seriousness, agrees to take a closer look. Carefully opening the box, the girl with glasses and a serious expression releases a golden glow, while a silent blonde man and a mysterious queen watch in the background. With a bright flash of light inside the chest, the girl with bare ears looks delighted, while the woman next to her tries to make out the find in confusion. Inside the luxurious, light-filled chest lies a sparkling sword, its rarity so epic it makes you gasp. The king is presented with an epic artifact, a shining sword named after the famous Richard Lionheart, and everyone stands in awe. Focused, with his eyelids lowered, he unleashes the power of the artifact, activating it with a burst of pure energy. With it by his side, he stands solemnly before the others, holding the sword as a sign of his power, causing those present to exclaim in amazement. The sword flies into the case on its own, emitting sparks and power that make the surrounding air tremble with tension. The stunned spectators watch as the weapon comes to life right before their eyes and try to comprehend how it moves without human intervention. The girl is surprised to discover that the sword and its owner are mutually attracted, radiating a glow of energy that envelops them in golden streams. The sword, radiating a holy glow, soars into the air and descends smoothly to the young man, who accepts it with majestic solemnity, while the girl with the crown watches, holding her breath. With his palms pressed together, the young man raises the sword to his face, allowing the power of the artifact to merge with him in complete harmony. The moment the blade touches his chest, energy flares between his hands, marking the completion of the ritual of acceptance of power. His gaze is focused and steady, and golden rays shine around him, as if responding to his inner vow. Before him unfolds a starry structure, on which shines a slogan about overcoming difficulties and striving for the stars. The inscriptions speak to the heart to do good with courage, to restore justice even if the sky falls, and to cherish love that shines like a star. Focused and determined, he voices an ancient call to make his destiny brighter, while the girl asks in surprise what this strange poem is. Smiling proudly, he explains that these words belong to the first Lionheart King, as a message to his descendants who will continue his path. Calmly turning to the surprised onlookers, he asks them to step back a little until they understand what is really happening. Two passers-by stop, staring up in amazement, as something unusual has caught their attention on the terrace. In front of the glass building, bathed in golden light, a majestic blonde figure appears with a sword, striking with his regal appearance. Armed and determined, Leon angrily proclaims his name and heritage, declaring himself the new Lion King. Enveloped in divine light, the young man cries out, summoning power through a sacred artifact, as if calling for a response from the gods themselves. A powerful flash of light tears through the space before him, causing amazement and admiration in the eyes of the audience. In the glow that floods the entire hall, the boy stands with his arms raised while everyone around him freezes, realizing what has happened. Illuminated by the fire of dawn, the boy smiles calmly, feeling the return of his power, while the documents around him sparkle in the glow of magic. He solemnly walks up to the queen with a shining sword in his hand, announcing an important ceremony made possible by the knives. The queen, with a slight smile and noble calm, acknowledges that everything is going according to his long-standing plan. The blonde man confidently announces the completion of the preparation of the Knights of the Holy Grail, emphasizing the seriousness of the upcoming mission. Changing his tone to a focused one, he thoughtfully begins to explain the next stage, which requires extreme caution. A cosmic phenomenon unfolds in the universe when, through great awareness, the call of a star begins, a symbol of the power that will change everything. In the soft light of dawn, the city awakens to a new day, in which the silence of the park hides a premonition of future fateful events. In a narrow alley where the light of a lantern flickers, a girl confidently strides forward, having decided to stay in this place for a while. Responding to her interlocutor's remarks about the techniques of swordsmen, she explains with bitter certainty that this is not enough. With a determined look, she raises her eyes, clutching the phone in her hand, and declares that they need a sacred law to kill this man. The girl reports on the phone that he was last seen in Vietnam, calmly walking down the street in the night haze. With a magical sword in his hand, the dark figure confidently emerges from the chaos like the embodiment of an ancient curse. The blonde man looks ahead indifferently as smoke rises from his glass, ignoring the shouts around him, as if demonstrating complete steadfastness. In the heat of morning training, horsemen rush into the attack, and fighters in formation prepare for the clash, trying to hold the line of defense. The defenders' faces are contorted with screams and tension, each of them rushing forward with a shield and sword, responding to the attack with frenzied cavalry. The horsemen's eyes burn with determination as they fly forward with a loud battle cry, swinging wooden clubs to break through the enemy's ranks. The heroes are shocked to see their breakthrough stopped by the enemy's shields, and they furiously rush at the barricades with spears in their hands. The desperate attack breaks off against a powerful barrier that repels the blow, leaving the defenders unshaken. In a moment of despair, Suko breaks forward with a cry, rising into the air to attack again with fierce pressure. The boy in the tracksuit falls to the floor with a thud, struck by something powerful, while the girl at his side cries out his name in alarm. Lying on the floor and trembling with tension, the boy looks up in horror, not understanding what is happening. His eyes freeze on a group of friends who no longer look like people. Dark silhouettes with an ominous light in the background, staring at him as if subjugated by an incomprehensible force. With an ominous smile and a burning gaze, the girl announces her deadly intention, like the approach of a horror that knows no mercy. The boy is thrown into bloody chaos as a crowd of angry thugs with screams and rage on their faces descends upon him. Panic and despair grip the group when it becomes clear that their experiment has failed fatally and everything has gone wrong. Right in front of the girl, Suko receives a hard blow and flies away, leaving traces of the collision on the ground. The boy opens his eyes on the ground, gradually coming to his senses under the influence of healing magic, while the commander orders to move on to the next stage. Among his worried comrades, the boy, who has just regained consciousness, admits that he had already said goodbye to life in his mind, and the girl swears to avenge him. A powerful wave of water washes all opponents off the battlefield, and a voice announces the cadets' victory and the end of the morning training. The sky and the building are reflected in the mirror-like surface of the water, and the voice emphasizes that the cadets are the most important. A teacher stands on the steps, explaining the strategy of retreat and the use of speed, while the assembled cadets listen attentively to every word. 3 students respond loudly to the command with smiles, while a dark-haired girl stands aside, concentrating silently, taking everything seriously. After the phrase about the gunners, the girl's expression changes, and one of the boys turns to her in surprise. She stands silently, stunned by the unexpected mention, which awakens disturbing thoughts in her. The exhausted boys can barely stand on their feet after grueling training, dreaming only of warm food and peaceful rest. The blonde guy turns around in surprise when he hears the cheerful call of the girl, who enthusiastically treats all her tired friends to a hot meal. The smiling girl with a plate of baked vegetables solemnly presents her simple but sincerely prepared dinner, generously filled with the aroma of care. The students happily rush to the girl with a basket of food, which she brought with the help of an older friend. Impressed by the aroma and taste of the dish, the young man freezes with wide eyes and a blush on his cheeks. Everyone relaxes and enjoys the hot food, joking wearily about their diet of sugar and salt water, and giving thanks for this luxurious meal. The red-haired girl happily announces the upcoming initiation ceremony, while her friend enjoys the food with surprise. The young man recalls her connection to the gods with a look of surprise, not understanding what she meant, while the girl just sighs awkwardly. Explaining to the others, the girl talks about the importance of the pantheon gods and the sacred laws that are necessary to become a true knight of the kingdom. With sincere faith in her eyes, the red-haired girl claims that she was chosen by Poma and Phedos themselves, because everyone chooses the gods they truly believe in. Against the backdrop of the symbols of the goddess of justice and the god of war, the three friends listen attentively, realizing that knights mostly serve these two deities. The dark-haired girl, holding a baked potato, thoughtfully recalls that Sir Yapi is a knight of the Holy Grail, dedicated to the god of iron and blacksmiths, Hito. Amidst piles of gold and the glow of magic, the robot cheerfully proclaims that Sir Yapi's main strength is making money, causing laughter and surprise among the observers. Against the backdrop of a glowing screen, Yapi turns on with a short signal, like a machine that is always on the lookout for new information. Upon hearing about himself, Yapi refutes the statement about earning money, and the students enthusiastically shout his name and joke about the wiretap. The robot on the screen dryly explains the limitations of the device compared to organic matter, while one of the cadets cheerfully mocks him, causing another to blush and ask for privacy. The calm learning environment is disrupted by an unexpected call by name, and everyone present turns in surprise to the confused Jihek. With the announcement of the Guardian's arrival and the demand to report to the office immediately, Jihek instantly freezes in amazement, not understanding what awaits him. He cheerfully says goodbye to his classmates, leaving them laughing, while two girls turn toward him in surprise. The next moment, he silently walks past them, and they are already sitting on the floor with anxious looks, as if they sense something bad. Without saying a word, the boy slowly walks to the restroom, leaving a strange tension in the air behind him. Hearing the boys laughing behind her, the girl turns around anxiously, sensing that the secret may become known to everyone. The dark-haired boy nervously admits that he cannot tell the truth and asks to drop the subject. Confused and distraught, she doesn't understand what's going on, but feels that something important is slipping through her fingers. The spacious and bright building with tall windows turns out to be the headquarters of the Pantheon Guild, where several figures enter in a businesslike mood. A young man with an unfriendly face greets someone with obvious irritation and undisguised suspicion. A slender woman in an elegant dress with a stern look stands in the building's entrance hall, holding a bag, and her appearance causes tension in the air. A mother with an irritated expression emotionally denies that she needs a reason to see her own son. They lock eyes across the turnstiles, and the woman demands respect, unable to comprehend how he dares to speak to his mother in such a manner. The young man coldly states that he is busy and asks her not to delay him, but she only sighs, not recognizing her child in him. The young man coldly reminds her that he promised to take care of the draft issue with the guild himself, so he asks her not to worry. The distraught mother, striking at his heart with words of love, tries to stop her son, but he stands firm, declaring that he will not take her side. The bewildered employee, with anxiety in his voice, assures her that joining one of the 10 best guilds would guarantee the boy a bright future. In a dark memory, an ominous silhouette orders him to betray, but even that proves insufficient for salvation, which gnaws at his soul with a guilty shadow. Gritting his teeth, the young man cannot believe that he has actually decided to step into the nest of heretics, and this thought stirs up a mixture of anxiety and anger in him. In red tension, the silent Jahek stands with a cold gaze, and his mother's voice urging him to return breaks through his stubborn silence. The blond man solemnly walks toward a group of cadets, among whom a girl sits under a white umbrella, attracting the attention of the entire squad. The blond man looks straight ahead and calmly asks a difficult question about gods and pseudo-religions, challenging the entire audience. The cadets either avoid his gaze or cough nervously, not knowing how to answer the question that has taken them by surprise. One of the students in a blue uniform wonders whether the comparison is too risky, while a tense silence reigns around them. The queen makes an unexpected suggestion about the difference between reality and fiction, causing even the instructor to pause and think. Smiling, the blond man hints that the absence of evidence is not a denial of existence, causing genuine confusion in the listener. One of the cadets hesitantly raises his hand, expressing doubt about the divine nature, because he has not seen any miracles with his own eyes. The blond man, looking at the audience with a slight smile, questions their faith, asking whether divinity is really determined only by miracles. The confused young man tries to explain that the difference between the real and the imaginary lies in the ability to see, recalling the incarnation of the goddess in a scarecrow. Against the backdrop of images of gods, the blond man concludes that gods who have never appeared may simply not exist. The young man confusedly tries to prove the reality of the gods, relying on the king's words, but faces a direct challenge to their authenticity. The blond man, with a sly smile, questions his own truth, shocking the young man with unexpected doubts about the king's sincerity. A girl's hand rises in the hall, and after permission to speak, the atmosphere becomes even more tense with anticipation of a direct answer. The dark-haired girl, pondering what she has heard, slowly pronounces the name of the pantheon, immersing herself in her own thoughts about the gods. With a serious look, she adds that these gods are not only heard, but also bring real benefits, unlike the empty beliefs of others. Visualizing her words, she recalls miracles, answers to prayers, and signs as indisputable proof of their existence. Blondine claims that the girl serves two gods at once and asks the class if they have received an answer, while she herself admits her lack of knowledge. With barely restrained sadness, the girl admits that she is not sure of her faith, although she acknowledges the correctness of her mentor's words. Raising his hand to the sky, Leon solemnly proclaims that everyone around him is wrong, initiating something extraordinary. His figure is engulfed in a magical explosion, which sends a flurry of flames and light around him, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, a downpour does indeed begin over the city, and passers-by, frightened, take cover and flee from the unexpected rain. A stunned girl with a blue streak in her hair says that it looks like thunder and rain in the middle of a clear sky. From above, you can see the schoolyard, where despite the heavy downpour, there is one dry spot where the king is standing. A blond man with a cold expression on his face talks about faith, hinting that only ordinary people seek divine confirmation in it. The girl with wet hair is confused and wonders why the rain does not stop, even though the prayer was answered, but did not save her from getting wet. Against the backdrop of torrential rain, a young man stands in the middle of the stairs with his head held high, explaining that the gods protect him so zealously that they did not even allow his ankles to get wet. A girl with a serious look on her face listens to a warning that one should not bargain with God, because he does not grant wishes simply upon request. The king, passing by, explains that everyone chooses which god to believe in, even if it is not a god from the pantheon, and even in the absence of the gods themselves, their teachings remain magnificent. With a serious look, he warns about false prophets who trade in faith, emphasizing the importance of sincere devotion. Ashamed and embarrassed, the young man swallows hard, trying to comprehend the depth of what has been said and contain his own excitement. With her eyes closed and calm, the goddess majestically addresses the young knight candidates as if welcoming them to their new destiny. The statue of the majestic goddess awakens in a glow, causing shock and awe in the crowd, who hear her voice for the first time and cannot believe their ears. Holding their breath, the students hear a muffled call to decide which of them will become the standard bearer of the god of war, and amid the silence, whispers of surprise and a slight coughing sound echo from the heavens. One of the disciples enthusiastically addresses the statue of the warrior with a proposal for a talent show, to which a stern voice from above gives a try, causing everyone to freeze. Leon, with a serious expression on his face, reflects on the three awakened knights of the Holy Grail and the long road that still lies ahead. The boy, his eyes shining, joyfully tells his friend that he has heard the voice of the goddess Ariana herself, and he sincerely congratulates him on this extraordinary moment. The hero, laughing cheerfully, evokes a mental comparison in another character, who notices a striking similarity in their characters. The king, with a serious expression on his face, senses that something has gone wrong, and the word problem appears in his thoughts. His gaze falls on the last two contenders, in whom he guesses lies the main difficulty. Both stand before the majestic statues of knights, preparing for an important test that will change their future. Against the backdrop of an eerie glow, images of the most powerful and dangerous gods of the pantheon appear, full of menace. The blonde man, with a tense look, realizes that someone's presence has attracted dangerous attention and senses trouble approaching. A few days later, a clear sky spreads over the Naj plain, under which the newest building of the Pantheon branch towers. Two young people stop anxiously in the lobby, recognizing someone and feeling that their troubled past has caught up with them. With a serious expression, a man in a suit leading the group strides forward, presumably arriving from the Palace of Light. At the entrance to the building, one young man looks tensely at the figure that has just appeared, while in the background, the other two move calmly, as if nothing has happened. The speaker solemnly places his hand on the loudspeaker, turning it on with demonstrative solemnity in front of the audience, which is already frozen in anticipation. With a smug smile and confidence in his eyes, he takes the microphone, preparing to broadcast his message to the whole world. Amidst the crowd of fanatics entering the building, there is an insistent call to believe in the dragon god, who divides the world into the chosen and the doomed. The frenzied crowds, with a possessed gleam in their eyes, chant praises to the dragon god in unison, as if hypnotized by religious fanaticism. Two passers-by look anxiously at the loud preaching of the fanatics, not understanding what is happening and where this crazy shouting is leading. Suddenly, a tactical magic spell is activated, and the sectarians are instantly bound by chains from a trap that appeared out of thin air. A religious fanatic with a microphone leads the crowd, which drives the heretics out of the temple with shouts and gestures. With a contorted face and frenzied passion, the fanatic shouts about the approach of the dragon god, calling on the heretics to return to Satan. One of the newcomers falls in front of the stage, and the enraged preacher continues to chase him away with angry shouts. A small robot with a flashing light warns of exceeding the noise threshold and asks to refrain from further noise. The leader with the microphone freezes with a confused expression on his face, not knowing how to respond to the mechanical observer's remark. Another guy decisively takes the initiative, continuing his sermon about the love of the dragon god and calling on the crowd to join the heavenly path. The confused robot, covered in beads of sweat, hangs in confusion, not knowing how to respond to the unexpected sermon. Amidst the urban landscape, the robot sternly warns the crowd about the noise ban, against which a tense silence, like before a storm, echoes. The speaker with the microphone and the crowd with golden ribbons freeze in amazement as the robot delivers its final warning. Depressed but not broken, the man desperately exclaims that the machine is possessed by the devil, trembling before its impeccable justice. A crazed fan with a contorted face cries out for orders from a religious leader, threatening a deadly verdict under the frenzied pressure of fanaticism. When the frenzied shouting subsides, the robot instantly binds the preachers with energy chains, knocking them to the ground. A small robot with a red eye sits on his head, causing him to scream in horror, while an artificial voice mockingly calls him a crazy bag. The chains squeeze the fanatic's body until a cry of despair and an order to leave immediately echoes from his chest. A camera hidden on his chest suddenly activates, recording everything that is happening. A frowning man with an apologetic poster stands in front of the drones, publicly admitting his guilt for the previous mess. The angry security drone, trembling with indignation, categorically expels the guests, not wanting to see them again. The robot fires electric shocks, causing the panicked men to flee, screaming about demons. The frightened men turn around in panic and run away, while the aggressive drone mercilessly shocks them with electricity. The opponents quickly retreat down the street, and the drone maliciously sees them off, remaining the victor of the scene. Two guys look back in surprise, trying to understand the reason for the sudden chaos that has just subsided on the street. After their humiliating defeat, the signs prohibiting protests fall with a crash onto the pavement, left behind in anger by their owners. A smiling Kwantai confidently accepts congratulations from his comrades, showing indifference to the fight with the drones. Secretary Choe approaches Kwante, causing slight surprise among those around him with his sudden appearance. Responding with satisfaction, Kwante confidently confirms the successful completion of the assignment to the reserve secretary. Smiling maliciously, Kwante shows a recording from a hidden camera, hinting at irrefutable evidence. Secretary Choi intently studies the phone screen, and Kwante confirms that this is the video they were going to watch. The phone screen shows a drone rapidly approaching a person, causing panic and cries for help. In an ominous light, the secretary smiles smugly, convinced that the recording is enough for an indictment. Under the bright sun and rainbow over the city, the huge hand-built skyscraper, a center of power and intrigue, shines through its windows. In a spacious office, Secretary Cho is enthusiastically typing something important, immersed in his work behind a double monitor. Smiling ominously, he anticipates a loud response in the press, confident that his trap for Pantheon will work perfectly. In anger, the secretary presses the mouse with force, unable to believe what he sees on the screen. Instead of the expected scandal about the Pantheon, the main news of the day is a financial scam involving one Brilliance. Stunned by the failure, he stares at the monitor in confusion, unable to comprehend why the situation has turned against them. Seeing the flashing light on the monitor, the man leans forward in horror, unable to believe what is happening. An electric field tears through the air as the robot bursts into the building, causing everyone to freeze in fear. Meanwhile, the young man strolls leisurely down a sunny street, immersed in his phone, unaware of the chaos that is about to unfold. A photo from a carefree past appears on the phone screen, showing his father laughing as he holds his son on his shoulders, and his wife hugs him from below. Burdened by memories, the young man with the phone sighs, struggling with the wave of emotions unfolding in his heart. Standing in front of the familiar entrance, he hesitates, wondering if it was the right decision to return to the place where old wounds began. Thinking about the past, the guy suppresses his emotions, and from the depths of his consciousness emerges the image of a stern, bearded man burning with magical energy. The old man's eyes flash, and his voice echoes in the young man's memory, calling out the name Kim Jae-hyuk. The hero shudders at the very thought he has just recalled, trying not to lose his composure. Approaching the entrance door, Jae-hyuk resolutely steps inside, filled with heavy thoughts and ready for the conversation he fears. Turning his head to the side, he takes one last look down, as if hesitating to take the next step or saying goodbye to something important. Stopping in front of his own door, he freezes for a moment, taking a deep breath, as if preparing to cross an invisible barrier. The young man stops on the steps in front of the door when a familiar voice comes from behind it. A cheerful woman abruptly opens the door, inviting him inside, while he involuntarily mumbles about his intention to eat quickly and leave. Hearing his name, Kim Jae-hyuk suddenly tenses up, as if someone's presence has pierced him from within. The deity stands behind the young man like a judge, and Jae-hyuk's eyes flash with alarm as the heavenly command to punish sinners sounds like a thunderous verdict. The woman smiles as she announces the prepared meal, while the stern silhouette of the deity reminds him of the trials to come. Jae-hyuk's frightened and angry face tightens with inner protest as the mundane words awaken unspeakable pain in him. Mixing confusion with a slight guess, he stops at the door, looking back at the care hidden behind a simple gesture. A hot dinner with kimchi is carefully served on the kitchen table, inviting him into a peaceful family atmosphere. The boy asks in surprise why she is not joining them, and his mother replies with a smile that she has already eaten. Sitting at the table, Jae-hyuk thinks about his mother's insincerity with pursed lips as he swallows a spoonful of hot soup. When asked about the taste, he freezes with a spoon in his hand, holding back his emotions and hiding what he really feels. She looks at him with a warm smile, as if encouraging him to act, while inside a clear message sounds that it is time to punish the sectarians. Kim Jae-hyuk smiles slightly, hiding his thoughts behind the silence that hangs in the air after the awkward question. Over dinner in the warm kitchen, he appreciates the taste of the food, while his loved one happily offers him seconds. Under the dim light of a lantern, he sits on a bench in the middle of a night park, feeling a calm emptiness in his thoughts. Stunned, the boy opens his eyes, looking up, as if he feels someone's invisible presence nearby. Against the backdrop of twilight, the stern face of a god appears, announcing an insidious sect that is doing evil. The transparent silhouette of a bearded giant with a golden glow appears next to the boy on the bench, calling for the heretics to be punished. The boy angrily remembers his mother, realizing that even blood does not outweigh what she means to him. The god of thunder demands cruel retribution, but Kim Jae-hook, unable to withstand the pressure, hides his gaze in timidity. Stunned by the choice, the boy sinks onto the bench with his hands on his head, not understanding how he alone can destroy an entire cult. A gentle image of his smiling mother appears before his eyes, and his hands tremble because she has become part of this terrifying world. A sudden question about his hometown causes him to panic when he fails to notice someone standing next to him. He looks around in confusion, unable to believe that the king himself is standing in front of him. The young man, sweating with nerves, recalls the loud commotion in the lobby when angry dogs rushed at the fence with fierce barking. The king calmly asks God why he has entrusted such a difficult task to a child, to which he replies that only heaven has the right to judge his principles. Leon tensely promises to deal with the sectarians himself, but instead hears God's firm will that the young man do it himself. Sitting on a bench, the blonde listens as God explains that he wants his will to be carried out by the hands of someone who has yet to learn. Leon anxiously asks why he did not confess to the king earlier, and the young man guiltily admits that he foresaw such an outcome. The king informs him that a similar prank has already happened in the Pantheon, causing the young man to have an alarming suspicion. A sweaty man in a laboratory looks at a sign that says "loser," realizing that defeat has already turned into a war with the gods. The king, with icy calm, corrects the young man, explaining that this is not a war, but a one-sided hunt, leaving the boy in a state of shock. In despair, the boy finally dares to shout the truth, addressing his majesty, albeit with a tremor in his voice. When the young man blurts out his mother's name, the king silently silences him and firmly declares that he is not a madman who kills at random. The stunned young man stands rooted to the spot, unable to believe what he has just heard from the powerful ruler. The king walks into the darkness, promising to pass judgment on all those guilty in this story himself. With confidence in his voice, he orders the location of the enemy's main lair to be revealed. Born in 1990, the boy froze amid the blood and horror, seeing for the first time the monsters that destroyed his childhood. At a time when the academy did not yet exist, young fighters learned to survive amid chaos, risking their lives in the fires of war. With a swift leap into the raging battle, he rushed at the monster, securing his reputation as a promising Class A hunter. In the winter of 2014, amid the ruins of Semchok, he encountered mysterious changes in the gate and saw for the first time the one they called God. Alone among the corpses of his comrades and facing death, he looked in horror at the panel that had suddenly changed everything. In a moment of deep silence, when a voice called to him from the darkness, he accepted an answer that changed his destiny. The radiance of divine power enveloped his body, granting him a blessing he had never dared to dream of. And at that moment, the 7th S-Class hunter from Korea appeared, his eyes full of triumph and surprise. With rays of light in the background and a calm smile, he appears as if he were the chosen one, bringing heavenly light amid human doubts. In the packed hall, the speaker solemnly declares that this man is proof of God's existence and the chosen one, endowed with his blessing. Accompanied by an enthusiastic sermon about the path to the gate, he brings a knight onto the stage, proclaiming him a symbol of divine truth. He enthusiastically recounts how the ordinary gate suddenly disrupted the order, and his system began to behave unpredictably. From the treasure found in the basement to a complete rethinking of life, he believes that all this happened thanks to the miracle of the system. Amidst the cheers of a grateful crowd who see this as divine mercy, the hall is filled with faith and excitement. In religious ecstasy, the preacher calls for faith, and the crowd responds with shouts, as if under the influence of a holy revelation. A series of similar miracles associated with the Hanbit Palace attracts official recognition from the Hunters Association. News of the miracles spreads, and believers, overcome with ecstasy, shout the name of Park Yeon-shin, recognizing him as the chosen one. With his arms outstretched before the cheering crowd, he accepts their admiration as if he himself had become a prophet of faith. In response to the enthusiastic cheers, he blossoms in emotional euphoria, basking in fanatical love. He solemnly recounts the miracle of an unskilled hunter who found a healing herb for his mother and achieved an incredible rise. To the applause of the audience, he reports on the faith and sacrifices of 2 listeners, proclaiming it as proof that God heard them and performed a miracle. He calls on the audience to believe, like a messiah before a crowd, speaking of a shared family and faith that can work miracles. Looking around the hall, he notices something unexpected that causes a moment of surprise in the midst of his passionate speech. Among the fanatically smiling faces in the crowd, three newcomers stand out, calm, attentive, and alert. Yen Xin, recognizing the newcomers, whispers Pantheon in amazement and does not understand why they came here. The queen addresses his majesty, causing him to be on guard. His eyes burn with rage when he realizes that they are facing a sect that hides evil under the mask of piety. The image of the sect's leader, who uses people's weaknesses to control them like mindless puppets, appears before his eyes. On stage, he once again plays the virtuous messiah, and the crowd, blinded by manipulation, obediently bows to his false radiance. With a mask-like smile, the cult leader solemnly welcomes his distinguished guests, preparing them for the initiation ceremony that conceals the sect's true intentions. A silver-haired girl watches the events with a wary gaze, and next to her, a familiar figure in a cap hides in the shadows, both ready for action. Leon's decisive step cuts through the hall, and all eyes turn to the one who is not afraid to call himself king among the crowd of silent followers. On the platform, two men meet each other's gaze, each embodying his own power, one in black, the other in white. With cold determination, he pulls out a white cloth, creating a magical glow around himself that attracts attention. The audience in the hall stares in amazement as wads of cash begin to fall in front of them, causing shock and awe. The bills pour down from the sky like a golden waterfall, filling the space with the glow of wealth and shock for everyone present. The blond man stands proudly among the cash, his head held high, like a philanthropist challenging the system. His opponent's eyes are frozen in shock, his face full of disbelief, as words are lost amid the ringing of falling banknotes. One asks in bewilderment what is happening, while the other, standing amid the pile of money, coldly orders a miracle to be performed. The young man looks decisively into his interlocutor's eyes, reminding him of his own words about offerings and proclaiming that he wants to make a deal with God himself. With an expression that hides a sneer, the man in white condemns the rudeness, saying that God's power cannot be weighed for the sake of sacrifice. The blond man calls on the pastor to be honest, questioning the right of man to decide who is worthy of heaven. Enraged, the pastor grits his teeth, trying to restrain his outburst. Losing his self-control, he shouts that everyone must obey his instructions because they are the truth in the gospel. Leon, with anger and contempt on his face, accuses the self-proclaimed servants of God of self-aggrandizement and challenges their right to power. Calmly looking at the pastor, he contemptuously tramples on the bag of money, calling his faith superficial and vulgar. The pastor trembles with inner rage and incomprehension, realizing that this insolent man is just like him, yet completely different. The calm blonde silently looks at the finger pointing at him, radiating condemnation. Seeing this, the crowd panics, shouting about the intrusion of an unbeliever and calling for the evil to be cast out of the house of the dragon god. An angry group of pillars of light rushes into the attack, showing their determination to defend the faith at any cost. Condemned by the crowd's glances, the masked boy presses his lips together and stubbornly moves forward, hiding his emotions behind his dark visor. Everyone around them shouts and chases them away, but the young man with the cold gaze and the girl with silver hair silently pass through the stream of hatred, not breaking for a moment. The cultist laughs maliciously, hurling insults, while the blond man stares at him silently, his eyes burning with contempt. A cry about a demon comes from the mouth of the frightened boy, while the girl and the hero remain unmoved, and the robot panics. The situation becomes comical, with the girl holding back laughter, the boy in a panic, and the robot squealing in fear. In front of the blazing flame stands the majestic back of Leon Dragon Lionheart, ready to accept the challenge. The students look around in fear as the king emerges from the silence in a blaze of glory, his calmness replaced by anxious tension. He declares that the first of the three unforgivable offenses is disrespect for one's parents, because it is a disgrace to the whole family. The second, he says, is blasphemy, looking indignantly before him and asking how mortals dare to mock the gods. Blinded by anger, he calls them worthless degenerates and recognizes the insolent ones as sectarians who have crossed the line. With fire in his eyes, he fiercely rejects the insult, because comparing the king's heart to a demon is the last thing they could allow themselves to do. A powerful burst of light breaks the silence as he promises punishment to those who have desecrated his holiness. Clenching his fist with a cross in his palm, The hero cannot bear the insult, and the last straw stirs up the power of faith in him. An explosion of divine light bursts from the circle of magical symbols, while one of the fighters screams in despair, not understanding what judgment is approaching. Flames engulf his figure, his eyes burning with determination, and the sacred star is already aimed to purify the distorted faith of his opponents. In the reflection of the lens, the man who was eating peacefully freezes in horror, sensing the impending disaster. A danger hangs between the planet and the space station, causing shock and rage even in the most steadfast. A huge celestial sphere, charged with purifying energy, approaches Earth, while the spirits of the dinosaurs eagerly await retribution. With a look full of faith, the boy raises a cross and calls on the star to destroy sinners with the holy light of Saint Agnac. Observing the incomprehensible words of their opponent, one man looks around in fear, while another shouts, thinking he is crazy. A woman with a magical halo around her figure orders everyone to prepare for the ritual, while her captivated enemies sit silently around her. With confidence in her voice, she raises her hand to the sky, releasing a magical sphere for all to see the true power of her demonstration. A purple pillar of light cuts through the sky, scattering debris and eliciting cries of horror from those who did not expect such destructive power. The frightened young men scream about the madness of their opponents as they watch the ceiling crack and crumble above them. In response to his opponent's panic and incomprehension, the blond man coldly declares that he has summoned the dawn, leaving his opponent speechless. The character in the costume, overcome with horror and disbelief, screams in rage, unable to comprehend the scale of the extraordinary event. A colossal celestial body hangs over the city, causing shock and cries of outrage from those who are not ready to see a real catastrophe. Comet Mickey is a celestial body weighing 68 billion tons, threatening to destroy all life with a single blow. With seriousness in his voice, the boy turns to the queen, and she, placing her hand on her heart, replies that she is ready for action. An explosion of sacred light flashes over the skyscraper, forming a giant glowing figure that unleashes divine power. The sacred light envelops the comet in the sky, turning it into a giant ball of fire that hovers over the city in ominous silence. The combat drone loads special shells capable of altering the properties of the sacred power before firing the decisive shot. With a deafening roar, the celestial mass hurtles downward, rapidly approaching the ground and casting a shadow of fear on the skyscrapers below. With eyes full of horror, the man trembles before the scale of the disaster, unable to believe that all this is really happening. Realizing the inevitable, he seems to go mad, and the system records the state as a panic reaction to the actions of true madmen. The city freezes in its last breath as the heavenly threat, shrouded in sacred light, brings death and purification from above. Weakened and panicked, he collapses to the ground amid the rubble, crying out for death. Covering his face with his sleeve, he cannot hold back tears of fear, accepting the inevitability of death under heavenly judgment. Looking up, he whispers in shock that the comet has stopped, unable to believe how such a mass could freeze just above his head. A burning avalanche hangs over the sky, threatening to wipe out the city, while the streets are flooded with the alarming sounds of sirens and the cries of frightened people. Approaching calmly, two unperturbed rulers assess the results of the attack, while a young man in a white suit lies next to them. Seeing the blond man approaching, the young man slips back in panic, not knowing what to expect next from this mysterious king. The hero contemptuously throws words about his sins in his opponent's face, causing him to ask in panic. An explosion of emotion bursts through the hero's gaze as he fiercely asks how long the man naively intended to hide from the truth. The moved grandmother anxiously calls Kim Jahak by name, but he, wearing a mask and confused, does not have time to answer. The king confidently calls on the young man to come and stand next to him, shocking the enemy, who suddenly recognizes the cadet and shouts his name. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Leon calmly says that now they will see the true face of the parasite that has taken over the man. Stunned and frightened, the boy looks ahead with frightened eyes where the terrible truth begins to unfold before him. From behind the frightened man, a red monster bursts out, like the very embodiment of punishment, driving him to the truth that he cries out to show the world. Looking closely at the creature, the older boy explains how a poisonous desire, disguised as a demon, has long tempted its host from within. The moment the boy looks back in shock at his mother's voice, Her unexpected address blurs the line between warm memories and cruel reality. The boy's face flashes red as sudden shock paralyzes his words, and something indescribable freezes in his eyes. His mother rushes forward, screaming for an explanation, while the demon's menacing shadow looms behind her. The blond man firmly places his hand on the young man's shoulder and announces that they will have to destroy the evil spirit seeking revenge on the god of thunder. The confused boy looks puzzled at his mother, who is being controlled by the creature and cannot move, overcome by an internal struggle. With fear and doubt in his eyes, the boy clenches his fist and, despite his doubts, tries to rely on the power of his god. The blond man places his hand on his chest as if blessing her and speaks hopefully of the great power that must be accepted with faith in its fulfillment. The hero stands in the center of a flash of power, touching his chest with faith in his heart, while the woman behind him looks at him with calmness in her eyes. His hand reaches forward intently in a glow of energy as he follows the instruction to simply imagine it and do it. Before the astonished girl and the impressed audience, a bright wave of power rises, born of an anxious but sincere desire. Amid flashes of thunder, the young man solemnly recites a prayer, begging that the anger born of pain not touch the innocent. His eyes are full of determination, and lightning flashes around him as he calls on the world to forgive the anger that has awakened in the name of those who have suffered. In the cozy glow of a warm frame, a childhood memory comes to life, with his father laughing as he carries him on his shoulders, while his mother hugs them tightly from below. A powerful beam of anger, pierced by light and pain, engulfs the woman, who disappears into the storm of justice with a final scream. The hero, clenching his fist in despair, cries out the word "Mom" to the heavens, allowing the pain to come out. Falling to the cracked ground, the woman braces herself with her hands as if trying to gather her last strength to get up again despite the pain. The boy's eyes tremble with surprise and hope when a familiar voice calls his name, which he was afraid he would never hear again. The mother sits on the cracked ground, overcome with surprise and trepidation, while behind her, the body of the sinister demon burns out. They rush into each other's arms amid the ashes and light, forgetting everything except the happiness of feeling alive again. His mother, bursting into tears, hugs her son tightly, asking for forgiveness for everything she has been through, and thanking fate for their new meeting. The woman says with a smile and pride that the young man is truly worthy, for he was chosen by the god of heaven and thunder himself. The blond man intently pronounces the name of Park Yun-shin, leader of the Hanbit Palace, immersing himself in thought before taking the decisive step. His entire figure is illuminated by a thunderous light as he points with cold confidence to his next victim among the confused crowd. Standing amid the ruins with his arm raised, the blond man reigns over his fallen enemies, around whom the residual electric glow still swirls. A character in a white suit with a contorted face and eyes turned inside out lies unconscious among the debris, showing no signs of consciousness. With a roar, a demonic mass with eyes and fangs bursts out of the ground, heading straight for the terrified young man. The hideous creature with a red body and bulging eyes fills the space with a piercing scream, frightening the paralyzed boy nearby. A kick stops the demonic creature, slamming it into the ground with such force that it opens its mouth in pain and horror. The blonde stands resolutely, pressing the large demon of greed to the ground with his foot, as if trampling on the very essence of temptation. His gaze becomes serious as he contemplates how pleasure and debauchery masquerade as human desires, hiding in the shadows of science and curiosity. The gaze of a frightened boy who realizes that thanks to an indirect contract, his soul has survived despite the horror that has just passed. The blade stops a moment before the demon's eye, and fear appears in his gaze like a creature experiencing fear for the first time. The hero raises his burning sword, his silhouette enveloped in the light of justice, threatening to cut through the shell of hypocrisy. Public outrage engulfs the city as crowds and police watch the colossal collapse of the Hanbit Palace, which is crumbling under the pressure of a celestial anomaly. A reporter in front of the camera talks about a powerful organization that, over 20 years, has united the worlds of politics, business, and hunting, gathering 1.8 million believers. Amidst the news and panic, an injured man is carried away on a stretcher, shouting about the falling comet and urging everyone to save themselves. The leader of the One Brilliance Guild speaks confidently at a press conference, smiling despite the global disaster. On the official podium, Park Yun-shin solemnly announces the merger of the Hanbit Palace with the Pantheon, transferring all assets as a gift to the powerful demigod Leon Draconia Lionheart. A smiling Park Yun-shin solemnly declares the merger of the subsidiary groups with the Pantheon warriors, strengthening his power under the guise of peace. The hall erupts with a wave of questions, journalists demanding the truth and explanations about the guild's ties to the mysterious Pantheon. In a flash of red light, his hand rises, preparing something grand that will change the course of events. With a frenzied smile and a wild gleam in his eyes, the leader proclaims the sacred truth about the Savior, calling everyone to true faith. Amidst loud cries of Savior of the world, a blond man in a suit appears on the street, looking at the huge screen with imperturbable calm. Leon notes the commotion around him, explaining that this is an expected reaction to something unheard of for humanity. A helicopter circles above a huge sphere hanging over the city, while scientists record a phenomenon that defies the laws of physics. Turning to the robot, the boy asks about the start of the operation, and the robot admits that the infrastructure needed to start is lacking outside the Pantheon. Outlining the plan to supply weapons, the young man emphasizes the priority of armor for himself and Sir Spinner, causing surprise among those present. Together with the robot, the young man acknowledges the scope of the work ahead, which includes restoring facilities and updating legislation to reflect the new reality. He is called Your Majesty as he confidently approaches the scene, preparing to find out what exactly happened here. High-ranking officials, the president of the Hunting Association, and the Minister of Science arrive at the scene to meet the new ruler. The officials welcome the king back, but he responds briefly, leaving them speechless with his restraint. Impressed and confused, the minister looks at the celestial phenomenon and cannot understand how a comet could hang in the air. The minister, laughing enthusiastically, apologizes for his awkwardness and introduces himself, calling it a great honor to meet the young man. With a slight smile, the young man dismisses the sensation about the comet, stating that the star belongs to him as king. One of the guests thoughtfully confirms the obvious, while another, in complete shock, exclaims whether he really summoned the star. With sly curiosity in his eyes, he asks the monarch how he intends to use the starry matter. The king orders the precious resource to be remade into knightly armor, leaving no room for doubt. The president of the association smiles and approves of the idea despite its controversy, while his subordinate exclaims his title in shock. In a cozy office, they discuss the future forge with smiles and enthusiasm, mentioning its special material, which is already gaining legendary status. A giant structure looms over the city, and the interlocutors acknowledge that exceptional conditions and high technology will be required to process it. The official places his hand on his heart with dignity, promising the government's full support, even if it means passing a special law for the king's project. Smiling with his eyes closed, the blond man encourages them to speak directly about what they need. The man with his eyes closed sincerely admits that he dreams of seeing a weapon created from the fragments of a comet by the hands of a divine blacksmith. Against the backdrop of an ambulance, the hero calmly announces that he was going to give the comet to the president anyway. The blond man solemnly warns that the star blacksmith's creations are not subject to export, although in terms of value, they are almost equal to sacred relics. The old man falls silent for a moment, immersed in anxious thoughts, wavering between hope and fear of hearing a refusal. Hearing the name Han Hari, the old man fearfully asks about her fate, and the blond man, with a slight smile, confirms that she too will receive a weapon from the divine blacksmith. Smiling through the bright flicker of the background, the older man silently expresses his satisfaction and hidden pride in the turn of events. His playful suggestion about the involvement of an appraiser is accompanied by a cheerful gesture that emphasizes his respect for Han Hari as a colleague. With a slight smile and closed eyes, the young man acknowledges his interlocutor's arguments, agreeing to terms that cannot be changed. With two solemnly clasped hands, the agreement is sealed, which one of those present calls the will of His Majesty. The surprised man with gray hair at his temples stammers, announcing another important issue besides the comet. Against the backdrop of a depressing aura, the young man with a wary expression holds a glowing tablet on which he is offered to watch an important video. The surprised expression on the boy's face changes to tension when he realizes that he is watching a recording from inside the gate. The older man clarifies that this is not a gate, but the real place in Vietnam where a large-scale battle took place. A dark figure suddenly appears on the video screen, rushing into battle through flames and debris. The young man freezes in fear as cries for help and horrific footage from the battlefield appear on the tablet. The old man calmly states that the video shows a demonic sword known as the Blade of the Wandering Demon. He reveals the identity of the attacker. It is the 6th-generation demon Jonjiho, who is now heading for the Japanese archipelago. Tense and angry, the hunter takes a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. The girl asks from behind if everything is okay, and the red-haired boy with his head down reluctantly admits that it is not. The girl smiles and accuses him of ignoring the union, and the boy angrily denies it, explaining that he is simply ill. Looking around irritably, the guy blames King Lionheart, while the blonde guy behind him just smiles maliciously. As he changed with each new encounter with the Pantheon, the pain in his stomach suddenly twisted him, and the girl ominously seized the moment. Watching his suffering with a playful smile, she beams with malicious triumph, as if her plan had just worked brilliantly. Yuri jokingly pushes Yenwan in the back, prompting him to think about the alliance with the Pantheon, and at the same time reminding him of his family responsibilities. The leader, with a serious expression on his face, condemns the actions of the 10 structures, and Yuri casually acknowledges the fairness of his words. Their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a familiar woman, and both react with surprise, turning to greet her. Yunsua appears before them in her usual guise as a confident healer, and her restrained smile evokes warm memories. The healer casually mentions the advertising campaign that was canceled because it damaged the guild's image, making them feel awkward. Yuri sarcastically remarks about delicate treatment, causing Yanwan to be speechless with shock. Newcomers enter the darkened conference room, and a mysterious figure with gray hair watches them from behind the table. In the deep silence of the room, one of those present greets Yanwan and Yuri, inviting them to sit down at the table under the attentive gaze of the council members. The two guild leaders, Park Jong-soo and Kang Jin-sung, are shown with their arms crossed, already taking their seats at the meeting. While all the guilds take their seats, Hwang Yinha and Hwang Kim-chol from the Golden Lion sit silently, and Yoon Soo-ah looks bored, resting her head on her hands. Jung Jin-soo, leader of the Shingham Guild, smokes a pipe with an indifferent look, watching the arrivals. Hearing the old man's mockery of her clothes, Yuri crosses her arms in confusion and nervously makes excuses, while Ying Wang just watches the scene awkwardly. The embarrassed boy hands Yuri his clothes while the elder secretly laughs at their awkwardness. The elder, unable to hold his tongue, asks an unexpected question about children, shocking the entire hall and causing a tense silence. The boy hastily denies the elder's assumption, while Yuri silently puffs out her cheeks, clearly offended and embarrassed. The old mentor passionately delivers a speech, reminiscing about the past and banging his pipe on the table. With a solemn expression on his face, he declares that a man and a woman who are often together must necessarily be dating, pointing specifically at them. The perplexed listeners, with heavy gazes and tense faces, silently evaluate the old man's words, not knowing how to react. The pipe stops over the ashtray when the old man, in a voice full of determination, orders him to stop. Surrounded by a fiery aura, the old man clenches his fist and coldly gives the order, because he is going to destroy Jong Ji-ho himself. An enraged Jong rises from his seat, responding with a shout to the attempt to oppose his decision, while a tired voice in the background just wants to go home. The blonde man resolutely enters the hall accompanied by security, and those present, unable to contain their surprise, freeze in astonishment. Focused and silent, he looks straight ahead, waiting for the right moment to act. As he passes by, he casts a shadow of anxiety on everyone in the room, making even the bravest feel tense. An old man looks down at the young man, wondering ironically if another ancient spirit is hiding behind the young face. Glancing at the old man, Leon coldly furrows his brow, recognizing him as both a nobleman and a former king. And in the next moment, Leon, like a verdict of fate, with a cold gleam in his eyes, orders him to leave the main seat, beginning the meeting with a demonstration of power. Before the immense glow of magic appears Jeon Jin-soo, the legendary sword of Korea, the formidable elder and leader of the Divine Sword Guild. Amidst the flames and ruins, he rises above the dead dragon, cementing his status as an untouchable elder, a legend who makes history. His old-fashioned teachings cause the two boys to blink in confusion, for before them stands one whom no one dares to stop. The blonde man with a cold gaze abruptly demands to leave, causing Jong Jin-soo to ask in surprise, as if he cannot believe what he has heard. Sudden inner tension distorts the boy's face, and it becomes increasingly difficult for him to remain patient. The elder raises his eyes with a mocking smile, hinting that his strength has not yet been exhausted, unlike his opponent's hearing. Shocked, Zhong Jinsu slams his fist on the table in anger, unable to believe that the legendary young man is standing before him. The old man listens intently to the young man's question about his age, and the news shocks him. The escort calmly explains that the Knights of the Holy Grail do not age, and confirms that the king is indeed 300 years old. Shocked, Zhong Jinsu, covered in sweat, cannot believe that he is really standing in front of a 300-year-old warrior. Leon's face is contorted with panic when he realizes that he has just revealed his true nature. Leon sits down at the table with pride, accepting the ironic politeness of those he recently called his young ones. As soon as tea is mentioned, someone jumps up and the rest are surprised by the reaction and hint of authority. The smile on the blonde's lips speaks louder than words. She clearly enjoys how everything has turned around. Yun Su-ah, with a sparkle in her eyes, flirts sweetly with the newcomer, showering him with compliments to the point of rapturous sighs. Her touching compliment causes outrage among her colleagues, who demand that etiquette be observed, but instead are met with indignation. The commander is surprised to carry out an unexpected order from the monarch, with only one question in his mind. What is going on here? The president of the association openly emphasizes the king's status, stressing that his time is too valuable to waste. Pressing the remote control, Leon begins to listen to the events of 13 years ago that changed the course of history. In the sky above London, a black gate opens, an ominous portal that marks the beginning of a new era for the world. Due to underestimating the danger of the gate, a catastrophe occurred that none of the attack groups sent could overcome. Remembering the tragedy in Shanghai, the European Union sent its highest-class combat forces to the London Gate to prevent a repeat of the horror. Among the elite warriors were only 24 S-class soldiers, who resolutely rushed into battle against the unprecedented threat behind the pink sky. 2 months of fierce fighting with magical fire and screams were accompanied by an offensive, led by the great magician Cornwall. As spectators watched the victors parade, colorful leaves flew through the air, heralding the first successful conquest of the Black Gate. Leon, in the control center, grimly assessing the course of events, suggests that the real problem is yet to come. The sword from the digital vault glowed with an ominous glow, demonstrating its name, the Sword of Mass Murder, an epic artifact capable of changing the course of battle. 30 years later, amid shadows and turmoil, this sword reappears in the hands of cautious seekers of power, a symbol of a new era of warfare. But those who gaze upon it from the darkness smile with twisted masks, as if the sword itself has awakened their terrible essence. After a fierce battle, Great Britain acquires this weapon, which fetches a price at auction higher than that of a modern warship. In golden armor, James Spencer solemnly enters the stage under the admiring gaze of the crowd, approaching the legendary sword. Grasping the hilt, the warrior clenches the sword, from which purple lightning bolts burst forth, and everything freezes before the flash of power. Overcome with dark rage, he screams, and the purple flames of his power burst upward like the witchcraft flames of a torn soul. Seeing this, the old man's eyes widen in horror, his face covered in sweat, as if he himself were witnessing the arrival of madness. With a terrible blow of his sword piercing the man's body, the armored warrior mercilessly announces to the world that the apocalypse has begun. Amidst the hellish flames and ruins, the hero in a red cloak stands victorious, while around him lie the lifeless bodies of thousands of dead. In the solemn silence of the business room, the young king, bowing his chin, asks about the sixth-generation demon, while his gray-haired colleague restrainedly reports that only its master has been destroyed. Against the backdrop of a pink sky, all eyes are turned upward, where the blinding trail of the demon's sword rises into the sky, disappearing along with the last hope of finding him. After the incident, the process of subjugating demonic swords was repeated in various parts of the world, with fires breaking out over Australia, Mexico, Cambodia, and Spain. 4 years ago in Korea, a smiling Jong Ji-ho, a brilliant fencer who had been appointed the next head of the Divine Sword Guild, proudly holds the legendary weapon in his hands. The blond man with a serious look thoughtfully listens to the hint that the monarch himself has undoubtedly also noticed something extraordinary. A tall, stern man with white hair appears in dark clothing. This is Jeon Ji-soo, the current head of the guild and father of the girl whom the monarch has taken under his wing. The man with a mustache reads aloud the list of guilds that will participate in the battle to conquer the demonic sword, staring intently at the list. Representatives of key guilds, including the Divine Sword, Golden Lion, Phoenix, Pantheon, and Handbit, gather together in the battle waiting room. Raising his hand with unexpected confidence, Kang Jin-sung declares his intention to join the battle, causing everyone to turn to him. A surprised soldier asks about his decision, and Kang Jin-sung confirms with a slight smile that he really wants to participate. One of the guild members marks this as a final decision, and the gray-haired man just sighs, realizing that the roster of participants has unexpectedly expanded. Surprised that his feeling of unease does not go away, the fighter nervously scratches the back of his head and asks if there is really nothing left. The blonde man calmly reminds him that honor has not yet been lost and encourages him to strive for glory, causing the gray-haired man to ponder. Leon says with dignity that knights and aristocrats can serve their duty, unlike ordinary people who can only hope for protection. His trembling hands are folded in prayer, his heart is beating wildly, and a cry escapes his lips as a wave of emotion finally overwhelms him. The moved man, with wet cheeks and a shining face, joyfully proclaims that the Savior himself stands before them and does not hold back his emotions. A satisfied girl leads the embarrassed hunter into the hall, where he is overcome with anxiety and a desire to disappear far away from the excessive pathos. The gray-haired man proudly addresses the king, and his assistant enthusiastically shouts praise, moved to tears. During a discussion of an alliance with Japan, involving tens of trillions, the blonde man makes a decision with slight hesitation, while the others watch silently. When it comes to the king's presence in a new place, one of the men happily leaves the room, promising to inform the government in advance. The black-haired girl looks around suspiciously, while behind her, 4 men anxiously and respectfully show her a document. The blonde man strides confidently ahead, and his companion cheerfully announces that they are now going to the hunters, on whom they have high hopes. But as soon as they turn into the passageway, the blonde man suddenly stops, sensing something strange in the air that instantly changes his mood. The young man turns around with a menacing expression, and the old man freezes with cold sweat on his temples. The young man stops abruptly in front of the gray-haired old man, whose deep breath betrays his excitement before an important conversation. The dignified old man with a serious expression on his face extends his hand forward, preparing to make a personal request, despite his doubts about his rights. The blonde man looks sternly ahead, ordering him to continue, for it is he who must judge and decide what is right. The old man raises his hand solemnly, explaining that his request concerns his granddaughter, who serves in the King's Guild. Enveloped in purple energy, a young girl named Yeon So-yeon stands in a fighting stance, and behind her looms the ominous shadow of a powerful force. In the silence of the morning, when the city outside the window is still slumbering in a misty glow, 2 girls rest peacefully in their room, immersed in the tranquility of sleep before the decisive day. Waking up in alarm, So-yeon hears a voice from the past calling her name, an awakening forgotten pain. Before her eyes appear ruins and memories of how she was protected when piercing screams rang out, begging her to run to safety. A bloodied woman crawls towards So-yeon, begging her to flee, while a figure with a sword looms over her in the darkness. Tears and blood froze on So-yeon's cheeks as horror overwhelmed her, and a frightened cry escaped her lips. A gloomy warrior, enveloped in dark energy, mercilessly pierces the body that stands in his way. With a mad smile and a burning gaze, he whispers through his laughter that he has finally found what he was looking for. Waking up with her heart pounding, she stares fearfully into the darkness, where the echoes of her dreams still linger. Clutching her head with her hand, So-yeon breathes heavily, trying to calm down after a nightmare that seemed too real. Standing in the rays of morning light, So-yeon clenches her fist, realizing that everything she had been warned about has finally begun. With a dull thud, a can falls out of the vending machine. In the twilight, under the light of a lantern, So-yeon sits on a bench, her arms folded thoughtfully. Clenching her fist resolutely, she tells herself that this time she will not let the chance to change everything slip away. A figure in a purple glow appears in the darkness, arguing with her, but finally agrees to a new deal, recognizing her determination. The mysterious deity in a cloak reminds her of the lesson that you don't bargain with the gods. So-yeon, looking up defiantly, refuses to simply accept the imposed truth. The dark figure recognizes her courage and grants her strength, warning her not to treat it lightly. Soen silently bowed her head, wavering between fear and determination in the face of an inevitable choice. With a sincere look and her hand on her heart, Soen asks if she will be able to become a Knight of the Holy Grail if she makes the necessary sacrifice. The hooded figure, enveloped in ominous flames, laughs mockingly, mocking her dreams of knighthood. A cold voice commands her to listen as a sharp finger of shadow approaches her chin dangerously. The dark creature cruelly humiliates her, comparing her strength to dust before the Lionheart and denying even the very idea that she could replace his avenger. The girl's eyes widen in shock as she realizes that even his majesty received his power from the mystical Ventilus. Turning his back and burning ominously, the demon coldly reminds her that she is still worthless. Standing before the demon's towering figure, the girl listens fearfully to the promise of revenge, remembering the high price already named to her. Silver energy rises to the moon as the voice prophesies that her soul will belong to him forever after revenge is achieved. Amidst the bright modern buildings, a separate building emerges, where those selected to receive equipment are headed. At a solemn arming ceremony, the new legion, which will serve under the king's command, prepares to fulfill its alliance duty. The students anxiously discuss rumors about Soen's participation, whose decision to challenge his grandfather's will surprises many. Calm and detached, the blonde explains that it is not his business, leaving the others in bewildered amazement. Coldly and confidently, regardless of the reactions, he tells the next person to approach him. On stage, the names of Han Hari, Jeon Suk-ho, Kim Jae-hyuk, and Jeon So-yeon are solemnly announced, after which Hari realizes that their time has come. The four, with serious expressions on their faces, step forward in uniform formation, preparing for their appointment. They stop in front of the podium under the gaze of the commission members, who are preparing to announce the next step. With a serious look, he acknowledges that their achievements have exceeded all expectations, eliciting admiration from the audience. Singling out Gary in particular, he smiles warmly, and the girl glows with unexpected praise. With a sincere gleam in her eyes, she listens as he acknowledges her sincerity and talent, saying that she is worthy of this recognition. A slight smile lights up the face of the woman in glasses as she rolls a cart with mysterious contents up to the podium, to which the blonde man reacts with curiosity. The woman solemnly presents Gary with a full set of combat equipment, a sword, a spear, a scabbard, and armor, warning him that it was created to help unleash her power, so he should be careful with it. Seeing the armor, the girl realizes with amazement that she is looking at real star metal, and her admiration is evident in every glance. Amazed by the power of the magical equipment, the girl whispers enthusiastically, admitting that it is truly impressive. When images of Fetos and Foma appear before her, she looks around in shock, struck by the appearance of familiar legendary forces. With a barely noticeable smile and obvious self-confidence, Fetos reaches out to the girl, as if intending to give her a piece of his power. One shouts enthusiastically, calling for battle and fire, while the other promises an ocean of faith, trust, and boundless devotion. In the glow of the magical light, the armor rises up, standing on the platform as if at the epicenter of awakening. The excited crowd applauds on their knees, shouting about the appearance of the gods, while the boy in front watches this amazing scene, not understanding how it all happened. The girl, deeply moved, looks at the shining sword and armor that carry the blessings of the gods of fire and the ocean. The boy's face is contorted with shock when he hears that he is looking at a legendary artifact of immeasurable value. After the announcement of the transition to the next stage, Kim Jae-hyuk is called forward, and all eyes turn to him. Kim Jae-hyuk's name is called from the heavens, and before he can recover, he cries out in surprise, feeling the breath of a powerful spirit nearby. When the golden spirit appears right behind Kim Jae-hyuk, he places his hand on his head and prophesies the gift of heavenly power, shocking everyone around him. The divine figure with a ray of light blesses Kim and calls for justice that will protect him even in the darkest times. The black-haired girl stands silently, holding back her emotions, but her gaze reveals a tense anticipation. Hearing her name from the young man's lips, she reacts with surprise. The memory of her grandfather asking to exclude her from the raid overwhelms her so much that she freezes with her eyes wide open. The blonde man asks her with surprise and concern if she is really ready for what lies ahead. Confused but determined, the girl presses her lips together, trying to gather her thoughts before an important confession. She looks straight ahead, acknowledging her desire to fight and not let others decide for her. Closing his eyes and sighing, the blonde solemnly makes a decision that has just changed the course of the entire conversation. The hooded figure summons magic, raising the armor in front of the podium where the blonde stands and sees the faces of the three chosen ones. The mysterious silhouette in a cloak engulfed in purple flames evokes the image of an avenger praying for revenge. The powerful figure in the cloak raises his hand, filling the girl with a purple glow that absorbs the darkness of her pain and thirst for revenge. The armor is illuminated by purple flashes and filled with the energy of newborn power. The sword, enveloped in magical flames, soars through the air, like the embodiment of a desire that is finally coming true. When the blade touches the dark servant, the spirit continues to radiate its magic and power. Hearing about the great mission, the girl looks on in shock as the sword is handed over to the one called the Great Avenger. Against the backdrop of flames and radiance, the goddess bows her head in prayer, and the boy, with a determined look, accepts the sword as the heart of a teacher who cares about the future. The girl freezes amid the radiance and white feathers, staring ahead in confusion, as if she has just seen something impossible that changes everything. Seeing the spirit of a noble being before her, the girl utters the king's name, not believing that it is really him. The woman in white raises her hand to pass on strength or blessing to the one who is ready to accept the burden of light. A call echoes from the sky for the lost lamb to come to the light, and in a moment of blinding radiance, all present are immersed in a stream of divine power. The hand of the heavenly being reaches into the heart of darkness, and the sword in the hero's hand flashes, challenging the shadow that grabs the hilt. The figure in the darkness reproaches the light for its unexpected activity, and the woman explains with a smile that she has only fulfilled the will of her knight. The dark figure stands opposite Leon in tension, pronouncing his new name, Avenger, as if acknowledging the rebirth of power. In response to accusations of softness and hypocrisy, Leon smiles and acknowledges his nature, for he is the king of men. The light reminds him of the day he lost his daughter, and this memory wounds his heart deeper than any curse. The shadow calls him by name, Leon Draconia Lionheart, heir to the Lionheart and last of a noble lineage. The dark flames recall the glory of his ancestors, one in darkness, and Leon calmly acknowledges this memory as the descendant of an ancient defender. The fire in the enemy's eyes blazes as he turns to Cheon-Soyeon. The dark figure turns to the girl, reminding her that true desire is not fulfilled through light, but through cold revenge in darkness. A dark threat echoes in her head as she clutches her heart and anxiously recalls her path as an avenger. A man with a glass of wine gazes thoughtfully at the city at night, as if anticipating ominous changes. Yasuo Kamiya, president of the Japanese Hunters Association, orders his subordinate to bring him a list of participants in the upcoming combat operation. Kamiya smiles ominously as he stares at the tablet, as if he has received confirmation of his next move. In his office with a panoramic view, he mocks the prime minister's actions, believing that he is the one who controls the changes in the country. His eyes burn in the darkness as he confidently proclaims that the whole country belongs to him as the king in the shadows. She asks about the power of the Pantheon, and he, without taking his eyes off the tablet, admits that it is a formidable force, though not comparable to Chonolyop. While a figure in a cloak prays before a deity in a church, off-screen voices discuss the Pantheon's growing influence in Korea and its alarming advertising power. Watching the hologram, the man wonders how this is possible and concludes that the Pantheon's success has only been made possible by its complete takeover of the internet. Placing his hand on the chair, he firmly decides that he must act exactly as he has just determined. Bending slightly and with a hint of anxiety in his eyes, the man announces that Pantheon will lead their first operation, placing a great responsibility on him. Walking down the corridor, he shares his prediction of a negative reaction from Korea, adding that they will respond to possible discontent with sincerity. In the dim light, he orders 3 top-class assault squads to be included in the team, while his assistant tries to object in confusion. With an ominous smile, he admits that these units used to bother him, but now he understands their usefulness. His assistant respectfully congratulates him on his new strategic decision, which will make his kingdom more perfect. Sitting in the plane, looking out the window, the blonde man orders a grand party to be thrown to persuade his allies to take decisive action. The plane majestically approaches the runway, symbolizing the beginning of a new stage in their game. The aircraft lands smoothly near the terminal, setting in motion events that will change the balance of power. A group of people in formal suits look anxiously and expectantly at the massive aircraft that has just arrived. One of the men nervously fiddles with his tie, recalling a tense meeting with the Thai royal family that left him feeling uneasy. He stares intently at the crowd, repeating to himself that nothing should go wrong, while other assistants check the final details. In another office, a gray-haired man, pressing the receiver to his ear, emphasizes that the situation is not about politics, because the young man who is arriving is a true aristocrat. His interlocutor asks confusedly, but receives a clear answer that this is not about headlines about the conflict with Japan, but about something more important. He is tired of meaningless news. Almost shouting, he demands that everyone treat the newcomer not as an ordinary compatriot, but as an emperor, and emphasizes that he is completely serious. One of the officials in the crowd wipes the sweat from his brow, trying to maintain a dignified appearance. A beautiful blonde with a crown gently holds the hand of a young man in a royal cloak, and both radiate a grandeur that makes those around them hold their breath. The men in black suits are stunned by the unreal atmosphere emanating from the couple, calling their appearance extremely noble and unlike ordinary elegance. His gaze reveals the realization that these figures radiate a power that is lacking in ordinary rulers, who operate only with words. Above the blond man's head, an image of lion-like strength flashes, embodying the highest rank, shining with power, wisdom, and unbridled presence. It is not just a delegation that descends the steps, but true rulers of the spirit under the gaze of impressed spectators. The representative of the country greets King Lionheart and Queen Sfera Alighieri with reverence, addressing them with respect. Lionheart calmly extends his hand to the official with a serious look, directly asking if he is the ruler of this state. The gray-haired assistant hurriedly exclaims something behind him, while the king calmly turns around with barely noticeable curiosity. Laughing, the bearded man mocks, hinting that the surviving monarch may not be aware of the situation in the country. One of the officials explains that the prime minister is not in charge here, because they are standing before the emperor himself, causing shock among the crowd. Introducing himself as Kamiya, president of the Japan Hunters Association, he solemnly shakes the king's hand, showing respect. The blond man looks indifferently at Kamiya's outstretched hand, making no attempt to hide his contempt. With a contemptuous grimace, the emperor indignantly declares that commoners are not allowed to touch him without permission. Shocked and stunned, Kamiya exclaims in disbelief that he has just been treated so insolently. The stunned bearded man, gritting his teeth, seethed with rage, unable to believe that he was being humiliated on Japanese soil in front of everyone. Going downstairs, the hero coldly acknowledged the excessiveness of his words but had no intention of apologizing. Suddenly, an energetic fighter named Takeda steps out of the crowd, outraged by the attitude towards his patron, and resolutely demands respect for his status. Leon contemptuously remarks that knowledge of administrative rabble is unnecessary, causing the young man to tremble with rage. A dark aura instantly explodes, causing shock and panic among the officials, who cannot withstand the pressure. From the center of the fiery circle, he steps forward, and everyone around him is paralyzed with fear of his uncontrollable power. Seeing the blond man begin to act, the anxious employees cry out in panic, begging him to stop the inevitable punishment. The blond man coldly admits that it is not the dog that is to blame, but the owner who spoiled him, thereby passing moral judgment. Bathed in a halo of light, like a judge, he raises his sword, proclaiming that those who raise their subordinates are always responsible for their actions. The older man tries to remain calm with a forced smile, while the girl behind him freezes in panic at the incredible discovery. Engulfed in flames, the young man raises his weapon, admitting that he does not understand why his body is filled with such frenzied energy. Seeing the unknown power of his opponent, the man grits his teeth in anger, calling him a savage who defies all norms. Upon hearing the urgent news, everyone at the aircraft ladder stops warily, sensing that the situation is changing before their eyes. The man shouts about the appearance of the legendary demon sword, and the whole group at the ramp freezes, trying to comprehend the scale of the event. The guy with the phone in his hand stammers in confusion, sensing that the news he has just heard will change everything around him. A black-haired warrior, like a shadow of a storm, cuts through the waves on his sword, approaching the shore. Slicing through the sky above the stormy ocean, the mysterious warrior flies on his sword, leaving behind a trail of wind and lightning speed. Kicking the waves, he enters a dazzling portal, shrouded in purple thunder, as if heading straight into the heart of the storm. The blade of the sword cuts through the space above the sea, like a harbinger of disaster approaching from the other side of reality. An ominous silence is broken by a scream as a silhouette appears in the darkness under the pressure of demonic force and eyes glowing in the dark. Facing an army of monsters and giant beasts, the warrior with the sword strikes fear into even those who have never felt a moment of doubt. The man's gaze becomes vacant as he trembles and utters the name of Joan So-un. Surveillance camera footage shows how, after the sword disappears into the waters of the Dragon Palace, terrifying creatures burst forth from it. Looking at the underwater scene of chaos, the officers try to figure out if this is a real pattern or a fatal coincidence. The chief panics and exclaims that the breach began immediately after the sword touched the gate, demanding an explanation for the gate's appearance. In the heat of the argument, one of the men suggests that the wandering demon's sword is capable of summoning the gate itself, although this seems incredible. The blonde man confidently confirms that the creation of such a gate is entirely possible, causing shock and surprise among those present. Explaining his position, he emphasizes that the artificial opening of the gate is not fiction, but reality, which requires immediate discussion. When the commander asks the devil for an explanation, he smiles slyly and obediently prepares to carry out the royal order. Beatrice takes the initiative, asking the small flying device to help with the demonstration. The assistant comes to life with a short confirmation sound, preparing to convey important information to the entire assembled team. In front of the light-absorbing portal, she reveals how their pantheon, together with U.S. hunters, attacked the Donji Gate 4 weeks ago. Calm and focused amid the shadows of the past, she recounts how they learned about the gate, the system, and the suspicious quests. After hearing this, the two men exchange tense glances, because the conclusion they have reached promises to change the rules of the game. The woman with the crown confidently proclaims that the gate is a phenomenon that could well be artificially created, causing a real explosion of emotions. Hearing this shocking truth, the others react with indignation and confusion, because such a truth destroys the very foundation of their entire attack strategy. Despite the scandalous revelations, the blonde man calmly emphasizes that their actions remain unchanged, regardless of the new circumstances. Leon confidently orders them to prepare for the landing and search for the sword, outlining the future defense strategy. One of the team members doubts the order, but receives an explanation about the power of the demonic sword and the danger of monsters that are supposed to distract them. The command forms a separate detachment in case of emergency mobilization, shifting the responsibility for preparation to subordinates. The tension rises as the commander grits his teeth, preparing to give the order that will launch a major operation. With solemn steps and calmness, the team moves forward, announcing the beginning of the battle to conquer the demon sword. The map clearly shows the route of the demonic sword, leading through 3 key points to its destination. The combined forces of Wakayama, Kochi, and Miyazaki emerge from the darkness of the world, each guild a battle-hardened blade in the fight for balance, gathering to resist the invasion that threatens the entire continent. Against the backdrop of a coat of arms with an ominous lion, the members of the Pantheon Guild stand with cold composure and a proud defiance in their eyes, ready to play a key role in the defense. In front of a screen displaying the attack arrows, a man listens intently to the report that Wakayama, Miyazaki, and Tokushima have repelled the breakthrough and the defense is holding. A message appears on the screen about a mop-up operation 30 minutes ago, with Korea completing the mission in a flash ahead of the others. The operator recounts with surprise the news of a giant core that fell from the sky, and the senior officer admits with awe that the Queen has exceeded all expectations. Clutching the radio in his hand, the stern-faced man calls Takeda, preparing for new decisive action. The officer reports the loss of contact with the 4th team, and immediately a check is launched and the tension in the command center rises. The ominous word offline appears on the screen among the online signals, and the thought of a broken device suddenly takes on a sinister connotation. The squad stops in shock and anxiety before the unknown threat, and the captain grits his teeth, realizing the scale of the disaster. Amidst the burning ruins and wreckage of armored vehicles, an unknown man with a sword slowly steps forward, and the special forces, just dropped off by a helicopter, freeze in shock. The blood-covered young man lowers his head, shuddering at the realization that his deadly defeat was the work of a demonic sword. In despair and shock, The fighters bring the news to Takata that the tracking devices have found nothing, and the enemy has destroyed everyone and disappeared as elusively as he appeared. Two agents stand frozen amid the ashes and debris, realizing that the tragedy occurred precisely where their men had been sent. With clenched jaw and radio in hand, the commander reports that the fourth group has been destroyed, and the demonic sword has probably broken through from there. One of the fighters panics and calls Takeda to a mysterious place, through a hole in the ground, which fills him with real horror. In the monster's crushed body, a bloody passage is visible, through which someone has clearly broken out from inside, leaving traces of their escape. The boy's face is contorted with horror and disbelief as he realizes that someone survived by allowing the monster to swallow them in order to remain unnoticed. A mechanical hand clutches the radio, and a voice from above utters the name Takeda, while the surprise at the hero's unusual actions only intensifies. Hearing that the second team has also suffered losses, the man breaks out in a sweat and his eyes wide, cannot believe what is happening. At the headquarters of the Korean Guild Association, a bald agent shouts into the radio in a panicked voice that the demonic sword has reappeared. The team of senior hunters anxiously discusses the defeat of the Japanese in Wakayama, shocked by the suddenness and scale of the defeat. Upon learning that all teams except the Pantheon are gathering, the hunter explodes with anger and demands an explanation, not hiding his indignation. Hearing about the Pantheon's downed plane, everyone freezes in shock at the flash of the explosion, and the ranger's skill is instantly activated. Hearing the unexpected statement, the young man looks back at the girl with a determined expression, whose anxiety shows that she does not understand where this is leading. The confused guy suggests avoiding danger, but the gray-haired man, bursting with anger, indignantly rejects such a cowardly idea. The plane roars through the red sky, leaving sound waves behind, and the crew panics, demanding more speed, even though the limit has already been reached. In the middle of the ruined city, a giant monster with a bloody snout and a scaly body emerges, bringing death and destruction with every movement. The old master leads the group through the ruined city, thanks them for coming, and reminds them that they should have postponed the battle with the demon's sword. Amid the ruins of the city, the dark-haired commander admits that the enemy was stronger and says that without a joint attack, they would have lost, as two teams have already been eliminated. A dark-skinned fighter with braids states that there are only 5 in this group, adding that there are 9 S-class students left in Japan in total. Confidently assessing the situation, the red-haired boy declares that even the demonic sword is not scary to them. His confidence instantly turns to shock when he sees something that makes his blood run cold. A giant sword with a bell sticks into the ground in front of him, splitting the asphalt and causing everyone to freeze in alarm. One of the fighters points forward in fear, as a mysterious figure with a sword confidently approaches them. The demonic figure, filled with dark power, emerges from the purple mist, proclaiming brutal slaughter and merciless destruction. With a maniacal smile and eyes full of hatred, the demon calls himself the Grand Duke of Slaughter, Akasha, and promises to wipe all life from the face of the earth. Cursing everything around them, the allies grip their weapons, knowing that even together they cannot withstand the onslaught of this monster. Realizing that they have never seen a force greater than that of the king, they watch in horror as he emerges in a purple whirlwind of energy. The dark figure hovers in the air amid the purple energy, instilling fear and gloom in everyone around. Seizing the moment, one of the fighters launches an attack, signaling the rest to rush forward decisively. Tempted by a sword worth 100 million, the knights rush forward with cries of encirclement, blinded by greed. One of the hunters assures them of their numerical superiority, but the sudden panic in his voice shows that he himself is already losing faith in these words. Stunned, the man realizes with fury on his face that even the crowd cannot hold back the one they thought was doomed. With fear in their voices, the warriors try to disperse, but the prince is already standing in the center of the battle, ready to meet anyone who dares to attack. With unexpected shock, the hunter freezes, sensing something powerful and invisible. The demon smiles ominously, tearing through the air with a blow that knocks an entire group of enemies back in one fell swoop. Struck to the core, he screams in incomprehension, realizing that the situation is completely out of control. With a single blow, he destroys all the A-rank hunters, leaving only screams and pools of blood around him. The stunned fighter realizes that if it weren't for the order to retreat, their lives would have ended in an instant. With eyes burning with red flames, the demon slowly raises his sword, threatening a final blow. But with fire in his chest and calm determination in his eyes, he meets the blow without losing an ounce of his advantage. Splitting the ground with a resounding explosion, the enemy delivers a devastating blow that throws his enemies back like toys. With a cry of attack, one of the warriors throws a giant hammer directly at the enemy, hoping to break through his defense. But the enemy effortlessly stops the devastating blow, plunging his sword into the ground with unreal ease. Confusion overwhelms the warrior as he realizes with horror that his strength has been neutralized with one hand. The king approaches ominously, looks his enemy in the eye, and coldly pronounces his sentence before striking. In the center of the stone circle, he summons a sea of shining swords from the sky, which hover in the air as if ready for execution. From the dark silhouette, an announcement of a magical law is heard, and he activates a technique capable of wiping out a legion with a single finger movement. Blinded by the glare of the heavenly explosion, the savior lunges forward, trying to stop his comrade's demise. A powerful wave of energy throws everyone back, and even experienced fighters fall, struck by the superhuman attack. One of them, stunned by the scale of the force, doubts whether it is worth fighting such an opponent at all. Staring into the flash, the leader reluctantly acknowledges the obvious. The enemy is extremely powerful, and this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, a figure stands in the dark glow of the ruined arena, stronger than ever, threatening everyone present. The doctor anxiously treats Takada, but something goes wrong and her magic is powerless, and panic flashes in her eyes. Despite her efforts, she admits her helplessness. This wound cannot be healed even though this has never happened before. One of the participants turns to Yunwan as his tablet lights up with an alarming system notification. An announcement appears on the screen about the effect of the slaughter proclamation, which instantly weakens all living beings and blocks healing. But the real horror begins when multiple debuffs are applied to them at once, creating an atmosphere of complete helplessness. Rage and a demonic aura distort the face of the enemy, who has clearly made a pact with an archdemon or even someone even more powerful. The senior hunter coldly reminds everyone of the essence of their mission, not to think, but simply to kill the one standing before them. A figure in a dark cloak slowly approaches the group of hunters, who are gripped with tension in the face of the unknown threat. Their eyes meet in a tense dialogue, and the enemy recognizes the old man as a relative of Vessel, adding even more tension to the encounter. The old man, with an icy stare, renounces his connection to his son, erasing the last thread of his family's past. The mad enemy's smile becomes even more sinister when he mentions his granddaughter, hinting at something insidious, but is met with firm resistance. Enveloped in blue flames, the old swordsman raises his blade, confident that it is his hand that will end this battle. His personal helicopter soars into the sky, leaving behind a ruined city and the chaos of battle. The smiling man in the white suit calmly remarks that he has taken care of the helicopter in advance, and that they will not need to intervene. The man's ominous half-smile and cold gaze pierce the silence as he snaps his fingers lightly and slyly asks if everyone is ready for the next step. Clad in black armor and wrapped in a red cloak, Lady Jeon So-eun sits confidently in the center of the cabin, calmly announcing that she initiated her appearance here. Tension rises in the cramped helicopter cabin when one of the men smiles and remarks that she has her own agenda, adding that her infiltration on board was not ordered by the king. The man in the white suit, with a fanatical gleam in his eyes, delivers a fanatical speech about salvation, while his companions look down in embarrassment and one of the women present silently concludes that he is insane. Suddenly, everything in the cabin shakes, and all the passengers, including the shocked speaker, jump up from their seats in alarm, trying to figure out what happened. Surprised and alert, the same man leans forward, frowning as if something incredible has just occurred to him. At the center of the blinding explosion, three powerful swordsmen's techniques intersect, creating a hurricane of magical flashes and destruction. The opponent, with a predatory grin and a beastly gaze, meets the attack with a wild roar, filled with hatred and insane power. The old warrior with burning eyes rushes into battle with a giant hammer, embodying relentless fury and a thirst for victory. Two mighty swords clash in the sky with a loud explosion, raising a storm of destructive power. One of the enemies is frozen in shock and horror, while the other, with a devilish smile, revels in the moment of triumph. With the roar of the sky and the crackling of the clouds, a giant flaming sword appears in the air, a challenge from Lord Akashi that casts a shadow over the entire city. Shock and anxiety grip the faces of Yeon So-yeon and her companion as they witness this spectacle through the smoke and fire. The giant sword, like divine punishment, rapidly pierces the sky, piercing the streets with a blinding explosion of light and power. Beaten and exhausted, Yuri opens her eyes with her last ounce of strength, slowly regaining consciousness after the disaster. The boy rushes in panic to the wounded Yuri, who is holding her head, pale with pain and begging him not to shout so loudly. Listening to her own thoughts, the girl stops abruptly, staring in shock, while her companion anxiously asks what happened. Amidst the ruined city, the wind blows dust, and the enemy squeezes the neck of the old man, hanging in the air, while the other lies on the ground, choking on blood and unable to believe that their ally has been defeated. The black-haired man laughs ominously, baring his fangs, and admits that his opponent is holding up well, though not impressively. The gray-haired old man, with pain in his eyes, admits that the years are taking their toll, but despite this, he is determined to take revenge. In a cloud of dust, the black-haired man effortlessly holds the old man by the throat, dismissively remarking that he expected more and that the old man should have died long ago. In a flash, the warrior in red tries to finish the blow, but feels something invisible suddenly disrupting the attack, throwing off the perfect moment. Anger and light burn in the eyes of the determined girl as she lunges forward with a cry, directing her holy power against the dark sword to save her grandfather and dispel the darkness. She cuts through the air with a sword of pure darkness, striking both with such force that shadow and light collide at the heart of the blow. In the thick dust of the ruined city, she stands unshakable, enveloped in a purple glow of power that pulses in time with the approaching duel. Realizing that the enemy's strength exceeds her capabilities, the girl tenses every muscle, determined not to give up. The enemy's defiant gaze and contemptuous smile clearly show that in his eyes she is just a naive novice. His swift strike from the sky comes with unheard of fury, and she barely manages to withstand the onslaught, forced to retreat under the pressure. As their swords clash, he coldly speaks of the power of truth, recalling how this energy has killed countless numbers of his allies. Contrary to expectations, she suddenly goes on the counterattack, surprising her opponent with her determination and speed. Dismissively rejecting her comparison to warriors, he attacks with such ferocity that she barely has time to take the blow. Darkness flashes in his eyes as he condescendingly proclaims her utter worthlessness, gripping his sword with quiet fury. Enraged and united in their fervor, Lionheart's knights rush into the attack with cries of support, activating fanaticism and protection from curses. Struck down and exhausted, she lies at his feet when suddenly a group of allies flies in from the sky, ready to give their lives for her. Their frenzied breakthrough is cut short in an instant when a black blade drives into the ground and splits it with an ominous blow. Horror at what they see grips the knights, and Soyeon's eyes fill with alarm that she cannot hide. A sudden wave of bloody force sweeps away everything in its path, scattering Lionheart's fighters like toy soldiers. Clutching his sword and smiling ominously, he compares his opponents to dogs that flee in fear at the sight of a predator. Standing among the fallen bodies, he smiles and declares his invincibility, demonstrating his bloody superiority. One of the fighters passionately shouts a battle cry, as if trying to break the silence of despair around him. His laughter cuts through the tension of the battle, causing the enemy to stop in surprise and clench their swords warily. Outraged by the mockery, the enemy asks about its meaning, but in response hears only a dismissive explanation about the foolishness of what was said. Listening with a mocking smile about immortality, the shadow with a large sword emerges from the glow, preparing to destroy this illusion. The sword and the determined look in his eyes show that this warrior is ready to face the power that everyone feared. Against the backdrop of a sky flooded with light, the rider on Pegasus descends like death itself with wings of truth. The blond man freezes in amazement, his golden eyes wide, for before him appears the one whom even the shadows call fear. Long ago, there was a world in whose heart flourished a kingdom protected by the gods themselves, where knights lived who carried the blessing of the heavens. A demonic finger, filled with curses, reaches out to the kingdom, which has become the main target. But the knights who destroyed evil became a thorn in the side of the immortal demons, who hated their existence. So using the laws of the gods, the knights broke the natural order, mercilessly eradicating darkness. The demons, tired of the endless threat, decided to destroy the world of the gods once and for all, pointing their swords at its very heart, the majestic castle. 4 of the 7 demon lords joined forces, gathering millions of subjects led by archdukes and great demons to invade the divine world. Their invasion brought chaos and swift destruction, wiping out most of civilization and leaving only 2 armies of resistance alive. The army of knights, led by their unyielding commander, gathered silently before the majestic gates, preparing for the final battle. The orcs, intoxicated by battle as if by a holiday, raised their axes against the backdrop of a bloody sky, bringing death with laughter and wild triumph. During the decisive war, Akasha was torn from the battlefield to another world, leaving the battle unfinished and the enemy in deadly astonishment. The smile on Akasha's face eloquently shows that he understood how lucky he was to have escaped disaster at that time. The blond man calmly pulls his sword out of the portal's glow, while a dark voice recognizes him as the true hope of humanity. Filled with rage and flashes of energy, Lionheart shouts furiously, asking who allowed the enemy to even utter his name. The black-haired warrior turns toward the voice and sees his opponent charging toward him with his sword at breakneck speed, forcing him to freeze for a moment. Before he even has time to react, he receives a devastating blow to the jaw that knocks the wind out of him and leaves him in shock. The king delivers a powerful blow, smashing the enemy through the concrete floor along with dust and debris. The old man, his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock, watches as the enemy's body is forcefully driven into the stone ground, raising a cloud of debris. The dust settles after the blow, and everyone is amazed that a simple slap could knock down such a powerful opponent. Covered in dust and blood, the warrior with a clenched sword struggles to get up from the ruined wall, unable to believe how strong his opponent is. Amidst the rumbling of footsteps and eerie laughter, the gray-haired old man and the girl look back in panic at the backdrop of the ruined city, while behind them the silhouette of an armed hero emerges. Smiling ominously in a whirlpool of red energy, the demonic enemy mockingly declares the futility of resistance, because mortals are nothing but dust to him. In the solemn silence of the rainy battlefield, the hero activates a series of destruction skills, each of which inflicts merciless debuffs on enemies, destroying their bodies, minds, and wills. The old man reads the ominous effects of the debuffs in despair, realizing that even the hero cannot withstand the burden of this magical poison. But the boy's golden gaze, calm and unshakable, radiates the confidence of one whom no weakness can break. The hero's decisive step raises magical dust, and the Grail artifact steadfastly neutralizes every curse, like a shield of divine will. In the glow of his magical aura, he advanced with his sword, like a chosen warrior of the age, and it was truly a historic moment. The old man notes with concern that before them stands a being that neither humans nor demons could reach, for even the mighty Archduke Akasha trembles with fear. The one in the red cloak strides through the crowd of demons, who are paralyzed with fear and weakened by his incredible abilities, which transform him into a destroyer of the very rulers of hell. The shocked old man's eyes reflect the incredible power of the hero, who destroyed all the curses with his own strength. Amidst smoke and lightning, a warrior whose aura boils with blood and darkness comes face to face with him. With a frenzied smile and eyes burning with hellish light, the creature that calls itself the destroyer of life proclaims the death of all living things. With a contorted face and eyes burning with mad fury, Leon screams wildly, spewing threats of destruction with a torrent of fire. In a flash of light and lightning fury, the dark figure with the sword soars upward, trying to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy, who raises his blade in response. The cloudy sky hangs over the street, where a crowd of people in panic rushes in one direction between stuck cars, as if the city has frozen before a storm. One of the drivers aggressively addresses a police officer who is trying to calmly explain that they are doing everything they can and asking for patience. The upset man, gripping the steering wheel and wiping sweat from his forehead, mutters about the silence of the news, while his wife and son watch him anxiously. Exploding with irritation, he shouts about being stuck in traffic forever, convinced that it would be faster to walk. Against the backdrop of a red car crashing into another vehicle, 2 people rush to escape the chaos. Inside the car, still reeling from the shock, All three lean forward, checking on each other after the collision they have just experienced. The boy, his eyes wide open, responds with surprise to the alarming question, not quite understanding what has happened. The boy, his eyes wide and his voice trembling, turns to his mother, unable to believe what he has just seen in the sky. The burning sky is torn apart by explosions and flashes from the aerial battle, which dazzles the entire city with its light. Two warriors clash in the air in the glare of lightning, crossing their blades in a whirlwind of explosions and magical waves. The man, enraged, cries out, raising his sword above his head, preparing to strike Lion, who waits for him with his sword in hand. The sharp leap into the air is accompanied by red flashing energy bursting from the blade and cutting through the space between them. The blow reaches the ground, creating an explosion and a pillar of light that pierces the clouds and shatters the stone structures around it. With a deafening roar, the wall of the building collapses onto the street, causing passers-by to flee in terror as screams and the crackling of concrete echo around them. The young man peeks out from behind his cover, his eyes wide, confusedly trying to figure out who these terrifying strangers are who have started the fight. Above the city, a giant flaming sword falls with furious force, destroying everything in its path and turning the horizon into a hellish storm of fire. With a frenzied gleam in his eyes and a devilish smile, the villain launches into an attack, unleashing all his fanatical rage on his opponent. His hand cuts through the air, and the red beam blade shoots upward, piercing the sky and heading toward its target with precision. The stunned woman grabs her child, her pupils dilated with fear, as she realizes that death is rapidly approaching them. A blast of holy light pierces the sky with a red pillar, sweeping away everything in its path and enveloping the city in a wave of power. Leon Draconia Lionheart, with a golden sword shining like a heavenly promise, proclaims his name, announcing his holy return to the world. Crimson lightning bursts from the split sky, cutting through the earth from bottom to top and engulfing the city in a wave of destructive power. Bowing in the center of the temple, he swears to fulfill his mission and waits for divine recognition to grant him 3 sacred gifts. In the glow of the sacred hall, the Chosen One stands before 3 artifacts: armor, a magical spear, and a sword symbolizing the light of the gods. The heavenly flame brought the divine sword, a mysterious artifact worthy only of the true guardian of the Grail. Armed with the power of the gods, the warrior with a lion's heart strikes, embodying the spirit of a demigod called to protect the shrine. His face is full of confidence, for he is not the bearer of divine power, but its conduit, the faithful executor of the will of the higher powers. The blow splits the earth, and the sword, forged by Hera and tempered by the flames of Pedos, blazes with the light imbued by Ariana herself. Gripping the hilt, the hero recalls how the gods blessed the sword, giving it a share of their incomprehensible power. Raising the sword in the glow of the rays, Leon proclaims himself the heir to the summit of light and the true master of the sacred blade. Confronting the enemy's red blade, Leon releases a wave of light embodying the will of the gods and the power of the defender of the Holy Grail. The bewildered enemy cannot believe his eyes, for before him stands an ordinary man capable of breaking through the divine. In the glow that gathers around him a multitude of divine faces, Leon stands unshakable, receiving the power that breaks the boundaries of mortality. The enraged demon rushes forward, shouting about the end of Leon's glory because he fears his growing power and decides to strike first. In response, Leon calmly raises his sword to the sky, radiating confidence and strength that does not fade with the passage of time. And when the light from the sky pierces the ruins, he stands unshakable, like a conductor of eternal glory that needs no words to confirm it. The demon, in a fit of rage, rises into the air, gathering his last strength to break the one who has broken all boundaries. In horror and despair, the enemy calls him a monster, not understanding how a mortal can carry such superhuman greatness within himself. Against the backdrop of golden light, Leon stands calmly amid the ruins, holding his sword and looking back with victorious silence in his eyes. The golden light splits the earth and the city, covering everything around with a silent but inexorable divine judgment. With suspicion and slight contemplation, Leon looks ahead, assessing the enemy that has reappeared from the ruins. The grim opponent, burned but alive, stands amid the cracks, spewing taunts that do not hide his fury. Grinning ominously, the demon mocks Leon with frenzied delight, considering him a weaker shadow of his former self. A sudden flash in the demon's eyes changes his expression, and he understands the reason for his enemy's decline in power. Leon listens warily to the demon's words, realizing that the source of weakness is connected with faith, which is still lacking in these lands. Disdainfully clenching his chin with his fingers, Leon expresses a cold, mocking look that hurts more than a sword. Standing in clouds of dust with his sword at his side, he asks ironically what the enemy's appearance could change at this moment. Even acknowledging the loss of power, he smiles with the confidence of one who sees no hint of threat in his opponent. The enemy's face, distorted by rage, burns with anger, and every nerve trembles with the humiliation of defeat. With a wild cry, the warrior lunges forward, gathering all his hatred into a lightning-fast dash. A powerful explosion tears the ground apart, throwing his opponent far away, while Leon watches with indifference. Smiling slightly, Leon looks at his enemy with confidence, and a dark aura pulsates menacingly behind him. A powerful explosion engulfs the arena, shattering stones and walls while the opponent helplessly drowns in flames. The black-haired warrior suddenly notices the attack and tries to dodge, but it's too late because the spear is already rushing towards him. Leon pierces the enemy's defense without hesitation, and in the demon's eyes there is not anger, but surprise at the realization that his advantage has disappeared. The enraged demon lunges at Leon with a cry, but his sword's momentum is instantly stopped by the force of the counterattack. The enemy raises his sword with a cry of indignation, hinting at the use of divine power, but Leon stops him with a single stern word. With one sharp kick, he breaks through the enemy's defense, interrupting his attack and leaving him in complete confusion. Leon, his face impassive, brings down light from above like a heavenly punishment, splitting the enemy and the ground beneath him. Leon's gaze flashes with anger as he senses a new threat, awakening his seriousness. The demon unleashes a bloody wave that spreads in ominous rings, but Leon deftly dodges, ready to strike back. Watching Leon calmly stride through the storm, the scarred demon desperately acknowledges the inhuman nature of his opponent. Gritting his teeth in despair, the demon realizes that he alone is unable to break his enemy's unbreakable strength. The hero grimly clenches his weapon, realizing that the disappearance of people is connected with something much darker than he expected. Roaring monsters rush through the twilight streets, emerging from the darkness as if in response to his guesses. Looking defiantly into the eyes of his enemy, the hero issues a challenge, not believing that such monsters can stop him, while his opponent laughs in response. Black flying creatures take off ominously into the sky above the rift, while the enemy realizes that these creatures will give him some time. The blond man shouts accusations in rage, breaking into a scream because he cannot believe that the enemy is trying to escape from the battlefield again. The dark swordsman cuts through the army of demons with a red arc of power, tensely dragging out the time needed to complete his plan. Gritting his teeth and shaking with tension, he roars that he needs a little more time to complete his terrible transformation. Waving his sword, the commander in the dark cloak shouts for everyone to hold on and stall for time while he completes the ritual. The response comes from a pack of demons who rush forward like madmen, screeching and filling the battlefield with frenzied cries. With the earth shaking and rumbling all around, the figure in the center of the battlefield stands unshakable as the shadows of the monsters close in on him from all sides. Flaring up with rage, the blond man with clenched teeth and burning eyes utters an insult that pours out his hatred for his enemies. One of the monsters, recognizing the hero as a priority target, activates destruction mode, but in the next moment receives a powerful blow that splits its head in half. Pillars of energy from the heavens, like lightning bolts from a charged particle cannon, pierce the darkness, burning enemies in chaos. Feeling the attack, the Dark Lord bursts out in anger, and in response, the robot's calm voice loudly announces that everything is clear. Calm and confident in his strength, the enemy notices a storm cloud and immediately realizes that he can use it to strike. Enveloped in purple lightning, the warrior bursts into a swift dash, as if the storm itself had descended upon the earth in a fierce cry. Reaching out her hand in a burst of energy, the girl decides to save her mana for a critical moment and limit herself to providing support from afar. The worried queen looks hopefully into Lady Gary's eyes, who assures her with a slight smile that everything is under control. Amidst the sound of loud horse hooves, a squad of knights led by determined glances solemnly sets off to help His Majesty. With a calm face and closed eyes, the queen silently listens to the alarming news, as if sensing something. In a fit of rage, the dark warrior, his teeth clenched, remembers the deceitful hunchback who last saw the king 4 months ago. Amid the ruins of the old world, he stands at the head of an army assembled in 4 months, like a harbinger of a new era. The young man roars like a beast, challenging the king's soldiers. And at that moment, the knight's gleaming swords pierce the darkness of anxiety. Leading the army forward with a flaming sword, the young man gives the order to destroy the enemies without mercy. In the middle of the ruined city, a blond man with a gloomy face silently assesses the scale of the disaster, sensing the ominous silence in the air. His grim premonition comes true, and a pair of allies confirm that the worst-case scenario has already become a reality. Without wasting a moment, the blond man shouts a command and leads his allies into a swift attack, not allowing the enemy to recover. The students, consumed by a thirst for battle, rush at the enemy with cries of vengeance, unrestrained by either fury or bloodthirsty intentions. Against the backdrop of the ravaged shore and the defeated invasion, the bitter realization dawns that the demonic sword has escaped, leaving no chance for revenge. With a half-joking look, the ally hints that the Lord could not have failed to have a plan in case the enemy escaped. The blond man happily shows off the demon's severed arm, proving that his plan covered even the smallest detail. Looking at each other with cold confidence, the allies decide to use the trophy to summon the gate and begin the real hunt. The couple bursts into ominous laughter in the darkness, because now their enemy has nowhere to hide. Stunned by the grandeur of the palace, Gary and her companion freeze with their mouths open, experiencing true luxury for the first time. In the luxurious hall with a mirrored floor, guests in evening attire gather, exchanging glances, words, and glasses of wine. When the waiter offers them a drink, the girl eagerly agrees, while the boy protests indignantly, reminding him of his young age. With a triumphant smile, she enjoys her wine and jokes that he is still a child, despite his offended silence. A cheerful guy with wine in his hand calls out to them in the middle of the hall, and they look around in confusion, not understanding what is going on. Seeing another glass in the girl's hands, the other guy shouts indignantly, forbidding her to drink and trying to get back the stolen wine. While the guests whisper about Gary's behavior, she laughs carefree, admitting that this is her first time experiencing something like this. The guys enthusiastically recall the vivid battle, assuming that after it, Gary would receive a bunch of invitations and acknowledge the king's indifference to publicity. Laughing at the past, Gary admits that she was almost scared when the crowd suddenly rushed at her, thinking it was a prank. The girl asks about the king and So-yeon, but her friends shrug as they did not see them at the reception. So-yeon steps out onto the balcony in silence, clenching her hands and trying to hide the anxiety that is slowly overwhelming her. A ghost from the past appears before her eyes, but despite her despair, she firmly declares that the fight is not over yet. A dark figure with a purple glow appears in the tense silence, hinting that the next test will surpass anything seen before. Standing on the balcony, the girl bitterly admits her weakness, realizing that she is no match for his majesty. The ominous shadow promises power capable of destroying the great demon, and she confesses in confusion that she has already given everything, even her soul. Hearing that no payment is required if she truly desires the demon's death, the girl takes a trembling step toward this power. The young man's laconic and authoritative answer cuts off the argument, leaving only the power of his decision in the silence. Standing behind her, the king warns that every gift has its price, and not everyone can bear its weight. The girl asks with a bitter challenge in her voice whether she should really give up revenge, which has become the meaning of her existence. Confident in his mission, the young man declares that the god of vengeance himself has named him the Avenger, and the shadow gladly confirms this. The smiling dark creature, looking into her soul, orders her to learn from the greatest avenger of all time. Memories of the destroyed village, fallen comrades, and her native country become an oath of vengeance that burns in the rainy darkness. Standing alone against demons for 2 centuries, he shatters his voice in a cry that pierces the rain and splits the sky like lightning. Thanks to his burning desire for revenge, he turned his loss into unbreakable strength and accomplished what everyone thought was impossible. A dark creature with an ominous smile hints at supporting the Avenger, and he calmly agrees, having no doubts about his choice. Saddened and confused, the girl does not understand why he, who knows the truth, chooses the path of suffering. The 3 stand on the balcony, and between them a decision matures that will change their fates. He explains that revenge is a pleasure, but the path to it is full of thorns, and escape makes it futile. Warning that the thirst for revenge will ultimately destroy her soul, she excitedly says that everything is under control. Her words are futile, and in response, he squeezes her shoulder tightly, forcing her to feel the weight of his unbreakable choice. Recalling the flames and the distorted faces of the dead, he speaks of the chance for atonement that is granted even to those who have betrayed the gods. Fear and doubt tremble in the girl's eyes when she hears that the path of revenge will ultimately leave only emptiness. He speaks calmly but firmly, reminding her that after revenge, she must learn to smile again and not lose herself. Looking into her eyes, he asks the painful question of who she really wants to punish, the murderer or her own traitorous father. Surprised and overwhelmed with doubt, the girl thinks with horror whether she should blame herself for the fact that the demonic sword chose her. Bowing her head before the boy, she finally admits that everything that happened is her fault, and tears fall like silent repentance. In her memories, she sees how, under the influence of the sword, she lost control, leading to a tragedy she cannot forgive herself for. In tears and with a trembling voice, the girl blames herself for the death of her parents and the hunters, deeply experiencing her own guilt. In the calm and cold glow of the hall, the boy turns away, saying that all her words are nonsense. Turning back to her, he reproachfully asks how she could have chosen an innocent person as her target, since she does not even know who is really to blame. A fiery shadow with a whirlpool of demonic power appears in the passageway when the heroine accepts the condition to make a contract with the god of darkness himself in order to achieve victory. The blonde man smiles confidently and says that this is the right path if she wants true revenge. Struck and stunned by his words, the girl freezes in the glow of the hall, slowly realizing the abyss into which she is plunging. 10 days after the previous battle, the Demon Sword Destruction team gathered again, standing in front of the ominous purple portal. Kamui and others express dissatisfaction, not understanding why the Black Gates appeared in Japan, even though more and more hunters support the Pantheon. With indignation in their voices, they recall how the president of the association was willing to sacrifice his country's hunters for profit, even though they were the foundation of its future. Fighters in black cloaks with serious faces walk into the portal under the command forward, leaving behind the sand warehouse, the car, and the guards. One of them angrily swears to take revenge on the demonic sword for the death of his comrades and to see what the Pantheon Guild is capable of. In a bright purple glow, they disappear into the portal, while someone behind them waits with curiosity to see how the Lionheart King and his knights will prove themselves. The commander, suddenly seeing something shocking, freezes with wide eyes and anxiety that wipes the confident smile from his face. A group of dark figures rush forward with shouts and ominous laughter, engulfed by the fires of the ruined city and excitement. In the hellish turmoil of flames and fear, the horseman breaks through the defenders, while one of the soldiers drags a defenseless boy through the chaos and screams. The stunned soldiers watch in horror as the child is kidnapped right before their eyes and realize that they have forgotten the most important thing. The madman, laughing wildly, triumphantly holds the unconscious girl, demanding that everything around them be looted and prophesying a merciless life for the captives. After several hours of travel, the group silently moves through a rocky valley, where the oppressive silence hints at something bad. The worried hero, noticing the alarming change in the atmosphere, realizes that they have reached the true lands of the Demon Sword. Seeing the notification of an 80% weakening, the fighters react with shock to the unexpectedly cruel rules of Lord Slaughter's territory. One of the fighters looks at the screen in surprise as the king on horseback orders everyone to calm down. Seeing a new message, the fighter exclaims in confusion, as the system suddenly recognizes him as part of the Lionheart's army. The screen displays a list of numerous enhancements that work thanks to the king's aura, strengthening the army and suppressing demonic forces. One of the fighters, impressed by the power that the king has bestowed upon thousands of people at once, realizes with surprise the true extent of his might. The girl on the horse addresses the king with an important question, and he calmly responds, waiting with interest for the continuation. A message on the screen confirms that they are participating in a mission led by King Lionheart to destroy Lord Akashi. The young warriors confidently swear to do their best, while their older comrades urge them to learn carefully in enemy territory. A silent fighter with a giant hammer anxiously asks if everything will be okay, but receives only an unexpected beep in response. A frightened cry escapes his lips when he encounters a robot that calmly responds to his fear with a cold retort. The surprised warrior shouts the name of the killer drone, while the girl and the king react warily to the unusual noise behind them. Smiling with anticipation, the king calmly asks if everything is ready, as if he had been waiting for this moment. After completing the activation, the drone reports on the integration of combat armor, and the horsemen approve of its new power and appearance. The drone calmly reports the results of its reconnaissance, informing them of the discovery of an enemy settlement. Hearing about the settlement, the king asks again with wide eyes, not hiding his surprise and unexpected tension. Having gathered his army, the king orders them to head for the target, and the drone, chirping cheerfully, sets out to lead the detachment to the enemy settlement. Against the backdrop of a pink sky, an abandoned village with wooden fences and windmills rises among the rocks, concealing an ominous silence. Hearing a voice, the girl looks around in alarm, while the king gazes warily into the distance, expecting danger. An armed man appears from behind the wooden shelter, staring at the newcomers in shock, unable to believe that they are human. Leon calmly approaches the fence, intending to enter the village. Shouting loudly, the king asks the peasant who he is, to which the latter maliciously refuses to answer, since he asked first. The blond man, his eyes filled with rage, yells at his interlocutor, indignant that someone dared to make him repeat himself. Sensing the conflict escalating, the observer steps back and asks to wait a moment while he brings the chief. The old man calmly comes out of the gate and introduces himself as the village chief, holding his hands in front of him with dignity. Introducing himself as Baron, the man bowed his head slightly, opening the conversation with the strangers. Hearing his nickname, the blond man clenches the reins in surprise and asks suspiciously how he knows it. The headman, drenched in sweat, remains silent, not daring to answer the direct question. Unable to withstand the tension, he quickly turns around and rushes to flee through the gate, leaving the guests in amazement. Lightning flashes through the darkness as the mechanized weapon is loaded, and the rider on the white horse watches every movement intently. The elder rushes into the attack with a battle cry, raising his sword and flying through the exploding debris with frenzied courage in his eyes. His body falls with a dull thud in the middle of the village, while a voice echoes from the cloud of flames, angrily reproaching him for fleeing. The old man clenches his fists, gasping with fear, unable to utter a word. The blond man, against the backdrop of smoke and ruins, coldly asks who is standing before him. The horseman, bathed in magical energy, looks down from above, while the village elder, trembling, raises his hands in supplication for mercy. The blond man, with a serious look, assures him that he has not harmed anyone and announces the goal of his mission: to destroy demons. A small, ghost-like figure shouts emotionally, pointing at the old man, while the hero stares intently at the enemy of the past. A memory of an imperial sergeant who once served on the side of demons, hiding his cruelty behind a smile, flashes before his eyes. The king, his eyes burning with rage, shouts the order to seize everyone, accusing them of collaborating with demons. Returning to the present, a village appears before his eyes where the prisoners are surrounded by soldiers under the hero's commanding gaze. The old man justifies himself before the cold gaze of the blond man, admitting that they were deceived when they were promised immortality. The bound captives painfully recall how they were turned into slaves and doomed to live in fear of death every day. The old man, with his eyes raised, begs for forgiveness and mercy, calling the king a hope and admitting to straying from the true path. The young men in armor realize with regret that these unfortunate people have been victims of deception and were doomed to do evil. Hearing the old man's words, the young man freezes in shock, unable to believe the nonsense he has heard. With an iron voice, he demands answers, lowering his sword with a blinding flash before the old man, who trembles in silent fear. Shackled in ropes, the culprits huddle together in anticipation as a harsh order to confess the number of innocent victims is issued. The old man desperately justifies himself, claiming that they had no choice, and accuses his opponent of not being on their side. Leon angrily raises his sword and, declaring that everyone is responsible for their own decisions, punishes the guilty party, demanding an honest confession of guilt. The blond man interrupts him with cold determination, uttering a word that could change fate. Hearing that even they are part of the land blessed by the gods, the captives look at the night with hope and anxiety, believing in the miracle of forgiveness. The blond man proclaims that 50 years of unpaid labor is the only chance to save their souls before the God of justice. With a stern gesture and urgency in his voice, he orders them to serve the gods with their labor, and the captives thank him with trepidation and relief. The old man grits his teeth, pressed to the ground, while the frightened captives behind him look on in surprise at his strange reaction. In a fit of panic, the old man jumps into the air, refusing to accept the role of a peasant or servant. With a cry of despair, he protests against his enslaved fate, while observers from the nightly squad hesitate to stop his hysterics. The old man throws himself desperately at the enemy, causing panic and calls to restrain his madness. A stern voice stops the torture, forcing the bound captives to freeze in anxious anticipation of the next order. A powerful magical light surrounds the peasants as they sign a contract that binds the soul to a servant for half a century of service. The hall is filled with tension as the king demands confirmation of his authority, forcing the frightened prisoners to hastily agree. The old man in chains cries out in despair and disgust that he would rather die than serve Lionheart. With a dazzling gesture and an authoritative tone, the goddess calls for unquestioning obedience, leaving no room for doubt. A flash of lightning tears through the sky, destroying the settlement before the eyes of those who did not have time to flee or resign themselves to their fate of servitude. With their heads bowed gloomily, the bound captives trudge through the dust, while soulless mechanisms record the result as 5,034 slaves. The blond man notes with satisfaction that the number is good, but orders the area to be combed, hinting that his ambitions do not end there. The reconnaissance robot sounds an alarm, breaking the silence with a sharp squeak that makes everyone alert. The blond man calmly accepts the news of the approaching demonic army, which he saw as inevitable, with a serious look on his face. In the red glow of the giant demon's eyes, an army of Akashi's fierce servants marches, ready to tear everything in their path apart. 3 fighters with determination in their eyes prepare for battle, and the team leader, with fire in his heart, rejoices that the battle his body has been craving will finally come. The team of mages and swordsmen raise their weapons with a battle cry, calling on the power of buffs to repay their enemies and avenge their fallen comrades. The blond man with an indifferent look abruptly jerks the rope, and the captive is overcome with panic and shock when he suddenly senses that something is not going according to plan. The surprised peasant bound by the rope turns to the blond man, not understanding why he has stopped. In response to the peasant's gaze, the blond man leans over with an eerie smile and shining eyes, silently indicating that something bad is about to happen. Under the pressure of this demonic gaze, the peasant, paralyzed by fear and electrified pressure, hears the order for everyone to move forward, as if under hypnosis. The young man on the white horse calmly points forward, forcing the frightened recruits to be the first to step into the unknown under the stern gaze of the knights. The boy coldly orders them to move forward, despite the possible loss of limbs or entrails, because there is simply no other choice for them here. In response to the ruthless order, one of the captives explodes with anger, refusing to recognize such a leader as the embodiment of justice. Before they have time to comprehend their fear, the bound soldiers feel their bodies succumbing to an alien will, pushing them forward against their own. The blond man with an indifferent face announces that free will no longer exists for them, and the blinded spirit of coercion squeezes them in its magic. In the clouds of dust and ash on the horizon, a black mass appears, moving steadily forward. It is the approaching army of demons. The bewildered demons look suspiciously at the people in ropes and mock them, not understanding why commoners are on the battlefield. A smiling horseman shouting, "Attack!" forces the frightened peasants to rush forward, covering the battlefield with terror. The enraged demons, stunned by the unexpected attack, instantly launch a counterattack, threatening to destroy everyone indiscriminately. The crowd of captives, clouded by the magic of coercion, rapidly carries their bound bodies straight into the jaws of bloody battle. One of the demons, with a frenzied scream, plunges into the crowd, unleashing a wave of death around him. The red-eyed bull looks ahead in amazement, not understanding who and why is coming at him without fear. In a panic, the demon tries to knock down the crowd of people who are rushing at him uncontrollably, as if driven by an invisible force. In response to the fear and chaos, a system message appears above the people's heads, informing them that their fighting spirit has been strengthened to the limit and their survival instinct has been ignited. With a frenzied cry, the boy throws himself right into the demon's face, demanding the enemy's death, while the demon growls in surprise and pushes the attacker away. Unable to withstand the pressure, the enraged demon raises his weapon and screams with rage, swinging it so that dozens of bodies fly aside like splinters. Grabbing the boy by the chest, the surprised bull does not understand why his strength is not working and shouts in complete amazement. The rider with burning eyes rushes through the crowd, while behind him cries of danger and curses at his crazy allies rise up. A frantic blow from an ambush strikes the demon in the face like lightning, causing even the witnesses to this blow to flinch. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the blond man raises his whip into the air, generating a wave of energy that throws the enemy into the sky with an explosion of combat power. The old man lies bound on the ground with tears in his eyes, clasping his hands in prayer against the backdrop of the chaos raging around him. After a powerful explosion, the ground is covered with fallen bodies, and the people rescued from captivity realize with surprise that they are still alive. The reconnaissance robot reports to the king about the destruction of enemies and prisoners, while he stands calmly in front of Beatrice. The young man sincerely thanks Beatrice for her significant contribution, making her blossom with attention and modest pride. With a purple gleam in her eyes, she accepts the gesture of recognition as a signal to take a decisive step. Walking calmly between the cages, the girl asks for 30 demons of each rank, hinting that the highest ones are the most valuable. When asked indignantly why she needs demons, she only smiles with exquisite ease, forcing her companion into surprised silence. The ominous glow in her eyes reveals her true goal: to open new gates, using the potential of demons for even greater power. Leon suddenly realizes that Beatrice's entire behavior is not accidental, because she is a real magician with a clear goal. Seeing the leader, Leon freezes with a confused look on his face when he hears him address him. As Leon tries to explain the situation, knights with grim expressions appear, and the tension rises sharply. When asked to share his demons, the king responds with a categorical refusal, his cold gaze making it clear that compromise is out of the question. Even when his opponent appeals to his own losses, the king remains calm and explains that the reason for his refusal lies elsewhere. Looking confidently into their eyes, he asks if they can guarantee that they will not succumb to demonic influence, hinting at their instability. The confused young man hesitates in silence, not understanding what the king meant. Smiling, the blond man promises to hand over the 3 demons, but only after he has corrected them, which causes alarm among those around him. In the red light of the magical portal, a young man with bright eyes looms over the demons, choosing with whom to begin the dark ritual. The boy with a stern gaze chooses the first candidate without hesitation, pulling the frightened demon out of the cage while the others watch in suspense. Mercilessly pulling him out of his prison, he throws the creature with a swing, causing everyone to freeze in amazement. The captured demon howls in fear as the blonde calmly declares him first. The demon, with insane fury and twisted pleasure, prophesies doom and destruction for all, while a strong hand holds him in a merciless grip. Strength and anger squeeze the demon's neck, whose threat is erased by a blow and a command to be silent, eliciting a groan of pain from him. Calmly holding the stunned creature, the hero ironically notes that silence has finally come, causing surprise in the dark-haired knight. The blond man with a cold face holds the demon by the head, explaining that depriving them of their minds is the only way to stop the conspiracy. Hearing that the corrected ones are losing their last bit of sanity, the warrior realizes with fear the true cost of this strange method of control. Without turning around, he orders to wait 2 days until complete destruction, and the knight, confused and frightened, only nods in agreement. The 2 men stride resolutely through the dust, discussing the start of preparations for the assault on the enemy fortress. One of them anxiously asks about the strategy, because the previous victory came at a high price, with many losses. Hearing the surprising estimate of 10 or even 20, the black-haired young man does not understand what is being said, because the report says something completely different. Struck by an unexpected guess, the warrior opens his eyes wide but dismisses the thought as absurd. Hearing about the loss of 900 people in the previous battle, the blond man with wide eyes freezes in shock, not believing what he has heard. Recounting the losses aloud, he repeats the number anxiously, as if he cannot comprehend it, and a shadow of horror falls over his face. Surprised but restrained, Leon still cannot believe the number and does not even hear the young man addressing him. The stunned knight breaks out in a panic because his king seems to have just counted his servants, and at this rate, humanity is doomed. In the midst of purple light against the backdrop of steep cliffs, stands the gloomy and majestic castle of Lord Akashi, full of secrets and cold evil. Kneeling before the throne, enveloped in eerie flames, a horned demon fearfully addresses his master. The sinister lord, clutching the hilt of his sword, grimly asks about the call for help, but the servant, bowing his head, admits that he has received no answer. With rage in his blood and flames in his eyes, the lord cannot accept that he has been denied the right to gather the great demons, for he considers himself worthy of it. In a dark whirlwind of pain and guilt, accusations are hurled at the orcs, while the mournful gaze of the betrayed warrior is fixed on memories of his lost lord. Distorted by pain, the warrior clenches the hilt of his sword with his last ounce of strength, cursing the slow regeneration and that damn lionheart who brought him to the brink. With a frenzied cry to set everything right, the hero with the burning sword rushes forward, causing the confused demon to flinch in surprise. A crooked, sinister smile spreads across the demon's face as he revels in the pain and humiliation of others. Disdainfully running his hand through his hair, he throws a mocking phrase into the darkness about the emptiness from which neither hope nor soul can escape. In the depths of consciousness, bound by chains, the true master of the body finally awakens from the pain and, enraged, breaks the chains with a cry of despair. Grabbing his head with a weary look, he whispers about the inevitable disaster when something inside him begins to awaken. A dark demon sits on a throne, clutching an ominous sword, and thoughtfully speaks of the need to find an insanely talented body for reincarnation. Seeing the girl, the magician smiles wildly, recognizing her as the perfect vessel in which his twisted continuation will flare up. Under the moonlight, against the backdrop of the night city, Jeon So-yeon and the young man exchange glances in silent, anxious tension. Her determined gaze and unhesitating response mean that she is ready to sacrifice her life to save her father and avenge him completely. His palm falls on her head with a dull thud, as if stopping the dangerous oath she has just uttered. Confused and stunned, she clutches her forehead, not understanding why she received a painful blow instead of support. With a gentle smile and a confident look, he raises his hand and reminds her that life is more important than even the most righteous revenge. Smiling awkwardly and touching her forehead, she finally decides to accept the offer, which carries much more than just a plan. Reaching out with a small object, the boy silently hands her something important, causing the girl to ask in surprise about the meaning of this gesture. An earring glitters with a purple light in her palms, a mysterious key to future events, the meaning of which she is only beginning to understand. Under the night sky, the queen explains that the artifact was created from the metal of a star and the power of the goddess of dreams as a gift to her students. The queen tenderly assures the girl that the gift will protect her mind from demon attacks, to which she is touched and thanks her for her care. The blonde man looks away and warns Jeon So-yeon that defeat will make her a prisoner alongside the demon imprisoned in the sword. Hearing that he will have no choice but to kill her, the blonde man speaks coldly and firmly, while she looks at him silently without lowering her eyes. Despite the inevitability of a deadly choice, the girl in armor stands before the army, full of dignity and strength, declaring that she will not hold a grudge. Turning in front of the majestic castle, the blonde man walks through the ranks of guards and, with his last breath of trust, leaves the decision in the hands of His Majesty. Leon, full of determination, places his hand on the vortex of energy, saying intently that it is time to close the gate. Ahead of the crowd of warriors, the leader breaks through the portal in a flash of magic, calling on everyone to follow him. The king, with a weapon in his hand and fire in his heart, rushes forward with a battle cry in honor of Lionheart. With a quick jerk, the blonde man throws a deadly beam, cutting through the air. The beam of fury pierces the heavens and crashes into the palace gates, raising a cloud of dust and alarm. The demon with round glasses screams in horror, while his companion, without looking back, silently stares at the ominous shadows behind the locked gates. In response to the cry for help, a man with a darkened gaze stands pensively, surrounded by the dark energy pulsing around him. With a smile full of dark foreboding, he finds his target, the very one who has become his last chance. Under the piercing wind of the ruins, the girl with a determined look fights, awakening in him the hope of changing the course of his existence. The charred demon ominously announces the last 5 minutes of life, and with a predatory smile, promises to take this body for himself after the Lord's death. The girl's eyes burn with rage, and with a battle cry she rushes forward, raising her swords with a gleam of determination. With a beastly blow of both swords, she kills the enemy, plunging the blades into his head and not stopping before the approaching crowd. Hearing a humiliating insult, the girl looks back sharply, her eyes wide with shock, as if she has seen true evil for the first time. Sensing death approaching, she freezes as the monster flies at her with a frenzied, ominous cry, a fiery whirlwind in its hands. With a roar that shatters stone and air, his blow shakes the earth, leaving it on the brink of an abyss where all hope falls. Summoning the power of a demon, he lunges forward with frenzied determination, and his opponent responds with maniacal laughter and insane strength. With tears of rage in her eyes, she lunges forward with a cry for her father, cutting through the demon's darkness. With a beastly smile and burning eyes, the demon bows to the girl's desire, as if giving her a bloody gift in return. In a flash of lightning and sparks from swords, the dark figure lunges at the enemy, piercing the air with a red flash of attack. With a devilish smile and burning eyes, he looms over the girl and slams her into the ground with a blow that shatters stone. The girl screams in pain as her arm is mercilessly pressed into the ground, forcing her to choke on her own scream. Amidst clouds of dust and chaos, the sinister attacker pins her to the ground, ignoring her desperate cries. Smiling broadly and clutching his sinister weapon, the attacker dreams of the perfection he will achieve by taking possession of his helpless enemy's body. But just as he is about to strike, something suddenly stops him, and the girl's eyes widen in surprise. The girl's eyes fill with horror as she recognizes her own father as the attacker and cannot believe it is true, whispering his name through shock and tears. Summoning his last ounce of strength, the father protects his daughter, urging her to run away. But she, torn with despair, screams his name, unwilling to leave. The attacker's sinister smile is accompanied by a cold whisper that it is too late, as magical energy flashes in his hand for the strike. After an ominous scream, the sky bursts open and a blinding purple pillar of energy crashes into the ground with a roar, carrying with it the onslaught of a dark force. In the vortex of purple lightning, two fighters, confused and frightened, lock eyes before the inevitable horror that has already befallen them. An evil smile appears from beneath the rubble, and a demon with bloodshot eyes hiding its ominous joy revels in the moment of its appearance. Amidst the dust and ruined streets, it stands over its defeated opponent, continuing its maniacal laughter that pierces the silence. Squinting its red eyes and laughing heartily, the demon assesses its rival's progress, recognizing her potential threat. Although he has lost the essence he had gathered, his eyes shine with triumph, for now he has a new, even more valuable vessel for the dark power. Standing in the middle of the ruined arena with a heavy sword in her hand, the girl in armor decides to leave in order to gather everything she has lost. But her path is suddenly crossed by a calm but menacing young man with a sword, who emerges from the shadows and declares that he will not allow her to do what she has in mind. Barely holding back her anger, she grits her teeth and names Lionheart as her new primary target. The girl in red stands in the middle of the ruins with a cold gaze, while the body of the purple creature with broken glasses lies at her feet. The blonde man with a determined expression draws his sword, vowing to put an end to this threat immediately and contemptuously calling the enemy a parasite. Clashing swords, he and the girl smile ominously at each other as they engage in a frenzied battle in the middle of the turbulent battlefield. The demon, with frenzied laughter and burning eyes, admits that this body is the best he has ever had. Powerful blows clash in a lightning-fast duel, where the potential of new strength is revealed in a bright flash. The blades clash with sparks, and the opponent, struck by the skill of the blow, barely has time to exhale. Blinded by the explosions of light, the boy with the golden sword realizes with surprise that his opponent's style belonged to a human, not a demon. The demoness, with a burning gaze, mocks him, announcing that all of her bearer's techniques are now in her head, and she will use them to the last. In a dynamic leap, the demoness rushes at the boy, demonstrating perfect mastery of the sword called the Serpent Temptress. With a lightning-fast sword strike, the blonde guy throws his opponent back, forcing her to retreat with a cry of surprise. Finding herself at a safe distance, the girl stops with the sword in her hand, and the guy looks at her. Landing, she tensely admits that this man's skills are not inferior to those of demons, despite his human nature. The blond man's sinister laughter cuts through the clouds of dust as he mocks his enemy, who has just entered the battle. Pointing at his opponent with a crooked smile, he mocks his futile efforts with a mad gleam in his eyes. With contempt in his voice, he dismissively remarks that he expected nothing else from such a pathetic parasite. Leon defiantly holds his sword and, smiling, humiliates his opponent, claiming that even though he has mastered all the techniques, he has not achieved perfection in any of them. The hero in red, gritting his teeth in anger, restrains his rage, then warns his opponent with determination not to be so cocky. Overcome with red rage, the demon with two swords rushes into the attack, shouting the name of the technique Lone Rider of 1,000 enemies, and mocking the short-lived nature of his opponent. With an ominous squint and a contemptuous smirk, he coldly humiliates her, pronouncing her worthless. In a swift clash of swords, the girl lunges forward, but the blond man contemptuously points out that even her weakest techniques are stolen. Desperately clenching her fist and trembling with insult, she barely restrains a cry, feeling the power of his words and blow. An explosion of power shatters the stone floor as the blond man throws his opponent to the ground with such ferocity that he screams in despair. Standing over the defeated man, he emotionlessly pins his enemy to the ground with his foot, silently surveying the chaos around him. Despite her defeat, the bloodied girl smiles through the pain and wheezing, acknowledging him as a ruthless monster. Standing over his wounded enemy, the king remains coldly silent, holding his sword and ignoring the reproaches about his slain ally. His eye flashes with a golden light as he pronounces a harsh verdict that justice recognizes no personal ties. With a flash of blinding aura, he raises his sword, preparing to enact justice in an unbreakable flame of light. The blond man looks down with contempt as the demon hints at betrayal and pain, for he must kill his own knight. With an ominous smile, the wounded woman calls him a monster, but in her eyes there is respect for the force that broke her. Grasping the sword with both hands amid the golden glow, he proclaims himself not a monster, but a king with the heart of a lion. A lonely figure in endless space, bound by threads of power, bows in silence before the storm that is about to awaken. In a gloomy universe, a bound figure with shining eyes asks confusedly about the place where he woke up. In the system calls him the Lord of Akasha. A mysterious figure with bare feet creeps through the darkness, approaching the bound warrior with an ominous chuckle that pierces the silence. In the light of a purple glow, a woman with a lantern and a sneer appears, reproaching the enemy for his bad manners, while the shadow nearby makes a strange gesture. The shadow with the blank face smiles smugly, acknowledging that this does not concern the demons, but the avenger has fulfilled his promise. The shocked look and scream of the white-eyed captive breaks the silence when he recognizes that the gods of Lionheart are here. Dark energy envelops the figure of a girl in a white dress, who contemptuously admits that she herself allowed her body to be possessed. Three beings stand behind the girl, acknowledging that the demon's soul is sufficient for their purposes. She asks to leave, not wanting to stay any longer, and the goddess allows it, even though she hears the disappointment of the holy temple. Filled with rage and resentment, the bound demon seethes with anger because the saints dared to use dreams and paid no attention to him. The demon cries out to the girl with despair and passion, begging her to accept him while she remains silent and calm. The demon's eyes burn with the promise of absolute power and destruction as he seductively reminds her of her former desire to become stronger. Confused and silent, she lowers her gaze, hesitating before giving an answer that could change her whole life. Standing confidently before her fallen enemy, she looks down on him, and the demon, losing control, begs her again, falling into helplessness. In a fit of despair, the demon reaches out with a cry, but instead of acceptance, he receives an unexpected and devastating blow to the jaw. The stunned demon does not understand what is happening when the girl strikes with a cold gaze, causing even the gods to be surprised. The demon cries out to her with rage and despair, calling her worthless, but her gaze is cold and confident, as if the answer is already known. A burst of power explodes from her leg as she strikes with determination, hitting her enemy with ruthless precision. With fury in her eyes, she utters her last words, as if sealing the fate of the one who dared to despise her. In the morning light of the hospital ward, the daughter falls asleep, leaning on her father's hand, in a silence pierced only by the flicker of dust in the rays of light. Her father opens his eyes and weakly reaches out to her, and she, hearing his voice, cannot believe that her prayers have finally been answered. They embrace through tears and pain, and this embrace is like life returning after a long and terrible sleep. Holding her father in her arms, the daughter whispers through her tears the words she has been waiting to hear her whole life, and for the first time hears in response that she is his treasure. In the light of the morning sun streaming through the ward window, they sit in silence, embracing each other, feeling that after a long darkness, everything has finally come to an end. The girl's gaze rests on a family photo that will remain in her memory forever, and she asks her father which path he will choose now. Sitting on the hospital bed with a shadow of regret in his eyes, he admits his mistakes and promises to do everything to atone for his past sins. With anxiety in his voice, the man decides to turn to the guild because he wants to find a way to help those who do not ask but are in need. Surprised by his determination, she tries to stop her father, and her gaze silences him mid-sentence. Confusedly touching her cheek, the girl tries to suppress her blush, but thoughts of her own mission do not give her peace. Standing before her father, she confesses her choice of gods and reveals the price she will have to pay for the right to wield their power. With clenched teeth and dilated pupils, the man hears her plea to return to the guild, promising to help the Pantheon in return. The girl sits down awkwardly by the hospital bed, trying to understand how this is possible. He turns to So-Yoon with half suspicion, asking if she told him everything, and the girl, embarrassed and blushing, pretends not to understand. Lying in bed, the man smiles silently with inner sadness and surprise, realizing that his daughter is standing before him. The embarrassed girl clenches her fingers and blushes when she hears the words that cause her a wave of confusion. Alone on a bench in the soft light of day, the blonde man waits silently, lowering his gaze and hiding the storm of thoughts inside. Holding a warm drink, the king listens attentively when someone addresses him. The young man curiously asks the old man if he has come to visit his son, as he has been here for several days, and mentally recalls how 4 years have passed since their last conversation. The old master comes closer and asks the king what brought him here after all. The young man quietly says that he has something important to settle, and the old man, still curious, wants to know what exactly is bothering him. In a flash of bloody flame, the faces of the former owners of the demonic sword appear, and one of the characters confidently declares that the souls and combat techniques of his predecessors still remain in it, and if the power of this sword surpasses his own. The old man, suspicious and concerned, asks if the souls of the previous demonic swords are still inside it, and the young man explains that there is no apostle in the world capable of leading them further. The old man's face tenses, and he realizes the danger that lies beyond human power. The old man bows with sincere gratitude, acknowledging his deep respect for the young ruler. Touched by the king's help, he speaks of the debt his entire family feels and promises to repay it in any way he can. The young ruler, maintaining his cold reserve, accepts the gratitude, asking only one thing: to help in the fight against evil. With an ominous smile, the old man prepares to present a new, even more surprising way to win the young ruler's favor. The old man swears allegiance to the young man with loud enthusiasm, like an older brother, causing the young man to be completely baffled by the situation. Under the cherry blossoms, the old man proudly declares his noble origins, but the young man coldly rejects his attempt to become his brother. The blonde man, with a sly smile, urges them to accept their faith, because anyone who does so will become his brother or sister, and the old man smiles and exclaims that he will then convince the entire guild to change their religion, because there will be many people, especially with branches. Walking alongside him, the blonde man calmly says that he agrees, but will think about the brotherhood, and the old man admits with a smile that he is a real tough nut to crack. The old man looks back in surprise and asks if they are leaving, a little confused by his interlocutor's unexpected reaction. The blonde man turns his head in the corridor with a sly smile, hinting to his interlocutor that he himself has admitted to 4 years of silence with his son, and says goodbye sarcastically. Putting his hand to his chest, he rises with a fiery glow, and gazing intently ahead, asks someone if they have anything to say before something bigger begins. Standing in silence, he concentrates on summoning something magical, and a glowing blue circle grows in his palms, like a portal with mysterious power. In a whirlwind of light and power, he activates the magical artifact, radiating confidence and devastating determination. The boy smiles with barely contained triumph, for the perfect moment has come to deploy his secret weapon. Before his eyes appears the image of a muscular warrior, the embodiment of a plan called How to Use Slaves to Kill Giants. The huge warrior, barely holding back tears, watches with emotion as young knights listen hopefully to instructions under a green canopy in the forest. A confused boy, leafing through a thick book, tries to hide his doubts about the success of the mission, while a girl realizes with horror the scale of the task. After defeating the Lord of Slaughter, the students became true knights, and their first task was to hunt giants accompanied by slaves. The student, excitedly raising his hand in front of a full audience, shouts out a guess about the battle strategy, but is met with a cold rejection from the teacher, who looks at him with barely contained irritation. The boy, looking confused, voices his doubts about the effectiveness of an attack with only daggers and tries to justify his idea by referring to examples from the book. The teacher puts his hand to his forehead with a slight irony, noting that doubt shines in the eyes of his students, and once again reminds them not to rely on earthly logic. Before the trip, the king calmly promises to show everyone how to act, causing surprise and panic among the students. The group of students, along with their instructor, goes into the forest, where a huge, burly opponent stands at the edge of the forest, yawning. Seeing the giant, the black-haired boy is shocked and wonders whether it is even possible to defeat such a monster, given that all his subordinates are only D-rank hunters. Bill, confused but full of zeal, turns to the king with a naive question about how to destroy the giant, while the king himself, gloomily immersed in a book, solemnly ponders the answer. Coldly analyzing the situation, the young monarch thoughtfully turns the pages and recalls Sir Grata's theory, looking for logic even in a senseless plan. The ancient scroll solemnly explains that in order to defeat the giant, the serfs must strike him 3,000 times so that he finally bleeds to death. Smiling contentedly, he approvingly acknowledges the absurd calculations as amazingly accurate and logical, as if it were a real strategic discovery. In a black and white scene, struck as if by thunder, the man repeats what he has heard with wide eyes, having just been mathematically proven that the giant will definitely be killed. A blond man with shining eyes and a book in his hands calmly sums up the bloody mathematics, shocking the crowd behind him with calculations of slaves and knife wounds. His face is wet with sweat, his pupils are trembling, and in the head of one of the older slaves, a mad realization pulsates that this inhuman labor could last half a century. As soon as the giant appears on the horizon, one of the slaves rushes forward angrily, prompting the others to look on in surprise and incomprehension. The indignant man bursts out in a cry of resistance, refusing to be a puppet, while the magical system imposes reinforcement, surprising even the king himself. Summoning his determination, the giant tears the ground to pieces with clenched fists, trying to strike with his whole body. In confusion, he sees his stick dripping with fresh blood. His laughter, filled with despair, echoes over the broken stones, where instead of victory, there is only a trace of defeat in the center of the shattered earth. The red-haired girl watches the boy holding the book with contempt, while in the background you can hear cries of defeat, and he coldly comments on the failure as proof of complete incompetence. Confusion appears on the surprised young man's face when a message flashes before him about an increase in attack power to a fantastic 20,001%. Causing him to exclaim in surprise, the frightened warrior shouts about the sharp increase in attack, while the stone-faced blonde looks back, quietly asking what happened, as if it doesn't matter at all. Leon, his eyes wide open, suddenly realizes the essence of the formula, exclaiming a frightened insight against the backdrop of a bright flash. His face lights up with mad excitement as he derives a formula based on the blood of 200,000 slaves and eagerly asks about the power of the book. Raising the Bible to the sky, he proudly calls it a treasure, while his two companions look at him with concern, wondering if it is really the Bible. Hearing that this is enough to explain, the frightened men freeze in horror, not believing their fate. The young man, like a demonic judge with a burning book, menacingly passes sentence, ordering them to either kill the giant or perish. A chaotic fight breaks out under the walls of the fallen giant, while the figure with the book calmly watches as mortals throw themselves into the meat grinder. After devouring the book about the destruction of giants by serfs, the boy involuntarily gains a permanent buff and, gasping for air, says with satisfaction that it is impressive. Seeing the result, the girl exclaims in amazement, impressed not only by the effect, but also by the imaginary work put into creating this Bible, which makes the boy marvel twice. When she addresses him, he turns around with slight surprise, still holding the open book. Explaining his harsh but fair choice, he solemnly declares that slaves are given the opportunity to atone for their sins with half a century of service. Gary's fears of a senseless death come true when the battlefield is covered with bodies, among which a few survivors are barely breathing. The king responds with concentration, acknowledging her doubts, but at the same time emphasizing that her naivety captivates even the gods. After a cynical remark about Lionheart's slaves not being human, the girl explodes with indignation, calling him a classist. She looks ahead intently, realizing that her doubts have not yet been dispelled and her decision has not yet fully matured. The blonde man sternly points to an elderly man among the bodies of the fallen, ordering him to come forward, while the man looks around in horror and indecision. The young man sternly asks about his sins, and the old man, stunned by his pressure, only mumbles confusedly, not knowing what to say. With a weary face and a confused look, the old man begins his confession, carefully choosing his words. Not waiting for a direct answer, the young man unleashes a flame, forcing the old man to cry out and promise to tell everything. The knight listens in shock to the murders, which make his companions shudder at the unexpected confession that breaks the silence of the forest. The dark-haired young man listens in horror as the monster not only killed, but also devoured the flesh of the dead and sacrificed them to demons. The blonde asks what gave the criminal the most pleasure while he writhed in fiery rage. The mad servant, with a devilish smile, confesses that he threw children into a pit, forcing them to kill each other for sacrifice. With a cry of hatred and rage, the king rushes into the frame and strikes the villain with all his might, holding back neither his anger nor his strength. The knight's anger does not subside, and he threatens to send the scoundrel to hell immediately, while the other members of the squad calmly watch. The confused girl stammers, sensing the tension in the air, while her gloomy companion watches the silent scene. The blonde man with the icy gaze pronounces the verdict that those who have chosen evil no longer deserve to live, and the girl behind him freezes with wide eyes. Despite his harsh words, a glimmer of hope appears on her face, because he has given the enemies a chance, albeit for one mysterious reason. Immersed in a magical aura, he sternly and coldly explains that the creatures are not demons, changing her perception. The young knight announces the task for practice, surprising others with the news that each will have to command 500 slaves. The blonde, unable to contain his enthusiasm, promises the title of captain for victory with minimal losses, and the girl next to him notices his true intentions with surprise. In the midst of the commotion, a stern voice addresses everyone surrounding the unconscious slave, demanding an explanation of what they are doing. Gari watches the battle with a smile, but she is too unsure of her command, and her subordinate, looking around in confusion, does not manage to block the attack from the left. Jahek shouts contradictory orders to his men, causing them to lose their bearings, and as a result, the enemy's attack throws the formation into complete chaos. The smiling boy Suho reports on the pitiful 2 survivors, and in the background is the ruined battlefield, where tears of victory mix with blood, and even the hero in the red cloak admits his own inadequacy for the mission. Cold and unyielding, So Yeon, with 154 rescued, looks on indifferently as the frightened man, hearing her appeal, turns around in confusion. In a dark forest where magic howls and the earth trembles, a figure in black tempts the man with revenge for the dead, while So Yeon watches silently but tensely. The dark figure, with a smile hidden in the shadow of his hood, joyfully approves the choice of victim for revenge and the activation of reinforcement through souls. In a solemn auditorium, a blond man in a suit addresses the participants, and the audience's eyes are fixed on him as if expecting something important. A glance at the results of the Knight Captain's test reveals that Han Suho is left with 2 survivors, which surprises the observer. The guy with a serious expression announces to the class that Jeon So-yeon will become captain, and she, stunned and a little confused, jumps up and accepts the order with respect. She calmly recounts how she made deals of revenge to empower the slaves, and although this impresses her friends, she hesitates slightly, asking if she did the right thing. The guy responds approvingly that he is proud of her, and she blushes, smiles, and quietly thanks him with warmth in her eyes. Hearing his name, Han Suho stood up with unexpected confidence, although the excitement was already visible in the eyes of his neighbor. With a serious expression on his face, he explains that once upon a time, Lord Gratis wanted to hold a competition between slaves in order to reduce their numbers. Seeing the mission clearly, he declares that the blessing of light is not suitable for managing slave troops, hinting that this is not the boy's path. He puts his hand on the boy's shoulder with a confident look, uttering words that suddenly cause him to tense up. The blond man with a frenzied smile exclaims something astonishing about the talent for killing, and the stunned boy only repeats what he has heard in surprise. Hearing the eerie praise, the boy is speechless, overcome by an inner shock, masked by forced laughter and an empty gaze. In the glow of the Pantheon Guild, the king silently gazes at the twig that never sprouted, causing him to have disturbing thoughts. Lost in thought with the goddess on his shoulder, he analyzes the failure, realizing that something in this place is holding back the power of the soul. The sapling with a human soul, gifted by Gunrar, remained weak because these lands do not accept true human life. Standing in front of the weak seedling, he wonders if the problem is in the soil, even though the place is full of blessings. After a short pause, he comes to the conclusion that the whole thing may be due to the incompatibility of divine energy. Understanding the essence, he decisively reaches out to the seedling, filling it with an explosion of his own divine power. His power flows into the tree, and the sprout instantly comes to life, releasing branches under the glow of golden light. Enveloped in divine light, the shoots intertwine into a mighty stem, taking on new strength and a new source of life. He realizes that the reason is not in the energy or the soil, but in the very nature of this seedling. His power surpasses that of others, but mixed with the energies of numerous gods, it is not pure and raises doubts. He hears about the Night of the Grail, hoping for a chance that could change the situation. Filled with determination, he sets off for paradise to find companions and learn more about his own power. His little companion restrains his impulse, quietly whispering that it is better to avoid this path. She warns him that the living should not remain among the dead for long, but he is stubbornly ready to endure anything. Even the appearance of Castile in a white dress casts a seductive shadow on his determination, leaving them both speechless with wonder. The image of an old friend with a mug in his hand reminds him of peaceful days, and the smiling night reminds him of the duels that await him in paradise. The armed man in black prepares to finish an unfinished battle from the past, full of determination and honor. The doll warns that each subsequent visit to the other world lasts longer, and that one day the desire to stay may arise. She insists that going to paradise should be a last resort, and he thoughtfully accepts her point of view. Smiling gratefully, he agrees with her words, recognizing the wisdom in each of her warnings. Left alone among the flowers, he stands silently in the glow of silence, weighing his decision. Seeing a familiar figure in the corridor, the king stops in surprise, recognizing Beatrice among the light of the columns. With a slight smile, she points out that he has been visiting the seedling more and more often lately, as if looking for something more in it. They stroll leisurely through the flower garden as she asks questions about the power he is trying to cultivate from the precious sapling. Against the backdrop of an ancient painting, the truth is revealed that the guardians spend their entire lives growing seedlings that one day become sacred trees, the embodiment of the very essence of the forest. The blonde's sudden and categorical statement stuns the young man when she hints at his friend's offspring on this earth. Before the young man's eyes appears the shining figure of the goddess of the forest, who cannot appear without her sacred home. The queen asks a logical question about the appropriateness of the goddess's presence, to which she receives a short but confident confirmation. The moment she appears on Earth, a powerful beam of light bursts from the sky, radiating divine power capable of destroying demons by its mere existence. Surprised and puzzled, Beatrice wonders whether power is really necessary for appearance, because she believed that divinity is born of faith. Two people stand among the flowers, and against the backdrop of silence and faith, one of them surrenders everything to God's will. The boy with the heart of a lion inside him reveals that the holy tree, created by divine power, purifies the corrupt and scares away demons. A white-haired woman with a serious look recognizes the value of a tree capable of exposing demons hiding among people. The queen intently shares her newly conceived idea, hoping that it will impress her king. The magical ritual continues to be set up in the arena, with crystals placed around a giant circle, preparing it for activation. Holding a young tree in his hands, the blond man looks ahead with hope, and the queen approvingly recognizes the potential of the idea. In front of the numerous troops surrounding the magic circle of crystals, one of the participants in the ceremony prepares to place the sapling in the center of the sparkling pattern. Receiving an order from the king, Beatrice confidently raises her hand, preparing to begin the ritual before the astonished crowd and the serious young man. A bright flash of purple magic cuts through the sky between the tall buildings as the energy of the ritual explodes in a concentrated light above the heads of the assembled warriors. The girl raises her hand to a giant glowing portal through which a supernatural light flashes, as if opening a passage between worlds. The agent in the suit, pale with shock, tries to understand what is happening to the space as the atmosphere around him changes before his eyes. The portal, as if carved out of crystal light, stuns everyone around, forcing knights and spectators to freeze before the gates that no one has ever seen before. Feeling the intense tension in the air, Leon clenches his jaw, realizing the incredible power that is approaching. He warns the queen to be careful, knowing that this time it will be much more difficult to resist the enemy. The team stands before the curtain of the ice cave, preparing to enter a new, dangerous confrontation. An elite group, including a pink-haired girl and a stern brunette, prepares to enter the gate first, while the others are ordered to remain on full alert. The squad of young knights exchange anxious glances upon hearing the call to be cautious before the upcoming mission. The blonde man gives the order to go, his cold gaze piercing the icy silence and urging everyone to be on guard. Leading the squadron of horsemen, Leon, with a serious look on his face, leads his men through the darkness of the night to their destination, where a magical portal glitters. With a clap of thunder in the dark sky, the portal opens, and a confident command is given to begin the invasion. The glow of the open portal illuminates the squad, which enters the new world without hesitation, leaving the echo of thunder behind. A shining sphere with a crack in the center appears before the crowd of knights, growing and about to burst out. The soldiers watch in awe as the unstable portal bursts with energy and begins to distort the reality around them. A blinding beam cuts through space and hits the portal, causing the soldiers to scatter in panic. A loud explosion raises a cloud of dust as a figure falls rapidly from the sky, causing the soldiers to flee in panic. A blond man emerges from the clouds of smoke with a calm look, as if nothing special had happened. He lands with such force that the ground cracks, and the stunned knights recognize him as their king. Leon realizes with a look of concern that the situation is getting out of control, and anxiety creeps into every feature of his face. A bright magical glow hangs over the arena, dividing the warriors into two sides and warning that the entrance to the gate is blocked. The system detects a duplicate inside the portal, and due to the conflict of identities, strictly prohibits the person from entering. A squadron of horsemen with determined faces rides out of the snow-covered portal, as if the cold wind has brought with it new hope and threat at the same time. A red-haired girl looks anxiously at the familiar landscape, sensing something unusual in the air around her. Seeing the bright flash of the portal and the silhouette in the light, she exclaims in amazement, not believing her own eyes. Turning around in surprise, she looks for confirmation that her suspicions about this place have just become reality. The team stops in panic in front of the portal, where the leader is missing again, and all eyes turn to the silent blonde. With restrained excitement, she suggests that the king was unable to pass through the portal and that this could spell disaster. Puzzled by the fact that only one person has disappeared, the girls suggest checking the situation outside the gate. A chilling message echoes from the darkness, telling them that they are not the only ones with power over the gate, causing shock and anxiety in everyone. The powerful portal flashes with lightning as the horsemen stop anxiously before it closes. One of the knights cries out in despair, pointing to the portal, which is rapidly shrinking before their eyes. With a desperate cry and a glow around her hand, she orders everyone to retreat before the unstable mana destroys everyone around them. The rider in purple casts a powerful spell, awakening magical seals that distort the very fabric of the portal. Looking fearfully at the vortex of magic, she realizes that the power is spiraling out of control, and she is no longer able to contain it. As the magical power spirals out of control, the blonde collapses from overload, and the girl rushes to her in horror. With traces of blood on her lips, she barely manages to voice the reason for the failure. The mana changed its flow and escaped her control. The robot with numerous sensors silently analyzes the situation and, in response to the query, only beeps anxiously in the silence. The heroes stand before the remains of the distorted portal, which has finally closed, leaving no sign of the king's presence. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the boy panics and comes to a doomed conclusion, unable to contain his fear. Lightning and fire flash in the mountains, causing alarm among the monsters, who look up in awe. After a seemingly insignificant strike, an explosion of lightning rushes through the orc's body, striking the entire army. A group of horsemen rushes at full speed, while an enemy army of more than 5,000 advances like a solid wall. Although the queen appears calm, she realizes that she has spent all her mana on the portal, and now they are in a very awkward position. The boy's eyes widen in panic when he notices something terrible in the distance, and frantically calls out his companion's name. The girl on horseback looks back and sees with horror that the enemy army is closing in on them from both sides. The heroes find themselves trapped on the plain, surrounded by numerous enemies on all sides. The army of knights is trapped in a fog of fear before the horde of monsters, and the young man with the shield desperately dreams of the return of his majestic lord. A flock of demonic creatures on beasts with mouths full of fangs jumps out of the crimson mist, bringing horror and death with them. The war machine charges its main striking mechanism, a powerful railgun emitting menacing flashes of electricity. The robot fires a deadly beam into the crowd of enemies, cutting through the darkness and tearing the attackers to pieces. Orcs with weapons rush into the attack, surrounding the knight and his robot on all sides, preparing for the decisive blow. The knight with the shield looks tensely at his enemies, while the mechanical device flashes alarmingly in the middle of the smoky battlefield. Demons fly from the sky with a scream, straight at the four heroes who stand calmly, as if already preparing a devastating response. Lightning strikes from the sky burn the monsters in midair, turning divine wrath into a fiery rain of death. Despite their losses, the demonic army roars even louder and rushes into the attack, led by a terrifying skull and a horned helmet. A bolt of lightning flashes from the tip of a spear as an armored horseman charges forward, bringing a storm upon the enemy ranks. Leading the attack, the knight orders a breakthrough in the center, and the squad rushes after him with a roar, enveloped in an aura of determination and battle magic. Under a stormy sky, dozens of armed horsemen descend like arrows from the heavens, initiating the divine point charge. A lightning strike from the rider's horse tears through the enemy ranks, throwing them into the air like shadows before a storm. The powerful breakthrough of the horsemen, enveloped in electricity, lifts the enemies up in a chaos of explosions and screams. The band of heroes stops before a mysterious silhouette that recognizes divine power but does not recognize any of them. Against the backdrop of thunder, the horseman in black armor introduces himself as a knight of the Grail, sent by the god of the heavens himself. In the glow of lightning, the warrior in a formidable helmet calls for retreat, anticipating the storm's imminent end. Amid the ruins of an ancient fortress, warriors gather around a fire, discussing their next plan in the shelter after the storm. A knight with a worried look sits by the fire when a mysterious blonde appears before him, prompting him to ask cautiously about her identity. He is surprised to recognize in the stranger a bearer of divine power, reminiscent of Sir Antok's might, and calls her a knight of the god of steel and craftsmanship. The girl responds with dignity that they have come from the borderlands of the kingdom, raising even more questions in the knight's mind. The troubled blonde sadly admits that they were late due to an attack by demons, even though they sincerely wanted to save the kingdom. The knight listens with a serious expression to the confused girl, who asks him to explain what is really going on here. After thinking for a moment, the young man looks her in the eyes and finally decides that he can trust her with the truth. The young man with a serious expression tells her that after the disappearance of the knight and the duke, the enemies launched a massive attack on their kingdom. The blonde with the crown reacts calmly to the news that the king has united the races in order to destroy them, while the red-haired warrior listens in confusion. Against the backdrop of a burning map, a fortified castle is visible, while a voice tells how the world is under attack by demons and the knights are gathering the survivors. Beatrice anxiously acknowledges the seriousness of the situation, while the surprised girl behind her barely refrains from addressing her by her title. Hearing the order to act in secret, Gary agrees in confusion, not understanding what this could lead to. The three allies silently stare at the glowing task hanging in the air, each with their own suspicions and anxieties. The girl stares in horror at the screen, where all the keywords of the task are blocked by a mysterious mechanism. The team of warriors anxiously realizes the complexity of the situation, and the girl's words only emphasize the scale of the problem. The dark-haired knight, with a sad expression on his face, admits his inattention to his comrades, filled with regret for underestimating the difficulties. The commander, bathed in fiery light, calmly announces his plans for dawn, ordering everyone to rest before the next bloody step. In the rays of the setting sun, the horsemen rush into the thick dust and turmoil, full of determination. The detachment rushes through the ruins of the city, where decapitated bodies fly between the flags, and the innocent lie motionless on the ground. The girl's eyes shine with excitement as she sees something incredible and amazing for the first time. From the cozy shade of the trees, the travelers on horseback see for the first time the majestic city that stretches out among the mountains, like a legend come to life. A huge creature with a leafy body settles near the wall, while a mysterious figure watches it from above. Against the backdrop of the golden dawn, a majestic shrine rises with towers and perfectly symmetrical gardens, like a castle of the gods in the middle of the mountains. The young man with a shining gaze turns to his companions with a smile, because he has finally reached his goal, which has opened up in the distance. Mighty stone walls with a coat of arms and a huge gate guard, the last sanctuary of humanity, the Pantheon, where hope and glory intertwine. Impressed by what she saw, the red-haired girl held her breath when the majestic and mysterious Pantheon appeared before them. In a blinding flash and the roar of an explosion, the hero swiftly smashes the skull-like giant right before the eyes of the shocked soldiers. Against the backdrop of rain and fading light, the silhouette of the brave king with a lion's heart appears, and his warriors silently retreat into the darkness. In the 63rd year of Leon Lionheart's reign, the ruined city plunged into darkness, where crows circle above the charred ruins as if mourning a lost era. Thousands of knights, hundreds of thousands of warriors, and over 22 million Imperials perished in the final confrontation, leaving behind grief and ashes. In the 66th year of his reign, the darkness faltered and Malice, the Lord of Chaos, fell, and with him, legions of demons and nearly 1 million of his followers were lost to oblivion. Amidst the ruins and ashes, the holy knights Manon and Killian rose up, becoming symbols of hope after the Empire's bloodiest battle. In the winter mist of the 66th year, the legions of demons marched on the Empire for the second time, filling the snow with screams and sharp shadows. Under the onslaught of monsters and destructive magic, the Empire fell, and the elven forest caught fire with thousands of sparks, dissolving into darkness. The dwarven fortresses exploded like stars, and the heavenly kingdom of the eastern lands fell from the sky with a crash, torn apart by evil into stone fragments. 9/10 of the kingdom of Lionheart lie in silence and desolation, where between the cracks in the stone and the silent spires, there is no longer any voice or life. A knight in a red cloak leads a column of silent comrades, leaving the battlefield with words of return to the Pantheon. In the dusty military camp, soldiers scurry between tents and barrels, and a confused boy responds to a cry for help with a load without stopping. In a cheerful conversation near the camp, one of the knights thanks him for his help, telling him about his arrival from the border, and the other smiles and admits that it was not easy. A red-haired warrior asks about further actions, and the queen thoughtfully touches her lips, looking at the camp and trying to weigh all the options. With calm confidence, the queen announces that Leon is returning from battle and orders them to proceed according to the original plan. The queen calmly announces her trip to the wise men of the forest, and the robot, without hesitation, takes on the task of reconnaissance and gathering information about Lord Gunnar. Watching her leave, the girl awkwardly asks herself what she should do and decides to simply stay in the camp to help. A little later, she is standing in the city with a blank stare and straight posture, silently acknowledging that she has simply been expelled. Hearing the surprised question about why a priestess is doing dirty work, the girl wonders if this position is really so honorable. She cheerfully recalls that the temple must be somewhere on the mountain, looking up hopefully, as if searching for direction among the sky and her own thoughts. Stepping onto the steps in front of the majestic cathedral, she stops calmly, feeling respect and determination under the gaze of passers-by. With a puzzled look on her face and sweat on her forehead, the girl frantically considers whether her desire to ride up on horseback will cause contempt. Seeing a carriage with floral ornamentation stop nearby, she freezes in surprise and doubt. A fair-haired girl looks out of the carriage window and addresses her, genuinely surprised that she has chosen to walk instead of taking the offered ride. Her smile fades abruptly when her gaze falls on an unexpected figure that causes her disturbing surprise. A golden aura rises around the girl, whose spiritual power amazes even her, as it resembles the grandeur of the monarch himself. Hearing the invitation, the girl blossoms with hope, rejoicing at the opportunity not to walk the roads. The carriage rushes across the white bridge with the clatter of wheels, passing people peacefully strolling through the streets of the city as if carrying out a secret mission. A smiling Protecha explains the features of the Pantheon, telling about the service crews, and Gary listens to her with surprise and admiration. The girl shyly introduces herself to the lovely maid, who turns out to be a representative of Lady Ariana, and a warm dialogue begins between them. The girl sits calmly with a gentle smile in front of her surprised companion, who instantly recognizes her personality. With genuine surprise on her face, the priestess shares that she serves two gods at once, impressing her interlocutor. In a playful atmosphere, the girls shake hands, understanding that such service is not an easy burden. The mighty Pantheon rises majestically into the sky, gleaming with white marble and blocking the horizon with spires in the glow of magic. The smiling warrior gratefully bids farewell to her companion, who has shown her kindness. In the noisy hall of the temple, the two girls walk side by side among the pilgrims and guards, engaging in everyday conversation against the backdrop of solemn silence. The guards bow, acknowledging the arrival of the high priestess, and the girl repeats the title in amazement, realizing who is before her. Unable to contain her admiration, the girl bows deeply with a cry of respect, causing the priestess to ask her not to exaggerate. Hearing the unexpected statement about equality before the gods, Hari exclaims in surprise, not believing his ears. The blonde man, enraged with anger, clutches the doll with the girl's face and shouts about her audacity, unable to accept that she dared to call them equal. The memory of His Majesty's respect for ranks makes the girl smile, and her companion, intrigued, suggests that she served in a powerful temple. The White Hall echoes with the cheerful tone of the woman, who notices the girl's incredible spiritual power, causing her to be surprised. Noticing someone important, she quickly moves forward, seizing the moment and hopefully making a request. The girl in blue approaches the majestic doors of the temple, where two nuns with serious expressions are already waiting for her. Hearing the address to the high priestess, the red-haired girl realizes with astonishment that she is standing before a truly important person. The girl in the blue dress orders the nuns to inform the high priestess that it is time to come down, as the great purification ceremony is approaching. Hearing about the great cleansing and the victorious return of His Majesty, the maidservants beam with joy, folding their hands in prayer with inspiration. The confused warrior looks at the distant figure and thinks to herself that King Leon must be exhausted after the battle with the demons. As the girls leisurely stroll down the corridor of the past created by the gate, one of them thoughtfully reflects on the mysterious figure she's about to see. A loud speech announces the arrival of His Majesty Lionheart, and the surprised girls in the night turn around in panic at the sound. From a dark opening, as if from an abyss, a black figure emerges in shining armor, radiating light and menace, as if death itself were stepping forward. Gari covers her mouth in shock, unable to believe the terrible scene unfolding before her. From the darkness emerges a figure in blood-stained armor, radiating a terrifying thirst for blood and embodying the very essence of horror. She flinches and cries out at the unexpected touch, her heart leaping out of her chest, her gaze frozen in panic. The high priestess calmly declares her intention to take the children, causing the red-haired girl to widen her eyes in surprise. The witch in armor ominously pronounces the name Isabel, as if summoning a memory or a threat from the shadows of the past. The young nun turns to the priestess of the moon in surprise, and she smiles contentedly, eliciting only an irritated snort from her red-haired companion. The smiling dark-haired woman boldly confesses her past as the king's wife, and now the first huntress, shocking her listener. A soldier in black armor sternly addresses the queen, demanding that she stop hesitating and undergo the purification ritual. The girl solemnly announces the completion of preparations for the great purification ritual, standing near a bright altar bathed in magical light. With his eyes closed and a gloomy look on his face, the blond man places his hand on his chest, agreeing to the test, while the women behind him restrain their emotions, ranging from anger to anxiety. His blood-covered hand clenches and drops to the ground as a heavy cloak falls to the floor, signaling his readiness for the ritual. With a tense sigh, he slowly walks forward with his bare back covered in traces of dark poison and numerous wounds. The girl stares in awe at the king's scorched body, from which purple smoke of damnation slowly rises, leaving her speechless. The blonde man explains that the scars are the result of him tearing apart a demon alive, whose screams turned into a curse. Despite the pain, the king accepts the priestess's condemnation with bitter irony, acknowledging his sinfulness and ordering the ceremony to begin. Burned and determined, he rises to the altar, ignoring the surprised looks of the two women, while a magical glow flares above him. Despite pleas not to go, he looks back firmly and announces that there is no turning back and the ritual has begun. The mighty doors swing open with a crash, and a shadow appears in the bright beam, signaling the arrival of a new threat. In response to the silent surprise of the trio, an authoritative figure emerges from the shadows with a question that immediately breaks the silence. In the glow of the solemn light, Karina Draconia, Grand Duchess and Commander of the North, confidently enters the hall. She respectfully congratulates Lionheart on his victory, announcing herself as the daughter of the famous Leon Draconia. Hearing the Duchess's address, the knight becomes disheartened and the others freeze in the throne room, awaiting further developments. With cold directness and a penetrating gaze, the Duchess demands an explanation for the unexpected visit. Surrounded by a purple glow, she solemnly proclaims that the northern troops are immediately withdrawing from the alliance. The young man, with an icy stare, firmly refuses to allow the North to leave, making no attempt to hide his inner resistance. The Duchess stands against the backdrop of a snow-covered castle and emphasizes that the North is a pillar of strength, and its departure will not be a weakness. The battle-scarred young man declares that further support has lost its meaning, and the frightened girl turns to him in surprise. Against the backdrop of the burning capital, reports of the destruction of the continent, the shortage of people, and the enemy's ruthless superiority of 1,000,000 soldiers are heard. With a gloomy look, the Duchess asks the most difficult question. Does the Pantheon Knight have even a chance of winning? The exhausted and bloodied warrior thinks silently before asking what path they should choose in a hopeless war. With clenched fists, the Duchess recalls how, after the fall of the Empire, 30,000 subjects lost everything, and only they remained from the North. Shaking with overwhelming emotions, she clutches her head, trying to contain the pain and rage that are bursting out. With eyes full of fire, she swears revenge, even if she has to destroy every demon involved in the tragedy of her people with her own hands. With barely contained disappointment, the boy utters her name, asking if she is trying to hurt him with her words. A discussion of strategy breaks out in the hall, with doubts raised about striking the enemy's main forces instead of defending the duchy. The Duchess coldly assures him that the choice was the only correct one, because saving the kingdom is more important than any duchy, and he does not understand why it still hurts. Lowering her gaze and clutching her collar, she coldly and resolutely declares that she seeks personal revenge. She shows the burning mark on her body as proof of her connection to the curse and her sole purpose of revenge. The boy's eyes widen in horror at the sight of the mark, and his body seems to be gripped by a darkness of disbelief and rage. The heroes shudder at the scream when Karina confesses that every northern warrior has made a contract with the god of vengeance himself. Surrounded by a purple glow and a gloomy silhouette, she proclaims herself the Knight of Entarsus and the Duchess who leads 30,000 Avengers. Clenching his fist, the king confesses that his goal is not simply to survive, but to accomplish something much greater. Looking away and clutching her hand to her chest, Karina hears the desire for her to leave, hiding her pain behind a stern mask. The troubled nun questions her hope, but the wounded boy sighs, acknowledging that his contract with the god of vengeance has already sealed her fate. Reaching out her hand, she begins treatment with light, resigned to the inevitability of a choice that will change their future. On the illuminated altar, the priestess thoughtfully questions her actions, and the king calmly acknowledges the correctness of her choice. The dark-haired priestess calmly exposes past conspiracies, accusing those present of hypocrisy and reminding them that the kidnapping of her sister was a joint decision. Surprised by her support, the boy confirms the answer in shock, as if he himself has believed in his own righteousness for the first time. Gary freezes in front of the naked stranger, shocked by his unexpected appearance in the luxurious hall. Against the backdrop of a quiet city day, the residents are busy with their affairs, unaware of the important events that have already begun to unfold behind their backs. The blacksmith angrily demands star iron, but the master replies that there are not enough materials and that he will have to call on the heavenly stars again. The mechanism with ears jumps anxiously on the roof, while a voice reminds him that the great saint did not predict anything about this situation. Having received consent, the red eye begins recording, launching a backup and analyzing the data. In the silence of the workshop, the blacksmith stands in front of the bright flames of the furnace, preparing for serious work with a heavy hammer at his feet. In the blazing glow of the forge, he concentrates on forging with a huge hammer, each blow echoing the master's determination. With a spark of satisfaction in his eyes, he assesses the result, catching every sound as the rhythm of his own work. Sensing an outside presence, he turns abruptly and throws the hammer straight at the uninvited guest, calling him a rat. The hero clenches his hand, summoning a flash of magical power, after which a ball flies in his direction with a scream. The hero keeps the guest at a distance, and the latter hangs silently, leaving only an awkward silence behind. Against the backdrop of the burning flames, the man grabs the strange creature with a wary look and asks who it is. The small round creature struggles indignantly in the man's hand, but he swings it forcefully, releasing a stream of glowing energy. A look of surprise appears on the man's face when a bright beam of magical light bursts from his clenched hand. Releasing the creature, the hero admits with surprise that he had mistaken it for a rodent until it began to glow with magical energy. The young man with a friendly smile suddenly raises his hand, and the little mechanical priest flies headlong from the magical impulse, leaving a trail of sparks behind him. With a loud laugh, he looks up where the creature shoots a beam of energy at him. Keeping a relaxed expression, he asserts that they serve the same god, so there is no reason for hostility, although something already alarms him in response. The robot looms over the blacksmith, who raises his hammer in surprise upon hearing the condescending question about his identity. Standing proudly and clenching his hammer, Antok, his eyes burning, calls himself a Knight of the Grail, a servant of the god of steel and craftsmanship, the guardian of the mines. A girl with pink hair approaches the temporary camp of students on the outskirts of the city, passing guards and tents, cutting through the space with her cloak. With a smile on her face and a basket in her hand, the girl enters the tent and cheerfully apologizes for being late, immediately attracting the attention of the boys. Scratching the back of her head sheepishly, she explains that she brought food she received at the temple in exchange for her help, sincerely happy for the simple opportunity to contribute. When a boy asks about her visit to the temple, she easily confirms that she was there and even met the king himself, causing surprise and interest among her companions. Hearing that the king in the vision was not theirs but a local one, the black-haired girl realizes with alarm that she has entered His Majesty's world. The red-haired knight rises from her seat in confusion when the young man asks if they have managed to find out anything. The young man explains that it has been a long time since the capital was captured. Most of the lands no longer belong to the people, and only this city remains. And the mention of the final battle of Ventarsis suggests that the gate is connected to those events. The boy stares at the blurred screen with illegible text, recognizing the difficulty of the task and wishing they could read it. Two knights in cloaks look at each other in confusion, not understanding what is happening and why the task is impossible to read. The girl, demonstrating magical energy in her palm, explains that although she can summon power, the connection with the gods has become blurred, as if through noise. The surprised boy watches as his hand is enveloped in the glow of divine law, which for some reason suddenly works. The black-haired girl raises her hand, sternly ordering everyone to stop, and everyone around reacts with surprised silence. Her gaze becomes wary when she notices the unnatural silence in the camp, which was just filled with sounds. Suddenly, everything freezes. Two knights watch the situation tensely, and the young commander on the throne feels a sense of foreboding, as if something is wrong. With sudden horror, he turns to the sound of a scream as heavy footsteps break the silence of the hall, and everything around begins to shake. A giant tree monster bursts out from behind the walls, raising its arms above the camp, while the soldiers scatter in panic. Inside the military camp, a crowd of knights surrounds the three heroes with their weapons at the ready, gripped by tension in the face of an unknown threat. Roxley stands with a confident smile and a shining sword, proclaiming himself a Knight of the Grail, serving the god of the sun and justice. An angry red-haired girl radiates an aura of divine wrath, fearfully shouting her spell with unexpected confusion. A prison cart slowly rolls through the streets of the city, heading for a gloomy fortress in the rocks, while the crowd silently freezes in fear of the Inquisition. In a cramped cell, 4 people, trembling with fear, are convinced that they will be executed without trial because the Inquisitors do not wait for evidence. With a frenzied glance through the bars, the Inquisitor silences the prisoner, who instantly falls silent, nodding fearfully in submission. The four prisoners argue heatedly about their fate, weighing slavery, death, and outrage at the injustice. The deafening rumble of the bus stop interrupts the arguments, and a red-haired girl with an anxious look listens intently to the guard's commands. One of the prisoners in despair throws a tantrum, convinced that death awaits them, while the others try to keep a cool head. Under the pale moonlight, the four prisoners anxiously await the opening of the door, each hiding their panic behind a tense gaze. A frightened boy with wide eyes and a trembling voice tries to squeeze out his last words of resistance, hoping that someone will hear him. One of the captives breaks free from the guard's grasp, protesting wildly, while the others, with bags over their heads, silently swallow their fear. The prisoners in sacks are led to a magnificent temple with sharp spires, shining in the sun like a palace of heavenly judgment. The stunned girl grimaces in pain, barely holding back a sigh after a rough shove from a guard. Influential figures gather in the magnificent hall, and at the front stands a cold blonde man, like a silent judge of the fate of the new arrivals. The blonde man's eyes burn with light as he silently assesses the situation, preparing to make a difficult decision. The captives stand before a shining vat of holy water, bowing their heads submissively under the watchful gaze of the judges. By order of the king, the priest receives permission to throw the prisoners into the water, which is supposed to reveal their true nature. The priest loudly orders the prisoners to jump into the shining holy water, and the shocked captives cannot believe their ears. Trembling with panic, the young man imagines the most terrible torture, recognizing the legendary water torture in the sacred ritual. After threats with a sword and a menacing shout, the boy fearfully assures that he is ready to obey the order. One by one, the teenagers throw themselves into the sparkling water, trying not to show their fear, while their friend is already splashing around in the holy font. The blonde boy thoughtfully watches the trial as the servant addresses him with respect, acknowledging his authority. In the golden glow of the holy water, everyone remains unharmed, confirming that they are not demons, but ordinary people. The dark-haired warrior confidently explains that the water has accepted their bodies, and therefore there is no doubt about their human nature. The gray-haired man raises his sword with cold suspicion, accusing the children of possible demonic machinations and demanding explanations. The boys hide in the water with frightened eyes, trying to calm their anxiety, while everyone believes in the infallibility of the king. The blonde boy with his eyes closed silently addresses the Lord, trying to clarify information about two other mysterious individuals he has recently heard about. In the glow of magic, a white woman appears, carrying within her the sacred power of dreams and death, and a robot endowed with the divine gift of steel and craftsmanship. The surprised maids listen with concern to the story of two people who possessed powers worthy of the living saints themselves. The blonde man imperiously orders everyone to step back because he wants to interrogate the prisoner himself, and his decisive tone causes the guard to protest confusedly, addressing him as if he were a king. The older man respectfully and submissively accepts the order, easing the tension in the room after the king convinces him to trust him. The blonde man stares intently ahead, while the girl in blue looks down with trepidation and the dark-haired nun remains impassive. As the important procession leaves the hall, the three friends in the water watch silently, realizing that they have just witnessed something truly significant. Standing by the bathtub, the boy smiles as he looks at the three stunned friends with their heads submerged up to their chins, as if digesting the absurdity of the scene. The boy smiles and calls the red-haired girl by name, and she responds with a hoarse and frightened scream, dripping with water from the surprise. In a flash of golden light, Han Hari falls to his knees amid the lightning energy, shouting his name with exalted pride. Both look back in surprise at the blonde man standing with a serious expression on his face, silently urging them to stop this absurdity, while the girl with pink hair explains that it has worked before. With his arms crossed and an authoritative gaze, he calmly orders everyone present to state their names, demonstrating his indisputable authority. One by one, the three students say their names with a slight tremor in their voices, as if undergoing a silent test of dignity. After repeating the three names aloud, he thinks intently, as if searching for an invisible connection or secret meaning between them. The boys freeze with awkward smiles and beads of sweat upon hearing the unexpected question about their origins, and begin to mumble, trying to come up with a plausible answer. The king bursts out shouting and demands that they quickly confess where they come from, giving them no time to think. Red-faced with panic, the boys try to justify themselves, insisting that their homeland is a very distant country, while the blonde silently watches them with cold suspicion. Lost in his own thoughts, the blonde man stares intently, silently assessing something important and suspicious in the guest's behavior. Rays of light cut through the sky as a figure appears in the center of the captivated gaze, and the myth of the ascent of the gods comes to life before everyone. A foot steps into the light, and all doubts disappear as something extraordinary truly appears before them. Four figures, filled with divine majesty, stand silently amid the radiance. The fish of the gods circle around the calm young man, while the water consciousness asks itself with suspicion whether this miracle comes from evil forces. The bearded man with an angry look releases lightning bolts at the boy, threatening him with heavenly punishment if he turns out to be an imposter. The girl, deeply moved, recalls with horror how this boy called upon the gods so directly that he once even coughed up blood. Majestic figures gather in the glow of a magical aura, among whom a young man in black stands in the center as the full master of his power. A blond man with a cold gaze stands calmly, explaining that he ordered their capture not by accident, but with a clear purpose. All three girls look at him in confusion when they hear that even though they have divine power, none of the gods know them. The girl with pink hair says that their story will be long, and the blonde man with a serious look encourages her to start with who they are and how they got here. With a slight smile on her face, she recalls her first meeting with him, as if remembering something important and touching. In the glow of the magical light near the fountain, the figures of the newcomers and those who met them appear, and the girl's story begins with a memory of the beginning of this amazing event. A huge tree with the face of wisdom engulfs the space around her as she touches its magical trunk with trepidation, searching for answers. With a twinge in her heart, the girl clutches the sapling, accepting Leon's will as her own and realizing her responsibility for the future. The old tree reveals the truth about the seedling's origin from the realm of the dead, striking the girl with knowledge of her mission and ancestry. The ancient giant spirit of the tree with a stern face informs her that the magical seedling can only grow in the world of the dead, shocking the queen. Thinking about what has been said, the girl gloomily admits to herself that this condition is a real problem. The tree creatures, as if consulting under the flickering green glow, acknowledge their nature as creatures of the past and decide to give the heroine another gift. The elder tree recognizes the need to pass on the power, although he had initially planned it for the king with the lion's heart, and reluctantly agrees to the new path. The two giant trees are convinced that the new chosen one will accept the power because it is his destiny and he is obliged to do so. The glow of a purple divine flower envelops the girl, and a dire prophecy about the sacrifice needed for the gift of the gods echoes in the air. The blow of the hammer raises sparks above the robot, causing the blacksmiths to freeze in amazement at the power that challenges steel itself. Powerful blows rain down incessantly, causing explosions of light that testify to the frantic pace of the machine's work. The robot concentrates on the task at hand, simultaneously forging and moving parts, while indicators record its rapid progress. The impressed blacksmiths cannot contain their admiration as they watch the process unfold at incredible speed. The small robot enthusiastically forges the red-hot metal, repeating the processing steps with almost mechanical precision and zeal. With a glow of completion, the finished breastplate appears before him, assigned a number and the proud name Lionheart. The robot rushes between the rows of already created armor, replenishing the stock with impressive precision. Deeply impressed, the blacksmiths cannot believe that they are looking at a creature with such incredible abilities. The senior blacksmith smiles approvingly, recognizing the newcomer's skill and sensing his true potential. Comparing his path to the legendary Leon, he enthusiastically recalls the ancient hero and asks if this is a coincidence. Standing in front of the little robot, the blacksmith learns that it is not just a mechanism, but a full-fledged ally in the war against demons. With a smile on his face, the man recalls how he traveled with His Majesty Leon, fighting side by side in difficult battles. With a tender smile and a thoughtful look, he recalls his 30th year, the time when he first met the legendary Leon. During the orc invasion of a border village engulfed in flames and chaos, the inhabitants managed to send a desperate call for help. In a remote corner of the world, where there were only travelers and seekers of power nearby, he first met Gunrar, a warrior in search of inner peace. The enemy turned out to be more numerous and stronger than it seemed, as experienced warlords appeared among the orcs. At the decisive moment, a figure appears in the darkness, rushing through the forest toward the threat. Under the light of the full moon, the cloaked figure leaps into the air, descending upon the orc army with a gleam in its eye. With a wild smile and a sword shining in the night light, the new warrior rushes into battle, stunning his enemies with his fury. Like lightning from the heavens, the young knight bursts into the center of the battlefield, striking his enemies with a blow that makes the earth tremble. 3 observers freeze in awe, struck by the power of the boy who has turned chaos into a spectacular wonder. Spinning in a whirlwind of light, the warrior cuts through the ranks of orcs with such skill and power that it seems the wind itself obeys him. Under the night sky, amid rain and shadows, the knight stands silently over the body of an enemy, cut down by a single blow of his sword. Anger flashes in the boy's eyes through the pain as he brazenly scorns the monsters. The little robot twitches its ears in surprise upon hearing praise for the talent that seems to lie hidden within it. The blacksmith, with zeal and a gleam in his eyes, bows to the creature, unexpectedly offering to take him on as his apprentice. The metal companion instantly jumps up at the unexpected offer, leaving the man completely confused. The little robot, with a condescending expression on its face, laughs contemptuously, expressing its disdain for organics and hinting at their insignificance. Antok stands intently with his arms crossed, and the robot unhesitatingly calls out his name and title, showing no respect. Despite recognizing Antok's talent, the robot arrogantly declares that no organic being can compare to its perfect production processes. Koval freezes with a confused look, unable to believe what he has just heard from his young and insolent interlocutor. Laughing heartily, he enthusiastically acknowledges the character of his new acquaintance, as if he sees in him an echo of his own youth. With thoughtful determination, he reaches for the heavy hammer, preparing to demonstrate a power that speaks louder than words. The blacksmith smiles, confirming his seriousness as he grips the heavy hammer in front of his apprentice, who is ready to learn. Residents gather in the square in front of the smithy, impressed by the loud blows of the hammer and the fiery glow that cuts through the air. Sparks fly in all directions as the metal takes on a new shape under the powerful blows, filling the space with a flash of power. In the dark room, the master concentrates on forging the red-hot metal, praising the work, even though he acknowledges his imperfection before the legendary blacksmith. The blade explodes with bright sparks under pressure, and the eyes of the artificial assistant flash with alarm, revealing an internal error, and the destruction grows. With a gleam in his eyes, the man covered in sweat speaks of something more than just a weapon, but of the true essence of creation. With a wild spark in his eyes, the blacksmith swings his hammer with a flourish, igniting each blow on the metal with an explosion of flame, as if creating his own masterpiece. A small mechanical companion freezes in shock, exclaiming the name of the tool with surprise and alarm. Blinded by inspiration, the blacksmith loudly praises his craft, calling it the art of the soul, which comes to life in the glare of red-hot steel. In the light of the blacksmith's fire, the boy admires the perfect shape of the red-hot metal with enthusiasm, believing that there is something beyond technique. He skillfully lowers the glowing blank into the vessel, as if completing the ritual of the birth of a future masterpiece. And out of the heat emerges a perfectly curved piece of armor, dazzling with its brilliance and striking with its graceful lines. A smile never leaves the blacksmith's face as Yapi watches silently, completely confident in the decision he has made. Watching the master, the robot dreams of Leon's new armor, which has always been unattainable due to a tiny 0.01% deficiency. Realizing the value of human craftsmanship, Yapi decides to register the organic technique as knowledge, and the blacksmith smiles and accepts him as an apprentice. Laughing cheerfully, the man encourages his student, assuring him that observing the technique is something he can control. Turning at the sound of a voice, Antok looks around warily, noticing the newcomer, whose figure looms in the shadow of the forge. In the center of the surprised glances appears a lord in black armor with a red cloak, holding a helmet and silently watching the scene. The blacksmith with gentle eyes looks back at the voice urgently calling him to the king, as if expecting bad news. In the majestic hall, where representatives of the kingdom's most powerful forces have gathered, the king stands silently with his back to them, creating an oppressive tension. The chosen one sits silently at the grand table, while the blacksmith, with his arms crossed, looks on with distrust, as if anticipating bad news. The young man with a serious face voices an alarming proposal, and the high priestess Isabel looks at him with a shadow of anxiety, understanding the danger of this decision. The knight, with his eyes closed, calmly answers a difficult question, demonstrating absolute devotion to the king's orders. The high priestess, with a gentle smile and a warm gaze, acknowledges that she is ready to follow the same path as the knight. The blond man in dark clothes stands before the throne and listens silently to his sister, who addresses him with important words. Isabel asks with a sad smile whether her sacrifice will really change the future, and the young man seriously confirms this with a short but confident word. In prayerful silence, the three allies bow their heads, and one of the priestesses, realizing the full significance of the event, calmly declares that this blasphemous story must come to an end. Against the backdrop of the enchanting glow in the moon, she places her hand on her heart with dignity, deciding to sacrifice herself to create the last grail. Under the starry sky, where the icy wind pierces the silence, all eyes are on the boy who is about to break the silence of the past. The blond man resolutely puts forward his argument, reminding everyone that the decision was made by him. Isabel leaves the cold room with a spear in her hand, wavering between duty and fear of committing sacrilege. Hearing a sincere apology, she stops in front of the blond man, but assures him that no apology is necessary. Despite the bitter memory of her sister, she recognizes him as a true king who is capable of making the right decisions. Under the moonlight, Isabel raises her spear, recognizing that this story is not about heroism, but about sacrifice in the name of a higher power. Although her goddess is not made for war, she puts a spark of power into the weapon that can change the course of battle. For those who are forced to fight alone, the goddess has given them strength so that their faith becomes a weapon instead of a shield. Isabel draws her bow with determination, unleashing the power she has been saving for this very moment, given to her as an archer goddess. Gritting her teeth in pain, she tearfully asks the moon for forgiveness for having to betray its light. In a flash of magic, she shoots straight into the sky, committing sacrilege. The priestess of the moon directs her shot at the moon itself. The powerful beam, soaring into the sky like a blessing from above, becomes a sacred act, permitted by the goddess herself. This explosion of light, born of sin and faith, turns into the amazing Milky Way above the night castle. The arrow, carrying prayer and forgiveness, reaches its target and mercilessly pierces the moon itself. The moon cracks from the powerful blow, and the light, breaking through the stone, scatters in fragments into the boundless cosmos. The young man realizes with amazement the incredible, for the arrow has indeed reached its target and pierced the moon itself. The king and the girl watch in awe as the high priestess has just performed an unprecedented act of power. With sincere faith and closed eyes, the girl folds her hands in prayer, covered in the glow of golden power. Her call gives rise to a bright ray that pierces the sky, under the gaze of the silent night and the magic circle. One of the fighters exclaims with excitement that the fragments of the moon are now flying straight towards them. The blond man catches the unconscious girl with horror as her body falls helplessly and is enveloped in a dark glow. Kneeling, he desperately calls her name, holding her fragile body and realizing the seriousness of the situation. The confidence disappears from his face because the pain she feels confirms that everything really happened. Bleeding and exhausted, Dina lies in his arms, while he, with clenched fists, burns with anger and determination to protect her sacrifice. With pain and respect in his eyes, he acknowledges her feat and takes on the responsibility that was to fall on her shoulders. Struck by the unexpected declaration, the warrior exclaims the title with alarm, realizing the greatness of his king's determination. The man watches in panic as the girl intently controls the magic sphere, which suddenly changes the direction of the debris under the pressure of an invisible force. The debris, enveloped in purple streams of energy, rushes through the night sky, beyond any control, attracted by a tremendous magical force. Near the magical portal, Beatrice freezes in alarm, recognizing the familiar dark magic that once closed the gate. Watching the fragment burn in the night sky, the hero realizes that its trajectory has changed dramatically, as if fate itself has intervened in its fall. The blond man with an icy gaze holds the bloodied priestess and orders the fragments to be collected, because the price of this moment is her sacrifice, which cannot be wasted. The moon fragment crashes into the ground with a loud explosion, leaving a deep crater, which is immediately approached by observers in armor. In a rocky valley under a dark sky, The Moonshard squad arrives, and the horsemen finally find the one for whom they have been climbing mountains all day. Hearing the order from the girl with the crown, the round robot launches reconnaissance drones into the sky, eliciting excited amazement from the witnesses. As the drones rise above the camp, the knight thinks it's magic, but the machine angrily denies it, reminding him that it is not a student but a technology provider. Antok laughs heartily, impressed by his companion's wit, but the latter, clearly frightened, asks him not to hit him for going too far with his jokes. Seeing something unexpected, Antok falls silent and looks ahead warily, listening intently to his surroundings. Looking at the lady, the knight, with a serious expression on his face, begins an explanation, which he has already anticipated with a calm and balanced response. Antok and the queen discuss the suspicious silence among the demons, guessing that the attack will begin the moment they start extracting the fragments. Realizing that it is dangerous to delay, the knight orders the operation to begin, addressing his spider assistant, while Antok prepares for the operation. Armored warriors gathered to begin mining star steel on Antok's orders, who coordinates the entire operation. Robots and workers extract the shiny ore from the mountain wall, unaware of the danger looming in the darkness. The scanner reacts sharply to the threat, picking up the enemy's signal, and transmits an alarming message about the detected movement. A horde of demonic creatures bursts out of the dust clouds, led by a terrifying monster with burning eyes and horns. The white-haired lady, watching the horizon light up, predicts an attack at the most vulnerable moment, while behind her, cries of the enemy's approach can already be heard. Blinded by determination, the blacksmith shouts that the battle is not over yet and urges to hold back the enemy at all costs. In the midst of the tension, the robot begins to release lightning and pulsating light, activating its energy suppression mode. A powerful golden beam cuts through the darkness of the dungeon, exploding with a roar and scattering the crowds of demons around. The girl, her eyes ablaze, clenches magical energy in her palms and shouts that she will hold back the enemy, resolutely preparing for self-sacrifice. Beatrice raises her hand to the sky, activating several enhanced spells at once, which merge into a shining magical symphony that revolves around her. Above the magic circle with its bizarre symbols, the principle begins to be analyzed, and the magical structure begins to hum and change, as if preparing to destroy the very foundations of the spell. An explosion of red lightning, like raging anger, crashes to the ground with a roar, destroying everything around it with a spell called Ramanta's Wrath. The stunned knight exclaims about the unheard of power, and the girl explains that the magic of this world has become so destructive in order to counteract holy magic, and the demons watch the battlefield with alarm. The blonde urges them to speed up the extraction of star steel, warning of the imminent arrival of the main forces, and the worker with the hammer instantly responds, calling on his comrades to pick up the pace. A powerful blow from the hammer sends sparks flying from the hard material as the blacksmith drives the tool into the metal with frenzied determination. With explosive force, the robot flies to the side, blinded by the flash of flame and the frenzied energy of the blow. With great effort and the glimmer of magical light, the worker finishes the gold ingot, exclaiming with excitement that the work is complete. The strong warrior with a determined look looks back at the box full of processed gold, while the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble from the awakened power. A fireball of incredible power bursts from the sky, and the surprised man standing in front of it realizes that he is witnessing something unprecedented. Pale with fear, the fighter with wide eyes screams for cover, sensing the approach of an inevitable magical catastrophe. A powerful explosion engulfs the battlefield in hellish flames, while the figure in black calmly watches the destruction of his enemies. The mysterious demon with glowing eyes slowly raises his hand, concentrating the depths of cosmic energy in it for a deadly gesture. An AI-powered camera, framed by flashes of lightning, identifies the threat in its database, signaling an object that must be destroyed. From the depths of the purple cosmos emerges a majestic figure in a cloak. It is the demon sage Karakyle, framed by an aura of knowledge and power. His calm gaze pierces the space as he remembers the one who destroyed his world. Hovering in the sky, the dark mage, enveloped in purple lightning, watches as the army below trembles before his might, and the white-haired girl prepares for the worst. Lying amid the ruins and dust, the crowned lady orders her staff to report the losses, trying to maintain control despite her shock and exhaustion. After the devastating blow, 30 knights who did not have time to use their defenses are dead, The light cavalry is wiped off the face of the earth, and the battlefield is covered with bodies and debris. A creature with shining eyes appears from under a hood with a mocking smile, calling humans pathetic insects unworthy of fighting. A ruthless horned demon emerges from the dark portal, its presence charged with contempt for all mortals. With ominous grace, the demon extends its hand, offering death as the only path to peace. Lady Beatrice, sitting amid the ruins and clouds of dust, bitterly acknowledges with alarm that they have been lured into a trap, reinforced by archdemons. A huge warrior with a hammer turns to Beatrice, trying to find out if there is any way out of this deadly situation. A shadow of painful silence appears in her gaze, because the answer is too obvious and too terrible to say aloud. The man and woman, surrounded by heavily armed warriors, realize that even spatial magic cannot be used to escape due to the enemy's interference. Thinking intently, the girl comes to the conclusion that there is no chance of successful teleportation because the demon will disrupt it again. The man, with a focused expression on his face, silently agrees with her conclusions, accepting the inevitability of the situation. Turning to the queen with a sly smile, he asks if it is really enough to simply get rid of this scumbag, shocking her. Walking across the cracked ground, the armored warrior solemnly addresses his comrades, thanking them for their loyalty to the gods and the kingdom. The mighty warrior advances through the storm, holding his weapon, while a purple glow flashes in the sky above him, posing a threat. A silent tension reigns between the knights and the girl as the mechanical eye slowly scans everything around. The young man's angry voice rises above the battlefield, calling on the knights to remember their oath and give their lives for the kingdom. Everyone understood without words that this speech was a call to the final battle, and even the machine grasped its meaning. The armed knights received the order without emotion or doubt, drawing their swords with precision, and there is only one simple order: to kill. And although logic dictates retreat, the armored soldiers rush forward, making a choice that defies common sense. The hero, with a cunning gleam in his eyes, turns to his mechanical companion, relying on its intelligence to confirm his suspicions. Despite the warning, his hand grips the hammer even tighter, and in the glare of the flames, a stubborn and deep challenge sounds. Grasping the huge hammer and smiling through the storm of fiery light, the blacksmith firmly declares that there are things in this world more important than probability. Burning with determination, the blacksmith moves forward through hell, and a voice from the sky stops him, saying that an ordinary person cannot withstand such a call. Confident in his righteousness, he gratefully recalls the deity who led him out of the abyss and modestly assures that anyone in his place would have done the same. The words of the otherworldly creatures echo in response, acknowledging the greatness of humanity, for which even the gods bow in reverence. The warrior's face glows with the fire of unbreakable faith, burning brighter than any flame, and causing the gods to enthusiastically call it beautiful. Shining like molten gold, Antok emerges from the heat as a knight of the Grail of steel and blacksmithing, guardian of the mines and the kingdom's finest blacksmith. The flash of flame stops the attackers, and with it, their gaze freezes, for the blacksmith who has chosen death has no future. But even so, as swords are raised and enemies tremble, the sounds of forging and tempering do not cease in the smithy, which burns with the light of hope. Scorched by the flames of his oath, the warrior calls for revenge with iron determination, as if his words were forging a vow that would break fate. The beast with a fierce eye recognizes the holy power, shocked to realize that before him stands one who dared to use his might. With a victorious fire in his eyes and a confident smile, the hero raises his weapon as if preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The hero's powerful blow strikes the ground, and pillars of flame rise from it, marking the beginning of inevitable punishment. One of the demons falls from the shattered rock, struggling to breathe after the devastating blow. The dark mage, with a smug smile, activates divine alchemy, subjugating all the iron in the vicinity. Smiling ominously, the boy releases a magic hammer from his hand, confident that the demons have already realized the hopelessness of their situation. Huge light hammers fall from the sky onto the demons with a thunderous roar, forcing them to stare in panic at the horizon of the magical attack. One of the demons, realizing the scale of the danger, instantly casts the Great Protection spell, a Manchi's shield, trying to save himself and the others. A shining hammer with gigantic power descends on the enemy's head, causing him to cry out in pain and fear of imminent death. A blinding explosion tears through the surrounding space, destroying all barriers and striking even those who believed in the invincibility of absolute protection. In clouds of smoke and magical energy, the Dark Lord drops to one knee, marveling at the power that caused his shield to waver. Looking at the hammer and thoughtfully touching his chin, the warrior with golden hair cannot believe that the enemy has blocked his attack. Slowly lowering his hammer, the warrior in golden armor strides defiantly toward his opponent, preparing for the start of a real battle. The powerful mage in a cloak plunges into a circle of magical symbols, raising a storm of dark magic, which he calls only a prelude to the greatest battle of the century. The woman creating magical seals in the air reports on the successful progress of the ritual, which has already reached 86%, confirming the stable implementation of the plan. With the help of a robot and her own magic, she confidently recreates the complex magic circle, as she has seen this pattern before and knows exactly how to reproduce it. A flash of light signals that the magical pattern is complete and the ritual is ready for its final phase under the control of an experienced magician. Considering the critical probability of success, she decides that even almost 3% is better than before and looks back with determination in her eyes. The sorcerer's entire body blazes with lightning spells as he stares intently at the enemy, flying toward him in attack, and whispers a prayer for a miracle. The gloomy sorcerer in a hood ominously acknowledges the power of his opponent, wondering how even the highest magic can be destroyed with an ordinary hammer. Observing the figure of the fiery warrior, the dark figure recognizes his belonging to a race that terrifies even demons, and wonders how terrifying their leader must be. With magical symbols glowing around his clawed paw, the mage acknowledges the potential of his opponent's lineage, capable of overthrowing the ruler himself. And yet, amid the roar of the magical storm, the sorcerer coldly and ruthlessly declares that the chosen one is not the one in question. Consumed by rage and magical fire, the warrior raises his hand, piercing the darkness with an explosion of purple energy that scatters in all directions. In the glow of the incandescent light, he quietly utters a single word, the essence of the power that will now envelop his body. At the command from above, he invokes an ancient law, and the sacred anvil of Heto falls with a crash, shattering the earth with flashes of heavenly punitive power. A dark figure steps through the purple haze, impassively announcing that he is already tired of such scenes. The hooded demon, with a yellow gleam in his eyes, hears the contemptuous question of why demons are so disgusting, causing sharp surprise. From the heavens, like a fiery punishment, the hero with a shining hammer rushes towards the enemy, carrying with him the flames of anger. A mighty blacksmith with a cold gleam in his eyes swings his sword, calmly explaining that evil will never prevail because it lacks faith. The mage's face is contorted with anger and despair as he, surrounded by a whirlwind of purple magic, shouts about his invincibility, as if convinced that the protective seal will make him invulnerable. The demon in black maliciously calls for the destruction of his opponent, confident in his victory, and does not notice something fatal activating behind him. The machine's core activates a self-destruct program with forced overheating, while the shocked young man shouts Sir Spinner's name. The mysterious robot with the command to die fires a lightning ball into the center of the mechanism, causing a burst of energy that tears through the air. A powerful explosion turns the arena into a burning crater, tearing the ground apart with a shockwave of destruction. A demon with a blade on his shoulder watches from above as the army advances through the blizzard, preparing for a fierce clash. Amidst the fiery sky, a giant demon with a red eye rises above a horde of beast-like warriors roaring in anticipation of battle. The commander stares sternly into the lens, clutching the hilt of his sword, the threat finally visible. Walter, commander of the Silver Knights, stands at the head of his warriors and recalls with pain how the Empire was destroyed by creatures from another dimension. He calls the horned monsters demons of chaos, who wiped his homeland off the face of the earth 2 decades ago. Once, when the Emperor summoned the Lord of Demons, the world was shattered in an instant, along with the fallen empire. The Lion King stands radiant among the bodies of demons, and Walter painfully recalls how he sincerely believed in victory alongside him. Looking at the bloody army in the distance, the knights realize that hope may have been nothing more than a deceptive dream. The earth trembles beneath their feet, and both look around tensely, sensing the ominous sign of new disaster. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the knights notice strange energy flows that are unlike the usual magical storm. A gloomy, hooded creature watches the events with a cold sneer, considering it a pitiful sight. Amidst the lightning and cracks in the ground, the demon dismissively speaks of a nuclear explosion that cannot harm him. The demoness cries out in horror at the opening of the gate, sensing an imminent threat to her master. A group of fighters rapidly approaches the black portal, opened under the cover of a nuclear explosion. The hooded demon realizes that only a limited but extremely dangerous group will be able to pass through these unstable gates. The monster realizes with fury that the enemy is willing to sacrifice everything to get the chosen ones through the portal. Casting a brilliant spell, he tries to stop the escape, stunned by the unexpected attack. His eyes burn with hatred as he recognizes the attackers and rages at the audacity of these uninvited creatures. The young knight, with a flash of determination, leads the squad in pursuit, ordering them to stop the enemy at all costs. The warriors rush forward to restrain the demons, sacrificing themselves for the chance to save the world. The demon prepares to strike with mocking fury, despising humans who do not understand that they have long been abandoned. A powerful explosion of magic tears through the space in front of the knights, pushing them back with a blinding stream of energy. A beam of light bursts from below and cuts through the cave, forcing the heroes to retreat in panic. The demon watches the result of his attack with a cold smile, enjoying his advantage. In the dark tunnel, where the sorcerer's energy was already fading, the hooded figure looked at the remains of the portal with cold determination, realizing that he had arrived too late. The monster bowed his head guiltily, but the Lord only waved him off hoarsely, considering the delay insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Looking through the dark abyss, they saw the girl looking back in fear, for their main goal had already been achieved. The flow of blood from the shattered body flooded the stone pavement, leaving behind a terrible trace of instant death. Near the robot, the frightened girl with the crown recognizes her wounded ally and cannot believe what she sees. With a huge hole in his chest, the wounded giant calmly admits that something has gone wrong, looking death straight in the eye. Beatrice cries out in alarm that Antok's wound needs immediate treatment, trying to stop him. Antok confidently leads everyone to the smithy, carrying a full box of ore, while the combat robot follows him briskly. Fortified by calm and composure, Antok walks past the surprised residents, leading the woman and the robot through the silent crowd to the smithy. The blacksmiths recognize the hero with admiration and reverence, the very guardian of the mine, the first knight of iron and blacksmithing. The crowd parts anxiously, and all eyes turn to the majestic figure confidently entering the archway. The man watches the recognition growing around him with a slight smile and a warm, slightly embarrassed gleam in his eyes. With his back turned, he carries a box of ingots, preparing to melt rare star iron under watchful eyes. In the twilight of the workshop, the blacksmith clenches his fists in front of the burning furnace, where dangerous work with red-hot metal will soon begin. The robot, without showing any emotion, warns of imminent death, delivering a cold verdict in the darkness. With his head bowed and a heavy gaze, the hero accepts the inevitable, which came with the moment when he imprisoned divine power in a mortal body. His hand touches the robot, as if saying goodbye before the great sacrifice. Smiling through the pain and a fatal wound in his chest, he imparts a final lesson to his steel-willed student, who is just beginning his journey. With a smile that flashes with danger, he promises the one and only lesson that will change everything forever. Burning with determination, Antok lifts the heavy hammer and brings it down with a roar in a flash of light. Completing the quest, he and the lion-hearted hero forge the future in fire and friendship. From the flames of forging, not just a weapon is born, but a story created by faith and an unyielding spirit. Even when his hands tremble and his eyes can barely see, the blacksmith, with fire in his eyes, does not stop striking the hammer. Slowly, but with unstoppable force, he raises the hammer, putting the will of the gods into every blow. The mighty blacksmith strikes the anvil with the brilliance of heavenly light, remembering his part in the glory of the great king. The man with the fiery hammer instills faith in metal, creating weapons to protect the kingdom and his comrades. Raising a sparkling glass in the light of the flames, the blacksmith speaks of weapons as a shield of justice in the hands of the righteous. With a final farewell in his voice, the blacksmith, full of hope, conveys his dream of peace, which his swords and shields are meant to defend. The boy holds his breath and whispers Leon's name, unable to contain his emotions. Smiling through the pain, he closes his eyes under the warm hand of the young king, who silently honors his final rest. In the forge, amid fire and metal, the king, with a heavy heart, supports the wounded warrior, while behind him he hears judgmental thoughts and whispers about honor. Smiling through the pain, the man remembers his son and affirms that he gave him everything that mattered most: love, respect, and knowledge. A small mechanical friend submissively approaches his master, ready to be with him until his last breath. Shoulder to shoulder, the king leads his wounded comrade before the crowd, which bows in silent admiration of their courage. The moved residents wipe away their tears, watching the hero who did not retreat until the very end. The bloodied warrior, with a radiant smile, exclaims words of loyalty, giving his last strength for the king and the kingdom. Leon covers his eyes with his hand and quietly promises a future meeting filled with unfinished business and difficult feelings. With a faint smile, the wounded warrior gently utters the name of the one who became his last ray of peace. In a farewell gesture, Leon supports his friend, whispering to him not to rush and just follow him in silence to the end. The blond man smiles and speaks calm words that conceal his deep respect for his warrior. The entire square kneels before the majestic figure shining against the backdrop of the workshop, and it is then, in the 85th year of King Leon's reign, that the blacksmith Antok receives divine recognition and rises, leaving his mark on legend. Among the many identical tents hidden in a protected courtyard under a stone wall, stands a majestic tent where an important meeting is being prepared. A blond man in a strict suit stares intently at the table, where, next to wine and glasses, lies a powerful weapon that radiates threatening force. Hearing the name of the newcomer, the young man slowly turns toward the entrance, hiding his hands behind his back, as if he already knows that this will not be an easy conversation. The old man and the young man lift the curtain, solemnly appearing before the audience with a determined look and clenched fists, symbolizing their readiness for action. The king warmly welcomes the newcomers, noting how long it has been since they last saw each other, and they bow to him respectfully, calling him Your Majesty and acknowledging their honor in meeting him. The old man, with a warm smile, supports the king's joke, and the young man, smiling awkwardly, agrees, despite his companion's disapproving remark. The blond man, with a warm smile, reassures his interlocutor of his care since childhood, pretending to be a playful father figure. The gray-haired old man laughs as he watches the king take the boy by the arm, despite his resistance, creating a comical scene of domestic warmth. Hearing about Lord Arena's absence, the blond man frowns, and the old man respectfully explains that he has not abandoned important reconnaissance even in the face of alarming news. Leon bows his head with a sly smile, cautiously hinting that stubbornness is hereditary. The gray-haired man in a red cloak, casting a penetrating glance at the two young men, announces the arrival of someone new. The old man with a thick green beard frowns, muttering that the entrance is a little too narrow. The gray-bearded old man jokes cheerfully when he sees that the massive warrior has finally appeared in person, despite his reluctance to move. The horned guest with a serious face remarks that the anatomy of his species does not allow him to joke about the rear, which only provokes another witty response. The two old friends begin to exchange jokes about their past adventures, until the mention of the attack on the windmill provokes a heated reaction and a funny excuse. Against the backdrop of memories of feasts and loyal companions, the hero accepts with a slight smile the warmth of a long friendship that began with a chance encounter. Amid laughter, teasing negotiations, and lively movements, the past days come to life, leaving warm and priceless memories in the hero's soul. With a calm look in his eyes, he talks about Antok as an old friend, urging him not to be sad, because the connection remains in his heart. Surrounded by candles and glasses, the friends jokingly discuss who should die first, hiding their sadness behind smiles. Wine slowly fills the glass, like a premonition of something solemn, but at the same time eerie. A blond man with a smile and a glass in his hand talks about glory and honor, hinting that death can be a blessing. The gray-haired knight with a glass of wine solemnly proposes a toast, urging his friends to see Antok off with warmth in their hearts. Raising his glass with determination and a gleam in his eyes, he shouts a toast in honor of their fallen comrade. The whole company silently drinks wine, lost in memories, while the green giant restrains his emotions, covering his face with his hand. With a glass in his hand, the king solemnly addresses the knights, urging them to preserve the legacy of the fallen hero as a symbol of faith and devotion. Looking intently at the giant, the blond man asks about the condition of the artifact, and receives a confident answer that it is perfect and blessed by the god of craftsmanship. Their eyes meet in tension when the green-bearded old man announces that the wise men have given their consent, and now the essence must be forged, imprisoning it inside. The blond man stops at the curtain and solemnly declares the preparations complete, commanding respect with his calmness. With a graceful movement of his hand, he opens the curtain, stepping into the light like a chosen one, ready to lead the great gathering. To the rumble of the ranks, he solemnly exits the tent, and the rows of knights respectfully part before him, watching him go. A girl with a steely gaze and a gray-haired military commander prepare to face the threat looming over the walled city, caught in the calm before the storm. The blond man asks Lord Walter about the situation, and the alarming news of the demonic army's movement hangs in the air among the ranks of soldiers. The Lord, with a serious expression, reports that demons, cultists, and traitors to the Empire have already emerged from their hiding places and are marching to war. The blond man, with a serious look on his face, learns from the commander the staggering number of 10 million enemies preparing for the attack. Amidst the lines of spears and cold determination, they march side by side, realizing that the decisive battle is almost upon them. Against the backdrop of a threatening sky, the young man orders everyone to get ready, because the army is approaching and time is running out before the great battle. At the main gate of the castle, soldiers are busily preparing, setting up barricades and spiked traps to strengthen their defenses against the inevitable assault. The majestic figure of the king listens intently to the four lords in robes who have just appeared before him with a request to participate in the battle. With determination on his face, the king refuses them, ordering them to remain in the main camp because he has his own plan of action. The red-haired knight freezes in confusion upon hearing the stern warning that her life is too precious to risk. Her companion with blue streaks in her hair confidently speaks of her own strength, reminding him that even the heir to the throne has acknowledged it. Leon, with his eyes closed, smiles calmly, silently accepting the arguments with pride. Exhausted and silent, the girls admit with pain in their hearts that Leon's choice was the only right one, even if it contradicted their emotions. The heroes, each with their own past and face, set off into a dangerous world where death means a real end, not a virtual rebirth. The majestic Leon stands above the awakening dawn, knowing that as one who must see the future, he is not allowed to accept the past. A smiling blonde with a gleam of confidence in his eyes calmly announces a new, unexpected task, changing the course of events. The red-haired knight freezes with a nervous gasp, puzzled and alerted by the news of the new task. In the rays of the soft sun, horsemen and maidservants scatter across the stone courtyard, as if separated by an invisible order from above. Struck by the presence, the girl and the boy rush forward, anxiously shouting questions about what is happening. Nuns surround a mysterious woman who sits calmly on a bed with a light in her hands, inviting the newcomers to enter. The surprised young man recognizes the woman as the high priestess, and she, smiling, confirms her divine role as the first huntress of the goddess of the moon and purity. Isabel, with a sly smile, confidently calls herself the bride of the king with a lion's heart and the second most influential person in the kingdom. The nun warily scolds Isabel for needing more rest, while the confused pair of knights listen in horror as the culprit herself just laughs. Sitting on the bed with a bandage on her arm, Isabel jokes that she was simply the only one without a job, so the king had no other choice. The mysterious woman holding her hand turns to the newcomers, and the surprised faces of the young fighters indicate that something unusual awaits them. The smiling guide talks about the pantheon, and behind her appear the gods, among whom figures radiating power and authority stand out. She conjures up a magical glow that opens the way to a chest, which may contain something related to the power of the seven main gods. The woman in white releases the magical chest with light and lightning, while the shocked maid watches the ritual in horror. The children watch in fear as the woman's foot appears before them, calling the name of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. A luxurious shield, a sacred artifact symbolizing the main deity worshipped by all the knights of the kingdom, glitters from the shining chest. Sacred relics of the three elements, the ocean, fire, and lightning, sparkle on velvet cushions, each carrying the power of the ancient gods. In the glow of golden fire lies a majestic spear-like weapon, embodying the destructive power of water, fire, and lightning as manifestations of the wrath of nature itself. The girl looks at the relics in awe, gradually realizing their sacred nature and connection to her. The majestic woman, together with two nuns, opens the shining chest containing relics left by the Knights of the Grail and the High Priests of the past. The stunned boy asks about the reason for such a display, while the woman silently observes his reaction with a mysterious smile. A group of young warriors freeze in amazement when they learn that they are the ones who are to inherit these sacred relics. A dazzling light envelops the open relics, but the priestess sadly admits that the heroes are not yet worthy of possessing them because the shrines do not accept them. Smiling, the priestess says that she also believes in their future, because even His Majesty is convinced that they will surely survive. With emotion in her voice, she confesses that she will soon die, so she is passing the shrines on to those who can make better use of them, because recognition will come with time. Feeling a powerful dark energy, the woman turns to the black-haired girl, who introduces herself as Jeon So-yeon. The smiling priestess in white against the backdrop of purple magic makes a request, hinting that only her master's servant is capable of fulfilling it. Hearing the request, the girl hesitates but agrees, causing the mysterious woman's satisfaction and approval. In the glow of the magical flame, the woman in a white shirt with a calm smile begins the ritual of passing on the inheritance, enveloping herself in a golden inscription in the air. The city is in a state of anxious turmoil. Soldiers are marching through the streets, preparing for war, while residents say goodbye to their loved ones. In the shade of their home, the family hugs each other in a final embrace, praying for those who are going into bloody battle. In the rays of the setting sun, which splits the sky into shades of gold and pink, a commander in a red cloak watches the knights return to the top of the bastion. From the open gates, illuminated by the fires of battle, a crowd of fierce, red-eyed demons rushes onto the battlefield, their weapons glinting in the light. A glowing screen appears in the darkness, announcing the activation of a mysterious quest that is about to begin. The sunlit gates of the palace open before the wise men of the forest, who solemnly enter the great hall amid radiance and respect. With a slight smile and her hand on her heart, the sorceress greets the guests, acknowledging their greatness and ancient wisdom. In the radiance of the temple, everything is ready for the sacred ritual, and in the center of the hall, a platform with an artifact for extraction is already waiting. The sage of the tree stops with a look of surprise, impressed by what he sees inside the temple. Before the decorated cup, the elders acknowledge that the Knight of the Grail has skillfully performed his part and passed the initiative on. With calm and respect, the senior sage confirms his awareness of his responsibility and promises to fulfill his duty. The elder with the crown addresses all those present, reminding them that everyone must do their part in this sacred task. The blonde woman with a gentle smile bows her head, accepting the responsibility that is about to fall on her shoulders. Looking resolutely at the young people, she promises to stand on the front lines with her comrade while the others inherit the divine relics. A small drone transmits a message about returning after receiving the Grail and gathering the team after completing the mission. With a tense expression on her face, the pink-haired girl accepts the order from her superior, promising obedience and readiness. The blonde gently places her hand on the girl's head, kindly reminding her of the duty she will soon have to fulfill. Beatrice respectfully addresses Saint Agnac with an apology, and she grants them divine blessing with a prayer. The detachment sets off, and the old sage watches them with a heavy heart, filled with anxious thoughts. The girl looks at the forest elder in surprise when he suddenly addresses her with serious intent. With her eyes closed and a gentle smile, the saint explains that the ritual can only be completed after the deity has descended. The sages transfer responsibility for the ritual to the saint as Leon leads the battle, and she accepts this as part of her divine mission. Bending over the Grail, she prays, ready to sacrifice herself, for she has devoted her entire life to the temple and the study of sacred truths. Even during the great war with the demons, she did not change her path, continuing to pray among the dead. Praying through her tears, she felt that she could do no more than the knights on the battlefield. Despite her own doubts, the young saint, who serves light and justice, thanks fate for the chance to help others. Smiling through her prayers, she sincerely wishes the king light on his journey and justice in every stroke of his sword. The massive gates of the fortress stood frozen in anticipation as a huge army gathered behind them, ready to attack. Soldiers on the walls watch with alarm as the enemy armada seems endless and unstoppable. The golden sky opens up the horizon, where the endless enemy army blackens on the ashes, and in the midst of the ruins, a temple stands defiantly. Against the backdrop of the ruined lands, Lionheart's last fortress stands silently, and the recruit, suppressing his fear, tries to hold on. A confident archer in armor reassures the young warrior, convincing him of his protection, despite the trembling uncertainty in his eyes. The knight and archer pause in wonder as an unexpected light in strange sight above catches their attention. Chaos erupts in the sky. Silhouettes of people fall rapidly from the sky, shattering the tranquility of the sunset. One of the soldiers flees in panic, while a black shadow strikes the other, turning the evening's shift into a bloody horror. Seeing the mountains of bodies against the red sky, the soldier freezes in horror, realizing the scale of the tragedy. At the center of the poisonous cloud lies a mutilated body, spreading death before the others even have time to react. Purple flashes of poison rapidly spread throughout the hall, causing everyone to panic and cover their mouths. Under a rain of poisonous bodies, a knight in a red cloak orders preparations for an attack and directs the goddess's servants to neutralize the poison. One of the soldiers, overcome with panic, falls to his knees amid the purple smoke, while the commanders shout orders to isolate the area. In shock, the soldier looks up as a figure looms before him, whose appearance instills new anxiety. The blond man utters a single word with cold calm, igniting a cursed fire that destroys everything in its path. Explosions with a hellish roar tear the ground beneath the fortress walls, forcing the soldiers to flee from the raging elements. His cloak flutters against the backdrop of the burning wall, while flames rage around him, subdued by a single command. Aaron stops in front of Leon, addressing him with respect and restrained excitement in his voice. Leon, looking straight into the young man's eyes, speaks of his father's sacrifice and urges him to carry on his legacy with pride. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Leon slowly turns to Aaron, feeling the shadow of the important words that have just been spoken. From the height of the fortifications, the young king contemplates the army's formation, reflecting on the sinfulness of the world and the inevitable repetition of ancient destruction. In the glow of the sunset, he addresses the nobles with a heart full of grandeur, as if before the ultimate truth. The knights pray silently, asking the gods to give them the strength to be worthy of the Lionheart's will in the battle that will ignite the fire of faith. In the evening light, the iron faces of the knights hide trembling eyes filled with anxiety before an invisible threat. A black wave of people and war machines moves like a silent river, while women quiet their tears and young men throw their souls into the flames of battle. A multitude of formations have gathered beneath the castle walls, each warrior a spark of hope amid a land ravaged by war. Under the pressure of an endless army raging around the towers, the commander speaks of demons trying to conquer human lands. Against the backdrop of the burning sky, the knight raises his eyes to God, shouting to the crowd about the loss of brothers, sisters, and loved ones, igniting a thirst for revenge in their hearts. Realizing the scale of evil stretching to the horizon, the first knight clenches his spear, acknowledging his powerlessness in the face of darkness. Bent over with pain and doubt, the knight addresses the goddess with his last words, seeking answers in her silence. In the glow of dawn, an angelic figure embraces the knight, promising to be with him until the very end, giving him new hope. With a calm smile and light in his eyes, he accepts her words with a heart full of determination and love. Filled with peace, the young knight raises his sword with his eyes closed, as if following the voice of his own heart, which leads him through ice and light. The sword strikes the ground with a thunderous roar, tearing through space in a flash of anger and the power of an awakened call. The knight solemnly proclaims the origin of Arena, descendant of the great warrior who served the god of craftsmanship and defeated the giant from the dark forest. Gildas looks ahead with a stern gaze, while his son Halvaron looks around in confusion, not yet knowing what path his life is destined to take. The elves of Oku stand in silent rows under the evening sky, while the bearded warriors of Steel Mountain grip their weapons tightly, recalling their battles with the dragon. A hero with burning eyes and a raised sword shouts in rage, calling on all who have honor to rise up against the cruelty of the demons. Blinded by rage, the blond man shouts accusations of cowardice and humiliation before the enemy, his eyes burning with unbridled fury. Clutching his chest, he restrains his fury and prepares to unleash the power that bursts from his heart. The hero in red, consumed by anger and lightning, cries out to his enemy, demanding recognition of his divine nature. With a gleam in his eye and strength in his voice, the man proudly proclaims his legendary victory over the Lord of Chaos, clenching his fist in the glow of glory. With a bare heart and thunder in his voice, Leon proclaims his destiny as the first knight of the goddess and defender of humanity in the final battle. Among the ranks of the Iron Brothers, one of the warriors prophesies the inevitable coming of winter, promising that even their weapons will warm their comrades in the heat of battle. Under the glow of the setting sun, the gray-haired warrior calls to battle, promising to turn this field into a grave for demons and honor the heroes with a glorious plaque. A blond man with a fiery gaze lets out a cry, calling his brothers to battle, and the army responds with a menacing battle cry. The warriors shout the name of Lionheart, raising their spears and preparing to rush after their lord into the maelstrom of the decisive battle. With sword in hand and gaze fixed on the city, engulfed in fire and turmoil, he prepares to give his army one last command before the decisive battle. Shouting with fire in his voice, he inspires his warriors to fight desperately to the death, praising them as noble heroes. Against the backdrop of a dark screen, a quest appears: to survive the final battle above all else. The burning skies flooded the horizon with blood as the army of demons marched toward the gates of the majestic castle, which was preparing to meet their fury. Clutching their spears, the knights glistened with steel in anticipation of the inevitable clash with the ancient horror. The demon, burning with rage, summons red spheres of destruction, and the entire gorge is enveloped in the harbinger of doom. Burning balls like meteors tear through the sky, bringing punishment to the earth that eclipses even the sunlight. Beatrice stares with a stony face at the fiery storm approaching the castle, as if sensing the inevitable. The young king clutches his scepter, full of confidence, for now he has the power to respond to the demon's challenge. Voicing his command without a shadow of doubt, he hands the initiative over to his loyal knight, who accepts the challenge without hesitation. Two gazes meet in flashes of fire, one word from the king, and the divine punishment of war begins. A fireball of divine wrath falls from the sky and brings punishment upon the city, leaving no room for salvation. The king orders to strike only the threat to the pantheon, and the experienced commander immediately passes this order on to the archers without further ado. Roxley proclaims his verdict to the enemies with fervor in his voice, calling on the king's flames to fall upon those who have disturbed the balance. Fiery rays tear through the rocks, striking the army of demons gathered near the walls, preparing for a decisive assault. The demon, with a twisted smile, leads the legion into the attack, convinced that taking the walls will end the battle in their favor. The archers are ordered to stop the enemy at the approaches, preventing the demons from climbing the walls. Hundreds of arrows fly into the air, covering the sky above the Pantheon gate, while the demon army approaches in a solid dark wave. At the southern gate, the commander concentrates on meeting the attack, realizing that the fate of the defense will be decided here. Watching from above, someone realizes with alarm that a single meteor could burn the entire city, and that restoration would require the help of a goddess and many years. The roar that sounded from behind the walls causes the commander to jump up abruptly, for he recognizes it as a sign of the beginning of true horror. His gaze is directed to the west, where a fiery explosion engulfs the gate, and his heart sinks with the anticipation of a breakthrough. A bloodied sword rises above the body, and soldiers scream in panic, urging their comrades not to let the enemies break through the last line of defense. The roaring giant with a blood-covered sword defiantly challenges the knights, despising their desperate defense. The beast's jaws clench in unexpected anger when a voice from the darkness abruptly interrupts his speech. Suddenly, a shadow descends from the sky with a sword, and fear flashes in the monster's eyes at the lightning strike. The blow cuts through the air, striking the beast with the power of a true hero. The surprised demon holds back his opponent's sword, recognizing that among his enemies there is a force worthy of his attention. The knight, landing deftly, stuns the demon with his courage and a blow worthy of legends. Shouting at the top of his voice, Aaron rushes forward, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and prove that he alone is capable of standing up to evil. Realizing that the king and Roxley cannot help, Aaron focuses and looks ahead with fire in his heart, relying only on himself. With a cry of determination, he throws himself at the enemy, engulfed in fiery energy, ready to engage in a deadly battle with the demon. The majestic building of the Order is bathed in the rays of the evening sun, as if fate itself is blessing the completion of the mission. The boy, with a confused look on his face, cautiously peeks out from behind the door, trying to comprehend the unexpected silence after the tension. The girl, with relief and a sparkle in her eyes, announces the completion of the task, but her surprised companion does not immediately believe it. The holy staff does not recognize its new owner, because his soul does not yet have the strength to tame its lightning power. Standing on the edge of the city, bathed in evening light, they both silently gaze into the distance, thinking about a future that seems as uncertain as the sky. Contemplating the glow of the magical bracelet on her hand, she quietly dreams that if she could unlock her potential, she might be able to change the course of this war. The boy looks at the girl in confusion as she abruptly changes her tone and asks him to forget her words, hiding her true feelings behind a short phrase. Standing together on the balcony, they silently gaze at the city under the setting sun, and the boy claims that this war does not concern them and that only the chosen ones could survive it. Waving his spear cheerfully and smiling, the boy tries to cheer himself and the girl up, confidently recalling the victories of the king and the 3 slain lords. The girl stares intently at the horizon, remembering how Leon won the victory in the story they both know. In the heat of battle, Leon mercilessly destroys demons and eventually meets Gary's team at the Black Gate. His confidence in his triumph grows, because if the past repeats itself, he will be the victor again. Suddenly, as if realizing something important, she jumps up and exclaims that everything has changed. She excitedly explains that the original plan with the Grail has been canceled and the situation has changed radically. The girl reveals that everything has been turned upside down since they opened the gate and turned to His Majesty for help, because there are already 3 among them who are equal in strength to the Knights of the Grail. The girl and the boy hide in the shadow of a column, watching a group of hooded figures silently approaching them from the sunset. One of them notices their presence and stops warily, while the heroes watch their every move closely. A sharp cry rings out, causing the dark group to stop abruptly in the middle of the city square. The knight boldly demands that they remove their hoods, pointing her finger, but her response is met with the wary silence of the hostile figures. Their silence suddenly explodes into frenzied laughter, and a dark aura bursts from under their cloaks, coloring the air in ominous purple. The bewildered guards freeze as the mysterious figures stand calmly before them, preparing something dangerous in the silence of the crowd. The girl clenches her palms around the core of divine power, concentrating on releasing a flash of energy that pierces the darkness. The fiery stream rushes toward the enemy with heavenly fury, igniting the air between the 2 forces of light and darkness. In response to the enemy's attack, the hooded figure abruptly extends his arm forward, forming a purple barrier that absorbs the explosive projectile. With a spear flashing with electric light, the young man rushes forward with fury, determined to finish off his opponent with a final blow. The strike of the lightning spear cuts through the ground, raising a flurry of light and debris, at the center of which stands a figure filled with decisive power. The boy and girl's eyes are fixed intently ahead, and anxiety hangs in the air as they recognize the ominous figure approaching. Figures in black cloaks reappear from the shadows of the ancient temple, and one of them greets the Knights of Lionheart in a friendly but ominous manner. The masked, horned figure introduces himself as the Archdemon of Pleasure, illuminated by a purple light that sparkles with every word he utters. The demon bids farewell with an ominous smile, and a lightning strike from a purple sword cuts open the girl's chest, causing her to freeze with horror in her eyes. Her comrades rush forward in despair, trying to save the girl, but a magical wave already breaks out from under their feet. The boy's face is contorted with rage and pain, and his eyes burn with determination. The knight's powerful blow cuts through the air with a golden blade, shielding the young man from the rapid magical attack. The young man cries out to the knight in armor, who stands silently guarding the burning sky. The girl, recovering from the attack, looks up at the figure in horror. Isabella, with a slight smile, confidently bares her chest, acknowledging the king's premeditated will amid the burning sunset. A masked demon with an ironic smile emerges from the shadows, surprised to meet the priestess unexpectedly. She stands calmly before the knight, immersed in the glow of magic, preparing to pass judgment on the unclean enemy. The heroes watch with anxiety as 3 demons and the archdemon approach, realizing the danger of this unequal battle. Realizing the price of the order, Isabel quietly and resolutely takes up her sword, understanding that a real test lies ahead. The warrior in golden armor turns to Isabel, demanding her sacrifice as the only chance to stop the darkness. With a smile of calm on her face, Isabel accepts her choice without hesitation, ready to do the will of the heavens. Her body is enveloped in a shining divine power that descends from the sky in a majestic stream of light, stunning all witnesses. What they see causes her comrades to cry out in horror, for they do not yet realize the true price of her sacrifice. The King of Thunder and the Moon Hunter stand side by side, radiating a power capable of stopping even the darkest demons. With determination, the blue-haired girl announces the enemy's intrusion and gives the order to support her comrades in battle. The Golden Warrior with a serious look reminds them of the danger to the Grail, and the red-haired girl silently accepts his call. A tense silence hangs between the two forces at sunset, foreshadowing an inevitable clash. The demon smiles defiantly, contemptuously hinting that one of the heroes is no longer able to cope with him. Remaining calm, the blue-haired girl touches her face with a barely noticeable smile, ready to respond with action. With a smile and irony on her face, the girl confidently declares that she will easily destroy the enemy without any effort. The demon only laughs hoarsely in response, reproaching the warriors of light for their usual self-confidence. Releasing a wave of dark power, the demon envelops the battlefield in a thunderous flash, threatening to punish them for their arrogance. The young knight grits his teeth and desperately fends off the attack, throwing himself into battle despite the pain. In the midst of chaos, the girl swiftly cuts through the crowd of demons, leaving a trail of light and dust behind her. With a frenzied cry, she bursts into the heart of the enemy, delivering a devastating blow that pierces the darkness. On the verge of exhaustion, the girl looks back in horror, realizing that the waves of enemies are not stopping. Surrounded by a crowd of enemies, the boy breaks through the lava of attackers with his last ounce of strength, calling for help. Her partner freezes in alarm when a giant demon emerges from the shadows, ready to strike. The bony monster lunges with a roar in a lightning-fast dash, and the girl, gritting her teeth, tries with all her might to dodge the deadly blow. With a burning gaze, she creates a sphere of fiery magic in her hand, preparing to strike back. A divine spell in the form of a fiery spiral soars into the sky, uprooting everything around it and filling the battlefield with chaos. The red-haired girl, consumed by anger and flames, rushes forward with a cry, promising to protect her friend at the cost of her own life. The team reunites after the battle near the bodies of their defeated enemies, breathing a sigh of relief after saving their comrades. The young man looks back in horror, warning the team of a new wave of enemies approaching. The girl looks ahead with anxiety, confused by what has just emerged from the darkness. A powerful archdemon, accompanied by a legion of demons, strides through the ruins, brandishing his weapon and calling his opponents insolent. The enraged archdemon, with an ominous gaze and red eyes, demands that they get out of the way and not interfere with his advance. Realizing that battle is inevitable, the girl tries to stop the enemies, at least for a moment, until the Queen and Sir Yappy arrive. In the bright glow of the open door stands a warrior with a look of shock on his face, having encountered an unexpected scene. The next moment, young knights burst out of the light, all bound with ropes and powerless. Tentacles suddenly reach out to the girl, who is lying on the ground trying to save herself. In front of the gate, where the light is already fading, a creature with vine-like arms appears, holding the exhausted knights. The saint, with a grateful smile, folds her hands in prayer, sincerely thanking the heroes for protecting the ritual hall. The great saint concentrates on completing the extraction of the essence, while the wise men with wooden hands stand nearby, and calmly transfers it into a magical vessel. The two sages, intertwining their branch-like arms, create a massive barrier of roots in front of the door to hold back the attack. The sage warns of the enemy's approach, and the saint responds with determination, preparing for the next step without the slightest fear. The Grail, shining with wisdom, appears in the center of the hall, and the girl, with a determined look, solemnly presents it. The faces of the knights are filled with shock and awe as they experience the grandeur of this sacred cup for the first time. The red-haired girl's inner amazement bursts forth in the thought that this power surpasses all the relics she has ever known. The demon roars as it breaks through the wooden barriers, but the explosion of magical power scatters in all directions, forcing it to retreat in fury. The elder urges her to hurry, while the girl realizes with horror the sacrifice that is about to take place. With anxiety in her voice, the girl asks what awaits the great saint after the ritual is complete, hoping that the price will not be too high. Smiling tenderly, the girl with the blue ornament radiates calm and determination in the light of hope. Gently touching the Grail, she speaks of the Lord's change of heart that occurred after their arrival. With tenderness and faith, she holds the shining cup, calling it a symbol that the king has not given up on the future. The green-bearded spirit speaks confidently about Leon, who never intended to give up, while Gary listens with anxious silence. Stunned by the words and her own emotions, Gary apologizes, while the young man next to her looks at her with concern and surprise. Through her tears, Gary lets out a desperate cry, unable to accept the injustice in which good people die, and she is powerless to change anything. In response to the girl's pain, the black-haired boy quietly says her name, and the priestess, with a gentle smile, folds her hands in prayer. The priestess hands the girl a symbol of trust, and the whole team, along with the old man, silently watches this solemn moment. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, the king's words are remembered, and the priestess takes the warrior's hands with hope, giving her a blessing to fight for the future. Feeling a twinge of emotion, the girl confesses her envy with a gentle smile, squeezing the knight's hand tightly as a sign of trust. Impressed by the saint's sincerity, the knight looks at her with surprise and respect, saying her title aloud. When the saint suddenly stops her hand, her gaze freezes on the chalice, and the knights behind her hold their breath in anxious anticipation. With her hand raised and her eyes closed, she turns to the goddess, pouring her heart into a prayer that fills the cup with the radiance of faith. Smiling with a sparkle in her eyes, the girl offers a prayer for light and justice, which burns in her soul like a holy revelation. In response to her call, a dazzling ray of heavenly power breaks through the temple, enveloping the space with a flash of divine light. The bright glow pierces the darkness as the goddess descends from the heavens to the girl's prayer, responding to the call of pure faith. The shining essence, created for the king with a lion's heart, bursts out of the artifact, filling the space with divine light. The cup, which was supposed to keep all the power in one demigod, now shines differently because Leon has radically changed the course of destiny. Accepting the cup, the girl in armor receives a divine mission to continue spreading faith and hope among people. A smile of faith blossoms on the saint's face, while the girl is confusedly aware of the mission entrusted to her. In the glow of magical light, friends gather around the shrine, where the cup with the power of the future is passed from hand to hand. Beatrice emerges from the glowing portal in a purple cloak, plunging the observer's gaze into an anxious anticipation of the outcome. A mechanical machine anxiously announces that the temple is about to collapse, warning of danger with its cold voice. Realizing the inevitability of destruction, the girl covers her eyes with her hand, restraining her emotions, while the queen silently looks at her through the glow of the portal. The saint, with a gentle smile, casts a warm glance at the knight standing before her in silent farewell. Harry speaks words of gratitude with determination, and the girl bows her head with a smile, blessing their path into the future. The warriors, led by the blonde woman, step one by one into the shining portal, leaving the girl behind, who watches them with an anxious heart. Amidst the explosion of the elements and the rumbling of cracks, Gunnar protects the saint, enveloped in a magical glow and a mysterious impulse of fate. In the ruins of the temple, the old giant tenderly speaks her name, holding the girl in his arms as if preserving her last warmth. The weakened saint leans against Gunnar's chest, whispering words of gratitude as his majestic figure gives her peace. The guardian tree, with a wise gaze, answers the girl's anxious question, giving her hope with the power of confidence. Against the backdrop of the ruined hall, the majestic tree holds the girl at its roots, instilling faith in the victory of the person who is destined to win. The girl clasped her hands in prayer, radiating calm and gratitude amid the living roots that gently embraced her body. The ruined castle rises in clouds of dust and blood, like the last witness to a majestic battle that shook the very earth. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, two surviving warriors sit side by side, like shadows of the past battle, hardened by pain and silent devotion. A woman with a darkened face smiles wearily, as if savoring the sweet taste of victory and allowing herself a brief respite. Towers squeeze the city on both sides, and exhausted warriors break through the chaos with their last strength, knowing that the end is near. While the most powerful fights somewhere in the center, the battlefield quietens down, and the demons, seizing the moment, finally break through the wall's defenses. In a dead end among barrels and silence, the king and his advisor stop in front of the closed gates, realizing the inevitability of the next step. A warrior approaches the king, who remains calm in the silence of the sunset, standing next to his impassive advisor. In front of the massive gates, Lord Balfart confronts the king with a direct question, challenging the advisability of further fighting. Without hesitation, the king responds confidently and calmly, rejecting any doubts about the correctness of his actions. The king speaks of the worthy who still stand on this earth, and his words echo in the hearts of those present like an oath of honor. Balfart cries out in despair, not understanding the meaning of the struggle, while the king calmly and confidently meets his gaze. Smiling with dignity, he reminds him of honor, the empire, and the innocent, for whom it is worth standing until the end. With a firm voice and commanding calm, the king calls on Balfart to fight side by side in the decisive battle. He understands that the current confrontation is only an echo of the past, revived at the decisive moment. The young monarch's gaze is filled with calm confidence, as if he already knows the outcome of this battle, predetermined by fate. The king walks toward the light with his head held high in a determined stride, confident that this battle is meaningful for those who have come from Earth. The sacred chalice glows in the moonlight, symbolizing the choice he has made for the sake of a future that will change everything. The command is given, and the massive gates begin to open, marking the beginning of the decisive stage of the battle. Although fate inexorably leads to destruction, a seed of hope sprouts in the king's heart, sown in spite of doom. The burning eyes of the warriors and the flashes in the sky testify that the world will remember this last rush as a symbol of unbreakable courage. He launches into the attack with a determination that pierces the darkness, for it is for this moment that he has made his choice. With peace in his heart and a sword in his hand, the king steps out to his army, knowing that he has lived this life well. Astride a white horse, he leads his comrades on their final march for honor, glory, and unbreakable loyalty. His eyes burn with determination, and his voice echoes across the ranks, calling all to battle for Lionheart. The hero leads his horsemen forward with fury, cutting through the air with his battle cry as the troops roar behind him in a deadly charge. Horror grips the demoness's face as she realizes for the first time that a true nightmare in human form is rushing towards them. The streets tremble with the sound of hooves as the brave squad crashes into the ranks of demons, spreading fear and panic among the enemies. The blade pierces the enemy with terrifying force, causing him to scream wildly in unbearable pain. The camera rises above the battlefield, where an army of horsemen crashes into the orc ranks like a wave washing over the shore. Despite the losses and chaos in the ranks, the blonde man leads the army forward with fury in his eyes and anger burning in his heart. A mysterious horned sorcerer gazes at the fortified city and silently assesses the situation of the enemies who have fallen into the trap. Smiling contemptuously, he calls their desperate resistance foolish and confidently declares that the enemies are cornered. High in the air, he summons powerful purple magic, ending the centuries-long battle against the Saints. The enraged monster proclaims the dawn of an era of evil, opening its mouth in a flash of dark energy that fills the sky with lightning. In a moment of triumph, the beast suddenly recoils from an unexpected attack when something unexpected appears before it. At the edge of the cliff, the northern cavalry of Draconia stands with solemn calm, their weapons glinting in the sunset and breaking the course of the battle. The dark-haired girl sadly realizes that the king is still resisting, for he is not just a ruler. Lowering her eyes, she acknowledges the truth, and before her stands the ghostly figure of a woman who has stood in the way of an entire army. The light being, with sad calmness, prophesies the future doom of all rulers, keeping bitter knowledge inside. The determined gleam in her cold blue eyes shows that she accepts the conditions and trusts her words. The black-haired girl rushes into the attack with a cry of rage, leading the knights in a lightning assault against the enemy. Her eyes filled with hatred, she rushes forward on horseback with a sword in her hand, raising a storm of vengeance in the name of Lionheart. Under a dome of magic and ominous runes, the demon rises into the sky, beginning a ritual of unseen power. The beast with burning golden eyes spews malice, preparing to destroy all who dare to resist. Enveloped in magical symbols, the demon proclaims its contempt for mortals, despising their attachment to the mortal world. A man and a woman with wild fervor in their eyes challenge fate, despite the enemy's mockery of the futility of their resistance. A dark figure soars in the sky amid magical symbols, disappointed and weary of the futile resistance of mortals. The enemy, lightning bolt in hand, decides to punish the woman first, ominously pronouncing her sentence in a veil of purple light. The magician in a cloak looks up through the flashes of fire, unaware of the danger rapidly approaching from the heavens. An angel with a flaming sword descends rapidly through the radiance of divine power, causing the enemy to freeze in shock. His entire figure glows with fiery light, and his eyes burn with the desire to deliver a devastating blow from the heavens. The enraged sorcerer exclaims in amazement when he sees the divine power of his opponent, who glows with holy wrath and revels in the moment of triumph. A bright burst of energy tears through the space around them as the winged warrior crashes into the dark mage with all his might amid a shower of light. Above the devastated city, the sky splits with a fiery trail of the blow that shook the earth and covered the former stronghold with ruins. The monsters stop in confusion, watching the last burst in tense silence. Two demons freeze before the figure of the hero with a sword, standing in the middle of the battlefield, covered in blood and ruins. Trembling, the knight laughs hoarsely through tears and cracks in his body, clutching his sword and bidding farewell to life. Silently stepping through the ranks of enemies, Levon moves forward with his sword in hand, not even stopping before the fear and amazement of the demons. His sword sinks into the ground as if putting an end to a life he himself considered doomed, yet still searching for meaning in it. In response to his doubts, a gentle confirmation comes from the sky, and warm memories in the voice of the goddess remind Leon that he himself is proof that life had meaning. In memories burning with the light of honor, fallen heroes appear, and the new knight carries their unbreakable will with every step. His smile in the rays of hope speaks for itself. The knight continues the legacy and carries meaning that is more than enough. With a look full of determination, the young warrior raises his sword in acts of his own free will, knowing that the goddess will not abandon him. The orcs rush forward with a roar, confident in their superiority, while the knight stands calmly before them, not flinching for a moment. A powerful explosion tears through the air, blowing off the giant's head, and a look of horror freezes on the enemy's face. With an ironic smile and magical power in his hand, the hero mocks his enemies for their pathetic attempt to assert themselves through violence. The main character steps into the center of the battlefield with a smile, enveloped in a glow of power, ready for a lonely confrontation. His eyes burn with fierce determination, and he shouts a challenge that will forever be engraved in the memory of his enemies as humiliation. The demons, overcome with horror, cannot believe the madness of a man who has challenged an entire race single-handedly. The hero with the sword soars into the sky above the frightened monsters, craving the destruction of all his enemies. One of the monsters is torn apart in midair, leaving a bloody trail in the western glow that heralds inevitable victory. Today, stunned students in black suits look ahead to where history will begin a new chapter. Hanhari and her companions return to Earth through a crystal portal, and people who have been waiting for their return gather around them. Sitting silently side by side on the green grass, the heroes share a sense of calm, because at this moment, many words were not needed. Giving free rein to her feelings, the girl leans into her companion's embrace, keeping the sacrifice in her heart as a precious memory. The king, keeping his composure, looks at the glass with memories of his followers, whom he was waiting for in the real world. Smiling gently and without words, he welcomes back his friends who have passed the test. And somewhere in the silence of the technical complex, a lonely robot steps forward, as if something new has just begun. Hearing the offer to become a student, the robot froze before the image of the master, holding its breath. Hovering for a moment, it emits a short signal, as if contemplating the importance of what it has heard. Fragments of the past flash before it, such as working together, learning, and the warmth of its mentor, and the folder with these memories is given a new name: Enlightenment. After the group's return, the city plunged into calm, as if the storm had finally passed and nothing extraordinary was happening anymore. Despite her recent exhaustion, the girl in the lion costume quickly regained her strength and is once again radiating energy right in the lobby of the building. Tired but happy, the students lie on the ground after training, feeling adulthood and experience coming to them. The moon grail brought from the gate sparkles on the table, evoking sincere admiration for its origin and significance. During a quiet conversation in the living room, it becomes clear that even a random topic can unexpectedly bear remarkable fruit. The smiling blonde admits that no one could have predicted that all this would be the beginning of the Grail's grand plan. Smiling, the girl talks about the plan created by the wise men of the forest led by Gunnar, acknowledging their far-sighted wisdom. The hero, looking at an image of Earth, explains that the Grail's plan is to save the world based on choosing those who have the best chance of survival. Against the backdrop of the majestic pantheon, the idea is expressed that this shrine is not just a symbol of faith, but the foundation of the very existence of the world. In the purple glow of space, Leon's world fades away, doomed to disappear along with the loss of divine power. In the epicenter of darkness, the hero with an open heart became a refuge for the gods, who managed to survive thanks to the power born within him. Under the glow of the magical stream, the boy admits with relief that his plan has indeed succeeded. Touching the two grails, the boy recalls how the founder of the kingdom received the power of the sun and thunder, which Ariana combined into a single radiance. The image of the knight in golden light emphasizes that it was the grail that became the symbol of the founding of the state and the rite of initiation into its defenders. Focused and alert, the hero raises his hand, feeling the magical power begin to awaken in the air. Powerful energy fills the room, enveloping everyone present in a golden flame that radiates ancient power. Seeing the awakening of the Grail, the girl looks around in shock, unable to believe that something so powerful is unfolding before her. Calmly, the boy announces that before them is the last Grail, full of radiance and dangerous grandeur. Explaining intently, the boy says that the Moon Grail was created as a sacred means of perfecting the true Grail. Impressed and alarmed, the girl looks back at the light that is breaking through, realizing the importance of what has been said. She asks about the connection to the plan of salvation, to which the boy briefly and confidently replies that it is indeed part of it. The blonde with the crown is even more surprised when she hears that the purpose of creating the Grail is to accumulate the bell and the wisdom of knowledge. The king explains that this power is capable of reviving an entire kingdom, but this is only possible after the sprouts of Gunrar have sprouted. His gaze is filled with a thoughtful smile that hides the silence before his profound words. Addressing Beatrice with a new request, the young man bows slightly and she listens with dignified restraint. His words that the king has no power to command the queen evoke in Beatrice sincere, amused surprise and respect for his principles. With a slight smile and his eyes closed, he prepares to voice his request, carefully choosing his words. Amidst a bright flash of magic, she remembers the two missing heroes, and her voice sounds confident that Lord Vulcanus is still alive. Pronouncing the name with bitter tenderness, the boy calls Karina Draconia, a name that means more than just a memory. Contemplating the shadow of a woman in the rays of divine light, he pleads, realizing that he will not be able to become a good father. Beatrice, with her eyes closed and her hand on her heart, asks for time to complete the difficult task of finding her. In a cozy hall, the king thanks Beatrice for her support, and she smiles and rejects his gratitude, calling it simply good luck for his majesty. The smiling young man promises to fulfill any wish, causing surprise and tender emotion on Beatrice's face. Touching her lips, Beatrice thoughtfully accepts the offer, barely holding back a smile and not hiding her interest. With a slight smile and a sly look, Beatrice delays her answer, leaving the intrigue in the air. Behind the high mountains, surrounded by light and nature, stands a luxurious palace with golden gates. The prime minister, his hands on his head, leans over the papers, as if drowning in the hopelessness of decisions and the pressure of responsibility. In flashes of rage, the official explodes with indignation, not understanding how they dare to watch silently as the gates open. Seeing the alliance's demands, he clenches the sheet in anger, feeling how the words on the paper humiliate the entire state. The smile of one official and the confusion of another show different reactions to the decision, which allows the government to act without regard for the large guilds. Leon's figure stands out against the backdrop of symbols of power as the embodiment of the idea of the Pantheon, an organization that has replaced the influence of dozens of guilds. The leader looks up with a smile, reflecting on how blessed cultures have become a national treasure that feeds the entire country. The official anxiously admits that Pantheon's military power and religious influence are growing too rapidly and are getting out of control. At a briefing among government officials, the consequences of this growth are already beginning to manifest themselves and cannot be ignored. Put in an awkward position, he tries to maintain neutrality with a forced smile, avoiding a direct answer about religious influence. Outraged by comments on the internet, the official bursts out, unable to hide his anger and despair at the damage to his reputation. Before he can recover, he turns around with a shout, exploding with irritation and overload. An agent enters the room with an alarming message from the UN, causing the stunned man to be on his guard. The gray-haired official takes the folder from his subordinate's hands and looks at it warily, sensing something is wrong even before reading it. Studying the contents of the documents, he grumbles inwardly about yet another request for help, as usual, expecting nothing new. Suddenly, what he reads shocks him to the core. His eyes widen, his mouth drops open, and his face freezes in cold shock. The document with the UN seal announces an investigation against the Pantheon for human rights violations, causing anger and despair. The shocked man, his face dark, orders his assistant to call the Pantheon immediately. In a flash of sparkling rage, the knife crashes into the ground, like a thunderclap in response to an inevitable blow to his reputation. Exhausted men hammer away at the rock in a dark mine, begging for rest under the frenzied light of lightning sparks. Above the former convict palace towers a giant fragment of star iron, the center of brutal mining, hidden behind the walls of the Pantheon. The girl with the tablet stops in her tracks among the workers when she announces an unexpected call from the government. Gary watches in amazement as the drone flies through the air, while a worker grimaces in pain, curled up on the ground, struck by the blow. The girl with the drone hears about the human rights inspection, but confidently denies any violations, despite the moans of those lying behind her. Despite the sign saying 15 days without accidents, 2 workers lie beaten on the floor, while security guards in vests walk indifferently by. In a gloomy cave, where only the sound of pickaxes can be heard, exhausted people tirelessly chisel away at the rocks, pulling wheelbarrows and breaking stones in silent obedience. With fear in his eyes and sweat on his brow, Barisher grips his pickaxe, continuing his endless labor as a slave of the Pantheon Guild. When the robot announces lunch, the exhausted workers finally stop, and weary sighs confirm the long-awaited break. The robot flies to the table with bowls, causing surprise among the slaves and disrupting the routine of the gloomy mine. Puzzled, Barisher looks at his bowl, which contains a murky mass resembling something between oatmeal and mud. The drone confidently reports on the balanced composition of the porridge, although its appearance causes only surprise and shock. With despair in his voice and a plate in his hand, the hero cannot believe that after this lunch, they will have to work in the mine again. Back when he sold people's bodies to demons, Barisher could afford meat, but now everything has changed dramatically. Having become a slave to Lionheart, Barisher lost all his rights, and now even the weight of ore on him is calculated in kilograms. Not having time to finish their meal, the exhausted slaves are forced to rush back to work under the supervision of an angry overseer. He continues to work with tears in his eyes, clenching his jaw, while everyone around him continues to mine ore in silence. With despair and anger, Barisher hits the stone with a pickaxe until it cracks and flies out of his hands. Exhausted to the limit, he sinks to his knees, and behind him appears a menacing figure who knows no compassion. A whip with the force of lightning throws him aside, leaving a cry of helplessness in the air. An automatic overseer hovers over Barisher, demanding an explanation for why he stopped and painfully driving him back to work. In a panic, he grabs his pickaxe and frantically hits the wall, trying to prove his obedience. Gritting his teeth, he works, thinking about the fatal mistake that turned his life into a living hell. With surprise in his eyes, Barisher strikes the rock with his pickaxe, sparks flying from the force of his blow. After a powerful blow, a huge crack suddenly appears in the mountain wall, causing him to freeze in place. Cowering from the scream, the miner looks around in panic, watching as others rush to flee in fear. The rock cracks with a deafening roar, and a dark crevice, pierced with energy, cuts through the wall, exposing something terrifying. Huge boulders begin to fall above his head, and his face freezes in a shocked expression with his mouth open. With the explosion of the door, the robot and the giant crab wreak havoc in the guard's room. While everyone panics, the crab and the drone calmly march down the street as if nothing had happened, and the official report records another uneventful day. A focused young man confidently raises his finger as a signal to start something important. A girl with pink hair sarcastically announces the name of the committee, while the other participants in the meeting sit silently around her. 3 guys in sports uniforms lively discuss the newcomers, marveling at their shocked faces and the rules of compulsory donations. The blonde reluctantly defends the system, mentioning that salt water is only given during training, and that everything is supposedly not so bad. In a warm atmosphere, the girls discuss the cost of equipment, realizing its unprecedented value. The young man seriously emphasizes the main problem, pointing to slaves as the source of all complications. The discussion becomes heated when someone suggests that slaves, as accomplices of demons, are not even considered human. Gary smiles awkwardly, acknowledging that no one cares about the rights of the survivors. The boys recall the cruel treatment they received when they ran out of the portal with barrels amid the cries of fanatics. With a forced smile, he admits that the situation with the slaves is not at all encouraging. The plane with the diplomatic mission lands softly in Incheon, bringing with it a serious atmosphere of international attention. The stern delegation in formal suits strides forward resolutely, led by a confident blonde with a look that brooks no argument. A handshake between Lucy and the president of the Hunters Association marks the beginning of an important meeting for the rights of the survivors. In the large airport hall, she shakes hands with the guild president, who flatters her as a legend, but her inner doubts only intensify. Lucy politely listens to the smiling official's welcoming speech, but in her mind she senses a conspiracy between the authorities and the Pantheon, anticipating an attempt to influence her position. Rejecting all diplomatic tricks, Lucy calmly and proudly recalls how she defended the survivors for years, even when powerful states fell and the voices of dictators rang out. The official solemnly introduces Lucy to his deputy, and a girl in a funny animal costume appears before the stunned delegation. The blonde looks seriously at her new acquaintance and tries to figure out who this strange figure in a carnival costume is. Everyone around freezes in an awkward silence while the representative explains that this is Kanhari, who will lead the tour, and the girl herself laughs nervously, trying to hide her embarrassment. Kanhari enthusiastically suggests starting the journey from the autonomous district, where more than 18,000 creatures now live, trying to impress with numbers and enthusiasm. Lucy politely greets the girl in the lion costume, nodding restrainedly in response to her joyful introduction, although her seriousness hides her inner confusion. Focusing, she remembers that these creatures came from another world and decides to take their side as the legitimate defender of their rights and freedoms. The bus races through a picturesque valley toward Mokpo, leaving behind the airport and the passengers' old lives. By the sea, among the mountains and sun glare, the autonomous district of Cruciteri emerges as a new home for those who arrive. A group of passengers steps out into the fresh air after their journey, gazing in wonder at the new land that will be the beginning of the unknown. On the beach under the warm sun, giant crabs freely interact with people, play with children, and allow themselves to be petted, as if they had always been part of the peaceful population. On a wooden pier under a clear sky, a man fishes in complete silence, while nearby a giant crab with a peacefully sleeping cat on its back seems to have always been part of this reality. A blonde woman's surprised gaze stops at a huge rock, where a monument with a serious-looking man on the back of a crab is carved, while tourists eagerly take pictures against the backdrop of this bizarre cultural landmark. A serious inspector in a dark suit asks probing questions about coexisting with fishermen, while a girl in a funny lion costume assures him with a smile that there are no problems. The girl in the lion costume enthusiastically explains that the island specializes not in fishing, but in shipbuilding, where the inhabitants work closely with the cruisers. Holding a tablet and keeping records, the inspector inquires about the level of employment, emphasizing that all measures are important for the peaceful life of the survivors. Deep underwater, a hard-working crab wearing a helmet collects trash in a net amid tire debris, explaining that thanks to government support, his fellow crabs are cleaning up the seabed and even farming. A serious-looking blonde woman reviewing the report nods with slight satisfaction, commenting that it is nice to hear good news, and moves on to the next item on the assessment. Against the backdrop of a loud splash of water rising high into the air, her silhouette stands in the shadows, intently watching the unexpected event that has just begun. The girl in the animal costume looks around in surprise, while the officer points to the site of the explosion in panic, thinking that something extraordinary has happened. In the light of the burning sky, the blonde wipes the sweat from her forehead and tries to convince herself that this is just a special forces training exercise, even though there is a menacing silhouette with burning eyes standing behind her. More than 3,000 underwater combat vehicles are rapidly moving through the depths of the ocean, carrying out the king's order to train in the water in preparation for a great battle. A boat with a shiny trail and a rainbow emerges from the water against the backdrop of a bridge, and the surprised looks of the heroes on the shore hint that this technology could radically change clearance strategies. In the comfortable seats of an airplane, 3 business agents eagerly review data, discussing perfect integration so ideal that even fatigue gives way to professional enthusiasm. A blonde woman wearing glasses happily explains how the locals have welcomed the cruisers, recognizing their flexibility, sociability, and good work. She ponders the contradictions with a thoughtful look, wondering how rumors of cruel treatment could have spread about such friendly people. Imagining everyone around her smiling sincerely, she tilts her head in doubt, suggesting that perhaps it was just an unfortunate misunderstanding. A red bus races through green fields and mountains, symbolizing the journey from Mokpo to Naju. A cheerful girl in a lion costume smiles and happily announces that they have arrived at the Pantheon Guild's headquarters, as if inviting them on a great adventure. A panorama of the city unfolds from above, where the light shining down from the sky indicates the landing site of an important event or the arrival of heroes. In the elegant atmosphere of the city, a confident blonde in a strict suit gets off the bus, and Gary stands next to her, turning to her with words about the glorious place they have just arrived at. The woman, slightly stunned by the loud cheers of the crowd, stands tensely, watching as someone off-camera greets her arrival with excessive enthusiasm. Lucy enters the building along the red carpet to the sound of artificial laughter and 2 rows of smiling employees. With excitement on their faces and slightly crazy eyes, the employees shout that they are living wonderfully and no one is forcing them to work, although the suppressed truth seeps through the fake joy. Shock pierces her body as she recalls that look, soulless, tense, and at the same time frighteningly happy, like that of broken people. With genuine horror in her dilated pupils, Lucy recognizes the painfully familiar artificial smile that once adorned the faces of those enslaved in lands without rights or hope. Only one thought echoes in her head. This is the same place where human dignity was erased and slavery was disguised as voluntary joy. In a conference room with steel walls, Lucy Foster, Deputy Director of the UN, speaks intently about justice, sincerely defending the rights of humanity. Smiling with relief, Lucy is proud that her efforts have not been in vain and that the world has been able to change for the better, at least a little. Noticing the unnatural behavior of the people, Lucy looks around warily, sensing that something disturbing is hidden behind the mass of smiles. Grabbing the man by the chest, Lucy desperately tries to get to the truth, sensing the falseness in his words and striving to reveal the true face of deception. With his face contorted into a fake smile, the man loudly proclaims his happiness, but his tears and cries betray his enslaved consciousness. Lucy freezes in confusion, because such a passionate denial only reinforces her suspicions about someone else's will. At this point, she did not yet know that each of the residents had signed a mysterious contract, forever losing their freedom of choice. Lucy, a little confused, addresses the mechanical creature with the assumption that it is Sir Spinner and hears a polite but cold invitation to go to lunch with him. Lucy cheerfully agrees when asked if she can join the group, and the 3 men with artificial smiles obediently follow her, hiding their true nature. When the robot transfers control to the human and returns, Lucy and the team calmly head for the car, unaware that they are already being accompanied by beings of alien will. One of the wards smiles tensely, repeating something mechanical, as if his speech is a programmed glitch rather than his real voice. The black service car stops at the city hall, where solar panels on the roof hint at order and technological control. The surprised team freezes in front of the set table, not expecting such a hospitable yet suspicious welcome. The girl in the animal costume cheerfully explains that lunch is braised soybeans with rice wrapped in vegetables, causing Lucy to feel a sudden sense of surprise. Looking at the table, sparkling with cleanliness and dishes, Lucy is inwardly surprised by the simplicity of the menu, without meat, but quite typical for the local culture. Sitting down at the table, the team watches as the girl demonstrates the unusual tradition of putting rice on lettuce leaves and wrapping them up, as if it were something completely ordinary. After tasting the first bite, Lucy freezes in amazement, as the taste of the dish turns out to be unexpectedly familiar and pleasantly homely. Feeling her strength return with each bite, Lucy is surprised to find that she feels better than she has in a long time. With sincere surprise, she turns to the girl, who explains with a smile that this is the harvest from the blessed fields of Naju. Impressed by the extraordinary energy in the food, Lucy realizes with surprise that they are being fed legendary products capable of healing any disease. When she invites her colleagues to join her, they politely decline, explaining that fermented foods are not for them. Despite their partial refusal, Lucy enjoys the meal and notes that overall everything went well, even if everyone has different tastes. Smiling with a cup in her hands, Lucy sincerely thanks them for the warm welcome, and the girl in the suit responds joyfully, as if she had heard the highest praise. They agree to continue their conversation during a walk, unaware that elsewhere, someone is fainting after eating the same food. The blessed dish, which gives strength to the good, turns out to be poison for the evil, and the young man with blood on his lips faints again to the surprised cries of the villagers. An empty alley with dirt, rubbish, and rusty pipes is about to become a place of secret conspiracy, where silence masks dark intentions. Bowing respectfully, he calls the creature a great being, giving his allegiance to the one who holds the sphere of power. The official reports to the Purple Phantom on the execution of the order. The committee is sent to the guild, and he mocks human weaknesses. Dennis from the UN smiles with satisfaction, because the denunciation of the Pantheon went surprisingly smoothly and without hindrance. The Horned Demon, like a puppeteer, controls the figures on the chessboard, because his servants have already mingled with people, the government, and hunting circles. Orcs with skulls on their belts stand in front of a purple sphere, because their first step in destroying Earth is to fight for their own rights. The burning streets, where orcs raise their weapons under the banner of endless war, become a prophetic symbol of the chaos that approaches with each new creature. A man with a flattering smile addresses a shining figure, but receives a dry and irritated response, hinting at a repeat of a familiar scenario. The young man with anxiety in his voice acknowledges the validity of the plan, but points out in despair the government's inaction, even in the face of obvious violations by the Pantheon. The purple creature, staring at the sphere, reports that the enemies are already too close, but adds ominously that the Pantheon has the support of Okangha. With a sinister grin, the demon ends his speech with a cry that everything else is trivial, because the plan has already been set in motion, and there is no turning back. The man in the suit, stunned by what he sees on the screen, hears the purple spirit confidently declare that the main thing is to manipulate the media, everything else is irrelevant. A cry of fear escapes the official's lips when the purple creature slaps him in the face, bringing him back to reality with a magical slap. The irritated spirit accuses the man of frivolity, emphasizing that he has been entrusted with a very important role in the game of his own destiny. The dark basement is filled with tension as the spirit orders him to look at the screen to reveal the true events. The official's face is contorted with horror as soon as he recognizes a familiar place on the screen, which awakens disturbing memories. Deep underground, slaves work together to extract star metal, unaware that their labor is only part of a sinister plan. A crack in the mine wall spreads with an ominous glow, and the workers freeze in panic, sensing something terrible on the other side of the stone. A frightened worker runs out of the depths, looking back at the darkness behind him, something invisible and threatening rolling toward him. After the tunnel collapses, one of the workers screams in pain from a broken leg, while the others rush to help him amid the rubble. A giant crab silently approaches the wounded, who are still trying to escape from the trap. In panic and tears, the boy, crying out apologies, horrified, calls his tormentors freaks when he sees the victim writhing in pain. The purple spirit exclaims that there is still more to come, and the ominous metal guard announces the death of another who could not withstand the holy power, shocking the boy and the old man. The guard shows a purple sphere, explaining that the captive was forced to absorb too much holy power and is being forced to work, beaten brutally. A mysterious mage with a purple glow in his hands solemnly speaks of the pain that breaks his heart every time, while the stunned listener exclaims whether there is anything else so shocking. A blond man in a business suit, his face burning with rage, orders the ballistae to be loaded with the bodies of slaves, and his subordinate instantly agrees without hesitation. Shocked by what he has heard, another man whispers the words of the order in confusion, unable to believe that human life can become a projectile. The blond man with a cold expression on his face mercilessly presses his foot on the executioner's bed, causing those present to shudder at the cry of horror that escapes from the mouth of the bound man, who is in such unbearable pain that he cannot even breathe. Despair fills the air as the prisoners, chained in collars, cry through their tears, promising to remember their comrade who has fallen into the hell of torture. The blond man throws the slave into the air, and a voice comments with horror that this is the fate of the future king with a lion's heart. An older man, his voice trembling, calls the culprit a psychopath who does not even consider others to be human. Overcome with fear and despair, a young fanatic in a black suit with a crazy gleam in his eyes curses the filthy pagans and shouts that they deserve only punishment. The worried man fearfully asks the magician if their powerful enemy will expose them if they take action, but the magician confidently reassures him, holding a magical sphere in his hand. Purple magic swirls around as the sorcerer hands the young man an artifact in the form of a ring, assuring him that with it, he will be completely protected throughout the inspection period, which brings relief to his face. Inspired and determined, the man clenches his fist, vowing to punish all who judge people by class, and the demonic creature applauds his fighting spirit, joyfully exclaiming that this is the right attitude. The man's face is contorted with horror as he sweats profusely and screams silently, bound and doomed under an ominous sky. By torchlight, the crowd cruelly cries out for execution, and the doomed, tied to pillars, are raised above them, as if to be offered up as a sacrifice to the fire. The angry people with contorted faces scream frantically about demons, demanding death for the condemned, while even the dog in the old woman's arms joins in the cries of rage. A blonde woman in a costume looks ahead in fear, tears streaming from her eyes as if she has just realized that there is no escape from her sentence. Knights with torches in their hands approach the robot, which waits for them in silence, as if prepared for something important. The small robot, illuminated by a red warning light, solemnly announces the beginning of the trial, marking it with a flash of energy around it. Under a calm sky, an old man with a peaceful smile walks slowly along the road, remembering his past as a priest of the goddess of fertility. Dazed by the beautiful weather, the old man with an ear of corn in his mouth squints at the sun, remembering how faith came to him with Leon's visit. In the rays of the setting sun, a farmer stands among fields that have become a graveyard for dreams, while others fall to their knees, exhausted by debt and despair. The magic bottle of cleaner glimmered with hope for everyone who believed it would save the poisoned land. In a moment of despair, amid the ears of grain and dust, a winged figure appeared before the people, the one they had been waiting for as their salvation. Leon restored hope even to those who had long lost it, cleansing the land that even the most powerful magicians had rejected. The dish made from the blessed harvest touched the old man to the depths of his soul, for with it all, his ailments disappeared. Revived as if in his youth, the grandfather joyfully lifted his granddaughter into his arms, and love for the pantheon blossomed in every old heart. The man in the excavator happily calls out to old Choi when he sees him on the road and hurries to greet him. Old Choi responds to the greeting and then explains that he just came to look at the tractors that Mr. Yappy brought. They stand by the equipment, and the young man smiles and thanks the old man for teaching him how to use the holographic device. The mustachioed man turns to old Choi with friendly curiosity, asking him something important. The old acquaintance shows him his homemade sickles and hoe with a joyful expression, boasting that now everyone has a garden for vegetables and other small things. The man reflects on his friend's words, remembering how it became popular among the elderly to grow vegetables on blessed land without taxes. At the table, the king nods approvingly, explaining that a personal garden is a hobby, not an additional field, so it is not taxed and serves as a place for people to relax. The old man thinks thoughtfully, acknowledging that the strict laws of the pantheon are actually full of loopholes if you know how to approach them. Asking for some seeds for his family garden, he jokingly admits his weakness, and another farmer smiles and agrees that all old men are the same. Two men are standing next to heavy machinery, discussing something serious, when suddenly a new figure appears behind them, whose shadow looms like a harbinger of change. A young man in a suit energetically runs up to them, apologizing and greeting them, and the old man asks in surprise who he is. The young man introduces himself as Dennis from the UN, but his words only cause confusion among his interlocutors, who do not really understand what organization he is talking about. The locals, unsuspecting, happily explain that there have been many newcomers to their city lately, and the hero laughs, hiding his true intentions. Smiling slyly, the protagonist insidiously asks what can be said about the workers in this place. Pointing to two men, he notes that most of the workers are foreigners who seem to be engaged in physical labor. The old man looks ahead silently, unable to hide his confusion and inner anxiety at what he has heard. The old man explains that the settlement is a gift from the monarch to make it easier for the elderly to work, but the agent questions him suspiciously. The young man's smile darkens, and the old man's naive surprise gives him a hidden satisfaction. With a smile bordering on naivety, the young man cautiously asks about salary and working conditions, causing his opponent genuine shock and undisguised confusion. One of the interlocutors scoffs at such a question, considering it absurd, while the other irritably questions his right to interfere in their affairs. With an unexpected burst of rage and fear in his eyes, the young man is confronted with the cold flash of a blade snapping toward his neck. The enraged peasant with a burning gaze lunges at the young man, accusing him of arrogance and humiliation of their dignity. The frightened young man jumps back, staring in horror at the gleaming sickle and thinking in despair that the old man has gone mad. Old Choi intervenes in the conflict, gently placing his hand on the angry man's shoulder, reminding him of the need to restrain his anger. The frightened young man in a suit retreats under the pressure of the older man, realizing that the time for talk is over and serious business is about to begin. The gray-haired veteran abruptly addresses the burly bearded man, who reacts warily to the challenge. Against the backdrop of burning fires, the old man orders everyone to prepare for battle, because the time of peace is finally over. Against the backdrop of rain and fiery torches tied to poles, people are accused of demonism, and the angry crowd demands bloody revenge. The bound blonde cries out in despair, insisting on her innocence. But the crowd, with the woman's frenzied gaze and even a barking dog, does not believe a word. The shock on her face grows as she tries to understand why they have been unjustly called demons. In the darkness, an angry mob with pitchforks rises up before the knights, and behind them, figures loom on the post, nailed there as traitors. The peasants indignantly explain that they themselves exposed the liars who roamed the village and sowed doubts about the king. The blonde exclaims in horror, unable to believe that anyone could slander her so brazenly. The girl desperately turns to the knights, indignantly demanding that they intervene, while the device mercilessly starts the punishment process. The robot solemnly announces the start of the trial, while the shocked workers, tied to the pillars, prepare to face the absurd verdict. In 21st century South Korea, the stakes have been raised and now everything is out of control. The first witness, Park Chan-ho, solemnly steps up to the podium, clutching the microphone in his hand, while the crowd falls silent in anticipation of his words. An enraged Park Chan-ho points his finger at the bound, frightened man and angrily shouts accusations, calling him a demon in human form. One of the officials tied to the pole panics and tries to justify himself when he is reminded of the king's words about justice for the innocent. The man angrily points to the podium, loudly defending the king who saved the settlement, indignantly denouncing the accusations of injustice. The angry crowd, their faces contorted, shouts at the court, proving their case with such fury as if it were their last word. The knight calmly accepts the testimony and announces the next speaker, while the crowd falls silent in anticipation of new revelations. The old man solemnly walks up to the podium under the watchful eyes of the crowd, waving his comrade's hand away in a friendly gesture. Standing in front of the microphone, Choi Dok-soo introduces himself as a priest of the goddess of life and prosperity, arousing interest and respect. His keen gaze rests on a man tied to a pole, whom he points to with his finger, revealing the main defendant to everyone. The old man points at him with a burning gaze, confidently proclaiming that they are demons and relying on his inexorable sixth sense. In the underground hall where the crowd is going wild, 9 convicts hang on poles, and screams, accusations, and chaos overshadow any common sense. After an order for silence, the crowd holds its breath and freezes in tension, while the prisoners stand silently before the stern gaze of the knight. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the old man anxiously admits that there is another reason why he does not trust the knight in the helmet. He exclaims in horror, pointing to the agent's eyes, which arouse an alarming suspicion in him. He panics and shouts that these eyes are demonic, but the knight is shocked and explains that he was born that way. Old Choi trusts his sixth sense and categorically declares that he is facing demons. The farmer, in despair, points to the cow, which has lost its appetite since the guests arrived, seeing this as a sign of disaster. A frantic old woman with a fierce little dog shouts to the whole neighborhood, insisting that the barking is proof of the stranger's demonic nature. A gray-haired old man confidently declares that even animals can sense the evil in the hearts of the condemned, and that the dog can supposedly see through to their true nature. The condemned man in a suit, upset and nervous, shouts back in response to the insults, not understanding why they should silently endure injustice. The woman vehemently denies the accusations, shouting that they are not demons, while the robot mercilessly pronounces the final word. The robot passes sentence, logic is powerless, and the two bound men are left at the mercy of a merciless ritual. At the spinner's command, flames engulf the captives, and the crowd fanatically watches the horrific purification. A woman in a suit, drenched in sweat, listens to the explanation that if a person burns, they are a demon, and if not, they are human. As the girl screams in fear, one of the pillars is already burning, and a soldier with a torch approaches, waiting for a signal from the commander. Amidst triumphant shouts, the commander orders the fire to be brought, and the crowd with torches and pitchforks joyfully preparing for the execution. In despair and fear, the girl screams that it is a mistake, trying to stop what has already gained momentum while the fire draws closer. The commander coldly asks about the objections, and the girl demands explanations, indignantly questioning the fairness of this savage law. The outraged girl does not believe that they want to burn them just because of suspicion of possession, and even another prisoner fearfully confirms the absurdity of the accusations. When she questions the appropriateness of violence, the commander emotionlessly confirms that this cruel law is the official norm of their world. The Knights of the Grail, who serve the deity of the sun and justice, severely punish the suspects, calling it a righteous hunt for demons. The girl realizes with horror that this torture is indeed considered a legitimate way to fight demons. She is devastated to learn that 3 people accused of demon worship are enough to legally burn them, and indignantly calls it barbaric. The robot justifies the cruel method of verification by referring to rules and statistics, but the man sharply reminds him that all the victims eventually died. One of the prisoners asks about followers, but in response hears only a cold electronic beep, emphasizing the absurdity of this logic. One of the prisoners exclaims that he serves the goddess of light, and the crowd instantly shouts that he is lying, accusing him of trying to save his life. A robot with a threatening red signal demands silence, stopping the noise and any attempts at justification or protest. After the command to end the proceedings, the knight remains calm, and the crowd begins to shout accusations and indignation again. Upon receiving the command, the crowd happily sets fire to the wood beneath the prisoners, while the girl in the center looks on in horror as the flames approach. In despair, she cries out that nothing has changed because they are still trying to burn them alive. But the robot indifferently asserts the opposite. They explain to her that only those whose faith is strong enough will survive, and as she watches the flames, she begins to realize the cruel nature of the evidence. In February, the prisoner screams, cursing his executioners for their fanaticism and demanding that they extinguish the fire that threatens to consume him alive. The fire engulfs the wood near the stake, creating a hellish scene where every spark takes away his last chance of salvation. Panic and horror in his eyes mix with helplessness as the flames draw closer and his voice drowns in screams. The condemned man screams for help, engulfed in flames, while the woman next to him watches in shock as the flames consume his body. Amid the cries of the crowd, she stares in shock, hearing fanatical shouts about the destruction of the demon and the glorification of the names of the pantheon. The robot coldly pronounces the sentence on the next person, and in a panic, the woman realizes that her turn has come and the fire is already burning at her feet. The enraged girl screams that the world will not remain silent because these people are real psychos who throw others into the fire without remorse. She accuses Leon himself and his supporters of madness, declaring that these sects must be exposed to the whole world. Finding herself in the flames, she screams that the executioners are no better than demons, cursing everyone until her last breath. The girl opens her eyes in the flames, surprised that instead of pain, the fire brings only a strange warmth. Surrounded by fire, he remains unharmed, shocking the crowd that was preparing for a spectacular burning. The robot officially declares Lucy innocent, and the crowd, without hesitation, moves on to the next victim. One of the prisoners burns in the flames, crying for help, while the fanatical crowd cheers, accusing him of being possessed by a demon. Lucy watches in horror as the burning flames engulf her colleagues, realizing the full horror of what is happening right before her eyes. Despite the fire, one of the convicts remains unharmed, causing surprise and gratitude that prove stronger than fear. A confused blonde in uniform asks why not everyone burned, while the robot silently records data, ignoring the panic around him. It coldly reports that only 4 of the 8 victims have died, a result that is considered entirely expected. The robot displays some information on a hologram, while the woman tries to understand the meaning of this demonstration in shock. The hologram displays a table of results that classifies the victims, shocking the crowd with the accuracy of the infection assessment. The blonde freezes with her eyes wide, struck by the fact that the execution was part of a clear experiment rather than a religious ritual. The robot reports that those who did not reach the critical level of infection survived. The robot calmly says goodbye and flies away into the sky, leaving the girl confused among the night crowd. A blond man in a business suit watches thoughtfully, his arms folded as if assessing what he has seen without emotion. Sitting at the table, he listens to her report about what she has experienced, while she reassures him that everything is fine. The blond man asks if the queen showed her workshop, and Lucy, responding nervously, concludes about the effect of fire on the infected. After the night's incident, Lucy is led to Beatrice's workshop, past cages with prisoners who are fearfully crying for help. In the workshop, they recreate the burning at the stake, and Lucy recognizes with horror in the screams of the souls what she heard that night. Lucy anxiously tries to contradict the king, but his opinion about demons has already been reinforced in her presence. She admits that upon her return, she will be forced to report on the demons, and he irritably predicts the reaction of others. He confidently declares that they will cry out for the demon's right to live, and reminds her that such ideas have become part of this world. His lips are pressed together and his hand is clenched into a fist, as he silently draws a line under the important conversation with a single cold word. His eyes burn with a blue light, and his voice rings out with cold certainty, exposing the true faces of those who justify evil. The blond man with a stony face holds out a silver cup, as if offering a deal that can no longer be refused. With a dismissive click of his tongue, the blond man hands the pendant to the woman, indignant at her refusal to accept a gift worthy only of a royal command. She finally takes the shining amulet with surprise and gratitude, understanding its power and significance at this decisive moment. Piercing her with his gaze, he calls her by name and reminds her of her wisdom, hinting that a smart person knows when not to argue. The assistant, with a serious expression, accepts the shining ring, while the king confidently believes that she herself will understand its purpose. Hearing the king address him, the robot looks at him in surprise. When the king orders him to escort the guest, he silently accepts the order. After the news of the horrific burning of workers alive, the meeting turns into a hall of fear and anger. Only 4 returned from the mission, and this fact sparked outrage not only in South Korea, but also in the UN. The representative reports on the demons, but her words are met with outrage and loud accusations of spreading fiction. Under pressure from the Pantheon Guild, Lucy is summoned to a hearing to describe the events in detail and confirm the extent of slavery. Confirming the seriousness of the situation, she firmly states the need to immediately report the Guild's actions. Trying to address the deputy director, Lucy suddenly freezes, catching someone's reaction or an unexpected signal. The shocked man repeats himself, trying to comprehend what he has just heard, and a drop of sweat runs down his temple. The girl bursts into the hall dramatically, raising her hand with the device, and in a bright flash orders the light to appear. Blinded by the flash, the 2 men close their eyes, not understanding what is happening, and in panic shout the name of the deputy director, Lucy. The young man screams in despair and grabs his head, unable to accept the terrible truth that has just been revealed to him. The room freezes in fear as a demon with a purple aura appears before the employees, who exclaim in shock at its nature. The demon, his eyes bulging, rages, revealing the betrayal, and the girl realizes with horror that she is facing a true hellish creature. The sinister smile of the blackened man and the gleam in his eyes foreshadow an explosion of uncontrollable power that is about to burst forth. With otherworldly madness in their eyes, the demonic creatures rush at the woman like rabid predators, ready to tear her to pieces. A mechanical arm suddenly grabs the frightened blonde, just as the system announces the detection of a demon. The robot with burning eyes instantly appears between the woman and the attack, taking the blow upon itself and releasing a wave of energy toward the enemy. Stunned by the unexpected rescue, the woman freezes in his arms, looking at the hero with surprise and deep trembling in her eyes. Hugging the woman and pushing his opponent away, the defender activates the combat protocol in a cold voice, emphasizing that she is now safe. From the cloud of dust and debris like a whirlwind from hell, a muscular horned demon emerges, fixing his gaze on the armed opponent, holding the unconscious girl in his arms. The demon's eyes burn with rage and a cry of indignation bursts from the depths as he suddenly recognizes the stranger who has arrived. The robot coldly assesses the situation around him and, analyzing the mess, comments on the chaos with the indifferent precision of a machine. The robot's eyes glow brighter red as the combat algorithms finish loading, and its metal body prepares to attack with flawless precision. With the glow of heavenly light, the guardian Antok materializes before the girl, demonstrating his strength and readiness for battle. The demon mocks her numerical superiority, unable to believe that her opponent dared to face him alone. Ominously calm, the robot coldly dismisses any doubts, as if the number of enemies is irrelevant. The robot locks onto its target and prepares to destroy the demon in a lightning-fast rush with soulless determination. Completely carefree, the boy sips his drink, unaware of the epic battle unfolding nearby. Sitting comfortably under the trees, the boys accidentally notice a familiar name, causing a slight surprise amid the everyday calm. The news of demons among influential UN figures shocks society, causing panic and anxiety in the streets. Seeing data on more than 300 demons destroyed, the friends are amazed at how all this could have happened. While the world is in turmoil over the threat of demons, the boys calmly enjoy their vacation by the river as if nothing had happened. Leon announces a mandatory holiday for everyone in the Pantheon, giving the heroes time to rest. Suho and Jae-hyuk, who have been diligently clearing the dungeon, finally indulge in a peaceful rest on the green shore. Relaxed by the sound of the leaves, Suho dreams of a dinner of pizza and burgers, enjoying every moment of tranquility. Loud shouts and rhythmic marching cause surprise among the guys who were just enjoying the peace and quiet at the table. A group of muscular men in sports uniforms passes by with a rumble of footsteps, causing real surprise. One of the young men, recognizing Kim Dullahan, greets him warmly, interrupting his run. When the boys approach the training ground, they were greeted with a friendly joke and a mention of Sir Gudason. One of the trainers explained with a smile that he was not yet a knight, but only a student, so there was no need to address him with an official title. Within the guild, Gary, Soyeon, Jaehyun, and Suho were considered exceptional apprentices who had gained strength after receiving relics. The blonde man explains with a slight smile that some knights can also be considered S-rank, which surprises the black-haired boy. Gudasion, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, admits that he is still only a knight apprentice because his path has not been easy. After a short conversation, everyone says goodbye, and Gudasion continues on his way with a smile, receiving good luck wishes from his friends. A group of cadets marches under the command of their trainer, while two boys watch them with surprise. The blonde man acknowledges the hero's diligence, but doubts his progress, as he is still barely above sea level. Changing the subject, he asks when they will be able to start guarding Sir Govrik's hammer, but the dark-haired boy only mumbles thoughtfully in response. Standing in front of the relic that does not recognize them as its own, the hero listens with fascination to the story of the legendary hammer that grants the title of Knight of the Grail. Lying relaxed on a deck chair, one of the boys indifferently comments that only 4 members of the guild truly understood the essence of the title of Knight of the Grail. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, the figures of glorious knights who gave their lives serving the great gods in the decisive battle appear. The magical Beatrice, who ruled the world, and the robot, who served faithfully for 1,000 years, were both worthy of the title of Knight of the Grail. Against the backdrop of a peaceful landscape, the boys wonder if there is anyone on Earth capable of becoming a Knight of the Grail, remembering Gary. Over lunch, they discuss where His Majesty has gone and learn from Gary that he has simply gone to fight stress. The blonde man with wide eyes and a pale face freezes in shock upon hearing something that completely throws him off balance. A bizarre vision appears in his mind of himself as a victim in the hands of a smiling cult servant and an elegant demoness. To avoid the awkward topic, the boys put on their most innocent faces and convincingly pretend not to understand anything, even though they know the truth. In a gloomy stone room beneath the palace, Beatrice waits silently, sitting near the Pantheon prison. A frightened scream pierces the air, and a maid with a stony expression dryly notes the death of another demon. Footsteps echo on the stairs, and the girl looks up in fear not expecting an unexpected visit. Seeing the man in the cloak, the maid falls to her knees and exclaims his title with reverence, choking with fear and respect. A new guest enters the dark prison, and the man with the cold gaze calmly says that he has found the one he was looking for. Stopping by the cage, he remarks mockingly that it still stinks here, and wonders why the aristocrat has so much time to spend here. With his innocent remark about the stench, the young man causes the maid to clench her fists in indignation and lower her gaze in humiliation. While the gentleman and his companion joke about nobility and keeping demons at bay, the girl behind them hisses with anger, losing her patience. The maid is boiling with rage, clenching her fists and thinking about the injustice of having to live among the stench. The enraged maid cannot understand why, having an elevator to the surface, they did not use it to escape. A merciless kick stuns her, causing her to scream in surprise. She tries to justify herself in fear, but the blonde man with a cold gaze immediately reveals her hidden thoughts. The girl in uniform curls up on the floor with a frightened look on her face, clutching her shoulder after the sudden attack. The blonde man turns away with a cold expression, leaving the frightened servant on the stone floor of the dark corridor. A majestic woman with a crown appears before him with an interested smile, asking about the reason for the meeting. With a sly smile and a twinkle in her eyes, she jokingly promises to cheer him up, as if she is preparing something unexpected and insidious. The shocked boy, his eyes wide open, says that he has found a way, and at that moment everything around him seems to freeze. Amidst the burning hell, a formidable knight with red eyes appears, because it is Vulcanus who must be found to carry out the new plan. Under the flickering sunset, they have a calm conversation, and outside the window, the demon's chains are clearly visible in the flames. Beatrice, smiling slyly, calls her guesses just a hypothesis, making him think even more. Hearing the suggestion that Vulcanus might be in the ice region, the blonde man grips his cup tightly. Thanks to the sacrificed hand, a portal to the fortress of the Lord of Risni opens, shining with a magical whirlwind in front of the puzzled girl. Slightly tense, he silently ponders what he has heard. Slightly gloomy, staring intently into the void. Over tea in a dimly lit room, the hero asks about the ritual of opening the gates, and she suggests that demons have their own security system. The boy looks thoughtfully at the sorceress, trying to understand the real reason for Vulcanus's appearance in that particular place. In a hall filled with memories of war, the guy recalls with horror the demons escaped through the gate 200 years ago, and his guesses cause alarm. The hero, observing a magical illusion from the past, suggests that Lord Ice sensed danger during the battle and fled to his own territory. The surprised boy clarifies his conclusion, and the girl, with a slight smile, confirms that the Lord of Ice has fled and Sir Vulcanus has rushed after him. She explains that it is now clear that Sir Vulcanus was unable to return for some reason, and that to discover the truth, one must enter the territory of the Ice Lord. A smile overshadows the boy's face as he revels in the power that Lord Riz's hand gives him. Under the glint of his ominous eyes, he asks if Beatrice is on his side, and she confirms with delight, imagining the fear in the eyes of future victims. In a luxurious hall amid darkness and light, they laugh, immersed in the anticipation of chaos that is about to break free. Lionheart and his army destroyed the Lord of Diversity's domain, and the Lord himself disappeared without a trace in the whirlwind of disaster. Although everyone considered the Lord of Variety dead, the demon still had to deal with the consequences, which did not fill him with enthusiasm. During a gathering of demons, one of the witnesses recounted with horror how Lionheart's scream pierced the eardrums of hundreds, and his blue eyes shone with panic. A pale sorceress with violet eyes appears with a fiery command to destroy everyone, causing a demon who recognizes the Witch Queen to scream in panic. The great demon of wisdom, with red eyes, angrily reminds them of the forbidden name when one of the servants literally loses control of himself out of fear. Panic grips demon after demon as the growing chaos in the palace frightens them into flight, while the elder watches the unfolding chaos. The demon, with a gloomy look and sweat on his forehead, flinches at the cry, realizing that something is about to happen. A roaring warrior clenches his fist on the face of the stunned demon, ordering him to take on a dangerous mission in front of the astonished crowd. Stunned and humiliated, the demon grits his teeth in rage and fear, barely holding back his inner resistance. The younger demon eagerly rushes off, inspiring admiration from his companions with his enthusiasm. Everyone agrees that he is the best candidate for the mission. although the hero himself feels despair rather than excitement. A large-scale operation is underway in the city to cleanse Lord Rizen's estate of holy power, with everyone acting without delay. A demon with a gray beard, waving his staff angrily, orders the restoration of the infected area to be completed immediately. One of the workers cries out in despair because the earth is saturated with holy energy, and he cannot bear its influence. Discovering a holy flower among the ruins, the demon realizes with horror that the area is contaminated with traces of Leon's divine law. The monster, his face contorted with rage, clenches his fist, unable to believe that the human king dared to encroach on the land of his people. His subordinates collect the contaminated debris under the stern gaze of their commander, who mysteriously orders them to do whatever is necessary without explaining his plan. Later, a worker in a protective mask dumps the dirt into a pile, preparing for something that is still kept secret. The workers look in horror at the burning pile of ashes left over from a terrible explosion in the dungeon. An old mage with a determined look orders everyone to step back, sensing the mortal danger lurking in the center of the hall. Smiling with frenzied passion, the mage raises his staff, filled with the holy power he has been gathering for 250 years. A magical flame bursts from the staff, engulfing the stone walls, while those nearby watch the incomprehensible ritual in confusion. The demon with a burning gaze mocks the ignorance of his servants, holding in his hands a powerful artifact that conceals true power. The horn disappears in a flash of light as a determined hand squeezes it, completing the mysterious ritual. The demon inspector shouts an order to work, forcing his subordinates to instantly grab their shovels and start digging in the stifling atmosphere of the mine. But in a moment, his expression changes, and he freezes, sensing something strange and disturbing that he cannot explain. Slowly walking past the gloomy castle, he remembers his mission and thinks about how to quickly inform Reynold of the coordinates of the king with the lion's heart. The demon suddenly wakes up with a scream, clutching the blanket in fear, as if something terrible had just escaped from his dream. The empty room is enveloped in the silence of the night, and only a single ray of moonlight illuminates the frightened figure on the bed. With eyes full of panic, the demon stares intently into the darkness, not understanding what woke him up. The silence of the dark corridor is broken by a sudden scream that cuts through the air like a crack in the marble of calm. An ominous hooded figure emerges from behind a column, clutching a lantern and listening to the muffled sounds in the darkness. Walking through the empty hall, the guard wonders anxiously why all the slaves have disappeared and why there is such a suspicious silence. Convinced that the heroes are busy with something important, the old man moves slowly down the corridor, suspecting nothing. Making his way through the darkness with his lantern, he does not notice a shadow with glowing eyes rapidly approaching him from behind. Noticing the sudden attack, the sorcerer slips aside and magical lightning flashes in the air. With an ominous look and a lantern in his hand, the hooded figure rushes into the darkness, certain that danger lurks there. The boy with shining eyes watches from the darkness, finally convinced that his guesses about the killer were correct. Amidst the purple glow of the demonic world, a dark figure emerges from the chaos of internal strife and the struggle for power. In the darkness of the room, the clink of a lantern on the floor echoes, and thoughts of underestimation prompt the demon to laugh vengefully. The goblin, with a raging fire in his hand, rushes into the attack, uttering ominous words that he is not the first or the last to want to kill him. With a stunning leap, he rushes forward, clutching the burning projectile to hit his opponent squarely. The old mage with a distorted face frantically throws a destructive fire charge, calling on the power to destroy his enemy. A shining beam pierces the boy's figure, but instead of defeat, he reveals the secret that these are rays that destroy cells from within. The blond man in black stands calmly, radiating unshakable strength, while the enemy freezes in amazement before him. Exhausted by fear, the hooded servant trembles before the figure who coldly watches from the shadows without saying a word. Seeing Leon Lionheart in front of him, the creature first freezes in shock, then its face contorts with wild horror. In a flash of lightning and a frantic scream, the demon breaks into hysterics, realizing who is standing before him. The hero reflects on the situation, realizing that his opponent has used holy power and is therefore not who he seemed to be. In the majestic hall where the fall of the candlestick has broken the silence, the hooded figure comes under suspicion as its nature is called into question. The frightened creature, with a confused look and a glowing staff in his hand, does not understand how he was exposed so quickly. The young man thoughtfully touches his chin analyzing the traces of holy power that someone has just used in the dark hall. Leon, with a stern face, asks in surprise who the stranger is, causing him to become genuinely confused. The confused demon admits that he used the power for self-defense, but now does not understand why he is not considered a demon. Realizing something, the demon widens his red eye, and a mad decision to act without hesitation flashes in it. The demon falls to his knees in reverence, calling the young man his savior, while the latter remains silent in surprise. The young man asks in confusion why he is considered a savior, while the demon rejoices with relief that the attack has not yet begun. The demon, his eyes burning, recalls an ancient legend of his tribe about a king sent by the gods to end their suffering. The young man calmly allows the story to continue, and the demon is overjoyed that his cunning plan has worked. The demon recalls how many years ago their small tribe lived honestly and served their deity devotedly. The peaceful life of the demons was suddenly invaded by orcs, who conquered their village and turned everyone into submissive slaves. Enduring abuse, the demons believed in salvation, but the orcs cynically sold them to another demon in exchange for food. Finding themselves in the dungeon of their new master, the demons submitted to him until one day an oracle appeared before them. The old seer, looking into the darkness, prophesied that one day their suffering would end. The figure of a young man appearing in the light shocks the demon as the prophecy of the liberator begins to come true. Seeing hope in him, the demon smiles bitterly, not believing that the legend has become reality. Moved by the story, the young man wipes his eyes with feigned drama, playing the role of a sympathetic hero. The demon looks at the young man in amazement, not believing that he has actually fallen for a fictional legend. Kneeling down, the boy solemnly asks for the name of his god, and the demon, without hesitation, loudly exclaims Shvaspriokisk. The young man repeats the strange name of the deity, trying hard to pronounce it correctly. He confesses, confused, that he has never heard such a name before, and the demon cheerfully excuses himself by citing the complexity of the tribal language. Touching his chin, the young man ponders the strange name in tribal fiction. Pretending to be serious, Leon calls the demon a follower of another faith, completely believing in his own fiction. The demon is overjoyed, believing that he has survived thanks to the sincerity and lack of prejudice of his tyrannical savior. His face changes to one of confusion when a hand appears behind him, promising to do something he did not expect at all. Leon leans toward the demon and declares that he will go with him because the place is too dangerous, and the demon mumbles something incomprehensible in confusion. The king drags the demon down the corridor, joking about loneliness and at the same time demanding to know everything about his tribe. The frightened demon cries for help, and the hero gently reassures him, saying that it is normal to cry. They walk along a gloomy path, and the demon, revealing his name for the first time as Gorbla, begins a long conversation. Smiling, Leon says that the demon reminds him of someone he knows, and the demon cautiously asks who exactly. With an ominous gleam in his eyes, Leon recalls a goblin he almost killed by brutally tearing his mouth apart. The blonde casually mentions the name of that twisted creature with a nasty temper, while the frightened demon begins to tremble with horror. Leon smiles gently, admitting that he only equated the demon with another because of their physical resemblance. The story shifts to the past, where 230 years ago, Hump became a higher demon and met Leon for the first time. Sensing danger, Gorb immediately fled the battlefield, miraculously escaping after clashing with the ruthless warrior. During Leon's invasion, Gorb panics and flees the battlefield, leaving everyone behind as soon as he learns of the death of the Lord of Wisdom. The hero ironically refers to the title of demon, saying that the nickname of survivor suits him better than the ruler of wisdom and ambition. Gorb is relieved that the deception is still working, and is surprised to realize how the artifact created against Reynald has come in handy. Leon smiles and calls Gorb to the cave entrance, causing him to ask in confusion if he heard correctly. In a rocky gorge, Leon stops in front of a dark cave, announcing that they have arrived at their destination. The White Queen emerges from the darkness with a slight smile, and Gorbla recognizes her with horror as the legendary Witch Queen. Hearing the priest's strange name, the girl barely suppresses a smile, unable to believe that anyone could be called Shvaspriochiskal. Gorbla, trembling with fear, swears allegiance, bowing before the girl, who calmly watches the scene. Tilting her head slightly, the girl with an ominous purple glow around her wonders whether she should trust Gorbla with such a name. Gorbla, wet with excitement, sincerely greets the white girl, who enthusiastically recognizes the divine power in him. Under the stone vault of the cave, a performance begins, where Gorbla tries to appear innocent under the watchful eyes. Striving to appear ordinary, Gorbla demonstratively begins the day with mundane tasks, feeding creatures and carefully covering them with a blanket. In the shadow of the warm hearth, meat roasts on skewers, and nearby stand three people, immersed in silence before dinner. At a neatly set table by the lamp, the three drink tea, while the goblin obediently performs his daily tasks. Enthusiastic and smiling, the boy and girl raise their cups, marveling at the refined manners of the servant from another world. Recalling the days when Hump sought to become king of the goblins and studied Lionheart's etiquette, he cannot hold back his tears of relief. Depressed by his humiliation, he swears that, despite everything, he will survive and escape from this cursed place. 3 days have passed, and he sits alone by the dark entrance to the cave, waiting for a new twist of fate. The old demon exhales with relief, rejoicing that he survived the landslide in the mountains. Under Leon's gaze, he squirms awkwardly, answering uncomfortable questions about his god. Seeing something terrible among the rubble, the demon opens his mouth in shock and prepares for action. Seeing roaring motorcycles in the distance, the goblin enthusiastically recognizes his bodyguard racers, who have finally found him in the wilderness. However, as soon as he peeks out from his hiding place, he suddenly silences his joy and cautiously mutters about something bad. Realizing who is standing against them, he desperately begs his bodyguards to drive past and not try to compete with Lionheart. The frightened demon rushes to the cave at his master's cry, almost tripping in his fear and haste. Peeking out from behind a rock, the demon realizes with horror that the enemies have managed to determine their coordinates. Hiding near the entrance, he watches as two people stand in front of the magical gate, which is where they want to get in. After a long search, the hero finally finds a clue and prepares to leave the cave with the queen. At the glowing portal, the young man explains that he cannot take the old man with him, and the old man, in a panic, agrees to stay. With a look of fear on his face, the old man hears the hero's farewell words, promising to return someday. The ominous promise to exterminate all demons to the last one frightens the gray-haired goblin to trembling and a panicked prohibition on returning. In front of the portal, the young man gives his blessing, leaving the demon alone, while the blonde woman watches calmly. Waving his staff in the glow of light, the hero smashes it to the ground, causing despair and a scream of horror in the demon. The staff blossoms with new life in the blonde man's hands, shining against the backdrop of darkness like hope amid a ravaged land. The hero, immersed in the flames of purification, destroys the staff filled with demonic energy, bidding it farewell forever. He holds out the purified artifact to the old demon, causing him to fear that it is an explosive trap. The frightened old man bows low and offers the boy to take the staff, because it attracts too much attention. The embarrassed boy grabs his head and agrees to take the staff, sighing with relief. In response, the demon with wild eyes unexpectedly receives a blessing and reacts with surprise. An ominous explosion of golden light breaks through the mountain, leaving behind a crater of destruction and a scream that pierces the air. The blond man with closed eyes and a cold smile looks on sarcastically, enjoying the helplessness of others in the glow of his victory. The creature in agony screams so loudly that the foam of pain literally suffocates it from within, blinded by the blinding light. Above the cliff, bathed in the evening light, the blond man's cheerful laughter rang out, rejoicing that the hero had survived, even though he was on the verge of life and death. In the rays of the setting sun, the goblins notice the destroyed entrance to the cave and rush forward, shouting that they have found their boss. Seeing something incredible, two goblins with gaping mouths and wide eyes scream in shock, not believing that this is really their boss. The old man's burned body shakes with pain on the floor, while the frightened goblins in hoods try to understand what happened to him. Flooded with tears and despair, the burned goblin grits his teeth, cursing the pain and remembering everything he has been through. The rays of the new day shine through the rubble of the cave, where goblins who have just pulled him out of the trap stand around the unconscious survivor. Amidst the icy mountains, two travelers stand before a dark portal, immersed in the magical silence of the frosty world. Impressed by the harshness of these lands, the girl marvels at the cold, while the young man calmly observes her reaction. She touches her chest with a smile and explains that magic allows her to keep warm despite the bitter cold. Noticing something disturbing, the girl opens her eyes wide, her face filled with surprise and tension. The heroes discuss the restrictions imposed on the use of mana, which weaken their powers and require significantly more energy. Amidst the snowy wasteland, they realize the threat that even divine laws are subject to hostile forces here. He admits that he is still able to use the law, although it is difficult, and she suggests returning before it is too late. The boy solemnly admits that even if he used all his mana, the force that freezes these lands is equal to divine law and cannot be influenced. Concerned about the possible development of events, the girl advises him to save his mana in case of an emergency opening of the gate. Feeling an energy surge, the girl activates the sword with a tense look, and it glows red in her hands. Having determined the direction, the heroes look at the sword, which reacts to the presence of Sir Vulcanus, and rejoice that they have arrived where they should. She assumes that the target may be somewhere nearby, and suggests setting off, clutching the sword that glows with power. The heroes advance along a narrow path between the icy cliffs, leaving deep footprints in the snow behind them. Out of breath and exhausted, she tries not to show her fatigue, while he worries about her condition in the icy wilderness. She apologizes for her weakness, but he gently reminds her that he was the one who asked her to conserve her mana, so she is not to blame. Noticing a dangerous blizzard approaching, they decide to avoid the path where the ice storm reigns. Unexpectedly placing his hand on her shoulder, he warns her of his intention, and her reaction is surprise and slight embarrassment. Without wasting any time, he picks her up in his arms so as not to lose momentum and strength, while she looks confusedly at his determined face. He explains that he is acting in extreme circumstances and apologizes, while she, embarrassed, is not worried about herself, but whether everything will be all right with him. He smiles, saying that she is as light as a feather, and she, blushing, jokes to herself about such obvious flirting. Walking through the icy passageway, they joke about lightness and failures with compliments, exchanging warm smiles in the cold. Pressing herself against his chest, she realizes with surprise that she has never been so close to a man before, and says so aloud. In the cozy silence amid the snow, she admits that she feels quite comfortable, and he smiles and calls it an honor for himself. Hearing her sincere confession, he suddenly blushes, looking at her puzzled and slightly confused. Looking at her tired face, he decides not to delay and speeds up, as the snowfall is getting heavier by the minute. Walking through the icy tunnel, he regrets not bringing Gary with him, as the journey is proving to be more difficult than it seemed. In the office, Gary stares at the phone screen in shock, not believing his eyes, and looks closer in surprise. The phone screen flashes an alarming red, showing the continuous appearance of portals across the country at intervals of a few minutes. The girl looks in horror at the map, where the world is ablaze with points of invasion, and realizes that a global catastrophe has begun. The president of the association shouts, ordering to immediately notify all the major guilds and call the Pantheon through Gary. The president of the association panics, shouting that there is no time left because the situation is out of control. The guild members look at the screen with concern, suspecting that the red marks are invasion portals. When the hall sees the map dotted with red dots, everyone realizes that the situation is catastrophic and there is no choice left. Sighing calmly, the tall man with the chain greets the new arrivals and confidently assesses the situation. After asking about the missing persons, both men look at each other in surprise, not understanding where the king and queen are. A girl and a gray-haired man enter the hall, causing surprise. After the sound signal, the robot sits calmly on the girl's head, and she, smiling confusedly, only sighs and mutters about God. Tired Kim Jin-chul from the Shark Guild sits with his head resting on his hand and sarcastically asks if machines now need human treatment. Hearing Kim Jin-chul's name, one of the boys exclaims in horror, and the girl behind him freezes with her eyes wide open. Gary apologizes and enters the room with a tense look, and all the men look at her with curiosity. Suddenly, the robot on the girl's head wants to say something, causing her to cry out in surprise. Shocked, Gary asks if this creature will really remain in this form for the entire meeting, but receives an authoritative response with silent approval. The smug Grail Knight in a flowery shirt mockingly declares that he is not bound by the law, ignoring even the authority of His Majesty. His eyes flash with rage when he realizes that everything is going according to plan because the king is not there. In a burst of rage, he jumps up from his seat, shouting to the entire hall why they dared to ignore him. The muscular guard looks anxiously at his companion, who is bent over in pain, barely able to stand. The old gentleman, with a calm smile, agrees with his companion, saying that this will be a good lesson for the culprit. A smug man in a flowery shirt, hearing about impunity, decides with a sly smile that now he can do whatever he wants. An ominous aura hangs over the girl when a burly man with a black gaze that pierces like lightning approaches her. Mocking her status, he coldly orders her to bring the real interlocutor, disregarding her importance. The girl, trying to assert her dignity, awkwardly raises her hand, but instead hears rude humiliation from the self-confident boor. The man in the flowery shirt boldly asks why the metal stranger is allowed to appear here, and the older gentleman responds with dignity that he has permission from the king himself. Turning away with a sneer, the man sarcastically praises the king's generosity and coldly belittles him, calling him an ordinary gatekeeper. The robotic creature on top of her head aggressively responds to the stranger's gaze, while the girl herself remains silent, but with obvious irritation. The surprised man, with a strained smile, barely has time to realize that his interlocutor is serious about the dialogue, calling him a savage. The robot analyzes the speech, formulates a sentence, and announces its completion, as if launching a communication program with a primitive person. The little drone, enraged by contempt, humiliates the man, while the girl just stares in a daze, not understanding what is happening. With a smile and a mocking tone, the girl shakes Yappy, who uses language that is understandable to people with limited intelligence. Hearing something from the side, the girl's expression suddenly changes to one of confusion and shock, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. Overflowing with rage, the man charges his fist with energy, shouting curses, while the girl fearfully clutches her mask, preparing for the inevitable. With anger in her eyes and her fist trembling with tension, the girl clutches the robot, preparing to respond to the insult with all her dignity. The man, with a maniacal smile, raises his hand, filled with red energy, and lunges forward, while the girl freezes in horror. Hearing the robot's demand, the girl exclaims in confusion, not understanding how to stop the superhuman attack. She lunges forward with the robot in her hand, managing to grab the attacker's arm just before the blow, stunning everyone present. Watching the unexpected turn of events, the two boys freeze in shocked amazement, not believing their eyes. Gary concentrates on blocking the attack with a swift movement of her hand, making everyone around her believe that she has indeed reached S rank. An angry Kim Jin-chol flashes his eyes, demanding an explanation, while the girl bleats fearfully, not knowing how to get out of the situation. Sitting on a chair with a frightened face, she frantically apologizes to the enraged Kim Jin-chol, assuring him that she had no intention of interfering. An angry Kim Jin-chol, frowning, challenges the girl to a fight, and she, trembling with fear, only elicits more sympathy from the observers. Gari bursts into tears when Yappy coldly assures her that she could have destroyed her opponent without any problems. The hunter's face, distorted with rage, approaches with a red aura behind him, and the girl reaches forward imploringly, trying to stop him. Someone on the side bursts out with a shout, demanding silence, causing Gary to flinch tensely. An old man in black clothing enters the hall with a menacing look, reminding everyone of their respect for their elders and the authority of the Holy Sword Guild. The guild leader, without mincing words, mocks Kim Jin-chol for his rudeness and insolence, poking him in the face with his pipe. Turning to Gary and Yappy, the elder calmly makes it clear that he has a different opinion about their role in the situation he has just witnessed. Hearing Yappy's name, the mustachioed official officially announces that this creature is over 1,000 years old, stunning everyone in the room. The elder, feeling a blow to his pride, covers his face with his hand, and those present jokingly admit that in the Battle of the Ages, he has lost his job, having lived since 1032. The representative with the folder officially declares that Spinner is allowed to stay here, and no further complaints on this matter will be considered. In the auditorium, all the hunters listen silently and attentively to the report, realizing the seriousness of the situation that has engulfed the entire world. Standing in front of a map covered with red dots, the official emphasizes that the incident with the gates is global in scale and affects every nation. When the ban on gatherings and trading items from the gate is announced, Gary exclaims in despair that they will not even be allowed to mine mana stones. In response to this outrage, someone raises their hand decisively, declaring that they also oppose the elder's decisions. A woman solemnly emphasizes that without profit, they will not be able to pay the guild members, and a man next to her adds that their services are not cheap. One of the hunters calmly declares that he also opposes the restrictions, causing his opponent to fall silent in thought. Kangjin Seon, folding his arms and looking down dismissively, insists that every guild has the right to self-government without interference from above. His words cause a wave of indignation, and someone in the hall shouts that concern only for money is inappropriate, because this is a problem of national scale. A dark-haired man in the shadows with a cold gaze reminds everyone that the issue is not about money, but about the past, which still remains painful. He forces the elder to remember how the government abandoned the hunters in the early days of the cataclysm, leaving them to die among the hordes of monsters. Someone abruptly raises their hand, interrupting the tension with a loud exclamation to silence everyone and steer the discussion back to a constructive path. A representative in a white suit pompously declares that heroes must appear in times of crisis and obey the state, saying that this would be the will of the hero himself. A dark-skinned hunter with a gold chain supports these words, emphasizing that in a global crisis, it is best to act together. The elder sighs wearily and admits that such an approach will only repeat the mistakes of the past, reminding us of pain and betrayal. The dark-haired man confidently declares that the president of the association has no right to force them to participate, hinting at the limits of his authority. The president smiles and acknowledges that they are right, but offers an alternative choice for those who want to help voluntarily. Seeing the cart with packages, the man with the ponytail frowns, not understanding what exactly the president has decided to offer instead of an order. The man in a business suit looks in surprise at the heavy knight's armor displayed in front of him by the guards, as if he had suddenly found himself in the middle of a medieval collection. A dark-haired man in a flowery shirt laughs dismissively, assuring them that this armor is of the highest quality and that they have plenty of such junk in their warehouse. The president explains with a friendly smile that they are looking at star armor from Sir Yappy's workshop and immediately asks how many such items have appeared this month. The girl is shocked to hear about the losses. Many serfs have died, which has reduced productivity, even though 1,300 sets of weapons have been manufactured. The man explodes with anger, indignant at how something unique can be mass-produced when the very name of the class implies uniqueness. Trying to defuse the situation, she justifies herself by saying that an agreement has already been concluded between the Pantheon and the association, and even the president is aware of it. Smiling slyly, the gray-haired man solemnly announces that the guilds that take part in the cleanup will receive important privileges. He proudly displays the shining armor, explaining that participants will be the first to purchase the star armor and customize it to their liking. With a smile on his face, he announces that the Japanese Hunters Association and the American Maverick Guild have already offered 10 trillion won for the armor, shocking the audience. In a forge where a single piece of unique armor is forged over months, the hunter looks with concern at the miracle of mass production, which breaks with conventional ideas about craftsmanship. The robot rejoices enthusiastically above the girl's head, while she is shocked by the thought that such energetic emotion is inappropriate at this moment. Yappy assures her that joining is voluntary and no one is threatening them. Against the backdrop of an ominous light, Sir Yappy recalls that there are many people besides them, and that the era of humans may soon come to an end. A warrior in armor stands before the gate, determined to hold back the enemy and protect what still matters, despite the growing threat. In the depths of the hall, filled with shadows, the rulers of evil sing with delight, carrying with them the impure goal of plunging the world into eternal decay. Even as she destroyed her enemies, she saw them laugh and return, erasing the last remnants of human innocence. On the brink of despair, a sinister conspirator appears before her with a circle of dark energy, offering a deal in exchange for power. Exhausted and devastated by 100 years of damnation, she accepts the dark gift that will condemn her to another life. The demon's sinister face glows with insane fury as he recalls with terrible delight the destroyed kingdom that was once his beloved. Amidst memories of happy moments, the queen sees her loyal knights dying one by one for her sake, while cruel reality drags her back again and again into an endless nightmare of loss. And just when she finally gave up and lost hope, her eyes reflected surprise and emptiness, foreshadowing something new. In the silence of the tense moment, the elegant shoes of a stranger step onto the dark carpet, bringing with them a change in the entire atmosphere. A tall blonde man in a strict suit introduces himself as the ruler of Lionheart, Leon Draconia Lionheart, causing those present to freeze in surprise. Surprised and stunned, the queen lowers her gaze, unable to believe in the appearance of this important figure. The girl wakes up in a cave by the fire and turns to the young man in shock. The blonde man in a suit, sitting calmly by the fire with a glass in his hand, surveys his surroundings with a slight smile and confidence. The impressed girl looks at the guy with concern as he explains that he dug a hole to rest, not sparing his divine power. The king, with a warm smile, speaks of the expense as a necessity, acknowledging the difficulties that have befallen the girl, while the blonde calmly and gratefully holds the precious cup in her hands. She slowly raises the cup to her lips, blushing with excitement and the warmth rising with the steam above the drink. She shyly asks if she was too harsh, to which he, looking into the fire with a smile, easily replies that she was probably just lost in memories. In the pensive gaze of the blonde man leaning on his arm, the longing for the past dissolves, appearing before him like a sweet dream to which he wants to return. Beatrice, embarrassed and confused by his words, shyly lowers her gaze, trying to find the answer in her own heart. Tilting his head and looking down, the boy silently asks if she is all right, lost in the silence filled with emotion. Slightly alarmed but trying to look confident, the girl quietly says that she is fine, looking at him from under her hood. They warm themselves by the fire, and when the girl asks in surprise about all the nights, the boy replies with a smile that they were taught that way. Embarrassed by his words, she looks away and silently puffs out her cheeks, hiding her warm emotions under a pink blush. The boy looks up in surprise when the queen, turning to him, intends to say something. He looks around in confusion, listening to her say that there is plenty of free space nearby, as if he does not understand why she is saying this. With a slight smile and a half-covered gaze, Beatrice pushes her cloak aside and gently asks him to come closer to her.